Chapter 1, starting with a wife, bound to a many children, many blessings system. Interstellar high-tech warfare? I start as a vegetable farmer, growing vegetables to pay off my student loans? Galactic Federation, Azure Star. Low-rent housing in Kanyu Farm, Jiangnan Base City. Lu Yu woke up from his sleep in a cold sweat. This is not a dream. Lu Yu finished processing the memories of his first 20 years in his mind. This is a world of interstellar high-tech weaponry. He was born here 20 years ago. In this world, human genes have defects. Ordinary people who cannot become martial artists and break through the shackles of life have an average lifespan of only 40 years. Turning 40 is like a death knell. He's only 20 now, but he's already lived half his life. Lu Yu's parents were just ordinary people who had long since passed away. When his parents were alive, their greatest wish was to see Lu Yu marry and have children, including a martial artist, so that the Lu family could change their fate of being commoners for generations. Today, Lu Yu has just awakened the wisdom he had accumulated in his past life. However, in his previous life, he was just an ordinary cow or horse on earth. Even if you awaken your past life memories, it's all for naught. 2 years ago, Lu Yu finished high school at Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Unfortunately, when Lu Yu graduated, his life strength was only 0.75 points, far below the standard of 1 point for a quasi-martial artist. Furthermore, Lu Yu did not awaken any martial arts talent, but only an E-level life skill, plant enhancement. Therefore, he was assigned by the city to work on a farm. Of course, Lu Yu was also valued by the leaders of Kanyu Farm because of this talent. Otherwise, Lu Yu would have been forced to be assigned a wife and fulfill his birth quota right after graduation. After all, the human population in this world is too short-lived, and there is a shortage of cattle and horses. Lu Yu, get up quickly, the government's wedding car convoy is here. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Is it Farm Director Wei Wenchuan who's finally going to force people to get wives? Lu Yu got up, walked out of the house, and saw Wei Wenchuan standing at the entrance of the alley. Director Wei was a somewhat overweight middle-aged martial artist with a life strength exceeding 2 points, radiating an aura of oppression. Even those at the martial arts realm can only live to be 60 years old. Only those who reach the martial master realm can live to be 100 years old. The martial arts realms in this world are divided into apprentice ordinary person, martial artist, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, and martial emperor. It is said that there are even more powerful beings above the martial emperor. Director Wei, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, sized Lu Yu up and down. You've reached the legal marriage age for ordinary people as stipulated by the Federation. Come on, let's go to the square to get your wife. Lu Yu nodded. Okay, thank you, Director Wei. He knew there was no escaping it this time. If an ordinary person is over 20 years old and does not get married, they are breaking federal law and will be forced to work on a factory assembly line for the rest of their life, working 24 hours a day. And this 24-hour job is for performing various surgeries on you, such as sterilization, gastric removal, prosthetic limb fitting, and microchip implantation. They were truly tied to the assembly line, working 24/7. That's terrifying. In fact, Lu Yu is not opposed to the government providing wives. After all, in this world, although there are more women than men due to biochemical pollution, life expectancy of men and women, and invasion of monsters, the male-to-female ratio is about 1 to 2. It's not difficult for a guy to get married. However, in this world, it's not easy to marry a high-quality woman, especially one with strong vitality. Couples with high vitality are more likely to have high-quality offspring. Lu Yu was too picky before, refusing to marry girls with a life strength below 0.75 or those who weren't good-looking. That's why he was delayed for 2 years. Lu Yu is handsome and dashing, just as handsome as Tomatoes readers, a truly outstanding person. Its own life strength has also exceeded 0.75. It is currently 0.77, so it has the conditions to be picky. Xiao Lu, there are a few really good girls among the girls this time, you should make the most of them. Director Wei said something mysteriously. Yeah? Lu Yu expressed disbelief. After all, Director Wei had said the same thing several times before. Soon, they arrived at the suburban square. The square was already packed with people. Thousands of eligible men and women have gathered here, and some boys and girls are already chatting with each other. Around the square, an army of warriors maintained order. A fleet of floating buses were parked along the roadside, with a large loudspeaker broadcasting policies on a loop. The continuation of life is the first priority of human civilization. Refusing to marry is a crime, and you will be sent to a factory for labor reform. Director Wei abandoned Lu Yu and went to offer cigarettes and chat with the martial arts leader, ignoring him completely. Several neighborhood committee aunties urged Lu Yu to go up and freely find a partner. In this world, the government provides wives, which is also known as official matchmaking. Both the man and woman need to choose each other to become a couple and get married. Participation in the matchmaking event is mandatory, but the organizers will not interfere with your choice of partner. Girls who are not selected or do not like the men can also join the official team to go on blind dates in other places. Of course, some people like Lu Yu, who are about to exceed the official marriage age, must choose someone to marry. Lu Yu had been on blind dates before, so he was naturally familiar with the process. Wow, a campus heartthrob has arrived. This new guy is so handsome, and he seems to have a strong life force too. This guy is my type. This cute girl is delicate and graceful. Handsome guys, choose me. This mature woman has a hot body, so the kids won't go hungry. As soon as Lu Yu stepped onto the square, a chorus of surprised gasps erupted from the girls. Some bold girls were already staring at Lu Yu with fiery eyes, starting to promote themselves. Lu Yu smiled without saying a word, took out his phone, and began scanning the life force of these girls. In this world, mobile phones can read martial arts practitioners' information. Those two self-promoting cute girls and mature women actually met Lu Yu's requirements for appearance. Unfortunately, their life strength is only 0.69 and 0.72 respectively. The conditions were not met. Lu Yu shook his head slightly, ignored the two girls, and walked towards the other girls. He planned that if there weren't any more suitable girls among them, he would choose one from the cute girls and the mature women. Of course, Lu Yu prefers a mature, older woman. After all, a woman's magnanimity is a virtue. Soon, Lu Yu spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. This is a tall girl who stands there quietly, with outstanding looks and a high vitality. This girl stands out from the crowd. She has a very delicate face, a hot figure, and a pair of dazzlingly long legs. She is as beautiful as a character from a comic book. It turned out to be Lu Yu's old classmate, Song Yu, the former poor school beauty of Jiangnan Academy. Yu, it's you. You're not married yet, and you're also in the blind date group. Song, the school beauty, was equally surprised to see Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled wryly. These days, once you get married, you have to struggle for your family and children, and life becomes even harder, so you haven't. But I'm quite surprised to see you here, Song, the school beauty. Lu Yu excelled in academic subjects, was also from a poor family, and was handsome. Song Yu, the school beauty, had a good relationship with Lu Yu when they were in the academy. For a period of time, the two ate, studied, and practiced martial arts together, becoming inseparable friends. Unfortunately, Lu Yu's vitality level never increased, preventing him from becoming a martial artist. In this world of advanced martial arts, for a commoner, good academic performance alone is useless. Upon graduation, Song Yu's life strength reached 1.33, and she went to the Federation's quasi-martial artist training camp. Lu Yu, however, was assigned to a local farm. They thought they would never have another chance to cross paths, but they met again at a matchmaking event. Upon hearing this, Song Yu was somewhat dejected. I went to the Federation's quasi-martial artist training camp, but I was seriously injured during the martial artist assessment. After recovering, my life strength dropped to 0.91, and I was kicked out of the training camp. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to become a martial artist in this lifetime. A martial artist's life strength is 2 points or more. Even without official resources, a commoner with a life strength of 1 or higher can still hope to accumulate resources, cultivate, and eventually break through to become a martial artist. However, Song Yu's life strength has dropped to 0.91, which is no longer that of a quasi-martial artist, and it is indeed difficult for him to become a martial artist again. After all, what's the point of cultivating immortality or practicing martial arts if you don't have money? Lu Yu comforted her. You're not far from becoming a quasi-martial artist. If you break through 1 point of strength in the future and then go and earn resources, you still have a good chance of becoming a martial artist. Looking at Song Yu's beautiful face, he changed the subject. Yu, since we both happen to be on blind dates, why don't we start a family together? Given Song Xiaohua's qualities, she certainly far exceeds Lu Yu's standards for choosing a spouse. Furthermore, Lu Yu believes she would agree. Shall we get married? Sure. But I still have 800,000 yuan in loans to pay off. Upon hearing this, Song Yu stared at Lu Yu and explained her loan problem. As long as Lu Yu is willing, the marriage will be arranged. Song Yu is a sucker for good looks, and Lu Yu used to be her good friend. Since you're going to get married, it's better to marry your best friend, someone you both know well. Although there were quite a few boys in the arena with higher life strength than Lu Yu, and some were willing to share Song Yu's loan. Song Yu didn't take a liking to them just now. Lu Yu laughed and said, I also have 200,000 yuan in loans to pay off. The two of us owe 1 million in loans? Then let's work hard together and slowly pay off the debt and make ends meet. Song Yu smiled, and she also made a condition to Lu Yu. You see, after we get married, we should continue to cultivate martial arts. Also, my life strength is higher than yours, so I hope that resources can be prioritized for me. After I regain my status as a quasi-martial artist, I will go and obtain resources for your cultivation. Song Yu's conditions were not excessive. After all, once she becomes a quasi-martial artist and joins the beast hunting team, she can obtain resources much faster. Lu Yu laughed heartily, extended his palm to her, and said, no problem, you know what kind of person I am. So Song Yu smiled and reached out his hand, and the two held hands tightly together. This hand holding is for a lifetime. Ding! Transmigrator Lu Yu has been detected. He has successfully paired up with his beloved and is about to form a high martial arts family. Due to the woman's looks and overall score, she meets the system's requirements. The many children, many blessings strongest family system has been successfully loaded. This system is an upgraded version of many children, many blessings, which will help the host build the strongest family. What? My system, Daddy, it's finally here? Upon hearing the synthesized voice from the system in his mind, Lu Yu was practically moved to tears. After waiting for a full 20 years, Lu Yu's golden finger finally appeared. As a book lover in his previous life, Lu Yu was naturally familiar with systems. Looking at the system that appeared in my mind. This system is called the Many Children, Many Blessings, the strongest family system. As the name suggests, it's about having many children and bringing good fortune, helping him build the strongest martial arts family. In addition, the system comes with two small features, storage space and an appraisal skill. This is not the place to study systems. Lu Yu, holding Song Xiaohua's fair wrist, was about to go to the official registration office when Song Yu, you rejected me just now, but now you're marrying this good-for-nothing Lu? A furious shout came from behind. Lu Yu and Song Yu took one look and realized that the man was wearing a brand-name martial arts uniform. It was none other than their old squad leader, Yang Wei. Chapter 2, Marrying School Beauty Song, the Teacher's Impotent Fury. Yang Wei was tall and strong, and his life strength was as high as 1.44, which meant he had already entered the ranks of quasi-martial artists. Yang Wei was accompanied by two beautiful women, though they were far from being comparable to Song Yu. Song Yu whispered in Lu Yu's ear, just now, Yang Wei took a liking to me and said he would cover my loan, but I didn't agree. Yang Wei's father is a martial arts instructor at Tianlei Martial Arts Academy. The Yang family is a large and wealthy clan in Jiangnan Bay City. However, Song Yu always disliked Yang Wei. Yang Wei had also heard about Song Yu's failure in the martial arts assessment, which had damaged her foundation. He had originally thought that he would definitely win the heart of the beauty this time. Even if Song Yu hadn't agreed before. When Song Yu realized there was no better candidate, he could only choose Yang Wei. But unexpectedly, Lu Yu appeared out of nowhere. The nickname Vegetable Dog was given to Lu Yu by Yang Wei when he was assigned to grow vegetables on a farm after graduation, when he had awakened his talent for life. They mocked him, saying he was a noob and could only grow vegetables his whole life. Lu Yu put his arm around Song Yu and kissed her in public, then raised an eyebrow at Yang Wei. Who are you calling a loser? Even if I'm a loser, I'll definitely be better than you in the future. With the system at his disposal, Lu Yu was naturally full of confidence. Song Yu also looked at Yang Wei and mocked, "You Z is my type. You, Yang Wei, are not even worth a hair on his head." Song Yu simply couldn't stand people like Yang Wei, who had very ordinary personal qualities but acted like arrogant playboys. Indeed, at the youth training camp, Song Yu witnessed countless elites from many inhabited planets in the Milky Way. Song Yu naturally looked down on Yang Wei, who barely managed to cultivate to the level of a quasi-martial artist thanks to his family's wealth. He wasn't even a quasi-martial artist 2 years ago. Lu Yu, however, was different. He came from a commoner background and was Song Yu's good friend. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was so angry that he was speechless. His two female companions were comforting him. "Brother Wei, you're already a quasi-martial artist. Once you become a martial artist, what kind of beautiful woman can't you find? Yeah, even if the school beauty Song marries this poor bastard Lu, neither of them will ever become martial artists in their lifetime. Let them grow vegetables for the Federation for the rest of their lives." These two women were also classmates at the same school, and they both knew Lu Yu and Song Yu. Now that she's with Yang Wei, she feels like she's climbed the social ladder. She has a chance to humiliate Song Yu and Lu Yu, the former school beauty and heartthrob, so of course she won't let it pass. Of course, Lu Yu's reputation as the school's most handsome man back then wasn't entirely positive. It carried a hint of mockery. Nearby, the group of girls and boys on blind dates were all watching the drama unfold. The martial arts army and Director Wei were also watching from the side. They won't interfere as long as there's no fighting or brawling. Moreover, the matchmaking event is a major event for the federal government, and no one dares to disrupt it. Let's go, ignore them and go register. Lu Yu was speechless at Yang Wei and his wife's antics, so he pulled Song Yu along and left. Soon, Lu Yu and Song Yu completed their marriage registration at the Jiangnan Civil Affairs Marriage Registration Office. The Civil Affairs Department also gave Lu Yu and Song Yu a marriage allowance of 10,000 credit points, 5,000 credit points each, equivalent to 10,000 star coins. Star coins are the unified currency of this world and can be used to purchase all kinds of goods both inside and outside the Galactic Federation. The Civil Affairs staff came along with the matchmaking group. Lu Yu, you little rascal, you actually got chosen by School Beauty Song. Congratulations! When Lu Yu and Song Yu were about to leave, Director Wei stepped forward with a smile to congratulate them. Director Wei is also from this city, so of course he knows Song Yu. After all, Song Yu was a well-known commoner school beauty who had entered the Federation's youth training camp. Unfortunately, I was rejected. Although Yang Wei has a powerful background, he is only a quasi-martial artist and has no authority over his farm. Lu Yu was a capable vegetable farmer under Wei Wenxuan's command, and now that he had started a family, he was naturally happy for Lu Yu. As for Lu Yu and his wife, they still owe so much in student loans, that's not his problem. Thank you, Director Wei. We're getting married today. Would you like to come over for the wedding banquet? Lu Yu said. Song Yu took Lu Yu's arm, smiling without saying a word. There's no need for you to attend the wedding banquet. Since you're getting married, I'll give you a week of honeymoon leave. Director Wei waved his hand, saying that Lu Yu was so poor that he couldn't afford a wedding banquet, and there probably wouldn't be much good food or drink for him. In this world, women follow their husbands after marriage. Song Yu is not a martial artist, has no job, and no family behind her. Since she married into the family, she will naturally become a worker on the farm. Director Wei granted Lu Yu and his wife a week's honeymoon, mainly because of Lu Yu's talent for life. Farm workers typically get only 3 days of wedding leave. In this world, most professions are the same. Alright, then I thank you, Director Wei. Lu Yu thanked Director Wei and then led Song Yu's wife home. Yang Wei, standing behind them, stared fiercely at Lu Yu and Song Yu's departing figures, like a severely wounded wolf. Lu Kai go, just you wait. You dare to steal my goddess, Yang Wei? You'll never have a good life again. Yang Wei came here specifically to see Song Yu. As the son of a martial arts master, and backed by the powerful Yang family, obtaining information about the woman he was to be set up with in advance wouldn't be difficult for him. Back home, Song Yu frowned as she looked at the empty low-rent apartment. Lu Yu's home contained nothing but some simple fitness equipment, ordinary furniture, and daily necessities. It's nothing compared to the high-end, luxurious student apartments she used to live in at the youth training camp. They were utterly destitute. However, this is, after all, a worthless piece of suburban land, but the place is relatively large, with plenty of light and good air circulation. Next. Song Yu put down her martial arts backpack, took out some daily necessities and some exotic beast meat, and busied herself with them. Lu Yu is helping. Song Yu said, Yuzi, let's cook a few dishes, have a simple meal, and then. Lu Yu embraced the fragrant Song Yu's body and said with a smile, then we'll go to the bridal chamber as soon as possible, have children, and receive the government's maternity allowance. In the world of martial arts, marriage allowances are not the biggest part of the various subsidies and allowances maternity allowances are. A couple can receive up to 100,000 yuan in maternity allowance for each child they have. Many ordinary couples try their best to have children, and they can barely make ends meet by relying on maternity allowances. Of course, raising a child to become a martial artist would also be a troublesome matter. Going to school is free, it doesn't cost money. However, if the children in the academy want to improve their life strength, they will definitely need to take various injections, such as life potions, gene potions, and pills. Injections and pills definitely cost money, and they're really expensive. The main reason Lu Yu and Song Yu owed so much in loans was for these kinds of expenses. Now that Lu Yu has the system, he doesn't have this concern. He had just studied the many children, many blessings strongest family system. The system currently has only one module main function, which is many children, many blessings. Many children, many blessings. As the head of the strongest family, your wife must be top tier. Marrying a goddess with a system rating of 90 or higher, and having children, will all grant you random rewards. The system didn't mention any specific rewards, but as a longtime reader of Tomato, Liu believed that anything produced by the system was bound to be of high quality. As for storage space and appraisal skills, these are just minor features included with the system, serving the purpose of storing and appraising information. Song Yu, the host's unmarried wife, appearance, 96 points, overall, 90 points. Vitality, 0.91, other information, omitted. To get married, you need to consummate the marriage before you receive the reward. As expected of a system, it has very high requirements for marriage, taking a high-end approach, requiring wives to be goddesses with a score of 90 or above. However, this suited Lu Yu's wishes perfectly after all, who wouldn't want to marry a goddess? Upon hearing this, Song Yu blushed and said softly, "Yuzi, I never imagined that I would end up marrying you and having children with you." Lu Yu embraced Song Yu tenderly and kissed her rosy lips. "Yu, don't worry, in this life, Lu Yu, will definitely take you with me and enjoy all the glory and splendor of the world." Song Yu's wife's little mouth smells so good. Of course, Song Yu naturally possessed a subtle fragrance. "My husband and I will support each other and walk together until we grow old together." Song Yu was also moved, and she embraced Lu Yu tightly, kissing him passionately. Song Yu was unaware that Lu Yu possessed a system, and naturally assumed that he was merely expressing his affection. Soon, Song Yu pushed away Lu Yu's mischievous hands. "Okay, honey, let's cook first, then we can apply the patches. I'm so hungry." Song Yu changed his address to husband instead of Yuzi. Song Yu had a high vitality and fast metabolism. She had only eaten a simple breakfast before returning to Jiangnan with the matchmaking team, and she was already starving. "Yes, my dear wife." Lu Yu chuckled. He hadn't had breakfast yet and was feeling hungry too. Chapter 3, The Interdimensional Trade begins. Lu Yu sells leeks as an assassin. Next, the two worked together to prepare lunch and lit the wedding dragon and phoenix candles, which were provided by the Civil Affairs Department. Then, the couple sat together, toasted each other, and enjoyed their food and drinks. The main course was the sand lion beast meat, brought by Song Yu. This sand lion beast is a powerful and exotic beast found in the wild, and adults of it possess the strength of a martial artist. For ordinary people who are not yet martial artists, the meat of the sand monster is a great tonic, with the effect of enhancing vitality. Of course, you have to eat more. Moreover, the meat of the sand leopard in the market is priced at 300 or 400 yuan per kilogram, which is unaffordable for ordinary families. Of course, there are other dishes as well, such as scrambled eggs with chives, fresh mushrooms with side dishes, and braised beef brisket with tomatoes. The eggs in beef brisket are not made from exotic animal ingredients, so they are not expensive. They can be bought outside this low-rent housing complex. The vegetables, such as chives, bok choy, and fresh mushrooms, are all sourced from Kangyu Farm. As an employee of Kangyu Farm, Lu Yu naturally had plenty of vegetarian food. The main reason for the meal was the valuable meat of the sand lion brought by Song Yu. A meal can cost several thousand yuan, which is only something an ordinary family can afford during holidays. I killed this sand lion beast with my team during the martial arts assessment, and we shared the meat among everyone. Song Yu ate meat and drank wine heartily while laughing and talking. "Oh, you've worked hard, eat more." Lu Yu drank his beer and listened to Song Yu talk about his experience in the youth training camp. He didn't eat very fast. Before Song Yu, she was a rather bold and carefree girl, unlike other school beauties. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become good friends with someone like him who has a low life index. After lunch, the couple sat together again and turned on the TV to watch the news. Television also existed in this era, but because it could not receive signals from the Galactic Federation, news was only broadcast from the area of Azure Star. It just keeps showing a lot of small ads for selling medicine. After resting for a while, Song Yu dragged Lu Yu along to practice martial arts in the courtyard for a bit. This area belongs to Kangyu community. Each farm worker or each couple has been given an independent courtyard, but they still have to pay a mortgage every month. In the evening, after dinner and a bath, the two went to their bridal chamber. The so-called bridal chamber was actually Lu Yu's original bedroom. After Song Yu tidied up the place, the space was not small. "Wife, tonight, I'm going to make you a real woman." Looking at Song Yu lying on the bed, her alluring and curvaceous body, Lu Yu pounced on her impatiently. "You're overthinking it, Yuzi. It's me who wants to turn you into a real man." Song Yu chuckled, easily grabbed Lu Yu's arm, and flipped him over, pinning him down. With Song Yu's life strength of 0.91, suppressing Lu Yu, a weakling with a life strength of 0.77, was of course effortless. Okay, honey, then I guess I'll just have to lie down. Luyu couldn't break free, so he could only lie down and enjoy it. Congratulations, host, on your first wedding night with your wife. This activates the system's second section, Interstellar Trading, and grants you bronze membership in the Interstellar Mall. Interstellar Trading is a crucial way for you to quickly earn funds. You and your wife Song-yu had a one-night stand, increasing your life strength by 0.05 points. Your interaction with Song-yu has increased your life strength by 0.01 points. Your multiple interactions with Song-yu have increased Song-yu's life strength by 0.01 points. The couple spent their first night as newlyweds in blissful joy. Finally, Song-yu also urged Luyu to take the initiative. The next day, after the sun was high in the sky, Luyu and Song-yu had just gotten up. While Song-yu was busy preparing lunch, Luyu sat on the sofa in the living room and opened the system interface to study it. The Many Children, Many Blessings, the strongest family system, now has two main sections: Many Children, Many Blessings, and Trading Across the Heavens. Many children, many blessings, needless to say, it's really powerful. The reward for this wedding is a direct boost to vitality. A martial artist's life strength is also called vitality. Last night, Liu communicated with his wife more than 10 times, increasing his life strength by a total of 0.1. Now, Liyu's life strength has reached 0.87. However, it wasn't added after that. Song-yu also benefited, with her life strength increasing by 0.02, but she couldn't feel the difference and hadn't noticed it yet. Liyu's current stats. Host, Liu. Life strength, 0.87, 0.5 points for ordinary people. For those below the martial artist realm, strength doubles for every 0.1 point increase. For those above the martial artist realm, strength doubles for every 1 point increase. Lifespan, 2040. Talented abilities, plant enhancement rank E, life skill, appraisal. Martial arts techniques, radio gymnastics, basic palm techniques, military boxing. Wives concubines, 1. Offspring, 0. Liu looked at the All Heavens Trading section. Celestial Trade, doing business with shop owners on the Celestial Mall, is a crucial way for the host to quickly acquire funds. Upon first activation, the host will receive a bronze membership in the Celestial Mall. Liu saw that his name had been changed to Bronze VIP. In the All Heavens Trading section, there is a button for the All Heavens Mall. Liu directly opened the All Heavens Mall. The host has accessed the Multiverse Mall platform and is searching for multiverse shops. Bronze members can only search for information on bronze shops, and can only trade with one shop owner per day. Today, we found Baker's Shop, where transactions can be made using star coins. Alternatively, the host can open their own shop. On the interface of the All Heavens Mall, a shop called Baker's Shop appeared. Baker's Shop? You can only trade at one shop per day? Liu thought to himself, this bronze member of the All Heavens Mall is a bit weak. However, first check what items the store has. If the prices are lower than in physical stores, it's worth making a purchase. This world of advanced martial arts does have online shopping, but due to the apocalypse, the prices of goods purchased online are not lower than those in physical stores, and the delivery time is very slow. After all, this requires a powerful team of martial artists to transport the goods, and sometimes when a beast tide comes, both people and goods are lost. Liu opened Baker's Shop. Basic Gene Potion, 8,000 star coins, comes with a syringe. Product information: after receiving an injection, there is a 60% chance that your life strength will increase by 0.01 points. There will be some side effects. This product is for apprentices only. Low-grade Chi and Blood Pill, 30,000 star coins. Product information: there is an 80% chance of increasing health by 0.01 points when used, with no side effects. Limited to use by martial artists and below. Strengthening injection, 30,000 star coins, product information, omitted. Werewolf Slave, 100,000 star coins. Elf Slave, 120,000 star coins. Fiery Hound Pet, 180,000 star coins. Coyote Dog Pet, 180,000 star coins. Shop Owner, Baker, Bronze Member, Race, Werewolf. Shop Owner's message: my shop is newly opened. Slaves and pets will be shipped randomly, but loyalty is guaranteed. As long as you're willing to invest resources, you can advance to Martial Master level or above. Free shipping on all orders over 100,000. Pre-order now. We also buy freshly harvested leeks. Please leave a message if you have any. Wow, this shop owner is ruthless. He's a werewolf himself, yet he's selling werewolf slaves. Lu Yu was not surprised to see alien races in the All Heavens Mall. In this world of advanced martial arts, besides humans, there are all kinds of races. This multiverse shop offers potions and pills at prices much lower than those on the market. What surprised Lu Yu the most was that there were even slaves and pet beasts. It's important to know that there are no slaves or pet trades in any of the major base cities on the entire Blue Star. The human slave trade is illegal under federal law. Foreign slaves would be acceptable. However, the entire galaxy is predominantly inhabited by humans, with very few other races excluding alien beasts and monsters, and they coexist peacefully with humans. Foreign slaves were not easy to acquire and were expensive. As for pets, they are rarely sold in the base city, but there are plenty in the federal space city. Taming a pet beast is also very demanding. Only a martial king or higher with beast taming talent can tame a strange beast into a pet beast. After all, strange beasts are ferocious and difficult to tame, and can easily devour their masters. So, this shop owner is actually a martial king realm expert? Lu Yu realized the value of a bronze membership. You need to be at least at the martial king realm to be qualified to become a bronze member. He's not even a martial artist yet, but he became a bronze member of the All Heavens Mall because of the system's connections. These goods cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, but my family still owes 1,000,000 yuan in loans. We can't afford them. Is this werewolf shop owner collecting leaks? Lu Yu saw the shop owner's purchase request and was somewhat puzzled. The chives in the world of high martial arts have evolved into larger plants called yang-raising chives. The leek that invigorates male virility has aphrodisiac effects, but it has demanding growing conditions. Kanyu Farm is only able to grow a large area of it thanks to Lu Yu's plant enhancement talent. As the top vegetable farmer under Director Wei, Lu Yu could eat the vegetables he grew as much as he wanted. Therefore, he can cut chives at will. However, chives are definitely very common on Blue Star, and even throughout the Galactic Federation, and are not a rare vegetable. Moreover, martial artists have other, better options when it comes to enhancing male virility. Lu Yu left a message for the shop owner. Boss, how much do you buy the leeks that have been raised in the sun? Do you have any? How much per pound? Shop manager Baker quickly responded. I don't know the market price. Name your price, I have some here, and I'll sell it to you if it's right. In fact, the price of Chiang leeks in Weilangsing is about 10 yuan per gene, but it is said that they are more expensive in Universe City, where they can sell for more than 20 yuan per gene. However, Lu Yu wanted to see what price the other party could offer. How about 100 yuan per kilogram? This stuff is rare in our Sirius Federation, but it should be easy to grow among your human race. Baker replied. It's also very difficult to grow here. The price you offered is too low, you'll have to pay more. Lu Yu replied, secretly shocked by the Sirius Federation the other party mentioned. There was no such federation in the entire universe. Could it be that the other party is outside of our universe, or perhaps in another universe altogether? Then 120 per gene? Baker raised the price a bit. Lu Yu shouted as loudly as he could, 200 yuan per gene. Baker, 200 yuan is too much. I'm buying Chiang leeks for alchemy, they're just auxiliary medicinal materials. I won't make much profit if they're too expensive. I'll give you 150 at most. Lu Yu clicked his tongue in amazement. Alright, then it'll be 150, but shipping not included. The first batch will only weigh 200 gene. Lu Yu glanced at the trading rules of the Zhutian Mall and found that a delivery fee would be charged for each transaction. Baker, deal. The two quickly agreed on a time for the transaction. Lu Yu asked him to pay a 20% deposit first, and Baker, seeing that Lu Yu was a bronze member, readily paid the deposit. In the Zhutian Mall, the lowest level of membership is the Iron member, and the Bronze member is above that. Only members of the Bronze rank or higher are qualified to open a store and sell goods. This mysterious multiverse marketplaces where star coins traded are directly deposited into members' accounts. Ding! 6,000 star coins have been deposited into your federal bank account. Ha, I'm rich. Lu Yu grinned foolishly as he looked at his mobile banking app. Chapter 4, Earn 30,000 gold. Then buy 10 more chi and blood pills on credit. Yu, what made you rich? At this moment, Song Yu came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Hee, I just closed a deal with a client. We're going to the farm to harvest chives in a bit. Lu Yu raised his phone. Harvesting leeks? Do customers buy wild leeks from Chiang? You don't need to tell me that. Song Yu was a little curious, but he didn't ask any further questions. After the meal, the two went to Kanyu farm outside and cut 200 caddies of chiang leeks from their own vegetable garden, which they packed in Song Yu's martial arts backpack. Director Wei was patrolling the farm with a group of administrators when he saw Lu Yu and his wife harvesting so many chives. Wei Wenchuan joked, "Can you two really eat that much young chives? It seems you two are really in a hurry to have a baby." Song Yu smiled but remained silent. Because in the apocalypse, land resources in safe zones are limited. The farm operates on a contract system, with each employee contracting 1 acre of land and required to hand over 90% of their yield. Lu Yu's land was mostly planted with Chinese leeks, and the rest was planted with other vegetables. Of course, if your output is high, you can sell the excess after fulfilling your quota, and the farm will also buy it. Besides their monthly wages, this is also a source of income for farm workers. After a moment's thought, Liu said to Wei Wenchuan, "Director Wei, my wife and I would like to contract an additional 10 mu of land." "Great. Xiao Lu, I love energetic young people like you." Wei Wenchuan was overjoyed. It's not because the farm is short of people. Rather, due to their short lifespans, the farm workers are all young people, and everyone is focused on spiritual cultivation, so they don't want to waste their time on growing vegetables and farming. No one has many options. Therefore, Kanyu Farm still has a lot of wasteland. Also, farm wages are very low, and you don't make much money even if you grow an extra acre of land. It's better to stay home and have more children to take advantage of the maternity allowance. At present, Song Yu does not yet have any territory. Wei Wenchuan set aside 11 acres of wasteland on the farm and handed it over to Lu Yu and his wife. Did Lu Yu and his wife receive an extra 10 mu of land? Although we can use machinery to harrow the land, it's still very hard work for 2 people to cultivate 12 acres. And we have to pay to use the farm's machinery. If they plant so many, they won't have time to practice martial arts. Are they giving up on martial arts at such a young age? They probably want to save up more money while they're young so they can send their children to martial arts schools in the future, right? Other employees were talking about what they saw. Everyone said that Lu Yu and his wife were too shrewd. Lu Yu didn't explain he planned to plant all 12 acres of land with leeks, specifically the young raising leeks variety. Lu Yu originally planned to have the farm buy all the leeks from his original leek plot and then sell them to manager Baker at a high price. However, he found it difficult to explain the source of his clients, so he gave up on the idea for the time being. My own strength is still too low. In this world of advanced martial arts, I can't reveal my trump cards too early. You need to become a martial artist at least. After settling this matter, Lu Yu took Song Yu home. Then, Lu Yu told Song Yu to go to the courtyard to cultivate first, while he sat in the living room and placed 200 caddies of aphrodisiac leeks on the ground. He then opened the All Heavens shop and made a trade with the werewolf Beck. Werewolf Baker readily paid the remaining 24,000 star coins, plus the delivery fee. Lu Yu received the money and clicked the ship button on the Zhutian Mall website. Whoosh! The void rippled. Suddenly, a courier dressed in the uniform of All Heavens Express appeared out of thin air in the living room. This delivery guy has an unfathomable life force. Dear valued bronze member, Zhutian Express is at your service. The delivery man smiled, greeted Lu Yu, and then packed up the wild chives on the ground. The delivery man seemed a little bewildered as he loaded the package. Our Zhutian Mall's network has actually connected to this high martial arts world? And there's even a bronze member below the martial arts level? Lu Yu secretly used the appraisal technique on the delivery man. Courier from All Heavens. Information: Courier GC007 from the Zhutian Mall. Original name: Aki, Realm, Martial King, Race, Artificial Human. Status: your presence and appearance have been concealed by the platform. You are currently invisible. Only members can see you. Hiss. As expected of the All Heavens Mall, even an ordinary delivery man is a martial king. Moreover, this King Wu, Achi, is a cyborg. Lu Yu read the relevant rules on the Zhutian Mall and knew that Zhutian Express Courier could not act arbitrarily in the members' world, let alone attack the members. So I'm not nervous. Moreover, the system's built-in appraisal skill is indeed very powerful. When Lu Yu appraised the other party was completely unaware. Lu Yu smiled and said, I don't know about that. I'll be trading frequently in the future, and you should come to this high martial world often too. The delivery man, Achi, nodded, alright, sir, I'll be going now. He had already packed up the batch of chives, and then instantly vanished into thin air. Ding! Congratulations on your first sale in the All Heavens Mall. Member points increased by 20. Member points on the Zhutian Mall platform can be used to upgrade your member level and can also be used to trade any items. A notification from the Zhutian Mall appeared. Ignored the prompt. Luyu looked at the 30,000 yuan in his mobile bank account and couldn't stop smiling. This was his first income from the Zhutian trading platform today. With this all heavens mall, Luyu believed that he would definitely be able to live a good life with his wife in the future. Werewolf Baker also sent Luyu a private message. Beck, human brother, your goods are in excellent condition. From now on, I'll pay this price, and I'll buy as many as you have. Luyu, no problem. Mr. Baker, may I ask if you can sell your pills on credit? I'll pay with Qi Yang leaks later. Luyu took a liking to the low-grade Qi and blood pill in his shop, since this pill had no side effects and was cheaper than those sold on the market. As for slaves and pets, he doesn't need them for now. However, Luyu only had enough money to buy one of the Qi and blood pills, which cost 30,000 each. He wanted to buy a few more pills so he could take them with Songyu. Baker, oh, you want to buy my low-grade Qi and blood pills on credit? Sure, dozens on credit is no problem. If you want to trade with points, even better, how about I sell you 2 pills for 1 point? Member points are actually worth this much? Luyu was surprised. Each pill cost 30,000 star coins, and 1 point could buy 2 pills, which was equivalent to 60,000 star coins. So, he now has 20 points, which is equivalent to having a huge sum of 1.2 million. Holy crap! Luyu became a millionaire in just 1 day. Luyu felt an urge to sell these points to Baker for star coins. After all, with 1.2 million star coins, he and Songyu could pay off their $1 million loan in one go. Ding! Host, don't be impulsive. Points in the All Heavens Mall are extremely important for members. Besides upgrading your membership, you can also use them to trade for various top-tier cultivation techniques and treasures in the future. At this moment, the system notification sounded at the opportune time. Luyu thought this made sense. Member points are undoubtedly extremely important to a member. Exchanging money or buying pills is definitely not a good deal. Luyu, trading with points? No thanks. If you want me to buy on credit, I'll buy 10 low-grade Qi and blood pills on credit first. Another world. Inside a luxurious building in the Sirius Federation, Baker, a wealthy werewolf businessman dressed in expensive clothes, couldn't help but show a hint of regret upon seeing Luyu's reply. It seems this new human player won't be able to earn any points. However, every bronze member in the Zhutian Mall is a powerful potential asset. It's just 10 worthless low-grade Qi and blood pills. It's no big deal to give them to him on credit. Besides, if Luyu defaults on his debt, the platform will revoke his membership. Unless he's out of his mind, he's unlikely to default. So Baker readily agreed. Baker, okay, let's make a trade. The two made the deal quickly. Luyu bought 10 low-grade Qi and blood pills from Baker on credit, owing him 300,000 star coins. He would later use Qi Yang leaks to pay off the debt. Transactions between the heavens do not require written IOUs. The Zhutian Mall platform automatically records transactions between members. In a short while, the deliveryman, Qi, reappeared in front of Luyu through time and space, handing him a bottle of low-grade Qi and blood pills, exactly 10 pills. Zhutian Express is so fast. It arrives almost instantly, practically in seconds. Ha, honey, you're back to take your drugs. After Qi left, Luyu, holding the Qi and blood pill, excitedly called Songyu, who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard, back. Chapter 5, the couple levels up by taking drugs, planting and harvesting vegetables. Taking drugs? You see, what you're holding is a low-grade Qi and blood pill that directly boosts vitality? Songyu, who was sweating profusely from practicing martial arts, wiped his sweat with a towel, walked over, and his eyes widened in surprise. You actually have low-grade Qi and blood pills? Luyu chuckled, didn't expect that, did you? We'll have this kind of pill all the time from now on. He handed Songyu 5 Qi and blood pills without explaining the source of the pills. Looking at the reddish-brown Qi and blood pill in his hand, Songyu said with boundless joy, will there be more of these in the future? Then we'll be able to cultivate to the level of martial artists very soon. Songyu had bought inferior Qi and blood pills before, so he knew this was the genuine product. At the same time, she also noticed that the batch of dried chives in the living room was gone. Songyu couldn't help but wonder, could it be that a deliveryman had come by just now? Luyu had previously told Songyu that he had opened an online store and was selling leeks with erectile dysfunction to customers at high prices. Anyway, I can't hide this from my wife, so there's no need to hide it. However, he didn't mention that it was an online store opened on the Zhoutian Mall. Seeing his wife's puzzled expression, Liu poured her a cup of tea and said, "My online store is very secretive. My clients are all big bosses, and all transactions are confidential, so I can't tell you." Songyu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Yes, honey, as long as we can make a little money, you don't need to tell me about business matters." Songyu, a poor girl who was also a school beauty, used to work holiday jobs with Liu. She is definitely a little money grubber. Also, my life strength has just reached 0.93. Uz, your life strength, wait, you actually broke through to 0.87? While announcing the good news, Songyu subconsciously scanned Liu with his phone. To everyone's surprise, Liu's vitality had increased by a staggering 0.1 overnight. This truly surprised Songyu. While practicing martial arts, Song Yugong scanned herself with her phone and discovered that her life strength had quietly broken through to 0.93. She thought it was because she had been diligently cultivating herself. Newly married people are in high spirits and it's possible for their martial arts skills to suddenly increase. Unexpectedly, Yuzi's improvement was even more exaggerated. Liu scratched his head and chuckled. Well, it might be because I bought a mysterious, nameless martial arts technique at the market a while ago. That technique seems to offer huge benefits by allowing one to marry a wife. He didn't know how to explain the sudden surge in his vitality, so he had to make one up on the spot. Really? Does such a miraculous skill really exist in the world? Song Yu expressed his disbelief. She smiled seductively, staring intently at Liu. Uz, are you trying to find an excuse to marry more wives in the future? However, as long as you have the ability to support your family in the future, I won't interfere in this aspect of your life. In this world of high martial arts, there are more women than men, and it's quite normal for skilled male martial artists to have multiple wives and concubines. Even men below the martial arts level often marry 2 wives. For example, Yang Wei married 2 of his female classmates. Liu laughed heartily, pulled Songyu into his arms, and kissed her lips. My wife is so good to me. But, let's talk about the future later. Now, let's take some drugs together. Songyu nodded with a smile. So the couple started taking drugs. This qi and blood pill is extremely potent and works remarkably quickly. Unlike ordinary medicines, which take several days to show results after use. After Liu and Songyu each swallowed a low-grade qi and blood pill, they felt their blood and qi surging throughout their bodies and needed to practice martial arts on the spot to neutralize the effects of the medicine. So the 2 of them started practicing boxing in the courtyard, sparring and exchanging techniques. Of course, Songyu was stronger, and she didn't even use much force, letting Liu have his way. After an hour, when the effects of the medicine wore off, the 2 of them took out their phones and scanned the QR code, only to find that their life force had increased by 0.01. Keep taking the drugs, I can still handle the effects. I can too. Liu and Songyu swallowed another qi and blood pill. The couple spent the entire afternoon at home taking drugs and practicing martial arts. I completely forgot about my original plan to plant some leeks. However, the couple already had a week of honeymoon leave, and it was only the 2nd day. If they didn't go to work, no one from the farm would come to urge them. After the 2 consumed 10 pills, Songyu's life strength increased by 0.04, while Liu's increased by only 0.03. After all, this low-grade qi and blood pill is not guaranteed to improve vitality 100% of the time. The success rate of improving vitality is only about 80%. Promotions also depend on luck. Uz, after taking the drug, my vitality has increased to 0.97, almost reaching the level of a quasi-martial artist. You've also reached 0.9. Songyu let out a long whistle, her face flushed with excitement, and she jumped around in the courtyard. I'm so happy. Liu's face was also glowing. This is a sign that one's vitality has just been boosted and one's blood and qi are excessively abundant. Furthermore, the 2 of them also felt a surge of hunger. As Liu watched Songyu cheer and jump for joy, with the 2 rabbits leaping along with him, he felt his mouth go dry. Let's hurry up and cook dinner, then we'll go to sleep together, hee hee. A martial artist's excessive qi and blood can be eliminated not only through martial arts practice but also through sexual intercourse between men and women. The newlyweds naturally wanted to communicate every day. Songyu gave her husband a good eye roll, but she had already tasted the sweetness of it. The 2 of them cooked dinner together, and tonight they would eat sand bream meat again. Songyu hasn't even finished eating the dozens of kilograms of sand lion meat he brought back. After dinner, the couple took a shower and spent another happy night together. The next morning, which was the 3rd day of their marriage, Lu Yu and his wife didn't slack off and prepared to go to the farm to work. Let's plant the leeks on those 11 acres of wasteland first. After all, Liu still owes Werewolf Baker 300,000 pills. We need to pay it off quickly, and then continue selling the leek assassin to it at exorbitant prices. Earn a little more money so the couple can live a better life. As for the bank deposits, Liu still has more than 50,000 star coins under his name, 30,000 from selling leeks, plus more than 20,000 from previous deposits. The bank will not directly deduct the outstanding loan amount from your deposit. You need to process the repayment yourself. Song Yu's account only had a little over 5,000 star coins left. All the money she had earned before had been spent on medicine. After arriving at Kanyu Farm, Lu Yu then called over the agricultural machinery manager and asked him to harrow all 11 acres of land. Then, Lu Yu and his wife went to collect a large quantity of leek seeds and compound fertilizer and began planting leeks in their own vegetable garden. Hiring agricultural machinery for harrowing, picking up leek seeds and compound fertilizer, of course, none of these are free, they all cost money. Just keep track of the expenses. After being planted, the chives can be harvested approximately every 20 days, for a total of 5 or 6 harvests. Lu Yu possesses a talent that enhances plant growth, allowing him to harvest plants every 10 days or so. Both husband and wife were close to being quasi-martial artists, so their work efficiency was naturally very high. In just 2 days, 11 acres of chives were planted. This is without even hiring any planting machinery. After all, hiring machinery costs money, so we should save money wherever possible. Lu Yu also used his plant-enhancing talent skill on the leek patch. This talent is of the wood element. Once activated, a large patch of light green energy floats into the vegetable garden, which is quite a sight. The appearance of this talent skill is similar to some medical-type talents. Unfortunately, Lu Yu's awakened talent only works on plants, not on humans. Otherwise, he could have become a doctor who saves lives. Physicians can also join martial arts teams to go on adventures and hunt monsters. Once the chives have been planted and the plastic greenhouse has been built, this part of the farm work is done. The next steps involve watering, weeding, pest control, soil preparation, fertilizing, and finally, harvesting. Growing vegetables is easy, but managing them is very troublesome. Because the soil is relatively firm in this post-apocalyptic world, the sunlight is quite harsh, and there is sometimes excessive rainfall. There are also occasional quasi-beast soldiers, or even beast soldiers, that come to cause trouble. Therefore, growing vegetables is much more difficult than in my previous life. Beast soldier level alien beasts correspond to the martial artist realm in humans, while quasi-beast soldier corresponds to quasi-martial artist. Fortunately, most of the managers at Kanyu Farm, including Director Wei, are martial artists, and the rest are quasi-martial artists. With them patrolling 24 hours a day, these stray beasts generally don't cause much damage. Lu Yu and Song Yu worked on the farm for more than 10 days, and finally it was time to harvest the first batch of wild chives. Chapter 6: My son has the potential of a martial god? Song Yu breaks through to quasi-martial artist. Lu Yu had already handed over his previous 1 acre of land to the farm after harvesting the vegetables, and exchanged the land for another plot. Today, Lu Yu and his wife's 12 mu, approximately 1.8 acres of leek fields, are all adjacent to each other. Lu Yu and Song Yu worked all day and harvested all 12 acres of leeks. Although the Qiyang leeks are larger than the leeks of the previous life, they are also lighter. Chives grown in Yang have a fire element. Once they reach maturity, they lose a lot of moisture and turn yellowish in color. Therefore, the yield per mu is only about 2,000 jin. 12 mu of land is equivalent to 24,000 jin. After handing over 90% to the farm, Lu Yu and his wife were left with only 2,400 jin, 1,200 caddies. The two men packed 2,400 jin, 1,200 caddies of roasted leeks into sacks and began carrying them home. Xiao Lu, Xiao Song, can you really eat that many leeks that promote male virility? Director Wei looked at the two of them and asked, puzzled. The other farm managers and staff also looked at Lu Yu and Song Yu with suspicion. Generally, when employees grow vegetables, any leftovers are sold directly to the farm. Of course, the price offered by the farm is far below the market price. Lu Yu smiled and said, I've been studying alchemy lately, and this young chive can be used as an auxiliary medicinal ingredient. Since the werewolf baker sells pills at a much lower price than the pills here, Lu Yu is considering becoming a reseller across the heavens and making money by reselling pills. Therefore, learning alchemy is essential. In the Jiangnan base city, there are also some alchemists who do alchemy on a small scale. However, the quality of privately refined pills cannot be guaranteed, and their prices are far lower than those on the market. Furthermore, people are not very willing to buy it. What if it makes them sick? Therefore, most alchemy apprentices refine pills for their own consumption. As for producing medicines, it requires large machine tools, which is a factory business and not suitable for private individuals. Using chives to refine elixirs? I see. Then I wish you, Xiao Lu, success in becoming an alchemist. Director Wei said sincerely. Lu Yu and his wife handed over more than 20,000 jin of roasted leeks to the farm in one go. For Director Wei, this was a significant achievement, and he was naturally pleased. Is Xiao Lu tinkering with alchemy? If you manage to refine a qualified pill, you'll have to sell it to us at a discount. The employees all said. They were just saying it casually. Nobody believed that Lu Yu could refine qualified pills. After all, elixirs are not so easy to refine. Definitely. Lu Yu and Song Yu both gave perfunctory replies. Song Yu also knew that this batch of yang-raising leeks and feathers were not intended for alchemy. Lu Yu, however, did not intend to resell the qi and blood pills so soon. After the couple carried the 2,400 jin 1,200 caddies of roasted leeks back to their yard, it was already evening. After turning on the lights, Song Yu knew that Lu Yu was making a deal with a mysterious client, so she went to the kitchen to cook. When they returned, they had already bought groceries from the meat and vegetable stall in the neighborhood. Lu Yu drank a few sips of tea, then sat in the courtyard, opened the All Heavens Mall, and started his own All Heavens shop. He hadn't even opened the shop yet. When the shop first opens, it is automatically named after the shop owner, and it displays as Lu Yu's shop. What catchy name should I give my multiverse shop? After thinking for a moment, Lu Yu named his shop Feathered Transformation Shop. In his previous life, Lu Yu had read a novel about immortality, which featured a sect called the Feathered Immortal Sect. This name is sophisticated and elegant enough. After setting the store name, Lu Yu put 2,400 jin of roasted leeks on the shelves. Then, Lu Yu left a message for the werewolf baker. He had already added Baker as a friend in the multiverse. Lu Yu, Mr. Baker, this batch of leeks has been harvested, weighing 2,400 jin. I've listed it on my shop, you can trade now. Baker, okay, I'll make the trade right away. The messages from the heavens were accompanied by a notification, and Werewolf Baker replied almost instantly. Lu Yu, also, I'll give you 10 more low-grade qi and blood pills on credit. With his drug levels increasing so quickly, Lu Yu naturally wanted to continue taking them. Baker, no problem. So the two of them took turns operating the controls. Ding! The 2,400 jin of qi yang leeks priced at 360,000 star coins that you listed in the Feathered Ascension shop has been bought by your friend Baker. You have received 360,000 star coins. After deducting the 300,000 star coins you previously owed, you have earned 60,000 star coins, which have been deposited into your member account and can be withdrawn at any time. You purchased 10 low-grade qi and blood pills from Baker's shop on credit. After deducting 60,000 star coins from your account, you still owe member Baker 240,000 star coins. Notifications kept appearing on the Zhutian Mall platform. Whoosh! After the void fluctuations, the deliverer man, Chi, appeared in front of Lu Yu. Dear member, these are the pills you purchased from the All Heavens shop. Chi handed Lu Yu the bottle of 10 low-grade qi and blood pills, then quickly packed up the 2,400 jin of qi yan leeks on the ground and left again. Zhutian Mall's packages do not require manual signature. The platform will automatically sign for them for you. Lu Yu suspected that this All Heavens Mall platform was also a system-like entity. The only question is whether this system has a host, and if so, who the host is. Excellent, another 10 low-grade qi and blood pills in hand. Lu Yu looked excitedly at the pill in his hand. Then, I went back to the living room, sat down, and opened a bottle of beer to enjoy. The low-end beer at Gaowu World, also priced at 5 yuan a bottle, is a popular snowflake brand. This is the only luxury that ordinary people can afford regularly. Uz, is the transaction complete? A short while later, Song Yu came out with the food and saw Lu Yu's leisurely appearance, and made some guesses. However, she was still puzzled, as she had been paying attention to the movements in the yard while cooking, but had not noticed any delivery men coming in. In the world of martial arts, most of the delivery men are martial artists. However, even a martial artist couldn't possibly move so many leeks away quietly all at once, could they? Lu Yu picked up the bottle of qi and blood pills that was on the coffee table. Look, the deal's done. The shopkeeper even gave me 10 more qi and blood pills on credit. We still owe him 240,000 star coins. Hee hee, honey, you're amazing. We'll have more qi and blood pills to take tomorrow. Song Yu couldn't help but smile, and didn't bother to ask any more questions. Let's eat. The couple started eating. Tonight's main dish is braised wolf meat. The iron-backed wolf is also a beast soldier-level alien beast. This iron-backed wolf was hunted down in the wild by a hunting team of quasi-martial artists from the neighborhood. Wolf meat is a bit tough and not as tasty as sand wolf meat, but it still sells for 300 yuan per pound. By evening, seeing that they couldn't sell out, they lowered the price to 280 yuan per gene 500 g. Liu gave Songyu some money and asked her to buy more than 10 caddies of it. After dinner. After taking a shower, the couple snuggled together and watched TV for a while. The main reason is that Songyu likes to watch TV dramas, especially fantasy and romance dramas, while Liu smokes cigarettes while watching dramas with his wife. In this world, Huazi cigarettes have almost monopolized the market. However, like beer, it is divided into 4 categories: low-end, mid-range, high-end, and luxury. The prices are vastly different. The low-end Huazi cigarettes only cost 10 yuan a pack, making them suitable for people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. A pack of mid-range Huazi cigarettes costs 100 yuan, and high-end cigarettes are even more expensive. It is said that high-end cigarettes can enhance a martial artist's mental strength. After watching the play, Liu and Songyu went to their room to rest. Soon, a series of ambiguous breaths and movements filled the room. Finally, Liu embraced Songyu, and the two drifted off to sleep. Actually, Liu was a little puzzled. The couple had been working together for so many days, but the system still hadn't shown any indication that Songyu was pregnant. After all, besides the federal government's maternity allowance, the system also said that if the host's wife becomes pregnant, he will receive a special reward and the next main function will be unlocked. Liu then secretly inquired with the system. The system's response to this was: since the host activated this system, the destiny of the family has changed drastically, making it much more difficult to have offspring than for normal humans. Furthermore, this system has extremely high requirements for the offspring of the family. Any seed that does not meet these requirements will automatically perish. And as the head of the strongest family, every offspring born to the host will possess the exceptional talent of a martial god. It turns out, this was due to a system issue. It seems he can no longer profit from the Federation by having a large number of children. His descendants, like Liu, also want to pursue a high-end path. Liu felt that it didn't matter. After all, every one of them has the potential to become a martial arts master. Wouldn't that be 1,000 or 10,000 times better than producing a bunch of useless people? In the future, Liu can proudly say this to outsiders. My son, you have the potential to become a martial god. Even the strongest person in this high-level martial arts world wouldn't dare say that, haha. As a top student in academic subjects, Liu naturally knew that the martial emperor was not the endpoint of martial arts in this world. Above the martial emperor realm, there are 2 more realms: Shattered Realm and Terrifying Realm. The supreme level of the Terrifying Realm, also known as the God of War by the world. It is said that such beings possess immense power, capable of destroying the world at will. The universe cannot contain its power. The God of War has long since vanished from the cosmos. Even whether such a thing exists is still unknown. The next morning, Liu and Songyu have started taking drugs again. After each of them consumed 5 low-grade qi and blood pills, their vitality increased by 0.04. Liu's current life strength has reached 0.95-0.01, increased by regularly eating exotic beast meat. Songyu even reached 1.02-0.01, was increased by eating exotic beast meat regularly, breaking through to the realm of a quasi-martial artist. I never expected that I, Songyu, would recover to the level of a quasi-martial artist so quickly. Yuzi, all the resources we obtained are thanks to you. Songyu said excitedly, then plopped down on Liu's lap and turned to kiss him passionately. Liu sat on the wooden chair, holding Songyu in his arms, breathing in his wife's fragrance, and chuckled, You deserve some credit too. After all, my wife put in a lot of effort in growing the leeks. He can't cultivate that many acres of land by himself, he'd be exhausted. The 2 of them cuddled together for a while. After lunch, we went to work on the farm. A leek patch, of course, needs diligent care every day. On the other side, the Yang family was a large clan, and this was Yang Wei's home. Yang Wei and his 2 wives are having dinner with an administrator from Kangyu Farm. The farm manager, Wang Zhuang, is a quasi-martial artist who was recently transferred to work at Kangyu Farm. In fact, Wang Zhuang was also a classmate of Yang Wei, Liu, and Songyu. I used to be quite close to Yang Wei. Therefore, Yang Wei wanted to use Wang Zhuang to deal with Liu. At the very least, we need to create some trouble and make things difficult for Liu. Lu Yu and Song, the school beauty, recently planted 12 acres of leeks? Why are they planting so many leeks? Yang Wei was puzzled when he heard the news revealed by Wang Zhuang. Chapter 7, Song Yu is pregnant. The system activates new functions. Wang Zhuang is physically robust, and his life strength has reached over 1.4, only slightly lower than Yang Wei's. When Wang Zhuang graduated from high school, his life skills score was almost 1 point, which was higher than Yang Wei's at the time. However, the requirement for recruiting trainees to the youth training camp is that they must be 18 years old and have a life strength of 1 point or higher, which Wang Zhuang did not meet. Now, relying on his wealth, Yang Wei has easily surpassed Wang Zhuang without much training. Wang Zhuang swallowed a large piece of the strange beast's meat before saying, "I don't know either." According to Lu Yu, he wants to learn alchemy. Yang Wei scoffed upon hearing this. This kid wants to learn alchemy? Did I hear that right? While the wealthy tycoons at the top of the Federation don't forbid lower-level alchemists from practicing, they keep their alchemy techniques secret. Even when a commoner becomes an alchemist, they cherish their skills and would never reveal them. Where would Lu Yu learn alchemy? Besides, he hasn't awakened any talent for it. Yang Wei's wife, Dong Lulio, chuckled. Lu Yu and his wife are desperate for money. They think they can turn their lives around by learning alchemy? It's not that easy. Another person named Ji Shuang also said, don't they still owe $1 million in loans? Once you become a farmer on a farm, there's basically no chance of ever getting rich again. Ji Shuang and Dong Liu are both beauties of class caliber, and both come from humble backgrounds. They used to be very jealous of Song Yu, who was pursued by many male students at the academy. Now that they've married into the powerful Yang family, they feel they've already trampled the former campus belle, Song, under their feet. Yang Wei lit a high-end Huazi cigarette, then pushed the pack in front of Wang Zhuang and said, "Wang Zhuang, see if you can sabotage their vegetable fields. I want them to have nothing to harvest until they go bankrupt. When they can't pay their loans, they'll have no choice but to sell their wives. Student loans have a time limit. They must be repaid within 5 years of graduating from high school, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Of course, under normal circumstances, a couple on a farm can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month from their wages on the farm plus the money from selling their own vegetables. I can save more than 100,000 yuan a year. With a little effort, I can definitely earn more. Other professions are similar. Saving 500,000 yuan in 5 years is indeed not difficult. Furthermore, federal maternity benefits are a significant sum for any professional. Having more children will help us get through this difficult time." However, Lu Yu and his wife together owed a total of 1 million yuan in loans, which is quite a lot. There's also the mortgage, which needs to be paid every month. Yang Wei planned to bankrupt Lu Yu, and then, when Lu Yu and his wife were desperate, he would take action and capture Song Yu. Even if a top goddess like Song Yu had been married, she would still retain her charm, so Yang Wei was naturally unwilling to give her up. Destroy their vegetable garden? Wang Zhuang lit a high-end cigarette, took a greedy drag, and said, "This is difficult." Director Wei values Lu Yu highly. He and his men patrol Lu Yu's vegetable garden several times a day. High-end cigarettes are really good to smoke. Wang Zhuang felt refreshed and his mind was clear. Practicing martial arts at this time will definitely be more efficient. However, Wang Zhuang is not stupid. If he is caught deliberately damaging the vegetable farmer's fields, it will be more than just losing his job. He could very well be arrested and sent to work on a factory assembly line permanently. The consequences would be unbearable. During the federal era, the punishment for criminals was very severe. After all, the upper-class conglomerates are desperately short of assembly line workers. In that case, we're not in a hurry. When the monsters attack the farm, you can try to lure them all to his vegetable garden. Yang Wei also knew that doing that would sacrifice his underling, Wang Zhuang. Luring a pack of strange beasts to attack the vegetable garden will solve the problem. After all, when people are attacked by strange beasts, they will panic and run away without thinking. However, although Kanyu Farm is located on the outskirts of the suburbs, one may only encounter herds of strange beasts a few times a year. Because the wilderness is teeming with hunting teams. Okay, I know what to do if the farm is attacked by a horde of monsters. Wang Zhuang nodded. Ji Shuang chuckled and said, "Besides this, Brother Wei, you can also use your family to put pressure on those independent alchemists in Jiangnan City to prevent them from selling alchemy techniques, materials, and equipment to Lu Yu and his wife." Yang Wei nodded and praised, "My Shuangzi is so smart." Ji Shuang is a clever and resourceful woman with many ideas. She is Yang Wei's most valued wife. Since Lu Yu and his wife are currently farming at Kanyu Farm, Yang Wei doesn't have a better way to deal with him for the time being. As for hiring someone to kill, they might as well get rid of Lu Yu. Yang Wei had considered it. However, they haven't reached the point of life and death confrontation yet. Yang Wei also planned to humiliate Lu Yu properly when Lu Yu went bankrupt due to loans and was kicked out of the farm. Another issue is that federal laws are too strict. The crime of intentional homicide is so serious that even a direct descendant of the Marshall King family like him would be in deep trouble. They will be severely punished. The Yang family only has one Marshall King, so of course they cannot be above federal law. Unless Lu Yu runs out into the wilderness, Yang Wei has 100 ways to kill him. Next, Yang Wei and his wife drank and ate meat with Wang Zhuang while discussing how to cause trouble for Lu Yu. Since Wang Zhuang had only been at Kangyu Farm for 2 days, and besides, scanning a martial artist's life strength with a mobile phone requires getting close to them for a while before a result can be obtained. Even Wang Zhuang didn't notice the sudden increase in Lu Yu and Song Yu's life strength. Yang Wei and his wife were even more unaware of this. Lu Yu and his wife were unaware that Yang Wei was plotting against them. The couple worked hard together for more than 10 days to harvest the second crop of leeks. Lu Yu sold the chives that he and his wife had taken to the Zhutian Mall to the werewolf baker at an exorbitant price of 150 yuan per kilogram. I'll also borrow some qi and blood pills to boost my vitality. Each of them increased their vitality by 0.04 over a period of about 10 days. With their high income, the couple were able to eat exotic animal meat for their 3 daily meals without interruption. More than 3 months passed like this. Lu Yu and Song Yu's life strength increased rapidly. Lu Yu's life strength has now increased to 1.25, and he has officially advanced to the level of a quasi-martial artist. Song Yu's wife's life strength reached an even higher 1.32. The couple were able to live a good life simply by growing vegetables. Song Yu, of course, didn't need to join a wandering hunter's team to hunt any strange beasts. Lu Yu would never let her go. Both husband and wife are well versed in the art of becoming stronger by keeping a low profile. Now is not the time to reveal the strength of one's life force. If anyone tries to scan their vital signs with their phone, whether it's an acquaintance or a stranger, the two of them simply refuse to cooperate and won't let the other person scan them. Also, Lu Yu had already paid back the money for the pills owed to the werewolf baker. He now buys pills from baker directly with star coins. Another month has passed. After selling this batch of Qi Yan leeks, Lu Yu and his wife spent another 300,000 yuan to buy 10 Qi Shuedan pills from baker. The couple's assets have reached over 200,000 star coins. That evening, after finishing their dinner and having a few drinks, Lu Yu and Song Yu engaged in a passionate and sensual duel. Ding! The host's interaction with his wife Song Yu has resulted in her successfully conceiving. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first offspring. You have received the following rewards: 10 mid-grade Qi and blood pills, 2,000 spirit leek seeds, 100 All Heavens member points, 2 Marshall King level cultivation techniques, 1 talent upgrade card, and the activation of the system's third section, Homestead Space. The system notification sounded in Lu Yu's mind. What? Yu Yu's fertility is so good, she got pregnant so quickly? Lu Yu said with great surprise. The system did not provide an explanation. Song Yu, who was in Lu Yu's arms, hummed and asked, "What do you mean I'm pregnant? Am I pregnant? I didn't even know." "How did you know?" Lu Yu stroked Song Yu's smooth, beautiful back and said, "I'm just guessing. Go get it checked in 2 weeks and you'll know." Song Yu responded with her eyes closed, "Oh." Both of them were a little tired, so they embraced and fell asleep. The next day, while Song Yu was making breakfast, Lu Yu opened the system to examine the rewards from the previous night. Mid-grade Qi and blood pill, there is a 100% chance to increase health by 0.010.02 points when used, with no side effects. Limited to use by martial artists and below. Spirit leek seeds can be planted to grow spirit leeks, which are rich in spiritual energy and have a medicinal value far exceeding that of aphrodisiac leeks. Golden Jade skill, a martial arts master level skill, suitable for martial artists with metal and earth element talents. Azure Wood Mystic Art, a martial arts master level technique, suitable for martial artists with wood type talents. Talent upgrade card, randomly increases the level of martial arts talent upon use. In addition, 100 membership points have been automatically added to Lu Yu's All Heavens membership. Lu Yu now has a total of 125 membership points. The 5 points were earned little by selling leeks. In the All Heavens Mall, you need to sell a certain amount of goods to earn points. The first sale will directly increase the points by 20. Based on the calculation that one member point is worth 60,000 star coins, Liyu's current 125 points are equivalent to 7.5 million star coins. Moreover, Liu vaguely felt that 1 point of membership points might be worth more than 60,000 star coins. In other words, Liu is now practically a multi-millionaire. Of course, the couple still has 1 million yuan in loans to pay off. Whenever Liu wanted, he could use some points to exchange for star coins with members of the various realms, including Baker, to pay off his loan. During this period, Liu also searched for some other shop owners in the Zhutian Mall. However, since the other shop owners weren't putting away the leaks, Liu hadn't been trading with them yet. He has a browsing history of all the shops he has searched for and visited, so he can make transactions with them at any time. At that moment, Liu used the talent upgrade card first. Ding! You have used a talent upgrade card to upgrade your E-rank talent plant boost to the B-rank talent growth of plants. Growth of plants, a B-level talent that can increase the growth rate of all plants by more than 5 times and also increases the power of wood-type techniques by 40%. Not bad, not bad. This growth of plants talent far surpasses the effects of the previous E-level talent, plan enhancement. It can play a much greater role in Liyu's money-making plan. What does it mean for plants to grow 5 times faster? The chives that normally take 20 days to mature can be harvested in 4 or 5 days after he used his talent. Previously, using the E-level plant buff would have taken about 14 or 15 days. Now it can be shortened to just 1/3 of the time. In addition, it can increase the power of wood-type techniques. It's a talent that was tailor-made for him. The system has also activated a new section, Homestead Space. Seeing that Song Yu hadn't prepared breakfast yet, Liu opened the homestead section and clicked to teleport into his homestead. With a whoosh, Liyu's figure vanished from the living room. Chapter 8 Home Space, Taking Leave to Cultivate the Martial King Technique. Whoosh! Liyu's figure appeared in a mysterious space under a clear sky. Is this my home space? Liu stared in astonishment at the scene before him. In this small space, there was a small wooden house, a patch of black soil, and a stream. Liu was standing right in front of that little wooden house. The land was about 1 acre in size and looked very fertile. It should be suitable for growing vegetables. However, the area outside that plot of land was all rocky ground, which was obviously unsuitable for growing vegetables. Beyond the edge of the homeland lies a chaotic void, seemingly separated by an invisible wall. I don't know where the sunlight comes from here. The homestead space in this system can grow infinitely. It will automatically level up as the host improves their martial arts realm. The host is currently only a quasi-martial artist, so there is only 1 acre of land. Once the host advances to the martial artist level, the second plot of land will be unlocked, and the homestead space will automatically expand. The primary function of the homestead is to provide the host with a safe place to grow crops. Additionally, when the host encounters a major crisis outside, they can be teleported in to escape danger. The home space can only be entered by the host and close relatives. This requires the host to operate it. The system explained. Meanwhile, more detailed instructions have appeared on the system's home interface. Great, great. With this home, I not only have a piece of land where I can safely grow vegetables, but I'm also no longer afraid of any dangers in the future. Liu was overjoyed. In the future, if he encounters any seemingly insurmountable situation, he can simply teleport back to his homeland to resolve it. According to the system's description, this home space is hidden in a deep, otherworldly void. Furthermore, immunity to all attacks. Even a martial god-level expert cannot destroy this home. This many children, many blessings, the strongest family system, is truly multifunctional. Many children bring many blessings. Transactions take place throughout the heavens. Home and space are within reach. None of these 3 functions are useless. Liu was considering how to tell Song Yu about his awakened home space. After all, his wife would definitely see him coming and going from home. There's no need to hide it from her. In fact, in this world of high martial arts, there have been martial arts geniuses who awaken spatial talents. Moreover, most martial artists awaken their talents at the age of 18. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to awaken one's talent after the age of 18. However, the universe is so vast that there are always exceptions. Some martial arts prodigies performed only moderately during their school years, failing to awaken their martial arts talent or only awakening a worthless talent. Later on, they may awaken powerful talents, their cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds, and they will be able to surpass others. My wife should be making breakfast soon. So, Liu clicked the teleport out button on the homestead interface. Whoosh! The scene shifted, and Liu found himself back in his own living room. Song Yu was placing the food on the table when she caught a glimpse of Lu Yu's sudden appearance out of the corner of her eye, and asked in surprise. Yuzi, I didn't see you just now. I thought you were in your room. How come you're in the living room again in the blink of an eye? Lu Yu chuckled, honey, I have some good news for you. I've awakened another talent. What talent? A martial artist who can awaken two talents is rare in this world. Song Yu exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. A spatial talent. I've awakened a home space. Lu Yu came to the dining table. After you finish eating, I'll take you inside to have a look. Okay, honey, you're amazing. You're a martial arts prodigy. He. Song Yu also sat down, and the two began to eat. Because martial artists have strong digestive abilities and get hungry easily, their main breakfast dish is stir-fried exotic beast meat. The couple quickly finished their breakfast. Lu Yu used the teleportation function of his homestead to select Song Yu, and then they teleported into his homestead together. Lu Yu and Song Yu appeared in the home space in an instant. Wow, this homestead is so big and beautiful. There's even a large plot of land inside where we can grow vegetables. When Song Yu saw the scene in his home, he cheered with joy. Of course you can plant them. Lu Yu chuckled, I just got some spirit chive seeds from a client. Let's plant spirit chives in this plot of land together. Song Yu was surprised, spirit chives? It is said that this stuff is a top-grade spice and side dish of the upper-class families in the Universe City, and it sells for 500 yuan a pound there. Song Yu was surprised that her husband's mysterious client was actually able to obtain spirit leek seeds. As Lu Yu walked towards the small wooden house, he said, spirit chives are only 500 yuan a pound? My customers always pay a high price for them. Lu Yu entered the cabin, then took out 2,000 spirit leek seeds from his system space, and then had Song Yu come in to get a specially made spirit hoe. The spirit hoe comes with the cabin and has the ability to cut through iron like mud, making it comparable to a divine weapon. However, it can only be used in the cabin and cannot be taken outside the cabin. The two began planting spirit chives on that land. The soil in the garden was relatively loose, and with the use of hoes, they were able to plant quickly. Moreover, according to the system's introduction, growing vegetables in the homestead does not require fertilizing, watering, weeding, or pest control. Plant the seeds, and they will grow on their own without any complicated management. The growth cycle of the leek is similar to that of the leek. After Lu Yu used his growth of plants talent on all the spirit leek seeds in this field, he finished planting. In a few days, we can come in and harvest. Yuzi, your plant-based buffing talent seems to have become several times stronger. Song Yu was astonished to see that when Lu Yu used his innate skill, he released green energy that was several times more concentrated than before. Lu Yu laughed and said, this time, I not only awakened another spatial talent, but even my original E-level talent, plant enhancement, has been upgraded to the B-level talent, growth of grass and trees. However, that homestead talent will be an invaluable asset for our survival in the future. Don't tell anyone. Yes, I know that. Song Yu nodded. Her husband's homestead talent was indeed a life-saving skill, so of course it couldn't be revealed. Martial artists who have awakened spatial abilities have very strong survivability. Imagine, when the couple goes out to hunt in the wild, if they encounter any danger, they can immediately take refuge in their home. That would undoubtedly increase the safety factor countless times. There's practically no chance of it going wrong. Let's go, let's teleport out first. Lu Yu teleported himself and his wife out of their home base. The two sat down in the living room to drink tea, and Lu Yu took out the 10 mid-grade chi and blood pills, as well as the 2 Martial King level cultivation manuals. Lu Yu said, because I planted spirit chives for my client, he gave me 10 pills and 2 cultivation manuals. He didn't know how to explain the origin of these treasures, so he could only continue to use the werewolf back as an excuse. A mid-grade chi and blood pill? The Martial King level cultivation technique golden jade skill? And the azure wood profound skill? Your client is incredibly generous. Upon seeing the names of the chi and blood pill and the 2 cultivation manuals, Song Yu couldn't help but spit out his tea. Fortunately, she didn't spray it onto the martial arts manual. In the Federal Universe City, a mid-grade chi and blood pill costs 150,000 star coins. Martial King level cultivation techniques are even more expensive, each costing over 1 million to purchase. Lu Yu chuckled, what's wrong with that? Your husband is so talented, and besides, only I can provide him with high-quality leeks, a metaphor for easily exploited investors. It's normal for him to invest in me in advance. Song Yu nodded, that's right, they must value your talent. After Lu Yu had convinced his wife, he handed her the golden jade skill and 5 chi and blood pills, saying, "This skill is suitable for you. I will learn the Azure Wood Profound skill." The cultivation techniques produced by the system can only be learned by one person. After the technique is learned, it will automatically disappear. In fact, the martial arts techniques of the Federation at the Martial King level and above also employ various methods of secrecy. Each manual can only be used by one person. After you finish learning the technique, it will be automatically destroyed. Furthermore, the contents of this cultivation technique must not be revealed to anyone else. Otherwise, you will be violating copyright law, and the consequences will be severe. I'll call Director Wei, and will ask for leave today to practice our skills, Lu Yu said, and then called Director Wei to ask for a day off. On the farm, employees have very few holidays and have to work almost every day. However, you can take leave, and theoretically you can take as many days as you want. If an employee takes leave, they will lose their wages for that day, and they will also have to pay double the wages to hire other employees to help them tend the vegetable garden. Of course, the farm will send people on its own, so there's no need for the person asking for leave to call for help. Some employees who have reached the level of quasi-martial artists often ask for leave if they want to go hunting in the wild with others. And the farm certainly won't lose money, since you've paid double the wages. Furthermore, once you've cultivated your skills to the level of a martial artist on the farm, you can choose to resign. After all, it's much easier for martial artists to make money. They don't need to spend their whole lives growing vegetables. Of course, you can continue to stay on the farm and farm. We've gone off on a tangent. After Lu Yu took leave, the couple then started taking drugs and practicing martial arts at the king level at home. Chapter 9. I advise you to go apologize to Westbrook. The couple first cultivated a martial arts technique at the martial king level. Song Yu had previously awakened an A-level talent called sharpness. Sharpness, during combat, regardless of the martial arts technique used, it will increase the damage output by 50%. While A-level talents are not numerous among martial artists with awakened talents, they are not exactly rare either. Although Song Yu is the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan, her talent is not considered top-notch in the entire Federation. The top geniuses all have martial arts talents of SS level or above. Sharpness belongs to the metal element talent, because a faint golden light will appear on the body when attacking. Song Yu possesses this talent, so cultivating the golden jade skill is naturally very suitable for him. According to the description of the golden jade skill, once a martial artist masters it, their attack and defense capabilities will be greatly enhanced. Lu Yu himself cultivates the Azure Wood Profound technique. He has the talent to grow from plants and trees, which makes him perfectly suited to cultivate this wood-based technique. Phew! After reading the cultivation manual once, Lu Yu and Song Yu had the cultivation method imprinted in their minds. And the two books spontaneously combusted without any wind. It turned to ashes in an instant. The anti-piracy measures for these two cultivation manuals are quite strong. Song Yu couldn't help but giggle. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded. Of course, this is actually a cultivation technique produced by the system. The systematic cultivation method directly imprints the cultivation technique into the mind, so it will never be forgotten. Next, Lu Yu and Song Yu began to consume mid-grade chi and blood pills while simultaneously cultivating their techniques. This makes it easier for the medicine to take effect. After each of them consumed 5 mid-grade chi and blood pills, Song Yu's life strength increased by 0.08 points, while Lu Yu's increased by only 0.07 points. Lu Yu's life strength reached 1.42, while Song Yu's even soared to 1.5. Of course, besides the effects of drugs, the couple had also been able to eat exotic animal meat every day for the past few months. Practicing martial arts costs money. Especially after they upgraded their drug use, they spent over 2 million yuan just on chi and blood pills after getting married. Ordinary commoners who aspire to become martial artists simply don't have enough money to buy drugs they can only slowly cultivate and improve. Also, drug resistance can occur. Taking too much of a single medication will reduce its effectiveness until it has no effect at all. Currently, the effects of Lu Yu and Song Yu consuming low-grade chi and blood pills on enhancing their vitality are already very limited. We need to switch to a more expensive mid-grade chi and blood pill. Fortunately, Lu Yu isn't short of money right now. Recently, Baker's shop has also added mid-grade chi and blood pills to its inventory, but they only cost 100,000 star coins each. Compared to the price of 150,000 star coins here, this is already a very reasonable price. After consuming the pills, the two continued cultivating their techniques for a while, and it was almost evening. So Lu Yu asked Song Yu to cook while he went out to buy meat from exotic animals. Lu Yu went to the neighborhood's vegetable market and saw a hunting team selling wild deer meat. Wild deer in the wilderness are also beast soldier level monsters. Because wild venison tastes much better than wolf meat, they still sell it for a high price of 360 yuan per kilogram, though not many people do buy it. Little Lu, you're buying exotic beast meat again today? The leader of the group, He Yong, greeted them with a cheap cigarette dangling from his mouth. Come on, there's still half a wild venison left, I'll sell it all to you for 350 a pound. He Yong, a martial artist, was originally a long-time employee of Kanyu Farm. After breaking through to the martial arts realm, he resigned and started a hunting team. The captains of Black Iron level beast hunting squads are usually martial artists, while the members are generally quasi-martial artists. After all, a hunting team without any martial artists going to the wilderness would just be delivering food to the monsters. Nobody wants to join. A hunting team consisting of a martial artist and several quasi-martial artists is safer for hunting exotic beasts. Okay, I'll take them all. Lu Yu nodded. Our brother Lu is so generous. He Yong laughed heartily. This wild deer wasn't very big, even half of it only weighed 36 jin, approximately 18 catties, totaling 12,600 yuan. The offal inside was kept by their hunting team for themselves. He Yong said that 12,000 yuan would be fine, since Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yu were their longtime customers. Lu Yu used his mobile payment app to pay 12,000 yuan and then carried a large bag of wild venison home. Have Mr. and Mrs. Lu struck it rich? They can eat monster meat every day? I heard Lu Yu is still learning alchemy. Do they have that much money? The members of the hunting team discussed it curiously. That Lu couple is so hardworking and capable. I heard that the price of wild chives has gone up recently. I have high hopes for them becoming martial artists. He Yong took a deep breath of his cheap cigarette and said. Although He Yong did not use his phone to scan Lu Yu's life strength, Lu Yu's blood and energy were very vigorous. As a martial artist, he could tell from his senses that Lu Yu should have advanced to the level of a quasi-martial artist. Song Yu also frequently went out to buy groceries, and He Yong had long since discovered that Song Yu was also a quasi-martial artist. Therefore, He Yong had a plan to wait until Lu Yu and his wife became martial artists in the future. He then recruited 2 more martial arts friends to form a bronze beast hunting team and ventured into the depths of the wilderness to hunt down herds of strange beasts. As Lu Yu walked home, he ran into Wang Zhuang, the farm manager, who was also there to buy vegetables. Hey, isn't this Lu? You bought so much exotic beast meat again? Where did you and your husband get the money? Wang Zhuang took out his phone, intending to scan Lu Yu's dantian. Heh, what's it to you where we got our money? Lu Yu didn't let the other party scan him, and snorted from a distance. For an ordinary martial arts mobile phone to scan a martial artist's life strength, it needs to be close to the person's dantian area. High-end martial arts phones are unnecessary, but a high-end phone costs over $1 million. Most people can't afford it. Even those who can afford it may not be willing to spend money on a mobile phone. Lu Yu certainly recognized Wang Zhuang. He used to hang out with young Master Yang way back in the academy. Wang Zhuang's graduation grades were quite good. He was only 0.02 points short of the required life strength to be sent to the youth training camp. Unfortunately, the standards for the youth training camp are strict. If you don't meet them, you don't meet them. After graduating, Wang Zhuang was reportedly assigned to a pig farm to raise pigs. I was recently transferred to Kanyu Farm as a manager. Now, Wang Zhuang's gaze seemed to carry a hint of ill intent. This made Lu Yu wary. He looked at Wang Zhuang and secretly cast an appraisal spell on him. Wang Zhuang, quasi-martial artist, vitality 1.54, Yang Wei's follower. Your old classmate Wang Zhuang has long since become the henchman of your rival Yang Wei, and under Yang Wei's orders, he's been secretly plotting against you. The 3 wild boars that ravaged your leek patch were his doing. Good heavens! It turns out that the leek field was ravaged by 3 wild boars because Wang Zhuang brought them there. Fortunately, those 3 wild boars were only quasi-beast soldiers, and they were quickly killed by Director Wei and his men. It didn't cause much damage to Lu Yu and his wife's vegetable garden. Lu Yu felt a surge of anger and wanted to beat up Wang Zhuang. Damn it, you can't stand seeing others do well, can you? However, fighting is not allowed in the safe zone. Moreover, he had no evidence to prove that Wang Zhuang did it. Don't get cocky, kid. Even if you guys are doing pretty well right now, you're nothing compared to Westbrook. Wang Zhuang put away his phone and said, I advise you to go apologize to Westbrook another day. He might let you off the hook out of consideration for your friendship. Otherwise, once Westbrook breaks through to the martial artist realm, you'll be dead. This is a blatant threat. Martial artists possess enormous privileges. Although martial artists do not have the power of life and death over ordinary people, killing someone is still a serious crime. But they won't be sentenced to death. Even if a wealthy martial artist is imprisoned, he can still enjoy life. In fact, as long as he spends enough star coins, he can reduce his sentence. This threat was actually made by Wang Zhuang at Yang Wei's behest. The purpose, of course, was to intimidate Lu Yu so that Lu Yu would beg Yang Wei to let him go. At that time, Yang Wei will definitely put forward some humiliating conditions. Apologize? Who do you think you are, Wang Zhuang? You're eager to be Yang Wei's dog, but I don't even give a damn about him. Lu Yu sneered, turned around and strode away. Damn it, they dare to call me a dog. Wang Zhuang was about to lash out when he saw that Lu Yu ignored him and left on his own. He could only swallow his anger. After all, the federal government has laws that prohibit fighting in safe zones. Even fighting is not allowed. If you get caught by the urban management officers, you'll be in big trouble. The one who starts the trouble will be severely punished. Lu Yu had already left, so Wang Zhuang dared not chase after him to fight. Otherwise, Lu Yu could simply lie down on the ground. At that time, Wang Zhuang will not only be severely punished by the government, but will also have to compensate Lu Yu for medical expenses and mental distress. You scoundrel Lu, just you wait. Wang Zhuang could only leave dejectedly and walk into the vegetable market. Chapter 10, Rose, the Dragon Girl, with a bonus spirit mushroom seed. After returning home, Lu Yu recounted to Song Yu his encounter with Wang Zhuang and the ensuing argument. He also said that the incident where the vegetable garden was ravaged by wild boars last time was very likely the work of Wang Zhuang. After Song Yu, we must be wary of Wang Zhuang and Yang Wei. This Wang Zhuang used to be Yang Wei's underling. This time, his transfer to Kangyu Farm must be because Yang Wei used his family connections to bring him here specifically to deal with us. Song Yu said indignantly that Yang Wei is really something. So what if I rejected him back then and almost kicked his balls off? And now he's still bothering me. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Song Yu's wife had indeed been quite fierce in the past. Back then, Yang Wei knelt down and begged Song Yu to be his girlfriend. After being rejected, he continued to pester her relentlessly. Later, Song Yu could no longer tolerate it and kicked Yang Wei so hard that he ended up in the hospital. It is said that fatal kick almost turned Yang Wei into a eunuch. At the time, this was a major news story that shocked the entire school. After that devastating blow, Yang Wei never dared to bother Song Yu again until graduation. Lu Yu put his arm around Song Yu and said, Lu Yu, am not someone to be trifled with. Whether it's Wang Zhuang or Yang Wei, if they dare to mess with us, they will definitely pay a heavy price. Lu Yu was certainly not a spineless coward who could be bullied by anyone. Yes, I believe you. Song Yu hugged her husband tightly. Afterwards, the two cooked together. After dinner, while watching the drama with Song Yu, Lu Yu opened the All Heavens shop and left a message for the werewolf Beck. Lu Yu, Boss Baker, do you buy the even higher grade spirit leek than Yan leek? A moment later, the other side replied. Baker, Brother Lu, you can actually grow spirit chives? A lot? Of course. I'll buy as many as you have. How do you plan to sell them? Baker asked several follow-up questions in one sentence, revealing his eagerness for Lingzhou. Lu Yu thought about it and realized that spirit leeks were a high-end vegetable, even in the Galactic Federation. Moreover, spirit leeks were rich in spiritual energy and had extremely high nutritional and medicinal value. The Federation has long suspected that the energy in the stars that enables life to evolve is spiritual energy. The bodies of mythical beasts contain spiritual energy. When martial artists eat the meat of mythical beasts, they digest the spiritual energy within the meat, which is how they enhance their life strength. The chives from this city are selling for a sky-high price of 500 yuan per kilogram. Lu Yu, I don't know the price either, 1,500 star coins per pound, how about it? Lu Yu quoted an exorbitant price. Of course, he actually wanted to quote 2,000 yuan per kilogram. However, Baker was the first shop owner he traded with in the All Heavens Mall. They overcharged me too much. I feel a little embarrassed. Baker, wow. 1,500 per pound? Bro, you're going a bit too far. How about 1,000 per pound? From now on, when you buy slaves from my shop, I can provide you with elf girls, orc girls, and dragon girls that meet your human aesthetic standards and are good looking. Lu Yu, 1,000 yuan per gene? Elf girls, orc girls, dragon girls? Your shop even has dragon girls? Lu Yu originally wanted to raise the price, but stopped when he saw that the other party mentioned that there was a dragon girl. Luyu had plans to buy a female made from another race to help with chores. After all, once his wife Sonya becomes pregnant, he won't be able to let her do heavy work anymore. In addition, if there are foreign girls who meet the system's rating, it's not impossible to take them as concubines, hee hee. In the Federal Space City, it's quite common for humans to take women from other races as wives or concubines. Baker, of course. I've already enabled slave video access. All my friends in the heavens can choose their favorite items through the video. Baker, customers who haven't added me as a friend will only be able to receive random items. Luyu, oh, it's settled then. Spirit leaks are 1,000 yuan per gene. I'll let you know when they're in stock. Let me check your shop first, see if you have any exotic girls that satisfy me. Baker, okay, call me when you've chosen. So, Luyu looked through the images of slaves in Baker's shop. Orc slave, 100,000 star coins, 300,000 for a quasi-martial artist, 1,500,000 for a martial artist. Elf slave, 120,000 star coins, quasi-martial artist, 400,000 star coins, martial artist, 2 million star coins. Yalongniang slaves, quantity 5, all at the martial artist realm, 3 million each. Baker's shop now offers alien slaves at the quasi-martial artist and martial artist levels. The Dragon Girl is only available to warriors, and she's also the most expensive. However, 3 million star coins can buy a subordinate of an alien race at the martial warrior realm, whether as a servant or a henchman, which is undoubtedly a good deal. After all, it would cost far more than 3 million to train a martial artist. Luyu clicked on the images of various alien races. Among the orc slaves, there were also orc girls, but they were too coarse-looking and did not suit Luyu's taste. As for that group of elves, they were all rather short. Clearly, Beck had obtained the dwarf elves. The last 5 dragon girls were all tall, plump women with dragon tails trailing behind them, possessing exotic charm. Of course, their ages and appearances are quite different. The 4 older dragon girls were rather plump. Luyu's gaze lingered on the image of the young dragon girl. This dragon girl has long silver hair and golden pupils. She wears a tight-fitting black leather armor that outlines her stunning curves, exuding a wild yet noble aura. The dragon's tail behind it swayed restlessly, its tip forming a diamond shape. From a human aesthetic point of view, this female dragon is far more beautiful than the other 4. Luyu directly used his appraisal technique on the image. Rose Dragon Girl, 18 years old, life strength 2.1, martial artist realm, appearance 95, overall 92, meets the host's requirements for wives and concubines. Hidden information: a princess from a tribe of the Yalong people was captured by an accident and fell into the hands of the werewolf Beck. Hidden talent: Dragon God Bloodline SSS grade, unawakened. Status: subjected to slavery. An unawakened SSS level talent, the Dragon God's Bloodline? Luyu's eyes lit up. Moreover, this dragon girl is a princess of the dragon race. Luyu, Mr. Baker, I want that silver-haired dragon girl in your shop. Baker, haha, brother Lu, you have a good eye. That dragon girl is the prettiest one I have, only her life strength is a bit low. 3 million star coins, how about a direct trade? Actually, this dragon girl was kept until now because she didn't fit their aesthetic standards. The normal aesthetic standard of the Sirius Federation is that a female alien with a height similar to that of a human must have a hip width of more than 1 meter to be considered a great beauty. In addition, Rose is a new martial artist and her life strength is not high. Luyu, no rush, let me ask you, do you have any high-grade mushroom seeds? Luyu's home space, although it was only a small plot of land, was entirely planted with spirit chives. However, there is a large area of rocky ground next to that piece of land. Mushrooms don't need to be grown in soil. Baker, high-grade mushrooms? I have a batch of shiitake mushroom seeds. Baker, that stuff is really good, but its growing conditions are extremely demanding. Very few people in our Sirius Federation can grow it successfully. If you can grow it, I'll buy mature spirit mushrooms for 1,500 star coins per pound. Baker replied. Luyu, okay, 1,500 it is. Here's the deal, I'll buy that dragon girl, and you'll send me a batch of spirit mushroom seeds, how about that? Baker, no problem. I'll give you all the unsold shiitake mushroom seeds I have in my warehouse. Shall we make the deal now? Baker readily agreed. Since it's just unsellable junk anyway, giving it to someone as a favor can also lead to a big business deal. Luyu doesn't have enough star coins to reach 3 million. He used 1.5 million star coins from his account, plus 25 member points, to make a total of 3 million star coins, and then traded with Baker. 25 points, each point is equivalent to 60,000, that's 1.5 million. After all, Baker gave him the spirit mushroom seeds, so Luyu couldn't keep buying them on credit. The two quickly completed the transaction. Whoosh! The void in the living room distorted once again. The figure of Courier Aki appeared. This time, he was accompanied by a tall, slender dragon girl and a sack. The silver-haired, golden-eyed dragon girl, her hands bound by shackles, warily surveyed her surroundings. "Dear member, your goods have been delivered." Achi handed the slave contract of the dragon girl to Luyu, and waited for Luyu to refine the contract with his blood. Achi unlocked the shackles on Yalong Yang's body, and in a flash, he disappeared. "Husband, this is." Sonyu came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced fruit. When she saw Yalong Yang suddenly appear in the living room, she was so surprised that she almost dropped the fruit plate. "Our family will have one more helper from now on." Luyu smiled. Yalong Yang flexed her wrists, then walked up to Luyu and knelt down on one knee. "Oh nar." Her voice was cool and clear, with a hint of metallic quality. "Get up, Rose. This is your mistress, Sonyu. From now on, you will be our maid," Luyu said. "Yes, master." Rose stood up and stood quietly to the side. Sonyu curiously circled Rose twice, marveling at her beauty. "Honey, your client is amazing. They even managed to get a dragon girl at the martial artist level as a free gift?" She subconsciously assumed that it was another gift from a customer. "Well, it wasn't a free gift, I paid for it." Luyu pointed to the sacks on the ground. "He also gave me a batch of spirit mushroom seeds." "Ganoderma lucidum?" Sonyu's exclamation was even louder than before. Even Rose, who was expressionless to the side, suddenly narrowed her golden pupils. Chapter 11, Free from Debts, Yang Wei is about to become a martial artist? "Master, do you want to cultivate spirit mushrooms?" Rose seemed even more surprised than Sonyu. After all, in her original world, Lingji mushrooms, a high-end vegetable, were difficult to cultivate, generally wild, and rarely seen. It is an exquisite delicacy that only the noble gentlemen of the cosmic city can afford to enjoy regularly. On her planet, someone offered a high price to buy her. Rose, though a tribal princess, could only eat a few times a year. What surprised her was not the spirit mushroom seeds, but that her new owner, Luyu, was able to cultivate spirit mushrooms. Sonyu looked at Rose and chuckled. "Little Rose, your master is quite capable. This female dragon, as a martial artist, is over 1.9 meters tall, with a high bust, a slender waist, and a pair of long, round, and firm legs. She is a stunningly beautiful fat woman, but she looks a bit younger than Sonyu." Sonyu knew that Luyu's stunningly beautiful maid would most likely become her sister in the future. So they simply called her sister instead of maid. Hearing Sonyu's affectionate address, Rose's initial resistance, unease, and tension melted away considerably. "Sister Sonyu, is that right?" Luyu certainly wouldn't pursue the matter of Rose calling Sonyu sister. He smiled calmly and said to Sonyu and Rose, let's go into the homestead." With a thought, Luyu made the three figures disappear from the living room in an instant. The next second, they appeared in the home space. "Here it is." Rose looked at the little wooden house, the black earth, and the stream before her, her golden eyes filled with awe. Could this be the master's spatial talent? The world Rose and Baker live in is also a world of high martial arts. Martial artists with spatial abilities are extremely rare, whether human or of other races. What's more, this home has a lot of space. With this spatial talent, the master can escape danger at any time in the future. She could feel that this space was filled with a pure and primal energy. Although it was night outside, the house was bathed in bright moonlight. Of course, it's not to the point of being invisible. "This is my home space. You'll be doing most of your work here from now on." Luyu said, "Tomorrow, we'll go to the farm to buy a batch of wood before we start planting the spirit mushrooms. For growing shiitake mushrooms, wood is the best material, but sawdust is also acceptable. Due to the unique nature of the homestead space, once you plant spirit mushrooms in wood, they will continuously produce more spirit mushrooms. No need for multiple plantings." Both Sonyu and Rose nodded. Then, Luyu teleported the two women back to the living room. In Luyu's house, besides the living room, kitchen, shower room, and master bedroom, there is one more room. So Luyu let Rose sleep in that room. The next morning, when Luyu got up, he found that Sonyu was already in the kitchen with Rose, teaching her how to cook. After breakfast, Luyu and Sonyu are going to work at Kangyu Farm. Rose stayed at home. She was Luyu's trump card at the martial artist level, and it wasn't advisable to reveal her for the time being. Lu Yu and Rose signed a master-servant contract provided by the All Heavens Mall, so he wasn't worried that Rose would take the opportunity to run away. After Lu Yu and his wife finished tending their leek garden, they went to ask Director Wei for some wood. "You two are going to grow mushrooms at home? You're such a diligent couple." Wei Wenchuan was a little confused, but he didn't ask any questions. He called for people to move a large amount of willow, elm, oak, and other wood to Lu Yu's courtyard. Of course, Lu Yu bought it for 20,000 star coins. The farm already had some employees who grew mushrooms on the farm and even at home. There's plenty of wood. Rose did not show her face when someone came to her house. After the group of employees left, Lu Yu moved most of the wood into his home space, leaving only a few pieces of wood in the yard as a mere decoration. Afterwards, Lu Yu led Song Yu and Rose into the home. The three of them began to work with the wood and plant spirit mushroom seeds in that rocky area. After planting all the shiitake mushroom seeds, sprinkle water on them. Lu Yu activated his B-level talent, Growth of Plants. A rich, green energy surged into the stacked logs like a tide. "Master, you actually possess 2 talents." Rose was surprised, and her gaze toward Lu Yu was somewhat eager. It seems that her master is truly remarkable. Rose guessed that Lu Yu's spatial talent was at least SS level or higher. And this talent that releases green energy, which seems to promote crop growth, must be of a high level. In the world of martial arts, people with 2 talents are rare, and they are all exceptionally talented. Rose was very envious that her master possessed 2 talents. She herself has become a martial artist, yet she has still not awakened a single talent. Of course, Rose was unaware that she possessed a hidden SSS level talent, which she had just not yet awakened. "Hee hee, little Rose, what do you think? My husband is amazing, isn't he? Maybe one day, you'll become his woman too." Song Yu stepped forward and put his arm around Rose's shoulder, teasing her. Upon hearing this, Rose blushed slightly and remained silent. She, once a slave, has now become Lu Yu's maid. Rose understood, of course, that in the future, whether she liked it or not, she would be unable to refuse any request made by her master. Besides, Lu Yu is handsome and dashing, not some old geezer. If in the future, the master wants to take her as a concubine, or as a bed warmer. Rose, it's not that I can't accept her. Of course, Rose is clearly not ready for this yet. Alright, Song Yu, Rose. I have already set up your access permissions to freely enter and exit this home space. As long as you are not far from me, you can teleport in by silently saying enter home in your mind. When you leave, just silently say leave your home not. Lu Yu has already set up these functions in the system's home interface. Okay, honey, you're so good to me, moi. Song Yu said excitedly. Thank you, master. Rose was secretly delighted. This means that the owner completely trusts her. Lu Yu waved his hand and teleported Song Yu and Rose back to the living room. In the days that followed, life returned to normal. Lu Yu and Song Yu continued to tend their 12 acres of leek fields at Kanyu Farm every day. Rose was assigned to the home space to take care of the acre of spirit chives and a patch of spirit mushrooms. After finishing her main tasks, she also had to come out and do housework such as cleaning the house and preparing meals. Rose has strong learning and practical skills, which has made things much easier for Song Yu. Almost every few days, Lu Yu and his wife would harvest a batch of yang raising leeks and spirit leeks, and then sell them to the werewolf baker. They made a lot of small money. The growth cycle of oyster mushrooms is a bit longer, but it takes about 10 days to harvest them. The pills that Lu Yu bought from baker's shop were used for the cultivation of himself, his wife, and their maid, Rose. Rose was deeply moved and touched when she met Lu Yu and Song Yu, who treated her like an outsider. In addition, since I don't need money right now, Lu Yu then paid off all the loans under his name and Song Yu's name, including interest, in one go. This can be done through mobile banking. If you take out a loan of 1 million, the interest alone will be 180,000. In total, you will have to pay back 1.18 million. Of course, the 180,000 is just the annual interest they have been paying interest every year before. After paying off my student loans, Lu Yu and Song Yu, now a couple, are free of debts and have no worries. Next, it's time to earn money to support the family and build a powerful martial arts clan. That day, Lu Yu and Song Yu were on the farm, watering the leeks. Wang Zhuang sauntered over again, glancing sideways at the thriving leek patch, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, still planting? Working so hard, anyone who didn't know better would think you were planting gold. Lu Yu didn't even look up, more valuable than gold. Keep bragging. Wang Zhuang scoffed, I've heard that Wei Xiao is about to break through to the martial realm. When he becomes a Marshall Realm expert, guess what will happen to you two vegetable farmers who can't even pay off your loans? Wang Zhuan was unaware that Lu Yu and his wife had already paid off their loan. Song Yu looked at him coldly. Wang Zhuan, if you utter another word of nonsense, believe me, I'll make sure you end up in the hospital for months, just like your master. Wang Zhuang was so intimidated by Song Yu's imposing manner that he took a step back. He recalled Song Yu's earth-shattering kick from back then, and subconsciously squeezed his legs together. You better not be so arrogant. You'll have your day later. He uttered a harsh remark and slunk away. Now, Song Yu's life force has far surpassed Wang Zhuang's, and the aura he exudes has actually scared him away. Of course, this was also because Wang Zhuang was afraid that Director Wei would find out about his private threats against Lu Yu and his wife. A clown. Lu Yu shook his head dismissively. Is Yang Wei about to break through to the martial artist level? Then I need to speed things up too. Chapter 12. Song Yu tests positive for pregnancy, Beast Tide arrives. Time flies. That morning, after Song Yu got up, he covered his mouth and gagged a few times. What's wrong, honey? Lu Yu asked with concern. It's nothing, I've probably been eating too much oily food lately. Song Yu waved his hand. Lu Yu's heart stirred. Counting the days, it was about time. Don't go to the farm today, I'll go with you to the hospital for a checkup. Could it be that what you said before, Yu Zi, was right? I'm pregnant? Song Yu recalled what Lu Yu had said that night. She didn't believe it at the time. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Lu Yu said with a smile. Jiangnan Base City First Hospital. Lu Yu accompanied Song Yu through a series of examinations, and the two sat in the examination room waiting for the results. A doctor in a white coat looked at the report in his hand and smiled. Congratulations to you both, Madame Lu is pregnant and is already 6 weeks alone. The doctor continued, furthermore, according to genetic testing, the fetus has extremely high vitality and is a boy. His future martial arts talent is limitless. Real? Song Yu excitedly grabbed Lu Yu's hand, her eyes reddening. Lu Yu smiled, gently embraced his wife, and kissed her forehead. My son, you are destined to be a martial god. These words echoed in his mind. Federal maternity benefits can only be received after the child is born. When Song Yu left the hospital, she felt dizzy and had a silly grin on her face. Yu Zi, I'm going to be a mother. Yes, you're going to be a mother, and I, Lu Yu, am going to be a father. Lu Yu held her hand, feeling this joy. The two returned home and told Rose the good news. Rose smiled sincerely after hearing this. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Sister Song Yu. From then on, Song Yu became a key figure to be protected at home. Lu Yu took care of all the farm work by himself. If he got too busy, he could always ask his colleagues for help. Rose did the housework perfectly, and every day she would prepare a variety of nutritious exotic animal meals for Song Yu. In the homestead space, both spirit mushrooms and spirit chives are abundantly harvested. We've already harvested several crops. The yield of Lingjiu is over 2,000 gene per mu. If we calculate based on 2,000 gene and 1,000 star coins per gene, that's 2 million. Each batch of shiitake mushrooms weighs about 2,000 gene 1,000 kilograms, and we eat some ourselves. At 1,500 star coins per pound, that's 3 million. Every 10 days, you can harvest 2 crops of spirit chives and 1 crop of spirit mushrooms, which can be sold for 7 million star coins. You can easily amass a fortune of 21 million star coins in just 1 month. Lu Yu's bank account suddenly surged, making him a multi-millionaire overnight. This doesn't even include the income from the 12 acres of leeks grown on the farm. However, the price of wild chives is not high, and 90% of the harvest must be handed over to the farm. Therefore, even if Lu Yu harvests a batch of Qi Yang leeks every 5 days, he can only earn 2 million star coins a month. However, in order not to reveal his talent upgrade too early, and also because he didn't want to work too hard, Lu Yu harvested 1 crop every 7 or 8 days. In this way, you can only earn a little over 1 million each month. Even so, Farm Director Wei Wenchuan was already beaming with joy. Recently, the price of chives has more than doubled, and it seems that the nobles of the Federal Universe City have taken a liking to eating chives. A pound of freshly harvested leeks has risen to around 50 star coins. Lu Yu delivered more than 20,000 caddies of leeks to the farm for each harvest, and in 1 month, he delivered more than 80,000 caddies. In other words, Lu Yu and his wife generated more than 4 million yuan in wealth for the farm in just 1 month. Of course, shipping costs must be deducted. Also, seeing the soaring price of chives, the employees of Kanyu Farm also followed suit and planted chives. They all came to Lu Yu to ask him to teach them the techniques for growing Chiang leeks. Those who were on good terms with Lu Yu even wanted to ask him to help them use their talents to accelerate the ripening process. Lu Yu was generous and shared his experience in cultivating leeks. As for using his talent, Lu Yu is too busy right now, so no one is helping him. Besides Lu Yu's wood-type talent, there is indeed a key factor in Qi Yangzhou's success. That is, you need to apply enough well-rotted organic fertilizer, but not too much. You need to observe the growth of the chives at any time and apply fertilizer precisely. The same applies to the amount of water. This world of advanced martial arts is not only thriving in martial arts, but also highly developed in technology. However, since everyone mainly ate the meat of strange beasts, and there was a long period of great rebirth, the wild was occupied by strange beasts and monsters. In recent decades, humans have repelled the beast tides and occupied more territory. Only then can there be fields to cultivate and land to plant. Therefore, vegetable growing techniques are relatively rudimentary. In his previous life, Lu Yu was born into a rural family that grew vegetables. He certainly possesses extensive knowledge about growing vegetables. Now, Lu Yu has shared his experience in growing leeks with all the farm's employees. All the vegetable farmers at Kanyu Farm can now grow high-quality, high-yield Chiang leeks. It only takes 20 days to harvest one crop. Little Lu is truly a genius. With the price of chives so high right now, we'll be rich soon thanks to Xiao Lu's skills. With money, I can get injections and take medicine, advance to the level of a martial artist, and gain a longer lifespan. Thank you, Lu Yu, for your selfless dedication. The farm workers were all very grateful to Lu Yu. When Lu Yu was too busy with his work, they all volunteered to help him without accepting a penny. Director Wei was very happy and gratified to see the farm he managed bustling with activity. They relied on Lu Yu even more. This lazy bum Lu actually has some skills. However, even if you can get rich by growing chives, your starting point is too low, and you will never be able to compare with Yang Wei. Seeing this, Wang Zhuang felt a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment, while also secretly grumbling to himself. Yang Wei has promised Wang Zhuang that once he becomes a martial artist, he will take Wang Zhuang out to hunt beasts in the wilderness and make a lot of money. She would also take him to explore secret realms. Hunting wild beasts and exploring secret realms are undoubtedly the fastest ways for martial artists to make money. Hunting beasts is dangerous, but Yang Wei is the eldest son of the Yang family. Yang Wei's grandfather was a martial king, and it is said that Yang Wei's father is about to break through to the martial grandmaster realm. Therefore, when Yang Wei goes hunting, he will definitely bring a group of family experts with him. That would be extremely safe, with virtually no danger. Wang Zhuang's ability to rapidly increase his life strength is also thanks to Yang Wei's help. On the other side, Lu Yu didn't stop there. He bought qi and blood pills worth tens of millions from Baker. His and Song Yu's cultivation entered a fast track. Rosa's vitality was also increasing rapidly. Because of her pregnancy, Song Yu could not engage in strenuous exercise, but she could still take medicine and practice meditation. With the help of a massive amount of elixirs, the life strength of the family of three increased by leaps and bounds. 3 months later, Lu Yu's life strength has reached 1.9. Song Yu also reached 1.95. They are only one step away from the martial artist realm. Rosa's maid's survivability has also increased significantly. Meanwhile, in Yang Wei's villa, he was in high spirits. 1.99. Just one last step away from breaking through to the martial artist realm. Yang Wei felt the surging power within him and laughed wildly. During this period, the family invested a lot of resources in Yang Wei, so his breakthrough speed even surpassed that of Lu Yu and Song Yu. Ji Shuang and Dong Liu, who were beside him, quickly stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, husband. Brother Wei's skills are unparalleled, making him the #1 young talent in Jiangnan City. Yang Wei enjoyed the flattery. He waved his hand, his eyes turning cold. How's that weakling Lu Yu doing lately? Wang Zhuang, who was standing to the side, quickly said, Young Master Wei, that kid has been planting chives like crazy lately, and seems to have made a little money. He's also eating exotic beast meat every day. However, he and Song Yu just stay on the farm and do nothing else. Humph, what kind of wealth can a good-for-nothing farmer make? Yang Wei said disdainfully, once I break through to the martial artist realm, his death is imminent. However, it's inconvenient to take action in the safe zone. He stroked his chin, a wicked scheme flashing in his eyes. Wang Zhuang, go and find a way to spread the word that several 10-year-old crimson blood fungus have been discovered in the southern woodland outside the suburbs, which can help quasi-martial artists break through their bottlenecks. That kid Lu Yu is definitely eager to become a martial artist. If he dares to leave the safe zone, I'll make sure he never comes back. Young Master Wei is brilliant. Wang Zhuan quickly flattered him. However, they were unaware that a real crisis was quietly approaching. That evening, Lu Yu was in his homestead, harvesting a batch of spirit mushrooms with Rose. Ding! Beast tide detected outside. Suddenly, the home space trembled, and a system notification sounded. The system recently added a small automatic alarm function. A beast tide? Lu Yu frowned. He immediately took Rose and teleported back to the living room in the real world. Songyu was looking out the window with a serious expression, her slightly protruding belly protruding. Woo woo woo! The piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of Jiangnan Base City. This is the highest level beast tide alert. What happened? Lu Yu asked. The news says that a medium-sized beast tide has suddenly turned around and is surging towards the outskirts of our Jiangnan city from the depths of the wilderness. Kanyu Farm will be the first to be hit. Song Yu's voice was filled with worry. Outside the window, the sky darkened, and on the distant horizon, wisps of smoke and dust rose into the air. The earth began to tremble rhythmically. A beast tide? He also received the news at Yang Wei's villa. He was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Ha ha ha! This is truly heaven's help. Lu Yu's leak field is right here at Kanyu Farm. Now, without me even lifting a finger, all his hard work is going to be destroyed. He immediately turned on the monitoring screen and switched to the remote camera facing the direction of Kanyu Farm. Yang Wei had already used his connections to access the surveillance footage of Kanyu Farm. He wanted to see with his own eyes the expression of despair on Lu Yu's face. Chapter 13. You also possess the Martial King's Law? Lu Yu's expression was solemn as he looked out the window. On the distant horizon, the black line formed by the beast tide is rapidly expanding, stirring up clouds of dust and obscuring the afterglow of the setting sun. That suffocating, violent aura could be felt even from several kilometers away. Master, this beast tide is quite large. Rose stood beside Lu Yu, her golden eyes flashing with vigilance, her aura as a martial artist being released without reservation. Our vegetable garden is going to be ruined. Song Yu, with her slightly protruding belly, had a face full of worry. Kanyu Farm is located on the outskirts of Jiangnan Base City, serving as the first non-military line of defense against the threat of wilderness. They are the first to bear the brunt. Fine. Lu Yu grasped Song Yu's hand and said in a deep voice, "You two, go into the home space first. You are not allowed to come out without my order." Song Yu is pregnant and should not fight, while Rose should not expose herself for the time being. Husband, you. Song Yu wanted to say something more. Obedient. Lu Yu's tone left no room for argument. With a thought, Song Yu and Rose vanished from the living room. After doing all this, Lu Yu took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and ran towards the farm. Rumble. The earth trembled more violently, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The farm was in complete chaos, with workers running out of their homes in panic, their faces filled with fear. Everyone, don't panic. I have requested the martial arts army to come and support us. Director Wei's booming voice rang out amidst the chaos. He unleashed his full martial arts aura, barely managing to calm everyone down. All managers, organize the staff, and establish a defensive line centered on warehouse number 6. Quickly. Although the farm was not a military fortress, some defensive fortifications were built. Meanwhile, inside the Yang family villa, Yang Wei was holding a glass of red wine, watching the chaotic scene at Kanyu Farm on the monitor screen with a smile on his lips. Ha ha! You've come at the right time. He watched the approaching black torrent and burst into excited laughter. Honey, Lu Yu's leak field is about to be completely destroyed. When Lu Yu goes bankrupt, Brother Wei, you can make demands of the couple again. As long as Son, the school beauty, isn't stupid, she'll agree. Ji Shuang and Don Lulio both said with charming smiles. Actually, they didn't want Yang Wei to marry Son, the school beauty, in the future, threatening their status in the family. Unfortunately, Yang Wei could never forget Song Yu. After all, Yang Wei had a crush on Song Yu for so many years. On the screen, the vanguard of the beast horde had already crashed into the outermost electric fence of the farm. Sizzle! The high-voltage power grid burst forth with blinding electric light, instantly turning dozens of iron-back wolves charging at the forefront into charred remains. However, this did nothing to stop the tide of beasts. More and more strange beasts surged forward fearlessly, using their flesh and blood to smash and collapse the fences. Roar! A massive, armored rhinoceros, the size of a heavy truck, roared as it charged, its enormous horn easily toppling a watchtower. Countless ferocious-looking beasts, like a floodgate opened, poured into the farm. The green vegetable gardens and farmland were trampled by countless strange beasts and instantly turned into a muddy mess. Those meticulously constructed vegetable greenhouses were as fragile as paper in the face of the beast tide. Yang Wei's gaze was fixed on a certain area, which was the 12 mu of leek field contracted by Lu Yu and his wife. He saw that the large patch of thriving leeks had been torn apart by a group of frenzied wild boars, and then completely trampled into a mess by the subsequent herd of beasts. It's over. It's all over. Ha 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 ha. Yang Wei laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He could almost see Lu Yu kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. Just then, dozens of armed hovercraft with flashing lights roared in from the direction of the base city. The hatch opened, and a series of powerful figures descended from the sky. It's the City Guard's martial arts brigade. People on the farm cheered as if they had survived a disaster. The three leaders possessed unfathomable auras. They hovered high in the sky, and the mere pressure they exuded caused a stir among the beasts below. Emperor Wuzong. These are actually three martial grandmaster level experts. One of them, clad in crimson armor, clasped his hands together and uttered a low shout, "Flaming Dragon Break!" A fiery dragon, hundreds of meters long, materialized out of thin air and roared as it charged into the densest part of the beast horde. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept in all directions, turning hundreds of strange beasts to ashes in the flames and leaving a huge, charred crater in the ground. Another female martial arts master, dressed in a blue robe, waved her jade-like hand lightly, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Ice-cold true chi. The bone-chilling cold spread instantly, freezing all the strange beasts in the fan-shaped area thousands of meters ahead into lifelike ice sculptures. The third martial grandmaster wielded a giant axe, and with each swing, he unleashed a tearing axe beam that cleaved through the void, shredding swarms of strange beasts into pieces. The might of Emperor Wuzong is terrifying. Behind them, dozens of martial master-level experts also unleashed their combat skills, transforming into efficient killing machines that precisely hunted down the beast soldier-level leaders. Besides martial masters and martial arts instructors, there were many more martial arts soldiers who were efficiently slaughtering the horde of alien beasts. All farm workers, take up arms and eliminate those stragglers. Defend our home. Director Wei also drew his long sword from his waist, took the lead, and killed a steel-toothed wild boar that was trying to sneak up on him. The entire Kanyu farm was instantly transformed into a bloody grinding mill. Let's go too. The hunting teams from the area near the farm have all arrived. After all, while beast tides are dangerous, they are also a great opportunity to make money. He-Yong, along with his team members, also appeared at the farm. Numerous independent martial artists rushed into the battle. Lu Yu, looking at his destroyed leek field, did not see the despair Yang Wei had expected, but only a cold calm in his eyes. Those leaks that promote Yang are no longer a big deal to him. But this is his home. These colleagues, with whom I spend every day, are fighting desperately. He has no reason to stand idly by. Perfect, I'll use you guys as practice targets. Lu Yu moved swiftly, heading towards a small group of alien beasts that had broken through the defense line. The Azurewood mystic art circulated within his body, and a vibrant energy enveloped his entire being. Greenwood thorn. He pressed down with his right hand, and a thick wooden spike formed from condensed yuan-chi shot out, accurately piercing through a near-beast soldier-level ironback wolf. Blood splattered. As a combat skill attached to the martial king-level technique, the Azurewood thorn, amplified by the innate talent of the grass and wood roots, naturally possesses extraordinary power. This move left several farm workers nearby dumbfounded. He killed the quasi-beast soldier in one move? Xiao Lu, is that strong? Lu Yu did not stop. His figure was elusive, like a ghost in the forest. With each move, he took the life of a strange beast. Lu Yu cultivated the martial king technique, which not only gave him powerful combat strength comparable to a martial artist, but also made him extremely skilled in movement, allowing him to move with ease in the chaotic battlefield. Just then, several luxurious private hovercraft broke through the city guard's formation and hovered above the farm. On the warship, there was a huge character Yang printed on it. The Yang family has arrived. The hatch opened, and Yang Wei, dressed in custom-made silver-white armor and holding an alloy sword, jumped out with great spirit. Behind him followed a middle-aged man at the martial master level and a powerful martial grandmaster with an aura as deep as abyss. Young Master Wei, the city guards have already brought the situation under control. There is no need for us to, the martial arts master advised. Shut up. Yang Wei gave a cold shout, his eyes searching the battlefield, and quickly locked on the Lu Yu. A nobody like you dares to go to the battlefield? Today, I'll show you what a true genius is. He roared and slashed out with his battle blade. A blade of light, accompanied by blazing flames, shot out like a fire serpent, blasting a beast soldier level ironback wolf away. He severely injured a beast soldier level alien beast with a single strike. Young Master Yang's level talent, Flame Blade, is indeed domineering. People around who knew Yang Wei exclaimed in surprise. Brother Wei is awesome. Wang Zhuang, who was slacking off in the crowd, shouted encouragement to his master from afar. Just now, Wang Zhuang was indeed secretly surprised when he saw Lu Yu's amazing combat power. However, Yang Wei's performance now is clearly stronger. Yang Wei deliberately unleashed a killing spree not far from Lu Yu, his fiery sword technique whistling through the air, each strike both magnificent and deadly, drawing cheers from the crowd. He glanced at Lu Yu sideways and said provocatively, "Lu, you good for nothing, do you see this? This is the difference between you and me. You'll only ever be able to scrape your way through life in the mud." Lu Yu didn't even bother to look at him, and with a backhand greenwood palm, the green palm prince sent a charging steel-toothed wild boar flying. That steel-tusked wild boar also suffered severe injuries. Yang Wei's smile froze. He keenly sensed that the energy fluctuations emanating from Lu Yu, although not yet at the martial artist realm, seemed to be no less refined than his own. Moreover, Lu Yu's combat skills may seem simple and unadorned, but each move is quite powerful. How is that possible? You also possess the martial king's technique? Yang Wei found it unbelievable. He has achieved his current strength thanks to his family's vast resources and the martial arts techniques of the king of martial arts. How could Lu Yu, a poor farmer, be worthy of possessing the martial king's law and cultivating it to such a level? The flames of jealousy instantly consumed his reason. Yang Wei pretended to be no match for the horde of beasts, and while dodging and weaving, he got close to Lu Yu. Die! In the instant he crossed paths with an armored rhinoceros, Yang Wei's alloy battle blade seemed to be heading straight for the rhinoceros, but suddenly it changed direction, and a condensed flame blade slashed fiercely towards Lu Yu. At the same time, he kicked the armored rhinoceros, causing it to involuntarily crash into Lu Yu. One in front, one behind a sure fire trap. So you're making your move already? Lu Yu had been keeping a close eye on Yang Wei's every move. He put the newly learned movement techniques to their fullest potential. Meteor Step. He flashed and appeared 3 or 4 meters away, narrowly avoiding the combined attack of the flaming blade and the armored rhinoceros. Meteor Step is also a movement technique at the martial king level. Lu Yu had considered this beforehand. In the future, if he encountered a battle, having combat skills alone would not be enough without strong movement techniques. He spent 1 million to trade with the werewolf baker for this movement technique, and has been practicing it for more than 2 months. Boom! The flaming blade struck the armored rhinoceros in the side, and the ferocious rhinoceros crashed into a nearby wall, causing it to collapse. Yang Wei's pupils contracted. Did they dodge it? He looked at Lu Yu, who was also looking at him coldly, as if he were looking at a dead man. A chilling killing intent, made no attempt to conceal it. Chapter 14. Yang Wei is going crazy when he hears that his goddess is pregnant. This armored rhinoceros was not large, and was only a newly promoted beast soldier. However, its defense was still very strong. Despite being hit hard, it was only seriously injured and did not die. It seemed to know that the 2 people in front of it were extremely dangerous. After struggling to get up from the pile of bricks, it ran away in a flash. What? Yang Wei made a fierce attack, but Lu Yu actually dodged it with his exquisite footwork? Wang Zhuan, who was not far away, felt a sudden jolt when he saw the scene. Lu Yu is a truly hidden talent. Luckily, I didn't attack him directly beforehand. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared at by Lu Yu's cold gaze. But it was immediately replaced by even greater anger. He feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Lu, I'm so sorry, my hand slipped just now. Are you all right?" The surrounding battle was too chaotic, and apart from Wang Zhuang, no one noticed his little movement just now. You will pay the price for this. Lu Yu spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice devoid of any emotion. After saying that, he turned around and threw himself into the battle on the other side, ignoring Yang Wei. Humph. A peasant who grows vegetables dares to threaten me? Yang Wei's face turned ashen, but he dared not make a move openly again. At this moment, of the 3 martial grandmasters in the army, only 2 martial grandmasters led a group of martial masters to intercept the 2 lord-level giant apes outside the farm, and a protracted battle ensued. The remaining female warrior had just returned to the skies above the farm to observe the battle and monitor the situation. This female martial arts master is named Yanbing. She is said to hate evil as if it were her enemy. Yang Wei dared not let her discover that he had attacked his own human kin during the battle against the beast tide. The martial grandmaster elder from the Yang family withdrew his gaze from this direction. He had already noticed Yang Wei's actions, but he did not say anything. In the face of absolute power, these petty tricks are harmless. The ranks of the beasts, from lowest to highest, are quasi-beast soldier, beast general, lord, beast king, beast saint, beast emperor. Among them, beast general is equivalent to martial master in humans, lord is equivalent to martial grandmaster, and beast king is equivalent to martial king. This beast tide was only a medium-sized one, and no beast king appeared. The beast tide from the direction of Kanyu farm consisted of 2 lord-level beasts leading a large number of beast general-level beasts, along with tens of thousands of beast soldiers and quasi-beast soldiers, and was attacking the farm. Besides Kanyu farm, farms in the surrounding suburbs were also hit by the same beast tide, and those places were also led by lord-level beasts. In other directions, there are also strong armies and independent martial artists resisting the beast tide. Of course, the various martial arts schools and clan forces in the base city will also come out to help resist the beast tide. The Yang family, a prominent clan, came from Kanyu farm. Currently, the situation at Kanyu farm is completely under control. It's only a matter of time before the 2 male martial masters of the army, leading a group of martial arts instructors, wipe out the 2 lord-level giant apes. However, the beasts have thick hides and tough flesh, making their defenses far superior to those of humans. Lord-level beasts have extremely strong regenerative abilities and are very difficult to kill. A beast that has reached the lord level has a physical body that can withstand the explosive force of a missile, and its speed exceeds several times the speed of sound, so even missiles cannot hit it. Even with their large group of powerful warriors, they were unable to quickly kill the 2 giant ape lords. Outside the farm, numerous warriors and lone wolves were working together to wipe out the horde of beasts under the lord's control. Although many strange beasts rushed into the farm, they were basically only quasi-beast soldiers and beast soldiers. Occasionally, a beast general level alien beast would intrude, but it would be quickly eliminated by the female martial arts master Yanbing and the elders of the Yang family. They don't kill quasi-beast soldiers and beast soldier level alien beasts, because these are used for training lower level martial artists. The battle lasted for an hour. The 2 male martial arts masters finally led their men to kill the 2 lord level giant apes. The 2 male martial arts masters also ceased their attacks. Next, led by numerous martial arts masters, the soldiers and civilians worked together to annihilate the horde of strange beasts. Finally, this medium-sized beast tide was completely defeated. The remaining beasts scattered and fled, disappearing into the vast darkness of the wilderness. At this moment, the entire Kanyu farm has been reduced to ruins. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burning. Everywhere were the corpses of strange beasts and ruins. Kanyu farm also suffered some casualties in this battle, but fortunately they were not too serious. Also, the group also obtained many corpses of strange beasts, which were naturally resources that could help make up for the economic losses they had suffered. Carrying an ally battle sword, Yang Wei, surrounded by Wang Zhuang and a group of young family members, walked up to Lu Yu, who was picking up the corpses of strange beasts. Lu Yu had already purchased an intermediate-level martial artist backpack, which could hold more items than a beginner-level martial artist backpack. However, the backpack was just for show. Lu Yu actually picked up the beast and put it in the backpack before teleporting directly into his home space. Lu Yu, your leak field is gone, and the entire Kanyu farm will be unable to farm in the short term. Yang Wei looked down at him, his tone filled with smug satisfaction. I advise you to kneel down and beg me now, and I might take pity on you and spare your life. Lu Yu slowly stood up and wiped the blood of the strange beast from his hands. He looked at Yang Wei as if he were looking at a clown. Yang Wei, did some wild donkey or monster kick your brain? Just because Kanyu farm can't farm in the short term, does that mean I have no way to survive? This beast tide is an irresistible natural disaster. The government will definitely provide subsidies. Moreover, Lu Yu himself doesn't rely on the farm's vegetable garden for food at all now. He grew spirit chives and spirit mushrooms in his home space and sold them to Baker at exorbitant prices. He's already made a fortune, okay? Otherwise what? Yang Wei ignored Lu Yu's sarcasm and said arrogantly, I am about to break through to the martial artist realm, while you will forever remain a peasant. Crushing you is easier than crushing an ant. Oh, right. Yang Wei looked around and asked curiously, where's your campus bell, Song? Does your wife just hide at home when it matters? Yang Wei was indeed curious. After all, Song Yu was definitely not the kind of woman who would hide when faced with danger. The only explanation is that Song Yu no longer wanted to be with Lu Yu. This inevitably made Yang Wei excited. Wang Zhuang, who was behind him, chimed in, "That's right. When it really matters, you can't rely on women. Lu Yu, you might as well divorce her." Wang Zhuang, shut your dog mouth. Director Wei, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He was injured, but his momentum remained undiminished. During the battle just now, Director Wei discovered that Wang Zhuan was seriously shirking his responsibilities, slacking off the whole time, and not fulfilling his duties as a farm manager at all. At this moment, this guy was still following behind the eldest son of the Yang family, just like his lackey. Little Lu's wife, Little Song, is pregnant. Of course she doesn't need to come here to fight. Who do you think you are, Wang Zhuang, to dare to criticize others here? Director Wei dared not offend Yang Wei, but he certainly dared to scold the farm managers under his command. Not only that, Wei Wenchuan also plans to fire Wang Zhuang tomorrow. Wei Wenchuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Yang Wei's ears. The smile on his face froze instantly. What did you say? Yang Wei's voice trembled as he stared intently at Wei Wenchuan, then turned to Lu Yu. You're pregnant? Song Yu is pregnant with your child? His eyes instantly became bloodshot, and his handsome face was twisted with jealousy and anger, making him look particularly ferocious. This news was even harder for him to accept than Lu Yu's greatly increased strength or seeing Lu Yu make a fortune. The goddess Yang Wei had been longing for, the white moonlight he could never have, was actually going to have a child with this loser he looked down on the most. Lu Yu scoffed indifferently, Song Yu is my wife. Isn't it only natural that she bears my child? Who do you think you are, Yang Wei? What right do you have to tell us what to do when we have a child? Ah! Yang Wei let out a roar that was not human, and the vital energy in his body instantly went out of control. A violent flame burst through the top of his head and soared into the sky. Lu Yu! I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Westbrook, calm down. The Yang family's martial arts instructors quickly stepped forward and restrained him. The Yang family martial arts master also frowned, and an invisible pressure descended, instantly suppressing Yang Wei's rampaging aura. Nonsense! What do you think you're doing in front of the city guards? Yang Wei was forcibly taken away, but his eyes, filled with resentment and madness, remained fixed on Lu Yu. Lu Yu remained calm, but in his heart, he had already added Yang Wei to his kill list. Chapter 15 Advancement to Martial Artist. Lu Yu wants to kill Yang Wei. The next day, Director Wei convened a farm meeting, announced the subsidies from the municipal government to the farm, and publicly fired Wang Zhuang, as well as 2 other employees who failed to come to resist the beast tide. When a beast tide hits the farm, everyone must be present unless there are exceptional circumstances like Song Yu's. Wang Zhuang and the other 2 packed their bedding and slunk away. Next, Director Wei gave everyone a month-long vacation, since rebuilding the farm would take time. Although everyone wanted to get rich by growing leeks as soon as possible, there was nothing they could do about it. I can only go back and rest for a while. Lu Yu was even happier, being able to stay home with his wife every day, and also have a female maid named Yalong. Of course, he also has to busy himself with growing vegetables at home. However, Rose took on the vast majority of the work. This little maid, Rose, is very kind to her master. As a martial artist, she is also very capable. 1 month later, the shadow of the beast tide has gradually faded, and Kanyu Farm has been rebuilt with government assistance. The farm's employees have resumed their daily routine of working hard and frantically growing chives to make money. Lu Yu then transferred 10 mu of his original 12 mu leek field to other employees, and he only needed to grow 2 mu of leeks for himself. Although Director Wei felt a little regretful, he also expressed his understanding. After all, Lu Yu's wife was pregnant, and they were short-handed. He had also witnessed Lu Yu's formidable performance during the beast tide. Of course, he knew that Lu Yu had become a quasi-martial artist and was about to advance to a martial artist. This child is no ordinary person. Once Lu Yu advances to the level of a martial artist, he should leave the farm and venture into the wider world. Fortunately, all the employees of Kangyu Farm have now learned Lu Yu's chive cultivation techniques, which will bring huge economic benefits to the farm in the future. Lu Yu did indeed intend to resign once he became a martial artist. This is Lu Yu's living room. It still doesn't work, we're just one last step away. Lu Yu exited his cultivation state. Both he and Song Yu's life strength was stuck at 1.99, unable to take the final step. The bottleneck of the martial artist realm is indeed not so easy to break through. Once a quasi-martial artist's life strength reaches 1.99, conventional medicines and pills become ineffective. Without a breakthrough elixir, one must persevere in the long run to achieve a breakthrough. In fact, many aspiring martial artists get stuck at this point, spending 10 or 8 years before they can break through to become a martial artist. This is undoubtedly a waste of precious lifespan. Of course, there are also martial artist breakthrough pills in this world, which are specifically used to break through to the martial artist realm. However, every martial arts breakthrough pill on the market sells for a sky-high price of over 3 million. Furthermore, these breakthrough pills are all subject to government control, and the application process is very complicated. It is said that members of the Yang family are in the Danyao Administration Bureau of Jiangnan City. Liu Yu knew that if he and his wife applied for the martial artist breakthrough pill, they would definitely face obstacles and difficulties from the Yang family. Unless he ventures into the wilderness himself and finds a breakthrough elixir. Recently, news has spread from the suburbs that a 10-year-old dose of Ganoderma lucidum has appeared in the southern forest, dozens of miles away. However, according to Yi Yong of the Sanren hunting team, this was the first message released by Wang Zhuang. Liu Yu suspected that it was most likely a trap set by Yang Wei to kill him. Yuzi, don't worry. Song Yu, her pregnant belly already quite noticeable, wiped his sweat and said, "We'll be there soon." Liu Yu said, "I've heard that Yang Wei was provoked and broke through to the martial artist level shortly after returning. He won't let this go easily. We must break through as soon as possible." This is actually a message detected by the system. Liu Yu can have the system remotely scan the current situation of his enemies. After Yang Wei broke through to the martial realm, he instructed his clansmen not to approve Liu Yu's application for a breakthrough pill quota. "Master, what should we do?" Rosa's pretty face also showed a hint of anxiety. But even if the master and sister Song Yu fail to break through to the martial arts realm, with her around, she will absolutely not allow anyone to destroy this family. "You, little Rose, it's okay, I can still buy breakthrough pills online." Liu Yu laughed heartily, put one arm around Song Yu and the other around Rose, and kissed them both. Song Yu smiled without saying a word, while Rose blushed slightly on her pretty face. However, her owner has recently been making affectionate gestures towards her, such as patting her head, hugging her waist, and touching her legs. He also praised her long, shapely legs, saying they were very attractive. She's gotten used to it. Liu Yu released the two women, walked out of the living room, opened the All Heavens Mall, and began contacting the werewolf baker. "Liu Yu, Mr. Baker, do you have any spiritual medicines or pills that can help one break through the bottleneck of martial arts?" "Baker, brother Liu, you're finally about to break through?" "Of course. The 10-year crimson blood mushroom is incredibly effective. It's just a bit pricey, though, 2 million star coins per plant." "Liu Yu, you also have crimson blood mushroom?" "Price is not a problem, give me 2 first. Liu Yu is now worth hundreds of millions, and a mere 4 million is nothing to him. The transaction was completed quickly. Aki, the courier from all the heavens, appeared in the courtyard. He handed 2 crimson blood mushrooms, each emitting a faint crimson glow, to Liu Yu. Liu Yu returned to the living room, holding 2 crimson blood fungus in his hands. "Yu, we bought it. Let's break through together." "You bought the breakthrough elixir so quickly?" "Great, honey." The two entered their home space, each consuming a crimson blood mushroom, and then began refining it. Rose followed them in and stayed behind to watch over them. Boom! The powerful medicinal force dissolved within his body, and a scorching torrent rushed into his limbs and bones, assaulting that invisible barrier. Liu Yu and Song Yu's bodies were trembling slightly. But they all gritted their teeth and persevered. Liu Yu activated the Azurewood mystic art, guiding this massive energy to break through the bottleneck. A layer of golden luster appeared on Song Yu's delicate body, making her appear even more heroic and graceful, like a golden goddess. The fetus in her womb was not affected by the medicine, on the contrary, it happily absorbed the dissipated energy and became more active. Half a day later. Click! A crisp sound rang out simultaneously inside both of them. That seemingly insurmountable bottleneck has finally been broken. A completely new power, several times stronger than before, flowed through their limbs and bones. Life underwent a qualitative transformation. Host, Liu Yu. Health strength, 2.0. Lifespan, 2160. Wives and concubines, Song Yu. Health strength, 2.0. Lifespan, 2160. Martial artist realm. Success. Liu Yu opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He could feel that every move he made contained explosive power. The biggest change is in lifespan. From 40 years old, I jumped to 60 years old. Husband, we've become martial artists. Song Yu cried tears of joy. Lu Yu embraced her, his heart filled with boundless pride. Yu, from today onwards, we are no longer ordinary people who can be bullied at will. Congratulations, master and sister, on your advancement to martial artists. Rose's pretty face was also full of joy. With the couple becoming martial artists, their future looks brighter. Rose's current life strength has reached 3.1. For martial artists and above, life strength increases relatively quickly. In martial arts, the levels of vitality are as follows: 2-4 points indicate the early stage of martial arts, 5-9 points indicate the middle stage, 10-14 points indicate the late stage, and 15-19 points indicate the peak stage. To become a martial arts master, your life strength needs to reach 20 points. For a martial arts master, the required life strength is 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to the martial artist realm. Your home space has been upgraded. You have also received 2,000 spirit garlic seeds and 100 All Heavens member points. The homestead space has been expanded several times, with an additional acre of black soil, a small grove of trees, and a new building, Eye of the Spirit Spring. As the system notification appeared, a roar erupted in the homestead space, and a tremendous change occurred. Lu Yu looked at the changes in his homeland. Beside the patch of leek, a fertile land suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Over on the rocky side, there was a grove of trees, all of which were suitable for growing mushrooms. Beside the original stream, a spring has appeared, bubbling up water imbued with pure spiritual energy. Eye of the Spiritual Spring, the spring water can accelerate plant growth. Long-term consumption can cleanse the body and increase cultivation speed. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yu was overjoyed. Your home space has actually upgraded automatically? The owner's home has become even more beautiful. Song Yu and Rose cheered with delight. Lu Yu smiled and took out a bag of spirit garlic seeds. These are spirit garlic seeds that I bought from a customer before. Let's plant spirit garlic on this acre of land. Spirit garlic? This is a best-selling item in the Universe City. Beast meat paired with spirit garlic is even more delicious. Song Yu exclaimed in surprise. Garlic is delicious, I've had it before. Rose licked her lips. Both women were clearly foodies. Afterwards, Lu Yu took Rose and planted the spirit garlic on that acre of land. Song Yu can just sit on the side and watch. After planting the garlic, Lu Yu, along with Song Yu and Rose, teleported out of their home base. Rose busied herself cooking and preparing the meal. Lu Yu stood at his doorstep, gazing into the distance at the vast wilderness. Staying at the base city farm is safe, but resources are limited and growth is too slow. The Yang family is deeply rooted in Jiangnan City. If we want to develop in peace, we must get out of their sight. Moreover, our children need the best resources, and those rare and precious materials are all deep in the wilderness. Song Yu hugged him from behind and nodded emphatically. I'll do whatever you say. Wherever you go, I'll go. Lu Yu smiled. Martial arts practitioners are the true starting point of this world. Their journey is to the stars and the sea. The first step is to conquer this wilderness. However, Lu Yu wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, so he first had to deal with Yang Wei, this big problem, which was the main reason. After all, Lu Yu was unwilling to accept that the other party was secretly eyeing his wife, Song Yu. Since the other party is so eager to get rid of him, Lu Yu. The same applies to Lu Yu. Lu Yu possesses a system for remote scanning and early warning, and with the addition of his home space, he can bring Rose along. Of course I'm confident I can set a trap and kill Yang Wei. Chapter 16 Xiao Lu is opening a shop? The temptation of Rose the maid. However, this matter definitely cannot be rushed. Lu Yu had already instructed the system to scan and monitor Yang Wei's every move at any time. Yang Wei is, after all, a direct descendant of a powerful clan, and every time he goes out into the wilderness recently, he is always surrounded by a large entourage. Furthermore, they all brought along clansmen at the martial master level. Even with Rose by his side, Lu Yu, who had just advanced to the martial realm, was no match for a martial master. Lu Yu and Rose will only have a chance to kill Yang Wei if Yang Wei is not accompanied by martial arts masters, or if an accident occurs, such as when their team is attacked by a beast horde. Then, the next morning, Lu Yu and Song Yu went to the municipal government to apply for martial arts certificates. In this world of high martial arts, the control over breakthrough pills is quite strict, mainly because the upper-level financial groups control breakthrough pills to earn huge profits, but martial artist certificates are issued normally. Once you break through to the level of a martial artist, you can obtain a certificate. A martial artist's certificate is a status that distinguishes them from ordinary people. Martial artists who possess a martial artist's certificate can obtain greater rights. For example, having the qualifications to settle and open a shop in the city, and being able to work freely. Similarly, one cannot resign from the farm without a martial arts certificate. After leaving the municipal government, Lu Yu and his wife went to Kanyu Farm to resign from their positions as Director Wei. Ah, Xiaolu, Xiaosong, you finally advanced to martial artists. Great. Director Wei approved Lu Yu and his wife's resignations, and said with a smile, if you two become successful in the future, remember to help your colleagues, and also me, Old Wei. In fact, he had said the same thing to other employees who had become martial artists and resigned from their jobs. However, after those people left the farm, they basically didn't do very well, and Director Wei couldn't count on anyone else to help him out. However, Lu Yu and his wife are different. They are too young and have great potential, and they will definitely achieve great things in the future. This is also why Director Wei valued Lu Yu so much before. Well, Lao Wei, to be honest, I plan to open a shop in the city center of the base in the future, Lu Yu said calmly. Director Wei was about to say a few more words of blessing when he heard this, and his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Open a shop? The farm workers who came to see them off were also stunned, and a buzz of discussion arose. Xiao Lu is opening a shop? What kind of shop? Selling vegetables? Open a shop in the city center? The rent there is astronomical. Where would he get so much money? Has Xiao Lu become a little arrogant after becoming a martial artist? Lu Yu smiled as he looked at the surprised faces of the crowd. Specializing in all kinds of elixirs and rare and precious medicinal materials. The moment these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was looking at Lu Yu as if he were crazy. Elixirs and rare medicinal herbs? What kind of business is that? It's a business that only tycoons and powerful families can monopolize. A farm worker who just resigned said he wanted to do this? Director Wei's lips trembled slightly. He stepped forward and lowered his voice. Xiao Lu, are you kidding me? This isn't like growing leeks. It requires astronomical sums of money and connections to the highest levels. Do I look like I'm joking? Lu Yu retorted. His gaze swept over familiar faces, some worried, some doubtful, and some with amused expressions. Looking at Lu Yu's confident eyes, Director Wei couldn't bring himself to say, have you been fooled by city people? There are no rural areas in the world of high-level martial arts. In the base city, the suburbs outside the urban area are considered rural areas. Therefore, the wealthy people in the city are also known as city dwellers. Wei Wenchuan sighed and patted Lu Yu's shoulder heavily. All right. I admire your ambition. Be sure to let me know when you open for business. I'll sell everything I own to come and support you. I'm going too. Count me in. Xiao Lu, you have to give us a discount. Although the employees had their doubts, they responded enthusiastically. Okay, I'll let you know when I get back. From now on, all former colleagues of Kanyu Farm will be able to enjoy discounts. Lu Yu smiled and agreed. Then, with Song Yu in tow, they left the place where they had lived for more than 2 years, amidst the farewells of the crowd. Jiangnan Base City, Xiaolong Commercial District. Although this place is a gathering place for martial artists, it is not considered a bustling area of the city. Lu Yu chose to rent a storefront here mainly because the location is relatively high and backs onto a large park, offering beautiful scenery and a quiet atmosphere. The commercial buildings here also employ state-of-the-art biomimetic design, with their exterior walls covered in vines that absorb sunlight. However, the goods here are not high-end, and there are relatively few private hovercars that fly into this area. The foot traffic is decent. Lu Yu spent 15 million star coins to rent a 300 square meter storefront here. The storefront has 3 floors and an annual rent of 3 million yuan, which must be paid in full upfront for 5 years. The landlord was a middle-aged man named Xia Hongyi, from the Xia clan of the Wu King family. It is said that the entire Xiaolong commercial street was developed by the Xia family. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the bustling night view of most of the base. It's so beautiful here. Song Yu leaned against Lu Yu's chest, her slightly protruding belly adding to her maternal tenderness. She never dreamed that she could move into such an environment. From now on, our child will grow up here. Lu Yu gently stroked her belly. Master, everything at home is ready. Rose, dressed in a maid's outfit, brought over 2 cups of warm spiritual spring water. After moving, Lu Yu did not rush to open a shop. He remotely monitored Yang Wei's movements every day through the system. Yang Wei went outside the city again today, accompanied by 2 martial arts masters and more than a dozen martial artists. Lu Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the system notification. What's wrong? Song Yu had no idea what Lu Yu was thinking. It's nothing. I've already talked to Baker. In a while, he'll provide me with a large batch of goods, and then you'll be able to become the boss's wife, Lu Yu said with a smile. I'm going to be a boss lady. We're going to make lots and lots of money. Song Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had long heard that Lu Yu's long-term client was named Baker, a wealthy businessman from another ethnic group. While chatting with his wife, Lu Yu was thinking about how to kill Yang Wei. If there are no opportunities, then create them. But before that, we must accumulate even greater strength. In the days that followed, Lu Yu and his family of 3 lived a secluded life. Their home space became their true world. Spirit chives, spirit garlic, and spirit mushrooms were harvested in an endless stream and sold to the werewolf baker through the All Heavens Mall. The yield of garlic per mu is similar to that of leek per mu, which is more than 2,000 gene, but garlic requires a longer growing period. Even with Lu Yu using his talent to accelerate ripening and the addition of spiritual spring water, it still takes more than 10 days to harvest once. However, the price of Ling garlic is several times higher than that of Ling leeks, and it is sold to baker at a sky-high price of 4,000 yuan per caddy. Even in the Universe City, it costs 2,000 yuan per kilogram. It's a top-grade seasoning for the nobility. In your homestead, after digging up the garlic, you can plant it again by leaving some roots. Lu Yu's bank account balance grew like a snowball. He then generously exchanged this money for massive amounts of elixirs and rare medicinal herbs. Mid-grade qi and blood pills, high-grade qi and blood pills, bone-tempering pills, all kinds of pills that help martial artists cultivate were consumed by the 3 of them like candy beans. Superior Qi and Blood Pill increases life strength by more than 0.1 upon use, with no side effects, limited to use by martial artists and above. At Baker's place, a single top-grade Qi and Blood Pill costs only 1 million, but here, each one sells for a sky-high price of over 1.5 million. The cultivation levels of Lu Yu and the other 2 were also improving rapidly. Since Song Yu was already several months pregnant, the couple naturally hadn't had intercourse for a long time. During this period of time, as Lu Yu and Rose interacted more frequently, their master-servant relationship gradually warmed up and took a turn for the worse. In the stillness of the night, only a dim wall lamp was lit in Lu Yu's bedroom. Lu Yu had just finished his cultivation and exhaled a breath of stale air. The bathroom door opened, and a wave of warm air mixed with the scent of shower gel and a young girl's body wafted out. Rose wore a loose white shirt that barely covered her hips, leaving her long, shapely legs, full of collagen, completely exposed to the air. Her long, wet silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and water droplets slid down her delicate collarbone, disappearing into the deep cleavage of her shirt collar. "Master, the water is ready." Her voice trembled slightly with nervousness. Lu Yu's breath hitched for a moment. As Song Yu's belly grew larger, the couple had long since started sleeping in separate rooms. But this dragon girl, Rose, stayed by his side day and night, inseparable from him. Serving him. Lu Yu, of course, had the idea of eating the little girl as soon as possible. Now. Rose, dressed in revealing and sexy attire, boldly gazed at her master, and the atmosphere unconsciously became somewhat ambiguous. "Rose, you. Sister Song Yu told me to dress like this." Rose lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red as if they were about to bleed, her voice barely audible. "My sister said she's not feeling well right now and can't let her owner suffer." As she spoke, she took out a small box from behind her back. "My sister also said that the master should choose one he likes." Inside the box, 3 pairs of stockings lay quietly. Black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, all are as thin as cicada wings. You're using this to test your owner?" Lu Yu felt his internal energy surging even more than when he was cultivating earlier. He walked up to Rose, his tall figure looming over her. Rose gripped the hem of her dress tightly, so much so that she could hear her own heart pounding. Lu Yu looked into those slightly tense golden eyes. "Would you be my woman?" Rose's body trembled slightly. She didn't answer directly, but instead took the initiative to meet Lu Yu's gaze and awkwardly kissed her master's lips. "In that case, your master, will take a bath with you first. Then, I'll eat my little Rose." Lu Yu could no longer suppress the primal power within him, and he picked Rose up in a princess carry and carried her into the bathroom. That night, the spring scenery was enchanting. Lu Yu also witnessed the captivating charm of the dragon girl. Congratulations, host, on marrying your second wife, Rose. This lays the foundation for the expansion of your family. You have been rewarded with the Martial God level cultivation techniques Azure Emperor with Sovereign Technique and Starry Dragon God Technique. The host has interacted with Rose multiple times, increasing their life strength by 0.5 points. Rose's life strength has increased by 0.2 points. Your wife Rose has officially transformed into a woman, and thus, through the fusion of their bloodlines, she has awakened the SSS level hidden talent, the Dragon God bloodline. Chapter 17. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu Yu opened his eyes. Rose in his arms was still fast asleep, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her face flushed with satisfaction. Behind her, a silver dragon tail swayed gently, seemingly out of nowhere. Suddenly, an immense and unparalleled aura erupted from Rose's body. Boom! The air in the entire room vibrated, and golden dragon-shaped phantoms circled and roared around her, while an ancient pressure originating from the depths of her bloodline spread out. Rose suddenly opened her eyes, and in her golden pupils, it seemed as if stars were fading away. A layer of fine, diamond-like golden dragon scales appeared on her skin, then disappeared. Master, I. Rose felt the surging power within her, her face filled with shock. Rose host's concubine, 18 years old, life strength 5.4, mid-stage martial artist. Dragon God bloodline, SSS level talent, attack, defense, speed, and recovery are all enhanced tenfold. Can release dragon might, which can suppress all races, especially dragons and sub-dragons. Can increase the speed of cultivating any technique by tenfold, and has a certain chance to learn dragon-exclusive combat skills. Lu Yu was overjoyed as he read the system's introduction. Rose's SSS level talent is simply outrageous. Meanwhile, due to the awakening of her SSS level talent and the system rewards, Rose's life strength directly broke through to 5.4, entering the mid-stage martial artist realm. Lu Yu took out 2 ancient martial arts manuals from the system space. Rose, you have awakened the SSS level talent, the Dragon God bloodline. This is for you. He handed Rose the Starry Dragon God technique. The other book, the Azure Emperor with Sovereign Skill, was a martial god level skill he prepared for himself, far superior to the Azure with Profound Skill. The system's reward for marrying Rose this time is enormous. She actually received 2 martial god level cultivation techniques. The martial god level cultivation technique is already the most advanced cultivation technique in the universe, let alone a martial god level technique. Even martial artists who have cultivated martial saint level or martial emperor level techniques can easily kill enemies of higher levels. Unfortunately, there are only these 2 books, and they are suitable for Lu Yu and Rose. I'll try to get a copy of the martial god technique later and give it to Song Yu to practice. Wow, Master, I've actually awakened an SSS level talent? And this Starry Dragon divine art. Master, you actually possess a martial god level cultivation technique? Rose cheered with joy upon learning that she had awakened her SSS talent. When she saw the grade and description of the cultivation technique, she was overjoyed. She only glanced at it, but she felt the Dragon God bloodline within her leap with joy. This cultivation technique seems to have been tailor-made for her. What's the big deal? You know I can trade with powerful beings from other worlds. Lu Yu chuckled and added, also, from now on, you don't need to call me master anymore. Call me husband, or you can call me sir. Hee, okay, husband. When there are outsiders, Rose will call you master. Rose replied happily in a sweet voice. She has now successfully taken over and become the second mistress of the house. Of course, Song Yu will always be her older sister. Lu Yu chuckled, took Rose's slender hand, and led her out to the living room, where they planned to practice the martial god technique after breakfast. Song Yu had already gotten up and, upon seeing this scene, covered his mouth and chuckled. She had already ordered takeout for the family of 3 through a mobile app. Lu Yu also mentioned Rose's awakened talent and cultivation technique. He said he only has 2 martial arts manuals for now, and he'll get her another one later. Song Yu was not jealous at all, he was happy for Rose. She added, Rose has awakened top-tier talent, and you've all cultivated the martial god technique, so you'll be able to protect me in the future. Yang Wei's home. What did you say? Lu Yu moved into the Xiaolong commercial district? Yang Wei smashed the cup in his hand upon hearing Wang Zhuan's report. Yes, Westbrook, he rented a commercial building for 15 million. And he hasn't left the city even once recently, Wang Zhuang answered cautiously. 15 million? Where would Lu Kai go get so much money? Yang Wei was getting a little annoyed, Could it be that he managed to snag a bargain during the beast tide and make a small fortune? At that time, there were many beast general level alien beasts outside the farm, and some of them also rushed into the farm. Finding the corpse of a beast general, or even encountering the corpse of a beast general with a magic core inside, can indeed make you a small fortune. Of course, 15 million is nothing to Yang Wei. However, the Xiaolong commercial district is the territory of the Xia family's martial royal clan, so Yang Wei wouldn't dare to cause trouble there easily. Moreover, fighting is not allowed within the base city. Yang Wei snorted, a coward. He must be afraid of me, that's why he's hiding in the city and doesn't dare to come out. Honey, you're wrong to think that way, Ji Shuang suddenly said from the side. Yang Wei looked at her. He's not afraid of you, he's afraid of the martial arts masters around you. Ji Shuang's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Lu Yu used to be a top student, so he must be smart enough. Think about it, he's just a newly promoted martial artist. If he goes out hunting beasts and you lead a group of martial masters to chase him down, wouldn't he be doomed? If you only have martial artists by your side, would he dare to go out into the wilderness? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei suddenly realized what was going on. Yes. Xuanzi is right. This guy should also know from the people on the farm and those hunting teams that I always bring martial arts masters with me when I go out hunting, so he doesn't dare to go out and take risks. Dong of Laya looked at Ji Shuang with envy. The two were about the same in appearance, but Ji Shuang was smarter than her, and Yang Wei obviously favored Ji Shuang more. Yang Wei looked out the window at the desolate landscape, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Alright, I'll give Lu Yu this chance. Wang Zhuang, you keep a close eye on him. I'm not bringing any martial arts instructors with me this time. I want to see if he dares to follow me. A few days later, Lu Yu's system received a new notification. The target, Yang Wei, has left the base city and headed to the ruins of Qinggang City, accompanied by 9 martial artists, none of whom are at least martial master level. The fish has taken the bait. Lu Yu glanced at the system message bar, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He changed into a combat suit that allowed for easy movement and said to Song Yu, who was watching a TV series in the living room, Rose and I are going out for a bit. Be careful, Song Yu cautioned. Master, shall I stay in the homestead for now? Rose stood up, her powerful aura as a mid-stage martial artist immediately apparent. Rose still prefers to call Lu Yu master, as she feels that calling him master makes Lu Yu sound old. Her strength has improved rapidly, and her current life strength is almost at 6 points. Good. After Lu Yu and Rose entered the home, they immediately went out and boarded the most inconspicuous public transportation. Then they arrived at the gate of the suburban defense line and joined the flow of people leaving the city. The wilderness was littered with bloodstains and craters from the battle. It stretched as far as the eye could see, overgrown with weeds. Lu Yu used the meteor step, his figure moving swiftly through the weeds and ruins. From time to time, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from afar. Lu Yu remained highly vigilant, because the scattered groups of strange beasts were lurking in the weeds and ruins. Along the way, Lu Yu easily killed several attacking beasts and quickly traveled more than 20 kilometers. During the High Martial Era, the area of the entire Blue Star increased tenfold. 20 kilometers is nothing at all. Brother Lu? You're out hunting too? A surprised voice came from the side. Lu Yu turned his head and saw He Yong and his hunting team, who were struggling to deal with several ironback wolves. 2 of these ironback wolves are beast soldiers, and the rest are quasi-beast soldiers. He Yong's team only had 1 martial artist, so he was quite difficult to deal with. Fortunately, He Yong's life strength has improved a lot recently, and several of his team members are almost becoming martial artists. In addition, this is an old-fashioned gas station with walls, which allows them to exploit the terrain. Captain He, how did you end up in such a remote area? Lu Yu walked over and casually waved his hand, sending out several blue wooden spikes that accurately pinned down the iron-backed wolves. He Yong was stunned when he saw this, and quickly ran over to express his gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Lu. You've already reached the mid-stage of martial arts? You actually killed this pack of wolves in 1 move. His teammates also looked on incredulously. Their captain, He Yong, was already close to the mid-stage of martial arts, but even he had a hard time dealing with the 2 ironback wolves, who were at the early stage of beast soldier level. Lu Yu had only recently advanced to the martial realm, yet he was able to wipe out the entire pack of wolves in an instant. That's the difference. Lu Yu smiled and said, pretty much, but my technique is stronger. In fact, Lu Yu's current life strength is less than 4 points. However, after he cultivated the martial god level technique, his combat power was indeed far superior to that of a martial artist in the early or even middle stages. Upon hearing this, He Yang was deeply moved. He originally planned to invite Lu Yu and his wife to join the beast hunting team after they advanced to the level of martial artists. However, Lu Yu is so strong now, and I heard that he is planning to open a shop in the city. He Yang felt embarrassed to invite him. These ironback wolves had actually been severely injured by He Yang's team before, and according to the rules of the wilderness, they naturally belonged to He Yang's team. He Yang offered to give Lu Yu a larger one, but Lu Yu naturally refused. After chatting for a while, Lu Yu said that in the future, they could buy pills and elixirs from his shop. He Yang and the others readily agreed. At the same time, in the sky, a biomimetic hummingbird drone was monitoring the movements below. This hummingbird drone, of course, belongs to the Yang family. Yang Wei had already arranged for several clansmen to keep an eye on Lu Yu at the exit of the defensive line. As soon as Lu Yu left the wilderness, he was monitored by the Yang family using drones. Young Master Wei, the prey has traveled more than 20 kilometers out of the city, heading straight for the Qinggang ruins. He just encountered He Yang's team, and now he's left alone again. The drone operator picked up his phone to send a message. On the other end of the phone came Yang Wei's excited yet cruel voice. Very good, your surveillance mission is complete. This time, I'll make sure he dies a gruesome death. In the wilderness, cell phone signals are severely limited due to the inability to build cell towers and the influence of various types of radiation. The signal from the base city can generally only cover a few dozen kilometers outside the city. However, Yang Wei only needs to confirm that Lu Yu has left the city, and that will be enough. Yang Wei's side was a grassy area. He brought a total of 9 people with him this time. Ji Shuang and Wang Zhuang were there, and the other 7 were all martial arts experts from his family. In particular, there was a scarred man named Yang Feilei, a member of his clan. He was at the peak of martial arts cultivation and had a life strength of 19 points, which could be considered as a quasi-martial master. The map of the nearby wilderness has been basically thoroughly explored by the warriors of the base city. As long as you don't enter areas inhabited by large groups of strange beasts, and don't encounter beast tides, and your team has a junior expert at the peak of martial arts, you will basically not encounter any danger. Yang Wei had someone bring out a hummingbird drone and launch it into the sky, preparing to remotely track Lu Yu. This location is not far from the ruins of Qinggang, and the signal from the base city has been lost. However, they also brought a local area network router with them on this trip, which they could use to control the drones. Yang Wei was able to receive messages from the defense line because of this router. Soon, the drone spotted Lu Yu. Great, this guy is indeed heading this way, so we don't have to chase after him. Yang Wei looked at Lu Yu's figure on his phone screen and gave a wicked smile. Lu Yu, a mere martial artist, dares to come to the Qinggang ruins? That's a goblin's lair. Wang Zhuang wondered. Qinggang City was originally a city from the old era, but it was later destroyed by a beast tide and turned into ruins. Although Wang Zhuang knew that Lu Yu was very strong. However, it is said that a large group of goblins now inhabit the ruins of Qinggang. Although most of those things are beast soldiers, there are also quite a few beast generals. Even they only plan to search for rare and precious treasures on the outskirts of the ruins. While you're at it, hunt down lone goblins to earn some demon hunting points. In the wilderness, besides hunting beasts, warriors can also hunt monsters to earn monster hunting points, which can then be exchanged for rewards from the Federation. Monsters like goblins, which are deeply hated by humans, naturally belong to the category of demons. Maybe he also wants to earn points. Yang Wei didn't think much of it. Ji Shuang said, "We're too conspicuous here. We'd better go to the outer edge of the ruins and find a place to hide first." Yang Wei nodded. "My Shuangzi is so thoughtful. There's nowhere to hide nearby, and if Lu Yu spots them from a great distance, they might run away. In the wilderness, chasing after them can be quite troublesome." So, Yang Wei and the others used drones to monitor Lu Yu as they walked toward the ruins of Qinggang. Chapter 18. Yang Wei and his wife are surrounded by goblins. Outside the ruins of Qinggang, the broken walls and rubble emitted a faint nuclear radiation under the midday sun. The air was filled with dust and the smell of decay. Martial artists are no longer afraid of this nuclear radiation. However, few martial arts teams come to this place. After all, people prefer to hunt beasts rather than hunt more organized and troublesome groups of monsters. Westbrook, there's not a soul in sight here. Wang Zhuang kicked away a piece of gravel, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Yang Wei leaned against a half-collapsed wall, watching live footage transmitted from a drone through a portable screen. On the screen, Lu Yu's figure was moving rapidly across the wilderness, heading straight for the ruins where they were. What's the rush? Yang Wei exhaled a smoke ring, a playful cat and mouse expression on his face. The prey is walking into the trap on its own, we just need to wait patiently. Ji Shuang, standing beside him, giggled and handed him a bottle of water. With my husband's strategic planning, Lu Yu is doomed. That's natural. Yang Wei pinched Ji Shuang's pretty face, then looked back at the screen. Uncle Fei Lei, clear the area around us, don't let those little green things disturb our enjoyment. Yes, young master. Scarface young Fei Lei nodded, and with a flicker, disappeared into the shadows of the ruins. A few moments later, a few short screams of goblins came from afar, then silence returned. The area where they were hiding has been cleared. The rest of the group found places to hide, concealing their presence and waiting for Lu Yu to walk right into their trap. In the wilderness, Lu Yu's steps did not falter in the slightest. In fact, after leaving the city, Lu Yu had already discovered the Yang family's drone through the system. He pretended not to notice, simply playing along with the plan. At this moment, a map interface that was invisible to outsiders appeared in front of Lu Yu's eyes. The map clearly showed the location of Yang Wei and others, as well as the drones hovering overhead. There were even red dots representing goblin monsters in the ruins. Several kilometers away in the ruins, 10 yellow dots representing Yang Wei's team remained motionless. This map was drawn by the system using the scanning function according to Lu Yu's instructions, and it is similar to the current map in the game interface. Currently, the current map is considered a small feature of his system. You really think you're a hunter? Lu Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. The current map shows which monster groups are in the nearby area. Goblin Squad, number 46, including 2 squad leaders at the peak of the Beastman level. Goblin Squadron, number 134, with several goblin warriors who are quasi-beastmasters. Goblin Camp, 512 in number, including 2 beastmaster level goblin commanders. Deep within the ruins lies a goblin lair, containing over 100,000 goblins. Because Yang Wei's team, apart from Yang Wei himself, Ji Shuang, and Wang Zhuang, who are all at the early stage of martial arts, the others are all at the late stage or peak of martial arts. Lu Yu planned to wipe them all out, not letting a single one escape to report back that he had killed Yang Wei. We can't just take Rose in charge and recklessly. Lu Yu deliberately slowed his pace, looking around as he circled around a small area belonging to Yang Wei's team. The route he chose cleverly avoided all the goblin patrols, yet led straight into a more in-depth and complex of buildings. On Yang Wei's end, the operator's voice rang out. Westbrook, the target has changed direction, he seems to be heading deeper into the ruins. Oh? Has this guy discovered us? Yang Wei became interested. Follow him. He can't escape. He stood up excitedly and waved his hand. Wang Zhuang, you take the 6 of them and flank him from the side. Go to that collapsed shopping mall ahead and block him. Uncle Fei Lei, Xuangzi, let's chase after them from behind. Today, I will personally cut off his head. All right, Westbrook. Wang Zhuang grinned maliciously and immediately led 6 young family warriors, rushing out like hungry wolves. He was determined to claim the credit for getting the first kill on Lu Yu. Moreover, Westbrook actually let him lead a group of Yang family experts, which undoubtedly shows that he regards Wang Zhuang as his confidant. Lu Yu walked through the ruins, raising a light cloud of dust behind him. He entered an area consisting of several collapsed high-rise buildings, which resembled a natural maze. He stopped in the center of a relatively open square. The surrounding area is a towering architectural skeleton that cuts the sky into irregular fragments. This is an excellent burial place. System, block drone signals in this area. Signal jamming has been activated. Behind them, the screen in Ji Shuang's hand instantly turned into static. The signal's gone. He must have hidden in that building. Ji Shuang exclaimed anxiously. Chase. Yang Wei did not hesitate at all. On the other side, Wang Zhuang led 6 men into the square. They saw Lu Yu standing in the center of the square with his back to them, seemingly examining something. Lu Yu. Your death is near. Wang Zhuang roared and was the first to charge forward, his battle sword slicing through the air. The other 6 young family warriors also dispersed from different directions, forming an encirclement and blocking all of Lu Yu's escape routes. In their eyes, Lu Yu was already a bird in a cage. Lu Yu slowly turned around. His face showed no panic, but rather a hint of pity. You guys? Before he could finish speaking, the space around him distorted. A tall, fiery figure appeared out of nowhere. This woman has long silver hair, golden eyes, a wildly charming and explosively sexy figure, and a noble temperament. It's none other than Rose, the dragon girl. A top-tier beauty? Or a dragon girl from another race? Wang Zhuang was taken aback, then laughed lewdly. So this is your trump card, daring to come into the Qinggang ruins alone? Perfect, I'll kill you, and take this stunning dragon girl back for young Master Wei to enjoy. Without needing to scan with his phone, Wang Zhuang could sense that the aura emanating from this female dragon was only at the martial artist level. Although he didn't know how this dragon girl came to be, or what her relationship was with Lu Yu. However, that's not important. A flash of murderous intent crossed Rose's golden eyes. She didn't even bother with unnecessary words. Let's do it. Lu Yu uttered 2 words calmly. Boom! The ground beneath Rose's feet cracked instantly, and she transformed into a silver lightning bolt, rushing into the crowd in a flash. That's too fast. Wang Zhuang's pupils contracted sharply. He only saw a fleeting afterimage. Put. Before a young family martial artist could even raise his weapon, a dazzling light easily pierced his chest. He bled profusely and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This is bad. This dragon girl is extremely powerful, possibly at the martial master level. She's so fast. The remaining men were terrified and hurriedly brandished their weapons. But all their attacks landed in empty air. Rose's movements displayed extreme agility and unpredictability. Each time she appeared, it was accompanied by a muffled thud of bones breaking in a scream. Her attacks were simple and direct, without using any fancy combat techniques. It's pure power and speed. The amplification granted to her by the dragon god's bloodline made her an absolutely overwhelming force among those of the same level. Monster! She's a monster! Wang Zhuang was so frightened that he turned around and tried to run away. But as soon as he turned around, a chilling killing intent locked onto his back. He turned around stiffly. He saw Rose standing in front of him without him noticing, her golden eyes devoid of any emotion. No! Wang Zhuang only had time to utter one word. Rose threw a punch. The fist was covered with a fine layer of golden dragon scales, and the air was blown apart, producing a piercing sonic boom. Bang! Wang Zhuang's chest caved in, his body flew backward, crashed into the wall in the distance, slid down, and fell silent. From Rose's appearance to the end of the battle, it only took a dozen seconds. 7 more corpses were found in the square. Lu Yu walked to Wang Zhuang's side and glanced at the corpse with a blank expression. Just as they were about to take Rose to kill Yang Wei and his 2 companions behind them, a new warning suddenly sounded from the system. Ding! 2 martial arts masters have been detected approaching at high speed from outside the ruins. Target level, late stage martial arts master. The Yang family actually sent a martial arts master this time? Lu Yu frowned. Although Rose is strong, she only has the life strength of a mid-stage martial artist. Facing 2 late-stage martial masters at the same time, she is definitely no match for them. Even with himself included, there's no way he could beat them. Lu Yu had not expected that Yang Wei would resort to underhanded tactics. Although Yang Wei did not bring any martial master level experts with him when he left the city, he later had his clansmen on the other side of the defense line bring martial master level experts after confirming that Lu Yu had left the city. However, Lu Yu was unaware that this was the idea of Yang Wei's wife, Ji Shuang. Furthermore, the commotion from the battle had alerted several patrolling goblins. Those goblins had already run off to report to a nearby goblin squadron. A huge wave of goblins is about to attack. Forget it, let's kill Yang Wei next time. Rose, let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu took Rose back to his home space. Then, using the meteor step, his figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the shadows of the ruins. A moment later, Yang Wei, Ji Shuang, and Yang Feilei also arrived at the square. When they saw the scene before them, all 3 of them were stunned. On the ground lay the corpses of Wang Zhuang and 6 other Yang family martial artists, their deaths gruesome. Wang Zhuang. Yang Wei's eyes instantly turned red. He rushed over, staring at the horrific bloody hole in Wang Zhuang's chest, his body trembling with rage. Although Wang Zhuang is not his biological brother, he is Yang Wei's most trusted little brother, whom he has known since school. Yang Wei always listened to him and was very agreeable. Yang Wei once patted his chest and told Wang Zhuang, "In the future, I will definitely take you to take off and go to the Cosmic City to see the world." But now, Wang Zhuangren is gone. Where is he? Where is Lu Yu? Yang Wei roared madly, his voice echoing through the empty ruins. Young master, he ran away. There's only one person's footprint at the exit. Yang Feilei inspected the scene, his expression grave. Moreover, Wang Zhuang and the others were killed almost instantly, without even a proper resistance. Impossible! Yang Wei roared, how could Liu Yu be so strong all by himself? He must have helpers. No matter what help he has, he must die today. Yang Wei's face was contorted, as if he had gone mad. Chase him. Even if you have to turn this whole wasteland upside down, find him. Just then. Woo woo woo. A strange, shrill horn sound came from deep within the ruins. The earth began to tremble slightly. Not good. Yang Feilei's expression changed drastically. It's the goblin war horn. A huge horde of goblins is coming out. As soon as he finished speaking, countless green figures emerged from the shadows of buildings all around. Those goblins were short, with wrinkled skin, wielding crude bone clubs and stone axes, their eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty. Wow! Wah! The hundreds of goblins all stared at Ji Shuang with lewd green eyes. Numerous goblins surged toward the three like a tidal wave. Chapter 19. You're defiled, so you deserve to die. The secret realm emerges. The family's martial arts masters will be here soon. Young master and young mistress, step back. I'll hold off the monster horde. Yang Feilei roared, unleashing his full power as a peak martial artist. His battle blade danced like a curtain of light, slicing the goblins charging at the front into pieces. No wonder he's a near martial arts master. But there are too many goblins. Fearless and undaunted, they trampled over the corpses of their companions and charged madly toward young Feilei. Interspersed among them were some burly goblin warriors wielding spiked clubs. These goblin warriors, at the level of quasi-beast generals, attacked with tremendous force, causing Yang Feilei to howl in pain. Many goblins had already bypassed young Feilei and swarmed towards Yang Wei and Ji Shuang. Ji Shuang's body was grabbed by the ugly arms of some goblins, and she screamed in terror. Xuanzi, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yang Wei held Ji Shuang tightly behind him, his battle sword continuously unleashing flaming blades. However, his attacks were woefully inadequate against the sheer number of goblins. After all, he was only at the early stage of martial arts. In the chaos, a cunning goblin shaman, hiding in the distance, waved his withered bone staff. A beam of yellow light struck the ground beneath Ji Shuang's feet. Laugh! The ground suddenly turned as muddy as a swamp, and Ji Shuang lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ah! She let out a gasp. That momentary lapse became a fatal flaw. Young master, be careful. In order to block a goblin warrior that lunged at Yang Wei, Yang Feilei had to abandon protecting Ji Shuang. Several goblins seized the opportunity, letting out eerie caw-caw laughs, and pounced on the fallen Ji Shuang like hungry wolves. Get out of my way! Ji Shuang screamed in terror, brandishing the short sword in her hand. But her strength was far inferior to Yang Wei's. How could she possibly withstand a few crazed goblins? Her short sword was easily knocked away, and her hands and feet were firmly held down. A goblin's rough, dirty hand tore open her combat uniform at the chest. No! Yang Wei! Help me! Help me! Ji Shuang let out a desperate cry. Her body was lifted up by several goblins and dragged like a trophy towards the rear of the goblin army. Yang Wei turned around and saw this scene. He saw the endless fear and pleading in Ji Shuang's eyes. I also saw the disgusting, lewd smiles on the faces of those goblins. An indescribable sense of humiliation and rage instantly overwhelmed his reason. Ah! Let her go! Yang Wei tried to rush over like a madman, but was held back by even more goblins. Just then, two incredibly powerful auras descended from the sky. It was those two martial arts masters from the Yang family. Presumptuous! One of the martial arts masters let out an angry shout, his voice as loud as thunder. He slammed his palm down from mid-air, and a huge palm print descended from the sky, instantly crushing more than a dozen goblins into a bloody pulp. Another martial artist transformed into a streak of swordlight, weaving back and forth among the goblin horde. With each flash, a dozen or so goblins fell. The power of a martial arts master is terrifying. With the arrival of two martial arts masters, the situation instantly reversed. The remaining goblins were terrified and screamed in terror as they scattered and fled. Yang Wei led his men and charged madly in the direction the goblins had retreated. However, a goblin commander of beast general rank appeared, leading several hundred goblin beast soldiers. An hour had passed by the time the two martial artists and Yang Feilei wiped out the goblin wave and finally killed the goblin leader. Not long after. Inside a building, they discovered another goblin leader and a group of goblins, as well as Ji Shuang on the ground. Two young family martial arts masters in Yang Feilei immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the group of goblins. Yang Wei, trembling all over, came to Ji Shuang. At this moment, Ji Shuang lay on the ground, her clothes tattered, her body covered in filth and wounds, her eyes vacant, barely breathing. Wife. Yang Wei's voice trembled. He saw his wife, transformed into this state. Those empty eyes, those tattered clothes, those marks on her body. Every puncture wound was like a poison needle, piercing his heart. Yang Wei felt not heartache, but disgust. It was the ultimate humiliation. His wife is not clean. It's been defiled by a bunch of the lowest monsters. Wei brother Wei. When Ji Shuang saw Yang Wei, a glimmer of light finally appeared in her empty eyes. She reached out her hand, wanting to grab him. Yang Wei's face instantly turned cold and devoid of emotion. He raised the alloy battle knife in his hand. You are no longer clean. Dirty things should be destroyed. Put. The sword pierced through Ji Shuang's chest. Ji Shuang's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief still lingered on her face. Yang Wei sheathed his knife without expression. After Yang Feilei and the others wiped out the group of small monsters and the goblin leader, Yang Wei said coldly, "Burn this place down completely." Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already left the Qinggang ruins and returned to his home in the Xiaolong commercial district. Rose, who was staying in her home space, naturally went back as well. The two martial arts masters from the Yang family arrived a step too late. Lu Yu looked at the last image transmitted back by the system and shook his head. He showed no sympathy whatsoever. From the moment Ji Shuang chose to join forces with Yang Wei against her, her fate was sealed. Let's continue our training, Rose. Rose nodded, her golden eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. She also knew that she was not yet a match for the Yang family's martial arts masters. I need to become stronger to protect my master and sister Song Yu. The two sat cross-legged in the training room on the second floor and began to cultivate by consuming high-grade qi and blood pills. Song Yu remained seated in the living room watching television. As evening fell, the sky above Jiangnan Bay City suddenly changed color. From the direction of the Qinggang ruins, a colorful ray of light shot into the sky, illuminating half of the sky. A massive void vortex slowly took shape in the glow of the sunset. An ancient and mysterious aura permeated the entire base city. Is this the void realm? A void realm has appeared? And it just so happens to appear in the wilderness of our base city? Our Jiangnan base city finally has a void realm. We're going to be rich. Countless martial artists turned their burning gazes toward that direction. Yang Wei, who had just returned home to the Yang family villa, also saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. Having just lost both his wife and his army, a glint of greed and madness flashed in his bloodshot eyes. The void realm. This is an opportunity bestowed upon me by heaven. Lu Yu, this time, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Lu Yu's home. Lu Yu and Rose stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the strange phenomenon in the distance. He then used an appraisal spell to strike it from a distance. Void Secret Realm. This is a sea-level secret realm, which can only be entered by martial artists under the age of 35 and those within the martial master realm. It contains a large number of treasures, as well as numerous monsters and exotic beasts. A sea-level secret realm that can only be entered by those at the martial master level or below? Perfect timing, let's go in and take a look. The Void Realm is also known as a dungeon by martial artists. In this world of advanced martial arts, whether it's the cosmos or various life-bearing planets, some Void Realms will randomly emerge. A sea-level secret realm is the lowest level of secret realm. Currently, Azure Star has more than 10 sea-level secret realms and 1 B-level secret realm. However, this is the first time a secret realm has appeared in Jiangnan Bay City. The Void Realm represents an immense opportunity, a chance for martial artists to turn their lives around. Lu Yu would definitely go. It seems that opening a shop will have to wait. Moreover, Yang Wei will definitely go in too. This is also a good opportunity to take him down. If we don't take down Yang Wei, once Lu Yu opens his shop, the other party might even bring people to cause trouble. A sea-level secret realm. It's said to hold countless opportunities. Master, we're sure to bring back lots and lots of treasures this time. Rose's pretty face was also filled with excitement. Of course. Lu Yu chuckled, putting his arm around Rose's shoulder. Song Yu, who was watching the drama, laughed and said, "Then I'll stay at home and wait for you to return with your spoils." Okay. Lu Yu turned to Song Yu, "Before we go there, I'll go to the Xia family's housekeeping company and hire a nanny to take care of you." Song Yu nodded, "All right then." There's a housekeeping company in this commercial area, run by the landlady, who has a very good reputation. Chapter 20: Hiring a Martial Arts Nanny? Geniuses gather to explore the secret realm. The next day. Shelong Commercial District, Household Service Center. A still attractive middle-aged woman was looking at Lu Yu with surprise. She is Lu Ru, the landlady of this place and the wife of Xia Hongyi, the owner of the commercial street. Brother Lu, are you sure you want to hire a nanny at the peak of martial arts? That salary isn't cheap, at least 250,000 star coins a month. Lu Ru could hardly believe it. The young man in front of me looks to be only in his early 20s. When they first moved here, Lu Ru thought they were young people from some powerful families who had come out to gain experience. After all, a rent of 15 million is not something that an ordinary young person can easily afford. However, Lu Ru also recognized that Lu Yu's wife was none other than Song Yu, a well-known commoner school beauty. She also heard that after Song Yu returned from the youth training camp, she married a farm worker, who was none other than Lu Yu. Her husband, Xia Hongyi, was well informed and knew some things about Lu Yu. It seems that this kid made a fortune growing leeks at Kainyu Farm, and he's also at odds with that playboy from the Yang family. The Xia and Yang families have always been rivals in Jiangnan, and have had friction with each other in various industries. It is normal for Xia Hongyi to pay attention to the intelligence of the young master of the Yang family. Now, Lu Yu is asking to hire a peak martial arts expert as a nanny the moment he opens his mouth. This is the kind of behavior you'd expect from a scion of a powerful family. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Boss lady, money is not a problem. As long as the person is reliable, it is not impossible to hire a nanny at the martial master level." Song Yu's pregnancy is a major event. He is about to enter the secret realm and must ensure that everything at home is safe. With a martial arts master in charge, it's enough to handle most emergencies. Originally, Lu Yu wanted to buy a female slave from a foreign tribe to serve Song Yu. However, considering that there are almost no alien races in the base city, it is not very convenient for alien slaves to go out. Plus, this housekeeping company has a very good reputation, so I decided to hire a nanny. A martial master level nanny is fine? Is Brother Lu really that generous? Okay, I happen to have one here, but the price is a bit high. It's 500,000 a month? Lu Ru chuckled as she saw Lu Yu nod, then made a phone call to call for more people. "Aunt Wang, come here for a moment, we have a big customer." Soon, a tall woman with a resolute face, around 50 years old, walked in. She wore a simple housekeeping uniform, her demeanor was reserved, her eyes were sharp, and the imposing presence she inadvertently exuded made the air seem a little heavier. Wang Xiaoying, early stage of martial arts master, vitality 30. Formerly a retired military officer from the base city. Her grandson suffers from a rare genetic disease and urgently needs a large sum of money for treatment. She is a person who keeps her promises. Lu Yu glanced at it with his appraisal skill and understood immediately. Martial artist's life strength, early stage 20-30, mid stage 31-55, late stage 56-80, peak 81-99. "Aunt Wang, this is Mr. Lu. He'd like to hire a martial arts nanny to take care of his pregnant wife," Lu Ru introduced. Wang Xiaoying's gaze fell on Lu Yu, and with just one glance, she made ordinary martial artists feel immense pressure. Lu Yu remained calm and nodded slightly. "Hello Aunt Wang, my wife is pregnant and I need to go out for a while. In addition to helping with housework, I also hope you can guarantee her absolute safety." Aunt Wang was somewhat surprised that this young man remained completely unfazed by her imposing manner. She said in a deep voice, "Okay, as long as I take this job, no one can hurt your family unless someone beats me to death." His voice was strong and resolute, carrying the decisiveness unique to soldiers. Very good. Lu Yu was very satisfied, monthly salary of 600,000, 3 months advance payment. He asked for the other party's account information and transferred 1.8 million star coins directly on his phone. Aunt Wang and Lu Ru were both stunned. A monthly salary of 600,000? That exceeds the income of many martial arts masters. Of course, this refers to martial artists who don't often go out on adventures and make a living in the base city. Aunt Wang looked at the 1.8 million yuan that had been deposited into her phone, glanced at Lu Yu with a complicated expression, and nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I've sorted out the nanny situation. Aunt Wang needs to take care of some things at home before she can come to work later." Not long after Lu Yu returned home, an official announcement was spread throughout the entire Jiangnan base city via the holographic network. Jiangnan Municipal Government announcement: the sea-level secret realm Cloud and Mist illusion will officially open in 10 days. All citizens of this city under the age of 35 and with a cultivation level of martial master or below are welcome to enter and explore. The news caused an uproar throughout Jiangnan City. All the major martial arts schools and families were mobilized upon hearing the news. Ha ha ha. God bless my Jiangnan City. A sea-level secret realm. The rare and precious materials inside are enough to elevate our family's strength to the next level. Quickly! Summon all eligible young members of the family immediately and prepare the best equipment and elixirs. This secret realm is the best opportunity for my son to make a name for himself. In no time, the city's medicine shops and weapon stores were overflowing with people, and the prices of all kinds of supplies skyrocketed. Countless young martial artists were eager to fight, their eyes shining with excitement. This exploration of the secret realm is not only a contest for opportunities, but also a stage for the next generation of prodigies. Among them, 3 people have attracted the most attention. Zhang Kuang, the chief disciple of Tianlai Martial Arts School. This person has a naturally violent temper and astonishing combat power. He has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Imo Shiryao, the daughter of the city lord, possesses unparalleled skill in the frost sword technique. At a young age, she has already reached the peak of martial arts and is known for her aloofness and pride. There is also Chen Jiani, a swordsmanship genius from the Chen family of Jiangnan. As his name suggests, he is like a sword that is never drawn, but when it is drawn, it always draws blood. Of course, Zhang Kuang, Imo Shiryao, and Chen Jiani were all geniuses who graduated from the previous year's academy, and they were a year or two older than Lu Yu and Yang Wei. The administrative head of the base city is also known as the city lord. Imo Shiryao is the daughter of the city lord, Imo Shan. The Jiangnan base city is home to 4 major martial arts families: the Imo family, the Chen family, the Xia family, and the Yang family. Besides the 3 mentioned above, rising star Yang Wei and Xia Yan from the Xia family have also been the subject of discussion. Although Yang Wei lost manpower and a wife in the Qinggang ruins, it did not affect his status among the younger generation. Lu Yu was just a free-spirited martial artist. He had only shown his skills briefly when the farm encountered a beast tide last time, so naturally no one paid any attention to him. However, the landlord, Xia Hongyi, made a special phone call. "Brother Lu, are you also going into the secret realm for the trial? It's fraught with danger in there. Going it alone would be a huge disadvantage. It would be better to go with the members of my Xia family so we can look out for each other." Xia Hongyi extended an invitation. Lu Yu politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Xia, but I'm used to being alone." "Alright, then be careful." Xia Hongyi didn't insist. He had actually heard from his wife that Lu Yu had hired a nanny at a high price. "I find Lu Yu quite mysterious. He might become a significant figure in the future. He just wanted his own disciples to take care of the other party a little while in the secret realm. Since the other party doesn't need it, let's just leave it at that." 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Aunt Wang also started working as a nanny at Lu Yu's house and became quite familiar with Song Yu. Song Yu was easy to talk to, and when he learned that Aunt Wang was a retired military officer, he felt even more respect for her. Lu Yu instructed Aunt Wang to only clean the 1st and 2nd floors and take care of Song Yu's daily life. They wouldn't let her go up to the 3rd floor or the roof to clean. After all, Lu Yu needs to ship goods from the rooftop when conducting interdimensional transactions, and he doesn't intend to expose the existence of Rose, the sub-dragon girl, for the time being. Aunt Wang happily agreed. The job was very easy. It mainly involved watching TV, eating, drinking, and chatting with the lady of the house, so she naturally had no complaints. When the nanny was at home, Lu Yu also let Rose stay in the home space to cultivate. For the past 10 days, Lu Yu and Rose have been diligently cultivating and improving themselves in their home space. On the day the secret realm opened, the area around the Qinggang ruins was already packed with people. The once desolate ruins have long been cleared by the military to create a huge plaza. In the center of the square, a 100-meter-high void vortex slowly rotates, emitting an orange light, mysterious and magnificent. Tens of thousands of martial artists gathered here, their clamor reaching the sky. The flags of the various factions fluttered in the wind, clearly distinguishing them. The square was already cordoned off, and squads of warriors in brown combat uniforms, exuding a menacing aura, maintained order at the scene. High in the sky, several hovercraft with menacing cannon muzzles patrolled. "Have you heard? The army wiped out the goblin nest in the ruins a few days ago. It's more than just being wiped out. It's said that 3 Lord-level goblin chieftains were killed by martial grandmaster-level experts from the military." Hiss. Lord level. That's comparable to a martial grandmaster. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at the soldiers. At this moment, a tall, middle-aged man dressed in battle robes flew into the sky above the square. His aura was as deep and boundless as the ocean. He was none other than Emo Shan, the administrative head and city lord of Jiangnan Bay City. To all the outstanding young people of this city, Emo Shan's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. The cloud and mist illusion is an opportunity for Jiangnan City, and it is also an opportunity for you. However, the secret realm is a public resource of the Federation, and maintaining its existence requires a great deal of effort. Therefore, every martial artist who enters the secret realm for trials and comes out alive needs to pay a fee of 8 million, or 50% of the harvest. Also, I hope everyone will focus on acquiring resources in the secret realm and try to avoid killing each other. Of course, life and death are preordained within the secret realm. I will only remind you that anyone who dares to kill any martial artist from our city outside the secret realm will be severely punished under federal law. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure swept across the entire area, making everyone's hearts tremble. In the crowd, Yang Wei, dressed in brand new silver armor, stared venomously at Lu Yu not far away. Beside him were two martial arts masters with imposing auras, and two other peak martial artists, forming a formidable lineup. Yang Feilei was there too. The Void Realm, also known as the martial arts trial, can only be entered by groups of 5 people, who must form a team to be teleported to the same location. Of course, a large family would definitely have more than one small team going in. Lu Yu, your death is near. Yang Wei's voice, transmitted through his true energy, rang out coldly. This time, no one, in heaven or on earth, can save you. Those above the martial arts level naturally possess the means of transmitting sound. Lu Yu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard anything. This disregard made Yang Wei's face even more contorted. Open the portal. At Emo Shan's command, a military expert activated a psionic device located beneath the void vortex. Buzz. The void vortex in the center of the square suddenly accelerated its rotation, and a dazzling gate of light slowly took shape at the center of the vortex. Charge. The opportunity is mine. The warriors, who could no longer contain themselves, surged toward the portal like a tidal wave. Laughing wildly, his body shimmering with light, he was the first to rush in. Emo Shiryao, Shenjiani, Xiayan, and other prodigies also transformed into streams of light and disappeared into it. Yang Wei gave Lu Yu a cold look, then led his men into the portal. Lu Yu mingled at the back of the crowd, unhurried and unhurried. As he stepped into the portal, a thought flashed through his mind. Rose, who was staying in her home space, was not rejected by the power of this secret realm. That's true. Although Rose is of a different race, secret realms generally don't distinguish between humans and other races. She's younger than me, so she can naturally go in. After a dizzying moment, the scene before Lu Yu's eyes suddenly opened up. A primal, untamed aura swept over us. Towering trees blocked out the sun, the air was humid and hot, various strange plants emitted a ghostly glow, and strange beast roars could be heard from afar. This is a pristine jungle that has never been developed. Low-lying clouds and mist floated everywhere. It is enough to block the sight and mental probing of a martial master. Martial master level experts have already cultivated some mental power. In cultivation novels, this can be called divine consciousness or divine thought. This is the cloud and mist illusionary realm? Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, his mental energy highly concentrated. Roar! Suddenly, a dark figure lunged out from the bushes to the side. It was a monster that resembled a cheetah but had 3 eyes. It was as fast as lightning, and its sharp claws drew several streaks of cold light in the air. 3-eyed demon panther, late-game beast soldier. Lu Yu didn't even look, and struck out with his palm. Greenwood palm. A solid cyan palm print, arriving after the attack, struck the 3-eyed demon leopard precisely on the head. Bang! With a muffled thud, the 3-eyed leopard's head exploded like a watermelon, and its massive body fell limply to the ground. One-hit kill. After cultivating the Azure Emperor with sovereign technique, Lu Yu's combat strength could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Furthermore, after a period of training, Lu Yu's life strength has increased to 5.6, and he has already entered the mid-stage of martial artist. Killing a beast in its late stage of the beast soldier realm is naturally a piece of cake. Lu Yu collected the demon leopard's carcass into his home and continued deeper into the jungle. Rose is his trump card for now, he'll let her stay in the home space. Chapter 21 Robbery, huh? The treasure in the bronze chest. The fog in the jungle was thicker than I had imagined. Lu Yu's figure moved swiftly through the forest. He ignored the ordinary strange beasts. The system had already marked the valuable natural treasures in this area. 10-year-old cloud grass. Lu Yu stopped at the foot of a cliff and easily picked a spiritual herb that was surrounded by a light mist. This herb can effectively enhance a martial artist's mental strength. He stored the herbs in his home space and continued on his way. There are many medicinal herbs in this mountain forest, but most of them are 10-year-old varieties. Lu Yu didn't pick and choose, and took them all. He easily killed all the strange beasts he encountered during the journey. At this moment, a noisy fight broke out not far away, accompanied by arrogant shouts and curses. "Kid, you'd better hand over your backpack if you know what's good for you. Stop struggling. Give us the 10-year blood ginseng, and we might spare your life." Lu Yu looked in the direction of the sound. 3 martial artists were seen besieging a thin young man. The young man had blood at the corner of his mouth and was clutching his backpack tightly, clearly unwilling to give in. The 3 martial artists did not choose to kill, as there was no need. Moreover, the martial artists in the high-level martial arts world have all received education from the Federal Academy, and most of them are not bloodthirsty people. Except for some perverts. Lu Yu frowned slightly and turned to leave. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. "Stop." A burly martial artist spotted him, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "Another one bringing in money. You're all alone, you must have made quite a bit, right?" The other 2 also stopped their attack and focused their attention on Lu Yu. In their view, a lone warrior is the best prey. Although everyone has only recently entered the secret realm, each trial participant carries some equipment, emergency medicine, and other items. This is also valuable property. Lu Yu stopped and looked at them calmly. "I advise you not to mess with me." "Ah, kid, you're pretty arrogant." The burly warrior laughed loudly, pointing his broadsword at Lu Yu. "Brothers, let's take down this fool first, then we'll deal with the other one." The 3 men formed a triangular formation and instantly surrounded Lu Yu. The glint of swords and the sharp whistling of wind filled the air. Lu Yu stood still, without moving an inch. The Azure Emperor Wood's sovereign technique within his body slowly began to circulate. Entwined by green vines. He made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand. Several sturdy green vines rose from the ground and coiled around the 3 of them like serpents. "What the hell is that?" The 3 were terrified and brandished their weapons to cut down the vines. But these vines are exceptionally resilient when swords and knives strike them, they only leave a shallow white mark. Just as their hands and feet were entangled in the vines, hindering their movement. Lu Yu moved. His figure blurred into a streak, instantly appearing in front of the 3 martial artists. "Robbery, is this it? You 3 are trash, weak and blind, yet you dare to try and rob people?" Crackling sounds. As Lu Yu berated them, he punched and kicked them, leaving after images as he brutally beat their heads, faces, and bodies. "Ah! Hey, what are you doing? Stop hitting me. If you hit my face again, I'll be disfigured. We know we were wrong." The 3 men were bruised and swollen, and let out a series of howls. "You admit you're wrong already? I haven't had my fill of beating you yet." Lu Yu rubbed his fists together, ready to continue his painful attack. "Master, spare my life. We've been blind. We've managed to rob you, sir." Stop. We have some medicinal herbs in our backpacks that are worth a few coins. We'll give them all to you as a token of our appreciation." The 3 martial artists, having suffered a setback, quickly begged for mercy. Lu Yu did not intend to kill them, so he removed the vines. The 3 unlucky guys quickly brought their martial arts backpacks to Lu Yu. Lu Yu casually rummaged through their backpacks. Apart from some 10-year supply of medicinal herbs and food, there was nothing of value in the 3 guys' backpacks. "Get lost, all of you. Don't let me see you again." Lu Yu rudely stuffed the medicinal herbs into his backpack and waved his hand impatiently. "I never expected that our very first attempt into the secret realm would encounter such a formidable opponent. This big shot is too strong. One of us is a late-stage martial artist and the other 2 are mid-stage martial artists, and we were easily defeated. His strength is absolutely at the level of a prodigy. A prodigy I don't even recognize has appeared in this city. Luckily, the expert wasn't bloodthirsty, otherwise we would have been dead for sure. Get out of here right now." The 3 men picked up their stolen backpacks, muttering to themselves as they limped away. The skinny young man who had been robbed came up to Lu Yu and said gratefully, "Thank you so much for your help, sir. I'll offer this 10-year-old blood ginseng to you." Lu Yu glanced at the blood ginseng in the other person's hand. It was nothing, no need. A mere 10-year-old blood ginseng is not worth much. In fact, if those three martial artists hadn't come to provoke Luyu, he wouldn't have bothered to make a move. After all, they seem to be just robbing people, not killing them. This young man also possesses the strength of a mid-stage martial artist. It's likely that he couldn't find a group to join him, so he ventured into the secret realm alone. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated, clearly wanting to curry favor with a master and team up with Luyu. "Keep your eyes peeled, I'm leaving." Luyu ignored him, left his sentence, and disappeared into the thick fog in a few flashes. We continued deeper for another 10 kilometers or so. Along the way, Luyu also took the opportunity to teach two groups of martial artists who wanted to rob him a lesson. They also seized their stolen goods. He harvested a large number of medicinal herbs and materials, which he put into his home space and had Rose categorize them. Those medicinal herbs can also be planted directly in the forest area of your homestead. Ding, a hidden ruin has been detected 10 kilometers ahead. The system notification tone suddenly sounded. Hidden ruins? Luyu's eyes lit up. Within the secret realm dungeon, there are also some ruins. Exploring ruins is the highlight of the dungeon. You'll have the chance to obtain various treasures, including equipment, cultivation techniques, and elixirs. The official requirement is that every warrior who enters the instance must pay a fee of up to 8 million upon exiting. Clearly, this is because the martial artists gain far more than just wealth from the dungeons. Luyu immediately followed the guidance of the system's current map and headed in that direction. After crossing a swamp, Luyu arrived at a huge mountain wall. There is a stone door here. The stone gate was covered with moss and vines, making it look almost like the mountain wall. Luyu reached out and pushed the cold stone door, but it didn't budge. System prompt. The gate to the ruins must be opened by force. So Luyu used his combat skills to bombard the stone door. Boom! Luyu attacked for only a short while before a loud explosion occurred. The stone gate shimmered with light, revealing mysterious runes, and then slowly opened. An ancient and decaying aura wafted out from inside the door. Luyu stepped inside without hesitation. Inside the ruins is a spacious underground palace. Everywhere there were broken stone pillars and collapsed statues. A faint smell of decay and the aura of a monster permeated the air. Crackling sound. In the dim light, pairs of scarlet pupils suddenly lit up. A dozen or so skeletal monsters, devoid of any flesh or blood, nimbly pounced out of the shadows. Almost every skeleton monster possessed an aura that reached the peak of beast soldier level. The college textbooks include an introduction to this topic. Skeletons are monsters that are slightly stronger than goblins. Their bones are so hard that even bullets can hardly damage them. Even if Luyu could defeat so many skeletons at the late and peak stages of the beast soldier realm, he would still be exhausted. Only powerful martial arts teams dare to venture into such ruins to search for treasure. Rose, come out and stretch your legs. Luyu's mind stirred. Rose, dressed in a silver combat suit, appeared out of thin air. She flexed her wrists, her golden eyes filled with excited fighting spirit. Yes, master. With a sharp cry, she transformed into a streak of silver lightning, charging headlong into the horde of skeletons. Bang! 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 Rose's attacks were simple and brutal. She didn't even use a weapon. Her delicate fists contained terrifying power. Each punch was accompanied by a sonic boom. Those hard skeletons were as fragile as eggshells under her fists. A punch, carrying immense force, slammed in and exploded instantly, clean and decisive. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen skeletons were cleared away. Well done. Luyu hugged the dashing Rose, kissed her, and praised her. Rose, who is 1.95 meters tall, is a few centimeters taller than Luyu, so Luyu doesn't allow her to wear high heels. He can only reach her to kiss her. Luyu estimated that Rose was now comparable to a martial arts master. Killing these skeletons was effortless, of course. They ignored the scattered skeletons of the skeleton monsters. The two continued to explore deeper into the palace. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of skeleton attacks, including some skeleton archers at the quasi-beast general level. The skeleton archer, skilled in ranged attacks, is quite troublesome. Fortunately, Rose, who possesses the bloodline of the dragon god, has extremely strong defense. Even if she stands still, the skeleton archers cannot harm her. With her incredible speed and powerful combat skills, all the monsters were eventually defeated. At the end of the palace was a huge stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber, there was an ancient stone platform with 3 treasures on it, a long sword, a bottle of elixirs, and a bronze treasure chest. The stone platform is also covered by a light shield. However, just as Lu Yu and his group entered the stone chamber, click, click. The two tall skeletons that were originally lying on the ground exuded a terrifying aura and quickly got up. Lu Yu unleashed an appraisal skill. Skeleton Warrior, at the early stage of Beast General, its abnormal bone defense will definitely be a nightmare for any warrior who breaks into this place. These two skeleton warriors are both at the early stage of Beast General, and are clearly the leaders of all the skeleton monsters in this ruin. Of course, the level of these two skeleton warriors can also be scanned using a high-end mobile phone. Before entering the instance, Liu spent 1 million to buy a high-end mobile phone of the Dami brand in the commercial street, which had this function. However, he possesses the operating system. The phone is merely for show. Two early-stage Beast General monsters. I'll hold one off for now. Rose, can you handle them? Lu Yu asked cautiously. These two Beast General level skeleton warriors look about as fast as the skeleton archers, but their combat power is definitely many times stronger. Lu Yu is currently only at the mid-stage of martial arts, and his life strength is far inferior. Even if he possesses a martial god level technique, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. At most, they can only hold their own against one of them. The key to this battle lies with Rose. Lu Yu used resources to push Rose to the late stage of martial arts. Don't worry, Master, Rose will crush these two monster leaders one by one. Rose said confidently. Boom! At that moment, a skeleton warrior raised a battle axe and swung it down fiercely. Starry Dragon Fist. Rose immediately unleashed her combat technique, sending a golden fist, as swift as a meteor, flying 10 meters away and sending it flying. Entwined by green vines. Lu Yu summoned vines to entangle another skeleton warrior that lunged at Rose. The final battle within the ruins has begun. Rose, as expected of a dragon girl with SSS level talent, utterly defeated the skeleton warrior on her side, leaving him with no chance to fight back. On the other hand, Lu Yu's side was struggling because of the huge difference in combat power. Even with frequent use of martial god level combat skills, he was still very tired. Entwined Vine can only entangle the skeleton warrior for 1 or 2 seconds. Even when he unleashed powerful moves like Log Slash and Endless Falling Leaves, it was difficult to damage the skeleton warrior's tough bones. At most, I can push it back a bit, creating an opportunity for myself to dodge attacks. After all, the attacks of a Beast General level skeleton are no joke. If you get hit by its axe, you'll either die or be maimed. Fortunately, Rose ended the battle quickly. She killed that skeleton warrior without even breaking a sweat. With Rose joining the battle, Lu Yu and his servant, 2 against 1, quickly defeated the remaining skeleton warrior. Wow! At this moment, the light shield on the stone platform automatically dissipated. So Lu Yu and Rose went to collect the treasure. Xingfeng Sword, Martial Master level weapon. Martial Artist Marrow Cleansing Pill, 3 pills. These pills can cleanse a martial artist's marrow and enhance their genetic potential. Centennial Blood Ginseng, 30 plants, suitable for martial artists and above, can greatly enhance a martial artist's vitality. The bronze treasure chest was unlocked, and the treasure inside was 30-century-old blood ginseng plants. We're rich. There's even a martial marrow cleansing pill, and 30-hundred-year-old blood ginsengs. This is a really good haul. Both Lu Yu and the little maid Rose showed excitement. A 10-year-old blood ginseng costs about 300,000 yuan per plant on the market. Each century-old blood ginseng sold for over 10 million. Among these treasures, the 30-century-old blood ginseng plants are undoubtedly the most valuable. Ding! A team of martial artists has been detected entering outside the ruins. Chapter 22, the federal female instructors have all arrived? The system notification sounded in Lu Yu's mind. A total of 10 people have been detected, consisting of 2 martial arts teams working together. Emo Shiryao, Life Strength 19.6, Quasi-Martial Master, daughter of City Lord Emo Shan. Qin Jiani, Vitality 19.2, Quasi-Martial Master, young master of the Chen family clan. Of the remaining 8 team members, 4 are at the early stage of Martial Master and 4 are at the peak of Martial Warrior. The City Lord's daughter and her sycophant? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Emo Shiryao's name is known to everyone among the younger generation in Jiangnan Bay City. After all, she is the daughter of the City Lord and the previous campus belle of Jiangnan Academy. Besides his formidable strength, Chen Jiani is also widely known as Emo Shiryao's #1 simp. There is no signal inside the instance, so you can't use your phone to contact others. However, you can still find out the approximate location of other people by asking around. The fact that these two met so quickly was partly due to chance. Both of them can be considered Lu Yu's senior and senior. They are said to possess the ability to fight beyond their level, and are quasi-martial artists, no less than early-stage martial artists. Rose's strength is probably not enough to deal with 6 early-stage martial artists. Moreover, it would be unwise to clash with these prodigies. Lu Yu needs to develop his strength cautiously now, rather than causing trouble. Rose, let's hide first. Lu Yu made a decisive decision. He grabbed Rose's waist, and with a thought, the two vanished from their spot and returned to their home space. A moment after they disappeared, 2 small teams of 10 men each filed in and entered the huge stone chamber. The woman in the lead was wearing a white combat uniform. She had a delicate face and a cool demeanor. She was none other than Mo Shiryao. Her gaze swept across the scene, finally settling on the empty stone platform and the 2 broken skeleton warriors on the ground. The martial artist who got there first is quite strong. Mo Shiryao's voice was cold, with a hint of surprise. She stepped forward, squatted down, and picked up a small piece of the skeleton warrior's bone. A trace of violent energy still lingered at the broken bone. Such powerful force, it shattered the core of the bone almost instantly. Moreover, the battle had just ended not long ago. Chen Jiani, who was following behind her, walked over, glanced at the skeleton on the ground, and showed disdain on his face. Humph, they're just 2 skeleton warriors. Good thing they ran fast. If I were to draw my sword, I could deal with them even faster. Mo Shiryao stood up and gave him a cold glance. Faster? She pointed to the skeleton warrior's massive skull, on which was a clear fist print. The bone hardness of these 2 skeleton warriors is comparable to that of alloy weapons at the martial arts master level. Are you sure you can punch right through it? Chen Jian froze, the boastful words stuck in his throat. His face flushed red, and he forced a defense, saying, I used our Chen family's surprising sword technique to break through its defenses with ease. Mo Shiryao ignored him, a hint of contempt in her eyes. She had visited the Federation's martial arts training camp and witnessed the true prodigies of the human race. Those people, weren't they all exceptionally talented and possessed extraordinary combat abilities? In her eyes, Chen Jiani, aside from his good family background, was nothing more than an incompetent fool with high aspirations but low abilities. In this life, Mo Shiryao possesses the immense ambition to become a martial emperor and a powerful female emperor for all time. Chen Jiani was considered a genius in the base city, but he was nothing in the universe city, so naturally he couldn't catch her eye. No one else spoke, seemingly already used to this kind of scene. Miss, now that this place has been cleared out, let us go find the next ruin, a martial arts master from the city lord's mansion said, trying to break the awkward silence. They entered the instance not to hunt ordinary beasts or gather low-level medicinal herbs. Wouldn't it be 100 times better to loot more ruins? Mo Shiryao nodded, turned and left without giving Chen Jiani another glance. Chen Jiani's face turned pale and then red, but he gritted his teeth and quickly followed. The Chen family members had no choice but to follow suit. In the home space, Lu Yu and Rose were watching everything happening outside with great interest. In your home space, you can naturally see what's happening outside. The system constructed a holographic screen, which Rose initially mistook for Lu Yu's innate ability. You simp will end up with nothing, see? Lu Yu said to Rose with a smile. Rose covered her mouth and chuckled. Master, that woman is so arrogant. She has the right to be arrogant, Lu Yu commented. As the daughter of the city lord of the base city, and having awakened an S-level talent, anyone would be arrogant. As for Chen Jiani, he's nothing but a clown. In fact, the system also indicated that Mo Shiryao met the host's requirements for wives and concubines. However, Lu Yu did not like Mo Shiryao's personality. He didn't want to be a sycophant. Lu Yu stopped paying attention to the outside world and turned his gaze to the spoils of war. 30-century-old blood ginseng plants lay quietly on the ground, exuding a rich aura of life. Come on, Rose, let's start taking drugs. Lu Yu picked up a blood ginseng and handed it to Rose. Shall we eat now? Rose blinked her golden eyes. Of course, the medicinal effects of this century-old blood ginseng can be gradually refined, but our current strength is still a bit too low. Without further hesitation, the two swallowed the entire century-old blood ginseng. Boom! A surge of powerful and pure energy, like a flood bursting its banks, exploded within the two of them in an instant. Lu Yu felt as if every cell in his body was cheering and jumping for joy. The Azure Emperor with sovereign technique operates on its own, frantically absorbing this energy. His limbs and bones felt as if they were being soaked in warm spring water, feeling extremely comfortable. System notifications sounded one after another. You have consumed a century-old blood ginseng, increasing your vitality by 0.2. Your body is continuously absorbing the medicine's effects, and your vitality will steadily increase. Lu Yu felt the surging power within him and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His life strength is almost at 9 points, just one step away from the late stage of martial arts. Moreover, the medicinal power of a century-old blood ginseng cannot be refined all at once. It will continue to play a role, allowing his strength to increase whether he is walking, sitting, or lying down. Rose, standing to the side, also became even more powerful. How are you feeling? Lu Yu asked. It feels so good, I feel so full of energy. Rose waved her small fist, her face full of excitement. She looked at Lu Yu, licking her lips with lingering desire. Master, I want to eat one more. Lu Yu gently pinched Rose's delicate nose. Greedy dragon mother, you have to eat one bite at a time. This blood ginseng is very potent, we have to take it slowly. However, Lu Yu felt that Rose's bloodline was strong and she should be able to withstand it, so he gave her another century-old blood ginseng. Rose happily gnawed on her second century-old blood ginseng. Lu Yu dared not eat anymore, since his body couldn't handle it. Once on the current map, Mo Shiryao and Chen Jian's team had moved away from the ruins. Lu Yu instructed Rose to stay at home to cultivate first, and then he reappeared alone in the stone chamber. He didn't linger and left the ruins immediately. The most urgent task is to find the next treasure trove. As for Yang Wei, there's no rush to deal with him for now. This instance is very large, and all the martial arts teams are randomly teleported in. Yang Wei's team is currently quite far away, as they haven't been spotted on the current map. At a certain ruin, Zhang Kuang and his team from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy are battling 3 ogres at the end of the level. These 3 ogres were all at the early stage of martial arts mastery. One was an ogre general, and the other 2 were ogre wizards. The ogre general is thick-skinned and incredibly strong. The 2 ogre wizards are skilled in ranged spells, making them difficult to defend against. However, the Madman Squad also has 2 early-stage martial masters. Moreover, this arrogant man is very strong in combat. When he fought the ogre general one-on-one, he not only did not lose, but became stronger and stronger as the battle progressed. With 3 experts and 2 other peak martial artists, it's only a matter of time before the team kills the 3 monsters guarding the treasure. On the other side of the secret realm, in the ruins of a temple covered with vines, 2 lithe figures moved swiftly like ghosts, weaving through the horde of gargoyles. One figure in particular caught the eye. She was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a light blue, tight-fitting combat suit. She was stunningly beautiful with a high, firm bust and a mature, elegant demeanor. The woman held a silver sword, its light cascading like a tidal wave, carrying unparalleled power. The dazzling sword light easily cleaved through the hard bodies of the gargoyles. Those gargoyles at the level of quasi-beast generals were like paper in front of her. Xingya, slow down. At least leave one for me. Another woman, Li, who was less attractive, pouted and complained. She held a flying swallow bow but couldn't find an opportunity to shoot an arrow. That mature and elegant woman named Xingya is none other than Xia Xingya, one of the prodigies sent by the Federation for the trial. With an S-level talent, he was already a mid-stage martial arts master at the young age of 30. Efficiency is paramount. Xia Xingya sheathed her sword and stood up, speaking calmly. The Federation attaches great importance to this newly emerged Class C secret realm. Our mission is to explore the core area as soon as possible and assess its value. Lily put away her flying swallow bow, leaned closer, and gossiped, "My elegant instructor, I heard that a female trainee you used to train in the youth training camp, named Songyu, is also in this Jiangnan Bay city. It seems she married a farm worker. It's such a waste of her talent." Xia Qingya's calm face showed no emotion whatsoever. A level talent isn't anything special in the Federation. Everyone has their own path to walk. A stubborn, beautiful face flashed through her mind. Her choice may not be wrong. Let's go, the main hall is just ahead. Chapter 23: The invitation from the young master of the Xia family, a silver treasure chest? Lu Yu is currently moving quickly through the jungle. The medicinal power of the century-old blood ginseng continues to nourish his body. He could clearly feel his life force increasing bit by bit. The feeling of getting stronger just by walking is simply wonderful. Suddenly, the sounds of fierce fighting and an angry shout came from ahead. This armored rhinoceros's hide is incredibly thick. Everyone, hold on. Wear it down. Lu Yu followed the sound and approached, parting a patch of huge ferns. Not far away, on an open field, 5 warriors were fighting a huge armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros charged wildly, its momentum astounding. It is a strange beast in the early stages of a beast general. The four people attacking it head-on worked together seamlessly, while a young man in fine clothes, wielding a staff, stood outside the circle, occasionally unleashing fire skills to launch sneak attacks. Lu Yu recognized the young martial artist, who was at the mid-stage of martial arts cultivation, as Xia Yan, the young master of the Xia family. The Xia family? Two early-stage martial masters and two peak martial artists, and they still can't take down a rhinoceros at the early-stage beast general level? Lu Yu watched silently. In the world of high-level martial arts, although all martial artists are called martial artists and there is no distinction between specific professions, there are several mainstream schools: warrior style, mage style, archer style, and healer style. Xia Yan is likely going for a mage build, and the staff weapon can increase the power of his skills. However, Xia Yan, a mid-stage martial artist, played almost no role in this battle. After all, not everyone can possess Lu Yu's combat power that surpasses his level. Although Xia Yan's team had the upper hand, it would obviously take some time to kill the armored rhinoceros. Lu Yu noticed that one of the Xia family martial artists was seriously injured, and then he suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that one of the experts in their team had lost some of his fighting ability. It was only because they were facing a beast general level armored rhinoceros with extremely strong defense that they were unable to hunt it down for so long. "Hey friend over there, you've been watching for so long, could you come over and lend a hand?" Another uninjured Xia family martial artist swung an axe at the rhinoceros, causing a burst of blood, and shouted loudly at the same time. He was the strongest member of Xia Yan's team and noticed Lu Yu's presence. When Lu Yu realized he had been discovered, he calmly walked out. "It's you!" Xia Yan's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, why are you alone?" Xia Yan's cousin, Xia Honi, had mentioned Lu Yu to him. Moreover, the Xia family and the Yang family have a very bad relationship. As the young master of the Xia family, Xia Yan was Yang Wei's rival in high school, so he naturally paid attention to his old rival's recent setbacks. "I heard that Yang Wei led his men to deal with Lu Yu, but ended up surrounded by goblins and suffered a great loss." Lu Yu nodded. "Xia, classmate." Xia Yan was also a classmate in the same year, but in a different class, and they weren't familiar with each other before. Before they could say anything more, the armored rhinoceros was enraged and roared as it charged at one of the Xia family warriors. The man's expression changed drastically. He clearly had no time to dodge. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm. "Call out." A green wooden thorn materialized out of thin air, carrying a green light as it shot out and accurately pierced the left eye of the armored rhinoceros. Roar! The armored rhinoceros slid to a stop, the intense pain causing it to shake its head violently in an attempt to fling away the splinter, before slipping and falling onto the grass. With Lu Yu's strength, he only managed to blind one of the beast general's eyes, which was not enough to kill it. A great opportunity. Xia Kaifeng, the martial arts master from the Xia family who wielded an axe, leaped high into the air. A mountain-splitting axe. The giant axe in his hand shone with a blinding light, and with immense force, it cleaved fiercely into the belly of the armored rhinoceros. Sizzle! The armored rhinoceros suffered another severe blow after a horrific gash was ripped open in its abdomen. With the combined attack of the group, it quickly collapsed into a pool of blood. The battle is over. Xia Yan and his clansmen breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Lu Yu. "Lu, I never expected you to be so strong." Xia Yan seemed to be seeing Lu Yu for the first time. With a single move, Lu Yu blinded one of the beast generals. Although the eyes are this armored rhinoceros's weak point. But this is a beast general, its reaction speed is very fast. He had previously tried to hit its eyes with fireballs, but the armored rhinoceros tilted its head and missed. Lu Yu smiled and said, "It's just luck. Brother Lu, there's no need to be modest. It's all thanks to your help, otherwise, we would have been fighting for half a day." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Lu Yu learned from Xia Yan that the martial artist in his team had been injured in some ruins. Xia Yan's team, at the cost of one martial artist being injured, successfully cleared the ruins. Xia Yan was a very magnanimous person, addressing Lu as Brother Lu repeatedly, and he even extended an invitation. "The ruins are quite difficult to conquer, it would be hard for you to do it alone. Since we've met, how about we team up? With your strength, plus us, conquering any ruin will be a piece of cake. Of course, you'll get a quarter of all the spoils." A quarter of the harvest is already Xia Yan's greatest sincerity. After all, the Xia family has two early-stage martial masters and two peak martial artists, and Xia Yan himself is comparable to a late-stage martial artist in terms of combat strength. That only accounts for 3/4 of the harvest. Xia Yan values Lu Yu so much because Lu Yu's move just now demonstrated the strength of a peak martial artist. This Lu Yu is very mysterious. He is also a mid-stage martial artist, and he is a commoner who has cultivated to a level that is stronger than Lu Yu. He might become someone important in the future, someone Xia Yan should befriend. In addition, Lu Yu is also Yang Wei's enemy. An enemy of an enemy, of course, should be a friend. Will I get a quarter of the harvest? Lu Yu smiled. He could certainly see the goodwill Xia Yan was showing. However, he and Rose alone were enough to clear the ruins, so naturally they didn't want to share the spoils with others. Thank you for your kindness, Xia, but I'm used to being alone. Alright, all experts have their own temper. Xia Yan didn't insist and laughed. After saying goodbye to Xia Yan's team, Lu Yu walked in another direction. Within a sea-level secret realm, there is no distinct day and night at night, the light is simply dimmer. After walking only a dozen kilometers, information about another ruin appeared on the system's map. Ding! A ruin has been detected in the valley ahead. There are many strange beasts in the valley, and a silver-grade treasure chest is located within the ruin. A silver treasure chest? A bronze treasure chest made me a fortune. What kind of precious treasures must a silver treasure chest contain? Lu Yu's spirits lifted, and he turned his gaze to the valley ahead. The fog there was thicker than elsewhere, and faint, chilling hissing sounds could be heard. The valley entrance is narrow, with steep cliffs on both sides. Upon entering, a hot wind mixed with a fishy stench and dampness hits you. Hiss. Click clack. Within the thick fog, countless pairs of cold eyes lit up. The system map is covered with red dots. Highly venomous red serpent, late-stage beastman. Ironclad giant centipede, the pinnacle of beast soldiers. Rock monitor lizard, quasi-beast general. Hiss, there are so many strange beasts in this valley, and they're all poisonous insects. Lu Yu was well aware of his own limitations. He couldn't possibly handle so many monsters by himself. He quickly teleported Rose out of the home base. Master, there are so many disgusting bugs. Rose, whose aura had become much stronger, looked into the valley and wrinkled her pretty nose. It's up to you. Make it quick and clear a path, Lu Yu ordered. Good. Rose's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. At this moment, a small group of snake-like creatures, smelling the human presence, quickly crawled over. The ground beneath Rose's feet suddenly trembled, and she shot out like a cannonball, instantly charging into the horde of monsters. Boom! Just as a giant rock lizard opened its blood-red maw, Rose punched its head, smashing it open, and it collapsed into a pool of blood. The dragon's might is awe-inspiring. Rose let out a delicate shout, releasing an ancient, majestic, and domineering aura of a dragon god. All the surrounding snakes, insects, and strange beasts trembled on the ground. This skill is really effective. Lu Yu couldn't help but give Rose a thumbs up. Lu Yu was positioned at the rear, and since Rose wasn't targeting him, he was naturally unaffected. Rose's figure flashed as she attacked the horde of beasts, her fist energy transforming into golden meteors that precisely struck the vital points of each beast. Those venomous snakes, centipedes, and monitor lizards were as fragile as withered branches under her fists. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere in the valley. Lu Yu quickly caught up and joined the battle. In just a short while, a bloody path leading deep into the valley was cleared. That's enough, Rose, Lu Yu said, stopping her. Keep the big guys over there, they'll serve as gatekeepers to prevent other martial arts teams from running in. He pointed to several powerful beast general level alien beasts in the distance. Those large beasts were all at the early stage of beast general level. They were intimidated by the dragon's might that Rose had just released, and could only roar from afar, not daring to go forward. Rose nodded and returned to Lu Yu's side. Without lingering, the two figures flashed quickly, rushing towards the depths of the valley. Along the way, they casually killed any beast soldier-level snakes and insects they encountered. At the end of the valley was a dark cave entrance, like the gaping mouth of a giant beast. Scattered around the cave entrance were some animal bones, and an even colder, damper aura emanated from within. This is the ruins. This site has no stone gate. Without hesitation, Lu Yu led Rose inside. Inside the ruins is a huge underground cavern with a slippery floor. Some glowing stones on the rock wall provided faint illumination to this dark space. Call out. The sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. A bone arrow shot out from the darkness, aiming straight for Lu Yu's brow. Lu Yu dodged to the side. The bone arrow grazed his cheek and embedded itself in the rock wall behind him, making a hissing sound as it corroded. Gah! Hiss! A strange roar echoed from the darkness. A dozen or so figures emerged from the shadows. They have human-like features, but are covered in scales, have lizard heads, and long tails. It was a lizard man monster. Some of them held bone bows, while others held simple staffs with an unknown crystal embedded at the top. Lizard man archer, late game orc unit. Lizard man mage, pinnacle of beastmen. Chapter 24. They've struck it rich. The desperate solo team. Master, be careful. Rose quickly shielded Lu Yu behind her. The arrows fired by the beast soldier level monsters were ineffective against Rose, but Lu Yu might be an exception. It's alright. Lu Yu looked at Rose in front of him, quite moved. However, even the ranged attacks of the beast soldier level monsters have difficulty hurting him. No sooner had he finished speaking than a volley of arrows and colorful spells flew over. Snort! Rose crossed her arms to protect her chest, and a layer of fine golden dragon scales instantly covered her entire body. Clang! Bang! Bang! All the attacks struck Rose, exploding into bursts of light, but they couldn't harm her in the slightest. Master, I'm going. Rose let out a shout and charged forward despite the attacks. She was so fast that the lizardmen didn't even have time to launch a second attack. Rose's figure had already broken into their fragile formation. Starry Dragon Fist. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, none of the lizardmen survived, leaving behind a pile of corpses and remains on the ground. Lu Yu was just about to join the battle when he realized it was no longer necessary. The two continued on their way. This time, Rose swayed her shapely hips and strode ahead with her long legs, while Lu Yu followed closely behind her. Lu Yu admired Rose's graceful back view. His dragon maid's figure was truly curvaceous. In fact, after Rose awakened her dragon god bloodline, she was already able to retract her dragon tail on her own. It will only be released when the tail is needed in battle. Therefore, Rose now looks no different from an ordinary person, except for the two short dragon horns on her head. Rose hasn't evolved into a dragon girl yet, but with the bloodline of the dragon god, she will eventually evolve into a dragon. Once she reaches the martial king realm, her dragon genes should undergo a significant evolution. This is what the system said. Soon, they encountered another group of lizardmen. This group of lizardmen was much larger, numbering in the dozens, and included some lizardman warriors at the near beast general level. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Yu activated a Wood Emperor Light Shield, a cool oval-shaped cyan light shield that covered his entire body. This is a defensive combat technique attached to the martial god level martial arts technique Azure Emperor Wood Sovereign technique. With this light shield, he could remain unharmed even if attacked by ranged monsters of the beast soldier level. Fire Dragon Breath. Rose got carried away with the fight and opened her mouth to spew out a large amount of fiery dragon breath, covering a wide area and instantly burning more than a dozen monsters to ashes. My little Rose is amazing. Lu Yu exclaimed. There were two monsters there that were at the level of quasi-beast generals, and Rose instantly killed them both. Lu Yu himself was not idle either, using remote combat skills such as Green with Thorn and Boundless Falling Leaves to assist Rose in the battle. The combat skill Boundless Falling Trees summons multiple logs to fall from the sky and injure the enemy. With Lu Yu's current strength, he can only summon 10 falling trees at a time, which is far from achieving the effect of endless falling trees. Of course, each falling tree is about 1 meter in diameter, and the damage caused by 10 falling trees falling together is also terrible. The two worked together seamlessly, steadily moving forward. The deeper you go into the cave, the more numerous and powerful the monsters become. Every now and then, a gigantic lizard warrior, wielding a giant axe, would appear, each possessing the strength of an early-stage beast general. Even a single early-stage beast general monster, surrounded by a group of smaller monsters, is not enough to stop Lu Yu and his servants' advance. However, the two fought rather slowly. If you get tired of fighting on the road, teleport back to your home base and rest for a while. While you're at it, grab a bite to replenish your energy and eat a century-old blood ginseng to restore your vitality. After consuming the century-old blood ginseng, they could more easily refine the medicinal power when fighting, and their life strength was increasing rapidly. This isn't a carrot, it's very precious. Only they, having just acquired a batch of century-old blood ginseng, could afford such luxury. Use this miraculous medicine to restore your vitality. Otherwise, each one would cost tens of millions, which would be painful even for Lu Yu. Furthermore, they cultivated martial god level techniques to withstand the medicinal effects of consuming blood ginseng for 100 years. If any other martial artist ate like that, they would explode and die in no time. The fighting continued intermittently for a day. The two finally fought their way through the entire underground cave and arrived at a more spacious stone hall. In the center of the stone hall is a tall stone platform. On the stone platform, a sword, a staff, and a silver treasure chest were quietly placed. This stone platform is also protected by a layer of light shield. In front of the stone platform, there were two powerful monsters. One of them was a giant lizard-like beast covered in black iron armor, resembling a small tank. Another figure sat on a rocky throne. It was a visually striking female monster. She had the form of a human woman, with a bewitching face, and her high breasts revealed a snow-white cleavage. Her vital parts were covered only by feathers. Her arms and hands had sharp eagle claws, and she also had a pair of black wings on her back. This is a harpy. Harpy Commander, Mid-Stage Beast General. Petrified Ironclad Beast, Mid-Stage Beast General. Giggle. The harpy's voice was alluring. Her captivating eyes scrutinized Lu Yu with great interest. How could a weak human manage to bring a dragon girl all the way here? Highly intelligent monsters can also talk. Young man, your dragon girl is quite good, she's top-notch. The harpy licked her crimson tongue. However, you're destined to die here. Before you die, I'll have some fun with you, how about it? Lu Yu had cultivated the Azure Emperor Wood Sovereign technique, and his body exuded a rich vitality, making the harpy queen leader drool with desire. Lu Yu looked at the female demon, raised an eyebrow, and was about to speak. You slutty whore, you're asking for it. Rose roared, clearly angered that the harpy had blasphemed her master. Start the war. Lu Yu was naturally not interested in a monster. A cyan light shield appeared around him, and then he gave the order. Having consumed so many century-old blood ginsengs, Lu Yu's life strength has now reached the late stage of martial artist. Rose, on the other hand, was already at the peak of her martial arts career. With their combined strength, they certainly had a chance to take down these two mid-stage beast general monsters. Upon hearing this, Rose transformed into a streak of silver lightning and charged forward. Overestimating yourself. The harpy sneered disdainfully, flapped her wings, and soared into the air, dodging Rose's attack. At the same time, the petrified armored beasts on the ground moved. It strode forward with heavy steps, like a tank, charging toward Rose. During the charge, its eyes flashed, shooting out two gray beams of light. Petrifying ray. Rose was prepared and easily dodged with a twist of her body. The gray light shone on the ground, and the ground instantly turned into a patch of gray, decaying rock. Little man, watch out. The harpy hovered in mid-air, giving Lu Yu a seductive smile. Then, with a sudden flap of its wings, it roared, Windblade Dance. More than a dozen cyan wind blades appeared out of thin air, weaving together into a death net that enveloped Lu Yu. Master, be careful. Rose, who was locked in battle with the petrified armored beast, looked anxious upon seeing this scene. However, her Dragon Might combat skill has a cooldown period, and it hasn't been time yet. It's alright, Log Cutter. Lu Yu rapidly activated the Azure Emperor Wood Sovereign technique within his body, reinforcing the Wood Sovereign light shield. At the same time, he wielded the Azure Edge sword in his hand, swiftly unleashing a fan-shaped azure sword beam forward. Boom! The fan-shaped sword aura of the log slash was shattered in an instant by the bombardment of the wind blades. Then, a series of wind blades, their power greatly reduced, struck the wooden Emperor light shield on Lu Yu's body. A series of loud explosions were heard. Once the wind blades shattered the Wood Emperor's light shield, all the wind blades were exhausted. Oh? It actually blocked it? A hint of surprise flashed in the harpy's eyes. This human, with only the cultivation level of a late-stage martial artist, was actually able to withstand one of her powerful attacks? You have to understand, she's a powerful monster at the mid-stage of beast general level. Just as the harpy was about to fly towards Lu Yu, her expression suddenly changed. A fear from the depths of her blood enveloped her heart without warning. Ah! On the other side, Rose, who was fighting the petrified armored beast, let out a long howl, and her whole body burst out with dazzling golden light. An ancient, vast, and supremely terrifying pressure swept through the entire stone hall like a tsunami. Dragon's Might. Thump! The harpy's body stiffened, and she fell straight down from mid-air. The flow of energy within her body instantly froze, and her body trembled uncontrollably. That's the tremor that comes from the soul when a lower being faces a higher being. Dragon, the aura of the dragon race? The harpy's voice was filled with unbelievable terror. You're not a sub-dragon. You're a pure-blooded dragon? The petrified armored beast was also in a bad state, its movements becoming extremely sluggish, as if it were stuck in a quagmire. Die! Rose seized the opportunity. With a sudden burst of speed, he appeared in front of the harpy and threw a punch. No! The harpy screamed in terror and hastily conjured a wind shield. Click! The wind shield shattered like glass under Rose's fist. The fist, still powerful, slammed heavily into the harpy's chest. Puff! The harpy spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the stone wall. However, monsters at the mid-stage of the Beastmaster realm are naturally not so easy to kill. Even now, with the boost from the Dragon God bloodline and the Starry Dragon God technique, Rose's combat power is comparable to that of a mid-stage martial master. The harpy was only injured by the attack. The harpy flapped its wings and barely managed to fly into the air, staring venomously at Luyu and Rose on the ground. This dragon girl is ridiculously strong. She plans to take down Luyu first. I'll hold off the petrified armored beast, Rose, you hunt down the harpies first. Luyu, however, gave orders to Rose. He knew that with his own strength, he was no match for the harpy leader. After all, the opponent was a mid-stage beast general and could fly. Yes, master. Rose's gaze was fixed on the harpy in mid-air. The stone hall was only about 30 meters high, and Rose's strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage martial artist. Martial master level experts already possess the ability to briefly remain airborne. And don't forget, Rose is a dragon girl, she has a pair of dragon wings. Rose had only retracted the dragon wings so that Luyu could better appreciate her figure. Suddenly, a pair of dragon wings appeared on Rose's back. Then, with a sharp cry, she flew into the air and charged towards the harpy. On the ground, the petrified armored beast, having lost Rose as its opponent, turned and charged towards Luyu. Entwined by green vines. Endless falling leaves. Luyu retreated and dodged while using his combat skills to defend himself. The petrified armored beast was far slower than the harpy, making it difficult for it to attack Luyu. Even if Luyu was occasionally knocked away, with the Wood Emperor's light shield protecting him, he cannot be seriously injured in one fell swoop. In the sky. Rose battles the harpy. Its defense is far inferior to that of the petrified armored beast, and even inferior to Rose's harpy. It can only be easily defeated by Rose. The battle lasted for half an hour. The harpy, which had been suffering continuous damage, finally had its head smashed by Rose's skyclaw attack. The body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Having dealt with the harpy, Rose remained airborne, launching aerial attacks on the petrified armored beasts below. Luyu continuously unleashed his green vine entangling technique to entangle Luyu. Suppressed by the dragon's might and having lost its companions, this behemoth, renowned for its defense, quickly met its end under Rose's relentless onslaught. He lay motionless in a pool of blood. Wow! The light shield on the stone platform dissipated. Luyu and Rose walked together to the stone platform. Luyu picked up the sword and staff. Star-patterned meteorite sword, a martial grandmaster level weapon that amplifies sword techniques by 30%, with even better effects on metal-based sword techniques. Energy gathering staff, a martial grandmaster level staff that amplifies the power of elemental spells by 30%. They're all good stuff. Luyu nodded in satisfaction. Each of the two martial grandmaster level weapons could fetch a sky-high price of over 100 million star coins. Let's leave this meteorite sword to Songyu. As for the staff, let's see if we can sell it for a high price, Luyu said. Master, quickly check what treasures are in the silver treasure chest. Rose said with a sweet smile. She doesn't need these weapons. Luyu sheathed his weapon and turned his gaze to the silver treasure chest. He took a deep breath and reached out to open the lid of the box. Buzz! A dazzling golden light burst forth from the box, illuminating the entire stone hall. As the light faded, the contents of the box were revealed. An ancient, gleaming manual with a metallic sheen, and 20 crystals radiating spiritual energy. Luyu picked up the manual. The Gangjin Sword Manual, a martial emperor level metal-based cultivation technique. When mastered, it becomes indestructible, capable of condensing Gangjin sword energy to annihilate all other techniques. A martial emperor level cultivation technique. Luyu's heart began to pound uncontrollably. The value of a martial emperor level cultivation technique, while not as high as that of a martial god level technique, is still immeasurable. This Gangjin Sword Manual is perfect for Songyu's wife to practice. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the spiritual crystals. Spirit crystals, containing high-purity spiritual energy, they are one of the universal currencies, used for cultivation, driving formations, warships, etc. One spirit crystal is worth 100 million star coins. 20 spirit crystals equal 2 billion star coins. We've struck it rich. A martial emperor level cultivation technique plus 20 spirit crystals. This time they've really struck it rich. The treasures in the silver chest are so valuable. Rose was also very excited. Ding, a team of martial artists has been detected intruding into the valley. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Has someone come in from outside? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and put all the treasures, including the silver treasure chest, into the system space. Rose, let's go out and take a look. They ignored the corpses of the two monsters. He led Rose out quickly. As soon as they arrived at the entrance to the ruins, they heard a commotion of fighting and shouts coming from the valley. Oh no! There's a beast general level armored giant centipede here. We're no match for them, retreat. He Yong, the rest of us will cover the rear. The two walked quickly towards the valley. In the valley, a makeshift team of 9 independent martial artists was being besieged by the strange beasts they had deliberately left behind, facing imminent danger. The warriors fought and retreated, but fortunately, they were only being chased by some beast soldier level alien beasts. He Yong and 3 other martial artists were responsible for covering the rear later on. His combat uniform was tattered and his shield was covered in cracks. Hiss! A giant rock lizard at the peak of its beast soldier level shoved aside He Yong and the others and bit at an injured female warrior. It's over. Despair was evident on everyone's faces. Chapter 25 Ding, the female instructor meets the wife standard. No! He Yong, who was knocked to the ground, exclaimed in surprise. The gaping maw of the giant rock lizard was already within reach. This female warrior was none other than Guing, He Yong's wife. He Yong saw panic and fear of death on his wife's face. But there was nothing he could do. At this critical moment, a silver figure appeared before them as if teleported. Quick! Extremely fast. No one present could see her movements clearly. Bang! A loud bang. The head of the rock giant lizard exploded as if it had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. Red and white matter mixed with bone fragments splattered everywhere. The hot, viscous blood even sprayed all over He Yong and his wife's faces. He Yong sat there blankly, forgetting to wipe himself. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. All the roars and fighting sounds in the valley disappeared. The 9 martial artists stared blankly at the figure. She was a tall and stunningly beautiful girl. She wore a silver combat suit that accentuated her stunningly curvaceous figure. Her long, straight legs exude an explosive sense of power. She simply stood there quietly, exuding a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. Who is she? She blasted a peak-level beast soldier to pieces with a single punch? Oh my god. Everyone swallowed hard. After being rescued, Gu Ying's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The relief and lingering fear of surviving the ordeal made her tremble all over. Roar! Hiss! The surrounding beasts roared wildly once more, their crimson eyes fixed on Rose, who had suddenly appeared. They sensed a threat and became more agitated. Watch out! He Yong snapped out of his daze and quickly raised his sword. However, the beasts did not rush towards Rose. Their target was a young man standing behind Rose. The young man appeared there at some point, looking calm, as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. It was Lu Yu. Court death. Lu Yu stared at the group of snakes, insects, and strange beasts, his eyes turning cold. He was too lazy to even lift a finger. Rose, all the strange beasts in this valley have been wiped out, including those beast generals. Yes, master. Rose obeyed the order, her figure transforming into a silver lightning bolt as she charged into the horde of beasts. What happened next completely overturned He Yong and the others' understanding. That wasn't a fight at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Rose's fists are the most terrifying weapons. Each punch carried a golden force like a cannonball, creating a sonic boom that tore through the air. Whether it's the tough-skinned giant rock lizard, the armored giant centipede, or the incredibly fast and venomous red snake, they are all as fragile as paper in front of her. Bang! 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 The dull, cracking sounds echoed continuously through the valley. One ferocious beast after another was effortlessly killed by her. This includes the strange beasts in the early stages of the Beast General era. Rose moved through the valley, her combat uniform spotless. He Yong and the others felt their scalps tingle. The swarm of insects and beasts that the 9 of them fought desperately to resist could not be stopped, but in the hands of this stunningly beautiful girl, they could only be killed instantly. Including those beast leaders they regarded as the Grim Reapers. Too powerful. A martial artist's voice trembled, and he could barely hold onto his battle sword. "Thank you so much, Brother Liu, for saving my life." "She is one of your subordinates?" He Yang helped going to Liu Yu's side, thanked Liu Yu, and couldn't help but ask. If he hadn't misheard, Liu Yu was actually giving orders to this terrifyingly powerful girl. His wife was equally curious. Liu Yu smiled and nodded, "Yes. Brother He, how did you and your wife end up in the secret realm as well?" Liu Yu certainly knew Guing. Guing often helped He Yang guard the exotic animal meat stall, and it was said that she was He Yang's second wife. He Yang's first wife had died, and Guing had just given birth to a child for him. He Yang and his wife are both currently at the mid-stage of martial arts. The sea-level secret realm is a training ground for the elites of the base city, and it is not really suitable for martial artists with average combat power to enter. The mortality rate for ordinary martial artists entering is very high. This He Yang scratched his head. He knew, of course, that the mortality rate for ordinary martial artists like him and his wife entering the secret realm would be extremely high, exceeding 50%. Just like now, if they hadn't encountered Liu Yu, their 2 teams of 9 people would have been wiped out. "We came here because we want to build a future for our child," Guing said. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu understood. Although the death rate in the secret realm is high, it is also a good opportunity for independent martial artists to make a fortune. Take a gamble and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If we make a fortune in the secret realm, we won't have to worry about our children getting injections and pills in the future. The other members of the martial arts team also ran over to thank Liu Yu. They were all independent martial artists from the outskirts of the city. The burly man with the axe, Deng Zhizhuang, was a late-stage martial artist and their temporary captain. These martial artists were all astonished by the relationship between Liu Yu and Rose, but they didn't dare to ask any further questions. A moment later, the entire valley returned to tranquility. The ground was covered with the corpses of strange beasts, and the air was filled with a strong stench of blood. Rose returned to Liu Yu's side and bowed slightly. "Master, it's all taken care of." In front of outsiders, the clever and quick-witted Rose presents herself as a maid. "Owner?" He Yang, Deng Zhizhuang, and others were still shocked and incredulous when they heard this title again. How did Liu Yu, a martial artist, manage to subdue such a terrifyingly powerful figure? This tall girl effortlessly slew the beast leader who was at the early stage of the beast general realm, and definitely possesses the formidable strength of a mid-stage martial master. Liu Yu put his arm around Rose's shoulder and said to the others, "We're leaving. This isn't a place to stay for long. You should leave as soon as possible." Deng Zhizhuang gave a wry smile. "What the boss says is true, but..." He glanced at the monster corpses scattered on the ground, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. "This is all money. Perhaps those beast general level alien beasts even have magic cores inside their bodies." He Yang also said, "Brother Liu, we..." Liu Yu saw through their thoughts and said, "You can deal with these corpses yourselves. If you can't take them with you, just collect the materials. Also, all the monsters in those caves have been cleared out, so you can go in and collect materials." Upon hearing this, He Yang and the others were overjoyed. They were about to strike it rich. "Then we thank you very much, sir." They all knew that Liu Yu looked down on the materials from those demonic creatures. Seeing that Liu Yu and Rose were preparing to leave, He Yang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Liu, may I ask who this female knight-errant is?" He voiced the question that had been puzzling everyone. All 9 people in the arena had already noticed the small dragon horns on Rose's head. They hadn't noticed because of the intense fighting earlier. Now, looking at it up close, the dragon horns gleamed faintly in the sunlight, exuding an air of mystery. They vaguely guessed at a startling possibility. Heroine? Rose couldn't help but chuckle, finding the title quite amusing. This was the first time she had ever heard someone address her like that. Liu Yu glanced at the crowd, knowing that they had discovered Rose's alien identity. However, Rose will have to help him open his shop in the future, and sooner or later the truth will be revealed to the public. Moreover, after he leaves the instance, he also wants to give Rose a proper status. In the base city, people with partners from other races are rare, but not non-existent. Her name is Rose. She was originally a dragon girl from that ruin, but now, she's my maid. Liu Yu paused for a moment, then calmly dropped a bombshell. Before this, Liu Yu had already figured out how to introduce Rose's background to outsiders. There must be a dragon girl in the Federal Space City, but he hasn't been to the Space City yet. The dragon maid bought from the Cosmic City doesn't make sense either. Dragon Girl maid. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gasped. The legendary Dragon Girl is not only powerful but also beautiful. She is the battle partner that we male warriors dream of. It's said that in the Cosmic City, every female dragon at the martial realm is being sold for over 10 million star coins. What an incredible stroke of luck, Brother Lou. I actually managed to form a contract with a powerful dragon maid in this secret realm. This dragon girl is comparable to a mid-stage martial master in terms of combat strength. Even the Cosmic City probably doesn't have that. It must have been Brother Lou who accidentally obtained a contract scroll and then encountered this dragon girl in those ruins, successfully forming a contract on the first try. They all imagined what was happening, and their faces were filled with shock and envy. I envy Lu Yu's luck. A sub-dragon girl at the martial artist level, worth tens of millions of star coins? Lu Yu smiled. Actually, when he bought Rose from Baker, he only spent 3 million. In the Galactic Federation, there are also alien female maids. However, the price is extremely high, and only the scions of top aristocratic families can afford it. Lu Yu had no intention of acquiring foreign female slaves from Baker and reselling them for profit. He has plenty of ways to make money now, so naturally he wouldn't bother with this kind of business. Lu Yu looked at Yong, Deng Zhizhuan, and the others and instructed them, "Don't go around talking about me having a female dragon, otherwise it will be bad if those big clan scions target us." His main goal was to use Rose to his advantage, to get rid of this guy. What if Yang Wei finds out that he has a female dragon comparable to a mid-stage martial arts master by his side, and he gets so scared that he hides away? It doesn't matter if other people know. Upon hearing this, Yong, Deng Zhizhuan, and the others patted their chests and assured him, "Don't worry, Brother Lou, we're very tight-lipped. Don't worry, boss, we will absolutely keep our mouths shut. May anyone who tells this be struck by lightning." They also knew that the news of Lu Yu having a stunningly beautiful dragon girl by his side had spread. I'm afraid it will attract the covetous eyes of those powerful clans. These martial artists were a group of loyal and righteous individuals, otherwise, they would have abandoned Yong and his wife and fled when they were attacked by the horde of strange beasts. Lu Yu nodded. He thought for a moment and then said, "Once this secret realm ends, my store on Xiaolong Commercial Street should open. You are all welcome to come and support me then." "Your shop is opening soon?" Yong's eyes lit up. "What do you sell?" "We mainly sell pills and rare medicinal herbs, and maybe other things as well," Lu Yu said casually. Upon hearing this, Yong, Deng Zhizhuan, and others readily agreed that they would definitely go and show their support. Afterwards, Lu Yu led Rose out of the valley and left. Only Yong and 9 other independent martial artists remained, looking at each other in bewilderment. "Have we encountered some kind of deity? Hurry, hurry, don't just stand there, go dig up some materials from the alien beasts. These are all rewards from the big boss. We're going to get rich." A group of people immediately began to frantically deal with the corpses of the strange beasts scattered on the ground, their faces beaming with excited smiles. Next, Lu Yu, accompanied by Rose, swept through several more ruins marked by the system. However, these ruins are relatively small in scale, and the monsters guarding them are not strong. In the end, all they found were bronze treasure chests. The main finds inside are century-old medicinal herbs and some martial arts master-level equipment. Although the rewards are far less than those from a silver treasure chest, they are still quite valuable. This instance is very large. Several days passed without any trace of Yang Wei's team. In a sea-level secret realm, martial artists can only stay for 1 week. At this point, there were only 2 days left before the secret realm closed. Lu Yu and Rose were traversing a dense, foggy jungle at a rapid pace. "Master, should we continue searching?" Rose asked. These past few days, she has had a great time fighting, and her strength has stabilized at the peak of martial arts. Lu Yu's life strength also increased to over 12 points due to refining the medicinal power. "Let's search the ruins again. If we don't encounter Yang Wei, then we'll let it go," Lu Yu said. "In dungeons, finding treasure is definitely the top priority. If we don't find Yang Wei, we'll deal with him later." Lu Yu and Rose have already gained a great deal from this dungeon run. However, who wouldn't want to acquire more treasures and resources? Just then, a loud commotion came from not far ahead, accompanied by a clear, cold shout. "Ice ceiling sword formation." In an instant, a chill swept over. Lu Yu, accompanied by Rose, secretly stepped forward to observe. The temperature in the space ahead plummeted. A vast expanse of white, frigid air appeared out of nowhere, condensing into dozens of ice crystal swords that formed a sword array, trapping a gigantic monster within. It was a giant ape that was completely black. Ironback Demon Ape, late-stage beast general. The ironback demon ape's arms were as thick as stone pillars, and when it swung them, they brought with them a terrifying force. But at this moment, it was trapped in the frozen sword formation, moving slowly and covered in wounds. Sister Qingya, it's dying. A clear, crisp female voice rang out. Lu Yu looked in the direction of the sound and saw two women. One of them, wielding a flying swallow bow, was constantly firing energy arrows from a distance, harassing the demonic ape. Another stunningly beautiful, mature woman, almost comparable to Rose, floated in mid-air, holding a silver battle sword. She possessed exquisite beauty and a cool, elegant demeanor. Lu Yu used the appraisal technique. Xia Qingya, federal female instructor, 30 years old, life strength 52, mid-stage martial arts master, appearance 97, overall 93, meets the host's requirements for wives and concubines. Hidden information 1, Xia Qingya is the daughter of the current head of the Xia family, a royal family in the Federation. Due to certain reasons, she is not highly regarded by the Xia family's higher-ups. She received a mission from the military and came to Jiangnan with her best friend Lili to investigate the situation of the secret realm. Hidden information 2, Xia Qingya was Song Yu's head instructor at the youth training camp. Lili, federal officer, mid-stage martial master, Xia Qingya's best friend, other information, omitted. This mature and sophisticated Xia Qingya is actually the eldest daughter of the Xia family, an imperial clan, and also Song Yu's head instructor at the youth training camp? Are these two women hunting a late-stage beast general level demon? Lu Yu was surprised. This is where Song Yu met his teacher at the youth training camp. The other party also came with a mission. Lu Yu certainly knew about the Xia clan of the Federation. That was a colossal imperial clan. The clan has a martial emperor level expert. The Xia family, one of the 4 great martial arts clans in Jiangnan Bay City, is actually just a branch of the Xia clan in the Federation. These two women are indeed very powerful. Xia Qingya, in particular, with her mid-stage martial master cultivation, was able to suppress a late-stage beast general. No wonder he's a prodigy from the Federation. Behind the massive body of this ironback demon ape, there is a silver treasure chest protected by a light shield. Clearly, this is a strange beast guarding a treasure. In dungeons, you don't necessarily have to be in ruins to find treasure chests. Finding treasure chests in other places requires luck. Although the system indicated that Xia Qingya met Lu Yu's standards for wives and concubines. However, the standards of a young lady from an imperial family are extremely high, far beyond what he, an unknown nobody, can possibly reach. Lu Yu showed no intention of going forward, and instead prepared to take a detour to leave with Rose. Hey, you over there, stop! We've spotted you. Xia Qingya's cool and aloof voice came through. Chapter 26. Sister Ye, your son-in-law is quite good. He discovered Yang Wei's whereabouts. Lu Yu and Rose walked over. Xia Qingya's beautiful eyes narrowed in mid-air, and her slightly sharp gaze swept over. Lili, who was beside her, continued to shoot arrows at the demonic ape. Do you two need any help? Lu Yu asked calmly, stopping at a safe distance. Xia Qingya sized up Lu Yu and Rose. One is a late-stage martial artist, the other is a peak martial artist. This is a very good-looking young couple. This combination is strange. The tall girl had 2 dragon horns growing from the top of her head. Clearly, this is a female dragon. She sensed a dangerous aura emanating from that dragon girl that far surpassed that of a peak martial artist. No need, Xia Qingya said calmly, her voice carrying a military-like wariness and aloofness. A mere demonic ape at the late stage of beast general level is not worth outsiders interfering with. Lu Yu didn't say much, and stood aside with Rose, arms crossed, watching the battle. Sister Qingya, this male martial artist is actually accompanied by a female dragon? Lili glanced at the two of them and exclaimed in surprise. As they were speaking, the heavily wounded ironback demon ape roared, shattered the ice-sealed sword array in front of it with a punch, and charged forward. Ignore them for now, let's finish this quickly. Xia Qingya stopped being distracted and fought fiercely with Lili against the ironback demon ape. Under Xia Qingya and Lili's fierce attack, the ironback demon ape's blood gushed out, and it teetered on the brink of collapse. It was severely injured, and even though it was still quite fast and could jump more than 20 meters high, it still couldn't hit Xia Qingya in the air or Lili, who was firing arrows from a distance. After all, both women were equally swift in their movements. Ice Crystal Sword Wheel. In the final battle, Xia Qingya let out a delicate shout, swung her silver sword, and unleashed another powerful ice-based sword technique. A curved ice crystal sword aura transformed into a giant ice blue sword wheel, spinning and slicing away. Roar! The ironback demon ape let out its final mournful roar, and its body was ultimately reduced to pieces of minced meat under the slicing of the sword wheel. The battle is over. Xia Qingya and Li Li were both slightly out of breath. Clearly the battle had taken a toll on them. This highly defensive ironback demon ape was naturally not so easy to kill. Li Li quickly walked to the silver treasure chest behind the demon ape. The protective shield over the treasure chest has disappeared. She reached out and opened the box, and a fragrant aroma of medicinal pills instantly filled the air. Qingya, look! Li Li took out her phone, scanned the code, and exclaimed in surprise. High-end martial arts mobile phones can not only scan a martial artist's cultivation level, but also identify general information about treasures. Xia Qingya walked over and saw the treasures in the box. A look of joy appeared on her pretty face. Inside the treasure chest was a large bottle of elixirs and a piece of shimmering armor. Li Li poured out the pills from the jade bottle and carefully counted them. 30 pills. There are actually 30 martial master breakthrough pills. And this armor is a martial grandmaster level defensive piece of equipment. The martial master breakthrough pill, as the name suggests, is a precious elixir that can help martial artists break through to the martial master realm. Each one is worth over 30 million star coins in the Federation. 30 of them would be 900 million. Lu Yu's eyes lit up when he heard their conversation. The martial master breakthrough pill is exactly what he needs right now. Rose will be able to use it soon. Lu Yu and Song Yu will certainly need it soon. He led Rose over there. Gentlemen, I'd like to make a deal with you. Xia Qingya put away the treasure, her eyes regaining their coldness. What deal? I'll trade 1 spirit crystal for 3 of your martial master breakthrough pills, Lu Yu stated his offer directly. 1 spirit crystal is worth 100 million star coins, so exchanging it for 3 martial master breakthrough pills isn't too bad. After all, 30 million is just the base price for a martial master breakthrough pill. The price can sometimes go up. The words fell. Xia Qingya and Li Li both widened their eyes at the same time, their breaths catching for a moment. You have spirit crystals? Li Li's voice trembled slightly. Did you obtain them in this secret realm? Spirit crystals are a strategic resource for the Federation. Of course, the martial master breakthrough pill is also included. They had not found any spirit crystals in this secret realm before. The young martial artist in front of me, who should be a free spirit, actually obtained a spirit crystal in the secret realm. Therefore, this C-level secret realm is extremely valuable, definitely a C+ level secret realm. That's right. Lu Yu nodded. Xia Qingya's gaze also changed. She re-examined Lu Yu. You two have cleared out an entire ruin? There's more than just this 1 spirit crystal, right? Upon hearing this, Rose smiled but remained silent. Lu Yu smiled and took out 5 spirit crystals. 5 spirit crystals, shimmering with a crystalline light, exuding a rich spiritual energy. Both Xia Qingya and Li Li wore expressions of disbelief. This means that the 2 people in front of us have completely cleared an extremely difficult ruin. How did they do it? How could a late-stage martial artist and a peak martial artist possibly kill a beast general level monster guarding the treasure? Who is this dragon girl to you? Xia Qingya asked, voicing the question that had been on their minds. Lu Yu put his arm around Rose's slender waist. Rose is my maid. In that ruin, I obtained a contract scroll and signed a contract with her. Then, we joined forces and opened up that ruin. Rose didn't say a word the whole time. When you're out and about, you naturally do whatever your master says. Xia Qingya and Li Li both looked at Rose in disbelief. This stunningly beautiful dragon girl was actually contracted in the ruins? They certainly knew about the contract scroll. That thing can be used to contract with monsters and beasts in the secret realm as battle servants or battle pets. It is a special treasure produced by the secret realm and is generally rare. Furthermore, the success rate of using contract scrolls is very low. This young martial artist actually succeeded in winning over a beautiful and charming dragon maid with a single shot. That's incredibly lucky. Furthermore, this dragon girl, who is only at the peak of martial arts, actually possesses the combat power of a martial master. Every ruin in the dungeon, the final boss of each level is at least a beast general at the early stage. The fact that this female dragon was able to lead her master through the ruins shows that she is very strong and has great potential. This martial artist is such a lucky little fellow. What's your name? Xia Qingya realized then that she didn't know the other person's name. Lu Yu. Lu Yu. Xia Qingya was taken aback. She seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Lu Yu? Sister Ya, your student Song Yu seems to have married a farm worker named Lu Yu. Lily tilted her head and thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Yu. You wouldn't happen to be Song Yu's husband, would you? Xia Chengya also looked puzzled. She had heard that the farm worker whom Song Yu married was not a martial artist. The Lu Yu in front of me is already in the late stage of martial arts. Lu Yu deliberately slapped the back of his head, pretending to suddenly realize something, and stepped forward to bow to Xia Chengya. So you are teacher Xia Chengya. Song Yu told me about you before. Thank you so much, teacher Xia, for taking care of Song Yu in the youth training camp. Song Yu did receive some care from Xia Chengya during his time at the youth training camp. When Song Yu suffered a severe injury during the assessment, it was Xia Chengya who used her own elixirs to heal her wounds. It really is you. Xia Chengya confirmed the identity, and the coldness on her face instantly melted away, replaced by a complex expression. There was surprise, concern, and a hint of scrutiny, similar to a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. This handsome young man is actually your apprentice-in-law, Sister Ya. Lily muttered to herself, her gaze towards Lu Yu somewhat strange. In the martial arts youth training camp, the instructors are equivalent to teachers. The husband of one student can certainly be called a son-in-law. This Lu Yu is very young, yet he already possesses the cultivation level of a late-stage martial artist, which is comparable to the geniuses of the Federation's major clans. They're all equally impressive. How is Song Yu now? Xia Chengya asked, her tone much gentler. She had a deep impression of Song Yu, that student. With a level talent and a tenacious spirit, he was one of the promising talents in her class. Unfortunately, an accident occurred during the assessment, causing a significant drop in his life strength. He had no choice but to return to the small base city and accept a marriage arranged by the government. She regretted it for a long time. She is fine. Lu Yu smiled gently. We both become martial artists now, and she is pregnant. She's become a martial artist too? Xia Chengya was moved again. And, she's pregnant? She originally thought that once Song Yu returned and married an ordinary person, her path in martial arts would be essentially over. Unexpectedly, not only did their relationship not break down, but the couple also both became martial artists. Xia Chengya couldn't help but feel a little sad. Perhaps, Song Yu's choice back then was the right one. If she stayed in the Federation, she might become a rich man's concubine, or even someone else's plaything. But she may not be able to have a loving husband, an unborn child, and a future in martial arts like she does now. Xia Chengya looked at Lu Yu, her gaze softening even more. This young man is not only exceptionally capable himself, but he can also help Song Yu improve. He seems to be no ordinary person. Song Yu's judgment was better than I had imagined. Xiao Yu, here are 2 spirit crystals and 7 martial master breakthrough pills for you. Xia Chengya smiled and said, after all, breakthrough pills don't guarantee a 100% success rate in breaking through. Then I thank you very much for your kindness, Teacher Xia. Lu Yu smiled and said that he knew, of course, that Xia Chengya had given him an extra breakthrough pill because he was Song Yu's husband. The transaction is complete. Xia Chengya grew to like Lu Yu, her son-in-law, more and more. This kid is quite handsome. If he can't outshine the young talents of Universe City, he's certainly on par with them. She is a good match for Song Yu. There was now a dragon girl by his side. However, this is not a big deal in the Federation. After we leave the dungeon, I'll come over to your place, Xia Chengya said. Upon hearing this, Lily laughed and said, Sister Ya, what you said is quite ambiguous. Xia Chengya. Song Yu and I would certainly welcome Teacher Xia anytime, Lu Yu replied with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yu took his leave with Rose. Watching their disappearing figures, Lily moved closer to Xia Chengya, marveling at their appearance. Sister Ya, your son-in-law is quite something. Song Yu has really struck gold, Xia Chengya said with a smile. After leaving Xia Chengya and the other person, Lu Yu and Rose continue their search for ruins and treasures. In a canyon, Lu Yu suddenly stopped. Master, what's wrong? Rose asked. Find the person, settle the score. Lu Yu's eyes turned cold. Just now, Yang Wei's location finally appeared on the system's map. Yang Wei's team was located more than 10 kilometers away at a site marked as an ancient tomb by the system. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu took Rose and sped towards the ancient tomb. Not long after, the entrance to a dilapidated ancient tomb came into view. The entrance to the tomb was eerie, with chilling air emanating from it, accompanied by faint, indistinct roars. Yang Wei is inside. With a thought, Lu Yu teleported Rose into his home space. He sneaked into the ancient tomb without making a sound. Chapter 27: The Death of Yang Wei. Imo Shiryao demands the treasure chest. The ancient tomb has multiple passageways, and the ground of each passageway is littered with the remains of zombies and monsters. Zombie monsters are also a common type of monster in secret realms. The faint sounds of fighting could be heard coming from inside. Lu Yu quickly sneaked in. At the end of the ancient tomb was an incredibly spacious burial chamber. Inside the tomb, Yang Wei and his 8 young family members were engaged in a fierce battle with 2 towering zombie leaders. 2 days ago, Yang Wei unexpectedly encountered another group of young family members. The 2 teams of 10 people formed a powerful team and joined forces to explore the secret realm. One of the unlucky ones accidentally died at the hands of a monster in the previous ruins. There are only 9 people left now. The 2 zombie leaders before them, one of which was a bronze zombie, its entire body as if cast in bronze, with nails as sharp as knives. The bronze zombie charged wildly, and the attacks from the young family warriors struck it, producing a series of metallic clangs and sparks flying everywhere. The other zombie is the monk zombie, which chants incantations and can unleash spells such as fireballs and lightning for ranged attacks. Both of these zombie leaders are mid-stage beast general level monsters. Yang Wei's team, besides himself, includes 4 early-stage martial arts masters and 4 peak-stage martial artists from his clan. Despite having so many people, the fight against these 2 zombie leaders was still fraught with danger. If it weren't for the silver treasure chest placed on the stone platform, which was simply too tempting for them. In addition, these 2 zombies weren't very fast. They didn't want to continue fighting. Damn it! How can this thing have such high defense? A martial arts master from the young family roared, his battle sword already chipped. Watch out for that bald monk's corpse fire. Yang Wei loudly reminded him that he was only a mid-stage martial artist and had neither the courage nor the qualifications to participate in the battle. He could only stand on the sidelines and watch from the sidelines. A martial arts master from the young family hurriedly dodged a ball of fire that was coming straight at him. Inside their home space, Lu Yu and Rose watched the battle unfold outside as if they were watching a movie. As Lu Yu stealthily infiltrated the vicinity, he also entered the residential area. Now is not the best time to make a move. Master, they are having a hard time eliminating these 2 zombies, Rose said. No rush, let's rest for a while and then catch the bird in the dark. Lu Yu sat on the long bench at the entrance of the cabin to rest, while Rose sat next to him. A table was placed to the side. The 2 sipped tea and watched the game, enjoying a moment of leisure. What follows is a battle, or rather, a massacre. This tea is a high-grade tea guanyin, which has some restorative effects. It was purchased at Xiaolong Supermarket. Xiaolong Supermarket is also a property under the landlord's name. Rose's tea-making skills are getting better and better. The spirit mushrooms, spirit garlic, and spirit chives in the garden are now ripe. However, the 2 of them don't have time to manage these vegetables yet. Lu Yu had already informed the shopkeeper of the Zhutian Mall, baker, that he would be busy with the secret realm trial for the next few days and wouldn't have time to tend to the crops, so he should wait. It has to be said. Yang Wei's clansmen are indeed very strong, with 4 martial arts masters and 4 peak martial artists, all of whom have cultivated martial king level techniques. That's why the 2 zombie leaders, both at the mid-stage of the beast general realm, haven't yet inflicted significant casualties on the young family members. However, a mid-stage beast general is still a mid-stage beast general. Even if he is constantly injured, he is like a perpetual motion machine, and he will never get tired no matter how long he fights. More than an hour later. The young family members looked exhausted. Boom! Just then, the bronze zombie shoved aside one of the young family martial artists, and its sharp claws instantly pierced through the chest of another Yang family martial artist. That man was none other than Yang Feilei, who often went hunting with Yang Wei. Yang Feilei only had time to let out a scream before his entire body was torn apart by the raging bronze zombie. Yang Feilei died a tragic death. Uncle Feilei. Yang Wei's eyes widened in horror. Casualties have occurred within the team. I'll hold it off. A young family martial artist clad in armor swung his battle axe at the bronze zombie. Amit Ba. Since you benefactors do not offer incense money, this humble monk and his junior brother Qington will have no choice but to perform the rituals to help you all pass on to the afterlife. The monk zombie spoke in a sinister tone, and then a dark bolt of lightning struck the battle axe master. Puff! The axe-wielding martial artist coughed up blood, but the martial king technique he cultivated focused on the physical body, and the monk zombie could not seriously injure him in one move. Westbrook, "Try throwing money at that bald monk," a quick-witted martial artist from the Yang family shouted. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately threw a large stack of $100 star coins in the direction of the monk zombie. This benefactor is truly generous. The zombie monk leaped towards the 100 yuan bills, snatched them all into his arms, and then actually stood there counting the money, no longer launching an attack. It looks like this monk zombie will be counting money for several minutes. Let's all take down the bronze zombies first. The Yang family members ignored the monk zombie and attacked the bronze zombie together. With everyone working together to focus their fire, the bronze zombie suffered repeated heavy damage. 2 or 3 minutes later, the monk zombie, having finished counting the money, swallowed all the star coins in one gulp and said, "The incense money is too little, not enough." Its body was crackling with lightning, clearly preparing to unleash another magical attack. What a greedy bold monk. Here's your money. Yang Wei had no choice but to throw out tens of thousands of star coins. Yang Wei was wearing a low-grade storage ring on his hand. A low-grade storage ring sells for 100 million in the Federation, and its internal space is several times larger than that of a high-grade martial artist's backpack. It can certainly hold that much cash. This is because he frequents entertainment venues in the base city and likes to throw cash at people. Otherwise, martial artists generally wouldn't carry that much cash. Amitabha Buddha, haha, it's all money. The monk zombie's eyes glowed green as it frantically pounced on the star coin banknote, completely ignoring its companion's screams. Because Yang Wei had money on him, the situation was immediately reversed. Inside their home, the master and servant watched this scene with astonishment. Rose's comment, "This monk is obsessed with money, even after turning into a monster he still wants money." Lu Yu laughed and said, "I'm thinking of carrying more cash with me from now on. It'll come in handy if I encounter any monks or demons." The bronze zombie's body was cracked from the blows, and it looked like it was about to be killed by Yang Wei's team. Right now. Lu Yu, with Rose by his side, instantly appeared at the entrance to the tomb. "Yang Wei, do you need any help?" The familiar voice rang out, startling Yang Wei, who was throwing money around. Yang Wei turned around abruptly and was stunned when he saw Lu Yu. Then, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. "Lu Yu! Ha, you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep." Yang Wei didn't make a move yet because his people hadn't killed the bronze zombie. He certainly couldn't defeat Lu Yu on his own. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lu Yu was filled with murderous intent. Immediately afterwards, his gaze fell on Rose behind Lu Yu, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "Wow, what an amazing girl. She has a tall, fiery figure and a wild, cold demeanor, especially her golden eyes and dragon horns, which exude a strange allure." "Yulon Niang?" Yang Wei's voice changed. He instantly understood why Lu Yu, a martial artist, dared to enter this ancient tomb. It turns out that she had a powerful dragon girl by her side. "Lu Yu, where did you get this top-quality item?" Yang Wei asked with a sinister grin as he tossed coins at the monk zombie. He had already made up his mind that after killing Lu Yu, he would definitely capture this sexy and fiery dragon girl alive and add her to his harem. "Lu Yu, I was lucky. I accidentally signed a contract with her. There's nothing I can do about it." "Careless?" These 3 words, like a poisonous thorn, pierced Yang Wei's heart. "Why should I? Why does this piece of trash have such good luck?" He cultivated diligently and relied on family resources to achieve his current success. Lu Yu, this lowly commoner, not only stole away the goddess Song Yu that he had always longed for. Now, they even have a dragon girl who is more beautiful and more exquisite than Song Yu. A woman's appearance can be enhanced by improving her self-cultivation and temperament. After Rose awakened her SSS-level talent, the Dragon God bloodline, her appearance score skyrocketed to 97 points, coupled with her extremely alluring figure. Song Yu was indeed slightly inferior. Yang Wei burst into laughter. "It's alright, after you die, this dragon girl will be mine. And Song Yu, we're classmates, I'll help you take good care of her too." The words had barely left his mouth. A terrifying killing intent instantly erupted from Rose. Her eyes were icy as she stared at Yang Wei, as if he were a dead man. "You're asking for it." Lu Yu was about to order Rose to take action. Ah! At this moment, the bronze zombie let out its last howl and was killed by the Yang family members. The members of the Yang family all gathered around Yang Wei, each of them glaring at Lu Yu and his servant with hostility. "Westbrook, should we take them out first?" The axe-wielding martial artist inquired. Yang Wei was about to give the order. "Your offerings are insufficient, benefactor." The zombie monk's face darkened when he saw that Yang Wei was no longer throwing money around, and magical light surged from his body once again. We're out of cash. 4 of you deal with the monk zombie first, the rest of you kill Lu Yu and capture the dragon girl alive. Yang Wei quickly gave the order. Yes, young master. 4 members of the Yang family fought against the monk zombie, while the other 3 surrounded Lu Yu and his servant. Rose, kill them all, Lu Yu ordered in a deep voice. Rose's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Oh no! Watch out! The 2 martial artists and the warrior were shocked. They hadn't expected Rose to be so fast. They can't see it clearly. Bang! One of the early-stage martial arts masters in front of Yang Wei didn't even have time to react before Rose punched his head like a watermelon, causing it to explode. Blood and brain matter splattered all over Yang Wei's face. He was completely stunned. Yang Wei stared blankly at the bloody scene before him, his mind completely blank. How could he be so strong? This dragon girl was able to instantly kill a member of her clan who was at the early stage of martial arts mastery. Her strength far exceeded his imagination. Roar! That zombie monk who didn't receive any offerings was also extremely terrifying when he went berserk. The release speed of the fireball and the dark lightning suddenly increased significantly. Huff! Boom! 2 members of the Yang family, both at the peak of martial arts, were severely injured by the fireball and the Yin lightning, and fell to the ground screaming in agony. Oh no! The monk zombie has gone berserk. This dragon girl's combat power is enough to instantly kill an early-stage martial master. A group of Yang family members were terrified. Die! Rose casually threw a punch, and another Yang family martial artist was blown to pieces. Quickly! Protect the young master and retreat. The remaining 3 Yang family martial arts masters finally realized that they were about to be in trouble. The main reason for this disaster was that their young master Yang Wei kicked a hard iron plate. That dragon girl is someone they simply cannot contend with. They helped the still-dazed Yang Wei up and tried to escape from the ancient tomb. Trying to leave? Lu Yu's icy voice rang out. Rose, stop them. Rose's figure flashed like a ghost, directly blocking the exit of the passageway. She crossed her arms, her golden eyes filled with disdain. The master's order is to leave no one alive. Despair instantly enveloped the hearts of all members of the Yang family. Lu Yu! You dare to kill me? My grandfather is the martial king. Yang Wei finally came to his senses and screamed, his voice filled with bluster but his heart was filled with fear. Lu Yu's figure approached him step by step. King Wu? So what? Moreover, my future achievements, Lu Yu, will be far more than just the title of martial king. Lu Yu sneered, before Yang Wei could beg for mercy. Greenwood thorn. A streak of green light shot out and pierced Yang Wei's throat. Yang Wei's eyes widened, he made a hoarse sound, and his face was full of disbelief. He died without understanding why Lu Yu dared to kill him. Yang Wei's body slumped to the ground. Young master! The remaining Yang family martial artists, their eyes bloodshot, let out a desperate roar. They were met with Rose's relentless and furious attack. Less than a minute later. On the ground, only the corpses of the Yang family members remained. And in the tomb chamber, there's still that roaring monk zombie. Lu Yu glanced at Yang Wei's corpse. Rose, take care of that bald monk. Yes. The outcome of the ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. Under Rose's fierce attack, the monk zombie quickly followed in the footsteps of Yang Wei's team. In the center of the tomb, the light covering the silver treasure chest silently dissipated. Ding! Detecting that Mo Shiryao and Chen Jianyi's martial arts team is about to arrive outside the ancient tomb. At this moment, a system notification sounded. It's Mo Shiryao and Chen Jianyi again. Lu Yu was speechless. These 2 guys were really persistent. The tomb contained only a silver treasure chest, with no other treasures. He quickly stored the entire silver treasure chest into his system space. Now was not the time to check his loot. Afterwards, Lu Yu and Rose quickly moved the bodies of Yang Wei and the other members of the Yang family together. Rose unleashed a fiery dragon breath, burning the corpses to ashes. I just finished doing these. Then, the sound of footsteps came from the passageway. A group of people walked in. The woman in white with the cold expression at the head of the group was none other than Mo Shiryao, the city lord's daughter. The young man beside her held a sword with a sheath. It was none other than Chen Jianyi, the genius of the Chen family. Behind them were 4 martial arts masters and 3 warriors. You guys cleared the ancient tomb? When Chen Jian saw Lu Yu and Rose, especially Rose with her excessively hot figure, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. However, he vowed to pursue only Imo Shiryao in his life, so he crossed his arms over his sword and looked at Lu Yu with disdain. It seems to be saying, "You're just a nobody, yet you dare to have such a beautiful woman by your side. Can you afford to raise them? You're Junior Lu Yu, and this, she's a dragon girl?" The observant Imo Shiryao immediately recognized Rose's identity. As for Lu Yu, the story of how he humiliated Yang Wei last time has spread among the younger generation of various aristocratic families. Imo Shiryao even did some research on Lu Yu's background. "Senior sister Imo, it's an honor to meet you." Lu Yu bowed slightly. Imo Shiryao nodded aloofly. When she saw that the stone platform behind Lu Yu and his servant was empty, her pretty face became even colder. "Junior brother Lu Yu, how about handing over that treasure chest?" Chapter 28: The Three-Move Agreement. Yang Wei's father has arrived. Imo Shiryao looked at Lu Yu as if she were discussing something, but her tone carried an air of unquestionable certainty. As the daughter of the city lord, she possessed outstanding beauty and extraordinary talent, and was revered as a goddess by countless young men, with numerous admirers. Every single time, without a word, people would offer things to you with both hands. In Imo Shiryao's view, this commoner prodigy is no exception. Lu Yu is younger than her, yet he has already broken through to the late stage of martial arts, truly deserving to be called a prodigy among ordinary martial artists. Lu Yu spoke up, "Senior Mo, in the treasure hunt of the secret realm, everyone has to rely on their own abilities. Isn't that a bit too domineering of you?" Imo Shiryao's arrogant expression froze for a moment. She was somewhat surprised that this man dared to refuse her. This made her realize that this treasure chest was probably not simple, it must be a silver treasure chest of enormous value. Everyone in the room was stunned, they hadn't expected Lu Yu to refuse so decisively. Imo Shiryao, used to being bossy, still spoke in a cold voice. "Then open it and let me see. If it's good, I'll buy it." Lu Yu shook his head, "Not for sale. You're asking for death. You dare to disrespect even Goddess Shiryao?" Chen Jiani flew into a rage, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, and a sharp sword intent emanated from his body. The temperature inside the tomb seemed to drop a few degrees. Imo Shiryao raised her hand to stop him. Imo Shiryao's reputation as a goddess is far more important than a silver treasure chest, so she certainly cannot use her power to rob the treasures of the city's martial artists. Imo Shiryao stared at Lu Yu, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and then said, "Since you said it yourself, Junior brother Lu, we'll each rely on our own abilities in the secret realm. Considering you're my junior, I won't make things difficult for you. Just withstand 3 moves from Chen Jiani. After 3 moves, you may leave." Lu Yu smiled. He also wanted to test just how capable these so-called prodigies of great clans really were. "Can." The atmosphere inside the tomb instantly became tense. The warriors from the city lord's mansion and the Chen family dispersed, clearing out a space. Chen Jiani walked out slowly, his eyes revealing a sharp edge. "Boy, I'll show you the difference between a commoner and a prodigy from a noble family." Lu Yu remained calm, standing still. "Make your move." "Arrogant." Chen Jian gave a low shout, and his longsword was suddenly drawn from its sheath. Buzz! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the tomb. First move, flowing light sword. A flash of sword light, as fast as lightning slicing through the darkness, pierced straight into Lu Yu's chest. Even a master at the near martial arts level wouldn't be able to react to this sword strike. What Emperor Light Shield? A solid cyan light shield instantly appeared on Lu Yu's body. Snap! At the same time, Lu Yu's palm flashed with a thick blue light as he slapped the flowing light sword beam, producing a crisp sound. The sword beam shattered instantly. Some scattered sword energy bounced off Lu Yu's body, but it didn't even break the Wood Emperor's light shield. Chen Jian's pupils contracted. What a powerful palm technique! What a strong defensive combat skill! The second move. Chen Jian gave Lu Yu no chance to catch his breath, and with a sudden change in his sword stance, a blinding white light shone from the blade. A fleeting glimpse. The sword light transformed into countless sword shadows, like a startled swan skimming across the water, leaving no trace. Each sword shadow contained deadly intent, enveloping all of Lu Yu's vital points. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed. Entwined by green vines. Dozens of thick, green vines sprouted from the ground. They are like living, serpentine creatures, dancing wildly and weaving together into a dense, impenetrable net. Sizzle! Countless sword shadows slashed at the vines, producing a dense cutting sound. The vines were cut down, but they quickly regenerated. In the end, all the sword shadows dissipated, and most of the vines were cut off. Chen Jianyi's expression turned serious. Neither of his two moves managed to harm Lu Yu in the slightest. This commoner was much stronger than he had imagined. There's one last move, Lu Yu's voice rang out. Take my strongest sword strike. Chen Jianyi took a deep breath, and his aura rose to its peak. Man and sword become one, a white rainbow pierces the sun. His entire being seemed to merge with the long sword in his hand, transforming into a dazzling white rainbow. A rainbow streaked through the sky, carrying an unparalleled momentum, and shot towards Lu Yu. This sword strike already possesses the power to severely injure an early-stage martial artist. Log slash. Lu Yu certainly didn't dare to take the blow head-on. He suddenly swung the star-pattern meteorite sword in his hand and used his own sword technique. A cyan fan-shaped swordlight, carrying a large amount of wood emperor true chi that seemed almost tangible, met Chen Jianyi's white rainbow piercing the sun. Boom! The entire tomb chamber trembled, and the aftershocks of the sword energy caused fragments of stone to fly everywhere. The smoke and dust cleared. Chen Jianyi stood holding his sword, slightly out of breath. He stared in shock at Lu Yu, whose protective light shield had shattered but who was completely unharmed. In the three-move contest, he did not gain any advantage. His opponent easily parried the attack, even forcing him to unleash his strongest move. You must know that Chen Jianyi is a sword genius at the peak of martial arts, capable of killing enemies of higher levels. He can kill a demon at the early stage of beast general level all by himself. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was just a commoner in the late stage of martial arts. In other words, if his opponent is also at the peak of martial arts, he will undoubtedly lose. Lu Yu was also secretly surprised he had also given it his all just now. Keep in mind that he was wielding a star-pattern meteorite sword of the martial grandmaster level, along with a martial god level technique, and only then could he barely withstand the opponent's ultimate move. This Chen Jianyi is indeed a genius. However, the opponent's vitality is far greater than his. A strange light flashed in Mo Shuryao's eyes. She never expected that Lu Yu could fight Chen Jian to a draw. Your skills are indeed quite good, Mo Shuryao said. After all, even she would have a hard time defeating Chen Jianyi without using her ultimate move. In other words, Lu Yu's strength is almost on the same level as hers? But how strong is this dragon girl beside you? Mo Shuryao's gaze turned to Rose, who had remained silent. According to intelligence, Lu Yu did not have a female dragon by his side before. In other words, this was a contract he made in the secret realm. Rose is incredibly beautiful and seems to possess a formidable power that makes her feel threatened. She, Mo Shuryao, is the most dazzling and favored daughter of Jiangnan City. Want to give it a try? Rose looked at her with her golden eyes, a playful smile playing on her lips. Make your move, Mo Shuryao said coldly. She wanted this dragon girl to know who the strongest female prodigy in this base city was. Lu Yu transmitted his voice to Rose, don't be too ruthless. He was afraid that Rose might not know her own strength and kill Mo Shuryao, which would be a huge problem. Before she finished speaking, Mo Shuryao moved, and a long, ice-blue whip appeared in her hand. Frenzied dance of ice serpents. With a flick of the whip, it transformed into a ferocious ice serpent, carrying a chilling aura, and lunged at Rose. Rose stood still, motionless. The ice serpent was about to reach them. She moved. The figure vanished in an instant. Mo Shuryao was startled, realizing she had lost track of Rose. The next moment, a terrifying gust of wind came from the side. She only had time to hold the long whip horizontally in front of her. Bang! A loud bang. Mo Shuryao felt as if she had been hit by a prehistoric behemoth. An irresistible force struck her, and she was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall. Puff! Mo Shuryao coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face turning deathly pale instantly. The entire room fell silent. The four martial arts masters from the city lord's mansion and the Chun family, as well as several other martial artists, were all dumbfounded. One move. Just one move. The eldest daughter of the city lord was instantly defeated by that dragon girl? It should be noted that among this group, the strongest was not the four early-stage martial arts masters, nor was it Chen Jianyi. It was the city lord's daughter, Mo Shuryao. Chen Jianyi was struck dumb, standing there stunned. His goddess Shuryao had actually lost. He was still instantly killed in one move. Rose withdrew her fist and clapped her hands, as if she had only done something insignificant. Too weak. These three words were like a resounding slap across Mo Shuryao's face. She struggled to her feet, her eyes filled with shock and resentment as she stared intently at Rose. But she finally gritted her teeth and said, "I lost." Lu Yu walked to Rose's side. "Let's go." The two of them didn't even glance at Imo Shiryao before walking straight out of the tomb. Imo Shiryao watched their departing figures, her fists clenched tightly. With her talent and family background, she will surely be able to crush this dragon girl and her master Lu Yu under her feet in the future. After leaving the ancient tomb, Lu Yu and Rose did not rush to explore for treasure. Because by this time, most of the treasures in the dungeon had already been looted. The remaining treasure is probably hidden in remote corners. Even if there is a system scan, it still requires traveling a long distance. Besides, the system can't scan that far. Anyway, Lu Yu has already achieved his two goals in entering the instance, eliminating Yang Wei and looting treasures to make a fortune, which far exceeds his objectives. Previously, when Lu Yu was dealing with the bodies of Yang Wei's team, he naturally didn't forget to put Yang Wei's storage ring and their backpacks into the system space. So Lu Yu and Rose returned home and took stock of their spoils from the trip. To Lu Yu's disappointment, Yang Wei's team didn't have many treasures. It's estimated to be worth about 1 billion star coins, consisting of medicinal herbs, pills, equipment, cultivation techniques, and the like. It seems that Yang Wei and his group only obtained treasures from a few bronze chests. Indeed, the areas where silver treasure chests appear are all guarded by powerful monsters at the mid-stage of the Beast General realm or above. Given the strength of the Yang family's team, conquering them would be extremely difficult. Besides, you might not even encounter it. The last ancient tomb has a special monk zombie that demands incense money even after it dies. If Lu Yu and his servant hadn't come, Yang Wei's team could have taken it down. That silver treasure chest contained 25 spirit crystals and some century-old blood ginseng, which was a good deal for Lu Yu. In addition to the spirit crystals that Lu Yu and his servant had previously obtained, as well as other treasures. During this trip to the sea-level secret realm, Lu Yu earned a huge sum of over 8 billion star coins. He's about to become a billionaire. I still have to make money by running dungeons. Lu Yu clicked his tongue, deeply moved. Hee, so much money. We'll be able to live the life of a millionaire in the future. Rose's eyes were filled with anticipation for a better future. That's a must. We will definitely establish a godless race in this world. Lu Yu sat on the bench, filled with boundless pride. Aha! Rose sat sideways on Lu Yu's lap, one of her jade-like arms wrapped around Lu Yu's neck. Lu Yu held the tall and slender dragon girl in his arms and smelled a milky fragrance emanating from her. After all, Rose was tall, and since she was sitting on him, her ample bosom was practically touching her face. Let's go inside the cabin and get to know each other better, hee. Lu Yu and Rose were intimate for a while, and Lu Yu felt hot all over. Rose had already set up a double bed in the cabin at her homestead a while ago. The two also made love there. Yes, master. Rose licked her lips, she wanted it too. So, Lu Yu carried the slightly heavy, large-sized little girl, Rose, into the cabin. Soon, the sounds of a young couple arguing could be heard coming from inside the cabin. A few hours later, the two walked out with rosy complexions and refreshed spirits, then teleported out of their home. Judging by the time, the instance will be closing soon. Some time has passed. Suddenly, a strange ripple appeared in the sky above the secret realm. An irresistible repulsive force enveloped all the trial participants. The next second, all the martial artists' figures began to become illusory, and they were forcibly teleported away one by one. Outside the Jiangnan base city, in the huge square in front of the Qinggang ruins, a flash of light, and figures appeared out of thin air, only to fall to the ground. The fully armed warriors were already waiting there and quickly stepped forward to maintain order. All martial artists who emerge from the secret realm need to pay a dungeon fee of 8 million. Of course, you can choose not to pay, but then you'll have to hand over half of all the loot you obtain in the instance. This time, when the secret realm opened, 50 to 60,000 people went in, but only a little over 30,000 came out. Many martial artists perished in the secret realm and never came out again. On the high platform of the square, several figures stood with profound and imposing presence. City Lord Imo Shan, Garrison Commander Lin Pingtao, and Xia Rong, head of the Xia family of Jiangnan, are three powerful figures, all of whom are at the martial king realm. Xia Qingya and Li Li also stood beside them. Xia Rong was a white-haired old man with a refined appearance. He stood half a step behind Xia Qingya, his posture respectful. "Young miss, how did the exploration of the secret realm go?" The lady before him was the eldest daughter of the Xia clan of the Federation. His Xia clan in Jiangnan was just a branch clan, so of course he had to be respectful to the eldest daughter of the main family. "Uncle Rong, there's no need for such formalities. Xia Qingya nodded slightly. She looked at Mo Shan and Lin Pengtao, her voice cold. Lord Mo, General Lin, after investigation, it can be confirmed. This secret realm is a C+ grade secret realm of extremely high value. What? C+ level? Mo Shan and Lin Pengtao were both moved, their breathing quickening. Xia Ron was also shocked. Xia Qingya continued, we found numerous silver treasure chests inside, and even strategic resources like spirit crystals. Boom! These words struck the minds of these powerful figures like a thunderbolt. Numerous silver treasure chests have been discovered. And spirit crystals. That's the core energy source that powers interstellar warships and sets up advanced formations. How could a sea-level secret realm contain so many silver treasure chests and even produce spirit crystals? Is this true? Mo Shan's voice trembled slightly. Absolutely true. The bigwigs exchanged glances, all seeing the ecstasy in each other's eyes. A C+ level secret realm is almost comparable to a B level secret realm, and its value to Jiangnan base city is immeasurable. I propose that the opening cycle of this secret realm be shortened to once every 5 years. Lin Pengtao said in a deep voice. I second that. Mo Shan nodded immediately. A typical C-level secret realm requires a massive amount of resources to open, so it's only opened once every 10 years. However, the value of a C+ level secret realm is more than enough to justify the greater price they pay. Just then, a commotion broke out in the square. Yang Wei. Where is my weigher? A roar filled with grief, anger, and anxiety rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a tall, middle-aged man leading a group of young family members, frantically searching through the crowd that had been teleported out. It was Yang Wei's father, Yang Liangji, who had just advanced to the martial grandmaster realm. The first thing he did after leaving the country was to greet his beloved son. However, as time went by, everyone came out except for Yang Wei's team. Yang Liangji's heart sank little by little. Chapter 29. The eldest daughter of the Xia clan actually defends Lu Yu? Patriarch, the young master and the others, I'm afraid, a member of the Yang family said in a trembling voice. Yang Liangji swayed, his eyes turning bloodshot. Impossible. How could Will die inside? However, the Void Realm possesses mysterious rules of heaven and earth, and when the time comes to close, all surviving trial participants will be teleported out. It's impossible for it to be wrong. Yang Liangji suddenly remembered something, and his eyes turned extremely resentful. Lu Yu. It must be that commoner scum named Lu Yu. The Yang family all knew that Yang Wei had a grudge against Lu Yu, and that he was going into the secret realm to seek revenge on Lu Yu. Now that Yang Wei is dead, who else could be the murderer besides Lu Yu? Find him. Find him for me. Yang Liangji roared. Not far away, Lu Yu had just paid the dungeon fee using his mobile phone at the dungeon guard's registration desk. Rose also gets a share, totaling 16 million star coins. Now, the base city has built a signal tower near the entrance to the secret realm, so mobile payments are now possible. For Lu Yu now, 16 million is no longer a painful sum. After all, he became incredibly wealthy after just 1 week's trip through the secret realm. Regarding Rose's identity, he only said that she was a contracted servant in the secret realm. The officer in charge of registration glanced at Rose and couldn't help but give Lu Yu a thumbs up. Young man, your luck is truly amazing. However, he didn't ask any further questions, but simply told Lu Yu to go to the city hall later to get Rose a martial arts certificate. Lu Yu nodded in agreement and was just about to take Rose home. A group of menacing-looking people surrounded them. Yang Liangji, who was in the lead, stared intently at Lu Yu. Boy, speak. Did you kill my son Yang Wei? His voice was icy, carrying the pressure of a martial grandmaster. Intuition told Yang Liangji that the person in front of him was the murderer who killed his beloved son, Yang Wei. Lu Yu frowned. No. None of us are martial arts masters, how could we possibly kill members of your Yang family? Of course, he couldn't admit it in public. After all, the Yang family was a powerful clan of the martial king. To publicly admit to killing Yang Wei, the young master of the Yang family, is tantamount to declaring war on the Yang family's martial clan. Still trying to argue. Yang Liangji was furious and reached out to grab Lu Yu. Stop. The martial arts officer at the registration desk sternly ordered them to stop. Patriarch Yang, this is a military control zone. Private fights are prohibited. A female military officer from the Wuzong sect nearby also flashed over, coldly staring at Yang Liangji. This female martial arts master was Yan Bing, one of the 3 martial arts masters who came to Kangyu Farm to provide support during the beast tide in the suburbs. Yang Liangji hesitated, not daring to continue. But the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Just then, 2 figures walked over quickly. "You're the head of the Yang family, right? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Xia Qingya's cool voice rang out. She and Li Li came to Lu Yu's side. During the latter half of the week in the secret realm, Lu Yu and his companion were constantly helping us. How could they have had time to kill your son? Everyone in the square turned to look at what was happening. Yang Liangji didn't believe it at all. "Miss Xia, this matter has nothing to do with you." However, even though he is the current head of the Yang family, he does not dare to make any rash moves at this moment. After all, military troops are stationed here. Ignoring military warnings will result in being shot on the spot. Moreover, on the high platform, bigwigs such as Emo Shan, Lin Pingtao, and Xiao Ron were all watching this place. He wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to the eldest daughter of the Xia family imperial clan in front of so many martial kings. Emo Shiryao and Shen Jiani, standing in the crowd, were filled with shock upon witnessing this scene. The eldest daughter of the Xia family in the Federation actually knows Lu Yu. And she even willingly gave false testimony for him? They knew perfectly well that Lu Yu was not with Xia Qingya and the others at all. However, they chose to remain silent. The 4 major families were already rivals, and they were more than happy to see the Yang family suffer. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuang from Tianlai Martial Arts School was also watching the show from the crowd. He looked at Lu Yu and grinned. He actually killed that kid Yang Wei? This rogue Lu Yu has already reached the late stage of martial arts at such a young age, and can even kill enemies of a higher level? He'll be a figure in the future, interesting. Yang Wei's team has at least 2 martial arts masters. A martial arts master has a certain intuition and sense about the murderer of their loved ones, but they cannot be 100% certain. Yang Wei's father, Yang Liangji, being the martial emperor, immediately recognized Lu Yu as the murderer of Yang Wei, which is most likely true. The people from Tianlai Martial Arts School around Zhang Kuang were also watching. Although Yang Liangji was once a temporary instructor at Tianlai Martial Arts School, he was only there to gain experience. Jiangnan Tianlai Martial Arts School is a branch of the Federal Tianlai Martial Arts School, and boasts a strong faculty. Naturally, there's little need for local experts to serve as coaches. Zhang Kuang is the son of Zhang, the head of the Jiangnan branch. He is arrogant and looks down on these young masters from aristocratic families. His team also gained a lot from this trip to the secret realm. This way. Xia Qingya ignored Yang Liangji and turned to give Lu Yu a gentle smile. "I'll visit your home tomorrow to see my good student, Song Yu." "Okay, you're always welcome to visit, Professor Xia," Lu Yu replied with a smile. He then bid farewell to Xia Qingya and Li Li. Amidst countless surprised, envious, and shocked gazes, Lu Yu, with Rose in tow, boarded the hover bus back to the base city. This convoy of hover buses was specially prepared by the garrison for warriors leaving the dungeon, with the purpose of preventing them from being killed and robbed on their way back to the city. With a high-ranking military officer in charge, the convoy is perfectly safe. The vehicle slowly started and headed towards the city center. Lu Yu and Rose returned to the base city in a hover bus and then headed to the city hall. The process of obtaining Rose's martial arts certificate unexpectedly attracted attention. The entire hall fell silent for a moment when the staff saw the pair of dragon horns on Rose's head. "Yeah, Long Nian?" The girl at the front desk, a quasi-martial artist, stammered, her eyes wide like saucers. Another experienced middle-aged martial artist pushed up his glasses and asked, "Your battle servant was contracted within the secret realm?" Lu Yu nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" "Of course, no problem." The middle-aged martial artist's face was beaming. "Young man, you're really lucky." He quickly processed the paperwork while glancing at Rose a few times. This is a living, breathing dragon girl, with formidable combat power and stunning beauty. She is definitely the partner that countless male warriors dream of. Moreover, they were formed through a contract within a secret realm. It is said that the battle servants and battle pets contracted in the secret realm have high growth potential. After completing the formalities, Lu Yu took Rose home while calling Song Yu. Xiaolong Commercial Street, in front of Lu Yu's house. The door opened as soon as the car came to a stop. Song Yu, who was heavily pregnant, came out with a happy face, accompanied by her nanny, Aunt Wang. "Honey, you're back." Song Yu threw herself into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu smiled, hugged her, and kissed her on the forehead. "This dragon girl is called Rose, and I made a contract with her in the secret realm. With outsiders present, Lu Yu pretended to introduce Rose to Song Yu. Oh. You're really lucky with the ladies. Song Yu couldn't help but laugh. Rose, right? You're really beautiful. From now on, you'll be your master's concubine and have many children for him. Rose played along, her pretty face beaming with joy as she bowed to Song Yu and said, Rose thanks madam for her grace. Lu Yu laughed and said, Wife, we've struck it rich this time. Real? Song Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. That must be worth several $100 million, right? I heard that in a sea-level secret realm, just getting a bronze treasure chest can earn you at least $100 million. Song Yu had never been to the secret realm, but she was a genius who had been to the youth training camp, so she naturally knew a thing or two. Rose chuckled, Mistress, we made far more than just a few $100 million on this trip. So you made $1 billion? Song Yu tilted his head and guessed. Rose couldn't help but say arrogantly, only $1 billion? My master and I are both top-tier geniuses, that's 80. $8 billion? Song Yu exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Aunt Wang, who was standing nearby, was stunned when she first saw Rose. She is a martial arts master, albeit only at the initial stage, but her perception far surpasses that of ordinary people. She sensed a powerful aura emanating from Rose that startled her. She felt that she couldn't even withstand a single move from this dragon girl. Then I heard Rose say that she had made $8 billion. Aunt Wang was filled with shock and disbelief. This young man is incredibly lucky. Entering the secret realm not only resulted in the formation of such a powerful and beautiful dragon girl. They even made $8 billion? What kind of concept is that? That's equivalent to the wealth of a martial grandmaster, right? Moreover, even an ordinary martial grandmaster wouldn't have that much money when they first advance. That requires earning it slowly. Of course, once you become a martial grandmaster, you'll be able to make money incredibly fast. It is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. A martial grandmaster has already acquired the ability to establish a small family. It seems that Song Yu is going to enjoy great fortune from now on. Chapter 30. The Yang family is furious, and the three martial kings exert pressure. At the same time, with the return of more than 30,000 martial artists, the entire Jiangnan base city became bustling with activity. Urban and suburban areas. People returning from the secret realm can be found everywhere, from streets and alleys to pubs, restaurants, supermarkets, and plazas. Ha, I made a killing in this secret realm. I sold 3 or 4 million just from the medicinal herbs I found. That's nothing. Our team took down an early-stage beast general ironclad earth dragon, and sold the materials and magic cores for 6 million. Keep bragging. With your pathetic skills, you think you can kill a beast general? Hey, you think you can just ignore me? Our team killed a beast general level tree spirit in a small grove and obtained a bronze treasure chest. Each of us received tens of millions. Holy crap, I'm in awe of this master. In a certain restaurant, a table of martial artists attracted particular attention. Several martial artists were boasting about their experiences with great enthusiasm, drawing gasps of amazement and skepticism. One of the burly men was Deng Zhizhuang, whom Lu Yu had met in the Valley of Insects and Beasts. He slammed his hand on the table and said in a loud voice, Let me tell you, the most powerful person in this secret realm is a young martial artist named Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Never heard of him. Which family is he from? What family? They're just independent martial artists, like us. But their strength and their aura, wow. Deng Zhizhuang looked on with admiration and took a big gulp of wine. We were surrounded by a large swarm of insect beasts in the valley, and we were about to be wiped out when boss Lu Yu and one of his maids saved us. War servants? Everyone became interested. That's no ordinary war servant. Deng Zhizhuang lowered his voice, that's a female dragon. My god, you guys didn't see it, that figure, that face, it's absolutely stunning. What's even more terrifying is her strength. She can take down a beast soldier with a single punch, and even a beast general level leader can't last 2 moves against her. The beast horde that we 9 couldn't defeat even if we fought to the death was wiped out by them in just a few minutes. At the time, Lu Yu only told them not to spread the word within the secret realm. As soon as he came out, Deng Zhizhuang started talking about this experience. The surrounding martial artists all gasped in shock. Really? A martial artist has contracted with a dragon girl comparable to a martial arts master? This is such incredible luck. It's more than just good luck. He Yong, who was sitting at the same table as Deng Zhizhuang, also spoke up, his face full of gratitude. Boss Lu not only saved our lives, but also gave us all the beast corpses in the valley. Old Deng and I each made tens of millions just from selling materials and magic cores. It was all a reward from Brother Liu. This tens of millions is, of course, the pure profit after paying the dungeon fee. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. A lone martial artist, having contracted a powerful and beautiful dragon girl in a sea-level secret realm, still looks down on materials worth hundreds of millions. You encountered Liu Yu in the secret realm? Our team came back late and saw the Yang family questioning Liu Yu. It's said that Liu Yu killed Yang Wei, the young master of the Yang family, and his team. A martial artist at the next table said. What? Liu Yu wiped out Yang Wei's team? This. I bet the entire Yang family's martial clan will be furious, right? Deng Zhizhuan, He Yon, and the others were dumbfounded. Liu Yu is not only strong, but also incredibly audacious. They returned early and missed what happened. Deng Zhizhuang and He Yong knew that a commoner martial artist would not easily provoke a large family, and there must be a reason for this. He Yong had also heard some things about the feud between Liu Yu and Yang Wei. Regardless of the circumstances, Liu Yu dared to wield the butcher's knife against the direct descendants of powerful clans. They possess a courage that is difficult for ordinary people to attain. Not only among casual enthusiasts. Martial artists from all sides were discussing the misfortune of the Yang family's martial royal clan, which suffered heavy losses in the secret realm, and the suspected killing of their young master by the commoner prodigy Liu Yu. I'm quietly watching how this matter unfolds. The name Liu Yu spread throughout the martial arts circles of Zhengnan Bay City. In stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside, the atmosphere in the Yang family compound was as oppressive as the sky before a storm. Cold and desolate. Inside the building's council chamber, all the senior members of the Yang family gathered together, their faces shrouded in gloom. In the seat of the family head sat an old man with white hair and beard, whose aura was as deep as the ocean. He was Yang Boyan, the former patriarch of the Yang family and a martial king realm expert. Yang Liangji, the current head of the family, is only equivalent to a steward, responsible for the operation of the family and all miscellaneous affairs. The real head of the Yang family is still the old head of the family, his father Yang Boyan. The situation was similar for other Wu royal families. Father! Yang Liangji knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, and cried out in a hoarse voice. Where is dead? Our entire squad that we sent into the secret realm has been wiped out. I have a gut feeling that it must have been Liu Yu who did it. Now that you've emerged from seclusion, you must avenge Wei. Yang Boyan closed his eyes, his withered fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Each strike sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and a terrifying glint flashed and disappeared. Have you found out? The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Pretty close. An elder of the Yang family said in a deep voice, it's been more than half a day, and the clansmen haven't seen any of young Master Yang Wei's team come out. Yang Wei and the others haven't made a single phone call back either. Moreover, someone saw in the secret realm that Liu Yu took the dragon girl and went into the dungeon alone, and he was not with the young lady of the Xia clan of the Federation. The combat strength of that dragon girl is unknown, but it is estimated that she has the strength of a martial master at the early stage or above. It is possible that she could successfully launch a sneak attack if Yang Wei's team encounters a crisis. Another elder said, although young Master Liangji has only recently advanced to the martial grandmaster realm, his intuition at that realm is at least 50% reliable. In front of the old patriarch, Yang Liangji was of course just the young patriarch. Liu Yu, a mere commoner, dared to raise his butcher's knife against the direct descendants of my Yang family, accompanied by a dragon girl. Yang Boyan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Could it be that because I haven't made a move for so many years, people think that the sword of my Yang family has rusted? The temperature in the entire council chamber suddenly dropped. Actually, Yang Boyan didn't care much about his good-for-nothing grandson Yang Wei, so his death was no big deal. He, Yang Boyan, has many grandsons. Even if Yang Liangji were to pass away, they could simply replace him with another son to become the head of the family. However, a mere rogue martial artist dares to slap the face of the Yang family clan. Wouldn't that make the other martial royal families laugh at us? Father, I request that the family's elite guards be dispatched immediately to Xiaolong Commercial Street to tear that brat to pieces. Yang Liangji said through gritted teeth. No. Another elder immediately objected, Xiaolong Commercial Street is the Xia family's territory. To make a move there is tantamount to declaring war on the Xia family. So what if it's the Xia family? My son is dead, why should I be afraid of a mere branch of the family? This is not just a problem for the Xia family. Assassination within the base city is a violation of federal law. The crowd was abuzz with discussion and endless arguments. Yang Boyan slammed his hand on the armrest. Enough! The hall fell silent instantly. Yang Boyan's eyes were cold as he slowly spoke. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. A commoner prodigy, killing him is no big deal. Pass on my order, have Bloodblade make his move tonight. Just then, Yang Boyan's private communicator rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he frowned and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone came the majestic voice of City Lord Imo Shan. Master Yang, I am aware of your grandson's situation. Please accept my condolences. However, I must warn you that you are not allowed to use any underhanded tactics against Liu Yu within the base city, especially assassination. Yang Boyan's face darkened. Lord Imo, what do you mean by this? My grandson is dead, so am I not allowed to take revenge? Revenge is acceptable. Imo Shan's voice was devoid of any emotion. After he leaves the city, I don't care how you fight him. But if you dare to cause trouble inside the city, don't blame Lin Pengtao and me for showing no mercy and taking action against your young family. The resolute tone in those words sent a jolt through Yang Boyan. Why? He asked in surprise. For a mere commoner prodigy, you're going to break ties with the Yang family? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. This is the intention of Miss Xia Qingya of the Xia clan of the Federation. Xia Rong also said that the Xia family in Jiangnam listens to the eldest daughter. If you go to his territory to cause trouble, it's the same as starting a war with the Xia family. Furthermore, Patriarch Yang, don't forget that Base City has its own rules, which are ironclad laws of the Federation. Beep. The call ended. Inside the council chamber, you could hear a pin drop. All the elders of the Yang family stared at Yang Boyan in shock. City Lord Imo, General Lin, and Xia Rong, the three martial kings, are putting pressure on each other? Just because of the young lady of the Xia clan of the Federation? That legendary imperial family? Although the Yang family is one of the four major families in Jiangnan Base City, they are indeed not even ants in the face of the behemoth that is the Federation. Yang Liangji's face turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground. Yang Boyan's chest heaved violently. Finally, he exhaled a long breath, his eyes filled with malice. Pass down the order, cancel the operation. Everyone, keep a close eye on that Liu Yu. If he dares to step out of the city, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. Liu Yu's home. Liu Yu was unaware of these things. He and Rose entered the homestead and were preparing to harvest vegetables. He has set up the system to constantly detect danger, in case anyone comes to harm him and his family. They can then enter their homes at any time to seek refuge. In the home space, the mushrooms, chives, garlic, and other crops have grown even larger after such a long hiatus. Previously, Liu Yu and Rose would occasionally water these crops with spiritual spring water in the secret realm. Coupled with the special environment of the home space, they seem to have evolved, all becoming the king of spirit mushrooms, the king of spirit leeks, and the king of spirit garlic. King of Lingji mushrooms matures in a few days, contains a purer spiritual energy than the king of Lingji mushrooms, and has a more delicious flavor. Suggested retail price, 100,000 yuan per caddy. King garlic unripe, same as above, suggested retail price 100,000 per caddy. Lingjiawang immature, same as above, suggested retail price 50,000 yuan per caddy. The king of spirit mushrooms and the king of spirit garlic are 100,000 star coins per pound, and even the king of spirit leeks is 50,000 star coins per pound? Liu Yu was overjoyed. This is much more expensive than before, when it cost 1,500 yuan per kilogram or 1,000 yuan per kilogram. Of course, this is the price at which it can be sold after it has matured. Master, can these vegetables really fetch such a high price? Rose asked, somewhat incredulous. After all, she had never heard of any king of spirit mushrooms or king of spirit garlic before, even in her previous tribe. Absolutely. Liu Yu kissed Rose's rosy lips. It smells so good. Since that's the case, Liu Yu and Rose decided not to rush to harvest the crops and would wait a few days. Subsequently, Liu Yu contacted Baker from the Zhutian Mall. Baker, brother Liu Yu, you've finally shown up. How did the trip to the secret realm go? Liu Yu, of course it went smoothly, we made billions. Baker, wow, congratulations on your fortune. Liu Yu, thank you. Are you in such a hurry to receive the goods? Baker, absolutely. My clients in the Sirius Federation are all urging me to order spirit mushrooms, spirit leeks, and spirit garlic. Liu Yu, no rush. The things I'm growing have evolved. They've become the king of spirit mushrooms, the king of spirit leeks, and the king of spirit garlic. They'll take a few more days to mature, though. You should harvest them by now, right? As soon as Lu Yu said this, Baker's side fell silent for a while. Baker, my god. You actually grew King Ling mushrooms, King Ling garlic, and King Ling chives? I'll buy them. Of course I'll buy them. How about a discount? King Ling mushrooms and King Ling garlic are 100,000 yuan per kilogram, and King Ling chives are 50,000 yuan per kilogram? Beck, I am the young lord of an imperial clan of werewolves, and I also want to achieve something great to impress my clan. Lu Yu smiled. This was exactly the bottom price given by the system. He guessed it should be much more than that price. However, it was thanks to Beck that he was able to obtain Rose, this top-tier dragon girl. So I readily agreed. Lu Yu, okay. Werewolf Baker repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Having just finished his business deal, Lu Yu turned around and embraced Rose, and the two became intimate on the sofa. They just brought some furniture into the home. More than an hour later, Lu Yu, his hands still fragrant with Rose's scent, was finally satisfied and teleported out of the home base with Rose. Aunt Wang, who was watching TV with Song Yu on the second floor, glanced at Rose's blush with some surprise. He thought to himself, this young man has already won over his dragon girl so quickly. After all, in the secret realm, the battle servants formed through contracts must first cultivate a good master-servant relationship and gain their favor before an intimate relationship can be established. Otherwise, if you forcibly defile it, it may go berserk and break free from the contract. Song Yu smiled. Of course, she wouldn't think that way. Lu Yu and Rose sat down. Lu Yu put one arm around Song Yu and the other around Rose, and said, Yu, your teacher Xia Qingya is coming to see you tomorrow. Teacher Xia Qingya, she's coming to see me? Song Yu was overjoyed. She also learned from Lu Yu that two female martial arts prodigies from the Federation had come to the secret realm this time. One of them was Xia Qingya, the eldest daughter of the Xia clan and her instructor at the youth training camp. Since Aunt Wang was there, Lu Yu didn't mention that he had killed Yang Wei's team in the secret realm and was questioned by the Yang family head. Song Yu was unaware that teacher Xia was still protecting Lu Yu at the secret realm plaza. Chapter 31. Lu Yu recognizes Xia Qingya as his godsister. The next day, Xia Qingya and Li Li arrived as promised. Teacher Xia. Sister Li Li. Song Yu was overjoyed to see her former instructor and friend. Lu Yu and Rose warmly welcomed the two of them in. Xia Qingya looked Song Yu up and down and saw that she had a rosy complexion and that her cultivation level was already at the mid-stage of martial arts. A gratified smile appeared on her face. It seems you're doing well. She glanced at Lu Yu again. After his journey through the secret realm, the young man's demeanor had become increasingly composed, and he was beginning to show the bearing of a martial arts prodigy. Thanks to Coach Xia's care during the youth training camp, Song Yu said sincerely. She suddenly remembered something, took out her phone, and opened an app called Martial Arts Angel Investment. Teacher, this is the angel investment fund you gave me before. I don't need it anymore, so I'm returning it to you. Xia Qingya was taken aback, then waved her hand and said, haven't you used that money yet? You don't need to pay it back. You're my most promising student. I'm just giving it to you for free. It turns out that when Song Yu was heartbroken and ready to leave the Federation and return to accept a government-arranged marriage, Xia Qingya couldn't bear it. Through this martial arts angel investment software, she lent Song Yu 1 million star coins interest-free, without even intending for her to repay it. After Song Yu married Lu Yu became incredibly successful at making money, and their lives improved steadily. As a result, Song Yu never touched the money. Lu Yu then realized that there was such a thing, and that Xia Qingya was really a good person. She's completely different from other rich heiresses. Moreover, 1 million is nothing to Xia Qingya. But for Song Yu back then, it must have been a huge financial aid. Even if Lu Yu hadn't activated the system when he married Song Yu, this million could have been used to pay off the $1 million loan the couple had taken out. Without debt, the couple can live a better life and have the potential to become martial artists. Therefore, Xia Qingya owes Song Yu and herself an immense debt of gratitude. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Yu stepped forward and grasped Xia Qingya's hands, saying, Sister Xia, my husband and I are so grateful to you. Lu Yu said sincerely, you're so young, my husband and I will call you sister. This money must be repaid 10 times, 100 times. A young lady like Xia Qingya, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, beautiful and kind-hearted, is truly a rare find in the world, and she's also incredibly wealthy. Lu Yu certainly had the idea of clinging to her beautiful legs, and even becoming her family in the future. So, he immediately started calling her sister. Let's get closer first. You guys call me sister? Okay then. Xia Qingya smiled as her delicate hand was grasped by this young man, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Since I am your sworn sister, consider this money as a belated wedding gift from your sister. Lu Yu and Song Yu looked at each other and smiled, no longer insisting. There will be plenty of opportunities to repay you in the future. He noticed the strange look in Li Li's eyes. Xia Qingya calmly withdrew her hands from Lu Yu's enthusiastic palms. Lu Yu laughed naturally. Sister Qingya and Sister Li Li, let's go upstairs. The first floor is just the storefront, the living room is on the second floor. This young lady from the Xia clan has actually become the sworn sister of this young couple. Aunt Wang, who was standing to the side, was very surprised. Lu Yu and his wife had actually formed a close relationship with the young lady from the Xia clan of the Federation. After the group sat down and exchanged pleasantries over tea, they finally settled in. Xia Qingya then asked about the important matter. Lu Yu, how many spirit crystals did you obtain in the secret realm? 45 yuan, Lu Yu answered truthfully. 45 yuan. Xia Qingya and Li Li were both surprised. Your luck is truly enviable, Xia Qingya remarked. She hesitated for a moment, then said, I'd like to exchange 2 billion for 20 spirit crystals with you, is that alright? At the martial master level, using spirit crystals to assist in cultivation is far more effective than using pills. Li Li also said, after we finished our mission, the spirit crystals and treasures we obtained in the secret realm were taken back to the Universe City by our superiors. They didn't come to Jiangnan alone, they were accompanied by powerful members of the federal military, who couldn't enter the sea-level secret realm. No problem, Sister Qingya. Lu Yu readily agreed. Using such an important resource as spirit crystals for cultivation at the martial artist level is a waste. Only those at the martial master level or above can better absorb the energy of the spirit crystal. He, Rose, and Song Yu don't need it for the time being, so trading it to the newly recognized Sister Yu will also earn him a favor. The transaction was completed quickly, and Lu Yu's account received another large sum of money. At noon, Lu Yu personally cooked a dish of beast general level alien beast meat using king spirit mushroom and king spirit garlic. When the dishes were served, the rich spiritual energy and exotic aroma surprised both Xia Qingya and Li Li. A large plate of stir-fried exotic beast meat sat quietly on the table. The slices of meat were covered with golden minced garlic, and were garnished with pieces of plump mushrooms. The intense spiritual energy, almost tangible, made the air in the entire living room feel fresh. This is the king of spirit mushrooms, and the king of spirit garlic. You actually used these spiritual plants as ingredients? Li Li couldn't believe her eyes. Xia Qingya's exquisite face was also filled with astonishment. She picked up a piece of mushroom, and the spiritual energy emanating from it almost condensed into water droplets. Such high-quality spiritual plants cannot be cultivated by ordinary means. Did you grow all these spiritual plants yourself? Xia Qingya looked at Lu Yu, her cool eyes full of inquiry. Of course she knew that Lu Yu had been a farm worker before, and growing vegetables was his forte. Li Li also said, this is too extravagant. We can't eat this often even in the Federation. It's not that they can't afford it. These spiritual plants are rarely cultivated by humans, they are generally found in the wild. Therefore, the supply is limited and the price far exceeds its value, making it not worthwhile to buy it to eat all the time. Lu Yu nodded and said with a smile, let's try it first and see how it tastes. Xia Qingya picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her eyes lit up instantly. The fragrance of the spiritual plants perfectly neutralized the fishy smell of the beast meat, maximizing its energy. Lu Yu put a piece of meat on his wife Song Yu's plate. While eating, Song Yu said, Qingya, what's so strange about this? My husband and I often get to eat this kind of spiritual plant. She also started calling Xia Qingya sister like Lu Yu did. Can you eat this often? Xia Qingya and Li Li felt that their worldviews had been shaken. The only thing I could do was eat rice to digest it. These king mushrooms and king garlic probably aren't fully ripe yet, the aroma isn't as strong, Xia Qingya commented elegantly after finishing her meal. As Lu Yu listened to Xia Qingya's magnetic, mature voice, his gaze unconsciously fell on her. Xia Qingya ate with extreme elegance, her red lips slightly parted, her pearly teeth gently closed, chewing slowly and carefully. Every movement exudes an intellectual and composed beauty. She truly lives up to her reputation as a top-tier mature and sophisticated woman, even eating looks so beautiful on her. Lu Yu smiled and said, "They are indeed immature Spirit Mushroom King and Spirit Garlic King. They will be mature in a few days." Lu Yu's appreciative gaze did not escape the eyes of the women at the table. Song Yu and Rose exchanged a glance, both with a slight smile on their lips. Even Li and Aunt Wang, who were standing nearby, noticed the focus of Lu Yu's gaze. "Sister Ye, your newly adopted sworn brother seems to have some feelings for you." A voice transmission quietly entered Xia Qingya's ears. It was Li teasing her. Xia Qingya paused slightly in her rice bowl, then continued eating as if nothing had happened. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, in the cosmic city, there were countless young men who admired her and coveted her beauty. She had seen all kinds of gazes. As a vigorous young martial artist, Lu Yu admired his own beauty and glanced at his sworn sister a few more times. So what? Xia Qingya felt that her newly recognized sworn brother was very genuine, unlike the scions of the powerful families in Universe City, who were all hypocritical. After the meal, Xia Qingya and Li felt that the bottlenecks in their cultivation were loosening slightly. The energy contained in these king mushrooms and king garlic is incredibly pure. "Qingya, Lily, why don't you stay at my house for a few more days?" Song Yu warmly invited her guests to stay. She was genuinely grateful for Xia Qingya's past care for her. Xia Qingya thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "All right, we've completed our mission, so it's time for us to go into seclusion and cultivate for a while." She looked at Li. "Our goal now is to break through our cultivation level as soon as possible." Li nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Following the young lady, there really is plenty to eat. However, Xia Qingya then added, "It might not be very convenient for me to stay at your house. Our cultivation is too noisy and will disturb you." Lu Yu also understood that the cultivation of a martial master would indeed cause considerable energy fluctuations. It would affect Song Yu's rest during her pregnancy. Xia Qingya took out her phone and dialed a number. He said a few words. Less than 10 minutes later, the landlords, Xia Honi and Lu Ru, came running over, panting. When they saw Xia Qingya, their faces were filled with fawning smiles, and they bowed respectfully. "Young miss, what brings you here?" "Greetings, miss." This scene left Song Yu and Aunt Wang speechless. The landlord couple, who were usually quite authoritative in front of them, were now like two obedient schoolchildren. Xia Qingya said calmly, "Rent the shop next to Lu Yu's to me." "Rent?" Xia Honi shook his head vigorously. "Miss, you're joking. You can stay at that store as long as you want, we wouldn't dare charge you." Lu Ru quickly chimed in, Yes, it's an honor for us, miss, that you're staying here." Xia Qingya nodded slightly and said nothing more. To her, it was just a trivial matter. Xia Honi and Lu Ru did not dare to linger and bowed to take their leave. As they left, the two exchanged a glance, both seeing a deep sense of shock in each other's eyes. The young lady really does have a close relationship with Lu Yu. No wonder Patriarch Xia Rong had specifically sent a message instructing them to protect Lu Yu no matter what. So that's where the root of the problem lies. This Lu Yu actually managed to get on the good side of Miss Qingya. For the next few days, Xia Qingya and Li stayed at the house next to Lu Yu's. They cultivate using spirit crystals, and when they get hungry, they come to Lu Yu's house for meals. Besides Lu Yu's excellent cooking skills, Aunt Wang, the nanny, is also an excellent cook, especially her chive pancakes made with the spirit chive king. They are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, full of spiritual energy, which both of the two highly skilled female cooks praised highly. The dishes served every day, such as stewed meat with king oyster mushrooms and stir-fried meat with king garlic, made them feel like they were attending a top-tier feast. A few days later. Boom! Boom! Two powerful auras surged into the sky from the neighboring store. Xia Qingya and Li both successfully broke through and entered the late stage of Martial Master. Finally, I've made it! Li excitedly pumped her fist. Xia Qingya also felt the surging power within her body, and a satisfied smile appeared on her cool face. Just then, an even more powerful aura emanated from the direction of Lu Yu's house. That aura was wild and domineering, carrying a trace of dragon might, directly breaking through the shackles of the peak of martial artist, and steadily stepping into the early stage of martial master. Is it that dragon girl? Xia Qingya's beautiful eyes narrowed. Li was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. She also broke through to martial master? And it's only been a few days? This isn't over yet. When they entered Lu Yu's house, they discovered that Lu Yu had also quietly broken through to the peak of martial arts. Breaking through from the late stage of martial arts to the peak of martial arts will naturally not involve any drastic fluctuations. Xia Qingya and Li were completely stunned. These 2S-level geniuses, who already had one foot in the late stage of martial master, broke through their realms in just a few days with the help of spirit crystals and top-grade spirit plants, which was already considered incredibly fast. But Lu Yu and Rose's cultivation speed was like they were on a rocket. You have to understand, this master and servant pair are both ridiculously young. Are these two people freaks? Lili murmured to herself. Xia Qingya took a deep breath to suppress her shock. She looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression. This young man seemed to possess many secrets, which aroused immense curiosity in her, the young lady of the Xia clan. Having achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation, Xia Qingya and Lili prepared to return to the Universe City. Before leaving, Lu Yu said, Sister Qingya, I'm planning to open a shop that specializes in selling pills and cultivation resources. Lu Yu got straight to the point. It's just that the origin of these goods is not easy to explain. So, I'd like to announce to the outside world that the goods are sourced from your Xia clan. Is that convenient? Chapter 32 Xia Qingya's Mother, The Dilemma of a Female CEO. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingya's expression turned serious. This is no small matter. Selling goods under the banner of the Xia people will damage the reputation of the entire Xia people if the products have problems. Xiaoyu, let me take a look at your goods first. Xia Qingya did not agree immediately. Of course. Lu Yu was prepared and placed bottles and jars of qi and blood pills, martial artist breakthrough pills, ginseng and goji berry wine, etc., that he had purchased from Baker on the table. The warrior breakthrough pill and the ginseng and goji berry wine are both items that Baker recently put on the shelves. Xia Qingya and Lili exchanged a glance and each took out their high-end mobile phones. They unscrewed the caps of these bottles one by one, observed their color and smell, and scanned them with their mobile phones. The phone screen flickers, displaying a rough composition analysis and quality rating. Mid-grade qi and blood pill, pure ingredients, excellent energy rating. No side effects after use, and at least 10% more effective than similar pills on the market. Superior qi and blood pill, of superior quality, with no side effects after use, and at least 10% more effective than similar pills on the market. Ginseng, deer antler, and goji berry wine, superior quality, at least 10% more effective than similar medicinal wines on the market. These things are all top quality goods. Lili exclaimed in surprise. Xia Qingya looked at the information scanned by her phone, her surprise growing stronger. The quality of these elixirs and medicinal wines even surpassed that of similar products from the Xia people. She raised her head and gave Lu Yu a deep look. Okay, I promise you. However, it needs to be registered under my mother's name, Summer Interstellar Trading Group. After all, my mother, Xin Yuqing, is the president of Xiatian Interstellar Trading Group, and the other industries of the Xia clan have little to do with us. So Anshin is the female president of Xiatian Group. Okay, no problem. Lu Yu nodded. Xiatian Group is a newly emerging conglomerate in the Federation, and Lu Yu certainly knows about it. However, he didn't pay much attention to who the president of Xiatian Group was. Song Yu knew some of it, so he wasn't too surprised. Xia Qingya felt relieved after resolving Lu Yu's shop name issue. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes now held a hint of curiosity as she looked at Lu Yu. By the way, Xiaoyu, how many of the Spirit Mushroom King, Spirit Garlic King, and Spirit Leek King do you grow? If you have a lot, how about you make a deal with my mom? Xia Qingya then remembered that one of the core businesses of her mother Xin Yuqing's Xiatian Group was the trade of high-end spiritual plants. However, such spiritual plants are not produced on many planets in the entire Milky Way, making them difficult to acquire. If Lu Yu has a lot of goods, he has found a reliable supplier of spiritual plants for his mother. Lili, Songyu, and Rose all looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. It won't be long before I reach the Martial Master realm. According to the system, once he advances to the Martial Master level, his home space will undergo an upgrade, and his spirit field will increase from 2 acres to 10 acres. At that time, the output of the 2 acres of land will continue to supply Baker, maintaining this stable customer from the All Heavens Mall. The remaining 8 acres of land can be used to cooperate with Anshin's summer group. Since Xin Yuqing, this famous and wealthy woman, is his sworn sister's mother, he can naturally call her auntie. Who knows, I might even have to call her my mother-in-law someday. Sister Qingya, to be honest, I can plant all of these spiritual plants on a large scale. However, it will probably take another month or 2 before large-scale supply is available, Lu Yu said frankly. Really? Xia Qingya's beautiful eyes lit up, and her breathing became a little rapid. What does it mean that Lu Yu can supply such a large quantity of top-grade spiritual plants? This means that her mother's trading group can quickly monopolize the high-end spiritual plant market in the Federation. Great! Xia Qingya immediately took out her phone. I'll call my mom right now and ask. The Milky Way, on a planet inhabited by life. This planet has a thin atmosphere, and most of its surface is covered with dark red sand and gravel, making it a harsh environment. However, in this place, several kinds of spiritual plants of good quality grow. At this moment, in the planet's only spaceport, a massive warship gleaming with metallic luster hovered silently. Below the warship, a beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor and enduring charm is confronting a group of dark-skinned natives. She is Xin Yuqing, the president of Xia Tian Group. Xin Yuqing's cultivation has reached the peak of martial grandmaster, and she may step into the realm of martial king at any time. Behind her stood an elderly man with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. The old man wore a simple gray robe, his aura completely concealed, as if he had merged with the surrounding air. Even the slightest leak of energy caused the void to distort slightly. This is a genuine martial saint, one of the pillars of the Xia family, Xia Changyuan. Besides the martial saint, there were also several martial kings and numerous martial grandmasters, who surrounded Xin Yuqing like stars around the moon. This lineup is enough to easily annihilate any force on this planet. Chief Balu, the price we agreed on before, you've now unilaterally increased by 30%, isn't that against the rules? Xin Yuqing's voice was calm, yet it carried an invisible pressure. The indigenous chieftain, named Balu, grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and greedily rubbed his hands together. President Xin, times have changed. Who told your Xia Tian Group's competitor, the Zhao Group, to offer 20% more? Balu's gaze drifted to another group of people not far away. The group was led by a young man dressed in fine clothes and with an arrogant expression. The young man had a playful smile on his lips as he watched them with great interest. He is Zhao Xiais, the son of the Zhao Group. The Zhao family is also one of the 10 imperial families of the Galactic Federation. Anshin, how have you been? Zhao Xiais walked over slowly, fanning himself with a folding fan. I heard that you have recently been buying up Ganoderma lucidum garlic, Ganoderma lucidum rice and snow lotus. Our Zhao family also happens to need them. The highest bidder wins, it's very fair. The martial saint Xia Changyuan behind Xin Yuqing slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure, like a mountain collapsing, enveloped Zhao Xiais. Zhao Xiais' face turned pale, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. Breathing has become difficult. His guards all knelt down with a thud, unable to even lift their heads. Senior Changyuan, this junior has been rude. Please show mercy. A voice came from behind Zhao Xiais. One of the Zhao family's martial king experts, despite the oppressive aura, pleaded for mercy. Xia Changyuan snorted coldly and withdrew his oppressive aura. Zhao Xiais was panting heavily, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a grin. Anshin, why get angry? Actually, this is easy to discuss. As long as Qingya agrees to my proposal, our two families can become husband and wife. Let's not even talk about this batch of goods. From now on, all the production here will belong to your Xiatian group. How about that? Xin Yuqing's eyes were icy. Zhao Xiais, my daughter doesn't like people like you. Forget about it. Xia Qingya had rejected Zhao Xiais multiple times before. The Zhao family's strength is comparable to that of the Xia family. Both are powerful clans under the martial emperor and have deep roots in the federal parliament. Xin Yuqing and the others couldn't possibly actually kill Zhao Xiais. This is also the source of Zhao Xiais' confidence to be arrogant in front of a martial saint. Just then, Xin Yuqing's communicator rang. When she saw that the caller ID showed it was her daughter, the frost on her face melted a little. Qingya, what is it? On the other end of the phone came Xia Qingya's excited voice. As Xin Yuqing listened to her daughter's story, her brows furrowed slightly. What Lu Yu? I've never even heard of it. Can he cultivate king mushroom, king garlic, and king leek? What kind of outstanding people can come from a rural place like Jiangnan City? Could my daughter have been deceived by some suitor from the countryside? However, Xin Yuqing herself came from an ordinary family in Universe City and married into the wealthy Xia family. She didn't mind that her future son-in-law was a commoner. As long as my daughter is happy and his character is acceptable, that's fine. Moreover, after her husband Xia Tian's accident, Xin Yuqing had been looking forward to her daughter getting married so she could hold her grandson as soon as possible. Daughter, since you trust that Lu Yu, you can handle what you said yourself, Xin Yuqing replied, giving Xia Qingya the authority to deal with it. She thought for a moment and then instructed Xia Qingya, tell him that as long as he can really grow it, our Xia Tian group will buy as many as we have, and the price is negotiable. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yuqing's eyes regained the sharpness of a successful businesswoman. She secretly sent a message to Li Li. Who is this Lu Yu? What's his background? What's his character like? Is he handsome? Li Li's reply came very quickly. President, Lu Yu comes from a commoner background, but he's a genius. He's only 21 years old, yet he's already at the peak of martial arts. He's a very good person, and extremely handsome too. He's definitely on par with any of the Federation's prodigies. Qingya seems to care a lot about him, but I don't know what she's really thinking. A 21-year-old at the peak of martial arts? Shen Yuqing was startled. This is absolutely a top-tier genius. Looking across the entire Federation's imperial family descendants, those who can achieve this at this age are few and far between. Given that Lu Yu is a commoner with limited resources, his rapid growth suggests he must be at least a 3-star prodigy. In this world, martial artists are said to possess not only martial arts talent but also martial arts aptitude. Martial arts aptitude encompasses a martial artist's comprehensive potential, including their comprehension, talent, and training speed. Ordinary martial artists are generally only at the 1-star aptitude level. Geniuses like Imo Shuriao, Chen Jiani, and Zhang Kuang are considered to have 2-star aptitude. People like Xia Qingya and Jia Shiais can be categorized as 2.5-star prodigies. Only the top geniuses in the Federation with SS level or higher talent can be called 3-star geniuses. Of course, the star rating of a martial artist's aptitude is difficult to detect. Generally, the evaluation is based on the general public. Only when a martial artist is at least a martial emperor level expert or goes to another high-tech universe federation can a martial artist's star rating be detected. Emperor Wu, being high above all others, naturally wouldn't specifically test people's qualifications. Thinking that Lu Yu might be a 3-star prodigy, Shen Yuqing's desire to have a grandson became even stronger. She gave Li Li another order. Keep an eye on Qingya. If they're both interested, create an opportunity, and I'll give you a big bonus after it's done. Back then, Shen Yuqing's husband, Xiao Tian, who was also Xiao Qingya's father, mysteriously disappeared after exploring a dangerous place in space. Xiao Qingya became depressed as a result. In order to help her daughter get out of the shadow, Shen Yuqing spent a lot of money to find Li Li, who was Xiao Qingya's classmate at the time, and asked her to deliberately approach and guide her daughter. Unexpectedly, Li Li did a great job. They are now Xiao Qingya's most trusted best friends. After dealing with her personal matters, Shen Yuqing looked at Zhao Shiais again. With a mocking expression, she said, by doing this, you will not only exacerbate the conflict between our two families, but you will also never be able to marry my daughter. Zhao Shiais folded his fan, looking nonchalant, we'll see. My Zhao family is now at the height of its power. Auntie, I will slowly, one by one, ruin your company's business. Shen Yuqing ignored this clown. She turned around and waved to the powerful members of the Xia family behind her. Let's go. The group boarded the interstellar warship, its engines roared, and it disappeared into the sky in an instant. At Lu Yu's home, Xiao Qingya hung up the phone, her face beaming with joy. My mom said, as long as you can grow it, she'll buy it all at the purchase price. That's good. Lu Yu nodded. He certainly wasn't worried about selling those spiritual plants. However, since the Xia Tian group is willing to endorse him for opening a store, in return, it wouldn't be surprising if he cooperated deeply with the Xia Tian group. Besides, that's Sister Yi's company. The female CEO of Xia Tian Group might very well become Lu Yu's mother-in-law in the future. After the matter was settled, Xiao Qingya and Li Li left their contact information with Lu Yu and then got up to say goodbye. After seeing the two off, Lu Yu smiled. Now, everything is ready. I'm just waiting for the store to open tomorrow. Chapter 33. On the day the store opened, was the young family head publicly humiliated? Opening a store definitely requires hiring staff. After all, he's destined to become the strongest family head. He can't personally handle everything, even selling goods. Lu Yu also did not intend to have his Rose work as a shop assistant. This world of high martial arts is not short of people. Lu Yu and Rose went to the housekeeping center and found the landlady, Lu Ru. Aunt Lu, my new shop is short-staffed. You have a wide network of connections, could you help me find 2 reliable employees? Upon hearing this, Lu Ru patted her chest and gave a firm guarantee. Xiao Lu, you opened a shop? Leave this to me. She stormed out of the housekeeping center and returned shortly after, leading 2 women. One was named Wei Fong, and the other was named Zhou Xiaoman. The two men had ordinary appearances, but their eyes revealed a simple and hardworking nature. They all glanced at the dragon maiden beside Lu Yu with considerable curiosity. Lu Ru introduced, "Xiao Lu, these two used to work as shop assistants in my family's supermarket. They are both ordinary martial artists, clean-cut, and I can vouch for their character." In fact, Lu Ru and her husband's Xiaolong supermarket also has some pretty female employees. However, Lu Ru was very perceptive. She guessed that Lu Yu had an ambiguous relationship with their young lady. Of course not. The young lady had just left when she sent two beautiful women to contact Lu Yu. Wouldn't that upset the young lady? Lu Yu sized up the two women. They both had the aura of martial artists, though not strong, but enough to be shop assistants. It doesn't matter if he's average looking, he's not here to find a wife. From now on, I'll call you Xiaofang and Xiaoman. Your monthly salary is 30,000 star coins as a base salary, plus commission. Xiaofang and Xiaoman's eyes lit up when they heard this. This treatment is much better than what they received at their previous jobs. After all, it would be difficult for a martial artist who was unwilling to leave the city to fight to earn this much money in a month. Thank you, boss. The two bowed quickly. Lu Yu then said to Lu Ru, "Aunt Lu, I've also rented the shop next door, the one where Sister Xia used to live." Lu Ru readily agreed, thinking to herself, "This little Lu is really something, he actually calls the young lady sister." The 3-story storefront next door also has a 5-year rent of 15 million. This amount of money is nothing to Lu Yu right now. After Lu Yu and Luo Ridge returned with the two female shop assistants, Lu Yu immediately contacted a construction team and worked through the night to completely connect the first floor of the two storefronts. The originally cramped space instantly became spacious and bright. The next day, early morning. On Xiaolong Commercial Street, a brand new sign has been erected, Yuhua Shops. Lu Yu opened the All Heavens Mall and contacted Baker. Large quantities of qi and blood pills, martial artist breakthrough pills, ginseng and goji berry wine, and red mist spirit tea were delivered to the rooftop by the Zhutian Express courier. Then Lu Yu moved it to the shelf in the store. The entire shop was instantly filled with a rich aroma of herbs. With everything ready, Lu Yu made a few phone calls. "Director Wei, my new store is opening today. Could you please inform my old colleagues and ask them to come and support me? Brother He Yong, Brother Deng, come visit my new shop when you have time, I have some good stuff." Wei Wenchuan from Kanyu Farm was both surprised and delighted when he received the phone call. The independent martial artists He Yong and Deng Zhizhuan were extremely excited. After hanging up the phone, they immediately called their friends and headed towards Xiaolong Commercial Street. Before long, a crowd gathered in front of the shop. Wei Wenchuan, along with a group of farm managers and workers, were setting off firecrackers. "Director Wei, you've arrived." Lu Yu greeted him with a smile. Looking at the newly renovated shop, Wei Wenchuan exclaimed with deep emotion, "You're really getting more and more successful, kid. Brother Lu, congratulations." He Yang and Deng Zhizhuang, along with a group of independent martial artists, squeezed in as well. Their eyes widened as they stared at the dazzling array of pills on the shelves. Low-grade qi and blood pill, mid-grade qi and blood pill. A top-grade qi and blood pill, only 1.2 million? It would cost 1.5 million on the market. Martial artist breakthrough pills. They're actually selling them here. Only 2.5 million? This ginseng, deer antler, and wolfberry wine is extremely beneficial to martial arts practitioners, yet it only costs 200,000 yuan a bottle here. My god, they even have red mist spirit tea here. The crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone took out their phones and scanned the code. These elixirs, medicinal wines, and spiritual teas are all of excellent quality, yet their prices are 10% to 20% cheaper than those on the market. This is a fatal temptation for ordinary martial artists who have to be extremely careful with every penny. "Boss, give me 10 low-grade qi and blood pills. I want 5 high-grade qi and blood pills. I need a martial artist breakthrough pill to prepare for breaking through to the martial artist realm. Give me 3 bottles of this medicinal wine. I'll buy 2 cans of this spiritual tea." More and more civilian martial artists came after hearing the news, crowding the shop to the point of being impassable. Xiaofang and Xiaoman were so busy they barely had time to breathe, but their faces were beaming with excited smiles. Lu Yu gave all his old colleagues from the farm, as well as acquaintances like He Yong and Deng Zhizhuang, a 20% discount. Have them scan the QR code and pay with Rose. With the 2 shop assistants too busy, Rose took on the role of a temporary shop assistant. The new store was a huge success from the moment it opened. The owner, Song Yu, was beaming with joy, and her nanny, Aunt Wang, was also happy. That kid Lu Yu, he really made the shop a success. The landlords, Xia Honi and Lu Ru, came to show their support and were astonished by the bustling scene. Inside a discreet hovercar on a street corner, Emo Yao looked at Lu Yu's shop through the car window. Chen Jian stood outside the car, equally surprised. For an ordinary person to open a shop and attract so many customers, they must have some tricks up their sleeve, Emo Yao said in a cool voice. She admitted that Lu Yu's appeal as a commoner prodigy exceeded her expectations. But she believes that Xia Qingya must be behind this. Otherwise, where did he get so many high-quality and inexpensive pills? They're just low-level stuff, used to win over some low-level martial artists. Chen Jiani scoffed. Compared to us, Lu Yu is ultimately like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Emo Yao did not speak. She felt a little annoyed by that unknown, ordinary junior who had once been ignored by her and could only look up to her, this darling of heaven. Now he has become a prominent figure. Song Yu, a commoner and school beauty, also lived a very successful life after marrying Lu Yu. However, she quickly suppressed this displeasure. Emo Yao is confident that she will stand at the peak in the future and look down on all living beings. Lu Yu, Song Yu, and even Rose, the dragon girl who made her taste defeat, will all be dust beneath her feet. Let's go take a look too. Emo Yao pushed open the car door. Not far away, another group of people arrived. The leader was a burly young man with a wild and unrestrained aura. Ha, this is the shop that Lu Yu opened? Interesting. Zhang Kuang, the young master of Tianlei Martial Arts School, grinned and strode over with his men. In an instant, the small storefront became a gathering place for the city's three most outstanding talents. Due to the large number of people, the number of pills on the shelves decreased at a visible rate. Everyone, there's a limit of 10 items per person. Lu Yu had no choice but to speak up. After all, Werewolf Baker's goods still need to be supplied to his customers in his world. Of course, it cannot be supplied to Lu Yu indefinitely. Even so, the first batch of goods sold out in less than 2 hours. Gone? Gone so quickly? Boss, please order more stock. I'd been waiting in line for ages. Those who bought them were overjoyed, while those who didn't were filled with regret. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out. Ha, I thought you were something special, turns out you were out of stock on the first day. The crowd was separated. Yang Wei's father, Yang Liangji, the head of the Yang family, walked in with a group of family experts, his face grim. He glanced around at the empty shelves and said sarcastically, Lu Yu, your store isn't doing so well. Selling it so cheaply, there's practically no profit to be made. At this price, even the Xia Clan Xia Tian group can't possibly supply you with an unlimited supply, right? Or are you trying to create artificial scarcity before raising prices? That's ridiculous. I dare say, within a month, your shop will definitely be closing down. Yang Liangji's voice was loud and full of condescension. These past few days, he has been hoping day and night that Lu Yu would leave the city so that he could send men to intercept and kill him, and avenge his son. Unexpectedly, this kid was afraid of death and dared not leave the city. They also opened a shop in the city, and it's doing very well. This was tantamount to slapping the Yang family hard across the face. Aside from the hatred of killing his son, the Yang family are the exclusive distributors of the Federal Zhao Group's elixirs in Jiangnan City. Lu Yu's opening of his shop directly threatened the Yang family's martial royal clan's interests. We can't let this kid keep going. This was Yang Liangji's inner roar. The atmosphere inside the store froze instantly. Wei Wenchuan, He Yon, and others were filled with resentment. But when faced with the head of the Wu royal family, they dared not speak out against their anger. Emo Yao, Chen Jiani, Zhang Kuang, and the others, on the other hand, had expressions of watching a good show. Xia Hongyi secretly sent a telepathic message to Lu Yu. Brother Lu, don't you have enough stock? Do you want my Xiaolong supermarket to send you some stock as an emergency measure? Lu Yu heard the telepathic message but did not reply immediately. He looked at Yang Liangji as if he were looking at an idiot. Are you, the head of a great clan, really that stupid? My feather transformation shop is registered under the Xia Tian group, how could it possibly be out of stock? These words shocked everyone present. Yang Liangji's face darkened. Even if you were the young lady of the Xia clan, your shabby shop wouldn't be able to provide you with much merchandise, would it? Xia Qingye is indeed the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, but the Xia clan is not ruled by her alone. Lu Yu was too lazy to waste any more words with him. He turned to Rose and said, you stay here and watch over things. I'm going to get some stock. After saying that, he walked straight to the back hall and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned, wondering what he was up to. Lu Yu arrived at the shop's rooftop and, with a thought, opened the All Heavens Mall. He quickly found a member's profile picture. She was an angel girl with pure white wings on her back and a holy and beautiful appearance. Bronze member, Angel Stars. This is another shop owner that Lu Yu noticed when browsing the Zhutian Mall. Not only is she beautiful, but the prices of the goods in her shop are also reasonable. Without hesitation, Lu Yu sent a huge order directly. 10,000 superior qi and blood pills. Martial artist breakthrough pills 5,000. Ginseng, deer antler, and goji berry wine 500 cases. When Lu Yu ran out of star coins, he used his membership points to make up for it. A while ago, the Zhutian Mall platform has issued a pin system announcement suggesting that when Zhutian shop owners use points for transactions, each point is worth at least 100,000 star coins. The moment the order was successfully sent, Angel Star's avatar started flashing, and a private message popped up. Starlight, wow. Thank you so much to this handsome human guy for trading so much with me. I'll be able to upgrade to silver member soon. The message was followed by a cute emoticon. Lu Yu smiled and replied, "You're welcome." He chose Fanqing for two reasons. Firstly, she was beautiful and met the system's criteria for marriage. Secondly, her goods are indeed of good quality and inexpensive. The transaction is complete. Ding! Angel Star has requested to add you as a friend across the heavens. Lu Yu clicked agree without hesitation. In the shops downstairs, Yang Liangji, growing impatient, sneered, "What? Running away because you're out of goods? What a coward." Mo Shiryao frowned slightly. She also found Lu Yu's actions somewhat strange. Zhang Kuang stroked his chin, muttering with interest, "What's this kid up to?" Just then, Lu Yu came out. To everyone's astonishment, the storage ring on Lu Yu's hand flashed. Splash! Piles of pill bottles, boxes of medicinal wine, and jars of spiritual tea appeared out of thin air, instantly filling the spacious back hall to capacity. The rich aroma of the medicine was almost tangible. The entire shop was completely silent. Yang Liangji's mocking smile froze completely. Chapter 34 Patriarch Yang, would you like a couple of plants? This is impossible. Yang Liangji's voice was somewhat hoarse. Even the Xiatian group wouldn't just hand over so many high-quality pills to a newly opened small shop like their wholesale cabbages. Is the Xia clan of the Federation serious? Lu Yu's goods are sold so cheaply. The Xia tribe was actually willing to supply this boy with a sufficient supply of goods? Moreover, the other things Lu Yu sold were another matter. Martial artist breakthrough pill, this is the mainstay of their young family's business. Before that, in order for aspiring martial artists in this city to break through to the next level, they must first apply for a breakthrough pill from the Pill Administration Bureau. After applying, they must then purchase it from the Yang family's pill shop, where each pill costs a staggering 3 million star coins. When there are too many applicants, the price will be raised. The Yang family's medicine shop made a fortune precisely because it was the Zhao Group's exclusive store for martial arts breakthrough pills. Now, Lu Yu's shop can supply martial arts breakthrough pills in large quantities. And it's only 2.5 million per piece. From now on, all the ordinary peasants will buy from him. Yang Liangji realized that the Yang family's days were probably numbered from now on. Patriarch Yang, do you think I have enough goods now? Lu Yu's voice rang out, like a resounding slap across Yang Liangji's face. The surrounding customers, who had initially been stunned, burst into a cacophony of discussion. My God! So much stuff! Who just said that the Feathered Ascension shop was going to close down? The Yang family head's face has been slapped hard. Wei Wenchuan, He Yong, and the others were so excited that their faces turned red. They felt a great sense of relief and satisfaction as they released all the pent-up anger in their chests. A ripple appeared in Mo Shiryao's usually cool eyes. She looked at Lu Yu, the commoner she once regarded as an ant, who was now shrouded in an unfathomable mist. Chen Jianni's expression was also rather unpleasant, as if Chen Jianni, was not the only one who had been slapped in the face. Zhang Kuang burst into laughter. Interesting. Very interesting. Yang Liangji, you've completely lost face today. The arrogant and impolite words filled Yang Liangji with immense anger and humiliation. His gaze swept over Lu Yu, then over the crowd of onlookers. Lu Yu. Don't be so smug. So what if you have the goods? You're selling them so cheaply, disrupting the market, and you're destined to fail in the long run. Lu Yu looked at him as if he were a clown. Whether I go far or not is none of the concern of Patriarch Yang. Xiaofang, Xiaoman, load the goods. The martial breakthrough pill is now restricted to purchase only by quasi-martial artists, and each person can only purchase one. These pills that can improve one's cultivation level are not available in unlimited quantities by Baker and Fanqing. They need to be purchased in limited quantities. Yes, boss. The two female shop assistants responded excitedly and immediately began to quickly put the new goods on the shelves. Boss is awesome. Those customers who failed to buy the pills lined up again. Lu Yu didn't forget to greet Zhang Kuang and the others. Young Master Zhang, Senior Sister Mo, Senior Brother Chen, would you like some too? Zhang Kuang laughed loudly. You little rascal, you're interesting. Give me a few cans of spirit tea first. The people from the Thunder Martial Arts School behind him also stepped forward to make purchases. Lu Yu's products are of superior quality and reasonably priced, only a fool wouldn't buy them. Even Mo Shiryao, after hesitating for a moment, bought some high-grade qi and blood pills from Chen Jiani. Her heart was in turmoil. Just how many secrets does Lu Yu hold? He not only contracted a stunningly beautiful and powerful dragon girl, but also has such an amazing source of goods. Could it be that the Xia Tian group is really behind him? Yang Liangji felt a burning pain on his face as he watched the scene. Every gaze directed at him felt like a sharp needle. He snorted coldly and turned to leave with his men, looking rather dejected. Patriarch Yang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lu Yu's voice drifted over. Yang Liangji paused, turned around, and glared at him angrily. What else do you want? Lu Yu smiled slightly. To thank all the customers for their support today, I have prepared a small gift. Any customer who makes a purchase at my shop today can receive 2 free spiritual plants. A flash of light appeared on Lu Yu's storage ring, and 3 large baskets of spiritual plants appeared beside him. A rich spiritual energy instantly filled the entire shop. The mushroom was as big as a fist, and its body was crystal clear. The chives were so green and vibrant, each one seemed to be carved from jade. The garlic cloves were all plump, with a subtle sheen flowing beneath their skins. Spiritual plant? Wei Wenchuan's voice trembled. My God! This concentration of spiritual energy. This is the king of spirit mushrooms. And the king of spirit leeks and the king of spirit garlic. A knowledgeable old martial artist exclaimed in surprise. The boss actually has spiritual plants. This is a high-end spiritual plant that's hard to find even in the Universe City. Everyone was shocked. Although these spiritual plants are not as valuable as those elixirs. However, this is something only federal nobles can eat. It symbolizes status. Lu Yu actually gave it away as a gift to the customer. Yang Liangji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared intently at the spiritual plants, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. I obtained these spiritual plants by chance in the secret realm. Lu Yu's voice rang out, providing a reasonable explanation for the origin of these spiritual plants. Due to the limited quantity, each person can only receive 2 plants, and the giveaway will continue until all plants are given out. He won't say for now that he grew them himself, otherwise it would be too shocking. Lu Yu picked up 2 spirit leek kings, looked at Yang Liangji whose face was ashen, and smiled innocently. Master Yang, you've come to my shop to show your support. Would you like to take a couple too? These words are even more vicious than a direct slap in the face. Puff! Yang Liangji felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The head of the Yang family went to collect the 2 stalks of chives that his enemy had given him. If this gets out, what will become of the Yang family's reputation? Yang Liangji clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. However, as the head of the Yang family, how could he cause trouble in Lu Yu's shop in public? That's impossible. The landlord, Xia Hongyi, came here to prevent Yang Liangji from causing trouble. His cultivation level was also at the early stage of the martial grandmaster realm. Lord Mozhan even dispatched a large urban management team to maintain order outside Lu Yu's shop. The head of the urban management team is also a martial grandmaster. You. Yang Liangji pointed at Lu Yu, trembling with anger, unable to utter a single word. Let's go! He practically roared those words, then led a group of his men, scrambling out of the crowd and fleeing in disarray. As the Yang family members walked away, the shop erupted in laughter. Ah, that was so satisfying. Boss Lu is awesome. Lu Yu smiled and handed the spiritual plant to Rose. Rose, you're in charge of distributing them to everyone. Yes, master. Rose nodded and began distributing spirit plants to the customers in line. In fact, the two spiritual plants weighed only about 1 or 2 ounces each, and the Spirit Leak King was even lighter. With so many customers, Lu Yu certainly couldn't possibly give each one a pound. He simply couldn't afford that. Even so, the customers who received the spiritual plants were overjoyed and deeply grateful to Lu Yu. Mo Shiryao gave Lu Yu a deep look, said nothing, and turned to leave with Chen Jian, who was equally shaken. Zhang Kuang stepped forward and patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. Bro, that's awesome. If you need anything in the future, you can come to Tianlei Martial Arts School to find me. After saying that, he left with his men. After delivering the spiritual plants, Lu Yu originally intended to sell all the cultivation techniques and equipment he had obtained from the secret realm on the spot. However, considering the future, he wanted to build his own family business, and those things could serve as the family heritage to be passed down to future generations. We're not selling it anymore. The shop closes promptly at 6 p.m. Lu Yu had already written these business hours on the storefront sign. Today's opening was a complete success. In the living room on the second floor, Lu Yu, Song Yu, and Rose sat together, looking at the day's sales figures displayed on their phones, their faces beaming with excitement. Honey, how much did we earn today? Song Yu's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yu took a deep breath and announced a number. Net profit, over 10 billion. Hiss. Song Yu and Rose both gasped. Even though they had expected it, the number still shocked them greatly. In just one day, they earned over 10 billion. What does this mean? This is comparable to the wealth of a martial grandmaster. Moreover, this was only their store's first day of business. Lu Yu went downstairs and looked at the two shop assistants who were tidying up the shop. Xiao Feng, Xiao Min, come here for a moment. Boss, we. Xiao Fang and Xiaoman stood to the side, rubbing their hands, looking somewhat uneasy. They were exhausted today, but felt incredibly fulfilled and excited. Lu Yu looked at them and smiled warmly. You've all worked hard today too. He took out his phone and transferred money directly to the two of them. Bite. Bite. 2 notifications of payment receipts rang simultaneously on both of their phones. Xiao Fang and Xiaoman subconsciously looked down, and when they saw the numbers on the screen, they froze on the spot. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? Xiao Fang stammered as she counted the zeros on the numbers, her eyes widening in disbelief. Boss. This is too much. Xiaoman was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. 100,000 star coins. This is almost equivalent to the monthly salary of a junior martial arts master. And they were all only at the initial stage of martial arts cultivation. This is an advance payment of 1 month's salary for you. Lu Yu explained with a smile, a base salary of 30,000, plus a commission of 70,000. Of course, Lu Yu gave this commission casually, just to round it up to a whole number and motivate them. He wasn't worried that 2 employees collected their wages and ran away. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The 2 shop assistants were overjoyed and so excited that they almost knelt down before Lu Yu, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. They knew they had found the best boss in the world. Chapter 35 Angel Lingxi? Lu Yu advances to Martial Master. In the days that followed, the business at the Feathered Flower Shop remained booming. Lu Yu and Rose opened their shop at 8 o'clock every morning and close it at 6 o'clock in the evening. In the All Heavens Mall, Lu Yu practically monopolized all the goods from Werewolf Baker and Angel Star. Baker was all smiles every day, calling Lu Yu Brother Lu with great affection. And Fanqing, the angel who appears cold and holy but is actually adorable and innocent, excitedly calls Lu Yu Rich Little Brother. Angel Star's Rich Little Brother, today's goods are ready. Lu Yu, okay, Sister Fanqing, I'll place the order right away. Angel Stars, hee, thank you so much, little brother, I'm so grateful. Lu Yu used his appraisal skill and discovered that this angel was likely the same star that was ambushed and killed by the cute crocodile in the Super God universe, and had been reborn in another universe. Angel Star, 200 years old, peak martial king, appearance 98, overall 97, meets the host's requirements for wives and concubines. Hidden information, Fanqing is the commander of an angel legion in the Angel Federation of another high martial power universe, with Angel Lingxi as his adjutant in this universe. Angels, demons, humans and alien beasts coexist, and angels are regarded as the guardians of mankind. Angel Lingxi? Lu Yu was even more familiar with this name. It was Lingxi, the beloved pet of the super god world, who had actually been reborn along with Fanqing. That Angel Lingxi is also great. Now, Lu Yu was even more interested in this angel Fanqing, hoping to get to know the Angel Lingxi through her in the future. I want this, and that too. Therefore, Lu Yu naturally called her angel star sister. As for the age difference between the two, Lu Yu didn't care about it. They are angels and martial king level experts, so they must be quite old. Angel Star seems to really enjoy being called older sister. Lu Yu was happy to flirt with this beautiful angel sister every day, which added a lot of fun to his life. After the initial frenzy, the sales of the feathered shop gradually stabilized. After all, although the profits from martial artist breakthrough pills and high-grade chi and blood pills are high, the purchase price is 2 million and 1 million respectively, the number of martial artists in the city who need to break through and can afford the pills each year is limited. The daily net profit thereafter stabilized between several billion and 2 billion. Even so, Lu Yu and his wife's net worth skyrocketed, breaking through the 100 billion mark. Such a terrifying rate of wealth accumulation would make even a martial king powerhouse feel ashamed. Lu Yu's successful opening of the store also caused a huge uproar in Jiangnan Bay City. Ordinary martial artists regard the Feathered Ascension shop as a sacred place, and many people line up to shop there every day. The major families in the city were shocked to see this. Various ethnic groups speculated that the Federation's Xiaotian group was using Lu Yu, a commoner prodigy, to suppress the Zhao group's business in the Jiangnan Bay City. The Yang family was merely collateral damage. However, apart from the Yang family, other families didn't seem to care, since their main business wasn't selling elixirs. In the city Lord's palace, Lord Mo and General Lin sat facing each other, with a detailed report about Lu Yu on the tea table between them. With daily revenue of tens of billions, he has managed to maintain this low price. It's very likely that the Xia clan has developed a new, low-cost elixir. Lu Yu's relationship with that young lady is quite unusual. Once this kid opens his shop, the number of martial artists in the city will experience an explosive growth. Even martial arts masters will increase significantly. The city's strength has greatly increased, which is a good thing. Regardless of whether Lu Yu makes money or not, he has made a huge contribution to the city's development. The two drank tea and reminisced. Lin Pengtao's face showed a hint of excitement. Emoshan picked up his teacup, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. This young man is exceptional in character, methods, and fortune. As long as he doesn't die young, he will surely become a new giant in this city. The shop's business was on track, and Lu Yu became a hands-off manager. Xiao Fang and Xiaoman can handle things at the shop. There are security cameras everywhere anyway. Moreover, Lu Yu has a system detection function, so he is naturally very reassured. With a wealth of resources at their disposal, Lu Yu and Rose began to accelerate their cultivation. Song Yu is due to give birth in a month or two, so she can't focus on cultivation right now. However, by consuming large quantities of spiritual plants and exotic beast meat imbued with spiritual energy every day, her life force was rapidly increasing. Even the nanny, Aunt Wang, benefited greatly from eating with Lu Yu's family every day. One evening after dinner, while washing the dishes, she suddenly felt a surge of energy and inexplicably broke through to the mid-stage of martial master. She was stunned. That evening, in the home space, Lu Yu will consume the last martial marrow cleansing pill he obtained from the secret realm. Martial artist marrow cleansing pill can cleanse a martial artist's marrow and enhance their hidden aptitude, but its effect is far inferior to similar aptitude-enhancing pills. This is a pill produced in a secret realm, specifically designed to improve one's aptitude. It is only effective when used by martial artists, and it is basically unavailable on the market. Song Yu was pregnant, so it was not suitable for her to take this kind of elixir. Lu Yu originally wanted to leave two for Song Yu, but she said, "Yu, you should eat them. You often go out to gather resources, so you must become stronger as soon as possible." In addition, Lu Yu believed that he would definitely be able to obtain the martial marrow cleansing pill or the even more effective aptitude star-up pill in the future to improve Song Yu's aptitude. So he ate it all himself. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and Lu Yu felt as if his body had been completely reshaped, with every cell rejoicing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully improved your martial arts aptitude from 3 stars to 4 stars. Due to the host's improved aptitude, the B-rank talent growth of plants has automatically upgraded to the S-rank wood type talent all things under heaven. All things in the forest, an S-rank talent that can infuse plants with life force, greatly shortening their growth cycle and having a certain chance of causing them to undergo benign mutations. Combat power is increased by 1.5 times, and the power of wood type techniques is increased by 2 times. Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a sharp light. 4-star rating. S-rank talent. He could feel his potential greatly enhanced, and his whole body was filled with surging power. With an S-level talent and 4-star aptitude, he is comparable to those 3-star geniuses with SS-level talent. After all, martial arts aptitude, in addition to increasing a martial artist's comprehension and training speed, can also boost combat power. Congratulations, Master, on improving your aptitude. Rose, standing to the side, was also beaming with joy. As Lu Yu's battle servant, although she couldn't see Lu Yu's talent level, she could still sense the huge changes in him. At the very least, the owner seems to have become a bit more handsome. Lu Yu smiled, put his arm around Rose, and kissed her. Rose, this dragon girl, possesses SSS-level talent, and her martial arts aptitude is even more terrifying, reaching 7 stars. This also explains why she performed so fiercely in the secret realm. Your owner just got a promotion and needs to celebrate with some snail rice noodles, hee hee. Rose blushed slightly upon hearing this. Of course she knew what Lu Yu meant by slurping snail rice noodles, he just wanted to eat her. So, the two of them walked hand in hand into the cozy little cabin. Rose was soon taken to heaven by Lu Yu. During this period, business and life continued. Lu Yu and Rose diligently cultivate every day. However, even with ample resources, breaking through from the peak of martial arts to the realm of martial master is not something that can be done overnight. Another month has passed. Inside his homestead, Lu Yu sat cross-legged, a martial master breakthrough pill appearing in his hand. Rose, who had already advanced to the mid-stage of martial arts mastery, stood quietly by her side, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Lu Yu swallowed the pill in one gulp. Boom! A violet energy exploded within him, impacting the final barrier of the martial artist realm. His life force began to rise rapidly. 19.6, 19.7, 19.8. Half a day later. Finally, at a certain moment, the genes of life seemed to break an invisible shackle. 20.0. An aura several times stronger than before suddenly erupted from Lu Yu's body. Martial arts master, achieved. The moment he broke through, the entire home space trembled violently. The spirit field, which was originally only 2 acres in size, began to expand wildly outward. 3 mu, 5 mu, 8 mu. Finally, it came to a steady stop at 10 acres. The grove has grown larger, the stream has flowed more, and the spring has expanded. The concentration of spiritual energy within the space also increased several times over. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the martial master realm. Your lifespan has increased to 100 years. Homestead space successfully upgraded. Current spirit field, 10 acres. System rewards, 2,000 member points, 10,000 spirit mushroom king seeds, 10,000 spirit garlic king seeds, 10,000 spirit leek king seeds, 10,000 spirit rice seeds. A series of system notifications rang in Lu Yu's mind. He stood up, feeling the surging power within his body, and looked at the spirit field that was several times larger than before, a bright smile spreading across his face. Congratulations on your advancement to martial master, master. Now that we have so many more acres of land, what should we plant? Rose asked with delight, looking at the empty spirit fields. Rose, I've bought the seeds from the Lord of the Heavens. We're in for a lot of work. Lu Yu put his arm around Rose's shoulder. The master and servant smiled at each other and began to sow new hope on this brand new land. Chapter 36 Li Li drives, Yang Liangji's actions. Master, our land is so fertile. Rose stood barefoot on the ridge of the field, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Yu smiled, glanced at Rose's excessively curvaceous figure, and teased, your land is quite fertile too. Rose, hee hee hee. With a thought, bags of seeds, a reward from the system, appeared at the edge of the field. We're going to be busy these next couple of days. The vegetables on those 2 acres of land had just been harvested not long ago. Lu Yu replanned all 10 acres of land. Planting 4 acres of lingni rice ensures the family has enough food and can also sell it. The other 6 acres were planted with lingjuang and lingswangwang, which are indispensable delicacies on the dining table and are also the source of goods that Xiatian Group urgently needs. Martial arts masters are incredibly efficient at farm work. Rose, in particular, is practically a humanoid dragon. She's incredibly hardworking. The two of them planted 10 acres of land in one day. The next day, at the edge of the grove, in the damp shade, Lu Yu set up rows of logs soaked in spiritual spring water and carefully implanted the spawn of the spirit mushroom king. Rose carried an iron bucket and poured spoonfuls of the clear, refreshing spring water into the newly cultivated fields. Then, Lu Yu stood in the middle of the field and activated his S-rank talent, All Things in the Universe. An invisible energy spread out from him, enveloping the entire spiritual field. The newly sown seeds greedily absorbed this energy, broke through the soil, and sprouted tender green seedlings. The same procedure applies to mushroom cultivation. Even with talent and spiritual spring water, these spiritual plants will still take some time to mature. Lu Yu felt the energy being depleted within his body and stopped activating his talent. King of Lingu, a type of mushroom, King of Lingzhou, another type of leek, King of Lingswan, another type of garlic, and Lingmi, a type of rice, all require a maturation period of more than 10 days. After 2 days of hard work, the two finally got everything sorted out. After that, life became much more relaxed. He continued his life of trading, cultivating, and spending time with Songyu. Meanwhile, Xia Qingya, who was far away in Galaxy Universe City, would often call to keep in touch. After asking when the spiritual plant will mature, Xia Qingya's mature and sophisticated voice, tinged with concern, came through. "Xiaoyu, how's the store opening going? Are you having any cash flow problems?" "Qingya, everything is fine." Lu Yu leaned back on the sofa and replied lazily, "It's just that I've made too much money, and I can't spend it all." There's no need to hide anything from Xia Qingya. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "How much did you earn?" "Not much, just over 100 billion. "Over 100 billion? Xia Qingya's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. As the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, she had lived a life of luxury since childhood, yet the funds she could use had never exceeded 10 billion. The family's money belongs to the family, and the higher-ups won't easily share it with her. Especially after she refused the marriage alliance with the Zhao group, her position in the family became even more awkward, and many resources were cut. If it weren't for her mother, Shen Yuqing, being the president of the Xiatian group and wielding real power, those old fogies in the family would probably have forced her to marry off long ago. Recently, my mother's company seems to be under full-scale suppression by the Zhao group, and its business has plummeted, leaving it in a difficult situation. Sister Ye, your Xiaoyu is a real tycoon now." A lively female voice rang out. It was Li Li. The two women were in a skyscraper in the cosmic city. Li Li was standing next to Xia Qingya, listening to her talk to Lu Yu. The two women are now semi-retired freelance instructors and officers in the Federation. After completing that mission to explore the secret realm, they haven't taken on any new missions for the time being. Li Li teased, "Didn't you always look down on that Zhao Shi's? I think Lu Yu is pretty good, young, rich, and a 3-star prodigy. To achieve such success from a commoner's background is 100 times better than Zhao Shi's, who relied on his family." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Qingya blushed and quickly hung up Lu Yu's phone. She scolded him playfully, but involuntarily, Lu Yu's handsome face appeared in her mind. "But he is my student Songyu's husband, and he is so much younger than me, how could I? What's the big deal?" Li Li leaned close to her ear and said, "Isn't it better that he's young? Young men have better stamina." "I heard Li Li driving." Xia Qingya's face turned even redder, and she retorted, "I think it's you who's in heat and has taken a fancy to Xiaoyu, isn't it? Do you want me to play matchmaker for you?" Although Li Li's looks are not as good as Xia Qingya's, she is still considered beautiful and charming. In Lu Yu's system evaluation, his appearance score reached 90 points. At that time, Lu Yu's attention was focused on Xia Qingya. Upon hearing this, Li Li blushed deeply and reached out to tickle Xia Qingya. "Of course I'd be interested in a young and handsome guy like him. But he only has eyes for you, his beautiful older sister. I was thinking that you would marry into the family first and become the first wife, and then I would be taken over as the second wife. You little devil, you've really fallen for my Xiaoyu. TSK, your Xiaoyu? Sister Ye, you've finally stopped pretending, haven't you?" The two women burst into laughter and began to frolic in the luxurious room. Snow-white arms and slender legs intertwined, revealing glimpses of spring. Jiangnan City, the Yang family mansion. Looking at the booming daily sales figures of the feathered transformation shop, Yang Liangji's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were bloodshot. The better Lu Yu's business was, the more impatient he became. "If things continue like this, how can we ever avenge the murder of our son? We can't wait any longer." However, Yang Liangji was also well aware that as the head of the Yang family, he would not be able to harm Lu Yu in the city. Once exposed, the entire Yang family will face annihilation. After all, the city lord's mansion and the garrison in the base city are not to be trifled with. Lu Yu now wields immense influence, and if the Yang family were to eliminate him, it would certainly incite public outrage. In addition, the Xia clan behind Lu Yu will likely also make trouble for the Yang family. The Yang family wouldn't dare gamble. "Father, your unfilial son requests to resign from the position of head of the family and leave the clan today." On this day, Yang Liangji knelt before the old patriarch Yang Boyan, his voice hoarse, but his eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Yang Boyan looked at his son, who was blinded by hatred, and remained silent for a long time. Yang Boyan was, after all, the one who led the Yang family to its peak. He was an experienced and shrewd man, so he wouldn't act impulsively. He originally wanted to wait and see how long Lu Yu's shop could last. Let's make another plan. But he couldn't stop Yang Liangji's desire for revenge. That's enough. From now on, you are no longer the head of the family, nor a member of the Yang family. As the head of the family, Yang Liangji's actions against Lu Yu, a rising star from humble beginnings, would certainly have serious consequences. Not only will the entire Jiangnan region not tolerate him, but the Yang family may also be destroyed because of him. To avoid implicating one's family, leaving the clan is the best option. The next day, the news of the change of head of the Yang family spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of Jiangnan City. Yang Liangji left the Yang family and became a recluse. All parties sensed an impending storm. Lord Yamo personally called Lu Yu. Young friend Lu Yu, please be careful in everything you do. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord. Lu Yu hung up the phone, his eyes calm. What's meant to happen will happen eventually. Yang Liangji's departure from the Yang family was solely aimed at him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was also quickly thinking of a solution. Although the couple currently live within the city limits, they are actually on the territory of the Xia family in Jiangnan. However, it's impossible for the military and the Xia family in Jiangnan to send people to guard his shop 24 hours a day. Especially since Yang Liangji is a martial grandmaster. Even if we send some martial artists and masters over, we still can't hold the line. In that case, if a powerful enemy attacks, the whole family will have no choice but to hide in their home space. Lu Yu was considering whether to invite the military or some martial arts masters from the Xia family in Jiangnan to come to the shop to oversee things, since he could afford the price. However, Yang Liangji was no fool. The Yang family has probably been monitoring this place for a long time. With the arrival of a martial grandmaster level expert at the Feathered Ascension shop, Yang Liangji certainly won't come seeking revenge. Furthermore, the martial arts masters and the military all have their own missions. Lu Yu immediately came up with an even better idea. That angel sister in the All Heavens Mall. Lu Yu, Sister Fanqing, can you do me a favor? Angel Star's rich little brother, what's up? Angel Star responded almost instantly, which shows that she values her messages. Lu Yu, I might encounter a martial grandmaster level enemy that I can't handle. Could you teleport over and help me? Lu Yu got straight to the point. It seems that you can teleport to friends in the Zhutian Mall. Lu Yu did not study the rules in detail. The starry avatar flashed a few times before quickly returning to normal. Angel Stars, teleportation? It's possible, but according to the rules of the Multiverse Mall, for members below Diamond rank, both parties need to be in a multiverse couple relationship to teleport. Angel Stars, moreover, the teleportation fee is very expensive. It costs 10 billion star coins for a single trip between ordinary friends, and 1 billion star coins for couples, all paid for by the person who invited the invitation. Angel Stars has thoroughly studied this teleportation rule. Lovers of the heavens? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a golden opportunity to latch onto Angel Star and live off her? Lu Yu, then can we become lovers across the heavens first? I'll call you over for help when I need it. Lu Yu, otherwise, your little brother Lu Yu will be killed. Lu Yu resorted to playing the victim. Legend has it that angels are all kind, and besides, Angel Star is so beautiful and kind-hearted, she probably wouldn't refuse, right? A long silence fell over the other, and clearly, Angel Star had not expected Lu Yu to make this request. Another universe. The Angel Federation, a sacred temple suspended above a sea of clouds. The angel commander, with her stunningly beautiful face, towering breasts, and long legs, sat regally on her throne, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed as she rested her chin on her hand in deep thought. Even lovers in the heavens are still lovers, so should I say yes or no? However, my multiverse shop has finally managed to get a big customer. If my rich brother dies, I will lose a super rich client, and my Starry Sky Legion will also lose an important source of funding. Lu Yu only made this request because he needs my help. Besides, he's so handsome, it's not impossible for him to become my partner. Angel Fanqing, whose protective instincts had been aroused, smiled beautifully. Of course, not just anyone can evoke her protective instincts. As a martial king realm angel, Fanqing could sense Lu Yu's sincerity and simplicity through their interactions. On Lu Yu's side, Seeing that the other party did not respond, his heart began to race. Just when he thought he was about to be rejected, a system notification popped up. Ding! Your celestial friend, Angel Star, has requested to become your celestial couple. Do you agree? Agree. Luyu immediately clicked confirm without hesitation. The next second, a melodious voice message, carrying a hint of holiness and charm, was sent. Rich little brother, from now on I'll be your guardian angel. Luyu's heart almost melted when he heard that voice. He knew that for the angels, the promise to protect was more important than life itself. Luyu, thank you, Sister Fanqing. I hope our relationship can become even closer in the future. Angel Star looked at Luyu's reply on the virtual screen, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. This is the first time she's been someone's partner. Although it's just a relationship similar to online dating, it can't be considered a real couple. I hope this little you will grow up quickly. She murmured to herself. As long as he can keep up with me, we might become his real lover in the future. Sister Fanqing, what are you so happy about? Did the All Heavens Mall get another big order? A sweet-looking young angel wearing silver armor walked in and asked curiously. The girl was none other than Lingxi, the angel, and Fanqing's most trusted adjutant and sister. Only Lingxi knew that Fanqing owned the All Heavens Mall. It's nothing, Fanqing replied casually, closing the chat interface of the Zhutian Mall. She was pondering whether she should go to Luyu herself or send Lingxi to help him if he really encountered danger. Angel Lingxi is also a martial king, but only at the mid-stage of martial king. Their strength is far inferior to that of Angel Star. The Star Legion needs a strong leader, and Lingxi's strength is insufficient to suppress the masses. Therefore, Angel Star wanted to send Lingxi over to protect Luyu for a period of time. However, teleportation between heavens requires a membership to use. Angel Star is considering whether to send her sister Lingxi to Luyu through the battle servant slave trade to protect him. Luyu, on the other hand, successfully hooked up with Angel Star's beautiful legs, which made him feel much more at ease. With a powerful martial king as their backer, and the angels' combat strength far surpassing that of humans. What is there to fear about Yang Liangji's assassination attempt? In high spirits, he immediately took out some of the King of Spirit mushrooms, King of Spirit leeks, and King of Spirit garlic that he had picked before and gave them to Fanqing through his friends in the heavens. In the Zhutian Mall, friends can send gifts to each other. No delivery service is required for gift delivery. Furthermore, once you reach the gold member level, traded items can be directly transferred, eliminating the need for a courier. Wow! This is a top-grade spiritual plant. Inside the hall, Lingxi looked at the package that had appeared out of thin air and let out a surprised cry. Fanqing opened the package, and a rich spiritual energy rushed out, revealing a joyful expression on her face. Even in their angel federation, spiritual plants of this quality are extremely rare and delicious. This younger brother Luyu really knows how to charm people. Luyu? Is that your rich little brother again? Angel Lingxi asked with a curious look. She also heard from her sister that during this period, their biggest customer in the Zhutian Mall was Luyu. I heard that Luyu was very handsome. Angel Lingxi also wishes she had a rich younger brother like that. On the other side, after Yang Liangji left his family, he first secretly observed Luyu's shop for several days and found that there were no powerful people there. Without hesitation, Yang Liangji immediately used his connections to contact the Federation's notorious underground assassination organization, Bloodblade. Chapter 37. We were ripped off by our employer. The Bloodblade organization is highly renowned in both the legitimate and criminal worlds of the Federation. Rumor has it that its mastermind, known as the Chairman, is a terrifying being at the Martial Emperor level. One of its Blue Star branch offices is hidden in the wilderness, in a secret area not far from the two major base cities of Jiangnan and Huachuan. A dark underground temple. After Yang Liangji placed the order, he was led here and met the person in charge of the branch. It was a martial king shrouded in a black robe, his voice hoarse like sandpaper being rubbed. Your target is Luyu, a 3-star prodigy, the Xiatian Group's representative in Jiangnan City, and a key target of the city lord's mansion. The black-robed martial king spoke slowly, his tone icy. This person has too much influence. Your request is to send out a martial grandmaster level expert. The price is 50 billion star coins. After all, that martial grandmaster is most likely to never return. 500 billion? Yang Liangji gasped in shock. Although he had been the head of the family for several years, the family business had recently suffered a dismal decline, and the family's wealth did not belong to him alone. Yang Liangji has now retired from the clan. As an early-stage martial grandmaster, where would he get so much money? By piecing together the money from various sources, and even by asking the family for help, it was possible to raise enough. However, would he really give up his entire fortune to seek revenge for his good-for-nothing son? Yang Liangji did hesitate. The family is even less likely to pay a high price for a dead playboy. Yang Liangji's expression shifted between light and dark. If we can't afford a martial grandmaster, then we'll hire a martial master. I need to hire 5 assassins who are at least late-stage martial masters, and at least one of them must be a peak martial master. By the lives of Lu Yu, Rose, and Song Yu, a family of 3. Without the dragon girl Rose, Lu Yu would not have been able to kill Yang Wei. As for Song Yu, she only has bad luck in marrying Lu Yu. In his view, this lineup was enough to defeat Lu Yu and his servant. Too many people definitely won't work. It will be difficult to sneak into the city. Yang Liangji suspected that if they hired all the peak-level martial arts masters, the hiring fees would be over 10 billion. He was a little reluctant to part with it. After all, after eliminating Lu Yu, he would face official arrest warrants and even be hunted down by the Federation Xia clan, and would have to hide outside the base city forever. Life goes on. The young family's spies were only observing from a distance outside Lu Yu's shop, so they naturally didn't discover that Lu Yu and Rose had both broken through their cultivation levels. The man in black robes remained silent for a moment. Agreed. 8 billion star coins. Pay first, then we'll do the work. No refunds will be given regardless of success or failure. Good. Yang Liangji reluctantly set aside 8 billion yuan, which was almost half of his savings. He looked at the notification that the transaction had been successful and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Lu Yu, consider this 8 billion as my payment for coffins for your whole family. Ding. 5 assassins have been detected rapidly approaching the host's shop from afar. The 5 assassins are cyborgs, 1 a peak martial artist and 4 late-stage martial artists, belonging to the Yu Bloodblade, Dark Organization. After midnight. The system notification suddenly rang in Lu Yu's mind. Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Yang Liangji finally made his move, but not personally. It seems this guy is also someone who values his life. Only a few assassins at the martial master level have arrived? Lu Yu glanced at the information on the system panel and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Rose, who was next to him, also got up. She was highly vigilant and had already sensed the murderous aura outside. A cold glint flashed in her golden eyes. Lu Yu was initially worried that Yang Liangji would invite Wu Zong, but he didn't expect the other party to be so poor. In that case, there's no need to invite the angel sister over. Perfect. Let's use these fools to test the skills of my master and servant after their breakthrough. The night was as dark as ink. Outside the feathered shop, 5 dark figures appeared silently, like ghosts. They were shrouded in black, with only their cold eyes visible, their killing intent subtly concealed. The leader had a profound aura and was clearly a peak martial arts master. Honey, a few assassins are here. Let's go and take care of them. You go into the home first. Lu Yu opened the door to the next room, sent a telepathic message to Song Yu who was sleeping, and then teleported her and her bed into the homestead. Since Lu Yu was at home, it wasn't convenient for the nanny, Aunt Wang, to stay there, so she went back home in the evening. Then Yu and Rose should be careful. Although Song Yu was pregnant, she was already in the late stage of martial arts, so she was quick to react and woke up immediately. Don't worry, they're just lowly martial masters. Lu Yu's voice rang out directly in the home space. Then, Lu Yu and Rose jumped out of the second-floor window and landed silently in the alley behind the shop. There were no passers-by in the alley at this time of day, and the 5 assassins in black were preparing to leap onto the second floor. Seeing the 2 figures descending from the sky, the 5 assassins exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly quite surprised. The lead cyborg assassin spoke in a hoarse voice, and data streams flashed in his eyes. Target 1, Lu Yu, early-stage martial master. Target 2, Yilong Niang, mid-stage martial master. Targets confirmed. There is no trace of Target 3 Song Yu upstairs, so he is probably not in this building. One of the assassins scoffed, since the information provided by the employer is incorrect, then it's none of our business. Take out these 2 targets and we're done. The assassin leader looked at Lu Yu and his servant and sneered, "You're quite something to have been able to detect our arrival. But it would be foolish for someone to come out and die willingly. It would save us the trouble of going in and tearing the building down. A martial artist's strength is enough to demolish this reinforced concrete building, but it would require a lot of effort. Moreover, the huge commotion will soon attract the attention of the urban management team, or even the military patrol team. Lu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he were looking at a few flies. Yang Liangji didn't dare to come himself, so he sent you 5 pieces of biochemical trash? As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the alley dropped sharply. The eyes of the 5 assassins suddenly flashed red, as if the words biochemical waste spoken by Lu Yu had enraged them, causing them to turn red. At the same time, the assassins were also secretly surprised that Lu Yu had revealed the identities of their employer and themselves in an instant. The assassin leader's scanner lingered on Rose for a moment, and the alarm data jumped wildly. The faint but powerful aura emanating from Rose far exceeded the realm of a mid-stage martial master. He dared not be careless. Plan changed, the leader decisively ordered. I'll take 2 people to deal with this dragon girl. You two, go and take out target number 1. Lu Yu remained calm. Rose, leave none alive. Yes, master. As Rose responded, her delicate body vanished from the spot. She transformed into a blur, unleashing a punch that tore through the air, creating a sonic boom. The assassin leader who gave the order didn't even have time to react before he felt a terrifying force strike his companion. Bang! The cyborg assassin, a late-stage martial arts master, had his chest caved in as he was sent flying, crashing into a distant lamppost. Then, the metal parts and biological tissue on his body exploded together. The target is too strong. The other assassin only had time to utter a cry of alarm before Rose appeared in front of him. Her speed surpassed her opponent's ability to react. A delicate fist covered in fine dragon scales magnified infinitely in his horrified eyes. Boom! Another loud bang, and the second assassin's head exploded like a watermelon. With a 7-star aptitude, SSS level talent, and mid-stage martial master level, Rose's combat power is almost comparable to that of an early-stage martial grandmaster. Dealing with these martial arts masters is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. How is that possible? The assassin leader felt a chill run down his spine. He finally realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. He roared, his muscles bulging, and his black clothes ripped open, revealing his modified body that gleamed with metallic luster. The aura of a peak martial artist erupted at full power, and an alloy battle blade carrying a blade aura over 10 meters long slashed towards Rose. Rose sneered. Faced with this violent blow, she simply raised her delicate arm to block it. Clang! The blade struck her arm, sending sparks flying, but it didn't even break her skin. The assassin leader's electronic eye was instantly flooded with red warnings that the defense is impenetrable. The next second, Rose's figure blurred as she grabbed the opponent's battle sword and twisted it forcefully. Rose snatched the opponent's martial grandmaster level alloy battle sword and put it into her storage ring. My martial grandmaster level battle sword. The assassin leader let out a painful howl. However, now was not the time to be heartbroken over his battle sword. He wanted to retreat, but a terrifying dragon's might held him firmly in place. Rose lunged forward and unleashed a punch. The target is too strong. We've been screwed over by that damned employer. These were his last words. Boom! His body exploded in mid-air into a mass of flying metal parts and flesh. On the other side, Lu Yu's battle was equally swift. The moment the leader gave the order, the remaining 2 late-stage martial arts assassins pounced on Lu Yu from the left and right. Greenwood Thorn. Lu Yu's eyes were icy cold. With a flick of his right hand, several thick, blue wooden spikes shot out in succession. The cyborg that charged forward was caught off guard and was blasted backward by several greenwood spikes, staggering as it was struck. However, Lu Yu could only injure his opponent. He couldn't kill this late-stage martial master bioengineered human in one move. Entwined by green vines. Before the cyborg could regain his footing, more than a dozen tough green vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around him like venomous snakes. With the support of S-level talent and 4-star aptitude, Lu Yu's martial god-level technique has become incredibly powerful. The cyborg struggled desperately, but couldn't break free even a fraction of an inch. Lu Yu didn't even glance at him, and was already facing another assassin who was attacking. Log slash. He pointed his fingers like a sword and slashed through the air, unleashing a massive blade of azure true energy that roared forth with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The assassin swung his alloy sword to parry, but was forced back by the immense force, his arm going numb. Endless falling leaves. Lu Yu continued his offensive, forming hand seals that instantly conjured more than a dozen massive logs in mid-air, which crashed down on the assassin like meteorites. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently, and smoke and dust filled the air. The assassin was battered and bruised, his armor shattered, and his breathing became disordered. Just as Liu Yu was about to deliver the fatal blow, Rose, who had finished the fight, appeared beside him like a ghost. She glanced at the bio-assassin bound by green vines, then casually waved her hand, sending a gust of wind through the air, tearing the assassin's body to pieces. Immediately afterwards, she flashed and appeared in front of the assassin who had been severely injured by Liu Yu, and kicked out. Bang! The last assassin was kicked out. The battle lasted only a dozen seconds from start to finish. 5 powerful cyborg killers were all wiped out. These cyborg killers won't reveal any information, so keeping them alive is useless. During the battle, energy shockwaves spread outwards, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the exterior walls of several buildings. The assassin smashed both lampposts into several pieces, which then fell askew to the ground. Even the hard cement road was riddled with potholes by the aftershocks of true energy, especially Liu Yu's boundless falling leaves. Fortunately, Liu Yu and Rose managed to block all the assassins' attacks during the battle, protecting their own building behind them. Therefore, the Yuhua shop was not affected. The loud noise of the battle alarmed the entire commercial street. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Such a powerful energy fluctuation. Someone's fighting. Some residents of the nearby martial arts realm leaned out of their windows. When they saw Liu Yu and Rose standing in the alley, and the mess of wreckage scattered all over the ground, they all gasped in horror. It's Boss Liu. There are assassins targeting Boss Liu. Quick, go help. Several neighbors who were familiar with Liu Yu jumped off the building without thinking. But by the time they jumped down, the battle was already over. Only Liu Yu and his servant remained, standing there unharmed. This is over? The crowd looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, Xia Hongyi and his wife Lu Ru also rushed over. Xiao Lu. Are you alright? Lu Ru looked Liu Yu up and down. When Xia Hongyi saw the mess at the scene, his face instantly darkened. You bastard! How dare you cause trouble on my Xia family's territory? He could guess that this was definitely Yang Liangji's doing. The piercing sound of police sirens grew louder as several military hovercraft and urban management enforcement vehicles roared in, blocking off the entire street. A tall and upright female military officer and a martial arts master from the urban management brigade quickly got out of the car with their entourage. The female officer was Yan Bing. When she saw Liu Yu and his servant unharmed, and smelled the lingering aura of a martial master on the remains of the cyborgs scattered on the ground, her pupils contracted. Mr. Liu. Yan Bing walked up to Liu Yu, her expression serious. Can you tell us what happened? Chapter 38. Shock to all sides, Xia Tian group arrives. Xia Hongyi and his wife also gathered around. Liu Yu briefly recounted what had happened. After hearing this, Yan Bing, Xia Hongyi, and the others were all deeply shocked. 5 cyborg assassins at the martial arts master level, one of whom is at the peak of the martial arts master level. Such a lineup is enough to easily wipe out a small martial arts family, the kind with only a few martial arts masters. However, Liu Yu and his servant were only 2 people, yet they managed to kill them all without suffering any damage in such a short time. Truly worthy of being a 3-star prodigy among commoners. Yan Bing looked at Liu Yu, feeling a mix of emotions. Throughout Jiangnan City, Liu Yu and Rose were already regarded as 3-star geniuses. Such talent is comparable to that of the elite prodigies of the high-ranking imperial families in the Federation. This child may have the potential to become a martial emperor, she secretly concluded. Liu Yu looked at the subtle expression on the other person's face and smiled slightly. In the later years of Emperor Wuzong's reign, Yan Bing was quite good-looking, but she was already married with children who were teenagers. Of course, Liu Yu wouldn't have any thoughts about her. Take all these wreckages back and examine them thoroughly. Yan Bing ordered the military personnel behind him. The soldiers acted swiftly, loading the cyborg's body parts onto military vehicles. Before leaving, Yan Bing solemnly promised Liu Yu, Mr. Liu, please rest assured, the military will thoroughly investigate this heinous assassination attempt. Liu Yu nodded, but didn't have high hopes. After all, my family is safe. There was no direct evidence against Yang Liangji, the mastermind behind hiring the killer. At most, he was summoned for questioning, but the matter was eventually dropped. Moreover, Liu Yu had the system scan the whereabouts of his enemy Yan Liangji and discovered that he was no longer in the base city. After the military left, Xia Hongyi looked at the chaotic street inside. Xiao Lu, don't worry, we will cover all the repair costs here. After all, since the assassin infiltrated Xiaolong Commercial Street, he, as the landlord, also bears responsibility for negligence in security. However, a hint of pain also appeared on Xiaohong's face. After all, the commercial street was just an industry entrusted to him by his family, and he was only at the early stage of martial grandmaster. How wealthy could he possibly be? These days, materials and labor are expensive. Even a simple renovation of these buildings and grounds can cost tens of millions. Brother Xia, this is not your problem. Lu Yu knew, of course, that this was due to his feud with Yang Liangji and his son. Xiaohong is a good person, so he won't let others lose money. Lu Yu took out his phone and transferred a sum of money to Xiaohong. Bite. Xiaohong's phone rang. He looked down at it and quickly said, 100 million? Brother Lu, that's not enough. Besides, as the landlord, I also bear some responsibility. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Lu Ru also quickly waved her hand. Lu Yu smiled and said, it's just a small repair fee, you two don't need to be so polite. Looking at Lu Yu's calm and composed demeanor, Xiaohong and his wife exchanged a glance and had no choice but to accept it. This Lu Yu not only has unlimited potential, but his boldness is also beyond the reach of ordinary people. No wonder the young lady and he are so close. The next day, the news that Lu Yu and his servant had killed 5 assassins at the martial master level, including one at the peak of the martial master realm, after the attack on the feathered shop spread throughout the entire Jiangnan city. For a time, it became a hot topic of discussion among various families and commoners. The city lord's mansion. Imo Shiryao, who had just broken through to the martial master realm and was consolidating her cultivation, trembled slightly as she held a teacup when she heard the news from her father, City Lord Imo. A powerful assassin lineup consisting of 4 late-stage martial masters and 1 peak martial master was wiped out by them, master and servant? For the first time, a look of shock appeared in her usually cool eyes. She could understand the power of that dragon girl. But Lu Yu, didn't he just become a martial master? Even if the dragon girl is powerful, it's impossible for all the assassins to take on just one of her. If Lu Yu is not up to it, then at least he will be injured. But the outcome of the battle was unexpected. In other words, Lu Yu now possesses at least the strength to contend with a late-stage martial master. What terrifying combat power! It seems I need to work even harder. After handing the tea to her father, Imo Shiryao clenched her fists. Lord Imo watched his daughter's fascinating expressions and smiled without saying a word. Lord Imo knew that his daughter was arrogant and haughty. She doesn't need him, her father, to say anything. She'll work hard on her own. Tianlai Martial Arts School. Zhang Kuang, who had also just been promoted to martial master, punched the alloy training post in front of him, causing it to dent. Damn! This kid has already gotten ahead of me. Chen Jiani, who was still hovering at the level of a quasi-martial master, was stunned when he heard the news. Only then did he realize that there was a significant gap between himself and Lu Yu. And it's not something that can be made up for simply by trying harder. That pride born of exceptional talent was shattered in the face of cruel reality. If I don't break through to the martial master level, what right do I have to pursue Shiryao? Chen Jiani put aside all distracting thoughts and began a frantic period of seclusion. The Yang family mansion. After listening to the clansman's report, the patriarch Yang Boyan remained silent for a long time before finally issuing a cold command. No member of the clan may have any further contact with Yang Liangji. He knew that if Yang Liangji dared to return to the city, he would definitely be taken away by the military for questioning, or even detained. The Yang family must sever all ties with him to avoid being implicated. Furthermore, Lu Yu repeatedly challenged the understanding of the old martial king of the Yang family. What does it mean to be a 21-year-old martial arts master in the early stages and capable of fighting off assassins in the later stages of martial arts? It would be very difficult to find even in the city of the universe. With this child's potential, he can certainly improve rapidly. The experienced and shrewd King Yang had a feeling that Yang Liangji might have a hard time dealing with Lu Yu, this commoner prodigy. Therefore, for the sake of the family's future, he had to sever all ties with his son, Yang Liangji. Damn spoiled brat, you bastard, how could you be so blind as to bring such a huge mess upon the Yang family? Yang Boyan was, of course, cursing his deceased, unworthy grandson, Yang Wei. If it weren't for this spoiled brat's blindness, the Yang family wouldn't be in this state today, becoming the laughingstock of the whole city. On the other side, Yang Liangji, who was in a desolate area outside Jiangnan City, also received a message from the Bloodblade organization. Mission failed. These 4 simple words struck Yang Liangji like a thunderbolt. The other party also said that the realm and strength of Lu Yu and his servant did not match the information he provided, which caused the mission to fail. The base city is currently conducting a city-wide search. The Bloodblade organization obtained specific intelligence a little too late. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Yang Liangji roared madly and punched the boulder next to him into dust. 8 billion. 5 high-level martial artists. They can't even handle 2 newly promoted martial artists. He doesn't dare go back to the city now. After calming down, Yang Liangji contacted the Bloodblade organization again to ask how much it would cost to kill Lu Yu and his group. The reply he received, however, plunged him into an icy abyss. One of the targets is suspected to possess the combat power of the early stage of Martial Grandmaster. The assassination mission is re-evaluated to 200 billion star coins. 200 billion? This figure is so large that even the entire Yang family might not be able to come up with that much liquid capital, let alone him. After all, the Yang family's total assets are far more than this wealth. However, a large quantity of pills and medicinal herbs remained unsold and were still sitting in the various pharmacies of the Yang family, not yet converted into cash. Yang Liangji was utterly desperate. He knew that there was no place for him in Jiangnan City anymore. Lu Yu, unless you never leave the city again, I swear I will tear you to pieces. Yang Liangji glanced at the outline of the city in the distance, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. He eventually turned away dejectedly and disappeared into the vast wilderness. 3 more days passed. Within the homestead space, golden waves of rice ripple in the valley, and the rich aroma of rice is intoxicating. The King of Spirit Leeks and King of Spirit Garlic on the other side of the field, as well as the King of Spirit Mushrooms on the wooden frame by the woods, all radiated a shimmering, precious light, exuding an overwhelming spiritual energy. They're all ripe. Lu Yu and Rose harvested all the spiritual plants, piling them up like a mountain. Then store it in your storage ring and system space. After being teleported out of your home base, Lu Yu took out his phone and dialed Xia Qingya's number. Sister Ya, the goods are ready and you can come and pick them up anytime. The distant Milky Way Universe City, the Summer Group headquarters building. Xia Qingya, who was sitting idly in her office, received a phone call, and her usually cool face instantly lit up with a captivating radiance. Okay. I'll be right there. She hung up the phone and immediately reported to her mother, Xin Yuqing. After Lu Yu finished his phone call, he took Rose back to their homestead to continue their farming plans. On Xia Qingya's side. Soon, she accepted the procurement task and set off in a grand procession with Li Li and the rest of the group. A sleek and magnificent interstellar warship took off from the Space City's airport. Inside the warship, Xia Qingya, her best friend Li Li, and Lin Wei, the purchasing manager, sat in the luxurious lounge. Behind them stood 2 powerful martial kings, their auras as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Sister Ya, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss just to harvest some vegetables? Li Li asked curiously while drinking her juice. Xia Qingya rolled her eyes at her. What do you know? This is a matter of life and death for our group. The interstellar warship entered the warp drive and passed through several bizarre and fantastical spacetime wormholes. Outside the window, there was a magnificent sight that defied description. The distorted starry sky and light created a flowing, abstract painting. A day later, the Azure Planet came into view. The warship landed smoothly at the airport in Jiangnan City. Xia Qingya and her entourage arrived at the feather transformation shop in a grand procession. Lu Yu, Song Yu, and Rose were already waiting at the door. You're about to give birth, why did you come out? Xia Qingya quickly stepped forward and carefully supported Song Yu, her eyes full of concern. Sister Ya, you've arrived. Of course I have to come out to greet you, Song Yu said with a smile. Lin Wei, the purchasing manager standing to the side, was observing Lu Yu discreetly. Is this the commoner prodigy that the young lady has her eye on? He is indeed very handsome, and has a very composed demeanor, but... Lin Wei's gaze fell on Song Yu's high, protruding belly, and she sighed inwardly. His wife is about to give birth. Lin Wei quietly turned on her communicator and sent a message to President Xin Yuqing, who was far away in Universe City. President, that commoner prodigy is indeed extraordinary. But, his wife is pregnant and about to give birth. Soon, Xin Yuqing's reply came. Continue to observe and see if he has the ability to produce enough goods to save the group. Our time is running out. Lin Wei put away the communicator, her expression returning to its professional and capable state. The recent crackdown by the Zhao Group has brought Xia Tian Group's business to the brink of losses, and it urgently needs a boost. Lu Yu greeted everyone with a smile. Qingya, Lily, Manager Lin, please come upstairs. There are too many people and too many eyes on the first floor. It's not advisable to expose such a big business project. Chapter 39. So much stuff. Xia Qingya and King Wu were both stunned. Lu Yu led everyone up to the second floor. Xia Qingya, Li, Manager Lin, and several other senior executives from Xia Tian Group followed closely behind. Two Xia family martial kings stood one in front and one behind, their auras steady, providing thorough protection. Rose and Aunt Wang helped Song Yu up to the second floor. After settling Song Yu in, Aunt Wang withdrew from the room. She knew her place. The Xia clan's business secrets were not something she could divulge. A Xia clan martial king stood expressionless at the top of the stairs, his aura emanating outwards, preventing anyone from getting close. Downstairs, Aunt Wang and two shop assistants gathered together, their faces filled with undisguised shock. The martial artists on the first floor who were still selecting pills also lowered their voices and began to discuss amongst themselves. My God, the Xia Tian Group actually came to Boss Lu's shop. That's a major federal corporation. Look at the entourage, all the attendees are top executives. There are still two martial king level experts. He Yong, standing in the crowd, wore a proud and honored expression on his face. He shouted, "What's this? Didn't you see? That Miss Xia publicly defended our boss Lu a long time ago. Their relationship has long been more than just ordinary." Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the second floor, and their awe deepened. On the second floor, business negotiations began. The Xia clan martial king guarding the stairwell released a wave of mental energy, sealing off the entire floor. Any possibility of spying has been completely eliminated. Xia Qingya and Li sat side by side, and opposite them was Lu Yu with a smile on his face. After Rose served tea to everyone, she stood quietly beside Song Yu, taking care of him. Manager Lin and another martial king sat at the head of the table below, their expressions focused. The other executives of Xia Tian Group sat neatly on a sofa, each one sitting upright. Xia Qingya gazed at Lu Yu with her beautiful eyes, a captivating smile playing on her lips. "Xiao Yu, where's your stock? How much?" Although her mature and sophisticated voice was pleasant to listen to, it couldn't hide a hint of nervousness. "You shouldn't disappoint me, right?" To be honest, Xia Qingya was also a little apprehensive. Lu Yu is ultimately just one person, all alone. How many high-end spiritual plants can he possibly produce? Li, Manager Lin, and even the Xia clan martial king, all eyes were focused on Lu Yu. Lu Yu met everyone's gazes with a calm smile. He didn't say much, but simply flipped his wrist, and a low-grade storage ring appeared in his palm. Lu Yu gently pushed the ring in front of Xia Qingya. 4,000 caddies of Lingjiu King, 4,000 caddies of Lingsu King, 10,000 caddies of King Ling mushrooms, and 10,000 caddies of Ling rice. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. And I can supply this much stock every 10 days or so. Lu Yu had already planned this shipment carefully. He deducted the portion from the trade with Werewolf Baker and Angel Stars, and did not use their shares. Because the king of Lingji mushrooms doesn't occupy farmland and is planted near forests, more of it can be grown. Lingmi has not been sold to Baker yet, it has only been traded with Angel Star. After all, Fanqing is Lu Yu's lover across the heavens, and with the angel sister promising to protect him, she naturally needs to take extra care of him. Moreover, the yield of Lingmi rice is indeed relatively high. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingya's breath hitched, and she could hardly believe her ears. She picked up the storage ring, opened it, and eagerly probed inside with her spiritual power. Buzz! A surge of pure spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the ring. The air on the entire second floor seemed to become fresh and sweet. Xia Qingya scanned the ring with her mental energy, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. In a space the size of a basketball court, 4 kinds of spiritual plants were piled up into a small mountain. Golden Spirit Rice, Jade White Spirit Garlic King, Black Jade Like Spirit Mushroom King, and Emerald Green Spirit Leek King. Each one exudes a rich aura of spiritual energy, and its quality is absolutely top-notch. This. Xia Qingya's red lips parted slightly, completely speechless. How is that possible? Xia Clan Martial King and Manager Lin simultaneously released their spiritual power to investigate. The next second, their expressions were identical, filled with shock. This ordinary citizen, this young man. He actually brought out such a large quantity of top-grade spiritual plants. It's worth noting that Xia Tian Group purchased Lingjiwang at a price of 60,000 yuan per kilogram. King Ling mushrooms, King Ling garlic, and Ling rice are priced as high as 120,000 to 130,000 yuan per kilogram. The purchase price of this batch of goods alone is worth billions. The selling price will double. The profits are split in half, amounting to billions. This amount of money is enough to drive a small family crazy. What's even more terrifying is what Lu Yu said next. How can you supply so much goods every 10 days or so? What does that mean? This means that Xiatian Group can not only quickly get rid of its losses, but also take this opportunity to monopolize the high-end spiritual plant market in the entire federation. 2 shipments a month translate to nearly 10 billion in net profit. This immense wealth came too suddenly. Manager Lin's mind raced. Don't be fooled by this small quantity. It may seem like a small amount when distributed across the entire federal market. But once a reputation is established, the noble customers of the Cosmic City will surely flock to it. While they are snapping up high-end spiritual plants, they will also definitely boost the sales of other products in Xia's mall. The group could even implement bundled sales. Customers must spend a certain amount at the summer group to be eligible to purchase high-end spiritual plants such as Lingmi and Lingwang. That's exactly what the Zhao group does. Xia Qingya naturally thought of everything that King Wu of the Xia clan and manager Lin could think of. As the interim vice president of the summer group, she has a broader perspective. Xia Qingya's pretty face flushed with excitement, and her delicate body trembled slightly with emotion. The way she looked at Lu Yu was filled with an unusual light. Brother Lu Yu, the acquisition price our group paid was this price. Xia Qingya took a deep breath and directly quoted the company's bottom line. What price are you planning to offer us? As soon as the words left his mouth, both the middle-aged martial arts master and manager Lin felt a jolt in their hearts. It's over. Is the young lady completely infatuated with love? Who reveals their hand at the negotiating table like that? What if Lu Yu makes exorbitant demands? Wouldn't the company's profit margin be squeezed dry? However, Lu Yu smiled. Looking into Xia Qingya's beautiful eyes, which were sincere yet tinged with nervousness, he felt a warmth in his heart. Sister Ye, since you call me brother, we're family. Since I'm doing business with you, Sister Ye, of course I have to offer you the biggest discounts. Let's set the purchase price at 50,000 for the Spirit Li King, and 100,000 for the Spirit Rice, Spirit Garlic King, and Spirit Mushroom King. Lu Yu had some prior knowledge of the current predicament of the Xiatian Group, which was said to be being suppressed by another imperial family in various aspects of its business. Moreover, this acquisition price is actually the price paid to Baker and Starry Sky. Song Yu, standing to the side, also waved her hand heartily. Sister Ye, we're family, we're all family. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingya was instantly moved beyond words. She knew that Lu Yu and his wife were supporting her and her family's Xiatian Group with their actions. Okay. Then I thank you both, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu. Lili watched with amusement and whispered in Xia Qingya's ear. Sister Ye, your Xiao Yu is so good to you, aren't you touched? The middle-aged martial arts master, manager Lin, and the other senior executives of the group were all stunned. The heated debates and intense exchanges they had anticipated did not materialize at all. Instead, there are discounts that are far below market prices. In an instant, their goodwill towards Lu Yu and his wife skyrocketed. Look at this young, ordinary couple. How simple and straightforward this is. The subsequent transaction process went incredibly smoothly. Billions of star coins were quickly transferred to Lu Yu's account through the account given to Xia Qingya by the group. The transaction is complete. Xia Qingya looked at the storage ring in her hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Of course, Xiatian Group also returned the 2 empty low-grade storage rings to Lu Yu. The extra one was a gift from the group to Lu Yu. Xia Qingya looked at Lu Yu and rose again, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Your cultivation levels have improved far too quickly. This speed far surpasses those geniuses who have broken the Federation's records. They're probably more than just 3-star talent, right? Lu Yu and Rose exchanged a smile, but neither spoke. Just then, Xia Qingya's phone vibrated slightly. She glanced down and saw a message from the patriarch of the Jiangnan branch of the clan. Xia Rong's message was short, but Xia Qingya's expression changed drastically after reading it. She looked up abruptly, staring at Lu Yu in shock. Xiao Yu, a few days ago, 4 late-stage martial masters and 1 peak martial master assassins came to kill you? Xia Rong said that you and your servant easily dealt with them all? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on the second floor froze once again. Lili, Xia Clan Martial King, Manager Lin, and others all looked at Lu Yu and his servant with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. 5 martial arts assassins. One of them is at the peak of the martial master level. How could they so easily turn the tide against such a lineup? Seeing this, Lu Yu briefly recounted what had happened that night. After hearing this, everyone, including the two knowledgeable martial kings, was deeply shocked. An unparalleled and breathtaking experience. This is something a 3-star martial artist could never do. This is definitely at least a 4-star rating. For star aptitude, that's the potential of a peerless prodigy who could become a martial emperor. Compared to Lu Yu, Zhao Xi's, who was hailed as the prodigy of the Zhao family, was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Moreover, with Lu Yu's extraordinary ability to make money, he will never lack cultivation resources. At that moment, the same thoughts simultaneously popped into the minds of King Wu of the Xia clan and manager Lin. If the young lady really marries Lu Yu, then they would absolutely agree wholeheartedly. Previously, they had expressed some reservations about the ambiguous relationship between the young lady and a commoner. In retrospect, they were blind. This is no ordinary person, this is clearly a hidden dragon about to take flight. Xia Qingya snapped out of her daze and, without hesitation, immediately dialed the phone numbers of City Lord Mo and Xia Rong. Her tone left no room for argument. Lord Mo, Uncle Rong, I demand that you protect the safety of Lu Yu and his wife no matter what the Yang family does. The two people on the other end of the phone readily agreed. Although Xia Qingya had no right to give them orders. However, they were naturally extremely happy to gain the favor of an imperial clan's young lady in the Xia clan. Besides, Xia Qingya herself is a top-tier talent at Samsung, and her family is wealthy and has resources. He has a good chance of becoming a martial arts saint in the future. The atmosphere became incredibly harmonious during the rest of the lunch break. Lu Yu personally cooked a sumptuous feast for everyone, using the freshest spiritual plants and exotic beast meat. Golden and fragrant spirit rice, and a delicious and smooth king oyster mushroom stew with meat. Every dish was praised by the Xiatian group members, who ate with gusto. After the meal, Xia Qingya led the group, who had returned laden with spoils, and prepared to return to Universe City. Lu Yu personally escorted them to the store entrance. Before leaving, Xia Qingya held Lu Yu's hand, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping herself. She really wanted to ask Lu Yu how he felt about his older sister. But when the words reached her lips, Xia Qingya found it difficult to speak, and her cheeks flushed slightly. In the end, she simply said softly, "From now on, I will personally be in charge of this procurement route for the group. I will come down to see you often." Looking at her shy expression, Lu Yu understood. He nodded emphatically, "Okay, Sister Qingya." He's determined to take Qingya as his girlfriend. However, Song Yu is about to give birth, so it's really not the right time for her to talk about love. Lili, who was watching from the side, was getting anxious and couldn't help but call out, "Sister Ye, be bolder." Unfortunately, Xia Qingya ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. She just gave her best friend a reproachful glare before hurriedly leaving with her entourage. Chapter 40. My son, Lunan, has the potential to become a martial god. Galaxy City, the heart of the Galactic Federation, is a colossal star city suspended in the sea of stars. Countless starships, like streaks of light, shuttled back and forth in the space city's shipping lanes. Skyscrapers pierced the clouds, their neon lights illuminating every face, whether excited or weary. When the starship landed smoothly at the spaceport, Xia Qingya didn't even rest for a moment before taking her companions on a hovercar and heading straight for the headquarters of Xiatian Group. Not long after, a single message, like a storm, swept across the entire Federation in an instant. Breaking news! Xiatian Group announces that its Xia's shopping mall will begin selling limited quantities of premium spiritual plants, including top-grade spiritual rice, spiritual mushroom king, spiritual leek king, and spiritual garlic king, starting today. The eligibility requirements are extremely strict. You must spend at least 2 million star coins at Xia's mall every day to qualify for the purchase of 1 pound of spiritual plants. Limited quantity, first come first served, while supplies last. The announcement spread throughout the Federation via the holographic network in just 1 hour. The entire aristocratic circle of the Federation was in an uproar. What? Xiatian Group got their hands on high-end spiritual plants? Didn't the Zhao family cut off all their distribution channels? Who cares how they got them? This level of spiritual plant has extremely pure spiritual energy and a very high absorption and conversion rate. I must buy it. I've been stuck at the mid-stage of Martial Master for 3 years, this is my chance. A 2 million spending threshold? Who do you think you are? Let's go on a shopping spree at Xia's department store. Countless noble sons and prodigies were abuzz with discussion. They knew that, besides talent, the most important factor in improving one's cultivation level was resources. High-end spiritual plants are undoubtedly one of the most cost-effective resources. Eating one meal a day can greatly help in breaking through bottlenecks. The aristocratic children went crazy. Even some veteran martial arts masters and grandmasters who frequently went on adventures, and even some old martial kings who rarely showed their faces, were moved by the news. They all went to the nearest Siage shopping mall to snap up the goods. As for experts above the martial saint level, the effects of consuming spiritual plants in the short term are minimal. Furthermore, as martial arts masters, they would not come in person to compete with a group of low-level martial artists for goods. For a time, Siage shopping mall in Galaxy Universe City was packed with people and bustling with traffic. In stark contrast is Zhao's department store, a subsidiary of the Zhao Group. The once bustling shops are now deserted. Upon hearing the news, the martial artists all rushed to the other side. The low-end spiritual plants on their shelves looked ridiculous in the face of the impact from the Xia Tian Group. Send more personnel. All martial grandmasters and martial kings on leave must return to their posts and oversee the major shopping malls. The Xia family's top leadership issued an emergency order. The federal government also reacted quickly, dispatching a large number of federal urban management teams, armed with guns, to maintain order outside Xia's shopping mall. To prevent fights from breaking out due to panic buying. In just 10 days, the batch of spiritual plants that had astonished Xia Qingya and King Wu sold out completely. Of course, this is due to purchase restrictions, otherwise, they would have been sold out on the first day. Summer Group's accounts saw its funds snowball, resulting in enormous profits. Other industries of the Xia clan, such as elixirs, medicinal herbs, weapons, and clothing, have seen their sales soar due to their association with spiritual plants. Summer Group headquarters building, top floor conference room. President Xing Yuqing sat in the main seat, radiant, her previous gloom gone. Qingya, you did a great job this time. She praised her daughter without reservation. The directors and managers present were all beaming with joy. Yes, this is truly our lucky star. She turned the group's losses around in an instant, turning a loss into a profit. I passed by Zhao's shopping mall this morning, and it was absolutely desolate. Now it's their turn to worry. Xin Yuqing's gaze fell on her daughter, with a meaningful look in her eyes. Xingya, that Lu Yu is an unparalleled genius. This important source of spiritual plants must not be cut off. Mom knows you know your limits, but when necessary, you, the young lady of the Xia clan, can take the initiative. Xin Yuqing is eager to have her grandson. Since Xia Qingya looks down on those Federation prodigies, then being with Lu Yu would be a good choice. Xia Qingya blushed slightly and said reproachfully, Mom, are you in such a hurry to sell your daughter? Ha ha ha. Inside the meeting room, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was extremely relaxed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Zhao Group, the atmosphere, however, was very oppressive. Zhao Buozhu sat in the president's seat, his face ashen. Zhao Xiais, standing beside him, clenched his fists and had a sinister look in his eyes. The sales director finished reporting the sales data for the past 10 days with trembling hands, his forehead covered in cold sweat. In other words, our customer traffic has dropped by 80% or 90%? Zhao Buozhu's voice was hoarse and cold. Yes, President. Zhao Buozhu suddenly turned his head and stared at his son, Xiais. Didn't you say that you had destroyed all of the Xia family's spiritual plant planet acquisition channels? Where did this batch of goods come from? Zhao Xiais looked bewildered, even a little aggrieved. Father, I've been traveling all over the place these past few days, visiting every known planet with spiritual plants. We've definitely ruined the Xia family's acquisition business. Could it be that a new planet dedicated to spiritual plants has appeared in the Milky Way? One executive speculated. The purchasing director immediately chimed in, President, we must gather intelligence immediately and find out exactly where the Xia family sourced their goods. Zhao Xiai shouted, that's right. Find out. As long as there's a new production area, no matter the cost, we'll snatch it up at a high price. I refuse to believe that with the Zhao family's wealth, we can't outmaneuver the declining Xia family. How could he marry Xia Qingya, the woman he longed for, without ruining the Xia family's finances? The Zhao family is now at the height of its power, and its assets have indeed surpassed those of the Xia family by a great deal. Investigate. Zhao Buozhu slammed his hand on the table, issuing a firm order. Jiangnan City, People's Hospital. Wow. A loud cry announced the arrival of a new life. Song lay on the delivery bed, her face somewhat pale, but her eyes radiated maternal glow. Lu Yu held her hand, looking at the little one the nurse was holding, and felt an indescribable surge of excitement in his heart. It's a son, and he looks very handsome and cute. Her skin was fair, her eyes were as bright as obsidian, and her little hands were constantly waving. He'll definitely grow up to be a handsome and dashing man, just like his father, Lu Yu. Ding! Congratulations, host, your first offspring has been born. Detected offspring possesses innate 3-star aptitude, with a hidden S-rank talent awakening at age 18. Because he is the host's first offspring, the system has automatically upgraded his hidden talent to an SS level talent, Heaven and Earth Sword Heart. The host is rewarded with 2,000 All Heavens member points. Congratulations, host! Your All Heavens membership level has been upgraded to Silver member. A series of system notifications filled Lu Yu with excitement. With an aptitude of 3 stars or higher, as long as there are enough resources, one can theoretically cultivate to the level of a martial god. This is what the system said earlier. As for SS level talents, this is practically paving a broad road for the path to becoming a martial god. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that when Songyu conceived, his own aptitude wasn't as high as it had been otherwise. His eldest son's aptitude would probably have been even more extraordinary. My son, you are destined to be a martial god. Lu Yu couldn't help but whisper. Upon hearing this, Songyu smiled happily and said, Honey, let's name our son. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then looked tenderly at the mother and son. Let's name him Lu Nan, since we and this son were all born in Jiangnan base city. Lu Nan. Songyu murmured, her eyes full of affection, this is a nice name. The hospital staff came forward to congratulate him. Lu Yu was in a great mood and immediately gave the female doctor who delivered the baby a red envelope containing 2 million star coins, while the other medical staff each received 1 million. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is so generous. The medical staff were overjoyed. This sum of money was equivalent to their annual salary. Lu Yu and Rose carefully led Songyu and her son into the hospital's car to go home. When he got out of the car, Lu Yu casually gave the driver a 1 million yuan tip. The driver thanked him repeatedly, so excited that he almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Not long after returning home, Xia Qingya and Li Li came again with their entourage. Of course, Xia Qingya also knew in advance that Songyu had given birth. Besides receiving goods, she and Li Li also planned to spend more time with Songyu this time. Songyu just gave birth, and Li Li and I came to keep her company. Let us give this batch of goods to General Manager Lin to take back. Xia Qingya said with a serious expression. Lin Wei has now been promoted to General Manager of Xia Tian Group. Of course, she agreed to her young mistress's request. Lu Yu looked at Xia Qingya and Li Li, and nodded with a smile. So, under the pretext of taking care of Songyu, Xia Qingya and Li Li moved directly into the vacant building next to Lu Yu's house. Lin Wei and the others from the summer group were responsible for taking the new goods prepared by Lu Yu back to Universe City. The days that followed became both warm and ambiguous. Besides cultivating, farming with Rose, Lu Yu spends his days taking care of Songyu and the newborn Lu Nan. Xia Qingya and Li Li, on the other hand, came here every day. Under the guise of taking care of the new mother, she actually spent most of her time chatting with Lu Yu or teasing little Lu Nan. As Lu Yu and Xia Qingya get to know each other better, their feelings for each other gradually deepen. The thin veil separating them was getting thinner and thinner. From walking side by side to accidental touches, and then to naturally holding hands and playing around, everything happened naturally. Songyu and Li Li watched with delight, and from time to time, they would even add fuel to the fire. That evening, Lu Yu and Xia Qingya were taking a walk in the park behind the store. Xia Qingya suddenly stopped, a blush rising on her cool and pretty face. Lu Yu, let's establish a romantic relationship first. She turned her head slightly away, not daring to look Lu Yu in the eye. Our Xia family imperial clan has high requirements for sons-in-law, and I don't want to have children so soon. Let's talk about marriage after we both break through to the martial grandmaster level, okay? The two have been getting too close lately. It's time to define their relationship. Xia Qingya made up an excuse. Actually, they were afraid that the persistent Zhao Shiais would harm Lu Yu out of jealousy. Once Lu Yu advances to the martial grandmaster level, he will receive higher level attention from the Xia clan and the Federation. By then, it will be difficult for Zhao Shiais to do anything to him. Lu Yu had no idea what Xia Qingya was thinking. He only heard the phrase, confirming a romantic relationship. Okay, Qingya, I'll listen to you. I will cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the martial grandmaster level as soon as possible. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Yu pulled the tall, mature woman in front of him into a tight embrace. Yes, Sister Ya's heart is truly magnificent. Lu Yu didn't think it would take a long time to advance to the martial grandmaster level. Besides, once Yujie becomes his girlfriend, he definitely won't hold back. When the time is right, get on the train first and buy the ticket later. Ahem, of course, this is also to give Sister Ye a warm home. Xia Qingya leaned against Lu Yu's firm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and felt a sense of peace. Today, she finally became her sworn brother's girlfriend and future wife. During this period, with the supply of abundant resources and high-end spiritual plants, everyone's cultivation level began to soar in a new round. Xia Qingya and Lili both broke through to the peak of the martial master level. Rose also successfully advanced to the late stage of martial master. Lu Yu, on the other hand, steadily stepped into the mid-stage of martial master. You two are really freaks. Xia Qingya and Lili looked at Lu Yu and Rose, laughing and scolding, but their eyes were full of amazement. Chapter 41 Zhao Shiais arrives with the Zhao group. Lu Yu has been living a very comfortable life lately. With Rose helping to take care of the spiritual plants in the garden, he spent most of his time with his new girlfriend, Xia Qingya. The two had just established their relationship and were enjoying a blissful time together. Xia Qingya has a unique, delicate orchid fragrance. Every time Lu Yu holds Sister Ye's delicate body, he feels refreshed, comfortable, and warm. Of course, there was also the urge to eat Yujie up. In the living room, Lili, Li's best friend, looked at the two people embracing and playing on the sofa, her eyes filled with envy. She also longed to have a young, strong, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend like that. After Lu Yu and Xia Qingya came downstairs, holding her son Lu Nan, Songya smiled at Lili and said, "Sister Li, judging from your eyes, you want to be part of our family too?" Rose listened quietly to Lili, her golden eyes glancing at her without uttering a sound. Lili lowered her voice and smiled at Songyu and Rose. "Sister Li, I really envy the atmosphere of your family." Rose snorted, "You're just lusting after my master's body." Lili, being a former female military officer, had a forthright personality and naturally felt no embarrassment. She teased Rose, "Little Rose, I'm just lusting after your master, so what?" Rose gave a soft hum and said nothing more. She knew, of course, that she couldn't hurt her master's friend. Songyu smiled and put his arm around Lili's shoulder, and the two women huddled together and whispered to each other. Meanwhile, in the distant galactic city, the atmosphere at the Zhao Group headquarters was oppressive. "Found it, Mr. President." An intelligence executive rushed into the conference room and handed a report to the Zhao father and son. Zhao Boizhu grabbed the report, and Zhao Shiais also hurriedly came over to take a look. The Xia Tian Group's warships have been frequently entering and exiting the number 8077 spacetime wormhole recently. Our spies planted in various airports finally located this target through data analysis. Zhao Boizhu's eyes narrowed. Spacetime wormhole number 8077. Isn't that a shortcut to the Blue Star? Zhao Shiais then saw the next message in the report. Our distributor in Jiangnan City, Yangjiadin Pharmacy, reported that its business was being suppressed by a new force supported by Xia Tian Group, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Previously, the Zhao Group had focused all its energy on the Universe City, busy suppressing the Xia Tian Group's acquisition of various spiritual plant planets. They didn't take dealers in rural areas like Azure Star seriously at all. This report had been shelved for a while and has only been unearthed now. Zhao Shiai suddenly remembered something. "Father, I remember that not long ago, Xia Qingya went to Jiangnan City under the pretext of exploring ancient ruins." The three messages are linked together. Zhao Boizhu and his son Zhao Shiais exchanged a glance, both seeing the realization and anger in each other's eyes. What a fine family the Xia family is. What a fine Xia Qingya is. Zhao Boizhu slammed his hand on the table, and the hard alloy tabletop shattered instantly. So they found a new, higher quality source of goods on that rural planet. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Shiai's eyes. "Father, let me go. I'll personally lead a team to Jiangnan City and seize this new channel. I want to see just who dares to suppress our Zhao family's distributors." Zhao Boizhu nodded. "Okay, bring 2 martial kings with you on this trip, as well as the group's negotiation experts. Also, other members of the federal parliament from other families have been keeping a close eye on our Zhao family lately, so try not to resort to force. Remember, use a price war. No matter the cost, we must win back the distribution channels." "Yes." Zhao Shiais accepted the order, immediately mustered his men, and boarded the warship bound for Blue Star with high spirits. Jiangnan City. As Zhao Shiais and his entourage drove into Xiaolong Commercial Street, Liu heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's rival in love, Zhao Shiais, is leading a team from the Zhao Group, which includes 2 martial kings, and is about to arrive. The Zhao Group, Zhao Shiais? Lu Yu's eyes turned cold. After this period of close interaction with Xia Qingya, Xia Qingya also told Lu Yu about her family's main rival, the Zhao family, and her ardent suitor, Zhao Xiai's. Therefore, Lu Yu learned of this person's existence. It was because of Zhao Xiai's that Ye Jia had reservations, which is why she only married him after breaking through to the martial grandmaster level. Lu Yu informed Xia Qingya of Zhao Xiai's arrival, and at the same time, he also informed Angel Fanqing through the Zhutian Mall. Angel Star readily agreed, ready to await Lu Yu's summons at any time. Zhao Xiai's is here? Xia Qingya quickly sent a telepathic message in a certain direction. A figure flashed beside her, and another woman appeared. She was a middle-aged woman with a large, burly build and an ordinary appearance, but her aura was as deep and solid as a mountain. She was a late-stage martial king. Lu Yu had seen this woman before. According to Xia Qingya, she was a female bodyguard sent by her mother, Xin Yuqing, to protect her, and her name was Xiong Lang. Xia Qingya called her Aunt Lang. Aunt Lang, thank you for your trouble, Xia Qingya said softly. Xiong Lang, with a premium-grade Chinese cigarette dangling from his lips, nodded and subtly scanned the group of uninvited guests outside the shop with his mental energy. Xia Qingya dialed another number. Uncle Rome, the Zhao family has arrived. Please come over here. Xia Rome on the other end of the phone immediately agreed. Lu Yu and Xia Qingya exchanged a glance, both appearing very calm. Federal laws are strict, especially in base cities. Even members of the imperial family dare not act rashly, lest they incite public anger. Qingya, Lily, Rose, Aunt Lang, let's go downstairs and meet the guests. As Lu Yu spoke, he silently teleported Songyu, who was in confinement after childbirth, and Lu Nan, who was fast asleep, along with the entire room's furnishings, into the home space. Aunt Wang took the day off today. Downstairs. Zhao Xiai's, accompanied by a group of well-dressed executives and the imposing King Wu, was arrogantly interrogating the shop assistants. Where is your shop owner? Tell him to come out and see me. Before Zhao Xiai's and his group arrived at the shop, they had already found out that Xia Tian Group was the one that had been in contact with this shop. Xia Qingya should be inside this so-called feather transformation shop. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs. Zhao Xiai's looked up and saw Lu Yu and Xia Qingya walking down side by side. In that instant, he felt as if the top of his head was covered in green. The goddess he had been longing for was actually spending so intimately with a country boy. Zhao Xiai's was instantly consumed by anger and jealousy. Seeing his contorted expression, Xia Qingya spoke first to avoid provoking him, her tone carrying a hint of aloofness. Young Master Zhao, we are discussing business. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Rong from the Xia family of Jiangnan walked in from outside the door. He stood beside Xia Qingya, his aura as a martial king emanating from him. Zhao Xiai's looked at Xiong Lang beside Xia Qingya, and then at Xia Rong who had arrived. The presence of two martial kings forced him to temporarily suppress his anger. The customers who came to the shop to buy pills were completely silent upon seeing this scene. Zhao Xiai's turned his sinister gaze to Lu Yu. You are the plant supplier for the summer group on Blue Star? His voice carried a condescending, interrogative tone. Were our pill distributors and the Yang family of Jiangnan also brought down by you? Lu Yu naturally wouldn't be polite to this rival in love. He looked at him like a clown. What's wrong? Is there something you need, guest? Please leave if there's nothing else, so as not to interfere with Mr. Lu's business. Just then, Zhao Xiai's phone vibrated. It was a message from the Yang family about Lu Yu. Zhao Xiai's glanced at it and was amused by Lu Yu's attitude. Lu Yu, is that right? Very good. He stepped forward and announced arrogantly. I'll take all your spiritual plants. And at a price 30% higher than the Xia families. Lu Yu let out a sneer. TSK, only 30%? Do you think I, Lu Yu, lack that little bit of money? Besides, even if you ask for double or triple the price, I still won't sell it to you. He glanced at Xia Qingya beside him. Since I have signed a long-term contract with the Xia family, of course I cannot break the contract. Xia Qingya looked at Zhao Xiai's, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Chapter 42 Marrying Xia Qingya, and rewarding her with martial arts spirit tea. Zhao Xiai secretly resented Lu Yu for being so unyielding. This kid is indeed eyeing his Xia Qingya. But when he looked at the female bodyguard of the martial king beside Xia Qingya, and then at Xia Rong who was eyeing him menacingly, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lu Yu here today. Okay, you're very good. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Xiai's asked, I'll ask you one last question. I'm offering double the price the Xia family pays for your goods. Are you really not going to sell them to our Zhao group? Lu Yu sneered, not for sale. Does your Zhao group intend to forcibly seize our property in Jiangnan City? Let's go. Zhao Xiai's face turned ashen. He knew that staying any longer would only bring him further humiliation. He could only lead a group of people and slink away, intending to go to the Yang family first to find out the specifics. The Yang family mansion. When Yang Boyan saw the Zhao group's hovercar fleet arrive, his old face immediately fell, and he inwardly groaned. He had no choice but to lead his clansmen out to greet them. The Yang family had no desire to get involved in the struggle between the two major imperial families of the Federation. When gods fight, mortals suffer. A moment's carelessness can lead to collateral damage. Besides, that Lu Yu is too strange. Its growth rate is terrifying. Yang Boyan even felt that even Zhao Xiai's, the so-called pride of the Federation, was far inferior to Lu Yu in terms of potential. But when the young master of the Zhao family came to visit in person, he dared not refuse to see him. Inside the living room, under pressure, Yang Boyan had no choice but to tell Zhao Xiai's everything he knew about Lu Yu. He recounted in detail how his good-for-nothing son, Yang Liangji, had suffered setbacks and how his grandson, Yang Wei, had died tragically. The more Zhao Xiai's listened, the gloomier his face became. He had no idea that the kid named Lu Yu was so capable. This child must not be allowed to continue growing. Otherwise, the young lady of the Xia clan would not belong to Zhao Xiai's. Seeing the Yang family's cowardly appearance, as if they didn't want to get involved in the struggle, Zhao Xiai's felt contempt. Lu Yu killed your young master. Your Yang family, however, dare not retaliate. Zhao Xiai's got up to take his leave, preparing to go to the wilderness area to find Yang Liangji, who also hated Lu Yu to the bone, and see if they could join forces to deal with Lu Yu. Night fell. Next door to Lu Yu's house, in the apartment building where Xia Qingya and Li Li were temporarily renting. Inside the training room, Xia Qingya and Li Xian were drenched in sweat. They had just finished their training and were wearing only light sports vests and shorts, which outlined their breathtaking curves. Lu Yu walked over alone. Xiao Lang, who was secretly guarding him, only glanced at him before looking away and continuing to smoke without stopping him. Her orders were not to interfere with the development of the relationship between the young lady and Lu Yu. When Li Li saw Lu Yu come in, she immediately started teasing him with a smile. Xiao Yu, it's so late, why are you coming here? Are you trying to steal our kisses? Lu Yu's gaze swept over Xia Qingya and Li Li's curvaceous bodies, which were covered in sweat, and he chuckled. Yes, I want to steal Xiang Qingya first, and then steal your jade, Li Li. He had long noticed that there was always a different meaning in the way Li Li looked at him. Lu Yu, of course, also had feelings for Li Li. Upon hearing this, both Xia Qingya and Li Li blushed. Li Li quickly waved her hand, her heart beating a little faster. You should try to win over your sister Ye first. After saying that, she ran out of the training room as if she were fleeing. Only Lu Yu and Xia Qingya remained in the room. Xia Qingya felt Lu Yu's naked, aggressive gaze fixed intently on her delicate body. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Xia Qingya wiped the sweat from her body, sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and gave Lu Yu a charming smile. What, you can't hold it in anymore? Lu Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, strode over, and hugged Ye Jie tightly, completely disregarding the fragrant sweat on her body. Sister Ye, now that your suitor Zhao Xiai's has discovered our relationship, then we don't need to be afraid of him anymore. Xia Qingya was held in his arms, feeling his burning heat and strong masculine scent, and her body went slightly limp. She looked at Lu Yu with seductive eyes. Oh? So, Xiao Yu, you want to eat me up right now? Seeing Ye Jie's alluring and seductive demeanor, Lu Yu could no longer resist. He let out a low growl and pounced on Xia Qingya, pinning her down on the soft sofa, showering her with hot kisses. From her red lips to her delicate collarbone, and then to the deeper parts of her face. Xia Qingya let out a hum. She did not refuse, but instead stretched out her arms and tightly wrapped them around Lu Yu's neck. That's enough. Tonight, I'll give my body completely to my beloved Xiao Yu. With that thought in mind, Xia Qingya began to respond proactively. Lu Yu, taking advantage of the situation, began to loosen the restraints of her sports vest, and then her tight hot pants. As the clothes were removed, a flawless jade body was revealed before his eyes. Xia Qingya also began clumsily tearing at Lu Yu's clothes. In the living room outside the practice room, Li Li listened intently to the increasingly urgent sounds coming from inside the door, completely dumbfounded. Her face flushed red, and her heart pounded like a deer. Just then, a tall figure appeared beside her. Bodyguard Xiong Lang appeared, exhaled a smoke ring, and spoke calmly in a tone of someone who had been through it all. It seems that the president's wish to have a grandson will soon be fulfilled. Lily was startled, then gave an awkward laugh. The two women, without any hesitation, stopped eavesdropping and moved to a distance, one in the open and one in the shadows, to keep watch in case anyone intruded. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains. Luyu, lying on the sofa bed, opened his eyes and found himself holding a smooth, jade-like body in his arms. Xia Qingya was still fast asleep, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her beautiful face flushed with a hint of fatigue and satisfaction. He looked down and saw a bright red bloodstain on the white towel on the sofa, as striking as a blooming red plum blossom. Ye Jia has finally become his woman completely. Just then, system notifications sounded in his mind one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your union with Xia Qingya. She has officially become your wife. The host and his wife Xia Qingya's life strength has increased by 1 point. The host has received a reward of 2,000 All Heavens member points. The host has received a reward of 5 acres more spiritual fields in their homestead and an expanded forest. The host has received an additional reward, 1,000 special spiritual plants, martial arts spiritual tea, which have now been automatically planted in the forest of their home space. As the host of this system, completing a union with a woman signifies formal marriage. The spiritual fields have increased by more than 5 acres, and there are also 1,000 martial arts spiritual tea plants? Sister Ye is truly my lucky star. Lu Yu was overjoyed. Martial arts spirit tea is a high-grade spiritual tea that is 2 grades higher in quality than red mist spirit tea. Red mist spirit tea is only a low-grade spirit tea, while martial arts spirit tea is already a high-grade spirit tea. Second only to the legendary supreme spiritual tea, enlightenment tea. Martial arts spirit tea is extremely rare in the entire Galactic Federation. It is said that each pound can fetch a sky-high price of over 3 million star coins. Of course, the growth period of Wudao Lingchai is relatively long, and the tea leaves can only be harvested once a year. However, Lu Yu possesses the S-rank Wood-type talent Myriad Manifestations, which can significantly shorten this harvesting cycle. Aha! Xiao Yu, what are you grinning about? At this moment, Xia Qingya woke up with a soft moan and saw Lu Yu grinning foolishly. She asked him curiously. It's nothing, I'm just so excited that you're becoming my wife, Ye Jia. Lu Yu looked at Sister Ye and pressed down on her with ill intent. Again? Are you a donkey? Xia Qingya said what she wanted to say, but she didn't push Lu Yu away. Another hour later. The two then went into the bathroom and the practice room, washed up, and got dressed. Chapter 43 You fickle little you, taking Sister Ye to farm. Lu Yu and Xia Qingya walked out of the training room hand in hand. In the living room, Lili was brewing the signature red aura spirit tea from the Yuhua shop. As soon as they came out, Lili's face immediately lit up with a mischievous smile. Hey, you two finally got up. The sun's already high in the sky. You two are really something else. Having just experienced a sexual encounter, Xia Qingya possessed a captivating charm in her eyes. She walked over to Lili and reached out to pinch the other's cheek. What, Lili, are you envious? She chuckled and said, then how about I give Lu Yu to you tonight? Lili's face flushed red instantly, and she avoided looking at Lu Yu. Sister Ye, what nonsense are you talking about? Have some tea. Lu Yu smiled as he sized up Lili. Sister Li is great too. While washing up just now, Xia Qingya had already quietly told him that Lili secretly liked him. Of course, Lu Yu himself had already realized it long ago. Despite Lili's usual carefree and playful nature, she is actually quite shy inside. After finishing his tea, Lu Yu walked over to Xia Qingya and put his arm around her shoulder. Then, to Lili's surprise, another arm reached out and put its arm around Lili's shoulder. Let's go home and have dinner. Xia Qingya is his woman now, so it's only natural for him to say he's coming home. As for Lili, she will be one in the future. Go home, for dinner? Lili's body stiffened at Lu Yu's intimate behavior. Upon hearing those words, a warm feeling instantly welled up in her heart, and a hint of surprise quietly appeared on her pretty face. Xiao Yu is treating her like family now. Lili was born in an orphanage in Universe City and longed for a home of her own since she was a child. However, while attending academy in the Cosmic City, she had seen far too many aristocratic youths who enjoyed toying with girls. Nature avoided them. With her S-level talent, she naturally looked down on ordinary boys. Lili suddenly broke free from Lu Yu's arm and said angrily, You heartless little you just made a move on my Miss Xia, and now you want to make a move on me? You should at least show some consideration for the young lady's feelings. Lu Yu and Xia Qingya exchanged a smile, both realizing that she was saying one thing but meaning another. Xia Qingya said with a smile, "It seems that it's not easy for our sister Li to get Xiaoyu. In fact, Li is a year older than Xia Qingya. She used to call Qingya sister Ya out of respect for the young lady." "Lu Yu, really, honey? I'll try my best." Xiong walked into the living room with a cigarette dangling from her lips. She exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Tsk tisk, it's so good to be young." At Lu Yu's house, everyone ate breakfast together. The atmosphere was warm and inviting. After the meal, Lu Yu gave Xia Qingya a wink. Xia Qingya understood and said to Li and Xiong, "Lily, Aunt Lang, you two should go back to the next room to cultivate first." Li clicked her tongue and said, "Look at you all, aren't you afraid of working yourselves to death?" Xiong nodded, maintaining his expressionless demeanor. After sending them away, Lu Yu ignored Song Yu and her son in the living room, as well as the housekeeper, Aunt Wang, who was doing housework. He took Rose and Xia Qingya to the rooftop on the third floor. He said to Xia Qingya, "I'll take you to a nice place." Xia Qingya vaguely guessed what was going on, and with a smile on her beautiful face, she nodded gently. With a thought, Lu Yu, carrying the two women, teleported to his home base. The next instant, the scene before my eyes shifted dramatically. Xia Qingya felt a blur before her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was completely stunned. A surge of spiritual energy, so rich it was almost tangible, washed over her, causing every pore on her body to open up. Before me stretched a vast expanse of golden rice paddies, the rice ears plump and exuding a delightful aroma. Not far away, the garlic king and leek king were growing vigorously, each stalk radiating a faint, precious light. A clear stream meanders through a dense forest, its waters babbling merrily. Beside the stream, a sacred spring was bubbling up, and a light mist even condensed above the water. Where is this? Xia Qingya's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This mysterious place is surprisingly rich in spiritual energy. It's many times more concentrated than the cultivation Holy Land in the core area of the cosmic city. Lu Yu took her hand and smiled, "Sister Ya, aren't you curious about how I acquired so many spiritual plants? This is the answer. His system imposes an absolute loyalty requirement on his wives and concubines. They will never betray him. There is no risk in telling Sister Ya the secrets of your home space. Xiaoyu, do you have a spatial talent of SSR level or higher?" He nodded upon seeing Lu Yu. All of Xia Qingya's doubts suddenly became clear at this moment. "I see. Top-tier talent, above SS level, is SSR level, and even higher than SSR is the legendary SSS level. It is said that SSS level talents have been extremely rare in the entire history of the Galactic Federation." Although Lu Yu didn't explain much, Xia Qingya guessed that Xiaoyu's spatial talent was at least SSS level. Xiaoyu actually possesses an SSS level spatial talent. My god. No wonder he could so easily produce so many top-tier spiritual plants and supply them continuously to the Xiatian group. Looking at the 5 acres of fertile spiritual fields still lying vacant in the distance, Xia Qingya asked curiously, "Why aren't those fields planted?" Lu Yu smiled and said, "They've only just appeared, let's plant them together. This was a system reward after I married Xia Qingya." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingya became certain that her husband's spatial talent was SSS level. Because she had never heard of SSR and SS level talents being able to grow. Upon hearing this, Rose immediately raised her little hand, her big golden eyes filled with excitement. "Yay! Let's farm." Xia Qingya was also infected by the atmosphere and smiled sweetly. "Okay." The efficiency of 3 martial arts masters working together was astonishing. Before Lu Yu, there were only some spiritual plant seeds left that hadn't been planted. The spiritual plants themselves can also be propagated. Turning the soil, sowing seeds, and irrigating with the spiritual spring water all done in one go. Rose, in particular, works like a tireless mother dragon, with swift and powerful movements. Even 3 Xia Qingyas and 3 Lu Yas couldn't work as fast as she alone. Soon, the 5 acres of vacant spiritual fields were filled with spiritual garlic kings, spiritual leek kings, and spiritual rice. After planting the crops, Lu Yu led the 2 women into the vast forest. Xia Qingya naturally saw the countless king spirit mushrooms on the rows of wooden frames at the edge of the woods, and she was amazed all the way. Rose looked around and suddenly stopped. "Hey, master, why are there so many low bushes in the woods?" She leaned closer to a bush and sniffed it. "The leaves on these shrubs smell so good." Xia Qingya also came over. She picked a tender leaf and held it to her nose to smell it. A refreshing fragrance wafted into her nostrils, instantly making her feel relaxed and invigorated. This fragrance, it makes one's understanding of martial arts clearer, could it be? As the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, her knowledge far surpasses that of Rose. Seeing her shocked expression, Lu Yu smiled and revealed the answer. That's right, these shrubs are the martial arts spirit tea tree. Boom! The name struck Rose and Xia Qingya like a thunderclap. Both of them stood there, stunned. Xia Qingya understood even more clearly what the martial arts spirit tea meant. That is a top-grade spiritual tea that is 100 times more precious than red mist spiritual tea. It is extremely rare and has an immeasurable and enormous effect on martial arts cultivation. As long as Lu Yu hands over these martial arts spirit teas to the Xia Tian Group for management, the Xia Tian Group will be able to completely monopolize the high-end spiritual plant business in the Federation, and may even use this as an opportunity to crush the Zhao Group in one fell swoop. Lu Yu saw through her thoughts and comforted her. Don't worry, sister Ya, the martial arts spirit tea will definitely be traded with your family's Xia Tian Group. I'll use my wood-type talent to help these spirit tea trees grow stronger. Having said that, he activated his innate talent of myriad phenomena. Emerald green life energy surged from his palms and merged into each spiritual tea tree. Xia Qingya was utterly shocked. Lu Yu actually possesses two talents. What an extraordinary and heaven-defying genius. He was even discovered by Xia Qingya, who then became his husband. What a stroke of luck. Xia Qingya and Rose also picked up plastic buckets and fetched water from the spiritual spring to irrigate the spiritual tea trees. After a series of operations, tea leaves that originally took a year to mature and be harvested can now be harvested in just 1 month. Looking at the tender buds that shimmered with precious light, Lu Yu smiled and picked some. In fact, the effects of immature martial arts spirit tea far surpassed those of inferior red mist spirit tea. Let's go out and try the taste first. Lu Yu teleported the two women out, and then had Xia Qingya call Lili and Xiongling over. The living room was filled with the aroma of tea. Lu Yu, Songyu, Rose, Xia Qingya, Lili, and Xiongling sat together, enjoying the freshly brewed martial arts spirit tea. Aunt Wang, who helped Songyu take care of her children, also had a taste of it. As soon as the tea entered my mouth, a warm current instantly spread to my limbs and bones. The rich aroma of the tea lingers on the palate. Everyone felt refreshed and invigorated, their internal energy became more active, and the bottlenecks in their martial arts cultivation showed signs of loosening. Even Xionglang, who was a martial king, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is truly excellent tea. I never imagined that our son-in-law's family would possess martial arts spiritual tea. She hadn't had this level of spiritual tea in a long time. On the other side, above the wilderness, a dark blue interstellar warship slowed down and flew at low altitude. Inside the warship, Zhao Xiai sat in the main seat, looking at the desolate scene displayed on the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. On the desolate wilderness, strange beasts roar and monsters roam freely. However, the leaders of the strange beasts and monsters on the continent of Azure Star are at most Beast King level, equivalent to Martial King of the human race. Zhao Xiai's brought 2 martial kings and many martial grandmasters with him this time, so he was naturally not afraid of being attacked by high-level alien beasts. What surprised him was the large number of hunting teams in the wilderness. On the screen, intense battles are unfolding. Countless martial artists perished in the jaws of hordes of strange beasts. Chapter 44 Yang Liangji escapes death and offers advice to young Master Zhao. The martial artists form small teams to fight to the death against strange beasts and monsters, hunting them down in exchange for money and cultivation resources. Among them are many martial arts masters and martial arts grandmasters. The martial artists here are actually no less capable than those in our universe city. Zhao Xiais couldn't help but sigh. One of the Zhao family martial kings beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, the martial arts atmosphere on Azure Star is very strong, and the fighting spirit is very high. In fact, the competition among martial artists in the Cosmic City is even more intense, so they naturally have to work even harder. What Zhao Xiais and the others saw was the fierce fighting between the martial artists from Jiangnan and Huachuan cities. This is partly due to the influence of Lu Yu's feather transformation shop in both cities. Lu Yu's shop had already become famous, and even martial artists from neighboring cities often came to buy elixirs and other resources. Purchasing martial arts resources naturally requires a lot of money. On the warship, a martial arts master was operating a device, inputting Yang Liangji's genetic code to conduct a wide-ranging search. In a distant valley, the roars of battle shook the heavens and the earth. Yang Liangji and his temporary team of 2 martial arts masters and 3 martial arts instructors were hunting down the wild boars and other strange beasts in the area. This valley is very large and is inhabited by a large number of exotic animals such as red wild boars and black wild boars. Most of these wild boar beasts are of the beast general level, and some are of the lord level. Their materials and magic cores are all quite valuable. This martial arts team came from the neighboring city of Huachuan Base. They knew Yang Liangji before, and one of them had even received help from Yang Liangji in the past. Therefore, they did not care about his feud with Lu Yu, the prodigy of Jiangnan City. Besides, they were only teaming up with Yang Liangji. They didn't intend to fight Lu Yu together with Yang Liangji. They had just killed a red boar lord. This is a mid-level lord-level Sao, with a huge body and a humanoid standing posture. Its defense is extremely high, and its earth-type combat skills are quite troublesome. The lord was equivalent to the martial grandmaster realm, and it took them a considerable amount of time to kill him. Wow, this Sao lord actually has 2 magic cores inside her. Lord-level magic cores are extremely valuable and are an important material for forging martial grandmaster-level weapons. Pigskin can be used to make leather armor. We can't let that Sao's flesh go to waste. We're rich. The group excitedly disemboweled the Sao lord, tearing out its heart and lungs. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of the valley. The ground shook violently. A white wild boar, as large as a small mountain, charged out. This is a male wild boar with tusks like sharp swords and exuding a terrifying aura of a peak lord. The boar lord stared at his wife's mangled carcass on the ground, then looked at the crowd with bloodshot eyes. Oh no! It's a white boar lord at the peak of the lord level. This Sao lord must be her mate. She's about to go berserk. Get out of here immediately. The team's expressions changed drastically. Without even bothering to collect the Sao lord's corpse, they immediately fled. Among them, the strongest captain was only at the late stage of martial grandmaster, and was no match for this white boar. However, their speed is nowhere near that of a beast at the peak of the lord level. The white boar lord rampaged wildly, and a martial artist, unable to dodge in time, was pierced by its tusks and torn in two. Blood stained the earth red. Everyone was terrified and fled in a frenzy. But the white boar lord was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with another person, and its huge hoof came down, crushing the martial artist into a bloody pulp. Despair gripped the hearts of Yang Liangji and the others. I, Yang Liangji, have yet to avenge my great grudge. Am I to perish in this valley? Yang Liangji, flying in mid-air, was filled with sorrow as he watched helplessly as a white wild boar, also flying through the air, rapidly approached from behind. How dare this beast harm people? Just then, an incomparably terrifying palm print descended from the sky, striking the white boar lord precisely on the head. Boom! The once invincible white boar lord didn't even have time to scream before his massive head exploded, and his enormous body crashed to the ground. Yang Liangji and the others looked up in shock. A starship hovered in mid-air, and a group of distinguished-looking people jumped down. The young man at the head of the group was handsome and had an arrogant demeanor. Behind him were 2 martial king-level experts and several martial grandmasters. You are Zhao Shiais, the young master of the Federal Zhao Group? Yang Liangji recognized the person who had come, and a look of surprise and delight immediately appeared on his face. One of the Zhao family's martial princes standing next to Zhao Shiai's eyes turned cold, and he retorted, "How dare you call me Zhao Shiais?" Yang Liangji was jolted awake and quickly raised his hand to slap himself. Yes, I should call in young Master Zhao. Zhao Shiais waved his hand, a fake smile on his face. You must be Yang Liangji? Brother Yang, there's no need for such formalities. I've come to you to deal with Lu Yu, the prodigy of Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this, the 3 surviving members of the Huachuan City martial arts team paled in shock. They quickly collected the bodies of the 2 fallen martial artists, made an excuse, and hurriedly took their leave. What a joke! They were just hunting beasts together to make money. They had no intention of getting involved in the struggle between the 2 great imperial families of the Federation. They certainly knew that Lu Yu, the newly crowned prodigy, was the spokesperson for the Xiatian group in Jiangnan City. If the Zhao group wants to deal with him, then they are essentially dealing with the Xia clan. Their willingness to team up with Yang Liangji in the past was only out of consideration for their past relationship. Zhao Shiais did not try to stop them, nor did he even glance at them. He did not order his men to kill them to silence them. First, it's unnecessary. Secondly, the Federal Academy's education of martial artists is very successful. Whether they are from wealthy families or are commoners, when they encounter other humans in the wilderness, they generally do not think of killing them first. Zhao Shiais walked up to Yang Liangji and stated his purpose directly. Yang Liangji was overjoyed upon hearing this. He knew that Zhao Shiais had sought him out because he was more familiar with Lu Yu. He's finally found a powerful backer. Young Master Zhao, you've come to the right person. Yang Liangji quickly revealed his thoughts, his eyes flashing with resentment. That Lu Yu, although his strength has improved rapidly, he also has weaknesses, namely that he is too sentimental and his foundation is still shallow. Since Lu Yu and Xia Qingya have Martial King level experts by their side, hiring assassins won't help, but we can lure them out of the city. The strongest member of the Azure Star branch of the Bloodblade organization is only at the Martial King realm. Zhao Shiais asked with great interest, "Oh? How do you lead it?" Yang Liangji smiled sinisterly and said, "I understand the wilderness and know some remote but resource-rich areas. We can spread the word that a sacred fruit that can help a baby establish a strong foundation has been discovered somewhere. Lu Yu's wife, Song Yu, has just given birth. He will surely be tempted by the prospect of having a son. As soon as he leaves the city, we'll set up a trap so he won't return. A top-grade spiritual herb, the sacred embryo fruit, which can enhance an infant's hidden talents and even aptitude." Zhao Shiais shook his head after hearing this. This plan is too crude. Lu Yu may not fall for it. After all, such top-grade spiritual herbs are rarely seen even in some low-level secret realms. Of course, there is also a very low probability of it appearing in the wild. However, after learning about Lu Yu's rise to power, Zhao Shiais did not think he was so easily fooled. Yang Liangji quickly added, "Young master, we can also use a two-pronged approach. Lu Yu's Ascension Shop is now the leading enterprise in the pill market of Jiangnan City. We can start from this point and ruin his reputation. We can find someone to pose as a customer, pretend to suffer a qi deviation after taking his pills, and then spread the word that his pills are defective. At the same time, the young master can bribe some media outlets, create public opinion, and even get the Federal Drug Regulatory Agency involved in the investigation. Even if we can't shut down his shop, he'll be distracted and more likely to fall into our trap." Zhao Shiai's eyes lit up. Although Yang Liangji's martial arts talent was average, he was indeed cunning and treacherous. "Fine. My Zhao family controls quite a few media outlets. I'm going to take down the Xia family too. This way, even if we can't bring Lu Yu down, we'll still disgust him and the Xia family to death." He patted Yang Liangji on the shoulder, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "After this is done, I will take you to the city of the universe, where you will have a brighter future than before." "Thank you, young master." Yang Liangji knelt down excitedly and kowtowed to Zhao Shiais. He could almost see Lu Yu being tortured to death by them, and him finally getting his revenge. Chapter 45 The Power of Top-Tier Conglomerates, Yuhua Shop sealed off. Lu Yu's shop is still doing brisk business. That day, several martial artists who were queuing to buy medicine started chatting. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough to be heard inside the shop. "Have you heard? Someone has discovered the sacred embryo fruit in the demon ape forest, more than 300 kilometers outside the city." "Really? That place is extremely dangerous, with beast kings like the demon ape king and the demon spider king lurking there. Even a martial king would be in serious trouble if he went in." "It's absolutely true. It's said to be a top-grade elixir for improving an infant's aptitude, and now several large hunting groups are rushing over there like madmen." Lu Yu, who was shipping goods to the store clerk, heard this but remained unmoved. He certainly knew about the sacred pregnancy fruit, which could enhance the aptitude of infants under 1 year old. However, at most, it can only be upgraded to a 3-star qualification. As for its effect on improving talent, the effect is rather average. Of course, this would be a miracle cure for any parent. However, Lu Yu's son, Lu Nan, was born with a 3-star aptitude and his hidden talent was enhanced by the system, so the sacred embryo fruit was of little use to him. During dinner that evening, he casually mentioned it to Xia Qingya and Song Yu. Song Yu was feeding her son animal milk when she was the first to shake her head. "It's too dangerous there. It's not worth risking your life for something like that." Xia Qingya agreed, "That's right, there are several Beast King level monsters in that area, we don't need to go. If we really need one, we can just buy one later. Such top-tier treasures occasionally appear at the auction house in the Cosmic City. Lu Yu is not short of money now, so of course he can afford it." "Yes, I'll listen to my wives," Lu Yu said with a smile. He wasn't planning on going. Rose and Lily remained silent, enjoying the spiritual plant with gusto. The peaceful days didn't last long before trouble came knocking on their door. That morning, shortly after the feathered transformation shop opened, a commotion arose outside. A group of fierce-looking martial artists blocked the entrance. They looked unfamiliar and didn't seem to be locals from Jiangnan City. The leader, a burly man with martial arts skills and a face full of scars, pointed at the shop signboard and started cursing. "You shady businessman, Lu Yu. You're selling fake medicine that's killing people. Get out here right now." Behind him, several people carried 2 stretchers covered with white sheets and threw them directly at the shop entrance with a bang. They turned out to be 2 corpses of martial arts masters. Swish, swish, swish. Reporters who had been lying in wait swarmed around like sharks smelling blood, their flashes going off like crazy. The 2 shop assistants immediately notified Lu Yu. Lu Yu, Xiaoqingya, Lili, Rose, and others came down. Seeing this farce unfold before him, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and quietly activated his appraisal technique. A reporter under the Zhao Group, who has influence in the media, was instructed by Zhao Xiais to film a smear video. Several martial arts masters from a neighboring city, bribed by Zhao Xiais, came to cause trouble. It really was Zhao Xiais. Xiaoqingya and Lili immediately recognized the badges on the reporters' chests. A media company controlled by the Zhao Group? Xiaoqingya's beautiful eyes turned cold. She stepped forward, exuding an aura of power, her voice clear, cold, and domineering. "What kind of reporters are you? You're nothing but a few dogs kept by the Zhao family of the Federation. Take your equipment and get out of my sight immediately, or you'll face the consequences." The reporters were so intimidated by her powerful aura that they dared not utter a sound for a moment. Lu Yu then looked at the few martial arts masters causing trouble. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. "All pills and medicines in this store are from the Xia clan of the Federation, and their quality is guaranteed by the highest standards of the Federation. You scan the quality of the goods with your mobile phone before purchasing." He pointed at the corpse on the ground, his tone tinged with disdain. These 2 people had black skin and were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They had clearly been poisoned by a highly venomous worm and died from the poison. "Does this have anything to do with the quick healing agent in my shop? Get out of here with the corpse. You lot are blacklisted by this store. Don't even think about buying a single pill from me again." The expressions of those martial arts masters changed drastically. They were secretly shocked that Lu Yu had seen through the cause of death at a glance. But having taken the money from young Master Zhao, the act had to continue. The burly man at the head of the group roared, forcing himself to speak, "You're talking nonsense. He died because he took your healing potion. Look everyone, this shady shop is killing people." They started throwing a tantrum, trying to break into the store. "Get them out," Xiaoqingya coldly ordered. Xionglang and Rose flashed by, and like picking up chicks, threw the troublemaking martial artists along with the 2 corpses across the street. A reporter in the distance captured this scene perfectly. That afternoon, the network on Azure Star completely exploded. Shocking. A shop in Jiangnan City sells deadly counterfeit drugs, causing the Xia clan's reputation to collapse. Shop owner Lu Yu, with his powerful background, assaulted a customer who protested, "Where is justice?" Exclusive video, victims' family members demand justice but are violently evicted. The media controlled by the Zhao family distorted the truth, adding inflammatory text to edited videos and publishing them on major forums and news platforms in 15 base cities around the world. The incident caused an uproar. Besides the martial artists in Jiangnan City who stood up to speak for Lu Yu and denounced the media for their unethical behavior, most martial artists in other base cities were skeptical. Many people began to express strong doubts about Lu Yu and the medicines of the Xia clan of the Federation. Zhao Xiais even used the Zhao family's media influence in Universe City to launch a comprehensive media attack against Xia Clan Pharmaceuticals and its spokesperson Lu Yu. Soon, a chain reaction occurred. First, the drug regulatory departments of the 15 base cities, as if they had planned it in advance, frequently came to the Yuhua shop to conduct investigations. Finally, at the behest of a member of the Zhao family's council, an investigation team from the Federal Drug Administration arrived directly in Jiangnan City. A seal was affixed to the door of the feathered flower shop. The business has been ordered to suspend operations for rectification and is under investigation for allegedly selling illegal drugs. The Zhao family's power is terrifying. The atmosphere at Lu Yu's home was somewhat heavy. Xiaoqingya, Lili, Songyu, Rose and the other girls were all very angry. The Zhao family is going too far. Lili slammed her fist on the table. Xiaoqingya was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Because that congressman from the Zhao family and the federal government is in charge of the FDA. The State Drug Administration dared not openly target the Xia family's pharmaceutical business in Universe City. However, shutting down a small shop in Jiangnan City would be a piece of cake. Lu Yu, on the other hand, appeared quite calm. He had anticipated this outcome. It's too easy for a top conglomerate to bring down a small shop in a small town within the rules. This time, he also witnessed the true power of the federal imperial family. However, he didn't care. The shop closed, but his supply of goods didn't stop. He even considered having the werewolf baker and the angel Fanqing trade the pills to him, and then he would resell them to Xia Qingya so that the Xia Tian group could sell them in the Universe City. But this would easily expose his secret of being able to trade with all the worlds. This is because it requires explaining the origin of the elixir to the Xia people. After much deliberation, he decided to give up. Lu Yu opened the All Heavens shop and sent messages to Baker and Fanqing, briefly explaining the situation. Werewolf Baker, damn it! It's those big families again. Brother Lu Yu, don't worry, the spiritual plant business can't stop, and my pills aren't in a rush. Angel Stars, rich little brother, your shop got shut down? Need my help? I can come and visit you directly. Lu Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Yu, I appreciate Sister Fanqing's kindness, but I don't need it for now. By the way, I'm currently planting a batch of martial arts spirit tea, which will be ripe soon. I'll give you priority in trading with them then. Angel Stars. A string of ellipses revealed the other party's shock. Angel Stars, rich little brother, you even grow martial arts spirit tea? That kind of top-grade spiritual tea has a great effect on martial arts practitioners' cultivation. Besides enabling the Star Legion to accumulate wealth rapidly. If her legion could obtain this spiritual tea, its strength would increase rapidly, and it might even become the #1 legion under the Queen Angel's command. Angel Chase is now a martial emperor, the current queen and speaker of the Angel Federation. Angel Stars recalled what the angel chasing the queen once said. Queen Angel Yen arrived in this world much earlier than them, and her realm had already surpassed that of a martial emperor. She went to a mysterious and dangerous place deep in the universe and has not returned for a long time. Perhaps this spiritual tea will allow them to catch up with Queen Angel Yen more quickly. Lu Yu, of course. Sister Fanqing, you are my guardian angel, I won't let you down. For now, Lu Yu only plans to trade the martial arts spirit tea with the Xia clan and Angel Stars. After all, Werewolf Baker already had other spiritual plants to trade, which was enough to meet his needs. Who could blame her? Angel Star was so beautiful, and she was much closer to Lu Yu. After finishing his conversation with Angel Star, Lu Yu had just closed the interface when his mother-in-law, Shen Yuqing, called. On the other end of the phone, President Shen's voice was calm and powerful. Xiao Yu, don't worry. The Zhao family has gone too far this time, and the Xia clan is already retaliating with its power. Your shop will be unblocked soon. Thank you, Aunt Shen, Lu Yu replied. Since Lu Yu and Xia Qingya have not yet officially registered their marriage in the Federation, they will temporarily call this mother-in-law Aunt Shen. However, Lu Yu also knew that Xiong Lang had probably already reported his relationship with Xia Qingya to her. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qingya and Li Li came over. Xiao Yu, why don't we just open a shop in Universe City? Xia Qingya suggested. Li Li nodded in agreement, that's right. In Universe City, with the Xia clan around, it won't be so easy for the Zhao family to get involved. The young lady will just give you a store in a prime location, so you can continue running your business. Lu Yu looked at Song Yu. Of course I'd like to. Holding the child, Song Yu's eyes sparkled. I used to stay in the youth training camp in Universe City. The martial arts atmosphere there is much stronger than in Jiangnan City. Rose was also somewhat excited, filled with curiosity about the center of the Federation of Humans. Lu Yu nodded. The stage of Jiangnan Base City is ultimately too small. The only C+ level secret realm wasn't worth his time. These little secret realms only contain more treasures the first time they are opened. The real opportunities lie in the void realms of the Cosmic City, specifically those of B rank, A rank, and even S rank. Moreover, Lu Yu no longer relies on going down into secret realms to make money. It's more of a test or a challenge. Alright, let's go to Space City in a while. Lu Yu planned to wait until the martial arts spirit tea in his homestead matured, harvested once, and then set off again. Chapter 46 Taking Li Li again, heading to the Universe City. On the other side, Zhao Shiais and the others took Yang Liangji back to Jiangnan City. With young Master Zhao vouching for him, Lord Mozhan and the military couldn't pursue the matter of Yang Liangji hiring someone to kill, so they only asked him a few perfunctory questions before releasing him. Inside a private room at a luxury restaurant in the city center, Zhao Shiais, Yang Liangji, and the rest of the Zhao group were celebrating. After several rounds of drinks, Ha ha ha, awesome. Lu Yu's shop has finally been shut down. Zhao Shiai's laughed triumphantly, cut off his source of income. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. Yang Liangji went to great lengths to flatter. Young master's power is boundless. That Lu Yu is nothing but a peasant. How can he compare to a true dragon like you? Miss Xia is truly blind. She can't recognize a true dragon and insists on taking a fancy to such trash. Zhao Shiai was very pleased with what he heard and picked up his wineglass. Yang Liangji, from now on, you'll be following me. Upon hearing this, Yang Liangji was overjoyed and so excited that he knelt down immediately. Thank you for your guidance, young master. In the days that followed, Lu Yu's life became surprisingly leisurely. His relationship with Li Li also heated up rapidly during this period. Hugging and kissing have become commonplace. When Li Li met Miss Xia, she didn't mind that this maid was trying to steal her master's man. She was also happy to develop a deeper relationship with this little boy, Xiaoyu, who had captured her heart. That day, Lu Yu went to the training room next door. Xia Qingya and Li Li had just finished exercising and were covered in sweat. When Xia Qingya saw Lu Yu, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she gave Li Li a mischievous smile. Sisterly, tonight Xiaoyu belongs to you. After saying that, she turned and left. Hey, miss, don't go. Li Li blushed and made a move to chase after him. Lu Yu suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. Sisterly, what's wrong? You don't want to? The warm breath brushed against her ear, and Li Li's body went limp. She couldn't utter a single word of protest. Seeing her acquiescence, Lu Yu's hands began to wander. Li Li sensed Lu Yu's eagerness, chuckled, turned around, and looked at Lu Yu with her pretty eyes full of spring. You little brat, Xiaoyu, you think your sisterly is easy to bully, huh? After all, she was a female military officer, with a strong and passionate heart. Once she understood, she naturally stopped being shy. Li Li took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and kiss Lu Yu's lips fiercely. Lu Yu kissed the fragrant Li Li while using his hands to explore her delicate body. Li Li's figure, while not as sexy as Xia Qingya's or as hot as Rose's, is still impressive. She was also a beauty whose looks were on par with those of female celebrities from her previous life. Moreover, Li Li has abs and a pair of long, shapely legs. As they kissed, they both fell onto the sofa bed next to them. Clothes were removed. Lu Yu finally tasted the passionate and vibrant flavor of Li Li. The next day, Lu Yu woke up with the sleeping beauty in his arms. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Li Li. The host and his wife Li Li's life strength each increases by 1 point. The host is rewarded with 10,000 All Heavens membership points. The host is rewarded with 200 martial arts spirit tea trees. Congratulations, host. Your All Heavens membership level has been upgraded to Gold member. This reward is really great. Lu Yu hadn't expected the system to be so generous this time, rewarding him with so many points at once. The points accumulated by members of the Heavenly Realm through normal transactions are very slow. Lu Yu knew that gold members of the Zhutian Mall had a privilege. When conducting Zhutian transactions, goods could be directly delivered without the need for Zhutian courier services. Direct transmission, convenient and fast. Lu Yu can now trade with members of the various realms anytime, anywhere. There's no need to worry about his female relatives and other private matters being seen by the celestial deliverymen. After Lu Yu and Li Li finished washing up, they came out of the living room. This time it was Xia Qingya's turn to make tea for the two of them. Xia Qingya teased Li Li, saying, "Oh, Sister Li has really become my good friend." Li Li kissed Lu Yu in front of the young lady. Following the young lady means you get to eat meat. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Is Sister Li Li treating herself like a piece of meat? Does he look like a piece of meat? Next. Lu Yu, Xia Qingya, and Rose also brought Li Li into the home space. Just like Xia Qingya had been, Li Li looked at everything in her home and felt incredibly shocked. An incredible surprise. It feels like a dream. How could Li Li have become such an unparalleled and proud woman? Several more days passed, and the martial arts spirit tea in the garden finally matured. Lu Yu and the women worked together to pick all the ripe tea leaves. This batch of 1,000 spirit tea trees yielded over 5,000 gene of martial arts spirit tea leaves, mainly because the spirit tea leaves are relatively dense and heavy. Lu Yu traded 2,000 gene of martial arts spirit tea directly to Angel Star through the All Heavens Mall. From the other side of the stars, came a message filled with boundless joy and excitement. The system recommends a minimum price of 3 million star coins per kilogram for martial arts spirit tea. Lu Yu sold it to Angel Star at this low price. 2,000 caddies of tea leaves is worth 6 billion yuan. However, Liu sensed how happy Angel's sister was, and estimated that if she resold it, she could get far more than double the price. Liu kept some of the remaining 3,000 plus kilograms for himself and planned to trade the rest to Xiaotian Group. Xia Qingya has already called the Xiaotian Group headquarters and asked Lin Wei to bring people over. Before leaving, Liu found Aunt Wang and 2 other shop assistants. Aunt Wang, our family is planning to move to Universe City. Would you like to come with us? Aunt Wang shook her head. Her family was all in Jiangnan City, and she couldn't bear to leave them behind. The 2 young shop assistants also hesitated. Their strength is weak, and the competition in a place like Space City is too intense. Moreover, they also have family ties. Liu didn't insist and directly transferred 100 million yuan to each of the 3 people. This is your bonus for this period of time. The 3 of them were completely stunned when they saw the long string of zeros on the phone, and then they thanked each other profusely. Not long after, Lin Wei, the general manager of Xiaotian Group, arrived with her entourage. The young lady is returning to the Universe City this time, and the items being traded are martial arts spirit tea and a batch of other spiritual plants, making this a matter of great importance. She brought 3 martial kings with her, plus Xiong Lang, who was by Xia Qingya's side, making a total of 4 martial kings in charge. The goods had already been placed in Xia Qingya's storage ring, so there was no need for a handover. Lin Wei promptly transferred the funds to Liu. The transaction is complete. Liu and his wife, along with their son Lunan, walked out of the shop, which had been open for less than a year but had generated huge profits. They first went to say goodbye to their landlords, Xia Honi and his wife. To thank them for their previous care, Liu transferred another 500 million yuan to them. Mr. and Mrs. Xia Honi were overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Afterwards, the group boarded Xia Clan's hovercars and headed to the airport. On the airport tarmac, Mo Shan City Lord and Xia Rong, the old patriarch of the Xia family, actually came to see them off in person. Mo Shan looked at Liu, filled with emotion. Our Jiangnan base city can't ultimately contain a hidden dragon like you. Xia Rong also cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Young friend Liu, I hope to hear news of your growth into a martial emperor in the future. They all knew about Liu and Xia Qingya's relationship, and they also understood that with Liu's potential, his future was limitless. Liu thanked the 2 for their help. When I achieve something in the future, I will definitely come back and serve the Jiangnan base city. Mo Shan and Xia Rong nodded with satisfaction. The group boarded the magnificent interstellar warship belonging to the Xiaotian Group. Lin Wei started the warship. With a tremendous roar, the warship soared into the sky, flying away from Jiangnan City, away from the Blue Star, and heading towards the dazzling sea of stars. Chapter 47 Cosmic City, Liu, have arrived. Jiangnan City, the hotel where the Zhao Group is based. Zhao Xiai stared grimly at the message on the screen, a report from a scout showing Liu and his group boarding the Xiaotian Group's warship. They went to Space City. Yang Liangji stood aside, his eyes filled with resentment. Young master, what do we do? Once that kid arrives in Universe City, with the Xia family protecting him, it will be even harder for us to touch him. Zhao Xiai snorted coldly and turned off the communicator. Back to Space City. That's where our home turf is, the game has only just begun. He stood up, a ruthless glint in his eyes. I'd like to see what kind of trouble a country bumpkin can cause in Universe City. At the same time, news of Liu leaving with the Xiaotian Group swept through the entire Jiangnan City like a storm. The doors of the feathered flower shop were tightly closed. Some ordinary martial artists who came to the shop to inquire when it would reopen were disappointed to find it empty. He Yang and the others sat at the shop entrance, smoking silently, unwilling to leave for a long time. Boss Liu is gone? Why? What else could it be? It must be the Zhao family of the Federation who's behind this. And that damned drug regulatory department, they're turning black into white. That's right. The Zhao family is shameless. The Federation is unjust. Boss Liu's pills are our hope as ordinary people, and they've just cut it off like that. Angry curses rose and fell, and the crowd was filled with indignation. In the city lord's palace, Mo Shiyao received the message. She stood by the window, gazing in the direction of the interstellar airport, her beautiful eyes burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Cosmic City, that's the real stage, the place where geniuses gather. Liu, Rose, wait for me. I, Mo Shiyao, will never be left behind by you. Behind her, Chen Jiani, who had just been promoted to martial master, walked over, his eyes equally determined. Shiyao, I'll go with you. At Tianlai Martial Arts School, the young master Zhang Kuang slammed his battle sword into the ground and let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu is gone, how can I, Zhang Kuang, fall behind? Universe City, here I come. Summer Group's interstellar warship, like a streak of blue light, silently escaped the gravitational pull of the blue star. The warship's speed was instantly increased to its limit, and the view of the solar system outside the window rushed past, turning into a blurry blur of light and shadow. Soon after, the warship entered an interstellar channel formed by countless points of light. Wow! Rose pressed herself against the porthole, her golden eyes filled with awe. Ahead, an enormous vortex of starlight is slowly rotating. It devours the surrounding light, yet its center bursts forth with indescribable brilliance, like the pupil of the universe. Is this a space-time wormhole? Lu Yu was also captivated by what he saw. It was a magnificence and grandeur that transcended any words. Even after visiting the city of the universe, Song Yu was still awestruck by this scene. Xia Qingya and Li Li exchanged a smile. Xia Qingya explained softly, "This is spacetime wormhole number 8078, the entrance to the main channel of the Milky Way." Without pausing, the warship charged straight into the center of wormhole 8078. In an instant, Liu felt time and space being twisted and stretched to the extreme, and the scene outside the window turned into countless dazzling ribbons of light, bizarre and wonderful. The moment the warship burst out of the wormhole, the view before it suddenly opened up. An incredibly wide interstellar main channel unfolds before our eyes. It's like a celestial river paved with starlight, with interstellar warships shuttling back and forth in an orderly fashion. Beyond the shipping lanes lies true deep space. The massive meteorite belt floats silently, like a sleeping dragon. Occasionally, a massive gas giant would streak by in the distance, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and raging storms. Further away, there are magnificent nebulae. There are even continents and planets, with mountains and rivers faintly visible on them. On the warship's screen, the images of those star systems or planets were magnified. In those places, countless enormous monsters were lurking. There are star beasts with bodies as large as mountains and backs covered with crystal spikes. There were countless alien insectoids, so numerous they blotted out the sky. Beasts or monsters of the Lord level or above can already survive in space, Lin Wei explained from the side. Look at that crimson planet. That lava behemoth on it is a beast king. It can lead its people on interstellar migrations. Lu Yu, Song Yu, and Rose watched in amazement. In fact, the Beast King on Azure Star also possesses the ability to lead the elite of his race, break through Earth's gravity, and fly into space. However, there are not many habitable planets in the solar system. Won't these monsters attack the shipping lanes? Rose asked curiously. Xia Qingya explained, this main channel is protected by the laws left behind by the Federation's martial emperor. Unless one is a Beast King level being corresponding to a martial emperor, it is difficult to shake it. Of course, our warships are also equipped with spirit crystal laser cannons, which are sufficient to deal with most emergencies. In addition, each interstellar warship is usually guarded by a martial king. The warship sailed smoothly and soon arrived at another spacetime wormhole. At the entrance to wormhole number 8077, a massive interstellar supply station has been built, resembling an iron fortress. The Federation fleet is patrolling the area. Numerous warships dock here for refueling and hull repairs. The Summer Group's warships did not stop and passed directly through the wormhole. After more than a day of sailing. Ahead, in a nebula spanning countless light years, a vast star continent gradually came into view. It was so big, like a new world floating in the universe. Galaxy City, we've arrived. Lu Yu and Rose almost held their breath. The cosmic city before us is built on a star continent that is many times larger than the blue planet. The entire cosmic city was brightly lit, bustling and vibrant. Countless skyscrapers rise from the ground, soaring into the clouds, each with its own unique architectural style, exuding a sense of technology and grandeur. The city is clearly divided into numerous districts. The most classical and grand architecture in the east is in the Blue Star City area, Xia Qingya pointed and introduced. In addition, there are Garan City, Giant Spirit City, and Crimson Cloud City. Countless hovercars shuttled along the air routes, showcasing the bustling scene of the space city. In the center of the city is an enormous square, where several stone monuments and statues stand, creating an imposing atmosphere. After the interstellar warship entered the spaceport, Lin Wei used her storage ring to put the warship away and then released the hovercar. Xia Qingya and Lin Wei led everyone to the headquarters of Xia Tian Group located in Launching City. This is a skyscraper that is over 300 stories high. The plaza in front of the group's headquarters. A woman, still charming and elegant, was already waiting there with her entourage. It was Xin Yuqing, the president of the Xiatian Group and Xia Qingya's mother. "Qingya, you're back." When Xin Yuqing saw her daughter get out of the car, a gentle smile appeared on her face, but her gaze immediately fell on Lu Yu. "This must be Xiao Yu, right? He is indeed a handsome and extraordinary man." She could tell at a glance that Lu Yu was a mid-stage martial arts master. Although she had heard about it before, she was still amazed at the moment. Such a young mid-stage martial master. Her pupils contracted even more when her gaze swept over Rose. This dragon girl exudes a powerful aura, and her cultivation level has reached the late stage of martial master. "Hello, Aunt Xin," Lu Yu greeted politely. Good, my son-in-law is really great." Xin Yuqing was more and more satisfied with Lu Yu. "Xiao Yu, Rose, and this song with the baby, let's go upstairs first." She already knew from intelligence who was around Lu Yu. After everyone took the elevator up to the group's conference room, Lin Wei took out her storage ring and reported the list of transactions, especially the 3,000 caddies of martial arts spiritual tea. Martial arts spirit tea. Xin Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened in excitement. However, she dared not shout loudly, lest she frighten the child in Song Yu's arms. All the senior executives of Xiatian Group in the office gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. 3,000 caddies of martial arts spiritual tea? A vice president's voice trembled. Xin Yuqing was so excited that her face turned red. She stepped forward, grabbed Lu Yu's hand, and shook it hard. "Okay. This time, our Xiatian Group will definitely crush the Zhao Group completely. We will monopolize the high-end spiritual plant market in the entire Universe City." She looked at Lu Yu, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Xiao Yu, thank you so much for helping me." Lu Yu smiled and said, "Aunt Xin, you don't need to be so polite. It's only right for me to cooperate with Xiatian Group." Still calling her Aunt Xin? Xin Yuqing smiled and said, "You should call me Mom now. I'll get your wedding arranged for you and Qingya in a while." "Okay, Mom." Lu Yu readily agreed. Xia Qingya and Lili stood to the side, their faces beaming with joy. Xia Qingya then asked her mother to arrange a shop for Lu Yu. "It needs to be in a busy area." Lu Yu waved his hand and said, "Mom, the shop doesn't need to be in the downtown area. Just find a place with good greenery, quiet, and enough space. It would be best if it were close to the suburbs." Xin Yuqing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Lu Yu, you're decorating this shop like it's your wedding room." With a wave of her hand, she said generously, "Okay. Mom has a vacant 10-story villa-style building on the commercial street near the suburbs. The environment will definitely meet your requirements. Mom is giving that villa and shop to you too as a gift. That villa is worth over 100 billion star coins, given its large size." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Next, Xin Yuqing, Lin Wei, and other executives immediately engaged in a heated discussion about how to utilize these spiritual plants to create a market storm. Xia Qingya took the keys to her new home and, along with Lu Yu, Lili, Song Yu, and others, rode a hovercar to the East City commercial street. More than an hour later, a piece of news exploded like a nuclear bomb in the city of space. All Xia's shopping malls under the Xia Group will soon be offering a new top-tier spiritual plant, martial arts spiritual tea. Price, 6 million star coins per pound. The purchase conditions are even more stringent. Each person is limited to 1 or 2 items per day, and must spend at least 6 million star coins at Xia's mall on that day to be eligible to purchase. The news sent the entire Universe City into a frenzy. Chapter 48 Kid, which family are you from? Countless noble sons, prodigies, and veteran martial arts masters, grandmasters, and kings who have been stuck at their bottlenecks for many years all turned red with envy. My God! Martial arts spirit tea. It's actually martial arts spirit tea. 6 million per kilogram? That's not cheap, and you need to spend 6 million in a single day. What's 6 million if it can improve my cultivation? I need to go shopping. I have to snag at least 1 item today. Hurry to Xia's shopping mall. They'll be gone if you're late. Even some martial arts masters who had been in seclusion for years and had never been involved in worldly affairs were alarmed. Several powerful auras descended upon the Xia family's imperial territory, directly visiting the Xia family's higher-ups, hoping to secure priority in purchasing their property. These people include many members of the federal parliament, each holding high positions and wielding great power. The elders of the Xia family imperial clan dared not delay and immediately contacted Xin Yuqing. Shen Yuqing didn't dare offend these important figures, so she could only do them a favor and sell them some shares at a price of 6 million per kilogram. She knew that with these favors, the Xia family's days in the council would be much easier in the future. In no time, long queues stretched as far as the eye could see at the entrance of every Xia's shopping mall in Universe City, with crowds overflowing. The urban management team had to send in additional personnel to maintain order. The Xia family also dispatched many powerful individuals to prevent any disturbances. Headquarters of the Zhao Group. Zhao Xiais and his group had just returned from Jiangnan City. He and his father, Zhao Buizhu, heard this news that struck them like a thunderbolt. The father and son were completely dumbfounded. Xia Tian Group has acquired another new high-end spiritual plant? Or is it a martial arts spiritual tea that is rare even in a-level secret realms? Zhao Buizhu's voice trembled. Martial arts spirit tea. Almost no one in Galaxy Universe City sells them. Because even if someone occasionally obtains some items in the secret realm, they will use them themselves. Or perhaps it was given to a powerful person as a favor. Yang Liangji, who was following Zhao Xiais, had an uncertain expression on his face. After all, he had just gotten close to the Zhao Group, and now the Zhao family's business was about to be brought down. How then can we deal with Lu Yu? But Yang Liangji quickly realized what was happening and said through gritted teeth. It must be that brat Lu Yu's doing. If he can produce spirit mushroom kings and spirit rice, he can definitely produce martial arts spirit tea. Zhao Buizhu nodded dejectedly. You're right, it seems we all underestimated this commoner. Zhao Xiai's eyes flashed with hatred. It was Lu Yu again. But they were helpless and could only watch as the Xiatian Group reaped huge profits. Meanwhile, the Zhao Group's revenue plummeted, leading to continuous losses. They could only hope that Lu Yu's supply of spiritual tea would not last. More than 10 days later, the Summer Group's martial arts spirit tea was sold out. This wave of frenzied bundled sales boosted revenue from other industries within the group, allowing the entire Xia clan to earn a net profit of over 500 billion star coins. The Elders' Council of the Xia family Imperial Clan. The old clan patriarch, Xia Qianshang, who had just emerged from seclusion, was a martial emperor with an unfathomable aura, and his face was glowing with health. Over 500 billion. Ha ha ha. Great. Excellent. His gaze, as bright as the sun, swept across the entire room, carrying an overwhelming sense of power. According to intelligence, Lu Yu has already reached the mid-stage of martial master at such a young age, making him an unparalleled prodigy. When I was young, I was far inferior to him. My granddaughter Qingya wants to be with him. Now, who has any objections? The elders immediately bowed and said in unison, the old patriarch is right. It is a blessing for our Xia clan that Miss Qingya can marry such a prodigy. How could we object? They were secretly full of complaints. When the Zhao family came to propose marriage, you personally agreed to it. After Xia Qingya refused, her treatment was greatly reduced, which you also agreed to. Have you forgotten everything now? However, no one dared to mention the marriage alliance with the Zhao family again at this moment. As long as that prospective son-in-law can continuously provide martial arts spiritual tea, the Xia clan's return to its peak is just around the corner. Lu Yu's villa. Lu Yu took a break and spent his days going out with his wives to explore the sights of various parts of the Universe City. After resting for a while, I explored the entire Universe City. Lu Yu then planned to hire a few employees and reopen the store. Xia Qingya originally wanted to transfer people from Xia's shopping mall, but Lu Yu said it wasn't necessary. He plans to go to the job market and recruit a few ordinary people. Lu Yu, Xia Qingya, Rose, and Xionglang arrived at the talent market in the suburbs in a hovercar. Lili stayed home with Songyu, taking care of their son. After returning to Universe City, the female bodyguard Xionglang was still assigned by Shen Yuqing to Xia Qingya's side. I just got off the bus. The scene before Lu Yu's eyes was an eye-opener. The job market was packed with people, with large numbers of ordinary martial artists crowding around recruiters as if they were scrambling for a lifeline. Among them are some strangely shaped alien races, and even extraterrestrial races. Boss, hire me. I can do anything, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Rich lady, look at me. I'm strong and can do it 7 times a night. Handsome guy, hire me as your personal nanny. I can do anything. Ordinary people, one by one, were willing to sell their dignity for survival and cultivation resources. Lu Yu shook his head slightly as he watched the scene. This is the cruel world of high-level martial arts. Xia Qingya and Rose both wore veils to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. The latter mainly saw that Yujia looked very beautiful wearing a veil, thought it was fun, and then followed suit. The two women chatted and laughed, following behind Lu Yu along with Xiong Lang. Soon, Lu Yu stopped in a corner. There stood a woman, a peak martial artist, dressed simply, yet her beauty and graceful figure were undeniable. She attracted the attention of many wealthy young men. But the woman seemed to be very principled, having just coldly rejected a young man from a prominent family's recruitment. The rejected young man, enraged, blocked her path. "Yi Ning. This is the third time you've rejected me. Fine, I'll stand here and not leave. Let's see who dares to hire you." The woman looked at him coldly. "Sun Kai, give up, I won't agree to it." Lu Yu used his identification technique on the woman. Yi Ning, 28 years old, peak martial artist, appearance 93, overall 90, a level talent, meets the host's requirements for wives and concubines. Hidden information, gene potential has not been fully developed, can be upgraded to S-level talent and 3-star qualification upon breaking through to martial master. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. This girl is pretty good, she's even prettier than Lily, and her potential after her breakthrough is no less than Xia Qingya's. He's here to recruit shop assistants, and it would be best to find someone like him. As for meeting the requirements for wives and concubines, that depends on fate. Given Lu Yu's current wealth, he naturally wouldn't actively pursue women. That easily turns you into a simp. Lu Yu stepped forward slowly and spoke directly to Yi Ning. "My new store is hiring shop assistants with high salaries. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ning looked up and sized up Lu Yu. The young man before me possessed an extraordinary air about him. Although he lacked the arrogance of those aristocratic children, his composure and calmness further highlighted his status. She remained wary and asked coldly, "Are you sure you're just hiring shop assistants?" Lu Yu nodded calmly. "Yes, the base salary is 300,000 per month, plus commission." Before Lu Yu arrived, he had inquired with Xia Qingya and the others about the labor costs in the Universe City. Prices in the city are high, and labor costs are also relatively high. But 300,000. This base salary is already an extremely high salary for a peak martial artist. Yi Ning was clearly tempted. She looked at Lu Yu, bit her lip, and said, "Okay, I'm willing to do it." But she immediately added, "However, let me make this clear first, I only do my job as a shop assistant. I don't provide any special services to the boss." Yi Ning blushed slightly as she said this. The young, handsome man in front of me is indeed a bit too handsome. I wonder if he, like those other men, is only after her body? She's dreaming. Rose muttered softly from afar. Xia Qingya couldn't help but smile. "Kid, which family are you from?" Sun Kai, a scion of a prominent family standing nearby, was enraged. He pointed at Lu Yu's nose and questioned him sharply. "Do you know that Yi Ning is the woman I've set my sights on?" Chapter 49, Casually Crushing Young Master's Son to Death, Shop Opening. When Lu Yu heard Sun Kai's question, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He scanned the other party with his identification technique, and the information instantly appeared. Sun Kai, 39 years old, late stage of martial arts master, young master of the Sun family of martial arts saint in the Universe City, with a talent of 1.5 stars, he is lewd and cruel, and has played with and tortured 3 common female martial artists. He really is a scumbag. Lu Yu's eyes turned completely cold, and he calmly said, "I, Lu Yu, am a family in myself." The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around. Sun Kai was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha. You have your own family? So you're just a country bumpkin who popped out of some remote corner." He looked Lu Yu up and down, his disdain undisguised. "Kid, once you come to Universe City, you'd better learn to keep a low profile. You dare to steal the woman I've set my sights on?" Lu Yu snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and didn't bother to waste words with him. This time, Sun Kai finally found such a perfect new prey. Of course, he doesn't always have to kill his prey. Even if a prey is obedient, after he's finished with it, he'll still give it a sum of star coins and tell it to get lost. However, Yi Ning is indeed very beautiful. Sun had considered taking her as a concubine, but she remained very alert, which is why he didn't succeed. Now, Lu Yu, this country bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere, has interfered, which has undoubtedly made him very angry. That Yi Ning was tricked by Sun Kai at the job market before. He said he was hiring a clerk with a high salary, even higher than Lu Yu's. However, she was rather cautious and said she would go for the interview again in a while. They were not fooled. There was a city management team patrolling nearby, so Sun Kai naturally didn't resort to force. Yin Ning is eager to find a high-paying job because she is eager to break through to the Martial Master realm and needs a Martial Master breakthrough pill. Each Martial Master breakthrough pill costs over 30 million, and after so many years of hard work, she has earned 25 million. Hey, 2 more beautiful women have arrived? At this moment, Sun Kai's gaze turned to Xia Qingya and Rose behind Lu Yu. Although both women wore veils, obscuring their faces, their exquisite figures still made his throat dry. However, Xia Qingya, Rose, and Xionglang behind them all kept a distance so as not to interfere with Lu Yu's hiring of shop assistants. Therefore, Sun Kai was unaware that they were in league with Lu Yu. These 2 beauties have absolutely amazing figures, and their faces are definitely not ugly. Sun Kai thought to himself, he couldn't afford to lose face for the Sun family in front of so many beautiful women. Moreover, Yin Ning rejected him but agreed to date this pretty boy. A murderous intent surged within him instantly. He glared at Lu Yu. You country bumpkin, do you dare to come to the dueling arena with me? Let the beauties see who the real man is. Federal laws are strict, and city management officers patrol the entire city of Cosmic City, strictly prohibiting private fights. Therefore, the dueling arena became the only legal place to settle personal grudges and determine life and death. Sun Kai, confident that his cultivation was superior to Lu Yu's and that he had also practiced his family's martial saint technique, was absolutely certain that he would crush Lu Yu on the arena. Even if the other party backs down and tries to pay money to avoid trouble, we must make him bankrupt. Lu Yu looked at this man as if he were a nobody being sold for a pittance. Oh, you want to duel me? I'm ready any time. He didn't mind crushing a scumbag to death. Very good. Sun Kai was overjoyed. He turned to Yin Ning, Xia Qingya, Rose, and the others and announced triumphantly, ladies, take a good look. Today I'll show you how I'll utterly crush this arrogant country bumpkin. Xia Qingya and Rose sneered and remained silent. Xionglang, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, kept her breathing subdued, like an ordinary middle-aged woman passing by to watch the commotion. In their eyes, Sun Kai was already a dead man. Yin Ning's face paled. She quickly walked to Lu Yu's side and whispered, Boss Lu, don't be impulsive. This son is a late-stage martial master, very strong. Don't fight him. She desperately needs a high-paying job to buy the martial master breakthrough pill. Naturally, he didn't want to see his boss, whom he was about to hire, die a tragic death. Moreover, the other party only got involved with Sun Kai because of her. Lu Yu smiled and said, thank you for your concern, but you're definitely going to be my shop assistant. Not far from the job market, there is a huge circular arena. Sun Kai couldn't wait to reach out and grab Lu Yu's arm, trying to pull him over. Young master. Sun Kai had a bodyguard at the martial grandmaster level beside him. He quickly stepped forward and whispered to dissuade him, this person's aura is restrained and his eyes are calm. He is probably not simple. It is better not to fight him lightly. Get out of my way. Sun Kai snapped impatiently, how strong can a mid-stage martial arts master from the countryside be? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll dock your pay. The bodyguard's face stiffened, and he had no choice but to retreat. Lu Yu remained calm, letting his opponent pull him along as he strode towards the dueling arena. The surrounding martial artists, seeing that there was something to see, immediately surged over like a tide. Isn't that Sun Kai, the young master of the Sun family? I heard his grandfather was a martial saint. Who is that young man? How dare he provoke young master's son? He's doomed. What a pity, with such good looks, he's probably going to die. The discussions were filled with regret and sympathy for Lu Yu. The group quickly arrived at the dueling arena. There was a city management officer standing by the dueling arena. He was a martial grandmaster. He asked a few simple questions and then ignored the duel between the two sides. Stepping onto the cold, hard alloy arena, Sun Kai's sinister smile intensified. He held up a finger and shook it at Lu Yu, looking confident of victory. Kid, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, and hand over 10 billion as pocket money, and I might consider sparing your dog's life. 1 billion is already a considerable sum for a spoiled brat from a martial arts family like Sun Kai. Besides, he felt that Lu Yu might not be able to produce it. Lu Yu's eyes were indifferent, as if he were listening to a clown's performance. I don't want your money. You should save your money to buy yourself a better coffin. You damn fool, you're asking for it. Sun Kai was furious and embarrassed. He could tell that the other party was trying to get him to pay them. And they won't accept it, they'll make me pay for my own coffin. Sun Kai could no longer suppress his murderous intent. He instantly drew a runic battle sword, its blade gleaming brightly, and a sharp sword aura shot straight toward Lu Yu's face. Wind slash! A massive azure sword beam appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound as it tore through the air, and slashed down towards Lu Yu. This move is his proudest martial saint level combat skill, which has killed opponents of the same level before. However, Lu Yu's face remained completely expressionless. Too weak. He raised his hand and slapped him across the face. The sword beam shattered instantly. Lu Yu raised his hand. Whoosh! 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 Several thick, green wooden stimuli shot out and, to Sun Kai's utter horror, all entered his body. Put! 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 A series of sounds of flesh being pierced rang out. Sun Kai's expression froze. He looked down at the several bloody holes in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. A sharp, piercing pain shot through me, and my life force rapidly ebbed away. You! Sun Kai opened his mouth, uttered only one word, and then his body fell straight backward, crashing heavily onto the ring and dying instantly. Outside the dueling arena, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this swift and unexpected turn of events. A powerful martial arts master at the late stage was killed in an instant? The bodyguard from the Sun family, who was a martial arts master, was the first to react. His eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Lu Yu and roared in shock and rage, You dared to kill young Master Sun. You're dead. Our Sun family will never let you get away with this. After saying that, he hurriedly took out his communicator and dialed his family's number. Yeah? Lu Yu walked off the stage calmly and unhurriedly, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Yin Ning was completely stunned. Her mouth was agape, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Is this boss Lu really that powerful? Moreover, he actually killed a young master of a wealthy family without hesitation for his own sake. A strange emotion surged within her, but it was followed by immense panic. Mr. Lu, what should we do? The Sun family is a family of martial saints. We should leave quickly, she stammered, her voice trembling. Lu Yu killed Sun Kai simply because he didn't like him, and it had little to do with her, but he didn't explain. Walk? The martial grandmaster from the Sun family hung up the phone, his face contorted with rage, and blocked Lu Yu's path. None of you are leaving. You must pay for your young master's life today. The young master of the Sun family is dead. He has every reason to stop the murderer. The martial arts city management officer was also surprised the one who died was actually the young master of the Sun family. Seeing that the Sun family bodyguards were only stopping Lu Yu and not fighting in the street, he calmly picked up his communicator and requested support from his superiors. Lu Yu stopped and looked calmly at the bodyguard. Then I'll stand here and wait, and see who dares to touch me. He subtly gave Xia Qingya and Rose a wink, signaling them not to reveal their identities for the time being. It only took about 10 minutes. Buzz. Several hovercars roared in and landed roughly outside the dueling arena. The door of the lead car opened, and a middle-aged man with an aura of profound depth stepped out. He was none other than a martial king. This man is Sun Kai's second uncle, Sun Hong. Behind him followed a large group of family experts at the martial grandmaster level, each exuding murderous intent. At the same time, a team of uniformed urban management officers also rushed to the scene, and their captain was also a martial king. Sun Hong. What do you want to do? The city management captain shouted sternly, fighting is strictly prohibited within the cosmic city. Do you want to challenge federal law? Sun Hong clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Lu Yu, who stood calmly below the ring, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He bowed to the city management team leader with a sense of unease and said, Don't worry, Captain, I, Sun Hong, wouldn't dare. After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Yu, his voice as cold as ice. Boy, you killed the young master of my Sun family. Unless you never leave the universe city again, you'll never. The threat in his words was self-evident. Just then, a clear, melodious, yet slightly authoritative female voice rang out. Otherwise what? Does your Sun family dare to harm my husband? As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qingya removed her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that could captivate all. She walked slowly to Lu Yu's side, her bodyguard Xiong Lang standing behind her like an iron tower, his aura as powerful as a martial king being released without any concealment. Rose also affectionately took Lu Yu's other arm. Xia, the eldest daughter of the Xia family? The moment Sun Hong saw Xia Qingya, he was struck dumb, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The woman before them was none other than Xia Qingya, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, one of the 10 great imperial families of the Federation. And the young man who killed his nephew was actually Xia Qingya's husband? A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and Sun Hong instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The anger and murderous intent on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by humility and fear. Oh, so it was Miss Xia in person. My apologies for not recognizing you in person. He quickly bowed deeply, his posture extremely humble. I wouldn't dare, how could I possibly harm your husband? My nephew was blind and offended you and this man. He deserved to die. He didn't dare utter another word, let alone seek revenge. Someone, take that good-for-nothing's corpse with you, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Sun Hong led a group of equally terrified clansmen, carrying Sun Kai's corpse, and slunk away onto the hover car. Lu Yu smiled and put his arm around Xia Qingya's shoulder, then kissed her on the cheek. Having a wife with powerful connections is so satisfying. Even the city management captain quickly stepped forward, politely cupped his hands to Xia Qingya and Lu Yu, and then led his team to take their leave. The civilian martial artists and wealthy young men who were watching were all petrified on the spot, their jaws dropping to the floor. This seemingly unassuming young man is actually the husband of the eldest daughter of the Xia family imperial clan. If this news gets out, how many young talents in the entire universe city will have their hearts shattered? Yin Ning was equally dumbfounded, her heart filled with turbulent emotions. Miss Xia certainly knew that he was a legendary figure. She never imagined that this seemingly approachable boss Lu was actually the husband of a young lady from an imperial family. No wonder he was so fearless. She breathed a long sigh of relief. Since boss Lu was Xia Qingya's husband, he probably wouldn't have any ulterior motives towards her. But for some reason, while I breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of loss inexplicably welled up deep in my heart. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, at the Yuhua store on the East City Commercial Street. Remember to come to work. Lu Yu told Yin Ning the store address. Ah, okay. Yin Ning came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Afterwards, Lu Yu randomly recruited 3 seemingly honest and upright female martial artists at the job market and asked them to go to work together the next day. The next day, the Yuhua store officially opened on the East City Commercial Street. This time, with the help of her mother-in-law Shen Yuqing, who personally intervened and secured connections with the Federal Drug Administration, the previous seizure order against the Yuhua shop in Jiangnan City had already been revoked. Furthermore, this villa is the property of the Xia clan, so even the State Drug Administration has to be wary and dare not easily cause trouble. Lu Yu's shop still mainly sells martial artist breakthrough pills and martial master breakthrough pills. The martial master breakthrough pill, which sells for 30 million each in the Cosmic City, was purchased by Lu Yu from Fanqing and Baker for 24 million. He only sells them for 26.66 million each. As soon as the news spread, long queues formed outside the store on the first day of opening, creating an exceptionally bustling scene. Countless ordinary martial artists flocked to the scene, snapping up all sorts of high-quality, inexpensive pills, medicinal wines, spiritual teas, and healing potions. Soon, the civilian martial arts community in the Cosmic City was in complete uproar. There is no need for Lu Yu to promote or advertise. Martial arts enthusiast social circles and various forums were flooded with news about the feathered shop. Saviors arrive. A stunning shop for ordinary people appears in the Cosmic City. Martial Master breakthrough pills sold for only 26.66 million. The Ascension shop, a boon to us common martial artists. Say goodbye to expensive elixirs. Real-world testing of elixirs and potions from Ascension shops reveals outstanding effects at affordable prices. In an instant, the entire common people's circle went crazy for it. Buying pills from the Ascension shop can save them a lot of money, which means they can invest more resources in cultivation. Chapter 50, the S-rank secret realm emerges, and the entire Federation goes crazy. But Lu Yu has no immediate plans to sell martial arts spirit tea in his own shop, as he wants to prioritize supplying it to Xiatian Group and Angel Star. Throughout the day, Yin Ning and the other 3 new employees were extremely busy, but they all had happy smiles on their faces. They finally have a stable and high-paying job, and no longer have to go to the job market and be at the mercy of those rich kids. Yin Ning was secretly delighted. With this salary and commission, she would soon be able to save enough money to buy a martial master breakthrough pill from the boss. As the shop closed in the evening, Lu Yu sat behind the counter, watching the 4 employees pack up, and smiled. You 4 did a great job today. The Lunar New Year is just over 2 weeks away. In the world of martial arts, the Spring Festival is still a major holiday. I'll give you your year-end bonuses early this year. 1 martial master breakthrough pill for each of you, how about that? Lu Yu finished speaking. Yin Ning and the other 3 were stunned for a moment, then their faces lit up with joy. Boss. Are you telling the truth? Thank you, boss. You're so generous. They thanked Lu Yu profusely, overwhelmed with gratitude. These are Martial Master Breakthrough Pills. Each one is worth 20 to 30 million. This year-end bonus is incredibly generous. Lu Yu casually took out 4 pills and handed them to them. He was naturally not worried that these shop assistants would run away with their bonuses. The next day, the 4 shop assistants who had successfully been promoted to martial arts masters came to work looking radiant and with unprecedented enthusiasm. Yin Ning walked up to Lu Yu somewhat shyly, her pretty face slightly flushed. Boss, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. Lu Yu looked up, his gaze sweeping over her delicate face and graceful figure, and teased. It's okay. After all, you're so beautiful. Any man would want a pretty girl like you. Even I, your boss, am no exception. Upon hearing this, Yin Ning's pretty face instantly turned as hot as a sunset. However, the boss was probably joking. After all, the boss already has several beautiful wives around him. One of them is the eldest daughter of the Xia clan. Life goes on. While leisurely farming and running his shop, Lu Yu also provided the Xia Tian group with a second batch of martial arts spirit tea. The members of the Zhao group were almost in despair when they saw that the Xia Tian group was still able to sell martial arts spirit tea continuously. During this time, the Sun family also thoroughly investigated the relationship between Lu Yu and the Xia family imperial clan, as well as the terrifying daily turnover of the feather transformation shop. Their desire for revenge had long since vanished in fear. Not only that. One day, Sun Kai's father, Sun Xiao, the current head of the Sun family, personally came to apologize with generous gifts under the strict orders of the Sun family's martial saint ancestor. A gift worth a full 5 billion star coins, a truly generous gesture. Lu Yu accepted the offer with a smile, indicating that the matter would be considered closed and that he would not cause any further trouble for the Sun family. A prestigious martial arts family actually bowed down and apologized to a commoner prodigy. When word of this spread, the commoner martial artists who came to buy the pills were overjoyed and felt honored. They already knew that boss Lu Yu is also a commoner from Blue Star, and the pride of their commoner class. During this time, Lu Yu also opened an online store on Taodong Shopping, but he set purchase restrictions, only allowing martial artists in Jiangnan City of Azure Star to purchase from it. He specifically called Lord Mo Shan City and asked him to announce the matter in Jiangnan City, to which Lord Mo Shan City readily agreed. Upon hearing the news, the martial artists of Jiangnan City were overjoyed and flocked to Taobao to shop at Yu Hua's store, with Lu Yu offering free shipping on all orders. The largest express delivery company in the FedEx is Oriental Express, and both Oriental Express and Taodong.com belong to the Oriental Imperial Clan, one of the 10 great imperial clans. This Eastern imperial family has a compound surname, the same as that of Dongfang Bubi. The owner of Taodong.com is neither surnamed Ma nor Lu. The Chinese New Year will be here soon. Lu Yu, Xia Qingya, and Li Li had already registered their marriage in Universe City. On New Year's Day, Xin Yuqing and the Xia clan arranged an incredibly grand wedding banquet for Lu Yu and Xia Qingya, and Li Li could only temporarily and reluctantly become a bridesmaid. The Xia family estate was bustling with activity. Of the 10 imperial clans, apart from the Zhao family, with whom they had broken ties, all the other imperial clans sent important figures to offer their congratulations. After the wedding banquet, Lu Yu still took Xia Qingya and Li Li back to his villa in the east of the city. He was not a live-in son-in-law. Headquarters of the Zhao group. Upon seeing the news of his goddess's glamorous wedding, Zhao Xiai's eyes turned red with jealousy, and his hatred surged to the heavens. But with the Xia clan looming over him like a mountain, he was utterly helpless. Yang Liangji comforted him from the side. "Young master, there's no need to be anxious. Lu Yu is a prodigy, he can't stay cooped up in the Universe City enjoying himself forever. The growth of prodigies is inseparable from battles and trials. He'll go on adventures sooner or later. Once he leaves Space City, that's our chance." Zhao Xiais nodded, he understood this principle as well. President Zhao Buizhu, who was standing to the side, thought to himself that Yang Liangji, who came from a small place, was quite capable. Time passes. The cultivation levels of Lu Yu's family improved very quickly. With ample resources, both Xia Qingya and Li Li have reached the threshold of becoming martial grandmasters. However, there are no readily available elixirs for breaking through to the martial grandmaster level. It requires either a stroke of luck or patient, gradual progress. Lu Yu also successfully broke through to the late stage of martial master. Rose even broke through the peak of martial arts master, catching up with Xia Qingya and Li Li's realm, making the two women exclaim that she was abnormal. Even Song Yu, who didn't practice much, broke through to the early stage of martial master. just as Lu Yu was planning to take his wives out for some training and to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. A single piece of news ignited the entire Galactic Federation. Urgent notice. A newly discovered S-class void realm has been found on the uninhabited planet K789. The energy field of this secret realm is extremely unstable. According to military investigations, entry is restricted to martial artists under the age of 50 who are at the Martial Grandmaster or Martial Master level. The secret realm will be open to the public for 1 month. New S-rank secret realm. This news was like a bombshell, exploding among the major powers of the Federation. How many rare and precious treasures will this newly created S-class secret realm contain? How many ancient legacies will it hold? A golden treasure chest? A diamond treasure chest? Even a martial god level technique. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Galactic Federation. Quickly! Notify all eligible elites in the clan to leave seclusion immediately. A new S-class secret realm. This is our race's greatest opportunity to rise. Pass on my order, spare no expense to seize the greatest opportunity in the secret realm. Countless young prodigies who had been in seclusion for arduous cultivation broke out of their seclusion, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ha! My sword has long yearned to drink blood. A young man carrying a giant sword roared to the sky. The treasures in the diamond chest will surely belong to me, a woman engulfed in flames declared confidently. The heads and elders of various factions were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night, mobilizing their troops and preparing to send their strongest prodigies to the secret realm to seize the treasure. At Lu Yu's villa. A new S-rank secret realm. When Xia Qingye saw the news, her beautiful eyes also sparkled. Great! Xiao Yu, sisterly, this is the best opportunity for us to break through to the martial grandmaster level. Lu Yu was equally excited. The value of the diamond-level treasure chest was immeasurable. If he could open it and get a martial god-level cultivation technique, he would be rich. The Zhao group. Zhao Xiais and Yang Liangji were so excited upon seeing the news that they trembled with excitement. Heaven is helping me. Zhao Xiais sneered and said, Lu Yu. This time, as long as you go in, I will definitely take your dog's life. Within this secret realm, where life and death are entirely in one's own hands, it is the perfect place to eliminate Lu Yu. Zhao Buozhu remained calm and advised, Zaire, remember to be careful and do not underestimate your enemy. With the opening of this S-class secret realm, geniuses from all races have gathered. Apart from eliminating Lu Yu and seizing treasures, survival is the top priority. Zhao Xiais patted his chest and assured his father, Father, don't worry. This time, I will not only seize the treasure, but I will also personally kill that bastard Lu Yu. The day before departure. Upon learning that her boss was going to explore the secret realm, Yin Ning blushed and ran over to Lu Yu, handing him a peace charm she had obtained before. Boss, you're in the secret realm, please be careful, you must come out alive. Lu Yu took the amulet and, looking at her shy expression, couldn't help but tease her, what, if I come out alive, you'll marry me as a concubine? Over time, Yin Ning had developed feelings for her handsome, wealthy, capable, and considerate boss. She also discovered that Lu Yu was not the kind of playboy who toyed with women. She would be willing to marry such a man, even as a concubine. Seeing this, Lily immediately laughed and teased, oh my, our little Yin Ning's face is all red. It seems she's really fallen for our Xiao Yu. Xiao Qingya and Song Yu also looked at Yin Ning with smiles. Rose just pursed her lips, another little devil was about to join the family. Under everyone's gaze, Yin Ning mustered the greatest courage of her life, raised her head, and looked at Lu Yu. Boss, when you come back, I'll. Before she could finish speaking, she became so shy that she covered her face and ran away. The other 3 female shop assistants looked on with envy, but they knew they were not particularly attractive and dared not have such hopes. Lu Yu smiled, and together with Xia Qingye, Lili, and Rose, boarded a spaceship arranged by the military and headed to the planet codenamed K789. Song Yu stayed at home to take care of the children and acted as the boss's wife, with the help of her female bodyguard Xiongling to oversee the Yuhua shop. After several days of sailing, the warship arrived at its destination. As soon as they stepped out of the airport, the scene before them shocked Lu Yu and his companions. The planet was teeming with people, a dense mass of warriors from all over the Federation. In the sky, warships of various families hovered, their flags fluttering in the wind. The Federal Army erected a formidable defensive line at the entrance to the secret realm, with rows of cold mechs and laser turrets exuding a chilling aura. And at the heart of that defensive line, a void vortex, resembling the gaping maw of a cosmic beast, is slowly rotating, emanating chilling spatial fluctuations. That is the entrance to the S-level secret realm. Chapter 51, Slay the Lord, and obtain the golden treasure chest. The secret plaza of the uninhabited planet was teeming with people, and the noise almost shook the sky. Looking around, all I could see were throngs of people. The lowest cultivation level is Martial Master in the early stage, and Martial Grandmaster level experts are even more common. There are just too many people. Rose and Lily both exclaimed in surprise. Ye Jie remained calm. Lu Yu quietly opened the system's current map. On the map, countless dots representing martial artists twinkled. Following the system prompts, Lu Yu quickly found two familiar faces on the map. Zhao Xiais and Yang Liangji. The two were standing under the banner of the Zhao family imperial clan. Yang Liangji looked excited and was saying something to Zhao Xiais. Zhao Xiais, on the other hand, remained indifferent, though his occasional glances toward the entrance to the secret realm occasionally betrayed a hint of chilling killing intent. Lu Yu's gaze swept across the spots of light and spotted several familiar figures. The three prodigies of Jiangnan Mo Shiyao, Shen Jiani, and Zhang Kuang are all present. They also came to the Cosmic City and came to adventure in the new S-Class secret realm. The three of them stood together, their aura significantly stronger than when they were in Jiangnan City. But in this universe city teeming with geniuses, the three of them only possessed the cultivation of the early stage of Martial Master. Their former glory had long since faded, and they had become indistinguishable from the crowd. Beside Zhang Kuang stood two middle-aged men with deep, imposing presences and bulging temples. These were martial arts masters from the headquarters of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. It seems that the arrogant father, the branch manager of Tianlei Martial Arts School, did use some connections and influence. Sister, brother-in-law. A cheerful voice rang out. A group of martial artists dressed in Xia family attire walked over, led by a young man in the mid-stage of Martial Grandmaster, though he was already over 40 years old. Xia Qingye introduced, Xiaoyu, this is my cousin Xia Mingyuan. He is the young master of our Xia family. Xia Mingyuan, the young master of the Xia clan, was in seclusion when Lu Yu and Xia Qingye held their wedding banquet, so I hadn't seen him before. Xia Mingyuan patted Lu Yu's shoulder warmly, his eyes full of admiration. Brother-in-law, I've long heard of your reputation as a commoner prodigy. Meeting you today, I can confirm that you are indeed a dragon among men. I heard from Grandpa that you're coming too. How about I send a martial grandmaster guard to accompany you? This S-level secret realm is no joke. His tone was sincere, and his concern came from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yu smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but we can handle it ourselves. Actually, Shen Yuqing, the mother-in-law, had asked about this matter before. However, Lu Yu did not want to bring outsiders, lest the secrets of the home be exposed when the couple entered, so he politely declined. Xia Qingye smiled and said, brother, don't worry, we know what we're doing. Seeing this, Xia Mingyuan didn't insist, but simply warned, alright, then you all be very careful. Those bastards from the Zhao family are here too. Just as they were talking. On the Zhao family's side, a scout quickly ran to Zhao Xiai's side and whispered a few words. Yang Liangji looked in the direction the scout was pointing and instantly spotted Lu Yu and his group. His face lit up with ecstasy. Young master. It's that bastard Lu Yu. He really came. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Xiai's lips, his voice strained as if squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Very well. This time, if I encounter Lu Yu, I will kill him. Suddenly, a vast and powerful pressure descended from the sky. A middle-aged man dressed in a federal military uniform, with a general star on his shoulder, hovered above the square. His gaze swept across the entire area like lightning, and the noisy square instantly fell silent. A military martial arts master. Young talents of the Federation, be quiet. The voice of the martial Saint Chief clearly reached everyone's ears. The Federation has designated this secret realm as an S-rank, Desert Secret Realm. Its internal terrain is complex, mainly consisting of desert, interspersed with forests, valleys, swamps, and other landforms. You may stay here for 1 month. Remember, our human federation must unite as one and try our best to avoid killing each other in the secret realm. Although he said that, everyone present knew perfectly well that it was just a polite remark. In the treasure hunt of secret realms, death is inevitable. Finally, each trial participant who survives must pay the Federation a secret realm fee of 1 billion star coins, or hand over 50% of all the gains from this secret realm. This is because the Federation needs to spend a huge amount of manpower and resources to explore and maintain an S-class secret realm. After announcing the rules, the Martial Saint Chief stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand sharply. Open the gate to the secret realm. Behind him, dozens of military experts immediately activated the massive psionic device that had been set up beforehand. Buzz. A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, the vortex in the void suddenly accelerated its rotation, and a huge gate of light slowly took shape. Charge! The treasure is mine! The closest martial artists instantly turned red-eyed and surged toward the gate of the secret realm like a tidal wave. Lu Yu and his wife did not try to squeeze in, they waited until most people had gone in before leisurely following behind. A flash of light, and then a feeling of weightlessness. When they felt solid ground beneath their feet again, Lu Yu and his companions found themselves in unfamiliar territory. Before us lay a vast expanse of sand and gravel, overgrown with weeds. In the distance, there was a murky swamp, and further still, sparse trees. The air was filled with a humid, stale smell. The system map shows that this place is called Huangshidang. Everyone be careful, there are probably a lot of monsters here. Xia Qingya drew her ice blue battle sword, her expression solemn. The four formed a combat formation and moved forward slowly. Shoo! Suddenly, the sand beneath my feet stirred. There's something underground. Rose whispered. The words had barely left his mouth. Several giant beetles suddenly burst out of the sand. Their bodies gleamed with a metallic sheen, their mouthparts were ferocious, and they brandished their scythe like forelimbs as they pounced on the four people. A beast general level monster, the desert beetle. These high defense beast general level insect beasts are difficult for ordinary martial arts teams to deal with, requiring tactics such as hit and run and attrition warfare. Good timing. Rose let out a sharp cry and punched the leading beetle, blasting it to pieces with a single blow, sending foul-smelling green juice splattering all over the ground. Xia Qingya and Li Li also made their moves at the same time. The icy sword energy intertwined with the sharp energy arrows, accurately hitting and killing the other two beetles. Lu Yu stood at the back and unleashed several greenwood spikes, pinning a beetle to the ground. In just one encounter, this group of ferocious monsters was easily dealt with. The procession continued forward. They hadn't gone far when a dozen or so worms, each thicker than a bucket, suddenly emerged from the swamp ahead. They were incredibly fast and spewed out highly corrosive green venom from their mouths. It's a swarm of highly venomous worms at the beast general level. Don't get the venom on you, Lily warned as she fired her arrow. However, Rose was not afraid at all and charged straight in, attacking recklessly and violently. She possesses the bloodline of the dragon god and is fearless against all deadly poisons. Lu Yu is equally fearless, as both the Azure Emperor with sovereign technique and the myriad manifestations talent could dispel the poison. Furthermore, everyone brought antidotes with them for this trip. Xia Qingya, who was flying through the air, used her sword technique. Ice sealing sword formation. Large swaths of icy sword energy condensed into countless small ice crystal swords, freezing and slicing through the worms wherever they passed. The group crossed the swamp and then encountered a group of spiky monsters that looked like giant hedgehogs in the sparse forest. These monsters can unleash a barrage of spikes from their backs, with power comparable to a heavy sniper rifle. Lu Yu directly activated the Wood Emperor Light Shield, and the Cyan Light Shield blocked all the spikes, making a crisp clanging sound. Rose charged directly into the monster horde, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that unleashed a storm of blood and gore. Along the way, they also encountered man-eating flowers, each the size of a millstone, with countless sharp teeth hidden in its open petals. Although these monsters were troublesome, they posed no threat to Lu Yu and his companions. Along the way, they also picked many rare spiritual plants and natural treasures. For example, century-old snow lotus and century-old Ganoderma lucidum. The value of a century-old snow lotus far exceeds that of a century-old Lingji mushroom. There's a golden treasure chest not far ahead, Lu Yu said, pointing in a direction. The group perked up and quickened their pace. None of the three women asked how Lu Yu found out. They all knew that their husbands possessed a variety of mysterious and powerful abilities, so there was no need to pry into the details. Soon, the four arrived at a secluded sandy valley. In the center of the valley, a golden treasure chest lay quietly, radiating an alluring golden light. Around the treasure chest, two enormous creatures with terrifying auras were lurking. One is a giant beetle covered in a golden carapace. This is the golden armored earth-dwelling insect, from the early stages of a lord's reign. On the other side was a lion, its size comparable to a heavy truck, its fur as if cast in gold, its eyes burning with golden flames, radiating the terrifying pressure of a mid-stage lord. It's a golden lion. Lords correspond to martial masters, while mythical beasts are often even stronger. Ordinary martial arts teams, when faced with these two lords, would not even have the will to conquer them, and would only turn around and run away. Perhaps there's no way to escape. Rose, go deal with that lion. Lu Yu ordered. Sister Ya, sisterly, let's deal with that bug first. Okay. Xia Qingya and Li Li knew that Rose's combat power far exceeded theirs. The battle erupted instantly. Roar! The golden lion let out a deafening roar, spewing out a blazing golden beam of light that hurtled towards Rose. Rose neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, she leaped into the air and unleashed a dazzling burst of starlight with her fist, shattering the golden pillar of light. Get down on your knees! Rose shouted, her figure flashing like lightning, instantly appearing above the golden lion's head, and stomping down hard with her foot. Boom! With a loud crash, Rose stomped on the golden lion's massive head, causing it to sink deep into the sand and let out a painful howl. Rose, a peak martial artist, unleashed her full combat power and actually overwhelmed the golden lion, a mid-stage lord. On the other side, Xia Qingya and Li Li were struggling in their fight. Frosty Sword Chi. Xia Qingya's sword energy struck the carapace of the golden armored earth earringworm, sending up a string of sparks and leaving some minor scratches, barely managing to break through its defenses. Although Li Li's arrows were sharp, they had little effect. Creak! The golden armored earth burrowing worm let out a piercing screech and flew over, forcing the two women to retreat repeatedly. I'll carry it. Lu Yu stepped forward, and the Wood Emperor light shield instantly opened. Bang! The golden armored earth burrowing worm crashed into the light shield with a muffled thud. Lu Yu was hit by the hovercar, and although he staggered back several steps, the light shield remained unbroken. Xiao Yu has such high defense. Xia Qingya and Li Li were both surprised. They quickly unleashed their combat skills, attacking the golden armored earth burrowing worm. Endless falling leaves. Lu Yu then formed hand seals, and more than a dozen thick falling trees appeared out of thin air, smashing down on the golden armored earth escaped insect. The three launched a fierce attack, which even the highly defensive golden armored earth burrowing worm could not withstand, causing it to spit out blood repeatedly, and its back was covered with wounds. Azure Emperor's Bloodstained Town. Lu Yu unleashed another powerful move, making a hand seal with one hand. A cyan rune silently imprinted itself on the golden armored earth earringworm, and the cyan green toxin began to seep into its body through the wound. Come forth, my warrior, summon the Treants. At the same time, Lu Yu let out a low shout. Two tree men, each 4 or 5 meters tall, appeared out of thin air, wielding their thick wooden arms, and charged fearlessly toward the golden armored earth burrowing worm. Summoning Treants is also a combat technique within the Azure Emperor Wood Sovereign technique. After Lu Yu advanced to the martial master level, he automatically comprehended it. Now, it has finally come in handy when facing lord-level beasts. The two tree men attacked with tremendous force. The golden armored earth dwelling worm was completely enraged. Ignoring Xia Qingya and Li Li's attacks, it frantically attacked and charged at the two tree men and their master, Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu's defense was too high. Even after the two Treants died, he could keep summoning more. In a short time, Lu Yu alone managed to withstand this lord-level beast. This allowed Xia Qingya and Li Li to safely exit the area. My Xiao Yu is amazing. Xia Qingya praised it, and she and Li Li launched a full-scale attack on the golden armored earth earringworm. Under the combined attack of the three, the golden armored earth dwelling worm, already poisoned, became increasingly sluggish, and finally let out a mournful cry of despair before collapsing to the ground. Quick, go help Rose. The three immediately turned to the other side of the battlefield. At this moment, Rose is locked in a fierce battle with the golden lion. Although she had the upper hand, this golden lion was, after all, a mid-stage lord, and it would take quite some time to kill it. With the addition of Lu Yu and the other two, the already seriously injured golden lion could no longer withstand the onslaught. Lu Yu used the same trick again, summoning Treants to restrain them, while Xia Qingya and Li Li harassed them from a distance, and Rose, as the main attacker, unleashed a barrage of combat skills. In less than 10 minutes, the golden lion was killed by the four men. A golden treasure chest. I'm rich. Li Li wiped her sweat, excitedly ran to the golden treasure chest, and hugged it. Xia Qingya opened the treasure chest. In an instant, a rich spiritual energy rushed over, and inside the box, 100 crystal-clear spirit crystals were neatly stacked. Beside the spirit crystal lay a shimmering silver female battle armor, inscribed with mysterious runes, clearly no ordinary item. 100 spirit crystals. There's one more, a martial king-level battle armor. Xia Qingya's voice was filled with surprise. Everyone was overjoyed. The harvest was incredibly generous. Li Li picked up the armor, looked at Xia Qingya, and then at Rose. Sister Ya, Rose, who of you will wear it? She's going for a marksman build, so there's no need for her to wear heavy armor. It would affect her speed. Xia Qingya smiled and looked at Rose. Little dragon girl is our main force, so she's the most suitable to wear it. Alright, this armor is yours, Rose. Li nodded. Rose felt a warm current welling up in her heart as she looked into their sincere eyes. She took the armor and said somewhat shyly, "Thank you, Sister Ye, thank you, Sister Li." Lu Yu smiled and said, "Put them on." Rose immediately changed into her battle armor. The silver martial king level armor accentuated her perfect, voluptuous figure, adding to her heroic and dashing appearance. After a short rest, the four left the yellow sand dunes and entered a much larger, weathered desert. The monsters here have changed to sandworms, sand scorpions, harpies, and desert cat demons, and there are more of them. Along the way, they also encountered several other teams of trial participants. Those people recognized Xia Qingya and saw the smooth, effortless speed with which Lu Yu and his three companions killed the monsters. They all wisely refrained from approaching, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Especially when they saw that Lu Yu was surrounded by three stunning beauties, Xia Qingya, Li, and Rose. Those male martial artists were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. She wished she could take Lu Yu's place and enjoy such a blessing. As Lu Yu and his group ventured deeper into the heart of the weathered desert, a violent energy fluctuation came from ahead. "There's a battle going on up ahead," Lu Yu said. The four approached quietly. In a vast, rocky area, a 5-person squad was besieging two mid-stage Lord-level monsters. Chapter 52 The Shock of the Federation's Prodigy, Martial Grandmaster breaks through to the core formation. The two lords were a rock giant over 10 meters tall, whose body was made of hard obsidian, and whose every step made the earth tremble. The other is the Harpy Lord, who is skilled in combat techniques using crimson flames and wind blades, and whose shrieking voice can tear a person's eardrums. And that 5-person team. The young martial arts master at the head of the group held a battle sword, his body crackling with lightning, and his combat skills were domineering and unparalleled, making him extremely eye-catching. Lu Yu launched an appraisal spell from a distance. Lei Lai, 36 years old, early stage of martial grandmaster, top genius of the Federation, 3.5 stars in talent, young master of the Lei family, one of the 10 imperial clans, and young master of the Tianlei Martial Arts Academy, the foundation of the Lei family. Lei Lai, the young master of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, is one of the Federation's top geniuses. Before setting off, Xia Qingya had already shown Lu Yu the information on the prodigies of the major powers in the Federation. Therefore, he also knew this person. Lei Lai's team is extremely strong, including Lei Lai himself, with 3 martial grandmasters and 2 others at the peak of martial master. Lei Lai fought the Harpy Lord alone, unleashing powerful and sweeping lightning-based combat techniques that were almost as strong as Rose's full power burst. The 2 mid-stage martial grandmasters, along with 2 peak martial masters, easily besieged the slow-moving rock giant. While they were fighting the boss monster, they also noticed Lu Yu and his group approaching. After all, there's no shelter here. Lei Lai forced the Harpy back with a single strike, and then called out to Lu Yu, "You're Lu Yu, the commoner prodigy who stirred up trouble in the Universe City? You're truly extraordinary." Clearly, the other side had also seen Lu Yu's intelligence. Of course, with Miss Xia by Lu Yu's side, it's easy to guess. Xia Qingya politely greeted, "Greetings, Senior Lei." They all graduated from Galaxy Academy, but not in the same year. Lu Yu also politely replied, "Young Master Lei, you flatter me." Lei Lai suppressed the Harpy Lord while attacking. He glanced at Lu Yu and the 3 women and reminded them, "The secret realm is very dangerous. Why didn't you bring even a martial grandmaster guard? Be careful." He was somewhat surprised. Xia Qingya was the eldest daughter of the Xia family, so why didn't she bring any martial grandmaster guards when she ventured into an S-level secret realm? In Lei Lai's opinion, Lu Yu's team was too weak. 1 late-stage martial master was leading 3 peak martial masters, even if they were all geniuses. Once you encounter a lord-level monster, it will be difficult to defeat it, and you may even be in mortal danger. "Do you want to come with us?" Lei Lai asked. After all, apart from Xia Qingya being his junior, the relationship between the Lei and Xia families was quite good. Since we encountered this couple in the secret realm, it would be right to take care of them. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lei, but no need." Lu Yu chuckled, seeing that their team was about to kill the 2 boss monsters. He then turned and left with the 3 women. After traveling for another hour or so, another golden treasure chest appeared on the system map. When they arrived at their destination, they found that the treasure chest was guarded by 2 lord-level monsters. One is a cat demon lord with a graceful figure, cat ears, and a cat tail, and an airy appearance. The other is a flower fairy lord whose body is covered with flowers and vines. Both are female half-humanoid monsters at the mid-level of the lord rank. Two big guys again. Lily licked her lips, her fighting spirit high. Start the war. As soon as Luyu finished speaking, Rose transformed into a silver lightning bolt and rushed out, her target the seemingly stronger cat demon lord. Bewitching eyes. Upon seeing this, the cat demon lord's emerald green eyes shimmered with an eerie light. However, Rose possessed dragon blood and strong mental power, so the charm spell had no effect on her. Boom! The fist of the demon lord clashed with the gleaming claws of the cat demon lord, producing a loud bang. On the other side, Luyu and his two companions surrounded the flower fairy lord. Dead pollen. The flower fairy lord let out a delicate shout, and several giant flowers shook violently, instantly covering the entire battlefield with pink pollen. Hold your breath. Pollen is highly poisonous and has hallucinogenic effects. Xia Qingya hurriedly reminded her. Luyu immediately summoned two Traiants to stand at the forefront. He then erected a light shield to keep the poison powder out. Seeing this, the flower fairy lord swung several thick vines in her hand, lashing at the three of them like venomous snakes. Ice sealing sword formation. Xia Qingya unleashed her sword technique, and dozens of icy swords whistled through the air, freezing and blocking all the attacking vines. Azure Emperor's bloodstained town. Luyu used his poison refining technique again, and strange runes were imprinted on the flower fairy lord's body, causing her life force to rapidly drain away. Not long after, the system notified him that Lei Lai's squad was approaching. It turned out to be Lei Lai's squad, who had just finished a battle and happened to be passing by. When Lei Lai and the others saw that Luyu and his three companions were actually besieging two lord-level monsters, they all stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. I'm not seeing things, am I? A group of martial artists are fighting a lord? A martial arts master from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy said incredulously. Lei Lai stared intently at the battlefield, his eyes wide open. He saw that Luyu's team, which he had seriously underestimated, was currently fighting back and forth with two mid-stage lord-level monsters. Especially that dragon girl, who single-handedly suppressed the cat demon lord, who was known for his speed and mystery, and forced him to retreat step by step. The cat demon lord already had several wounds on his body. Meanwhile, Luyu, relying on a strange light shield and two unkillable Traiants, managed to withstand the flower fairy lord's fierce attack. This created an excellent output environment for Xia Qingya and Li Li. Boom! With the combined efforts of the three, the flower fairy lord let out a shrill scream, and her body exploded. The main reason is that the wood-type poison of Lu Yuqing Emperor's blood collapsing town is too domineering and restrains this flower fairy lord. Of course, the martial god level technique, Azure Emperor Wood Sovereign technique, is inherently powerful in restraining wood-type monsters. Immediately afterwards, Luyu, Xia Qingya, and Lili joined the attack on the cat demon lord without stopping. With 4 against 1, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Seeing this scene, Lei Lai couldn't help but sigh. I, Lei Lai, have a high opinion of myself and am exceptionally talented, yet it seems I am not even as good as a female dragon beside Lu Yu. He felt ashamed of his earlier disdain and reminder. Young master, should we seize this golden treasure chest? One of his subordinates whispered to Lei Lai. Of course, it's just about stealing treasure chests. Since everyone is from the imperial family circle and there is no deep-seated hatred between them, they naturally wouldn't easily kill each other. Am I, Lei Lai, that kind of person? Lei Lai glared at him. A prodigy like Lu Yu is someone you can only befriend, not offend. Let's go. The subordinate thought to himself, young Master Lai used to take us into secret realms and he's robbed people of their treasure chests quite a few times. However, what young Master Lai said is correct. A peerless genius like Lu Yu can indeed grow up very quickly. It's best to avoid offending them if possible. Lei Lai's squad quietly left. Lu Yu ignored them and led his wives to continue the siege of the remaining lord. Not long after, the cat demon lord also died on the spot, surrounded and beaten by the crowd. A second golden treasure chest. Lili ran over excitedly. The golden treasure chest was opened, and inside lay 2 pills and dozens of snow lotus flowers, pure white and exuding a chilling aura. This is a martial grandmaster breakthrough pill. Xia Qingya picked up the pill, her voice trembling with excitement. There are still so many century-old snow lotuses. The S-rank secret realm truly lives up to its name. The martial grandmaster breakthrough pill, which the Federation couldn't manufacture, was found directly in the golden treasure chest. The previous statement about not having a martial grandmaster breakthrough pill meant that no pharmaceutical company in the Federation could manufacture it. And almost no one sells them. This does not mean that it is not present in S-level secret realms. Great. Sister, yeah, sisterly, you can break through now. Lu Yu was overjoyed. The two women nodded excitedly. Lu Yu immediately teleported them into his home space, allowing them to take the pills and focus on breaking through to the Martial Grandmaster realm. Once they break through to the Martial Grandmaster level, the strength of the entire team will increase significantly. Only Lu Yu and Rose remained in the desert. Master, where do we go next? Rose asked, explaining that she had only recently broken through to the peak of Martial Master and needed to consolidate her strength for a while before using the Martial Grandmaster breakthrough pill. Let's keep going, we'll eat Snow Lotus to improve our cultivation while we travel. Lu Yu gave Rose half of the century-old Snow Lotus, and the two walked together while refining the medicinal power of the Snow Lotus. With their aptitude and skills, they naturally didn't need to sit down to refine the century-old Snow Lotus. This weathered desert was so vast that after walking for a long time, they encountered some other trial participants. The next day, as they passed a sand dune, 7 or 8 menacing warriors suddenly sprang out from behind the dune and surrounded them. The leader was a bald, burly man with peak martial arts master cultivation, and those behind him were all peak martial arts masters as well. Lu Yu used an appraisal skill on the target. The group of people in front of him were not from the cosmic city, they came from other planets and clearly did not recognize him, Lu Yu. Besides the cosmic city, many natives from inhabited planets also rushed to the scene upon hearing the news of the opening of this secret realm. Any martial artist within the Milky Way can enter this secret realm. The bald, burly man's gaze roamed unabashedly over Rose's voluptuous figure, his eyes filled with a mixture of amazement and lewdness. Wow, what a beautiful girl. And a top-notch dragon girl at that. He grinned maliciously at Lu Yu and said, "Kid, leave your war servant here and hand over all your storage equipment, and I'll spare your life today since I'm in a good mood." His accomplices behind him burst into laughter. "Ha, boss is awesome. This dragon girl's figure is enough for us brothers to play with for days. Kid, you'd better get lost. Don't force us to kill someone." Rose's face instantly turned cold, and anger ignited in her golden eyes. Lu Yu's expression remained calm. He looked at the bald, muscular man and asked indifferently, "Have you decided how you want to die?" "What did you say?" The bald, burly man was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. "You pretty boy, you're asking for it." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yu had already given the order. "Rose, kill them all." "Yes, master." Rose received the order and was no longer suppressed. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from her, and her silver martial king armor shone brightly. She swung her small fist, and her whole body turned into a blur, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Bang! Before the bald, burly man's sinister grin could fade, he was punched so hard that his chest caved in, sending him flying into the air. Lord-level combat power. He managed to utter a few words in mid-air before his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining martial arts masters were instantly terrified. The lewd smiles and arrogance on their faces froze, replaced by endless fear. "Run! Run now!" Someone shouted, and everyone turned to run. But it was too late. Rose raised her hand and unleashed a fiery dragon breath, instantly incinerating them alive. As a humanoid dragon girl who has also cultivated the starry dragon god technique, she naturally doesn't need to use her mouth to breathe fire dragon breath. Rose picked up the storage rings left behind by the others and returned to Lu Yu's side, her silver armor spotless. Lu Yu put his arm around her and said, "Let's go." Chapter 53, Discovering the Diamond Chest That Human Was Too Cunning. The two walked out of the weathered desert. It felt as if I had passed through an invisible wall. Suddenly, a vast desert, carrying a sweltering heat, stretched out to the horizon. The system indicates that this is a dry desert. The sky was cloudless, and the scorching sun baked the earth. The air was distorted, and the heat wave was intense. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but rolling sand dunes and drought-resistant plants such as cacti. What a vast desert! Rose exclaimed, her expression one of awe. In such an open environment, the trial participant team is very likely to attract the attention of large monster groups. Warriors must remain vigilant at all times, using the terrain of the sand dunes to conceal their figures and avoid prolonged exposure in open areas. "Let us go," Lu Yu said. They didn't care, as they had a system scan. Even if you encounter a group of monsters, just wipe them out. The two walked quickly. Whoa! Ahead, a group of fiery red foxes spotted them and spewed out scorching fireballs. Rose flashed and charged straight into the fox pack. As the starry dragon fist was unleashed, the force of the punch was so powerful that the flame foxes were torn to shreds before they could even scream. The battle ended within seconds. They continued onward, the arid desert seemingly endless. Along the way, they encountered desert monitor lizards lurking in the sand, swarms of desert bats descending from the sky, and groups of kobolds wielding bone clubs. They even encountered a small group of cannibals carrying spiked clubs. These monsters were only at the beast general level, and were no match for Luyu and Rose. Rose cleanly and efficiently dealt with all the monsters blocking her way. Luyu rarely even had a chance to make a move. "Master, this secret realm is too vast," Rose exclaimed. "Yes, this should be the largest map in the desert's secret realm." Luyu nodded. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Scan to the left front, 30 kilometers away, there is a hidden dungeon entrance. A diamond-level treasure chest is located within the dungeon ruins." Luyu's eyes lit up. Diamond treasure chest. The treasure chest is guarded by 5 lord-level monsters, one of which is a late-stage lord and the other a mid-stage lord. Late-stage lord level. Luyu looked at Rose. With Rose's current strength, she is more than capable of dealing with mid-stage lords, but she may still be somewhat lacking when facing late-stage lords. After all, she hasn't yet advanced to the martial grandmaster level. Luyu had a thought and sensed the home space. Xia Qingya and Lili are still in seclusion and have not yet broken through to the martial grandmaster level. "Let's go take a look first," Luyu said. "Yes, master." Following the system's guidance, the two soon arrived at an inconspicuous valley. A corner of an ancient stone gate, half buried in sand, is revealed. The stone gate is carved with eerie demon reliefs, exuding a chilling aura. This is the entrance to the underground palace ruins. "Rose, let's go in and clear out the mobs first," Luyu decided. "Good." The two pushed open the heavy stone door, and a stench of decaying air rushed out. Behind the door was a deep, downward stone staircase, with crystals emitting a faint green light embedded in the walls on both sides, making the entire passage airy and sinister. As soon as they stepped down the stone steps, more than a dozen fireballs burst forth from the darkness. They were a group of fire foxes lurking in the passage. Rose snorted coldly, her figure moving with the speed of a ghost as she went straight to meet the attack. Fists flashed, the flames died down, and the battle ended in an instant. They continued their investigation. The underground palace has a vast interior space, with interconnected passageways, resembling an underground labyrinth. The walls and floor are made of huge obsidian blocks, cold and hard. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of monsters. Hordes of bloodthirsty fox spirits, incredibly fast and with sharp claws and teeth. A vampire lurking in the shadows, skilled in sneak attacks and mental assaults. There are also succubi, scantily clad, with alluring figures, constantly emitting seductive voices. These monsters would be extremely troublesome for an ordinary team, but they were a piece of cake for Luyu and Rose. Along the way, they also found 2 silver treasure chests, which Luyu did not open but put into his system space first. "Call out." Suddenly, an energy arrow shot out from the darkness in the distance, moving at an astonishing speed. However, Rose smashed it to pieces with her bare hands. "It's a demon archer." Luyu had already detected it using the system. In the darkness, a dozen demon archers wielding giant bows appeared. They kept drawing their bows and firing, arrows raining down upon them. At the same time, a dozen or so demon mages wielding staffs appeared on the other side. They chanted obscure incantations, and orbs of shadow energy and hellfire hurtled towards them. A mere beast general level. Rose charged straight into the firepower. These ranged monsters were standing some distance away, so she had to get close to eliminate them. A bunch of ragtag soldiers. Luyu activated the Wood Emperor light shield and charged forward as well. Rose and Luyu braved the intense firepower and charged into the horde of monsters, unleashing a massacre. After clearing out this wave of monsters, they continued on their way. Not far ahead, a roar came from a spacious stone hall. "You lowly human, how dare you trespass into my territory?" A demon leader, 3 meters tall and wielding a giant axe, led a group of demon warriors out. This demon leader was actually a monster at the early stage of the Lord level. "Perfect, I'll use you as practice." Rose, full of fighting spirit, went straight to meet the enemy. A few minutes later, the demon leader and all his men were killed. Luyu found another silver treasure chest in the stone hall. At another fork in the road, they encountered a succubus leader who was in the early stages of his lordship. The succubus leader, with her alluring figure and seductive eyes, attempted to control them through mental charm. As soon as his mental energy came into contact with Rose, he was shocked by the dragon's might, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was blown apart by Rose's punch. This underground palace is very large. The master and servant fought for a whole day in the underground palace. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the underground palace. Before them was an enormous circular hall with a towering dome adorned with intricate star-shaped magical patterns. In the center of the hall, on a stone platform, sits a gleaming diamond-gray treasure chest. The treasure chest was protected by a semi-transparent light shield. Around the stone platform, 5 figures exuding powerful auras caused Lu Yu and Rose to stop in their tracks. The leader was a demon chief who was over 4 meters tall. The demon leader was muscular and wielded a giant axe burning with black demonic flames. He exuded a powerful aura and was a late-stage lord. Beside it stood a succubus leader. The succubus leader is in the mid-stage of the lord level. She wears revealing leather armor that barely covers her vital parts, leaving her long, white legs and voluptuous figure on full display. She was observing the intruder with amusement. The remaining 3 are the leader of the fox spirit, the leader of the vampire, and the leader of the tree spirit, with the leader of the tree spirit being taller than the leader of the demon. All 3 of them are at the early stage of lord level. 1 late-stage lord, 1 mid-stage lord, and 3 early-stage lords. This lineup. Lu Yu felt it was a bit tricky. Let alone the 2 of them. Even if a team of Federation prodigies like Lei Lai came, they wouldn't be able to withstand these 5 lords. In addition, the 2 had been fighting for a day, and their mental and physical strength were greatly depleted. Master? Rose looked at Lu Yu, awaiting orders. Go home first. Lu Yu did not hesitate at all, and his mind was set on it. The next second, the 2 figures vanished into thin air from the hall. The 5 demon leaders who were about to walk over in the hall were stunned. Ha! Where are they? The fox demon leader shook his head. They ran away? The vampire leader frowned. Spatial fluctuations, they've been teleported away. The succubus leader licked her red lips, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Damn humans! How dare you play tricks on us? The demon leader reacted, roared angrily, and swung his axe into the ground, creating a huge crack. Home space. Lu Yu and Rose appeared out of thin air. At this time, Xiao Qingya, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden house, exuded a powerful aura. Not long after, the same aura surged from Li Li's body. They're about to break through. Lu Yu and Rose exchanged a smile. It seems those 2 martial grandmaster breakthrough pills were extremely effective. Half an hour later, the 2 powerful auras belonging to the early stage of martial grandmaster stabilized. Xiao Qingya and Li Li stood up, looking radiant. We've broken through to the martial grandmaster level. Xiao Qingya's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. I feel like I could beat 10 times my old self right now. Li Li said excitedly, pumping her fist. After breaking through to the early stage of martial grandmaster, their strength underwent a qualitative leap. With their exceptional talent, they are now capable of fighting against mid-stage lord-level monsters. Let's eat first and rest for a bit, Lu Yu said with a smile. He took out the food he had prepared earlier from his storage ring. The 4 sat around the table in front of the sofa, eating and drinking while discussing their next plans. Lu Yu and his wife ate and drank their fill, and also drank several pots of martial arts spiritual tea. After resting for a few hours, the 4 of them were fully recovered and their energy and spirits were back to their peak. It's time to go out and fight. Put down the teacup. Lu Yu glanced at the spirit field and the forest. He had notified the werewolf baker and the angel Fanqing in advance before going down to the S-level secret realm. We suspended our dealings with them. Once they're out, we'll double the amount in the transaction to compensate them. Both Baker and Fanqing readily agreed. Prepare for battle. Lu Yu stood up. Let's go. The 3 women were full of fighting spirit. With a flash of light, the 4 reappeared in the hall deep within the underground palace. They're back. The fox demon leader was the first to spot them. 4 people came this time? And there are 2 more girls at the early stage of martial grandmaster? The succubus leader chuckled. Are you here to give us an extra meal? Kill these trial participants. The demon leader roared and launched the first attack, his massive demonic flame battle axe slashing down with devastating force. Start the war. Lu Yu shouted. Rose, you deal with the demon leader. Sister Ye, you deal with the succubus leader. Sister Li, I'm leaving the vampire and the fox demon to you. I'll take care of the remaining tree spirits. After the tasks were assigned, the battle broke out instantly. Rose let out a sharp cry and charged at the strongest demon leader. Xia Qingya drew her long sword, its icy aura aimed directly at the succubus leader. Lily drew her longbow, simultaneously locking onto the vampire leader and the fox demon leader, and shot out arrows like meteors. Her talent was no less than Xia Qingya's, she was just a little inferior in the cultivation technique she used. After breaking through to the martial grandmaster level, he faced 2 early-stage lords in a 1-against-2 battle. Although there was pressure, he was able to handle it. Lu Yu then faced off against the enormous tree demon leader. Boom! The intense battle wave instantly engulfed the entire hall. Lu Yu's side was the most relaxed, as the Azure Emperor with Sovereign technique perfectly countered the tree demon. He summoned Treant warriors to gang up on the leader, while he himself continuously used wood-based combat skills, causing the Treant leader to retreat in defeat. On the other side, all 3 women were engaged in a fierce battle. Although Rose is brave, she only has the cultivation level of a peak martial artist. The demon leader was, after all, a late-stage lord, with terrifying strength and defense. Rose was temporarily suppressed and somewhat embarrassed. The succubus leader that Xia Qingya was facing was extremely cunning, with unpredictable movements and a constant stream of mental charm techniques, making it very difficult for her to deal with. Lily faced 2 extremely fast lords at the same time, which put her in grave danger. That won't do. Lu Yu frowned. He immediately transmitted his voice to the 3 women, let's fight a war of attrition. I'll use the Azure Emperor's blood-sinking suppression to continuously weaken their health. Okay. The 3 women replied immediately. Everyone, step back. Lu Yu shouted. The 3 women immediately withdrew and rejoined Lu Yu. Trying to run, the demon leader roared, leading his men in pursuit. Azure Emperor's bloodstained town. Lu Yu seized the opportunity, formed hand seals, and 4 beams of azure light instantly flew out, striking the demon leader, succubus leader, vampire leader, and fox spirit leader respectively. His own opponent, the tree demon leader, had already been marked with blood-draining runes during the battle. All done. Let's go. Lu Yu grabbed the 3 women and, with a thought, the 4 of them disappeared again. They ran away again? The 5 boss monsters were completely dumbfounded. They chased after it for half the distance, but their target disappeared. Damn it! These trial participants are too slippery. The demon leader was furious. I feel like there's something inside me. The sexy, scantily clad succubus leader frowned. She could feel a strange toxin eroding her life force. The other lords also realized that something was wrong. That human is too insidious. Restricted by the rules of the secret realm, they cannot leave and can only helplessly endure the continuous damage from the Azure Emperor's bloodshed town. Chapter 54 Aptitude Enhancement Pill, News of a Large-Scale Ruins. The 5 Lord-level demons quickly sat down, attempting to use their powers to remove the blood-draining runes from their bodies. However, they hadn't been able to settle down for long. Whoosh! The spatial fluctuations resumed, and Lu Yu and his companions reappeared. Hey, you bunch of monsters, why are your faces all green? Lily mocked with a grin. Kill them. The 5 boss monsters, whose health had been significantly reduced, were enraged and charged forward again. After harassing the 4 for a while, Lu Yu found an opportunity to add a new bloodstained town rune to each of them before teleporting back to his home. Ugh! Shameless humans! I will tear you to pieces. The hall echoed with the Lord's powerless rage. This process was repeated several times. The tree spirit leader, who was already being restrained, was the first to give in and collapse to the ground with a mournful howl of resentment. Immediately afterwards, the vampire leader and the fox spirit leader also died one after another. Now, only the late-stage demon lord and the mid-stage succubus lord remain. Go! Swarm them and beat them up. At Lu Yu's command, the 4 of them charged forward simultaneously. Having lost 3 helpers and been poisoned, the 2 leaders, whose strength was greatly diminished, were no match for the 4 of them. After a swift and easy beating, the demon leader and the succubus leader followed suit. Phew, finally done. Lily wiped her sweat. Rose, open the treasure chest, Lu Yu instructed. Rose excitedly ran to the stone platform and reached out to open the diamond treasure chest. A dazzling radiance emanated from the box. Inside the box lay a pile of pills and a piece of shimmering armor. Oh my god! Lily was the first to exclaim in surprise, these are 10 aptitude enhancement pills. And 20 martial grandmaster breakthrough pills. There's also a female battle armor of the martial king level. Xia Qingya picked up the armor, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. We're rich! We're rich! The three women hugged each other and cheered excitedly. Lu Yu also laughed. This gain far exceeded his expectations. Talent Enhancement Pill has a certain probability of increasing a martial artist's talent by half a star or 1 star. It is ineffective for those with 7 stars or higher. The older the martial artist is, the less effective it is. After the talent is enhanced, it is ineffective for a short period of time. Needless to say, the Martial Sect Breakthrough Pill is also worth mentioning. Aptitude Enhancement Pill is a pill that is far more effective than Marrow Cleansing Pill in improving a martial artist's aptitude. If they were auctioned at the Cosmic City auction house, each one would fetch at least 50 billion star coins. With these resources, their team's strength will take a leap forward. Alright, let's go home first, Liu said. Rose already possessed a 7-star aptitude, so the star-up pill was no longer effective. Liu planned to have Rose use the Martial Grandmaster Breakthrough Pill to advance her rank first, while he, Xia Qingya, and Lili would take the Aptitude Star-up pill. First, improve your strength, then continue exploring this S-rank ruin. Home space. A day later. Rose's aura surged, and her life strength successfully broke through 100 points, officially entering the early stage of Martial Grandmaster, catching up with Xia Qingya and the others. Current technological instruments are no longer able to accurately measure the life strength of those at the Martial Grandmaster level or above. However, it is possible to determine the cultivation level of a powerful individual. Lu Yu estimated that once Rose reached the early stage of Martial Grandmaster, her combat power would be sufficient to easily defeat a late-stage Martial Grandmaster. Lu Yu himself successfully advanced to 5-star aptitude after consuming 2 aptitude enhancement pills. Congratulations, host, on your advancement to 5-star aptitude. The reward includes doubling the size of your homestead, doubling the size of your forest, adding 800 martial arts spirit tea trees, and increasing your spirit field by 5 acres. The system distributed a generous promotion reward. The home space has undergone corresponding changes. Xia Qingya and Lili both had a 2.5-star rating previously. Now, they have all upgraded their qualifications to 3.5 stars. However, mobile phones cannot detect a martial artist's qualifications. Lu Yu told them. Very good. My qualification level has been raised to 3.5 stars. Both women had smiles on their faces. Let's plant the spirit fields first, Rose suggested, looking at the changes in her homestead. Good idea. Xia Qingya and Lili both agreed. Lu Yu certainly wouldn't object. So the 4 of them worked together to harvest the mature spiritual plants first, and then planted all the spiritual fields, including the newly added 5 acres, with new crops. There are still some seeds left, but if there aren't enough seeds, you can use rhizomes to propagate them. After finishing the farm work, it was the next day. Lu Yu, accompanied by his 3 wives whose strength had greatly increased, teleported out of his home and appeared in the empty hall of the underground palace. They left the underground palace and returned to the dry desert outside to continue their exploration. Soon after, they saw a fierce battle raging near an oasis in the distance. It turned out to be the team of the 3 heroes of Jiangnan. Emo Shiryao, Chen Jiani, Zheng Kuang, and 2 early-stage martial grandmasters are besieging 2 early-stage lord-level demons, with a golden treasure chest nearby. Those 2 martial arts masters were middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, and they were coaches that Zheng Kuang's father had hired at a sky-high price at the Tianlai Martial Arts Academy. The battle initially seemed to be going smoothly. Just as they successfully killed one of the monsters, the other saber-toothed tiger lord suddenly roared, its body swelled up, its aura surged, and it went berserk on the spot, breaking through to the mid-stage of the lord level. The monsters in the secret realm have a low probability of going berserk. It's also possible that the demon had already consumed too many spiritual herbs and then broke through during the battle. Oh no! It's gone berserk. One of the martial arts instructor's expressions changed drastically. Before he could react, he was swatted away by a claw from the berserk saber-toothed tiger, spitting out blood and suffering serious injuries on the spot. You all need to get out of here. Another martial arts instructor, his eyes blazing with fury, charged forward fearlessly, attempting to hold back the saber-toothed tiger. They were retired military officers who, after joining the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, developed a strong sense of honor and were determined not to let their employer's child die in front of them. We can't leave. Zheng Kuang's face turned deathly pale. The saber-toothed tiger was moving faster than he had imagined. Moreover, lord-level monsters can fly. Chen Jian gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with despair. Imo Shiryao trembled, her pretty face turning deathly pale. Could it be that I, the future female martial emperor, am about to perish in this S-class secret realm before I can even catch up with Lu Yu and his servant? A tremendous sense of resentment welled up in the hearts of the three. At this critical moment, a clear, cold, delicate shout came from afar. Starry Dragon Fist. All the crowd saw was a silver figure flying through the air, throwing a punch from hundreds of meters away. A dazzling, star-like fist strike ripped through the sky, precisely hitting the arrogant saber-toothed tiger lord. Boom! A loud bang. The saber-toothed tiger, which had just broken through to the mid-stage of the Lord Realm, didn't even have time to let out a scream before its head was blown off. The entire room fell silent. Imo Shiryao, Chen Jianyi, Zhang Kuang, and the two martial arts bodyguards all stared in disbelief at the scene. Hundreds of meters away, one punch blasted a mid-stage Lord-level monster to pieces? They turned their heads stiffly and looked at a mound. Lu Yu, with his arms around Xia Qingya and Li Li, was looking at them. In front of him, Rose was slowly retracting her fist. It's Lu Yu and his wife. Zhang Kuang exclaimed in shock. Imo Shiryao's beautiful eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. Lu Yu and his wife, have they become this powerful? That dragon girl Rose, the one she wanted to defeat, has now broken through to the martial grandmaster level, and even killed a mid-stage lord-level beast in one move. How could Imo Shiryao possibly catch up? Chen Jianyi's face was full of bitterness. Could the gap between people really be this big? Lu Yu walked over with the three women. Zhang Quan was the first to come to his senses. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the golden treasure chest on the ground, and handed it to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, thank you so much for saving my life. This treasure chest is yours. Imo Shiryao and Chen Jianyi had no objections without Lu Yu, they would both be hard-pressed to survive today. No need, after all you've already taken down a lord. Lu Yu chuckled and waved his hand. It's not that he looks down on the golden treasure chest. Instead, they felt that since the other person had spent a long time working on it, it would be a bit awkward to just take it directly. Besides, these three fellow villagers weren't bad people, especially their arrogance, which suited his temperament perfectly. When you're out and about, there's nothing wrong with helping an acquaintance fight a monster. Seeing that Lu Yu insisted on refusing, Zhang Quan opened the golden treasure chest. Inside were 3 martial grandmaster breakthrough pills, over 100 spirit crystals, and several bottles of healing and true essence recovery pills. Martial Grandmaster Breakthrough Pill. Zhang Kuang, Imo Shiryao, and Chen Jianyi were all overjoyed. The 5-person team divided the treasure among themselves. The 3 prodigies of Jiangnan each received a Martial Grandmaster Breakthrough Pill, plus a few spirit crystals. The 2 Martial Grandmasters then divided up the remaining spirit crystals and pills. The agreement between the 2 Martial Grandmasters and Zhang Kuang and his group was to divide the treasure equally. In addition, the arrogant father also paid a large sum of money for hiring him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to bring 3 burdens into the secret realm. After watching for a while, Lu Yu and his wife prepared to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Kuang suddenly said, "Boss Lu Yu, we encountered other trial participant teams earlier. They say that in the deepest part of this arid desert, an incredibly massive ruin called the Desert City has appeared. The monsters there are incredibly numerous and powerful. I've heard that the elite teams from all over the Cosmic City are preparing to explore it. You guys will probably go too, right?" Knowing that his team was not strong enough, Zhang Kuang told Lu Yu the news, as a way of repaying his life-saving grace. Is this a large-scale ancient site? Lu Yu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Xia Qingya, Li Li, and Rose all looked pleasantly surprised. There is a certain probability that large ruins will appear in S-level secret realms. The richness of the treasures in such ruins is definitely far more than just a single diamond chest. Thank you for letting me know. Lu Yu nodded to Zhang Kuang, then bid them farewell and hurriedly headed towards the depths of the desert with his wives. Chapter 55 The Desert City, The Shock of the Scattered Squad. Lu Yu embraced Xia Qingya's slender waist, and together with Li Li and Rose, they transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the depths of the arid desert. Along the way, they pushed their speed to the limit. The scorching wind howled, and the desert beneath their feet rolled backward. They advanced at top speed, slaying the hordes of monsters blocking their path. During this time, the system map indicated the presence of a golden treasure chest 100 miles away. Lu Yu didn't even change direction, and was too lazy to bother with any strategy guides. After all, traversing the map takes time, and slaying boss monsters also takes time. The rewards from a gold chest are certainly good, but how can they compare to those from a diamond chest? Moreover, there are only more golden treasure chests in the desert city. As the four traveled, they popped the century-old snow lotus and century-old lingji mushrooms they had obtained into their mouths like snacks and refined them directly. The powerful medicinal properties dissolved within their bodies, continuously replenishing the true essence consumed during their journey, and even allowing their cultivation to steadily improve. Roar! From behind the mound ahead, a large group of strange beasts that looked like rhinoceroses but were covered in rocky armor suddenly rushed out. There were dozens of them, and each of them possessed the aura of a peak beast general. There is also a leader that is at the beginning of the lordship stage. This is a herd of rock-armored rhinoceroses, known for their defensive capabilities and striking power. Arrows, come! Li Jiao gave a shout and immediately took to the air, her longbow fully drawn. 10 shots in quick succession. In an instant, 10 energy arrows whistled towards the rhinoceros herd. Each arrow struck a rock-armored rhinoceros. Puff, puff, puff. The terrifying explosive power of the energy arrows was too much for even the beasts to withstand, and they all collapsed in pools of blood. The rhinoceros lord was blown to bits by Rose with a single punch. The remaining rock-armored rhinoceroses were also easily cleaned up by Xia Qingya. Not long after, they also encountered a mid-stage lord-level desert dragon. The earth dragon was tens of meters long, stirring up clouds of dust and creating a terrifying spectacle. As a result, Rose punched him down from the sky and killed him instantly. On their journey, Lu Yu and his companions killed a mid-stage lord-level storm griffin and acquired a golden treasure chest. They casually divided up the contents of the treasure chest, not even bothering to look at them carefully. A few days flew by. Along the way, Lu Yu and his wife also encountered some small teams of lone wolves from the cosmic city. The captain of one of the civilian squads even bought elixirs from the Ascension shop. Lu Yu then inquired about the lost city of the desert from them. They told Lu Yu and his wife. Mr. Lu, Miss Xia, we've also heard about that large ruin and are preparing to go there. It is said that the elite teams from the Lei family, Huangfu family and other imperial clans have all gone in. Lu Yu knew about the Huangfu family, of course they were one of the 10 great imperial families of the Universe City. Its young master, Huangfu Jian, is a top genius who is no less than Lei Lai. After several days of arduous travel, a colossal black silhouette finally appeared at the edge of the horizon. It was the ruins of a giant city. The system notification indicates that this is the large-scale ruin, the desert maze. As they drew closer, the outline of the desert city became increasingly clear. The ruins stretch endlessly, and the colossal buildings that once pierced the clouds are now just wreckage. Most of the ancient and magnificent city walls have collapsed. The entire colossal city stretches across the deepest part of the arid desert, seemingly endless, like an ancient behemoth lying prone on the earth. A desolate, deathly, and eerie atmosphere swept over us. Preliminary investigation indicates that there are more than 10 diamond chests, as well as numerous gold and silver chests, within the desert city. The system's prompts remain shrouded in mystery. This desolate city contains more than 10 diamond treasure chests. Lu Yu was overjoyed, and his breathing became rapid. Upon hearing what Lu Yu said, Xia Qingya and the other two women's beautiful eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. Let's get there quickly. The four quickened their pace and sped towards the ruins of the giant city. The closer you get, the more groups of martial artists you can see. They formed small, elite teams in groups of 3 or 5, and like Lu Yu and his group, they headed towards the lost city. These people exuded a calm and collected aura and were well equipped, clearly elites from the cosmic city and other inhabited planets. More than 200,000 participants flocked to this S-level secret realm trial. Those gathered outside the city at this moment are only a small fraction of them, but they are definitely the elite of the elite. This ruin has mysterious rules, and can only be entered through various city gates. Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance to a city gate, where over 100 people had already gathered. When these martial artists saw that Lu Yu was accompanied by 3 stunning beauties Xia Qingya, Lili, and Rose, their eyes revealed undisguised envy and jealousy. Damn, who is that kid? He's got such a lucky streak with women. A late-stage martial master accompanied by 3 beautiful martial grandmasters? Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's Xia Qingya, the eldest daughter of the Xia family. What? The eldest daughter of the Xia family, an imperial clan? Who is that boy to her? Who else could it be but her man, Lu Yu? Didn't I hear before that Lu Yu is the Xia family's supplier of spiritual plants? He also runs a shop and is quite famous among ordinary people. Amid the discussions, the way everyone looked at Lu Yu and his wife was tinged with awe. After all, Xia Qingya, a proud daughter of an imperial family, is not someone they can covet. Furthermore, the three women are so young, yet they have already advanced to the martial grandmaster level, clearly indicating that they are all top-tier geniuses. As for Lu Yu, a commoner, it is no small feat that he was able to win the favor of three female prodigies at the same time. They are not people they can afford to mess with. No one dared to say anything more, lest they bring trouble upon themselves. Lu Yu and his three companions ignored the stairs and walked directly into the city gate. Buzz! A slight spatial fluctuation flashed by, and the scene before our eyes instantly changed. They appeared on a dilapidated street that was mostly buried in ruins. The streets are lined with towering building ruins. System notification: a special force field exists within the desert city, preventing high-altitude flight and severely suppressing low-altitude flight speed. Upon entering the labyrinth, trial participants will be randomly teleported to different streets. Lu Yu immediately opened the system map. On the map, countless red dots are scattered throughout the maze like ruins of the streets. Kobolds, pig-headed men, demons, succubi, werewolves, poisonous moths, bone demons. Various groups of monsters occupied different streets and divided up their own territories. Woof woof! Not far away, strange cries and the sounds of clashing weapons could be heard. A team of 10 is struggling against a group of kobolds wielding spiked clubs and knives. This group is quite strong, consisting of 4 martial grandmaster level experts. However, the weakest kobolds here are all at the peak of the beastmaster level, and there are also a few kobold warriors at the early stage of the lord level mixed in, making their battle extremely difficult. It's Instructor Xia. And Boss Lu too. One of the martial arts master's eyes lit up as he recognized Xia Qingya and Lu Yu. He had once bought elixirs from a shop specializing in immortality and was deeply impressed by Lu Yu. While fending off the kobold's attacks, the martial arts master shouted, "Boss Lu! Instructor Xia! We are the Whirlwind Squad and the Blazing Fire Squad. How about we team up? We'll split the treasures on this street equally among the 3 teams." They were 2 independent hunting teams from the City of the Universe, who temporarily joined forces to explore this mysterious city. Another martial grandmaster captain quickly chimed in, "That's right. Let's join forces and clear out these kobolds. If we work together, we're sure to get the treasure chest on this street." Lu Yu glanced at them and shook his head slightly. No need. According to the system map, there is indeed a golden treasure chest in a secret room deep inside this street. But it's not worth his time. The map shows that a diamond chest is shining brightly on the street next door that is occupied by fire beasts. Let's go to the next street, Lu Yu said to the 3 women. Roar! Dozens of kobolds spotted them and immediately charged over, howling. Court death! Rose and Li Jiao shouted and went straight to meet them. Rose's fists shone with starlight, each punch turning several kobolds into a bloody mist. Li's arrows were as fast as lightning, never missing their mark, accurately piercing the heads of the kobolds. Xia Qingya also drew her ice blue longsword and casually unleashed several sword energies, killing all the remaining survivors. Lu Yu didn't even make a move. In just a few seconds, dozens of kobolds were slaughtered. I didn't see wrong, did I? Instant kill? The 2 squads still fighting hard in the rear stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at the scene. Those kobolds even had a kobold warrior who was at the early stage of lordship. They were wiped out in an instant? Lu Yu ignored them and smiled at Xia Qingya. "Sister Ya, I can't fly yet, can you give me a ride?" Xia Qingya blushed slightly, glared at him, and still stood in front of him as instructed. Lu Yu took the opportunity to hug her from behind, pressing his cheek against her fragrant hair, and said with a mischievous smile, "Sister Ya, you smell so good." A warm breath brushed against my ear. Xia Qingya's delicate body trembled as she saw a large hand moving erratically on her breastplate. She lowered her voice and scolded, "Stop it. There are so many people watching." Rose watched the 2 of them being affectionate and muttered, "Rose is a dragon girl, so I should be the one carrying my master as we fly." Lily laughed from the side, "Rose, you're the strongest, so of course you should be in charge of clearing the way and fighting monsters." "That's right." Lu Yu nodded in deep agreement. Thus, a strange combination emerged. Rose and Li Fei flew ahead like 2 killing gods, violently clearing away all the kobolds blocking their path. Xia Qingya carried Lu Yu on her back and flew behind at a leisurely pace. Of course, she and Lu Yu would occasionally take action, releasing sword energy or green with spikes from a distance to kill some of the monsters that rushed close. The lone wolf squad, left far behind, watched as Lu Yu and his companions easily carved a bloody path through the kobold monster horde, leaving everyone deeply shocked. No wonder they didn't want to team up with us. A martial arts master muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. This strength is terrifying. What kind of monsters are they? Lu Yu and his wife's team, they are definitely a top-tier team of geniuses. The gap between us and them is just too big. Awe was written all over everyone's faces. Soon, Lu Yu and his companions passed through the Cobalt Street and arrived at a street filled with the smell of sulfur. Most of the buildings here were burned to charcoal, the ground was cracked, and scorching flames occasionally emerged from the cracks. Groups of 3-meter-tall fire beasts, their bodies engulfed in flames, were roaming the streets. Chapter 56 Martial God Level Technique, Zhao Xiai's team arrives. These fire beasts are tall and powerful. They can not only attack with their claws, but also spew flames and magma from their mouths. The weakest are all at the peak of the beast general level. Fire beasts at the early stage of the Lord level are everywhere, and occasionally you can see 1 or 2 fire beast commanders at the mid stage of the Lord level. Just push straight through. Seeing that the group of monsters was quite dense, Lu Yu gave an order. The 4 of them no longer held back and went all out. Rose took the lead, unleashing her dragon's might. With a flurry of powerful punches and long, agile legs, she blasted any fire beasts that came near her. Xiao Qingya's ice-based sword technique was perfectly displayed here, and the ice-sealing sword formation swept out, freezing and shattering swarms of fire beasts. Li Li's arrows possess both piercing and explosive effects, each capable of taking the lives of several fire beasts. Lu Yu summoned Treant warriors to draw fire while he continuously unleashed boundless falling leaves and log slash to inflict widespread damage. They carved a bloody path through the flame beast street. 1 day later, they finally arrived at the depths of the street, in front of a huge palace-like building. According to the system map, the diamond treasure chest is located inside this palace room. Pushing open the gate, an incredibly spacious hall appeared before my eyes. On the throne in the center of the hall, a diamond treasure chest was prominently displayed. Around the treasure chest, 5 figures exuding a terrifying aura slowly stood up. A fire beast commander over 5 meters tall, wielding a giant flaming axe, at the late stage of the Lord level. A fiery witch wearing a fiery robe, wielding a staff, and possessing a stunning figure, is also a late-stage lord. A slightly smaller but equally powerful fire beast leader, mid-stage lord. A fiery demon engulfed in hellfire, mid-stage lord level. There is also a fire beast warrior wielding a heavy shield and a warhammer, who is an early-stage lord. 2 lords are in the late stage, 2 are in the mid-stage, and 1 is in the early stage. Such a powerful lineup of monsters is enough to make any elite team tremble with fear. 2 human female martial arts masters, and 1 dragon girl martial arts master. The flame witch's gaze fell on Rose, sensing the aura that made her heart tremble. She then transmitted her voice to the flame beast commander beside her. Be careful of that dragon girl, she's very strong. Humph, so what if they're strong? They'll all die here today, the flame beast commander roared. Start the war. Lu Yu didn't waste any words. Rose, you deal with 2 late-stage lords. Yes, master. Rose let out a shout, her silver armor gleaming brightly as she took the initiative to meet the strongest fire beast commander and fire witch. She unleashed a terrifying dragon's might, facing 2 opponents alone without the slightest fear. Sister Ye, the flame beast commander is now yours. Sister Li, you deal with the flame demon. I'll take down that warrior first. Xiao Qingya and Li Li made their moves simultaneously, each targeting their own opponent. Lu Yu then faced off against the early-stage lord-level flame beast warrior. The battle erupted instantly, and the entire hall was engulfed by violent energy. However, these lord-level monsters are extremely resilient and difficult to kill in a short time. Adopt a war of attrition. Lu Yu decisively ordered. The women understood immediately. Lu Yu used the same trick again, seizing the opportunity to strike the 5 Azure Emperor blood-shattering talisman lights onto the 5 Lord Demons. Walk! He grabbed the 3 women by the waist, and with a thought, the 4 of them vanished from the main hall in an instant. The 5 monster leaders, who were engaged in a fierce battle, were all stunned. Damn it! They got away, the flame beast commander roared angrily. However, these lord-level monsters soon discovered that they were poisoned. They quickly sat down, trying to expel the deadly poison from their bodies by circulating their internal energy. But a short while later, Lu Yu and his companions appeared out of thin air, unleashed a barrage of combat techniques on them, and then disappeared again. This went on repeatedly, and the 5 lord monsters were tormented beyond measure. Soon, the weakest flame beast warrior was the first to fall. An hour later, the flame beast commander and the flame demon also died one after another. Lu Yu and his 3 companions were finally able to gang up on the remaining flame beast commander and flame witch without any pressure. Final. Under the combined fire of the four, the two powerful late-stage Lord-level monsters collapsed to the ground, filled with endless frustration and anger. A diamond treasure chest. Lily excitedly rushed over. The box was opened, and the dazzling light almost blinded everyone. An ancient blue jade book, several shimmering pills, a black women's leather armor, and some bottles and jars. Xia Qingya picked up the jade book, and her beautiful eyes instantly lit up with unbelievable joy. It's actually a martial god level technique. The Nine Heavens Profound Ice Sword Manual. Lily also picked up the leather armor, feeling the powerful energy flowing through it, and excitedly exclaimed, "This is a martial king level leather armor." Lu Yu added, "There are still 5 aptitude enhancement pills left. This time we've really struck it rich. This martial god level cultivation technique alone is of immeasurable value, starting at least trillions of star coins. Sister Ye, this sword manual is perfect for you, you should learn it," Lu Yu said with a smile. Yes. Xia Qingya nodded excitedly and immediately chose to study. A massive influx of information flooded her mind, making her appear even more aloof and ethereal. Lily happily changed into the martial king level leather armor, the black leather armor making her already hot figure even more alluring. Let's go. Just as Lu Yu was about to leave with his wives, a system notification sounded. Zhao Xiai's troops have reached the outside of the palace. Zhao Xiai's team arrived here so quickly? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Actually, when Lu Yu and his 3 companions were fighting the last 2 lords, the system had already notified them that Zhao Xiai's and Yang Liangji's team had appeared on this street. Now is the perfect time to take care of this big problem. Lu Yu led the 3 women toward the palace gate. Now. On the street, Zhao Xiai's and Yang Liangji were leading 8 Zhao family experts to the palace gate. This team of 10 includes 5 martial grandmasters and 5 others who are at the peak of martial master. Zhao Xiai's has now broken through to the peak of martial master. After all, his aptitude is 2.5 stars. This team was formed by merging 2 Zhao family squads they had met before arriving in the desert city. Looking at the magnificent palace before him, Zhao Xiai said to Yang Liangji beside him, "The monsters outside are so powerful, this palace must have a diamond treasure chest." Before Lu Yu and his wife had completely killed the fire beast horde, some fire beasts had rushed out from various houses. Yang Liangji nodded in agreement. "Young master is wise. After we seize the treasure, we'll settle accounts with that bastard Lu Yu." The words had barely left his mouth. They saw Lu Yu and his 3 companions emerge from the palace with a hint of amusement on their faces. The expressions on Zhao Xiai's and Yang Liangji's faces froze instantly. They were stunned at first, then overjoyed. Yang Liangji let out a joyful laugh. "Lu Yu, ha ha ha. What a small world we've run into." Zhao Xiai's burst into laughter. "Lu Yu, I've been searching high and low, but here you are, without any effort at all. Today, let's see where you can run to." His gaze shifted to Xia Qingya, his eyes becoming incredibly greedy and burning. "Xia Qingya, my goddess, you've become even more charming. You wouldn't want to watch your husband be tortured to death by us, would you?" When they saw Lu Yu and his wife come out of the palace, they assumed there were no high-ranking lords or high-ranking treasure chests inside. But it doesn't matter, catching Lu Yu and his wife is a huge gain. Lu Yu, Xia Qingya, and the other 2 women watched the performance of the 2 men in front of them with calm expressions. It was as if they were watching 2 clowns. Chapter 57 Killing Zhao Xiai's, the proud daughter of heaven, Dongfang Fenghuang. Zhao Xiai's looked at the 3 women beside Lu Yu with amazement in his eyes. 3 early-stage martial grandmasters. That incredibly hot dragon girl exuded a powerful aura. However, his Zhao family team has 3 mid-stage martial grandmasters and 2 early-stage martial grandmasters. Although he himself was at the peak of martial master, he was confident that his combat strength was not bad and could be compared with that of an early martial grandmaster. With such a star-studded lineup, how could they possibly fail to defeat a mere husband and wife team? Zhao Xiai's, "If you want to die, then try and fight me?" Xia Qingya's voice was icy, and her long sword was already drawn. Lu Yu remained calm. He had already secretly instructed the system to begin recording the video. Killing Zhao Xiai's was not difficult, the difficulty lay in the subsequent retaliation from the Zhao imperial family. The wrath of an imperial family is enough to overturn the stars. A martial saint can destroy a town with a single blow, while a martial emperor can shatter mountains and destroy continents. Therefore, he needed a reason for self-defense, a reason that would be enough to get the Xia family and the federal government on his side. Of course, Lu Yu's confidence stemmed from much more than that. Lu Yu's lover from all the heavens, the angel Fanqing, once told him that her queen, the angel Jue, had taken notice of him. The queen herself said that if Lu Yu is in trouble, then their angel federation is in trouble. If necessary, even an angel queen at the martial emperor realm can personally descend upon the realm. Angel Stars proudly revealed that their current queen, Azue, is a late-stage martial emperor who once defeated a powerful alien race at the peak of the martial emperor realm. This is Lu Yu's true strength in daring to confront the imperial family. Zhao Xiai's gaze swept back and forth between Xia Qingya, Lili, and Rose, and he grinned maliciously. Lu Yu, not just Xia Qingya, but all three of your women today, I want them all. They will all become my playthings, Zhao Xiai's playthings. Upon hearing this, the three women were enraged, and Lu Yu's face revealed murderous intent. Since you, Zhao Xiai's, are determined to seek death, then there's nothing I can do. He added that cringeworthy line, of course, just to record a video. Zhao Xiai stopped wasting words and waved his hand, issuing the order. 2 mid-stage martial grandmasters, go and capture that strongest sub-dragon girl for this young master. Another mid-stage martial grandmaster, take down Xia Qingya. Yang Liangji, you and another early-stage martial grandmaster go and deal with that Li Li. The rest of you, follow me, and kill this bastard Lu Yu. The battle erupted instantly on the street in front of the palace. At this point, Lu Yu had already instructed the system to stop recording video. The outcome of the battle was completely different from what Zhao Xiai's had expected. Starry Dragon Fist. Rose let out a delicate shout, her figure transforming into a silver lightning bolt as she took the initiative to meet the 2 mid-stage martial grandmasters from the Zhao family. She didn't bother to dodge at all, and threw a punch that made the air explode. One of the martial grandmasters didn't even see her move before his armor caved in, and his body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the palace wall behind him. His fate was unknown. What? Another mid-stage martial grandmaster was shocked and was about to retreat when Rose's second punch arrived. The fist tore through the air with destructive force, striking his head squarely. Bang! With a muffled thud, the head of the mid-stage martial grandmaster exploded like a watermelon, scattering red and white matter everywhere. In no time at all, 2 mid-stage martial grandmasters perished on the spot. On the other side, Xia Qingya held an ice blue longsword and began to practice the newly learned 9 Heavens Profound Ice Sword manual. Her demeanor grew increasingly aloof, and wherever her sword energy passed, the air was frozen and torn apart. The mid-stage martial grandmaster who rushed towards her was covered in frost, and the chill seeped into his limbs, making his movements sluggish. Xia Qingya easily suppressed him, and with flashes of swordlight, her opponent was already in grave danger. Lili, on the other hand, handled things with even greater ease. She wore king-level leather armor, drew her longbow, and locked onto Yang Liangji and another early-stage martial grandmaster. The arrows flew like meteors, so fast they were dazzling, forcing the two men into a frantic struggle, making it impossible for them to get close. What terrified Zhao Xiai's the most was Lu Yu. He led 4 peak martial arts masters, grinning maliciously as he charged toward Lu Yu. In his view, crushing Lu Yu, a late-stage martial arts master, was just a piece of cake. Even if Lu Yu is a prodigy, comparable to the peak of a martial arts master. But Lu Yu simply raised his hand. Greenwood Thorn. 4 green wooden spikes flew out suddenly, their power far exceeding that of Little Li's flying dagger, instantly piercing the throats of the 4 peak martial arts masters. Their sinister smiles froze, and before they could even scream, they collapsed limply to the ground. On the other side, Yang Liangji was being driven into a sorry state by Li Li's arrows. How can Li Li's archery skills be so formidable? Li Li had been to Jiangnan City, so of course he knew her. When Yang Liangji caught a glimpse of Rose's overwhelming battle out of the corner of his eye, his scalp tingled with fear. That female dragon could take down a mid-stage martial grandmaster with a single punch? Is this the fighting power of an early-stage martial grandmaster? At that moment, he also witnessed Lu Yu instantly killing 4 martial arts masters with a single move. A wave of despair instantly washed over Yang Liangji. Lu Yu and his wife are both extraordinary talents. What? Zhao Xiai's was so shocked that his whole body went numb. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He stared intently at Lu Yu, his voice sharp with fear. Lu Yu. You actually killed all 4 of them in one move? A late-stage martial master can instantly kill 4 peak martial masters with a single move? How is that possible? Isn't he a plant expert? How could Lu Yu's combat power be so terrifying? Arrogance and conceit are crushed in the face of absolute power. Fear overwhelmed them like a tidal wave. Ah! With a scream, Zhao family martial master, who was fighting Xia Qingya, had his arm severed by a Xin Bing sword aura, and was then punched to pieces by Rose. Yang Liangji and the remaining early-stage martial grandmaster were easily dealt with by Li Li and Rose, who arrived at the scene. Before his death, Yang Liangji's eyes were filled with endless regret and resentment. He chased them all the way from Jiangnan City to Universe City, all for revenge. In the end, he didn't even get close to Lu Yu's clothes before being beaten to a pulp by his woman. Rose swiftly collected everyone's storage rings, then unleashed a burst of dragon's breath, burning the corpses on the ground to ashes. On the entire battlefield, only Lu Yu and his 3 companions remained, along with Zhao Shiais, who lay limp on the ground, his face ashen. Lu Yu walked slowly to him and looked down at him. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Zhao Shiais trembled, his strong will to survive causing him to instantly abandon all dignity. He was flexible and adaptable. He immediately crawled to Lu Yu's feet, trembling as he took off his storage ring and held it high. "Brother Lu! Brother Lu! Spare me! If you spare me this time, all these treasures are yours. My Zhao family, the imperial clan, will also pay a huge sum as an apology." Zhao Shiais wept uncontrollably and kowtowed repeatedly to the ground. "I, Zhao Shiais, swear to God that I will mend my ways and never dare to cause trouble for you and your sisters-in-law again. Please just ignore me." Zhao Shiais naturally did not want to die. After all, as the young master of an imperial family, he had a bright future and a promising life ahead of him. Zhao Shiais did not dare to threaten Lu Yu with the imperial family. He knew very well that a peerless genius like Lu Yu was least afraid of threats. Lu Yu picked up his storage ring, didn't even look at it, and sneered. "How can someone like you possibly change?" Before he could finish speaking, he threw a punch. Bang! Zhao Shiai's head exploded with a thud. Rose stepped forward, unleashing another burst of flame that burned Zhao Shiai's body to ashes. After taking stock of their spoils, Zhao Shiais and the others found a large number of spirit crystals and pills of various grades in their storage rings. Lu Yu even discovered an ancient-looking contract scroll. This is a great item. It allows you to form contracts with monsters and recruit them as your war servants. Although the success rate is a pitiful 1%, it's still a good thing. Zhao Shiais hadn't even had a chance to use it, but it benefited Lu Yu instead. The Zhao family must have acquired quite a few gold treasure chests. Li Li's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she looked at the mountain of treasures. Xia Qingya also breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhao Shiais, her biggest worry, gone, she felt much better. Afterwards, Lu Yu led the 3 women away from the street that reeked of burnt smell. They entered another street, where hordes of pig-headed people roamed. On the street, 3 women were already engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of pig-headed monsters. The woman at the head of the group was stunningly beautiful. This woman has exquisite features and a stunning figure. She wears fiery red armor and holds a long sword that is burning with flames, making her look heroic and dashing. Each swing of the sword unleashed a raging inferno, burning large swaths of pig-headed men to ashes. Her combat skills were ferocious and swift. She was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, beautiful and powerful. The 2 older female martial arts masters were equally formidable, their teamwork was excellent, and they were clearly seasoned veterans. "They're from the Dongfang family." Xia Chengya recognized them. "The one in the lead is Dongfang Fenghuang." Lu Yu immediately cast an appraisal spell on it. Dongfang Fenghuang, the eldest daughter of the Dongfang imperial clan, 33 years old, mid-stage martial grandmaster, for star aptitude, hailed as the #1 female prodigy of the Federation's younger generation, with a beauty score of 98 and an overall score of 96, meeting the host's requirements for wives and concubines. Hidden information, Lei Lai, Huang Fujian, and other imperial clan prodigies are all her suitors. For star aptitude, 33-year-old martial grandmaster mid-stage. Lu Yu's heart stirred slightly. No wonder she was hailed as the Federation's #1 female prodigy. The Eastern Phoenix's combat power is indeed terrifying. The power it unleashes with every move is almost no less than that of Rose at full strength. The 3 women from the Eastern Phoenix also discovered Lu Yu and his group. With a single sword strike, Dongfang Fenghuang unleashed a fire dragon, clearing an area before scanning the surroundings. When she saw Xia Qingya, she was slightly surprised, and then she saw Lu Yu and Li Li and Rose beside him. A man, accompanied by 3 stunningly beautiful women. Dongfang Fenghuang raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, thinking to herself, this commoner prodigy Lu Yu is quite capable, but he's too much of a womanizer. He's not my type. So it's junior sister Qingya. Dongfang Fenghuang's voice was clear and melodious, with a hint of arrogance. This must be Lu Yu, the commoner prodigy, right? He is indeed extraordinary. Xia Qingya and Li Li quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, senior sister Fenghuang." Lu Yu nodded politely. Not at all, since senior sister Dongfang is on this street, we won't disturb her any longer. Let's go to the next street. He saw from the system map that there was only one golden treasure chest on this street, not worth his time. Dongfang Fenghuang nodded slightly, without saying anything more. Lu Yu, accompanied by the three women, casually killed a group of pig-headed men who charged at him, then turned and left. Xia Qingya's intimate gesture of carrying Lu Yu on her back while flying naturally caught the eye of Dongfang Fenghuang. Watching their departing figures. A female martial arts master beside Dongfang Fenghuang's side, this commoner prodigy is no ordinary person. I feel that his dragon maiden battle servant may be no less powerful than you, Mississippi. Dongfang Fenghuang nodded, his gaze deep. It's more than just not simple. Xia Qingya and Li Li have also grown up too fast. This man must have extraordinary abilities to win the hearts of three outstanding women. Lu Yu and his three companions soon arrived at the next street. This is the territory of the lizard people. The streets were teeming with lizard men, each with a distinct role and a wide variety of species. The lizard man warriors are melee fighters, clad in heavy metal armor and wielding sharp blades and massive shields. The lizard man priest, a mage, brandished his staff, chanted incantations, and unleashed fireballs, poison mist, and acid arrows. There were even lizard man musketeers, who were also clad in armor and wielded ancient alchemical muskets, providing long-range fire support. The monsters here look tough to deal with, Li Li said. Start the fight. Lu Yu showed no fear whatsoever. A group of lizard men had already come to meet them. The battle has begun again. Meanwhile, in other corners of the desert city, Lei Lai's team had found another team from the Thunder Martial Arts School at the entrance of the Lost City. The two teams of 10 had merged and were wreaking havoc on a succubus street. The succubi here are all sexy and alluring, and their mental charm is hard to defend against, making it difficult for the men in the martial arts school to cope. Fortunately, Lei Lai was resolute, with only his goddess in his heart, and drew his sword naturally. He led his team, ruthlessly destroying flowers and searching everywhere for high-level treasure chests. Meanwhile, on another street, Huangfu Jian, the prodigy of the Huangfu family, was leading a 10-person team to conquer a lord's room containing a golden treasure chest, engaging in fierce battles with several powerful lord-level monsters. Lu Yu's conquest of the Lizardman Street went very smoothly. They pushed their way through until they finally found the Lizardman Lord guarding the diamond chest in a huge basement. After a fierce battle, Lu Yu opened the diamond treasure chest. Inside the box were 10 crystal-clear, low-grade cultivation pills, as well as spirit crystals and other treasures. Low-grade cultivation pill, suitable for martial artists below the Martial King realm. It raises the level by one minor realm. The lower the aptitude, the lower the probability of breakthrough. It is ineffective if used shortly after a breakthrough. Lu Yu took out a pill without hesitation and swallowed it. A surge of incredibly pure energy instantly spread through his body, and his cultivation level instantly increased. Peak of Martial Arts Master. He's just one step away from reaching the Martial Grandmaster realm. Chapter 58 Queen Medusa wreaks havoc, summoning the Angel Lingxi. That's wonderful, honey. Congratulations, Master. Xia Qingya and the other two women were all delighted for him. Lu Yu broke through to the peak of Martial Master. With his aptitude and skills, he was almost equivalent to the combat power of a mid-stage Martial Grandmaster. They left happily. While traveling, Lu Yu also flirted with Angel Star using the chat function of the All Heavens membership. Sister Fanqing, are you busy? I'm here. Just repelled a wave of Demon Legion's attacks. Did you miss me, little brother? Angel Star replied instantly, adding a cute emoji. Of course, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Hee hee, you're so sweet talking. I showed your photos to my sisters, and my Lingxi sister and Queen sister both said you're super handsome. They're all so envious of me for having such a handsome and rich younger brother to protect. Lu Yu was secretly delighted and quickly replied. Really? Do they want to become my guardian angels too? Yes, they all want to. I'm so grateful for their high regard. Lu Yu stroked his chin, wondering if he should invite an angel sister over to help him conquer the secret realm. However, we haven't encountered any monsters we can't defeat yet, so we don't need to for the time being. Moreover, this secret realm is restricted to those below the Martial King level, so whether they, at the Martial King level, can enter is still a question. So he gave up for the time being. Another 10 days or so passed. Lu Yu and his wife, along with their 3 companions, explored almost every valuable street in this desolate, mysterious city. Diamond chests are becoming increasingly rare eventually, you'll only be able to find gold chests. During this time, they would return to their homes to rest when they got tired. I also wanted to have some married life with Sister Ya. Of course, he didn't neglect Sister Lee and Rose either. He ate one a day anyway, since he had good teeth. You can balance treasure hunting in daily life. In the last 3 days before the secret realm closes, Lu Yu and his wife finally arrived at the Snake People Street in the very center of the Lost City. This street is the core area of the entire desert city. The Snake Man monsters here are so numerous they're outrageous. At this moment, 5 teams have gathered at the entrance of the street. Dongfang Fengawang's team encountered another group of her people, which had expanded to 8 members and were incredibly powerful. Lei Lai's team consisted of 10 men, each exuding a fierce aura. Huang Fujian's team also consisted of 10 people, their sword aura imposing. There is another team whose members have undergone mechanical modifications. They are from a planet with cyborgs. Finally, the Lu Yu couple arrived late. Lu Yu opened the system map, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. There are 4 diamond treasure chests on this street. This means that one of the 5 teams is destined to go home empty-handed. The leader of that cyborg team, the prodigy Suoshan, was immediately captivated by Dongfang Fengwang and took the initiative to approach her and pursue her. Dongfang Fengwang looked down on him, but did not directly refuse him, only responding coldly. After all, that bioengineered planet was technologically advanced, and the So family was the leader of that planet, and they had business dealings with the Eastern Imperial family. Seeing this, Lei Lai and Huang Fujian were united in their hatred and immediately began to mock Suoshan. A lump of iron wants to chase after a phoenix? Are you a eunuch? Can you even have children? Lei Lai said bluntly. Huang Fujian chimed in, exactly. How can a monster that isn't even human be worthy of being called a phoenix? Suoshan was so angry that his electronic eyes flashed red, but his subordinates behind him quickly pulled him back and advised him not to provoke the federal imperial family. Lu Yu ignored their melodramatic saga and led the 3 women straight into the horde of snake people monsters. Let's do it! At his command, Rose, Xiaoqingya, and Lili immediately went into full swing. Everyone in the arena was astonished to see that the Dragon Girl unleashed unparalleled combat power, like a tiger among sheep, with snake people falling in droves wherever her fists and feet passed. The hunting speed of Lu Yu and his wife's team was no less than that of their 10-person team, and even faster. They fought their way through and entered the room where the first diamond treasure chest was located. Inside the room were 2 powerful Snake Man elders, one at the peak of the Lord level and the other at the late stage of the Lord level. It took Lu Yu quite a while to kill them and successfully take the treasure chest. When they came out, Lei Lai, Dongfang Fengwang, and Huang Fujian's 3 teams had each conquered a diamond treasure chest. Only the cyborg squad remained, searching everywhere but finding nothing. Suoshan's face was ashen as he led his men toward the most magnificent hall deep in the street. Inside the enormous hall, there were only 2 powerful demons. Seated on the throne was a stunningly beautiful woman with a human upper body and a huge snake tail. This is a Medusa queen at the pinnacle of lordship. Beside her stood a snake woman elder holding a staff, a late-stage lord. On the stone wall of the hall, an ancient inscription appeared: defeat Queen Medusa to obtain a star-level treasure chest. A star-ranked treasure chest. A look of wild joy flashed in Suoshan's eyes, and he excitedly led his 9 men toward the throne. However, he was unaware of this. This Medusa queen, as the ultimate boss of the desert city, will go berserk and break through the cultivation limit once she is brought to the brink of death. The battle broke out, with Suoshan and 10 other cyborgs fearlessly besieging Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa is extremely powerful, and with the support of the female elders who are later in the Lord's ranks, Suoshan's team is having an exceptionally difficult time. Finally, after losing 2 team members, they severely injured Queen Medusa. Just when Suoshan thought victory was in sight, a sudden change occurred. Hold head high. Queen Medusa let out a roar, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her body. Her cultivation level instantly broke through the shackles of the peak of the Lord realm and directly broke through to the early stage of the Beast King realm. Boom! A terrifying energy shockwave swept out, instantly leveling the entire hall to the ground. Suoshan and his group of cyborg subordinates were all brutally killed, resulting in a total annihilation. Having just acquired the diamond treasure chest, Lu Yu and his companions had barely stepped out onto the main street when they heard a deafening roar coming from the depths of the street. They looked up in horror and saw a beautiful alien woman standing in mid-air, who casually slapped 2 tall palace buildings to pieces. The terrifying destructive power left everyone feeling suffocated. This is the aura of a Beast King level demon. Xiaoqingya's pretty face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Lili was also shocked. My god! How could a Beast King level monster appear in this secret realm? A fighting spirit ignited in Rose's golden eyes, but she also knew that she was no match for a Beast King level monster at the moment. Lu Yu immediately used his appraisal technique. Queen Medusa, Queen of the Serpent People tribe, early Beast Master level, appearance 100, overall 96. Queen Medusa was originally a Beast King level being, but was restricted to the peak of the Lord level by the rules of the secret realm. She was nearly killed by the cyborg team before regaining her Beast King cultivation. System notification: this Medusa Queen meets the host's requirements for a wife concubine. Lu Yu gave a wry smile. So what if it complies? How can he capture such a powerful queen? His contract scroll requires the target to be subdued before it can be used, and the success rate is only 1%. Just then, the system notification sounded again. The host has summoned a Martial King Realm Angel. The system can temporarily increase the success rate of the contract scroll to 100%, but this requires 100 billion star coins as energy. Modifying items may attract the attention of heaven. This will not be repeated. Lu Yu's heart trembled violently. Holy crap! The dog system actually has this kind of incredible ability. Although this is a one-time exception, you absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Without hesitation, he immediately contacted Angel Star through the members of the Heavenly Realm. Lu Yu, Sister Fanqing. It's extremely urgent. Can you teleport over now? A monster at the early stage of Beast King level has appeared in my secret realm, and I'm having trouble dealing with it. Angel Stars, that's dangerous. But I'm facing an attack from a powerful demon army, and I need to be there to oversee things, so I can't leave right now. How about I send Lingxi over to help you? Lu Yu, okay. Thank you, Sister Fanqing. Lingxi is at the mid-stage of the Martial King realm. With the formidable combat power of an angel, she is more than capable of dealing with Queen Medusa, who has just recovered her strength. Lu Yu and the angel Fanqing had already discussed how to teleport all the angels, except for Fanqing herself, over. Angel Fanqing, who was familiar with the rules of the Zhutian Mall, told Lu Yu. Gold members of the All Heavens Mall already have the privilege to hire All Heavens mercenaries. Silver members, on the other hand, have the authority to form the All Heavens mercenary group, and the member automatically becomes the group leader. Of course, besides themselves, silver members can only set 2 people on their own side as team members with the other party's consent. However, due to the limited number of gold members in this multiverse mall, and a high level of friendship between the employer and the guild leader is required to hire mercenaries. Therefore, there are basically no silver members forming multi-dimensional mercenary groups to earn extra money. Angel Stars had already assembled a team for Lu Yu, consisting of only 2 mercenaries besides herself, Angel Lingxi, and Angel Queen Azui. Only Lu Yu and Fanqing have a high enough friendship level to hire her mercenaries. Then, Lu Yu immediately opened the mercenary page in Fanqing's shop and selected to hire Angel Lingxi. The hiring price is 50 billion star coins. This was the price they had agreed upon beforehand. After all, the Angel Legion was missing a Martial King level combatant, so they needed to generate some revenue. The transaction is complete. Buzz. The void in front of Lu Yu rippled. A sweet and lovely angel girl, dressed in silver-white angel armor that accentuated her curves and a short skirt that revealed her long, straight legs, emerged from the void. Holding a blazing sword, with pure white wings gently fluttering behind her, she was none other than the Angel Lingxi. Angel Lingxi, 180 years old, mid-stage Martial King, appearance 97, overall 95, meets the host's requirements for wives and concubines. Angel Fanqing's adjutant and sister. Wow, Boss Lu Yu, you're so handsome. As soon as Angel Lingxi appeared, she curiously looked at her employer, Lu Yu, her clear eyes sparkling like stars. After she finished speaking, she looked up at the sky and saw Queen Medusa chasing after Dongfang Fenghuang, Lei Lai, and the others, who were fleeing in all directions. This is a Martial King Realm Angel. This angel is so beautiful. Did my husband summon her? Xia Qingya and the other 2 girls were stunned as they gazed at the beautiful figure of Angel Lingxi and felt the aura emanating from her that was even more powerful than that of Queen Medusa. Lu Yu didn't have time to explain to his wives, and simply and concisely told the Angel Lingxi his requirements. Capture that Queen Medusa alive, don't kill her. Yes, boss. Angel Lingxi answered crisply, her face full of excitement. This is her first time serving as a mercenary in the heavens, and she must make a good impression on her boss. What's more, this boss is the legendary rich younger brother of Sister Fanqing. Chapter 59: The Queen's Shock and Fury. You angelic bitch. Looking at this youthful and radiant older female angel, Lu Yu gave her another instruction. Don't hurt those trial teams. Yes, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Angel Lingxi gave a playful military salute. Then, she gripped her sword tightly, flapped her wings, and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, flying towards Queen Medusa, who was raging high in the sky. As she flew, the angel Lingxi, brimming with youthful exuberance, shouted sweetly at the sky. You female monster up there, stop right now, you angel. In her view, the shout was incredibly powerful. After all, in their angel federation, the Angel Legion's duty is to protect humanity. We must not allow this monster to harm the weak humans on the ground. High in the sky, Queen Medusa, who had been chasing the three elite teams in a chaotic frenzy, stopped. A hint of seriousness flashed in her beautiful eyes. In fact, she had already discovered it the moment the angel Lingxi descended. This angel, wielding a flaming longsword and with wings on her back, will definitely be a formidable opponent for a mid-stage martial king. Therefore, Medusa did not go all out when chasing down that group of small fry. Medusa's gaze swept over the angel Lingxi, then fell on the calm man on the ground in the distance, Lu Yu. I never expected that someone among this trial participant would be able to summon an angel. However, I have never fought an angel before, so this is a good opportunity to test just how strong they are. Upon hearing this, a warlike smile appeared on Angel Lingxi's sweet face. Then you'd better be prepared to get a good beating from this angel. Before the words were even finished, the two collided violently high in the air. Boom! Flames and demonic energy collided violently, and a terrifying energy shockwave spread out, blowing away large sections of the building debris below. The fiery sword in Angel Lingxi's hand blazed with holy flames. With each swing, it seemed to cleave the sky, and the scorching sword light roared toward Queen Medusa. Medusa was not to be outdone. She swept her serpentine tail, creating a sonic boom that tore through the air, with enough force to shatter tall buildings. Her eyes shot out a grayish-white petrifying beam, and her fair wrists could throw out balls of fire and poison. Each spell is as powerful as a missile. However, Angel Lingxi's speed was astonishing. She nimbly darted and weaved in the air, each flap of her pure white wings creating a gust of wind, easily dodging various attacks. Judgment in flames. Lingxi let out a shout, raised the fiery sword high above her head, and a thick pillar of fire descended from the sky, striking Queen Medusa precisely. Ah! Queen Medusa cried out in pain as her tough snake scales were charred black, the excruciating pain driving her into a frenzy. She opened her mouth and spewed out a stream of dark green, highly toxic breath, which emitted a sizzling, corrosive sound wherever it passed. However, Lingxi simply conjured a fire shield in front of her, which completely burned away the poisonous breath. She completely overwhelmed Queen Medusa in the fight. On the street, Lei Lai, Huang Fujian, Dongfang Fenghuang, and the others, along with their respective teams, dodged the aftershocks of the battle while staring up at the sky in shock. Another martial king level being has appeared. Lei Lai wiped the cold sweat from his face, his voice trembling. This angel is challenging Queen Medusa, and it seems, it's on our side. Huang Fujian gripped his sword tightly, his palms sweating. A sharp light gleamed in Dongfang Fenghuang's beautiful eyes. Didn't Queen Medusa say that this angel was summoned by someone? Lu Yu. He's over there. Lei Lai, with his sharp eyes, immediately pointed to Lu Yu's location in the distance. It must have been summoned by that guy. Dongfang Fenghuang took a deep breath and made a reasonable guess. It must be the couple who obtained a legendary summoning token in the secret realm. Only this explanation can explain why Lu Yu, a martial master, was able to summon a powerful angel at the martial king level. As the three prodigies imagined it, their hearts were also filled with turbulent waves. Huang Fujian and Lei Lai, in particular, were filled with envy, jealousy, and other emotions, which made their faces flush red. Why should I? Why is this commoner prodigy so lucky? Not only does he have 3 stunningly beautiful wives, but now he has also summoned such a beautiful and powerful angel helper. This is incredibly lucky. The 3 groups of people ran towards the direction where Lu Yu and his wife were, seeking refuge. Lu Yu had already informed his wives in advance. I'll tell you later that I summoned this angel with a summoning token, and I'll tell you the truth later. Xia Chengya and Li Li both nodded. Rose blinked her big eyes. She knew exactly what was going on. She herself was bought by the master through that magical multiverse marketplace. However, Rose, of course, would not expose her master's secret. Soon, Dongfang Fenghuang and the others ran up to Lu Yu. They watched with lingering fear as the gods fought high in the sky, while curiously seeking confirmation from Lu Yu. Dongfang Fenghuang spoke first, her voice clear and crisp. Lu Yu, that angel, was summoned by you? Lu Yu nodded calmly. That's right, my husband and I were lucky enough to obtain a summoning token. Xia Qingya, Lili, and Rose nodded in agreement, their expressions conveying that's exactly right. Upon hearing this, despite having already guessed, Dongfang Fenghuan, Lei Lai, Huang Fujian, and the others couldn't help but gasp. That's a summoning token for martial kings. It is said that the summoned servants are all of high quality. The value of this legendary treasure is simply immeasurable. Lu Yu smiled as he looked at their shocked expressions. Within the clans of the 3 senior students, there are countless martial kings. It's nothing that I was lucky enough to obtain a martial king angel. His words improved the 3 people's opinion of him even more. Lei Lai laughed heartily. Junior brother Lu Yu is too modest. I admire your luck. Huang Fujian also suppressed his jealousy and said politely, Junior brother Lu has extraordinary luck. We are all ashamed of our own inferiority. Even the usually arrogant Dongfang Fenghuan, this top female prodigy, completely changed her opinion of Lu Yu. Her phoenix eyes frequently glanced at Lu Yu, and she thought to herself, this man is powerful, has amazing luck, and is neither arrogant nor impatient. He will surely become a great figure in the future. She suddenly felt that Lu Yu was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. This little man was indeed very handsome. Xia Qingya may not be as talented as me, but her taste in men is exceptionally high. Of course, Dongfang Fenghuan was unaware that Xia Qingya's current aptitude was almost on par with hers. As Lu Yu's woman, Xia Qingya will only become stronger in the future. The crowd was watching the battle from the ground. Queen Medusa in the sky was completely at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the remaining snake people on the street roared and jumped into the sky, trying to support their queen. A bunch of small fry. Angel Lingxi looked disdainful, as she used her fiery sword to beat up the queen while casually unleashing a few sword energies. The sword energy was like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the snake man lords and beast generals. Swarms of snake men fell from the sky like dumplings. You angelic bitch! If you have the guts, don't kill my people. Dare to say your name? Queen Medusa was so angry that she started cursing. Angel Lingxi cleaved her away with a single sword strike, letting out a soft groan. Listen up. My name is Lingxi. You'd better obediently submit to my master. How dare he, a mere human, make me submit? Queen Medusa roared, refusing to yield even unto death. However, reality is cruel. Although Angel Lingxi's performance wasn't the most outstanding in her sister's Starry Legion, she was still a mid-stage martial king with a 3-star aptitude. Queen Medusa, despite having a 4-star rating, has only just recovered to the early stage of the Beast King realm. It's just a small realm away. In addition, the angel race is already exceptionally powerful and possesses top-notch combat skills, enough to make up for the difference of 1-star's aptitude. Queen Medusa was utterly humiliated. Boom! Lingxi's holy light cross slash slammed Queen Medusa down from the sky, causing her to crash into and collapse a dilapidated building that was dozens of stories high. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the sky. Queen Medusa emerged from the ruins in a disheveled state, her body covered in wounds and her breath weak. But her eyes remained fierce, filled with an indomitable will. I'll fight you to the death. She let out a roar, her demonic power surging, transforming into a gigantic energy serpent that opened its blood-red maw and devoured Lingxi. A trivial skill. Lingxi neither dodged nor evaded the blazing sword in her hand shone brightly, transforming into a 100-meter-long giant sword of flame. The Blade of Judgment. She gripped the sword with both hands and slashed down with all her might. The flaming greatsword and the energy serpent collided with a deafening roar, turning the entire sky crimson. The deafening explosion tore the streets below apart with violent energy, creating deep, bottomless ravines. They fought for a full 2.5 hours. They fought their way from this snake people street to other streets. Wherever it passed, whether buildings or monster hordes, everything was reduced to dust. It has to be said, this Medusa Queen is indeed resilient. With the angel Lingxi precisely controlling the situation, the aftershocks of the battle naturally couldn't affect Lu Yu and the others in the slightest. Finally, with a mournful cry of despair, Queen Medusa, whose true energy was almost completely depleted, was slammed down from the air onto the ruins of the street by the angel Lingxi, who was gripping her snow-white neck. Boom! The ground cracked again, and Queen Medusa was unable to move, only able to glare at Lingxi with eyes full of hatred. Seeing this, Liu quickly took the contract scroll that the system had modified to have a 100% success rate and walked over. A contract scroll? Liu actually obtained a contract scroll? Dongfang Fenghuang and the others were all surprised. However, I've heard that the success rate of contract scrolls is extremely low, especially against such a powerful beast king. It's almost impossible for him to succeed, so he probably won't succeed either, Lei Lai murmured. Lu Yu is preparing to form a contract with Queen Medusa. Lei Lai was alright, but Huang Fujian was burning with jealousy and secretly cursed Lu Yu, hoping he would not succeed. Are you kidding me? This country bumpkin already has a Martial King level angel as an assistant. What if he were to contract a Martial King level Medusa queen as well? Wouldn't he then possess two stunningly beautiful alien women at the Martial King level all by himself? And they all look like geniuses. How could he, the young master of the imperial family, bear this? Even Queen Medusa, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move, gave a haughty snort when she saw Lu Yu walking slowly towards her. You lowly loser, do you think you're worthy of this queen? Lu Yu walked up to her, a confident smile playing on his lips. Queen Medusa, you are destined to be Lu's woman. Wow! Boss Lu's smile is so cool. It completely blows away all the men in that universe. Angel Lingxi looked at Lu Yu's profile, her eyes full of stars. In front of everyone, Lu Yu threw the contract scroll onto Queen Medusa's ample bosom. Wow! The scroll shone brightly, and golden runes, like living things, burrowed into Queen Medusa's body. A dazzling light burst forth from her body, and a mysterious and complex contract array appeared, slowly rotating. The contract was successful. Angel Lingxi released her grip. Queen Medusa's aura underwent a significant change. The violent demonic energy gradually subsided, replaced by a faint soul connection with Lu Yu. Her enormous snake tail rapidly contracted and transformed in the golden light, eventually turning into a pair of straight, slender, and perfectly long legs. Queen Medusa, having regained her human form, walked up to Lu Yu, bowed slightly, and said with a complex expression, I, Medusa, pay my respects to my master. Lu Yu smiled and reached out to support her smooth, fragrant shoulder. No need for formalities. From now on, you are family to me. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa, who was outwardly cold but inwardly warm, trembled, a warm current welling up in her heart, along with an indescribable feeling of emotion. Family, she hadn't heard that word in a long time. That's fantastic. Congratulations, boss. Angel Lingxi cheered, even happier than if she had won a battle herself. She flew to Lu Yu's side and asked playfully, Boss Lu Yu, what about me? Lu Yu chuckled and stepped forward to pat Angel Lingxi on the shoulder. Sister Lingxi, you are now my family too. In the future, we can go even further together. Upon hearing this, Angel Lingxi's pretty face flushed slightly. She could tell, of course, that Lu Yu meant he wanted to woo her. In the Angel Federation, in the dead of night. Lingxi had even fallen asleep holding a photo of Lu Yu, and fantasized about how wonderful it would be if Lu Yu were her husband. Lingxi lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Yu. Seeing this, Lu Yu laughed and stopped teasing her. He stretched out his arms, one arm around Queen Medusa's shoulder and the other around Angel Lingxi's shoulder, watching Xia Qingya and the other women walk towards him. This scene. This left Dongfang Fenghuang, Lei Lai, Huang Fujian, and the others, who were standing some distance away, completely dumbfounded. One shot, one kill? Lu Yu actually succeeded in forming a contract with Queen Medusa? Lei Lai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He even touched her. The queen and the angel didn't resist Lu Yu's intimate behavior at all? Huang Fujian felt his heart break. Those are top-tier Medusas and angels. Two of them. Both are absolutely stunning. Lei Lai and Huang Fujian were filled with nothing but shock and envy. Which man wouldn't want to be like Lu Yu, surrounded by women on both sides and enjoying the bliss of having multiple wives? Dongfang Fenghuang was also stunned. Her red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yu actually succeeded in forming a contract on his first try. Could it be that his equally terrifying dragon girl also succeeded in making a contract in the same way? Chapter 60 The Secret Realm closes, two great imperial plans press for questions. In the blink of an eye. Dongfang Fenghuang then thought of the Tao of Destiny that her grandfather, Dongfang Wudi, the old patriarch of the Dongfang imperial clan, had been researching. Although the concepts of destiny and fortune are elusive, they are not entirely without basis or baseless. This Lu Yu is probably the legendary chosen one of destiny that Grandpa was talking about. And I, Dongfang Fenghuang, as a woman of destiny, am perfectly matched with him, hee. Dongfang Fenghuang subconsciously licked her red lips, thinking to herself. Lu Yu's extraordinary fate has already stirred something in this proud young woman. Or perhaps she's just feeling romantic feelings. She, Dongfang Fenghuang, had already advanced to the mid-stage of martial grandmaster at the age of 33, and even had one foot in the late stage of martial grandmaster. She was truly a woman of destiny. She naturally looked down on prodigies like Lei Lai, Huang Fujian, and the already dead cyborg Suoshan. However, the clever and intelligent Dongfang Fenghuang would not immediately step forward to express her feelings to Lu Yu. After all, Lu Yu was surrounded by a group of stunningly beautiful women. Lu Yu, unaware of her thoughts, spoke to Dongfang Fenghuang, Lei Lai, and the others. Everyone, the secret realm will close in 2 or 3 days. My wife and I are planning to go out and enjoy the scenery. We're just waiting to leave. Dongfang Fenghuang smiled and said, as a single senior, I'm quite envious of Junior Lu, who gets to travel with a group of beautiful women. Lei Lai and Huang Fujian repeatedly expressed their envy. Upon hearing Dongfang Fenghuang's words, Lu Yu thought to himself, don't you have suitors? What are you envious of? Do you, this proud phoenix, also want to follow me? Without giving it much thought, Lu Yu bid them farewell and led his team toward the exit of the labyrinthine city. In the desolate city, almost every street had been ransacked, and everywhere was littered with monster corpses and a strong stench of blood, making it truly unsuitable for human habitation. Those who had been exploring the various streets had all slipped away after discovering a terrifying battle at the Beast King level erupting deep within the labyrinthine city, in order to avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, many teams were still resting outside the various gates of the Lost City. As soon as Lu Yu's team appeared, the eyes of the other trial participants were instantly drawn to them. Everyone was shocked to find that Lu Yu was accompanied by 2 powerful martial kings, Angel and Medusa. Oh my god! That's the legendary Angel! That's the legendary Queen Medusa! This commoner prodigy, Lu Yu, has such incredible luck! The trial participants lowered their voices and whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with awe and envy as they looked at Lu Yu. Even if they didn't know Lu Yu, they knew Miss Xiao Qingya, who was by Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu and his group ignored them and left the desert city directly. Actually, there wasn't much scenery to appreciate in the dry desert, so they came to an oasis, stopped to rest, and looked at the scenery. The groups of demons that originally inhabited this area had long been frightened away by Medusa and Lingxi's terrifying aura of a martial king. Now, in Lu Yu's team, the newly joined Queen Medusa is his servant and is already one of his own. In fact, only Angel Lingxi was an outsider. He was considering whether to bring the Angel Lingxi into the home space. Logically speaking, outsiders should not be allowed to bring their personal belongings into the home space. However, Angel Lingxi is from another universe and has helped him a lot, plus they are now in an employer-employee relationship. Moreover, Lingxi was only hired for a month, and Lu Yu was confident that he could turn her into a true member of the family within that month. Therefore, Lu Yu asked the system if he could bring her into the home space, since the system had previously stated that outsiders could not be brought into the home. Given the angel's fidelity, once you establish a romantic relationship with her, she will remain faithful until death, at which point you can bring her into your home space. The system explained. All right. Lu Yu decided to deal with this martial king level angel first. He pulled Angel Lingxi aside, looked at her sweet and lovely face, and said sincerely, Lingxi, I want to take you into my talent space, but you have to become my girlfriend first. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Although Angel Lingxi is not young, she looks and has the personality of a sweet young girl. Therefore, Lu Yu directly called her little sister instead of older sister. Upon hearing this, the system in Lu Yu's mind sighed, host, you're being way too blunt. Upon hearing this, Lingxi's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, Boss Lu, you have spatial abilities? Great! After you hire me, I'll become your guardian angel. And now, I'm your girlfriend. Angel Lingxi has never had a boyfriend before, especially not someone like Lu Yu, who is practically the perfect boyfriend. She could tell, of course, that Lu Yu was very young, yet he already possessed the cultivation level of a peak martial artist. Even peerless genius is not enough to describe him. This is Lingxi's boyfriend, someone she couldn't find even if she hung a lantern. Thinking of this, Angel Lingxi, her pretty face slightly flushed, took the initiative to hug Lu Yu and kiss him on the cheek. So, Lu Yu took the opportunity to embrace Lingxi and kiss her passionately. Female angels smell so good. The girl in the short skirt in front of him is now his girlfriend. Afterwards, Lu Yu, along with his new girlfriend Angel Lingxi, and the curious Medusa, Xiao Qingya, and other women, teleported into the home space. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lu Yu and his companions appeared in their home space. The newly arrived guests, Angel Lingxi and Medusa, were utterly astonished by everything they saw in the home space. Their gazes swept over the rows of thriving spiritual plants, and they were completely stunned by the almost tangible spiritual energy in the air. Angel Lingxi opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, "Wow! So many spiritual plants, and that glowing spiritual rice over there. My goodness, there seems to be the scent of the spirit mushroom king and martial arts spirit tea in that forest." Martial arts spirit tea? Queen Medusa's long, narrow eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed in surprise. As a Beast King level powerhouse, she was naturally aware of the value and rarity of martial arts spirit tea. Lu Yu smiled and pointed to the woods in the distance. "You'll know once you go and see for yourselves." The two female warriors couldn't wait and flew towards the grove of trees. Lu Yu, Rose, and the others followed behind. When Lingxi and Medusa saw the massive martial arts spirit tea forest, they were utterly stunned and speechless. They were instantly filled with anticipation for their future. Next, Lu Yu led the women to harvest spiritual plants and farm in the home space, enjoying 2 leisurely days. Wait until the secret realm is about to close. Lu Yu then led the women out of the arid desert. Before long, a vast power swept in, enveloping all the trial participants in the secret realm. The secret realm is closing time. Lu Yu and his wife, along with Ling Shi and Medusa, were teleported out of the secret realm and appeared in the square. The secret realm plaza on planet K789 was packed with people, with Federation troops heavily armed and stationed there to maintain order. Powerful figures from various families and forces came to welcome their respective trial participants back home. The numerous warriors who had emerged from the secret realm were queuing up in an orderly fashion to pay the military a dungeon fee of 1 billion star coins per person. As soon as Lu Yu and his wife appeared, they instantly became the focus of the entire event. Especially the Angel Lingxi and Queen Medusa beside him, their unique and powerful auras were impossible to conceal. When the officer in charge of collecting the tolls saw Lu Yu and his group, his eyes nearly popped out of his head in astonishment. "It's Lu Yu and Miss Xia. My god! You two actually formed contracts with 2 Martial King level alien women in this S-rank secret realm? And one of them is even a legendary angel?" Lu Yu and Xia Qingya are now celebrities, so of course the high-ranking military officials know them. Xia Qingya paid the fee while smiling and responding to the conversation. "My husband and I are just lucky." Lu Yu smiled without saying a word, with one arm around Angel Lingxi and the other around Medusa, displaying the demeanor of a winner in life. All the martial artists and soldiers nearby cast shocked and envious glances at them. This new S-rank secret realm not only featured a Beast King level monster, but it was also subdued by the commoner prodigy Lu Yu. The news swept through the entire square like a storm. At this moment, the Xia family's imperial forces arrived beside Lu Yu and his wife. Xia Mingyuan, the young master of the Xia family, was also there. His team had also entered the desert city and gained a lot, but they didn't encounter Lu Yu and his wife. This time, the Xia family actually sent 2 martial saint level experts to escort them back. The 2 elders possessed a profound and imposing aura simply standing there. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, demonstrating the importance the Xia family placed on this secret realm. On the other side, Zhao Buizhu, the president of the Zhao group, along with 2 Zhao family martial arts masters and the rest of the Zhao family members, were searching for his son Zhao Xiai's team in the crowd. They searched everywhere but couldn't find it. As they passed the Xia family's procession, Zhao Buizhu's heart sank when he saw Lu Yu chatting and laughing among the Xia family members. Zhao Buizhu knew, of course, that his son was there to enter the secret realm and eliminate Lu Yu. It goes without saying that Zhao Xiai's failed to emerge, while his enemies remained unharmed. It was undoubtedly Lu Yu who killed Zhao Xiai's. Furthermore, as King Wu, Zhao Buizhu also had a kind of unseen spiritual connection, and he was certain that Lu Yu had killed his son. With the 2 martial king level female aliens by Lu Yu's side, he definitely has the ability. Zhao Buizhu stared intently at Lu Yu, his voice so somber it could drip water. "Lu Yu, did my son Zhao Xiai's die at your hands?" This time, Lu Yu didn't bother with excuses and admitted it directly. It was their squad that started it. Xia Qingya also said coldly, "In the secret realm, life and death are preordained. Zhao Xiai's dared to attack us, and he deserves to die." Lu Yu then took out his phone, held it up, and played a video in front of everyone. The footage clearly shows the 2 teams meeting in front of a palace in the streets of the Lost City. Zhao Xiai's and his group shouted that they would kill Lu Yu and take his woman, and the 2 sides immediately started fighting. This was obviously recorded by the system and copied to the phone. Upon seeing this, one of the Xia family's martial saints let out a cold snort, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the Zhao family members. "Your young master Zhao has some nerve. How dare you lay a hand on my young lady and son-in-law? You deserve to die." Zhao Boizhu and the other members of the Zhao family were immediately speechless. After all, Zhao Shiai struck first, and the other party recorded a video as evidence, so they were in the wrong from the start. This incident was also witnessed by a martial saint from a nearby cyborg planet. They were searching for the Suoshan squad, but found that the Suoshan squad had not come out. The cyborg martial saint named Suogang had eyes as sharp as lightning. He discovered that Medusa still carried a trace of Suoshan's bloody scent. Then, the cyborg martial saint also came over with his men and questioned Lu Yu sternly. "Human. Was my clan's prodigy, Suoshan, killed by this snake woman beside you? If so, we demand that she be taken away and brought to trial by our tribe." Upon hearing this, Liu let out a cold laugh. "So what if it is? Once you enter the secret realm, you must be prepared to die at the hands of demons. Moreover, Medusa is now Lu's servant." He waved his hand impatiently. "Alright, you can get lost now that you've finished asking your questions." The other party's tone was aggressive, so Lu Yu didn't hold back. Queen Medusa was secretly moved upon seeing this. "It seems that this man is definitely a worthy little man for whom I can entrust my life. We can entrust that star-level treasure chest to him without worry." It turns out that the palace where Queen Medusa resides contains a star chest, which is of a higher level than the diamond chest, and it only appears after you completely defeat her. After Medusa was taken away by Lu Yu through a contract, the treasure chest went directly into a storage space in her clothes. It's not surprising that the queen, as the strongest monster in the S-rank desert secret realm, has a storage space in her clothes. After discovering the starry chest, Medusa even thought that if Lu Yu treated her well in the future, or even married her, she would present the chest to Lu Yu as part of her dowry. After all, this servant contract guarantees the servant's loyalty, but the servant still has their own thoughts. Chapter 61A $2 trillion fortune. Queen Medusa's dowry. Lu Yu's words were calm, yet they struck Suogang's heart like a heavy hammer. The Lu Yu of today is no longer the same as the Aming of the past. As the son-in-law of the Xia family imperial clan, and with a group of angelic sisters as his backing, he naturally has plenty of confidence. "You, how dare you be so insolent before me?" Suogang roared, and the mechanical structure inside his body hummed as it was about to explode with a terrifying pressure belonging to a martial saint. However, he dared not. The two martial saints of the Xia family were like two mountains, their terrifying auras locking onto him. Two powerful figures dressed in generals' uniforms appeared behind them. These were two martial saints from the military, there to intimidate and prevent the two sides from engaging in violence. Inside and outside the square, military elites were densely packed together. Suogang could only lead the cyborgs, frozen in place. Solid steel. An elderly man with white hair and beard from the Xia family shouted, "We don't understand the rules of your bioengineered planet. But in the Galactic Federation, life and death are determined by fate in the secret realm trial. And you, Zhao Boizhu." The old man turned his gaze to Zhao Boizhu. "Lu Yu is the son-in-law of my Xia family. To harm him is to start a war with my Xia family." The voice wasn't loud, but it contained the will of a martial saint, causing Zhao Boizhu's blood and chi to surge. "This is a warning from the Xia family imperial clan." Zhao Boizhu and Suogang looked extremely grim. Lu Yu is not only the son-in-law of the Xia family, but also the most important spiritual plant supplier for the Xia Tian group. Summer Group is eagerly awaiting Lu Yu's return to replenish its inventory of martial arts spirit tea and other spiritual plants. Moving against Lu Yu would undoubtedly cut off the Xia family's source of wealth. The other Xia family martial saint did not speak, but his eyes swept over Suogang and Zhao Boizhu with a hint of murderous intent. Just then, Dongfang Fenghuang arrived with her people. Lei Lai and Huangfu Jian followed behind, looking at Lu Yu with complicated expressions. Dongfang Fenghuang nodded slightly to Lu Yu, and was about to speak, saying that her Dongfang family would also support Lu Yu. Suddenly, a magnificent and majestic voice, as if descending from the heavens, resounded throughout the entire square. Lu Yu's actions were in accordance with federal law and he bears no responsibility. The Zhao family and the Sua family's trial teams shall bear the consequences of their own deaths. Zhao Boizhu, Suogang, take your men and step back. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable command, as if its words were law, directly imprinted deep in everyone's mind. The air seemed to freeze. Whether it was the martial saints from the Xia, Zhao, and Sua families, or the martial saints from other families, they all felt insignificant under this voice. This is the voice of a martial emperor-level expert from the military. In the federal military, every martial emperor is a 5-star general with 5 general stars. A 5-star general holds a higher position in the Federation than an ordinary member of parliament. They are the true pillars of the Federation. Even Lingxi and Medusa, the angels beside Lu Yu, felt that chill that came from the soul. They never expected that this universe, which was just a secret realm, would send out a martial emperor-level expert to oversee it. Yes. Zhao Boizhu and Suo Gang trembled, no longer daring to show the slightest disrespect. They responded respectfully, then led their respective men and slunk away to the side, no longer daring to obstruct them. Seeing this, the Xia family's martial saint released a massive interstellar worship. "Young master, young lady, please." Amidst countless awe-inspiring gazes, Lu Yu and his wife, along with the rest of the Xia family, boarded the warship. The warship slowly rose into the air and merged into the military's escort fleet. They entered the interstellar route and sped off towards the space city. In the square, the independent martial artists boarded the transport ships prepared by the military, and the entire evacuation process was orderly. Inside the Xia family's warship, the atmosphere was peaceful. The two martial saints of the Xia family did not say much. However, Xia Mingyuan and the other members of the Xia family were very friendly, calling Lu Yu brother-in-law and son-in-law repeatedly as they chatted. Back at the space city's airport, Lu Yu and Xia Qingya bid farewell to Xia Mingyuan and the others, and Lu Yu released a luxury hovercar. Lu Yu and his wife, along with Lingxi and Medusa, boarded a hovercar and headed home. Hatsuko. As soon as the car stopped in front of the Yuhua shop on the East Commercial Street, Song Yu came out to greet them with her female bodyguard, Xionglang. Song Yu threw herself into Lu Yu's arms and gave him a firm hug. Inside the shop, Ying Ning and several other shop assistants were helping to look after the child, Lu Nan. The shop was nearly empty and had few customers. "This is." Song Yu stepped out of Lu Yu's arms and stared at the two foreign women behind Lu Yu, instantly stunned. A sweet and lovely girl with pure white wings fluttering behind her. She was aloof and elegant, with an incredibly hot figure. Most importantly, they exuded a powerful aura. They were alien women at the Martial King realm. An angel at the Martial King realm? And Medusa? Song Yu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu introduced with a smile, "They are battle servants I obtained in the secret realm." Angel Lingxi smiled and winked at Song Yu, without exposing her lie. Medusa, on the other hand, maintained her aloof queenly image. The female bodyguard, Xion Lung, had a cigarette dangling from her lips, forgetting to flick the ash. She stared at Lingxi and Medusa in shock, her mind reeling. This Lu Yu is amazing. He went to an S-level secret realm and even brought back a beautiful alien woman of the Martial King level. Moreover, Xiongling could sense that the seemingly sweet and harmless angel was probably no less powerful than himself. Keep in mind, she's a late-stage Martial King. We've really struck gold on this trip. Xia Qingya stepped forward, put her arm around Song Yu's shoulder, and smiled broadly. Li Li and Rose nodded in agreement. Really? Upon hearing this, Song Yu was so surprised that she almost jumped up. Angel Lingxi and Medusa had already heard about their family situation from Lu Yu and Xia Qingya on the way, so they were not surprised by Song Yu's existence. The group entered the shop. The female shop assistants, including Ying Ning, who were taking care of their children, were also speechless with shock when they saw Lingxi and Medusa. Boss Lu and his wife actually brought back two alien races who were at the Martial King level. Ying Ning looked at Lu Yu, her heart pounding. She still remembered her promise to become Boss Lu's concubine when he returned. But in this situation, it's clearly not appropriate to bring it up. Lu Yu seemed to see through her thoughts and walked over to pat her on the shoulder. Sister Ying Ning, we'll talk about our matter later. A simple promise made the quick-witted Ying Ning nod in surprise, a blush spreading across her cheeks. I didn't realize the boss had such a way with beautiful women, Queen Medusa said, arms crossed, her tone teasing. Having accepted reality, she followed Lingxi's example and addressed Lu Yu as boss. Angel Lingxi put her arm around Medusa's shoulder and chuckled, "Yeah, it's because our boss is so handsome." She didn't care about anything else, as long as Lu Yu was genuinely good to her. The group arrived at the living room of the villa behind the shop. Song Yu, holding his son, called Ying Ning over to help make tea. The family sat together, drinking top-grade martial arts spirit tea. Afterwards, Lu Yu and Xia Qingya began to take stock of their gains from this secret realm. Various martial arts master breakthrough pills, martial arts grandmaster breakthrough pills, massive amounts of spirit crystals, rare spiritual herbs, powerful equipment. One by one, the treasures were brought out, radiating an alluring light. Once the value of all the items had been estimated, the entire living room fell silent. The total value is at least 2 trillion star coins. Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. In fact, the martial arts techniques that Xia Qingya and Li Li learned were not included in the calculation. During this trip, they obtained 2 martial god-level cultivation techniques, Xia Qingya's 9 Heavens Profound Ice Sword Manual and Li Li's Phoenix Cry Divine Bow technique. The latter was obtained from the first diamond chest in the Snake People Street where Medusa lived. Li Li has learned a martial arts technique of the god of war level, and her strength has already caught up with that of her young mistress, Xia Qingya. 2 trillion. This number was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. This is almost equivalent to the working capital of an imperial family. We've struck it rich this time. Even Xia Qingya, the eldest daughter of an imperial family, could not remain calm at this moment. The Xia family is a top-tier imperial family with a vast fortune and total assets far exceeding this figure, but most of them are fixed assets or commodities. The entire family's available liquid funds are probably only 4 or 5 trillion. 2 trillion? We possess the wealth of a small imperial family? Song Yu covered her mouth in surprise. The term small imperial clan refers to a family where someone has recently been promoted to martial emperor and whose foundation is still shallow. The female bodyguard, Xiong Lang, took a deep drag on her cigarette, the smoke rings she exhaled trembling. Yin Ning, who was standing to the side, felt her head buzzing. Yin Ning was secretly delighted. Boss Lu and his wife had invited her to stay and drink spiritual tea and listen in, which was undoubtedly a sign that they considered her one of their own. Just as everyone was still immersed in the great joy, Queen Medusa's voice transmission rang in Lu Yu's ears. Boss, I have one more star-level treasure chest on me. That treasure chest must contain incredibly valuable items, but I can't open it. As a monster from the secret realm, Medusa cannot open the treasure chests belonging to the trial participants. Lu Yu was overjoyed and quickly replied via telepathy. Your Majesty, let's go to the homestead space later and take another look. Star-level treasure chest. This time, we're really going to make a fortune. Medusa and Angel Lingxi are truly my lucky stars. Of course, the contributions of the members of the heavenly clan, Angel Stars, are also indispensable. The secrets of the home space cannot be revealed to Xiong Ling for the time being. After finishing our tea and chatting for a while, Liu stood up. Sister Ya, Sister Li, Lingxi, Medusa, Rose, let's go up to the roof to look at something. Although Song Yu was somewhat surprised, he did not ask any further questions. Xia Qingya, Li Li, and Rose also had no idea what it was. Lu Yu led Medusa and the other women to the rooftop of the villa. With a thought, he teleported the women into his home space. A flash of light, and the scenery changed. Medusa took out a magnificent treasure chest that shimmered with starlight from the storage space of her clothes. A star-level treasure chest? Your Majesty, you actually have a starry treasure chest? Xia Qingya, Li Li, and the other women were all stunned. Queen Medusa explained the origin of the star chest. Then, the queen looked at Lu Yu, a charming blush appearing on her beautiful face. I was even thinking of giving it to you as part of your dowry when you marry me. Chapter 62, The Enlightenment Tea Tree Unearths. Marrying Medusa. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu laughed loudly, stepped forward, embraced her, and kissed her luscious red lips. Then, Your Majesty, you're essentially handing over your dowry to me ahead of time. Medusa awkwardly responded to his passionate kiss, her body trembling slightly. Okay. She has figured it out. Now that she has become this human prodigy's servant, she will be his woman sooner or later. Judging from Lu Yu's attitude towards his other wives, I won't suffer if I follow him. Queen Medusa, you smell so good. Lu Yu's kisses deepened. He even captured her delicate, fragrant tongue that she inadvertently peeked out. Alright, boss, hurry up and open the starry treasure chest to see what treasures are inside. Angel Lingxi urged impatiently from the side. Lu Yu reluctantly released Queen Medusa and nodded. Okay, Lingxi. Under the expectant gazes of the women, Lu Yu placed his hand on the starry treasure chest. Activate. Whoosh. A dazzling starlight shot into the sky, almost piercing the sky above the home space. A sacred, ancient, and weathered aura permeated the air. The treasure chest slowly opened, revealing 2 treasures lying quietly inside. 100 pills, shimmering with light and exuding an aura of divine power. And a sapling, barely a foot tall, yet seemingly containing the secrets of the entire universe. The weathered charm and spirit of that tree all originated from this little sapling. 100. Martial King Breakthrough Pills. Xia Qingya's voice was trembling. Each Martial King Breakthrough Pill was worth more than 5 billion star coins on the market, and there was no market for them. These 100 are worth 500 billion. However, everyone's attention was soon drawn to the sapling. Its appearance caused the spiritual energy of the entire home space to surge, as if it were paying homage to its king. Could it be the legendary top-grade spiritual tea, the Enlightenment Tea Tree? Queen Medusa's body trembled violently, her voice filled with disbelief. My God! It really is the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Angel Lindsay stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Although Li and Rose did not know each other, but they could realize that the appearance of this sapling was enough to drive the entire Galactic Federation and the entire universe crazy. The starry treasure chest in the S-level secret realm can actually yield such an incredible treasure. Queen Medusa looked at Luyu, and her gaze changed completely. It was a complex gaze, a mixture of worship, awe, adoration, and utter submission. Master, you are truly the strongest prodigy in the world, the supreme chosen one of humankind. She knew some of the rules of the S-level secret realm. The treasures inside the chest are not fixed, but are closely related to the luck of the person who opens it. If it were her, or any other woman in the room, trying to open it, they definitely wouldn't have been able to open this Enlightenment Tea Tree. For no other reason than that, the combined fortunes of all of them are far less than that of Luyu. Luyu suppressed his overwhelming joy and said to Medusa with a smile, Medusa, you can call me husband now. Your dowry is quite impressive. After we finish planting the Enlightenment Tea Tree, I will formally marry you. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's exquisite face blossomed into a radiant smile. Okay, my husband. Most ethnic groups prefer to call their husbands husband. Upon hearing this, Angel Lindsay immediately became anxious. She couldn't afford to fall behind. She quickly ran to Luyu's side, grabbed his arm, and said coquettishly, Boss, what about me? I want to call you husband too. Luyu smiled and pinched her cheek. Lindsay, don't worry, I'll marry you in a few days. Yay! Angel Lindsay jumped up with joy. Xiao Qingya and Lili exchanged a smile. Our family has 2 more sisters now. Even Rose, who is usually very jealous, didn't cause any trouble this time. There was nothing she could do. Lindsay and Medusa were both stronger than her. Moreover, without the 2 of them, the master would not be able to obtain the starry treasure chest. Next, Luyu led the women to the center of the tea forest and carefully planted the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Rose immediately fetched a bucket of spiritual spring water and watered the plants. Luyu then stretched out his hand, palm close to the tree trunk, and activated the S-rank wood type talent, All Things in the Forest. A surge of vital energy flows into the tea tree. In addition, the system utilizes the energy of the entire home space for cultivation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Enlightenment Tea Tree grew at a visible speed, becoming taller than a person, sprouting many branches, and soon growing tender green leaves. Each leaf seems to emanate a Taoist charm, exuding a rich and refreshing spiritual energy. However, even with Luyu's talent and the spiritual spring water, the system indicated that the Enlightenment Tea would still need more than a year to mature. At this time, a batch of spiritual plants in the homestead are about to mature. Luyu sent messages to members of the Heavenly Realms, Baker and Angel Star, informing them to prepare to receive the goods in a few days, double the amount. Both of them expressed their delight. Luyu sent another message to Angel Star separately. Luyu, Sister Fanqing, thank you so much for your help this time. Your sister Lindsay did a fantastic job. Angel Stars, really? Little you, I'm so glad you're satisfied. It seems my little Lindsay can stand on her own now. Luyu, of course. By the way, I've secured a supply of Enlightenment Tea, but it won't be ready for another year. I'll trade with you, Sister Fanqing, then. Angel Stars, what? Enlightenment Tea? Luyu, yes. Another vast universe, the Angel Federation. The City of Angels, suspended in the nebula, is magnificent and a perfect blend of technology and holiness. At the center of the nebula stands the celestial palace that rises above all other buildings, the Angel Queen's Palace. Inside the palace, 2 stunningly beautiful female angels sat facing each other, enjoying tea. One of them is a golden-haired angel named Fanqing. The other one is the Angel Queen, a Jue, who is dressed in silver royal armor, with a heroic and valiant appearance, a cold and beautiful face with a hint of naivety, and a cold expression. Queen Azui was a powerful figure in the late stage of Emperor Wu. Sudden. Puff. Angel Stars spat out a mouthful of spiritual tea, completely ruining her image. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the virtual screen in front of her, exclaiming in shock, Enlightenment Tea? Across from her, Queen Azui frowned slightly. What Enlightenment Tea? Angel Star was so excited she was almost incoherent. It's the legendary top-grade spiritual tea, the Enlightenment Tea. My little brother Xiaoyu said he has Enlightenment Tea. It will be ready in a year. What? Even Queen Azue, a powerful martial emperor who had seen countless storms, could not remain calm at this moment. She suddenly stood up, her silver royal armor clanging crisply, and her sharp, sword-like eyes flashed with dazzling light. Enlightenment tea. With the Enlightenment tea, Angel Chase could quickly cultivate to the peak of Martial Emperor, and even touch the threshold of the Shattered Realm, which is above Martial Emperor. At that time, the immense pressure faced by the Angel Federation from the demon legions and void creatures will be easily resolved. She can crush all enemies. What do you mean, your brother? Queen Azue grabbed Fan Qing's shoulder and declared domineeringly, Lu Yu is also my younger brother. He's the younger brother of the entire Angel Federation. Angel Star hurriedly replied to Lu Yu, expressing her endless gratitude and promising to trade with him using the highest level resources in the future. She nodded repeatedly, yes, Sister Zhui, you're right, he's your brother too. In the home space. Lu Yu ended his chat with Fan Qing, but didn't mention for the time being that he and Lingxi had confirmed their relationship and that he was even going to marry her. It would be more interesting to let Lingxi tell this story herself later. He led the women out of their home space, preparing to marry Queen Medusa today. However, there's no need for a grand celebration. Evening. Lu Yu and his family, along with several shop assistants and bodyguard Xion Lang, enjoyed a very sumptuous feast. After a hearty meal and drinks. Amidst the ambiguous gazes of the women, Lu Yu and Queen Medusa, now dressed in a stunning red gown, entered the bridal chamber that had been prepared in advance. The red candles flickered, and spring was in full bloom. Looking at the queen before him, who was once aloof and domineering but was now shy and charming, Lu Yu embraced her tightly. Their lips met, and their clothes were removed. A night of passionate lovemaking, a night of intense intimacy. The next day, it was broad daylight. Lu Yu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. Queen Medusa in his arms was still fast asleep. The system notification tone arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Queen Medusa. Rewards are being distributed. Both husband and wife gain plus 10 points to their health. 10 acres of spirit fields added to homestead space. Homestead space and forest area doubled. Reward, 1000 martial arts spirit tea trees. Chapter 63 Breakthrough to Martial Grandmaster, Advancement to SSS level talent. The reward is good, I can farm again. On a large, soft bed. Lu Yu gazed at the exquisitely beautiful and languid sleeping face beside him. Queen Medusa's long, seaweed-like hair was scattered on the pillow, with a few strands playfully clinging to her fair, jade-like cheeks. This queen, who once dominated the desert, now resembled a cat in Lu Yu's arms, with one of her slender arms resting across his chest. Her long, slender legs pressed domineeringly against his, and she was practically wrapped around him. Queen Medusa is 1.9 meters tall, so her figure is naturally amazing, almost as good as Rose, the dragon girl. Awake? Lu Yu reached out and gently brushed the hair from the side of her face. Medusa slowly opened her long, alluring eyes, still carrying a hint of dazedness from just waking up. The moment she saw Lu Yu, a captivating smile curved her lips, and she said in a languid voice, "Good morning, my husband." That one word, husband, made Lu Yu feel as light as a feather. You must be exhausted from last night. Lu Yu kissed her little mouth. We still have to get up and work today. Our production can't stop. Medusa snuggled against him, completely losing any of her queenly aloofness. I will listen to my husband. She smiled charmingly, propping up her proud figure, this king. I will now help my husband change his clothes. Seeing this, Lu Yu couldn't contain his anger and devoured Queen Medusa as well. The two cuddled together in the room for over an hour. They then dressed themselves, washed up, and went downstairs. The aroma of food wafts from the family restaurant downstairs. Songyu, Xiaoqingya, and Lili were already busy, while the angel Lingxi was helping with plating. Yin Ning teased the baby Lu Nan in the cradle. Upon seeing Lu Yu and Medusa descend the stairs, the women cast teasing glances their way. Oh, so our bride and groom finally decided to get out of bed? Lili teased, her eyes lingering on Medusa's face. TSK, Queen's sister is even more beautiful today. Medusa sat down gracefully, her eyes and brows brimming with charm. You have such a sweet tongue. The family sat together, laughing and chatting. Angel Lingxi sat next to Lu Yu, diligently peeling a spirit egg for him. In the suburbs of the Cosmic City, there are specialized chicken farms where most of the employees are ordinary martial artists, because the chickens are all beast soldier level alien beasts. After lunch, we got down to business. Lu Yu contacted Xia Tian Group to prepare for shipment. This shipment is quite large, including not only a large quantity of spirit mushrooms, spirit rice, and other spirit plants, but also a batch of freshly harvested martial arts spirit tea. Not long after, a luxury hovercar pulled up in front of the shop. Summer Group President Shin Yuqing personally arrived with General Manager Lin Wei. "Mom, why did you come in person?" Xia Qingya greeted her. Shin Yuqing was dressed in a well-fitting business suit today, exuding a powerful aura, but when she saw her daughter, her face instantly lit up with a smile. She took Xia Qingya's hand, but her gaze passed over her daughter and landed on Medusa and the angel Lingxi inside the room. "These are the Vwar servants that Xiaoyu brought back from the secret realm?" Although Shin Yuqing was well-traveled, she couldn't help but gasp in amazement when she saw these two exotic beauties. One is aloof and noble, exuding a queenly aura, the other is pure and sweet, with wings on her back. "My son-in-law is so lucky with women, it's unbelievable." "Hello, Auntie," Angel Lingxi greeted sweetly. In fact, she was much older than Shin Yuqing, but the other party was an elder. Medusa nodded slightly in response. Great, they are all top-notch beauties." Shin Yuqing praised them highly. She then pulled Xia Qingya aside and whispered, "Girl, you'd better hurry. There are more and more outstanding women around Xiaoyu. Although your position as the main wife is secure, your belly needs to be strong enough. Mom is still waiting to hold her grandson." Xia Qingya blushed and said coquettishly, "Mom, why are you in such a hurry? These things should be left to nature." "What do you mean by let nature take its course? You have to work hard." Shin Yuqing glared at her daughter with exasperation. "Go back tonight and work harder with Xiaoyu, you hear me?" "Okay, don't worry about it," Xia Qingya replied helplessly. Lu Yu is handing over the goods to Lin Wei. Goods handover completed. Looking at the priceless martial arts spirit tea packets, spirit mushroom kings, spirit rice, and other spirit plants in their storage rings, Shin Yuqing and Lin Wei never stopped smiling. Before leaving, Shin Yuqing's expression turned serious, and she said to Lu Yu and Xia Qingya, "Son-in-law, daughter, the Zhao family and the Suo family seem to be making moves recently. Although the military is keeping them in check, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. The family's higher-ups have discussed it and specially assigned a female martial saint from within the family, named Xia Lingyan, to be placed in a residential complex near you. She usually cultivates on her own and won't disturb your lives. But if there is any fluctuation of the aura of a martial saint-level expert in this area, she will take action immediately." Lu Yu felt a warmth in his heart and nodded, saying, "Please thank the elders of the Xia family for me." Xia Qingya also said, "That's great. With Aunt Lingyan here, my husband and I are safe." After seeing off the people from Xia Tian Group, Lu Yu turned around and went back into the store. Looking at the empty shelves. The store is about to run out of stock again, so I'll order some from the Zhutian Mall first. Lu Yu thought to himself as he opened the system panel and completed a new round of transactions with Werewolf Baker and Angel Star through the All Heavens Mall. Then, he took Yin Ning to the small warehouse. Yin Ning looked shy and thought that the boss had brought her here to do something. Lu Yu clicked the ship button in the Zhutian Mall. With a flash of light, a large quantity of goods appeared in the warehouse. Breakthrough pills for martial artists, breakthrough pills for martial masters, chi and blood pills of various qualities, medicinal wine, and even potions specializing in the angelic realm, a dazzling array of products. "Yin Ning, take some people to put these goods on the shelves," Lu Yu said, pointing to the goods. Looking at the mountain of resources, Yin Ning realized that she had misunderstood. Just as she was about to bend down to carry it, Lu Yu suddenly stepped forward and put his arm around her slender waist. "Ah! Boss?" Yin Ning's body stiffened, then went limp, her heart pounding like a deer. Lu Yu lowered his head, kissed her cherry lips, and smiled, "Thank you for your hard work." Yin Ning's face instantly turned bright red. Once Lu Yu released Yin Ning, she quickly picked up a box of medicinal wine and ran out, secretly delighted as she went. The other 3 female shop assistants witnessed this scene and covered their mouths to chuckle. Sister Yin Ning is so lucky. The boss treats her like his own daughter-in-law. That's right, our boss is so nice. Listening to her sister's teasing, Yin Ning felt as sweet as if she had been filled with honey. Settle the shop matters. Lu Yu returned to his villa and transmitted his voice to Xia Qingya, Medusa, and the other women. Let's go into the garden and get to work." Meanwhile, at the other end of the cosmic city. The Zhao Group headquarters, top-floor luxury banquet hall. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Zhao Buizhu sat in the main seat, his face ashen, the wine glass in his hand almost crushed. Opposite him sat Suo Gang, a martial saint from the planet of cyborgs. The table was laden with delicacies, but no one touched them. President Zhao, if our two families don't join forces, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with that commoner prodigy, Lu Yu. Suo Gang's voice had a metallic quality. Zhao Buizhu sighed deeply and downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. How could I not know? That Lu Yu, he's simply my nemesis. Since he appeared, my Zhao family's business has plummeted, the market has collapsed, and the pharmaceutical industry has shrunk. Now even my son Xiai's. When Zhao Xiai's was mentioned, a deep-seated resentment flashed in Zhao Buizhu's eyes. Brother Suo, are we really helpless against him? Zhao Buizhu gritted his teeth. Why don't you go and hire assassins from the Bloodblade organization? Sobang's electronic eyes flashed, and he shook his head. That's not appropriate. We cyborgs only believe in absolute power, although we do have some connections with the Bloodblade organization. However, this is the Cosmic City, heavily guarded. Even a top-tier assassin at the Martial Saint level couldn't infiltrate here, and a Martial King level assassin, do you think they could kill Lu Yu in his current state? Suo Gang wasn't stupid, he knew perfectly well that Zhao Buizhu was using someone else to do his dirty work, while the Zhao family would reap the benefits. When the incident comes to light, neither the federal government nor the military will be able to punish the Zhao family. Their cyborg planet is far from the space city, so they're not too afraid. However, besides the high price, it would be extremely difficult to assassinate Lu Yu by hiring the Bloodblade organization. Zhao Buizhu understood this, of course. He slumped back in his chair. Yes, Lu Yu now has Medusa and that angel by his side, plus the Xia family's covert protection, so ordinary assassinations are useless. What can we do then? Are we just going to watch him grow stronger? Sobang sneered. Wait. He'll eventually leave the city. Once he leaves the Cosmic City, we cyborgs have plenty of ways to make him disappear. Our Star-Lord is furious about Suo Shen's death. That Medusa must die, and Lu Yu, who protected her, must also die. The android Star-Lord is naturally a top-tier expert at the Martial Emperor realm. Zhao Buizhu's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. When will that be? How can the Zhao group's current predicament be resolved? The old fogies in my family are already dissatisfied with me. If this continues, I, the president, will be dismissed. He suddenly looked at Suo Gang. Brother Suo, since we can't resort to violence, let's find a solution in the business world. I hope the Suo family can entrust the distribution rights for high-end products such as electrical appliances, chips, and biotechnology to our Zhao group. The planet of bioengineered humans does indeed possess many cutting-edge technological industries. Sobang's electronic eye narrowed. Mr. Zhao, are you trying to poach our business from the Dongfang imperial family? We've always cooperated with the Dongfang family on these matters. The Dongfang family is large and powerful, they don't need this. But my Zhao family is desperately in need of a lifeline. Zhao Buizhu said urgently, as long as the Suo family is willing to help my brother, I can make concessions on future profit sharing. Suo Gang remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. I'm personally willing to help you, but I can't make the decision myself, Suo Gang said slowly. I have to ask the Star-Lord for permission. Of course. Zhao Buizhu's eyes lit up with hope. Suo Gang immediately made an interstellar communication call. After a series of rapid-fire exchanges in bio-language, Suo Gang hung up the communication, a strange smile appearing on his face. The Star-Lord agreed and authorized me to be fully responsible for negotiating the cooperation with the Zhao family. Zhao Buizhu was overjoyed and raised his glass, saying, Brother Suo, it's a pleasure to cooperate. As long as our two families are united, we will definitely be able to carve out a bloody path in this universe city. Suo Gang raised his glass to clink it with Suo Gang's, a hint of mockery flashing in his electronic eyes. The reason the cyborg Star-Lord agreed was simply to completely bind the Zhao family to the war machine, using them as pawns to deal with Lu Yu and the Xia family in the future. The bioengineered planet naturally harbors a grand ambition to take over the Cosmic City. The power of the 10 great imperial clans of the Universe City is too strong. If one or two of them are not taken down, how can the Suo family imperial clan forcefully take over? A few days later. Within the homestead space, the spiritual energy is so dense it forms a mist. Lu Yu sat cross-legged under the enlightenment tea tree, adjusting his state of mind. After this period of reflection, his cultivation at the peak of martial arts master level has been honed to an extremely solid foundation. It's time to break through. Lu Yu took out a martial sect breakthrough pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The elixir melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a surging torrent that instantly rushed into every part of the body. Boom! Lu Yu's aura began to rise steadily. Soon after, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a huge vortex that poured into his body. Not far away, Medusa, the angel Lingxi, and Rose, who were working, all stopped what they were doing and watched the side. Xia Qingya and Lili went outside to help Song Yu take care of the children. After all, you don't need that many people to do farm work. Is this a breakthrough for humanity? The commotion is so great. Medusa's beautiful eyes shone with wonder. My husband's talent is truly terrifying. Angel Lingxi clasped her hands together in prayer, saying, "Go, boss. You must succeed." Only Rose puffed out her chest, looking proud. Master will definitely be fine. Rose is already a martial grandmaster, how could Master fall behind? After a while, the vortex of spiritual energy gradually subsided. Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of light shot out like lightning. He stood up, his bones cracking and popping, and a powerful aura belonging to a martial grandmaster spread out. Early period of the Wuzong era. The early years of Emperor Wuzong's reign, at the age of 22. If this gets out, it will be enough to make all the so-called geniuses of the entire Galactic Federation so ashamed that they'd want to crawl into a hole in the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm. Promotion rewards: 1,000 spirit potato seeds, 10 acres of spirit fields, 1 talent upgrade card. Lu Yu was overjoyed. This reward has come at just the right time. He didn't rush to check the seeds, but instead used the talent upgrade card first. System, use the talent upgrade card. Ding! Talent upgrade card successfully used. Host's S rank would type talent, all things in the universe, is evolving. Congratulations, host. Your original talent has evolved into an SSS level would type talent revival of all things. Due to the host awakening an SSS level talent, martial arts aptitude has automatically increased from 5 stars to 7 stars. Revival of all things, SSS level talent, increases personal combat power tenfold, greatly enhances the power of wood-type combat skills, and has a restraining effect on wood-type monsters, increases the speed of cultivating wood-type techniques tenfold. The talent has the effects of healing and reviving all things. A vibrant azure light erupted from Lu Yu's body, instantly enveloping the entire home space. Under the light, all the spiritual plants cheered and stretched their branches and leaves, and their growth rate increased visibly. Lu Yu felt the inexhaustible wood elemental power within his body, as if he could bring withered trees back to life and make all things grow with just a thought. Of course, he's not that divine yet, since his cultivation level is still too low. Is this what SSS level talent is? Lu Yu clenched his fist. He calmed himself down, turned around, and looked at the group of women who were speechless with surprise not far away, his gaze finally landing on the angel Lingxi. Lu Yu walked over, took Lingxi's hand, looked into her clear, watery eyes, and said softly, "Lingxi, I'll marry you tomorrow." Although she was mentally prepared, Lingxi still felt a dizzying happiness when the moment actually arrived. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible. "Yes, I'll listen to the boss. No, I'll listen to my husband." Chapter 64 Remarrying Lingxi. Angel Chase also likes to eat potato chips. Great! Medusa and Rose clapped and cheered. They all highly regard Angel Lingxi. In high spirits, Lu Yu took out the spirit potato seeds. Let's plant these spirit potatoes first, and then go out. With the SSS level talent, revival of all things, Lu Yu's farming efficiency is terrifying. The newly planted potato seeds sprouted instantly, and the tender shoots grew and grew leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Leave the home space and return to the villa. Song Yu, Lili, and others, who were playing with their children in the living room, immediately sensed the completely different aura emanating from Lu Yu. You've broken through to the martial grandmaster level? Song Yu's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Xia Qingya was also pleasantly surprised. So fast? That's too much of a blow. Lu Yu sat down next to Song Yu, smiling as he ruffled her hair. Normal speed. In the past few days, he has given Song Yu several aptitude-enhancing pills, and now Song Yu's martial arts aptitude has been raised to 3 stars, just like Yin Ning's. Song Yu smiled sweetly, her eyes full of admiration. The next day, the Yuhua shop was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers. Although it wasn't publicized extensively, the sense of ritual among family members couldn't be lacking. After a lavish wedding banquet, Yin Ning and Xiongling tactfully withdrew, leaving the Lu Yu family alone. As night deepened, red candles burned brightly in the bedroom. Angel Lingxi, dressed in a pure white silk nightgown with her wings retracted, sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Those long, slender legs gleamed like ivory under the light, exuding an ultimate allure within their purity. Lu Yu looked at the girl in front of him, who seemed like an elf who had fallen to earth, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Lingxi, he called softly, and walked up to her. Lingxi looked up, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with tears. Husband. That soft, sweet call ignited a flame in Lu Yu's heart. He leaned down and kissed her cherry-like lips. Lingxi trembled, responding awkwardly yet passionately. Lu Yu embraced and kissed Angel Lingxi, and the two fell onto the soft bed at the same time. Honey, be gentle, this is my first time. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Red waves roll, spring colors fill the garden. The holiness of angels and the desires of mortals blend perfectly at this moment, composing a moving melody. The next morning. Sunlight filled the room. Lu Yu woke up refreshed, with Lingxi clinging to him like an octopus, fast asleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying the angel Lingxi. Rewards are being distributed. Both husband and wife gain plus 100 points to their health. Obtained 100 martial emperor level cultivation techniques. 10 acres of spirit fields added to homestead space. Received 1,000 spirit sweet potato seeds. As the system notification sounded, a massive surge of energy was injected into the two of them out of thin air. Lingxi, still asleep, suddenly let out a comfortable moan, and her aura surged dramatically. Boom! Late stage of King Wu. She actually broke through a minor realm while she was asleep. Lu Yu also felt the power surging within his body. His previously stable early-stage martial grandmaster cultivation instantly broke through the bottleneck and entered the mid-stage martial grandmaster. Lingxi was startled awake by the noise. She opened her eyes groggily and felt the surging power within her body. She was completely dumbfounded. How did I break through? She stared at her hands in disbelief. I broke through to the late stage of martial king after just one night's sleep? That's too outrageous. She toiled away in the Angel Legion for decades, but it was all for naught compared to sleeping with her husband. Lu Yu grinned mischievously and leaned closer, biting her ear as he said, "This is the benefit of dual cultivation. Since it's so effective, shall we sleep a little longer?" Without waiting for Lingxi's reaction, he pounced on her again. Oh dear. Honey, it's already dawn. You can only see clearly when it's bright. It was another long and complicated ordeal. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that the two of them washed up and went downstairs. Medusa, Xiao Qingya, and the others had already prepared lunch. Seeing the two looking radiant and full of energy, they all wore ambiguous smiles. TSK, looks like the battle was fierce last night. Even Lingxi has broken through, Medusa teased. Lingxi hid behind Lu Yu in embarrassment. After dinner, Lu Yu led his wives back into the home space. This time, the task is to plant the newly obtained, spirit sweet potato. More than 10 days later. Summer Group's transport convoy stopped again in front of the Yuhua store. Xin Yuqing and Lin Wei excitedly entered the store to pick up their goods, but were stunned by the new products that Lu Yu brought out. This is a potato? And a sweet potato too? Xin Yuqing stared blankly at the plump, round potatoes and tempting red sweet potatoes in the basket, exuding a rich spiritual energy. Xiaoyu, are these also spiritual plants? Of course. Lu Yu picked up a spirit potato. Mom, don't underestimate this thing. This spirit potato and spirit sweet potato contain pure spiritual energy, and they taste excellent. Most importantly, they can be further processed. Deep processing? Yes, for example, we can make them into spirit potato chips, spirit potato fries, and spirit potato jerky. Lu Yu laughed. You can imagine that in the future, martial artists 1T have to suffer through consuming pills. They can improve their cultivation simply by sitting on the sofa and eating snacks. What does that mean? Xin Yuqing's eyes lit up instantly. As a successful businesswoman, she was acutely aware of the business opportunities involved. This was simply a revolutionary product. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Xin Yuqing exclaimed excitedly, slapping her thigh. Son-in-law, you're a genius. Qingya loves potato chips the most. I used to worry that she would eat too many and it would be unhealthy, but now she's getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Qingya, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but swallow hard. Then Mom, how about our Xiao Tian group makes these smart potato chips? Do it! We must do it! And we must do it big! Xin Yuqing decided immediately. Not long after, Summer Group launched 2 new products, Xiaoyaoling potato chips and Kuailaling dried potatoes. One bag sells for over 200,000 star coins. The advertising slogan is simple and direct: eat snacks, increase your cultivation. Say goodbye to arduous cultivation and level up happily. This news instantly set the entire universe city ablaze. Holy crap? Really? You can cultivate by eating potato chips? Products from the Summer Group are always top-notch. And I heard that the raw materials, spirit potatoes and spirit sweet potatoes, were provided by that Luyu. Bye. I've been tired of those terribly bitter medicinal herbs for ages. In an instant, the noble sons and commoner martial artists of the Cosmic City were all in an uproar. The doors of Summer Group's shopping malls were worn out by the crowds, and the Lingshu chips were sold out as soon as they hit the shelves. This taste is amazing. It's so crunchy, and the flavor explodes in your mouth. 666. I ate one pack, and the bottleneck that had been stuck for half a year actually loosened up. I'll get angry if anyone tries to make me take medicine again. I want potato chips. Summer Group's stock price soared, making them a fortune. The already crumbling Zhao Group suffered another devastating blow. Their elixirs and spiritual plants were almost completely ignored, and Zhao Boizhu was so angry that he smashed all the antiques in his office. Lu Yu certainly did not show favoritism. In the multiverse marketplace, he sent a large batch of spirit potatoes and spirit sweet potatoes to the angel Funching in another universe, and even included a tutorial on how to make potato chips. Angel Federation, Angel Queen's Palace. Beneath the luxurious crystal chandelier, the handsome and aloof angel Queen Ezue was slumped on her throne without any regard for her image. She was holding a large bag of freshly made sweet potato chips, with one foot propped up on the armrest, and elegantly picked up 2 chips and put them in her mouth. Click. This tastes really good. Ezue squinted her eyes, looking quite pleased. Fanching, your little brother is truly a treasure. Opposite her, Angel Star, who had just broken through to the early stage of Martial Saint, was also enjoying a bag of dried sweet potatoes. That's right. Fanching said proudly, thanks to the spiritual plants provided by my little brother Xiaoyu, I was able to break through to the Martial Saint realm so quickly. Your Majesty, although the spiritual energy in these potato chips is mild, it accumulates over time and is very beneficial to the constitution of us angels. Ezue nodded, licked the crumbs from his fingertips, and said domineeringly, from now on, we'll take as much of his goods as there is. Such talent must be firmly bound to the chariot of our Angel Federation. By the way, ask him if he still has any of those delicious soft drinks. They'd be even better with potato chips. Stars. Your Majesty, where is your dignity? However, when she thought of that amazing guy Lu Yu, Fanching couldn't help but smile gently. Don't worry, Queen, little Yu will definitely not let us down. In fact, humans in this universe also have drinks like fruit juice, but they don't have the habit of drinking cola or milk tea. Before Lu Yu heard from Angel Lingxi that her universe didn't have these things, he specially sent a few boxes to Angel Fanching. At that moment, Angel Star inquired about this matter with Lu Yu through the members of the heavens. Lu Yu certainly said yes. He immediately sent hundreds of boxes of chilled cola and chilled milk tea to Angel Star through the All Heavens Mall. They said they would deliver more after they finished drinking it. With Lu Yu's current wealth, it's not stingy for him to treat Angel's sister to a soft drink. So, Ezue and Fanching sat there, happily drinking soda and munching on sweet potato chips. Chapter 65. Yujia is pregnant and will launch a spiritual cola? In the following period of time, Lu Yu and his wives ran a shop at home, cultivated their skills, and lived an incredibly happy and fulfilling life. Lu Yu knew, of course, that both the Zhao family and the cyborg Sua family, the 2 great imperial clans, were waiting for him to leave the city so they could kill him. But he wasn't stupid. He knew that he was currently no match for a martial saint or even a martial emperor, so he naturally wouldn't leave the city easily. Just stay put in the Cosmic City. Anyway, Lu Yu doesn't lack resources right now, so he's not in a hurry to go out. The ones who should be anxious are the enemies. And during this period, Lu Yu is on his honeymoon with Medusa, the angel Lingxi, and Xia Qingya, who has been quite proactive lately. So for the time being, he didn't rush to provoke Yin Ning. Now, the Feathered Transformation Shop has hired 2 more female martial arts instructors as shop assistants, and Yin Ning has been promoted to shop manager by Song Yu. Yin Ning's base salary has also increased to 10 million a month, while the other female shop assistants all have a high base salary of 1 million. That day, the home is filled with spiritual energy, like a fairyland. Lu Yu stood in front of the exquisite little wooden house, looking tenderly at the angel Lingxi in front of him. This angel from another universe has concealed her wings and is wearing a light blue casual dress, revealing a pair of long, straight legs, making her look both holy and playful. System, how many star-up pills are needed to improve Angel Lingxi's aptitude? Lu Yu asked in his mind. Lingxi's wife is currently the top expert by his side, so she definitely needs to be improved. He hadn't improved Lingxi's aptitude before because Lingxi was older, and the success rate of using the star-up pill was very low. However, his many children, many blessings system should be able to control the safety net mechanism. Ding! Angel Lingxi is currently at 3-star aptitude, and is slightly older, with her bones and meridians fully developed. It is estimated that 12 star-up pills will be needed to guarantee a 4-star aptitude upgrade. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu smiled. Coincidentally, they had exactly 12 star-up pills left over from opening treasure chests in the secret realm. This is practically made for Lingxi. As for leaving it to future children? In Lu Yu's mind, his wife always comes first. Children are an accident, and his wife is his true love. Lingxi, Lu Yu called softly. What's wrong, honey? Lingxi blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Yu expectantly. Her husband teleported her to their home base alone. There should be some good stuff there. Lu Yu flipped his hand, and an exquisite jade bottle appeared in his palm. These are 12-star rising pills, you can have them all. Lingxi was slightly taken aback, then exclaimed with delight, so many star rising pills, are they all for me? She certainly knew how precious the aptitude enhancement pill was. In the Angel Federation, this kind of elixir, which can defy fate and improve one's aptitude, is an extremely rare strategic resource. In fact, they are very difficult to obtain. Certainly. Lu Yu reached out and ruffled her blonde hair. You have to eat all 12 pills to guarantee that your martial arts aptitude will reach 4 stars. Yes. Thank you, honey. Lingxi's eyes reddened with emotion. Without any hesitation, she took the jade bottle and fed the pills one by one into her cherry-like mouth, like eating candy. As the pill entered her stomach, a powerful yet gentle medicinal force spread throughout her body. Lingxi sat down cross-legged, her body radiating a soft, holy light. Lu Yu stood quietly by, protecting him. The space behind Lingxi distorted slightly, and her pure white wings unfurled automatically. Each feather seemed to be baptized by holy light, becoming even more crystal clear. Her already powerful aura began to rise steadily. Skin as smooth as jade, with a subtle radiance, is a sign of reshaping the meridians and a leap in physical abilities. More than an hour later, Lingxi suddenly opened her eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out as if they were real, before disappearing. Lu Yu examined it again. Lingxi's wife has achieved 4-star aptitude. Honey, I feel stronger now. Lingxi excitedly jumped into Lu Yu's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. With her current aptitude and angelic combat skills, she could easily defeat even a peak martial king. Lu Yu cradled her shapely buttocks, feeling the excitement and attachment of the beauty in his arms, and chuckled mischievously. Lingxi must be strong. Now, shall we celebrate? Lingxi's pretty face instantly flushed red, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she pressed her burning cheeks against Lu Yu's chest and whispered, Lu Yu carried her and strode into the cabin. After a period of sexual intercourse between the couple, several hours have passed. The two tidied their clothes and left the home space feeling refreshed. Days passed by peacefully and happily. During this time, besides cultivating and running his shop, Lu Yu devoted more of his energy to spending time with his family. Especially Xia Qingya. Ever since Shen Yuqing specifically gave her instructions last time, this wife, who has a strong and mature personality, has become unusually clingy lately, and has repeatedly expressed her desire to have a child. Lu Yu naturally cooperated fully. That night, the night was as still as water. Inside Xia Qingya's bedroom, Xia Qingya nestled in Lu Yu's arms, the silk quilt slipped down, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. Her usually dignified and intellectual face was now flushed, and her eyes were dreamy and satisfied. The ordeal just now had even taken its toll on her, a martial grandmaster. Lu Yu gently stroked her smooth back, preparing to fall asleep. Suddenly, a pleasant system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your wife, Xia Qingya, has successfully conceived. Test results confirm the fetus is male. Congratulations, host, you are about to become a father again. Rewards are being distributed. Reward, 5,000 spirit sugarcane seeds. Reward, 10 acres of spirit fields in your homestead. Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, all sleepiness gone, and a huge joy welled up in his heart. I'm going to be a dad again. And it's a boy. The next morning, Lu Yu sat up, looked at Xia Qingya on the bed, and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Sister Ya, wake up, I have good news. Xia Qingya woke up and said lazily, What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Do you want to come again? Spare me. That's not it. Lu Yu took her hand and placed it on her flat stomach, his voice excited. You're pregnant. Xia Qingya instantly snapped out of her daze, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Lu Yu in disbelief. You mean, me? Yes, you're pregnant, and it's a son. Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. Oh my god, I'm pregnant. Xia Qingya exclaimed in surprise. Of course she knew that Lu Yu wouldn't lie to her. Great news. I finally have a baby. Mom will be overjoyed when she finds out. As the eldest daughter of the Xia family, she didn't care about family power. But in this world where martial arts are revered and inheritance is valued, her greatest wish is to bear children for the one she loves. Not long after, Lu Yu shared the good news with his whole family. Really? Ye Jia has a baby too? Song Yu held little Lu Nan in her arms, beaming with joy. That's wonderful. Now Nan Nan will have a little brother to play with. Angels Lingxi, Medusa, Rose, and others also sent their blessings. Lily, in particular, put her arm around Xia Qingya's shoulder and teased, oh dear, my young lady is finally going to be a mother. She can't cultivate like she used to anymore. Amidst the laughter and cheers, Liu remembered the system's reward spirit sugarcane. This is a good thing. Spirit sugarcane not only contains spiritual energy, but is also the raw material for refining the finest spiritual sugar. With the help of the spirit sugar and the inspiration that came from making the happy water for angel stars, a product popped into Lu Yu's mind: Lingqi Cola. Currently, the beverage market in Universe City, especially the cola segment, is almost entirely monopolized by the Dongfang family. But the cola from the Eastern family is just an ordinary carbonated beverage, with perhaps a little bit of energizing elixir added. If we could produce spiritual cola that contains spiritual energy, satisfying both our appetite and aiding in cultivation, that would be an absolute game changer. Of course, Liu didn't want to deal with the troublesome matter of setting up a cola factory for the time being. He'd rather leave that to the Xiatian group. Lu Yu led the women into the home space. On the newly awarded 10 acres of spirit fields, 5,000 spirit sugarcane seeds roots were planted. Lu Yu activated his SSS level talent, Revival of All Things. The spirit sugarcane in the spirit field instantly sprouted from the soil, its emerald green shoots waving in the wind. With the blessing of the spiritual spring water and the catalysis of their talents, this batch of spiritual sugarcane will mature in just 10 days. 10 days later, rows of green sugarcane stood like spears, emitting an enticing sweet aroma. Each segment was plump and juicy, brimming with vitality. The spiritual plants have been harvested. Summer group's forces have returned. When Xin Yuqing and Lin Wei entered Lu Yu's house and saw the bundles of green sugarcane, they were both stunned. Lin Wei picked up a stick, snapped it with a little force, and juice splattered everywhere with a crack, releasing a fragrant aroma. She took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. So sweet. And this spiritual energy is even easier to absorb than the previous spiritual rice. A glint of light flashed in Xin Yuqing's eyes. Xiao Yu, this spirit sugarcane, are you planning to have us make white sugar? Lu Yu nodded and smiled. It's not just about sugar. Mom, have you ever thought about adding some special ingredients to this white spirit sugar and making it into a spirit cola? Or a cola? Xin Yuqing blurted out, her breathing quickening. As a powerful businesswoman, she instantly realized the terrifying value behind it. Not bad. From now on, we'll be able to drink spirit cola. Xia Qingya, Angel Lingxi, and Rose said happily. Medusa, Songyu, and Lili also looked on with anticipation. All the women loved drinking cola. But, Mr. President, Lin Wei looked at Xin Yuqing. The cola industry has always been one of the pillars of the Dongfang family. If we do this, we will directly take away the Dongfang family's cake, or even undermine their foundation. The Xia clan and the Eastern clan have a fairly good relationship. They are considered allies in the federal parliament. A hasty war would likely trigger turmoil between the two imperial clans. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Yuqing decisively said, I'll take this batch of goods first. As for how to make cola, that must be decided by the family elders. This is no longer a simple business transaction. Afterwards, Xin Yuqing and the others hurriedly left with the spirit sugarcane and other spirit plants. The council hall of the Xia family imperial clan's ancestral home. The atmosphere was lively. The old clan patriarch, Xia Qianshang, a martial emperor who had just emerged from seclusion, sat at the head of the table. His hair and beard were all white, but his face was ruddy, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light as they opened and closed. His aura was unfathomable. Below the stage, the elders and high-ranking officials were observing the few spirit sugarcanes, and they were all amazed and exclaimed in astonishment. This Luyu is truly a lucky star for the Xia family. First it was spiritual plants and martial arts spiritual tea, then spiritual potato chips, and now they've even come up with spiritual sugarcane. Our son-in-law is something else. Xia Qianqing listened to the discussions of the crowd and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He tapped on the table, and the hall fell silent instantly. Yuqing explained the whole situation. The question now is, should we go it alone with this spirit cola, or find someone to partner with? An elder from the radical faction stood up and said, of course, we should go it alone. The Eastern family has suffered a severe blow to its electronics and chip industries because of the cyborg's breach of contract, and it is now in a slump. We can take this opportunity to launch Spirit Cola, seize the market, and further weaken the Dongfang family. That's right. The business world is like a battlefield, and the Dongfang family can't blame our Xia family. Many elders echoed this sentiment. However, Xia Qianqing slowly shook his head. His gaze was deep as he slowly said, short-sighted. I know that old guy Dongfang Woody best. Although he is in trouble now, his strength is undeniable. His peak martial emperor cultivation is no joke. Moreover, back then on the battlefield outside the region, if it weren't for him giving me a hand, my old bones would have been buried in the starry sky long ago. The world of the Federation is not about fighting to the death, but about human relationships and social interactions. Having more allies means having more options. There's no need for us to kick someone when they're down. Xia Qianqing stood up and made the final decision: cooperation. We provide the raw materials, the Dongfang family provides the distribution channels and factories, and we split the profits. Upon hearing this, all the senior executives nodded in agreement. The old patriarch is indeed the old patriarch. This move not only repaid the favor but also gained practical benefits and won over a powerful ally. Brilliant! So, Xia Qianqing picked up the communicator and personally dialed Dongfang Woody's number. On the other side, in the territory of the Eastern family, the atmosphere was gloomy and desolate. Dongfang Woody, a peak martial emperor, was sitting in the main seat of the conference room, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Below, Dongfang Shang, president of the Dongfang Group, and Dongfang Fenghuang, the proud daughter of the family and hailed as the hope of the family, are both listed. Dongfang Shang is Dongfang Fenghuang's father. Has the cyborg side not replied yet? Dongfang Woody asked in a deep voice. Dongfang Shang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dad, the Sua family's attitude is ambiguous, and I received news that they've been getting very close to the Zhao family lately. It seems they're determined to breach the contract and switch sides to the Zhao family. That old biochemical trash, Sua Qingtian, is indeed unreliable. A terrifying aura emanated from Dongfang Woody, which then instantly vanished. Dongfang Shang lamented, the supply disruption of electrical appliances and chips has caused our stock price to drop by 30%. If this continues, all our subsidiaries will go bankrupt. Just then, the communicator on the table rang. Dongfang Woody glanced at the number, frowned slightly, and answered the call. Brother Xia? You've come to see me make a fool of myself at this time? Xia Qianqing's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Brother Dongfang, what are you saying? We're like family, aren't we? Of course I'm calling you because I have good news. Good news? Dongfang Woody asked suspiciously. Our Xia family recently acquired a new spiritual plant called spiritual sugarcane. This stuff can be used to make spiritual cola. What? Dongfang Woody suddenly stood up, his voice instantly rising 8 octaves. Spirit sugarcane? You guys are making cola too? Everyone in the conference room, including Dongfang Fenghuang and Dongfang Shang, changed their expressions drastically upon hearing those two words. When it rains, it pours. If the Xia family were to create a spiritual cola right now, the Dongfang family's beverage industry would probably be finished. Chapter 66 Eastern Phoenix's heartbeat accelerates. Dongfang Woody took a deep breath, his voice bitter. Brother Xia, are you planning to steal the last bit of our Dongfang family's foundation? Ha ha ha. Xia Qianqing laughed loudly on the other end. Brother, you've misunderstood. I told you, I'm here to discuss cooperation. My Xia family can exclusively supply this spirit sugarcane to your Dongfang group, and we can do business together on this spirit cola. What do you say? Dongfang Woody was stunned. Then, a tremendous surge of joy welled up inside me. This isn't just poaching someone, it's a lifeline in their time of need. With this spiritual cola, the Dongfang family can not only stabilize the situation, but also turn the tide and create new glories. Cooperation. We must cooperate. Dongfang Wudi was so excited that his beard was trembling. Brother Xia, I will remember this favor. Let's meet and talk about it now. After hanging up the phone, Dongfang Wudi looked around, his previous dejection gone, and laughed loudly. There's always a way out. The Xia family wants to cooperate with us to make spirit cola. Dongfang Shang and the others were overjoyed. Only the Eastern Phoenix, with its beautiful eyes sparkling, seemed lost in thought. Where did the Xia family get the spirit sugarcane? Without a doubt, it must have come from that man Lu Yu. Half an hour later, at the most luxurious restaurant in the Cosmic City, the Star-Picking Tower. Xia Qianshang, along with the senior members of the Xia family, gathered with the senior members of the Dongfang family, led by Dongfang Wudi. The negotiations proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. The Xia family would be responsible for providing the spirit sugarcane, while the Dongfang family would be responsible for production, packaging, and sales. The profits are split 40-60, with the Xia family receiving 60% and the Dongfang family receiving 40%. Although it seemed like the Dongfang family was at a disadvantage, Dongfang Wudi knew that this was a lifeline, and that getting 40% was already a favor from the Xia family. After the banquet ended, Dongfang Wudi, along with Dongfang Fenghuang, returned to the secluded cultivation area of their family's ancestral home. At this moment, only the grandfather and grandson were present. Looking at his talented and beautiful granddaughter, Dongfang Wudi said earnestly, Phoenix, you have seen it too, there is no imperial family that prospers forever. If it weren't for the Xia family's help this time, our Dongfang group would have been severely damaged, if not completely destroyed. And the key to all of this lies with Lu Yu. Grandpa knows you have high standards and look down on those two boys from the Lei and Huangfu families. But Lu Yu is different. Dongfang Fenghuang listened silently, her eyes sparkling. A glint of light flashed in Dongfang Wudi's eyes. This boy comes from a commoner background, yet he can produce so many heaven-defying spiritual plants, and he even has a martial king from another race following him. His luck is truly heaven-defying. Just as Grandpa predicted, this boy will surely be a legend in the future, and may even lead the Federation into the depths of the universe. So, Dongfang Wudi paused, looking at his granddaughter. You can consider establishing the closest relationship with him. This is not only for your sake, but also for the sake of our Dongfang imperial clan. There was no sign of resistance on Dongfang Fenghuang's exquisite face. Instead, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a confident and charming smile. Grandpa, I understand. You want me to be his woman, just like Xia Qingya, right? Dongfang Wudi nodded, although this might be unfair to you, but... He knew that Dongfang Fenghuang was always arrogant and might look down on Lu Yu for being a commoner. I'm not wronged. Dongfang Fenghuang interrupted her grandfather, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. Ever since I saw him in the secret realm, I have felt that no other man in this world can catch my eye except him. It's just that after he came back, he stayed in the arms of his mistress, and I couldn't find an opportunity. Since Grandpa supports me, I, Dongfang Fenghuang, will never lose to that Xia Qingya. After leaving the ancestral home, Dongfang Fenghuang began to make plans. Going directly to Lu Yu would seem too unreserved and would likely result in rejection. The best breakthrough point is naturally Xia Qingya. They were classmates at Galaxy Academy, although Dongfang Fenghuang was 3 years older than Xia Qingya and they were not in the same year. However, since both of them are young ladies from imperial families and are both goddess-level figures, their personal relationship is fairly good. Not long after, inside a high-end Lingcha milk tea shop, Dongfang Fenghuang met with Xia Qingya. Xia Qingya went to the appointment with Li Li and bodyguard Shon Lang. The two top goddesses sitting together instantly became the focus of the store. After a heart-to-heart conversation, and with Dongfang Fenghuang's deliberate display of envy and goodwill, Xia Qingya quickly took the bait. Of course, Xia Qingya wasn't stupid. She could tell that Dongfang Fenghuang was interested in Lu Yu. However, Xia Qingya's vision is exceptionally broad. The more outstanding Xiao Yu is, the more women naturally surround him. Instead of being on guard, it's better to take the initiative to accept them, which can also bring a powerful ally to the family. After returning home, Xia Qingya smiled and said to Lu Yu, who was watching TV with the other women, Xiao Yu, your luck with women is on again. Oh? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Dongfang Fenghuang, the eldest daughter of the Dongfang family, has invited me for tea. She said that the Dongfang family wants to purchase spirit sugarcane from you, and she wants to talk to you in person. Xia Qingya leaned close to Lu Yu's ear and said with a mischievous smile, she also hinted that she's willing to pay any price for her family. Lily smiled without saying a word and plopped down between Rose and Song Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Any price to pay? He certainly understood what Dongfang Fenghuang meant. Lu Yu had a deep impression of this young lady from the Eastern Imperial family. In the secret realm, her heroic figure, clad in fiery red armor and wielding a sword, was truly stunning. In terms of looks, she is no less beautiful than Xia Qingya. In terms of talent, she possesses a 4-star qualification. Moreover, marrying her would be tantamount to binding the Eastern Imperial family to his cause. With the Xia family and the Dongfang family, 2 great imperial clans protecting him, plus his 2 martial king wives, who would dare to touch him in this cosmic city? He saw that all the women were looking at him. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Since senior sister Phoenix is so sincere, let's meet her." The next day. Central Park, Universe City. This place is picturesque and full of spiritual energy, making it a perfect spot for couples to date. Lu Yu traveled there with the angels Lingxi, Medusa, and Rose. He originally only wanted to bring Lingxi, but Medusa and Rose insisted on going along to join in the fun when they heard that he was going to meet beautiful women. Inside a pavilion in the park. The Eastern Phoenix had been waiting for a long time. She dressed up specially today, wearing a fiery red fitted long dress that perfectly accentuated her devilish figure, making her look like a burning flame, breathtakingly beautiful. She was accompanied only by 2 female warriors as guards. When she saw Lu Yu approaching with 3 stunning beauties, a hint of amazement flashed in Dongfang Fenghuang's eyes, followed by an even deeper longing. The sanctity of Angel Lingxi, the allure of Medusa, the fiery passion and wildness of Rose. Each one of them is an absolute beauty and possesses immense power. This further proves Lu Yu's excellence. Senior sister Phoenix, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lu Yu walked into the pavilion and greeted her with a smile. Dongfang Fenghuang rose gracefully, looking intently at Lu Yu. "Junior brother Lu, we meet again." She glanced at the group of women around Lu Yu and smiled. "Junior, you're so lucky. You're always surrounded by beauties whenever you go out. It's truly enviable." After exchanging pleasantries, Dongfang Fenghuang got straight to the point. She first sincerely expressed the current predicament of the Dongfang family and their urgent need for spirit sugarcane. Then, she changed the subject, her captivating eyes fixed on Lu Yu, her voice becoming soft and seductive. "Junior brother Lu, as long as you're willing to help us this time, the Eastern Imperial clan will be your strongest ally from now on." She slowly approached Lu Yu, her breath sweet as orchids, "And I, Dongfang Fenghuang, personally, am also willing to become your best friend. We can even develop a closer relationship in the future." Rose muttered under her breath, "Humph, another vixen lusting after her master." Medusa and Lingxi exchanged a smile, looking on with expressions of anticipation. Looking at the stunning beauty so close to him, and smelling her faint fragrance, Lu Yu felt a slight stirring in his heart. But he didn't rush to agree. Instead, he looked at her with amusement until a shy blush appeared on Dongfang Fenghuang's confident and pretty face. "Senior sister Phoenix." Lu Yu suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of teasing. "My supply of spiritual plants has always been very tight. Generally speaking, I only supply my wife's family." Dongfang Fenghuang's delicate body trembled. Lu Yu took a step closer, looking directly into her eyes. "Could it be that you, senior, also want to become my woman, Lu Yu's woman? It's practically like tearing down the window paper." Dongfang Fenghuang's heart raced and her cheeks burned. She hadn't expected Lu Yu to be so direct. But she is, after all, an Eastern Phoenix, not the kind of timid little girl. She took a deep breath, raised her head, bravely met Lu Yu's gaze, and said shyly yet firmly, "I've always been arrogant and looked down on those so-called Imperial clan prodigies, but your amazing performance in the S-level secret realm has truly impressed your senior. I do envy Qingya, who was able to marry such a peerless genius like you." At this point, Dongfang Fenghuang paused, her eyes sparkling with spring-like joy, and said, "However, senior sister is a little slow to warm up when it comes to matters of the heart. So I hope we can start by dating, be boyfriend and girlfriend for a while, and then talk about marriage, okay?" This is already a disguised confession. Moreover, it was this proud and arrogant female prodigy from the imperial family who took the initiative to lower herself and pursue his love. Lu Yu laughed heartily and no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and extended his palm. "Since you said so, senior, from now on, you're my girlfriend, Lu Yu's girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Fenghuang was overjoyed. Good. She didn't resist at all, took Lu Yu's large hand in her own, and then took the initiative to hug the man she had been dreaming about these past few days. The two embraced in the pavilion, and then naturally kissed. The 2 female martial kings of the Dongfang family were dumbfounded. My own proud and arrogant young lady, who calls herself the phoenix of the imperial clan, actually ran off with someone. And it's even a one-time payment? If word gets out, all those young masters in the cosmic city who are pursuing the young lady will probably line up to jump into the moat. But on second thought, Lu Yu's current status and strength do indeed make him a suitable match for the young lady. The kiss ended. Dongfang Fenghuang nestled in Lu Yu's arms, her face flushed with happiness, completely devoid of any of her former arrogance. Hee hee, Grandpa underestimates my charm. With me on the case, the family's business crisis will be easily resolved, she thought to herself with pride. Afterwards, Lu Yu, along with Dongfang Fenghuang and the three women including Medusa, began to stroll around the park. With her high emotional intelligence, Dongfang Fenghuang quickly integrated into the group of women, calling them Sister Rose, Sister Lingxi, and Sister Medusa affectionately. She called Lingxi sister because that's what she called Lu Yu. It was evening. Lu Yu brought Dongfang Fenghuang back to the feather transformation shop. When Yi Ning saw that her boss had actually brought back the young lady of the Eastern Imperial clan, she was so shocked that she almost dropped the ledger in her hand. Boss, you're just too amazing. Several female shop assistants teased Yi Ning, saying, Sister Yi Ning, you'd better hurry up, or you won't be able to get a spot in line later. Yi Ning blushed and secretly glanced at Lu Yu, feeling both happy for him and a little anxious. Inside the villa, a sumptuous dinner was served. Song Yu, Xia Qingya, and others warmly welcomed Dongfang Fenghuang. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Yu held Dongfang Fenghuang's hand and announced to everyone, Fenghuang, go back and tell your father that I will reserve a sufficient share for the Dongfang group in the next batch of spirit sugarcane. The Eastern Phoenix was overjoyed. In front of everyone, she gave Lu Yu a big kiss on the cheek and said sweetly, thank you, my little boyfriend. You're so sweet. That one word, little boyfriend, made Lu Yu's bones melt. Dongfang Fenghuang is older than Xia Qingya and Li Li, so of course you can call him your little boyfriend. Moreover, Dongfang Fenghuang has a clear and melodious voice, which has a unique charm. Seeing this, Xia Qingya and the other women all smiled knowingly. The Lu family's territory has expanded once again. Meanwhile, the night outside the window was deep. Looking at the room full of his stunningly beautiful wife and new girlfriend, Lu Yu felt a surge of pride. In this chaotic world, only strength and power can protect this stable happiness. And he is gradually moving towards that peak. Chapter 67, Spirit Cola ignites the entire city. Dating a Phoenix. That night, Dongfang Fenghuang stayed overnight at Lu Yu's house. Dongfang Fenghuang's original intention was to integrate into the women's social circle and get to know the sisters first. Lu Yu was not in a hurry to deal with Dongfang Fenghuang. After all, she is the eldest daughter of an imperial family and the #1 goddess of the younger generation in the universe city. We need to cultivate our relationship first. A guest room was arranged for Dongfang Fenghuang, but she went to Xia Qingya's room and slept with Xia Qingya, Li Li, and other women. My best friend and I spent the whole evening watching TV and chatting. Lu Yu, on the other hand, went upstairs to Rose's maid's room. This voluptuous dragon girl was naturally overjoyed at her master's arrival, and that night, sounds of pleasure that made one blush and their heart race filled the room. The next morning, at the dining table, Dongfang Fenghuang looked radiant, showing no signs of fatigue, and her gaze towards Lu Yu was even more intense. After breakfast, she elegantly wiped her mouth and stood up. My little boyfriend, I have to hurry back and tell Grandpa and Father the good news. This batch of spirit sugarcane is our Dongfang family's lifeline. Lu Yu smiled and nodded, then stood up to see him off. Go ahead. Dongfang Fenghuang leaned closer to Lu Yu and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek before leaving in a flurry with 2 female martial arts bodyguards. After seeing off his new girlfriend, Lu Yu, along with Medusa and the others, entered the homestead space to continue their farming endeavors. Lu Yu stood by the spirit field and made a plan. Now he owns 60 mu of fertile land, and his resources are plentiful. Since the Dongfang family urgently needs spirit sugarcane, then let's expand production. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yu unveiled a new plan: 20 mu of land to be planted with spirit sugarcane, 15 mu with spirit potatoes and spirit sweet potatoes, 15 mu with spirit rice, 5 mu with spirit garlic, and the remaining 5 mu with spirit leeks. Garlic king and leek king can be used as ingredients, so you can plant less of them. Let's get started. Lu Yu, along with Rose, Medusa, Lingxi, and Li Li, began to work. SSS level talent, revival of all things, activated. A cyan radiance of life enveloped the entire spiritual field, and the newly planted spiritual seeds seemed to have taken a stimulant, frantically breaking through the soil, sprouting, and growing taller. The women worked together seamlessly, so Song Yu and Xia Qingya didn't even need to come in to do farm work. After all, one of them has to take care of a child, and the other is newly pregnant. They are the family's top priority for protection. 2 days later, a bombshell announcement exploded in the city like a nuclear bomb. Oriental Group and Summer Group jointly announced the launch of a groundbreaking new beverage, Lychee Cola. The slogan is simple, direct, and highly persuasive: one sip, and you'll be full of energy; one bottle, and your cultivation will advance. Say goodbye to tedious meditation and happily break through your bottlenecks. This Spirit Cola is exclusively available at Xia's Mall and the official flagship store of the Dongfang family on Taodong.com. The purchase threshold is ridiculously high, each person is limited to one bottle per day, and the price is 200,000 star coins. Furthermore, on the Taobao shopping platform, only members who spend over 3 million renminbi in a single day are eligible to participate in the flash sale. Despite the stringent conditions, the news caused a sensation throughout the city. On the morning of the release day, long queues formed outside Xia's shopping mall, and even the urban management team was dispatched to maintain order. "Give me a bottle. I want to break through while drinking Coke," a burly man with a face full of scars shouted, waving banknotes. "Don't push. I'm a VIP member of the Xia family." In less than half an hour, the limited quantity of Xia's department store for that day was snapped up. Customers who failed to purchase the items flocked to Oriental Group's Taodong online shopping platform with envious eyes. Driven by the 3 million yuan spending threshold, countless aristocratic scions and wealthy businessmen began a shopping spree, instantly clearing out previously slow-moving Oriental home appliances, furniture, clothing, and other goods. Inside a high-end club in Universe City, a group of noblemen were gathered together, with several bottles of Spirit Cola that they had just acquired at a high price on the table. "Is this thing really that amazing?" a young man with dyed green hair asked skeptically. "You'll know once you try." Another young man in fine clothes unscrewed the bottle cap, and with a hiss, an incredibly rich spiritual energy rose up along with the bubbles, instantly filling the entire private room. "Holy crap! Such pure spiritual energy!" The young man in brocade tilted his head back and took a large gulp. Belch. A loud burp of spiritual energy escaped, and the young man in brocade robes instantly flushed red, his pores opening wide as he exclaimed in surprise. "My God! My dantian is heating up. The amount of spiritual energy in this one breath is equivalent to 5 days of meditation. Really? I want to drink it too." Everyone opened their bottles and drank heartily. A moment later, the green-haired youth shuddered, and his aura suddenly surged. I broke through? I broke through to the mid-stage of martial artist while drinking Coke?" He looked at his hands, his face filled with shock, then shouted with wild joy, "Dongfang Group is awesome. Lu Yu is awesome." This scene unfolded in every corner of the cosmic city. Countless martial artists posted pictures and boasted about it on social media, elevating Spirit Cola to a divine status. The top-floor conference room at the headquarters of the Dongfang family. On the huge holographic screen, the real-time scrolling sales data was a deep, vibrant red. It exploded. It completely exploded. Dongfang Shang was so excited his hands were trembling. Taodong.com's transaction volume today has exceeded 500 billion. That's the total for the past 3 months. Of course, this is not pure profit. Ha 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 ha. Sitting at the head of the table, Dongfang Woody laughed loudly. "God bless my Dongfang family. With this spiritual energy cola, the blockade by the Suai and Zhao families is a joke." The elders were all smiles, and they all looked at Dongfang Fenghuang, who was sitting at the end of the table. "Phoenix, this is only the first batch of goods from our clan's cooperation with the Xia family. Later, Lu Yu will supply our clan with no less than the Xia family's share of spirit sugarcane. That's the real big deal. Yes, if Miss Phoenix hadn't won over Lu Yu, how would we have had this chance to turn things around?" Dongfang Fenghuan felt secretly pleased as she listened to her elder's praise. Yin Ning, that female shop assistant at the Feathered Ascension shop, has the advantage of being close to the water. I can't lose to her. Dongfang Fenghuang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and the plan that had been somewhat shy in her heart became extremely firm at this moment. I must establish a real relationship with Lu Yu as soon as possible to solidify my identity as Mrs. Lu. Meanwhile, inside Lu Yu's villa, 100 cases of specially supplied spiritual cola were piled up in the corner of the living room. These were delivered by the Summer Group as soon as possible. Click, click. Lu Yu, along with his beautiful wives Medusa and Angel Lingxi, were enjoying chilled spiritual cola and eating spiritual potato chips. Cool. Lu Yu took a swig of soda, enjoying the sensation of the bubbles bursting on his tongue. "Honey, this is so delicious. It's sweet and fizzy. Lingxi said, gulping down the drink without any regard for her image, with potato chip crumbs still stuck to the corners of her mouth. Lu Yu smiled and opened the All Heavens shop. Lu Yu, Sister Fanqing, I have a new product here called Spirit Cola, paired with Spirit Potato Chips. I'll send you a dozen or so cases to try first, and there will be plenty more later. City of Angels, Palace of the Angel Queen. The solemn and majestic palace was now filled with the sounds of crunching and gulping as people swallowed. The aloof and domineering angel chasing the queen is currently sitting cross-legged on the throne, holding a spirit potato chip in one hand and a spirit cola in the other. Hiccup. The queen let out a burp without any regard for her image, then squinted her eyes in satisfaction. This little brother Lu Yu always manages to come up with something new for me. This combination of soda and potato chips is simply the source of decadence, but I like it. The angel star below was also enjoying her meal, but she was trying to maintain her composure. Your Majesty, mind your manners. But this taste is really addictive, I can't live without it. Angel wiped her mouth, her expression becoming slightly more serious. Starry Sky, regarding the hiring fee, did Lu Yu say anything about it? No, he accepted them all. That's good. Angel Chase sighed, the 50 billion monthly mercenary fee we offered Lingxi was indeed too high. However, Xiao Yu immediately extended the fee to 600 billion for a whole year. I'm worried he'll regret it later. 600 billion star coins could actually buy out a peak martial king expert and have them pledge their loyalty for life. However, Lingxi is their good sister, and they would never betray their sister. Angel Star couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to herself, Queen, if you knew that Lingxi was so happy she didn't want to leave, and might even have been completely taken advantage of by Xiao Yu, I wonder what you would think. When Lu Yu renewed his subscription, he told Angel Star that Lingxi was doing very well with him. They even used the Zhutian Mall platform to let Lingxi and Fanqing communicate. Therefore, Angel Star speculates that Lingxi may have an ambiguous relationship with her employer, Lu Yu. Of course, this is a good thing. Fanqing hasn't told Queen Azui yet. Oh, right. Angel Chase suddenly said, once this year is up, let's lower Lingxi's hiring fee. 1 billion a month will do. We can't let our rich little brother suffer too much. And a sly glint flashed in Angel Chase's eyes. According to the rules of your All Heavens Mall, if a mercenary refuses to return after the employment period expires, the employer can buy him out. We'll just have Lu Yu compensate us with some star coins and give Lingxi to him. Fanqing chuckled inwardly, Your Majesty, you've got a long way to go. They've probably already made a secret engagement. A few more days passed. Lu Yu had just finished delivering a batch of goods to Xiatian Group when he took out his communicator. Hello, is this Senior Phoenix? A charming voice came from the other end of the line. What's wrong, little boyfriend? Missing me? Yeah, I can't sleep because I miss you, Lu Yu teased. I miss not only you, but also your body. You scoundrel. Dongfang Fenghuang spat, but her voice softened even more. Wait, I'll bring people to collect the goods right away. This time, I'm going to collect you too. Dongfang Fenghuang knew, of course, that it was time for Lu Yu to deliver the goods. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu smiled. Not long after, several luxury hovercars from the Oriental Group landed in front of the villa. Dongfang Sheng personally led the team, with Dongfang Fenghuang following closely behind. Ha ha ha. My dear son-in-law, meeting you today, I can see you are indeed a handsome and talented man. Upon meeting Lu Yu, Dongfang Sheng gave him a big bear hug, his face beaming with joy. You are truly a great benefactor to our Dongfang family. Right now, those people outside are almost fighting over a bottle of Spirit Energy Cola. Although the Dongfang family had previously obtained the Spirit Sugarcane from the Xia family. But the Xia family actually got their goods from Lu Yu. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Lu Yu smiled modestly. Uncle, you flatter me. You are a business tycoon. My little business is nothing compared to yours. This was the first time he had met his future father-in-law, Dongfang Shang, the president of Dongfang Group and Taodong Online Shopping, a well-known young entrepreneur in the Federation. Back when Lu Yu was still a poor student, people like Dongfang Shang could only look up to him on television. Now, the other party has to act according to his wishes and even wants to marry their daughter to him. This contrast secretly pleased Lu Yu. Oh. My son-in-law is too modest. Dongfang Sheng patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. Our Dongfang Group is now entirely dependent on you, our spiritual sugarcane, to keep us afloat. We'll need your continued support in the future, son-in-law. Absolutely, we're family, we don't need to speak like outsiders. The transaction went smoothly. Lu Yu took out 200,000 caddies of spirit sugarcane at a friendly price of 10,000 per caddy, totaling 2 billion star coins. The price will be the same even if it's sold to Xiaotian Group. This is the bottom price given by the system. Because Ling sugarcane is heavy, it yields 20,000 yen per mu, which is comparable to the benefits of Ling garlic. It is twice as profitable as planting the king of leeks. After receiving the goods, Dongfang Shang waved his hand shrewdly and said, "Alright, I'll take the goods with me. Phoenix, you stay here and keep Lu Yu company, and catch up with him." After saying that, the prospective father-in-law drove off with his convoy, leaving behind a shy and bashful Dongfang Fenghuang. The purpose is self-evident. Lu Yu looked at the stunningly beautiful Dongfang Fenghuang in her fiery red dress and felt a stirring in his heart. "Phoenix, the weather is nice today. Let me take you to a good place. To truly win over this imperial heiress, staying at home won't do. I need to go out and find some excitement." "Okay." Dongfang Fenghuang naturally complied. Lu Yu called Medusa and Lingxi, and the four of them rode in a hovercar and drove out of the commercial street. Chapter 68, another assassination attempt by a blood-stained blade, devouring Senior Phoenix. As the core of the Galactic Federation, the Cosmic City is more prosperous than one can imagine. The massive anti-gravity buildings soar into the clouds, with skywalks layered upon each other, and neon lights adorning the entire city in a dreamlike manner. Lu Yu drove to the famous Qinghe Bay in the suburbs. There is a huge river in the city, with rushing water and deep water. Tall trees are planted on both banks, and the lawns are neatly trimmed. It was evening, and the riverbank was lined with all kinds of luxury cars. Lu Yu parked the car by a quiet river bend. Looking out the car window, one could see many hovercars with their engines off, parked under the shade of trees and on the grass not far away. Occasionally, you can see some of the cars swaying rhythmically, and you can vaguely hear some embarrassing sounds. Dongfang Fenghuang obviously noticed the scene as well. Her pretty face instantly turned red, and she glanced at Lu Yu shyly. She thought to herself, "This little rascal brought me here. Could it be that he wants to do that here? Oh dear, how embarrassing." However, if it were him, it might not be impossible. Looking at Dongfang Fenghuang's shy and charming appearance, Lu Yu laughed and put his arm around her slender waist. "Don't overthink it, we're just here for a walk." The four got out of the car and strolled along the riverbank. Medusa and Lingxi followed behind very sensibly, keeping a distance to give the two of them some space alone. The two female bodyguards of the martial kings, who were responsible for protecting the young lady of the Dongfang family, also got off a hovercar from behind and followed at a greater distance. This river, named Qinghe, is home to many aquatic creatures. Martial artists in the Cosmic City can legally hunt and fish here. Because the strongest aquatic creatures here are only at the beast general level, and most of them are docile fish, only martial artists and martial masters can fish here. This can be considered a form of welfare. Anyone at the martial grandmaster level or above who comes here to hunt beasts or fish will be fined by the city management. Lu Yu and Dongfang Fenghuang lay on the grass for a while, playfully cuddling and hugging. Continue walking along the riverbank, strolling and whispering sweet nothings. Their relationship was also rapidly developing. Along the riverbank, many martial artists and masters were fishing. There were both commoners and nobles. "Look, that's a silver-scaled fish of beast general level." Lu Yu, with his arm around Dongfang Fenghuang, pointed to a large silver fish leaping out of the river and said. The two walked and talked, the atmosphere ambiguous and sweet. "Senior, you're so beautiful." Lu Yu suddenly stopped and kissed her. Dongfang Fenghuang's heart raced, and she was about to say something. Sudden. Ding. System warning. Several Martial King Realm experts detected approaching at high speed from a distance. Identity verification, Blood Blade Organization assassins. There are 3 cyborg assassins at the peak of the Martial King Realm and 2 at the late stage of the Martial King Realm. The employers are Jiaoboju and Suwa Gang jointly funding. An assassin is coming. Lu Yu's eyes sharpened, and he shielded Dongfang Fenghuang behind him. However, there's no need to summon Angel Star or other angels from the Heavenly Mall for just 5 Martial King Realm assassins. Lu Yu had already heard Angel Star say that she had broken through to the Martial Saint Realm. Medusa and the Angel Lingxi flew over instantly upon hearing Lu Yu's voice. The 2 female Martial Kings from the Dongfang family also appeared instantly, blocking the way. They followed them nearby. Then, 5 dark figures descended from the sky, carrying a strong killing intent and the hum of mechanical operation, rushing straight towards the group. It turns out that Jiaoboju and the cyborg Suwa Gang discovered this. The Dongfang family has actually partnered with the Xia family to produce the incredible product, Spiritual Cola. The Dongfang family quickly recovered its losses and successfully transformed its business by selling the popular Lingqi Cola. Their plan to strike at the Dongfang family failed, so the two men turned their anger on Lu Yu. Without Lu Yu's raw materials, the Dongfang family cannot produce spirit cola. New grudges added to old ones. Then, after learning that Lu Yu had taken his girlfriend out, Zhao Buju and Suo Gang spent a lot of money to hire a Martial King-level assassin from the Bloodblade organization to kill Lu Yu. And Medusa was beside him. As for assassins at the Martial Saint level, it would be very difficult for them to infiltrate the Cosmic City. Court death. Enraged, Dongfang Fenghuang flashed a red light in her hand, and a crimson battle sword appeared in her palm. How dare you disturb my love affair? You're all tired of living. Kill. Target Lu Yu and Medusa, finish them quickly. This angel's aura is very strong, exceeding the intelligence information we need two people to deal with it. The leading cyborg assassin gave a low shout and, along with another assassin at the peak of the Martial King realm, charged towards Angel Lingxi. Clearly, they had underestimated the fighting strength around Lu Yu. Humph, a bunch of small fry. Angel Lingxi snorted coldly, her beautiful figure instantly soaring into the air, her pure white wings unfurling, and the flaming sword in her hand igniting with a blazing holy fire. Flaming slash. Boom! A terrifying fiery sword aura swept out, directly cutting back the two Martial King peak assassins who were charging at the forefront. As the assassin leader retreated in a disheveled state, he was also shocked. This angel is actually so strong? Lingxi is currently a 4-star talent, a late-stage Martial King. With the angel's super combat power, she can easily contend with two peak Martial Kings. The two female bodyguards from the Dongfang family, one at the peak of Martial King and the other at the late stage of Martial King, also managed to block a cyborg at the peak of Martial King and a cyborg at the late stage of Martial King. At the same time, Queen Medusa, who was in the early stages of King Wu's reign, also made a move. Petrifying Ray. Her alluring eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils, and a gray, petrifying beam of light shot out, blasting towards the last late-stage Martial King assassin. The assassin, a late-stage Martial King, froze instantly, and half of his body began to turn to stone. Azure Emperor's blood-stained town. Lu Yu wasn't idle either. He unleashed a blood-draining talisman like using his combat skills. The assassin had just broken free from his petrified state when he discovered he had been struck by a blue talisman light. The poison was spreading, and his combat power suddenly dropped. Boom! Dongfang Fenghuang swung her sword, unleashing a thick, high-temperature flaming sword beam that struck the assassin. The other person's body surface began to burn. Damn it! This is a tough one. Let's retreat. The leader of the cyborg assassins was horrified to discover that this was not an assassination at all. He had kicked a titanium alloy steel plate. But it's too late to run now. Want to leave? Did you ask this angel first? Angel Lingxi descended like a Valkyrie, unleashing the ultimate move, the Holy Judgment Blade, which conjured a 100-meter-long flaming giant sword and slashed down fiercely. They actually killed a bioengineered human at the peak of the Martial King realm. In addition, there were two female bodyguards of the Martial King, Medusa, Lu Yu, and Dongfang Fenghuang who joined the attack. In less than a few minutes, the 5 Martial King-level assassins were all turned into corpses, lying haphazardly on the ground. The surrounding grass was blasted into several large, charred craters. The riverbank collapsed, and the streetlights and trees along the road were shattered. Tourists, fishermen, and couples in the vicinity screamed and fled in terror when the killer arrived, and someone called the police. Soon, a powerful aura descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in military uniform landed. This was Inspector Chen of the Universe City Garrison, a martial saint. When he saw the 5 corpses of the Martial King on the ground, as well as Lu Yu and the others who were unharmed, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Miss Dongfang, what's going on? Inspector Chen stared at Lu Yu and Dongfang Fenghuang in shock. These are 5 Martial King-level cyborgs. And they were just chopped down like vegetables? Uncle Chen. Dongfang Fenghuang sheathed her sword and said coldly, "These cyborgs are assassins from the Bloodblade organization, intending to kill me and Lu Yu. The garrison command must give us an explanation for this matter." Police Inspector Chen wiped away his cold sweat. "Don't worry, miss. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. How dare they commit violence in the city? It's utterly lawless." A moment later, a large contingent of military police and urban management officers arrived in hovercars. After a brief statement was taken, Lu Yu calmly left with the women. This assassination attempt deepened Lu Yu's hatred for the Zhao and Suo families. Lu Yu was even more furious with the Blood Blade Assassin organization. However, this did not dampen his and Dongfang Fengawang's spirits. On the contrary, it became a catalyst for their relationship. Back home, after a battle, everyone was a little hungry. Dinner was exceptionally lavish, and the women sat together, discussing the day's battle in a lively atmosphere. Dongfang Fengwang looked at Lu Yu beside her with eyes full of admiration and love. This man remained calm and composed in the face of the martial king assassin, and possessed such formidable strength he was simply perfect. After dinner, the women returned to their rooms, tacitly leaving the two of them alone. Third floor living room. Lu Yu sat on the sofa with Dongfang Fengwang, watching a boring martial arts romance drama. The lights were dim, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Dongfang Fengwang nestled in Lu Yu's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. "My little boyfriend." She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes seemingly rippling with spring water. "Those assassins were so fierce today, I'm still so scared." Looking at this valiant goddess who had been wielding a sword and slashing people during the day, Lu Yu suppressed a laugh and said in a cooperative tone, "Then what should we do? How about I tell you a bedtime story?" "I don't want to hear stories." Dongfang Fengwang, her eyes alluring, leaned close to Lu Yu's ear, her fragrant breath brushing against his neck. "The reason why the Zhao and Sua families are in such a hurry to make a move is probably because your cooperation with our family has thwarted their plans. My sister feels bad about it." As she spoke, her slender hand slid down Lu Yu's chest. "Tonight, would you like your older sister to comfort you and soothe your frightened heart?" The implication couldn't be clearer. Lu Yu felt a surge of heat rush to his head. He grabbed Dongfang Fengawang's mischievous little hand, flipped her over, and pinned her to the sofa beneath him, his gaze intense. "Since you're so sincere, senior, then tonight I'll devour you, this charming phoenix." Giggle. Dongfang Fengwang let out a string of silvery laughter, hooked her arms around Lu Yu's neck, and offered her fragrant lips. Then, Lu Yu carried Dongfang Fengwang and strode into the bedroom that had been prepared for her. The door was closed, isolating the room from everything outside. Under the soft light, Dongfang Fengawang's pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were dreamy. "It's so hot." She gave a soft hum and took off the fiery red dress. Her snow-white skin gleamed like ivory under the light, and her enviable curves and long, beautiful legs were all challenging Lu Yu's senses. "Lu Yu, love me." That night, the phoenix cried out, and spring was in full bloom. This proud and arrogant female prodigy of the imperial family finally let down her guard at this moment. It transformed into a pool of spring water and merged into Lu Yu's embrace. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell onto the messy bed. Lu Yu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, and looked at the sleeping Dongfang Fengwang in his arms, his heart filled with the pleasure of conquest. Just then, a pleasant system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Dongfang Fengwang. Rewards are being distributed. The host and his wife will receive a plus 50 increase in health. Reward, 20 acres of spirit fields in your homestead. Reward, 10,000 spirit sugarcane seeds. Lu Yu was overjoyed. With a surge in vitality, the spirit field has expanded by another 20 acres. The extra 20 mu of land will definitely be used to grow sugarcane. After all, the supply of spirit cola produced by the Oriental Group is far from meeting the huge market demand of the Universe City. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Lu Yu thought to himself, "Looks like I'll have to start working hard on the fields again today." Chapter 69. Huang Fujian and Lei Lai are heartbroken. The Zhao and Su families are investigated. Lu Yu looked at the eastern phoenix in his arms, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. This imperial goddess, who was usually as proud as a raging fire, was now like a lazy kitten, her long hair disheveled, her brows showing a hint of charm and weariness from someone new to life. Seemingly sensing Lu Yu's gaze, Dongfang Fengwang slowly opened her beautiful eyes. "Good morning, Sister Phoenix." Lu Yu gently kissed her forehead. Dongfang Fengwang's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled the madness of the previous night. A hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Good morning, Xiaoyu." The two got up, washed up, and went downstairs to the restaurant. Xiao Qingya, Lili, Songyu, and others were already at the dining table. Seeing Dongfang Fengwang walking down arm in arm with Lu Yu, all the women smiled. "Hey, our phoenix goddess looks great. Looks like she had a good night's rest last night?" Lili teased as she peeled a spirit egg. Dongfang Fengwang sat down gracefully, picked up the bowl of spirit rice porridge in front of her, and took a sip. "Yes, I have to thank my sisters for lending me Xiaoyu for one night." After a hearty breakfast, Lu Yu led Dongfang Fenghuang and the other women upstairs and said, Sister Fenghuang, now that we're family, there are some secrets you should know. Seeing the smiles on Xia Qingya and the others' faces, Dongfang Fenghuang couldn't help but ask, what secret? I'll take you somewhere. Lu Yu's mind stirred. The next second, Lu Yu and the women were teleported into their home space. Upon entering for the first time, Dongfang Fenghuang froze on the spot. Her beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. They were in a space where spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Before me stretched a neat and orderly field of spiritual rice, golden waves of rice rippled in the breeze, each grain plump like a pearl, exuding an enticing fragrance. In the green sugarcane grove, every stalk of sugarcane is like a crystal sculpture. There are also the king of spirit garlic, the king of spirit leeks, and the king of spirit mushrooms on the rows of logs by the edge of the woods in the distance. This is. Dongfang Fenghuang pointed at the spiritual plants, her voice trembling. So, all those top-grade spiritual plants sold by Xia Tian Group, and the spiritual sugarcane that my family buys, are grown here? Xia Qingya smiled and stepped forward, taking her arm. Yes, Sister Phoenix, this is Xiaoyu's home space, talent, and it is also our family's greatest strength. Lili also chimed in with a laugh. When I first came in, I was even worse than you. Dongfang Fenghuang took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent emotions. She turned to look at Lu Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and complex emotions. Xiaoyu, your spatial talent is truly remarkable. Lu Yu smiled but remained silent. Lili took Dongfang Fenghuang's hand and said with a smile, Senior Fenghuang, let me show you something even more amazing. Lu Yu and the women followed, and they arrived at the grove of trees. In that sparse grove, many lush shrubs grow. Dongfang Fenghuang knew that these shrubs were the martial arts spirit tea tree. Lili led Dongfang Fenghuang to the center of the tea forest, where a lush tea tree, not particularly tall but exuding an ancient and vigorous feel, stood quietly. The leaves of the tea tree have an unusual emerald green color, and each tender leaf has naturally formed runes that seem to flow with a spiritual energy. The moment the eastern phoenix approached the tea tree, an extremely mysterious and refreshing fragrance wafted over. Just one sniff and her mind felt clear. Some of the obscure and difficult bottlenecks I had encountered in my martial arts training before suddenly showed signs of loosening in this instant. This tea's aroma and spiritual essence far surpassed those of martial arts spirit teas. Dongfang Fenghuang's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the tea tree. Could this be the legendary top-grade spiritual tea, the Enlightenment tea tree? Lu Yu continued to smile without saying a word. Xia Qingya and Angel Lingxi nodded repeatedly. Is it really Enlightenment tea? Dongfang Fenghuang felt like she was about to faint. Enlightenment tea. That's a legendary divine object. It is said that only in some ancient ruins deep in the universe can a few dried tea leaves be found occasionally. Even a single piece of it could drive martial saints and martial emperors mad. Because it can help people understand the Tao, increase their cultivation level, and increase the probability of breaking through realms. And now, a whole living Enlightenment tea tree is planted in Lu Yu's space. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? The eastern phoenix reached out to touch it, but fearing it would desecrate this divine object, its hand hovered in mid-air, trembling slightly with excitement. This is simply a miracle of nature. Seeing the shocked and disoriented Dongfang Fenghuang, Lu Yu felt a secret sense of satisfaction. He put his arm around Dongfang Fenghuang's shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, Sister Fenghuang, the tea leaves on the Enlightenment tea tree are not ripe yet. After a while, when the tea leaves have matured, I will supply a batch to your maternal family, the Dongfang family. Of course, there won't be too many, after all, it's just one tree and the leaves grow slowly. Of course, a batch will also be supplied to Xia Qingya's family. This has already been discussed with Sister Ya. In fact, the Enlightenment tea in this world is somewhat different from the Enlightenment tea described in some novels from my previous life. The system's suggested price for Enlightenment tea is only 50 billion star coins per leaf. Its effects are probably not as miraculous as some people think. Of course, Lu Yu is only speculating at the moment. Dongfang Fenghuang turned around and looked at Lu Yu solemnly. Little Yu, then I will thank you on behalf of the family. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. He knew. Even if the effects of the Enlightenment tea aren't that dramatic. The moment this tea is released, the entire cosmic city, and even the entire Galactic Federation, will go crazy. Therefore, he only intended to give some to the Xia family and the Dongfang family. Through the opportunity presented by the Enlightenment tea, these two families will jointly seize control of the entire federal parliament. As for Lu Yu himself, he could first entrust some tasks to Angel Star and Angel Queen. With the Queen's angels always there to protect him, Lu Yu would naturally have no fear of any risks. Then, Liu looked at Xia Qingya and said, Sister Ya, the supply of spiritual plants to the Xia family should be enough. Let us plant all 20 mu of newly reclaimed spirit fields with spirit sugarcane this time. Once they're ripe, we'll trade them all to Sister Phoenix's Dongfang family. Xiao Qingya nodded upon hearing this. Okay, Xiaoyu. She looked at Dongfang Fenghuang and smiled. Now that Sister Fenghuang is no outsider, it's only right that we offer more support to the Dongfang family when they encounter difficulties. Refined and elegant. Looking at Xia Qingya, Dongfang Fenghuang was deeply moved. She was initially worried that as a newcomer, she would be ostracized by Xia Qingya. After all, rivals are enemies, and the Xia family and the Dongfang family have always been competitors in business. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingya was so magnanimous. Thank you, Qingya. Dongfang Fenghuang said sincerely, from now on, we sisters will work together to make our Lu family the strongest family in the universe. That's a must. Lili replied, waving her little fist. The time that follows. Lu Yu led the women to start farming. On the newly reclaimed 20 mu of black soil, sugarcane stalks were buried one by one. Xia Qingya wanted to help, but Lu Yu and the other women held her back. After Xia Qingya became pregnant, no one allowed her to do farm work. Helpless, Xia Qingya could only stand aside and watch for a while before teleporting out of the space and returning to the villa to watch TV with Songyu. In this vibrant and hopeful space, Lu Yu, accompanied by several stunningly beautiful wives, worked up a sweat. Seeing the spiritual plants sprouting and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. After planting the crops, Lu Yu did not stay at home any longer, but instead took Dongfang Fenghuang, Angel Lingxi, and others out for a trip again. Although he had been assassinated before, Lu Yu did not want to stay at home like a turtle because of it. Moreover, this time, the Dongfang family is clearly serious. A middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes, with a reserved demeanor, followed behind the group at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. That was an elder of the Dongfang family, a genuine martial saint. With the protection of the martial saint, plus the combat power of Angel Lingxi, Medusa, and Lu Yu, even the Blood Blade organization couldn't do anything to Lu Yu. Meanwhile, the controversy surrounding Lu Yu's assassination attempt 2 days ago continues to escalate. The internet is already in an uproar. This is outrageous. Sending 5 Martial King assassins to carry out an assassination in broad daylight? They're treating federal law like toilet paper. I heard those 5 assassins were from the Bloodblade organization? Everyone knows who their employer is, right? Heh, besides the Zhao group that sells fake medicine and that bioengineered planet, who else could it be? They must be severely punished. Lu Yu is the pride of us common martial artists, and Dongfang Fenghuang is a goddess. If even they can't be protected, how can we ordinary people survive? Countless commoners, martial artists, and noble children protested online, demanding a thorough investigation from the government. The revelation of Dongfang Fenghuang's relationship with Lu Yu has ignited the emotions of countless men. My phoenix goddess. She's actually with Lu Yu? My heart is broken. Stop howling upstairs. Seriously, if there's anyone in this world who truly deserves the title of the Eastern Goddess, who else could it be but Lu Yu? Exactly. Lu Yu is handsome, talented, and can supply a lot of spiritual plants. Even the goddess of the Xia family imperial clan married him. What's so strange about having another Eastern Phoenix? Hey, thinking about it this way, I actually feel better. It's all because Lu Tianjiu is too outstanding, he's practically leaving us no way out. The direction of public opinion was surprisingly unified. After the initial shock and envy, most people had to admit that the couple was indeed a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Inside the training room of the Huangfu family. Clang! A high-level battle sword fell to the ground. Huangfu Jian, who had just emerged from seclusion, looked at the news on his phone, his face pale, as if all his strength had been drained away. Phoenix, she actually followed him. Although he had a premonition, when the facts were laid bare before him, the young master of the Huangfu family still felt a piercing pain. Young master. An old servant appeared silently behind you and whispered, the family elders asked me to tell you not to provoke that Lu Yu. This young man has a mysterious background and extraordinary abilities. The Zhao family and the Sua family have met their match this time. Our Huangfu family must not follow in their footsteps. Huangfu Jian nodded blankly and gave a bitter smile. I'm not stupid, of course I know the consequences. Since it was Phoenix who actively pursued him, then I, Huangfu Jian, have nothing to say. I, Huangfu Jian, am not wrong to lose to Lu Yu, a peerless genius, instead of Lei Lai. He picked up the sword from the ground, his eyes gradually hardening. From now on, I will only cultivate the way of the sword, and I will no longer talk about love. On the other side, at the Lei family mansion. Drink! Give me a drink. Lei grabbed the wine jar, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. The pungent liquor poured down his throat and into his stomach, but it couldn't extinguish the sorrow in his heart. Great! Okay. He smashed the wine jar on the ground, shards flying everywhere. Phoenix, your judgment is indeed excellent. Since it wasn't Huang Fujian, my defeat, Lei, is not unjust. Lei laughed heartily, but as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Huang Fujian and I were two idiots, fighting for so many years, and it all turned out to be a complete joke. Perhaps only that prodigy Lu Yu can bring you true happiness and give you everything you want. Compared to the sadness of these people who are heartbroken in love, the Zhao and Suo families are truly having a hard time. Due to joint pressure from members of the Dongfang and Xia families in the federal parliament, the government reacted extremely quickly this time. Police Inspector Chen led a large number of men in a surprise inspection of the Suo family's warehouse located at the airport. They also seized several of the Suo family's interstellar warships used for transporting goods. The reasons are quite valid: suspicions of harboring cyborg assassins and assisting Bloodblade organization assassins in entering the city. Although there is no direct evidence that the Suo family hired Bloodblade assassins. However, under the pretext of cooperating with the investigation, Inspector Chen forcibly seized the batch of high-tech electronic components and biochemical materials that the Suo family was preparing to transport to the Zhao group. This move can be described as cutting off the enemy's supply lines. The top floor of the Zhao group building. Smack! Zhao Ding, the patriarch of the Zhao family and a powerful martial emperor, slapped Zhao Buizhu hard across the face. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Chapter 70, the cultivation levels of Lu Yu and his wife, the second son Lu Changqing, surged. The old Emperor Wu was trembling with rage, pointing at his kneeling son and cursing him. Hundreds of billions of dollars. To hire 5 Martial King-level assassins? And what was the result? They didn't even manage to hurt a hair on their heads. Now look what's happened. Our goods have been seized, our cash flow has been cut off, and now the Xia and Dongfang families are joining forces to destroy us. How could I have given birth to such a good for nothing? A few $100 billion is not a lot for a top-tier imperial family. But now, the Zhao imperial family is already on the decline. The loss of hundreds of billions of yuan in working capital is enough to make Zhao Ding, the patriarch, feel the pinch. Zhao Buizhu covered his swollen face, knelt on the ground trembling, and didn't dare to utter a sound. Suo Gang, standing to the side, also had a gloomy expression and remained silent. The losses this time were devastating. In the end, the Zhao and Suo families had to use all their resources and connections, and spend an astronomical sum of facilitation fees, to barely get the goods unsealed. However, after this battle, the Zhao group was severely weakened and was on the verge of collapse. Time flies. 10 days later, the spiritual plants were harvested. The area in front of Lu Yu's house was bustling with traffic. This time, the Dongfang family arrived first. Of the 40 mu of sugarcane, Lu Yu handed over 30 mu of his share to the Oriental group. The remaining 10 mu of sugarcane were left to the Xia family. In fact, the Xia family's spirit sugarcane was also processed by the Dongfang family's cola factory, which Lu Yu didn't care about. Of course, in addition to spirit sugarcane, the Xia family also has other spirit plants such as spirit rice, spirit mushroom king, and martial arts spirit tea. Especially the martial arts spirit tea, that's the real prize for the Xia family. Looking at the piles of spirit sugarcane in his storage ring, Dongfang Sheng couldn't stop smiling and held onto Lu Yu's hand tightly. My dear son-in-law, your efficiency is simply amazing. Now our spirit cola factory can finally operate at full capacity. Before leaving, Dongfang Sheng couldn't help but ask Lu Yu and Dongfang Fenghuang, by the way, when are you two planning to hold your wedding banquet? Lu Yu smiled and turned to look at Dongfang Fenghuang beside him. Because the two had talked before, Dongfang Fenghuang said there was no rush to hold a wedding banquet. Dongfang Fenghuang linked arms with Lu Yu and said with a smile, Dad, I don't care about these formalities. Besides, Xiaoyu is currently on the rise, and we don't want to be too ostentatious. Let's postpone the wedding banquet for a while. Dongfang Fenghuang has its own considerations. Moreover, she and Lu Yu had already consummated their marriage and had even obtained a marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Department. What does it matter whether or not a banquet is held? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Sheng, though somewhat disappointed, could only nod in agreement. Anyway, his daughter has already told him via voice that the two of them are living together and have registered their marriage. Now that the rice was cooked, he, as the father, could finally relax. The days that followed were peaceful and fulfilling. Liu seemed to have disappeared from the public eye, spending his days at home, accompanying his wives in cultivation, farming, and taking care of their children. With unlimited resources and the spiritual energy emanating from the Enlightenment tea tree, the family's cultivation levels are advancing by leaps and bounds. Spring passes and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 months have passed. Xia Qingya's belly is already quite big, and her due date is approaching. The atmosphere at home became somewhat tense and expectant. During this time, Yin Ning also moved into Lu Yu's villa to help take care of Lu Nan or Xia Qingya. That night, Lu Yu did not provoke Medusa or Lingxi. He watched Yin Ning's retreating figure as she prepared to return to her room to rest, and called out to her. Yin Ning, come to my room for a moment. Yin Ning paused, her heart skipping a beat. She had been at the feather transformation shop for so long, rising from a shop assistant to a manager, and then moved into Lu Yu's house, getting along with the other women like sisters. Although Lu Yu has always treated her very well, the two have not yet taken that final step. She knew that her boss was waiting for her to be fully prepared, and also waiting for the right opportunity. And tonight, Yin Ning lowered her head and followed Lu Yu into the room, her face flushed. The moment the door closed, she felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Lu Yu turned around and looked at the girl in front of him, who had a healthy tan, delicate features, and a fit figure. For more than a year, Yin Ning has worked diligently and managed the shop in an orderly manner. She has been extremely loyal to him and has fallen deeply in love with him. Such a wonderful girl, Lu Yu certainly couldn't let her wait any longer. Yin Ning, Lu Yu called softly. Boss. Boss. Yin Ning was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Lu Yu stepped forward and gently pulled her into his arms, still calling me boss? Yin Ning trembled as she felt that broad and warm embrace, and her eyes instantly reddened. She looked up, her eyes filled with love and shyness. Brother Yu. Lu Yu smiled slightly and lowered his head to kiss her lips. The kiss was tender and lingering. Yin Ning felt her mind go blank, and her body went limp instantly. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Yu lifted her up by the waist and carried her to the large bed. Yin Ning, from now on, you will be one of the mistresses of this house. Yin Ning buried her head in Lu Yu's chest, so happy she wanted to cry. That night, the red candles flickered. This strong girl from humble beginnings finally blossomed with her own unique beauty under the body of the man she admired most. Her shyness, her excitement, and her awkward yet passionate response all made Lu Yu feel a unique tenderness. The next morning. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Yin Ning. Rewards are being distributed. Both husband and wife gain plus 10 points to their health. 10 acres of spirit fields added to homestead. Received 1,000 martial arts spirit tea tree saplings. Lu Yu woke up feeling refreshed and overjoyed upon hearing the system's notification. Another 10 acres of land. And 1,000 more spirit tea trees. He looked at Yin Ning, who was still fast asleep beside him, his eyes filled with affection. After Yin Ning woke up. After washing up and having dinner. Lu Yu took her and teleported her into the home space. When Yin Ning saw the fairy tale-like space before her, she was completely dumbfounded. This is. She covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Although she had guessed that her boss had many secrets, she never imagined that they would be such a shocking secret. And the boss revealed this secret to her without any reservations. This represents absolute trust and true acceptance. How much good fortune did I, a commoner female martial artist, accumulate in my past life to be able to meet you, brother Yu? Yin Ning was extremely excited and hugged Lu Yu tightly, refusing to let go. A short while later, Medusa, Rose, Angel Lingxi, and others also entered. Seeing that Yin Ning was still in a daze, the women all gathered around her. Hee, congratulations to Yin Ning for finally getting married. From now on, we're real sisters. Yin Ning said with emotion, thank you all, sisters. Rose chuckled and pulled Yin Ning's hand. No, I'm the youngest, you should call me little sister. The women's good-natured jokes made Yin Ning blush, but her heart was filled with warmth. Lu Yu waved his hand and planned out the newly awarded 10 acres of land. Plant spirit rice and spirit potatoes on all 10 acres of land. Our Lu family will have many members in the future, so we must ensure we have enough food. 2 more months passed. A stormy night. With a loud cry, Xia Qingya successfully gave birth to a baby boy. It's born. It's born. Outside the delivery room, Lu Yu rubbed his hands together excitedly. A moment later, Lily came out carrying the wrapped-up baby, her face beaming with joy. Congratulations, Xiaoyu, it's a boy. Mother and child are safe. Lu Yu quickly took the child. The little guy had rosy skin and his eyes were not yet open, but you could vaguely see Xia Qingya's delicate features and Lu Yu's heroic spirit in his eyes and brows. Great. Okay. Looking at his son in his arms, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotion, a deep connection to his bloodline. Let's give it a name. Xia Qingya, who was pushed out next, looked a little pale, but was in good spirits and looked at the father and son with a happy expression. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said, let's call him Lu Changqing. Changqing means that our Lu family will live forever and that our foundation will be solid. Moreover, the character Chang is a homophone of Qing in your name, sister Ya. Upon hearing this, a hint of tenderness flashed in Xia Qingya's eyes. Lu Changqing, a good name, I like it very much. Songyu, who was holding her 1.5-year-old son Lu Nan, also smiled and came over to look. Nan, look, this is your little brother. You have to protect your little brother from now on. Little Lu Nan stared with her big, dark eyes, curiously poked her younger brother's cheek, and giggled. The women gathered together, their laughter filling the room. Lu Yu secretly used an appraisal technique on his second son. Name, Lu Changqing. Age, 1 day. Qualification, 3.5 stars. Talent, SS rank awakened at age 18. Evaluation, possesses the potential of a martial god. Lu Yu gasped. Good heavens! Born with a 3.5-star aptitude. SS level talent. His aptitude is half a star higher than that of his eldest son, Lu Nan. Is this the terrifying aspect of genetic modification? As my own and my wife's strength increases, the children we have are all becoming stronger than the last. Since returning home from the S-rank desert secret realm, Lu Yu and the women spent nearly a year together. Having inexhaustible resources, and cultivating near the enlightenment tea tree within the homestead space to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the tree, one can greatly improve cultivation efficiency. Their cultivation levels also experienced an explosive surge. With the support of a massive amount of spiritual plants, spiritual crystals and other resources, Lu Yu himself broke through to the peak of Martial Grandmaster. He's only one step away from reaching the Martial King realm. If word got out about this rocket-like cultivation speed, it would definitely make those martial artists in the Universe City who have been cultivating for decades and are still stuck in the same place feel so ashamed that they would want to bang their heads against the wall. Rose, the little maid with the bloodline of the Dragon God, also made rapid progress, entering the late stage of Martial Grandmaster, and her dragon aura became increasingly terrifying. Angel Lingxi was even more astonishing, directly stepping into the peak of Martial King. His strength is so great that he could probably hold his own against even a newly ascended saint. If Angel Star and Angel Chase found out, they would be absolutely shocked. With an unlimited supply of resources, Queen Medusa regained her former domineering power and entered the late stage of King Martial. As expected of the number one goddess, Dongfang Fenghuang has accumulated her strength and successfully broken through to the peak of Martial Grandmaster. Xia Qingya and Li Li have also steadily entered the mid-stage of Martial Grandmaster. As for Songyu and Yin Ning, they have both broken through to the peak of Martial Master and are now trying to break through the bottleneck of Martial Grandmaster. The whole family are exceptionally talented. Such a lineup of geniuses is enough to sweep away any force. And recently, the Enlightenment Tea in the home space is almost ready. Chapter 71 The Enlightenment Tea is born. Baker and Fanqing's shock. That night, Yin Ning volunteered to take Xiao Lu Nan to her room. Medusa and Li Li were taking care of Xia Qingya and her son, Lu Changqing, in Xia Qingya's room. Lu Yu then slipped into Song Yu's room. After a night of passion, Song Yu lay lazily on Lu Yu's chest, enjoying this rare moment of peace and quiet for the two of them. Ding! The first batch of tea leaves from the Enlightenment tea tree in your home space has ripened. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Lu Yu's mind. Is the Enlightenment tea finally ready? Lu Yu sat up, his eyes flashing with astonishing brilliance. What's wrong, Yu? Song Yu was startled. Lu Yu lowered his voice, leaned close to Song Yu's ear, and excitedly said, our top-grade spiritual tea is ready. What? Song Yu was wide awake, her beautiful eyes bulging. You mean, that tree? Yes. Lu Yu excitedly kissed Song Yu several times. Song Yu was also flushed with excitement. Yu, this time, all the top big shots in the entire Universe City will probably go crazy for it. She also knew what the advent of the Enlightenment tea would mean. That is not only endless wealth, but also the key to the supreme martial arts. The couple exchanged a glance, both seeing an irrepressible excitement in each other's eyes. I can't sleep at all. Hey, hey. Looking at his wife, whose face was flushed and who looked radiant, Lu Yu suddenly grinned mischievously and pressed down on her again. Little Yu, since you can't sleep, let's review our lessons again. Oh dear, wasn't that just now? Song Yu's shy protest was quickly drowned out. Inside the room, another blush-inducing, heart-pounding noise emanated. Early the next morning, Lu Yu then led the women and rushed into the home space without waiting. We arrived at that tea plantation. The Enlightenment tea tree had undergone a complete transformation. The tree has a lush, verdant canopy and abundant branches and leaves. Each tea leaf is a perfect emerald green, crystal clear like a jade carving, with a faint golden halo flowing across its surface. An extremely rich and spiritual aura emanates from the tea tree and spreads outwards. Simply by standing under the tree and taking a deep breath, everyone felt that the circulation of true energy within their bodies accelerated, and their spirits became clearer than ever before. This is Enlightenment tea. Dongfang Fenghuang stared intently at the leaves on the tree, her eyes glazed over. Get to work. Pick them. Lu Yu gave the order. The women carefully began picking tea leaves. This is delicate work. Every single leaf is priceless, and it would be heartbreaking to damage even one. I worked for half an hour. All the ripe tea leaves have been picked and packed into specially made jade boxes. Lu Yu counted them. 2,136 pieces. This is an astonishing number. According to the system's valuation, the base price for each piece of Enlightenment tea is over 50 billion star coins. Moreover, they are available but unsellable. This is something that ordinary people simply cannot afford. Even for the sons of noble families, buying just one piece would mean going bankrupt. This is destined to be a luxury belonging only to a small group of people at the top of the pyramid. I'm rich. Lily hugged the jade box, her eyes sparkling, and she was practically drooling. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and then made a decision. This stuff cannot be allowed to flow into the market on a large scale, otherwise it will cause some trouble, or even disaster. Go for the high-end market and use scarcity marketing. He looked at the women and said, I plan to only use a small portion for the transaction for now. We will allocate 400 units each to the Xia family and the Dongfang family. In addition to winning over your two imperial families, we can also better control the Federation's discourse through the transactions between the two imperial families and other forces. Xia Qingya and Dongfang Fenghuang nodded in gratitude upon hearing this. With these 400 pieces of Enlightenment tea, their position in the family will be unshakable, and the family's strength will also experience a qualitative leap. And Angel Stars also traded 400 pieces. Angel Stars has been of great help to Lu Yu, and the Angel Federation is a formidable force, making it a worthwhile ally for long-term investment. We can sell in 100 pieces too, that werewolf baker. Lu Yu stroked his chin. After all, without Beck, he wouldn't have met Rose, this amazing little dragon girl. As human beings, we should cherish old friendships. The wives were whispering among themselves as they watched Lu Yu. In fact, they now knew some of the secrets behind Lu Yu's ability to conduct interdimensional transactions. After all, both Rose and Angel Linksy came to this world through the All Heavens Mall platform. If they spend a lot of time together, they're bound to talk about some things. There's absolutely no problem with that. With the many children, many blessings system in place, Lu Yu's wives are all absolutely loyal. They would never reveal any of Lu Yu's secrets to outsiders. We'll keep the remaining 800 plus pieces for ourselves. Lu Yu waved his hand with great enthusiasm. From now on, in our family, we'll drink Enlightenment tea. We can even use it to make tea eggs. Upon hearing this, all the women chuckled, their eyes filled with happiness and pride. In this cruel world of martial arts, being able to follow a man who possesses extraordinary opportunities and is also family-oriented is the greatest fortune of their lives. Looking at this hopeful homeland before him, Lu Yu felt a surge of pride. He has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and has the Enlightenment tea in hand. It's time for the sky in this cosmic city to change. Lu Yu instructed the women. Phoenix, Medusa, you continue to lead everyone to harvest other spiritual plants, and pack up the spiritual sugarcane, spiritual rice and other spiritual plants. The women agreed. Since Song Yu and Xia Qingya were taking care of the children, they naturally didn't need to do farm work. Immediately, Lu Yu walked to the edge of the field and opened the communication interface of the Zhutian Mall. The first person I contacted was naturally my old buddy, Werewolf Baker. Luyu, brother Baker, long time no see. I just got a new batch of goods. Luyu, enlightenment tea, each tea leaf costs 50 billion, I'm planning to sell you 100 leaves, do you want some? On the other side. Another universe, the Sirius Federation. On the top floor of the Sunlang Group headquarters building, the werewolf Baker, who had recently been promoted to president, was enjoying a massage from several Minotaur female secretaries while his hairy legs were crossed. These female Minotaurs were all burly, strong women. Upon seeing the message pop up in the All Heavens Mall's friend interface, Beck suddenly sprang up from his office chair, the force of which sent the Minotaur woman massaging his legs flying. "A what?" Baker's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared out. "Baker, what? Enlightenment tea? Dude, are you kidding me? You have enlightenment tea? This is a legendary divine object. In the Sirius Federation, even those old monsters from the Imperial and Royal families are willing to trade planets for a single piece of enlightenment tea. Luyu, absolutely true. I'll supply you with 100 pieces first. However, payment needs to be made immediately, totaling 5 trillion star coins." Baker, great. Thank you, Brother Lu. This is an incredible opportunity. However, 5 trillion is too much. I need to talk to my grandfather and ask him to allocate funds. Baker was so excited that his paws were trembling. 5 trillion is a huge sum for the Sunlang Group, and it must be approved by the clan leader. But he knew that his grandfather would definitely agree. They might even be so happy they go crazy. A moment later, Baker quickly contacted his grandfather, the clan chief, and raised the funds as fast as possible. "Baker, the money's in. Ship it now." Ding. Transaction complete. Since the buyer, Luyu, is a gold member, this transaction does not require express delivery. The items will be delivered directly. Whoosh. Inside the president's office of the Sunlang Group, the space rippled slightly. An exquisite jade box appeared out of thin air on the mahogany table in front of Baker. Baker opened the jade box with trembling hands. An extremely rich and refreshing fragrance instantly filled the entire office. Just by taking a whiff, Beck felt that his newly broken through early stage of martial saint realm was showing signs of weakening. Enlightenment tea, it really is enlightenment tea. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. We're going to be rich. Baker howled to the sky, the wolf's howl shattering the office's floor to ceiling windows. Just then, boom! An incomparably terrifying pressure descended. A burly, white-haired old werewolf appeared out of nowhere in the office. This was none other than Beck's grandfather, the patriarch of the werewolf clan, a genuine martial emperor realm expert. "Baker! Where's the stuff?" The old werewolf's voice was urgent, and his cloudy wolf eyes were now flashing with a sharp light. Baker proudly presented the jade box, exclaiming, "Grandpa, it's here." The old werewolf snatched the jade box, and upon seeing the 100 neatly arranged enlightenment tea leaves inside, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. A long time. A wildly joyful smile spread across the old werewolf's wrinkled face, revealing even his fangs. "Great. Okay. Heaven has eyes. It has actually allowed our clan to obtain such a supreme treasure." The old werewolf trembled with excitement, patting Baker's shoulder forcefully. "Grandson, you've done a great service. A tremendous service." He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Of these 100 tea leaves, our clan will keep 40 for the core elders and prodigies of the clan. Sell the remaining 60 pieces at a high price to other imperial families in the Sirius Federation. With these resources and connections, our werewolf clan has a very good chance of growing bigger in the Federation, and even becoming royalty." The grandfather and grandson exchanged a glance, both seeing the fervor in each other's eyes. As the pride of his family, Baker naturally has a share in the rewards. Having settled things with Baker, Luyu immediately continued to contact Angel Star. "Luyu, Sister Fanqing, are you there? I have some amazing news. Luyu, your little brother Yu has managed to get his hands on enlightenment tea. He's going to supply you with 400 pieces at a friendly price of 50 billion per piece. Not cheap, you know." On the other side, Angel Federation, Queen's Palace. Inside the magnificent palace, Angel Star was accompanying Angel Chase the Queen for afternoon tea. What was on the table wasn't some fine wine or nectar, but rather the spiritual cola and spiritual potato chips that Luyu had sent earlier. Two dashing young women in short skirts nicknamed female angels are currently sprawled on the sofa, completely unconcerned about their image, enjoying their soda and potato chips. Puff. Upon seeing the message, Angel Star spat out a mouthful of cola, which turned into a shower of spiritual rain. Cough, cough, cough. Forgetting to wipe her mouth, Fanching stared wide-eyed at the virtual screen in front of her, as if she had seen something unbelievable. What's wrong, Star? The Angel Queen raised an eyebrow and asked lazily, what did Luyu say this time? It scared you so much. Queen. Queen. Angel Star turned her head, her voice trembling. Luyu said, he got his hands on enlightenment tea. They still want to sell us 400 more pieces. Clang. Angel Chase dropped the Coke bottle in her hand onto the carpet, and the black liquid gurgled and spilled all over the floor. Chapter 72 20 trillion? Xin Yuqing and Dongfang Shang were shocked. The queen who commands millions of angels had an expression more fascinating than the stars. She sat up abruptly, her silver armor clanging as she looked at herself, her beautiful face filled with shock. What did you say? Enlightenment tea? That legendary top-tier divine object that can grant enlightenment? Angel Chase instantly teleported in front of Starry Sky, grabbing her shoulders. Quick! Ask him if it's true. If it's true, we'll buy it no matter the price. No matter the cost, we must take this. Fanching quickly replied to confirm. Luyu, of course it's true. 400 films, each worth 50 billion, totaling 20 trillion. Angel Star sets up information about friends in the heavens and shares it with angels to watch. Upon seeing this number, Angel Chase breathed a sigh of relief, followed by ecstasy. Only 20 trillion? Buy. Buy now. In the past 2 years, the Angel Federation has made a fortune by supplying Luyu with various medicines and reselling the martial arts spirit tea, spirit rice, spirit mushroom king and other spirit plants provided by Luyu. The national treasury alone holds trillions of yuan in working capital. 20 trillion is nothing to the Angel Federation right now. The entire Angel Federation is not only composed of the angel race, the human and demi-human populations are numerous, numbering in the tens of billions. Although few in number, angels are their guardians. After all, angels have a lifespan and combat power far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Angel Star immediately took action and made a deal with Luyu. Luyu, Sister Fanching, I'm about to reveal the Enlightenment Tea, a top-tier treasure, which might attract the covetousness of martial emperor-level experts. You know, although I have some strength now, I'm still a bit intimidated by those old monsters. Luyu clung tightly to the angel sister's beautiful legs and wouldn't let go. The angel stared at the information on the virtual screen, gave a cold snort, and said with an air of domineering arrogance. Tell him. Anyone who dares to touch my brother, I will lead the Angel Legion to raze him to the ground. This queen is at your beck and call. Even in intergalactic battles, I will stand up for my brother. Fanching replied to Luyu with a smile. Angel Stars, Xiaoyu, don't worry, Sister Zhui promises she's always ready to answer your call. A moment later. The transaction is complete. With a spatial fluctuation, 4 exquisite jade boxes appeared out of thin air on the palace table. The angel couldn't wait to open a box. Instantly, the room was filled with fragrance and Taoist charm. It really is enlightenment tea. Angel Chase took a deep breath, feeling the bottleneck loosen, and a radiant smile, unlike anything she had ever seen, appeared on her beautiful face. Stars, we're rich now. Your Majesty, we've struck it rich. The two women exchanged a glance and exclaimed in unison. Angel Chase picked up a tea leaf and caressed it with obvious affection. With these top-quality resources, this queen, who has been stuck at this bottleneck for hundreds of years, finally has a chance to break through. In the future, above the martial emperor realm, that legendary realm. And you high-ranking angels will also break through one by one. Angel Starlight's pretty face flushed with excitement. Yes, Queen. Once we break through, our Angel Federation will become the true overlord of this universe. When the time comes, crushing the Demon Legion, Succubus Legion, and Void Legion will be a piece of cake. Angel Chase took out 2 tea leaves of enlightenment and had Starry Sky start brewing the tea. Then, she picked up the photo of Luyu that Fanching had given her and examined it closely. Angel licked her rosy lips, her eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. Xiaoyu is so good to us. If this enlightenment tea were released, even if it cost 100 billion per piece, people would fight tooth and nail to get it. But he only offered us a ridiculously low price of 50 billion. Closer than a younger brother. Angel Starlight, who was brewing enlightenment tea, couldn't help but tease the queen, seeing her love-struck expression. Your Majesty, are you perhaps falling for someone? This is a cross-universe romance, you know. How about, you repay him with your body? After all, little you is so handsome and talented. Angel Chase blushed. Well, I haven't thought about it much for now. After all, I still bear the heavy responsibility of managing the Angel Federation on behalf of Queen Yen. The angel paused, his eyes becoming unusually firm. Let's talk about it later. However, one thing is certain. From now on, Lu Yu's affairs are my affairs. He only needs to summon me, and I will come at his beck and call. Anyone who dares to bully him is going against my angelic civilization. Upon hearing this, Fanqing smiled knowingly. She knew that Lu Yu, her younger brother, held an unparalleled weight in the queen's heart. Having secured 2 major clients from across the universe, Lu Yu's account balance instantly increased by 25 trillion. The Zhutian Mall has been shut down. After Lu Yu and the women finished harvesting the spiritual plants, they left the home space. Back at the villa, Lu Yu didn't rest instead, he immediately dialed his mother-in-law Xin Yuqing's number. Xiao Yu, are there more spiritual plants in stock? Xin Yuqing's voice came from inside. Lu Yu said, yes. However, there is also a batch of extremely valuable new goods this time. You'd better prepare more than 20 trillion star coins. Puff. A chaotic sound came from the other end of the phone, as if a cup had been knocked over. How much? 20 trillion? Xin Yuqing's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, filled with shock. Xiao Yu, you're not kidding, are you? 20 trillion? Top-tier imperial families like the Xia family possess vast assets, but most of them are real estate and industrial assets. Before cooperating with Lu Yu, the entire family could only mobilize a maximum of 5 trillion in liquid funds. Of course, this does not include the private savings and personal assets of the clan's powerful members. Lu Yu just opened his mouth and said 20 trillion, which is practically going to empty the Xia family's coffers. Lu Yu smiled but remained silent. Xia Qingya, who was holding her son, took the phone from Lu Yu's hand. Mom, this batch of goods is absolutely worth more than its price, and it could even propel our Xia family to new heights. Xia Qingya smiled and said, Xiao Yu and I will not let you and the Xia clan down. Hearing her daughter's confident tone, Xin Yuqing remained silent for a moment. The Xiao Tian Group has indeed made a fortune from its cooperation with Lu Yu during this period. The revenue from various spiritual plants and bundled sales is 20 trillion, which is a lot, but it is not something they cannot afford. More importantly, she trusted her son-in-law and daughter. After all, when has Xiao Yu ever joked with her? If we say something is incredibly valuable, then it absolutely is incredibly valuable. Good. Xin Yuqing replied decisively, I'll bring the money over in a bit. I hope your new product will impress us. Don't worry, Mom, it will be absolutely amazing. Lu Yu instructed, by the way, Mom, when you come to pick up the goods, you don't need to bring too many people. It's best to only bring your most trusted confidants, otherwise it's easy for word to leak out. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu turned around and hugged Dongfang Fenghuang, who was standing next to him. Sister Phoenix, it's time to call Dad. Dongfang Fenghuang nodded and dialed her father Dongfang Sheng's number. At this time, the Eastern Family Headquarters, in the highest-level elders' meeting room. Dongfang Shengzheng stood on the stage, beaming, reporting the month's glorious achievements to the old patriarch Dongfang Wudi and a group of high-ranking family members. Thanks to the phenomenal success of Spirit Cola, our Oriental Group's net profit increased by 300% this month. Taba's market share also remains firmly in first place, far ahead of the competition. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. Dongfang Sheng frowned, and was about to hang up when he realized it was his son-in-law, Lu Yu, calling. He immediately put on a smiling face, answered the phone and pressed speakerphone. Hey, son-in-law, why are you calling at this hour? Is there some good news again? Father-in-law. Lu Yu's voice echoed in the quiet conference room. Indeed, there is good news. I have a new product that is enough to ignite the universe city. You'll need to prepare 20 trillion first. What? Dongfang Sheng's hand trembled, and he almost threw his phone away. 20 trillion? Son-in-law, you've got new stuff, and it's so valuable? The meeting room erupted in chaos. Dongfang Wudi and the rest of the family's high-ranking members were all stunned, their eyes wide as if they had heard something out of a fantasy. My God, 20 trillion. This is not 2 billion. If this had happened a year ago, even if the Dongfang family had sold their assets, it would have been difficult to raise this much cash. In other words, thanks to the goose that lays golden eggs, Lingqi Cola, the funds of Dongfang Group and Taodong.com have multiplied several times over. That's why they have so much liquid capital. Dad, it's me. The arrogant voice of Dongfang Fenghuang came from the other end of the phone. This time, our Dongfang family will definitely rise to prominence. Believe me, this money will be absolutely worth it. Upon hearing their young mistress's words, all the high-ranking officials looked at Dongfang Wudi, who sat in the head seat. A sharp glint flashed in Dongfang Wudi's eyes. Although her granddaughter was proud, she never lied. Moreover, their son-in-law Lu Yu has always brought them surprises and has never disappointed them. Let's do it. Dongfang Wudi slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Prepare the money. Get me 20 trillion immediately. Even if we have to pawn our underwear, we have to get it." Of course, this is just an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shang immediately replied, "Okay. Phoenix, tell Xiaoyu that we'll be there soon. See you later. Dad, don't bring too many people. This needs to be kept secret." Clear. Not long after. Outside the feathered shop, 2 luxury hovercars arrived almost simultaneously. Representatives from the Oriental Group and the Summer Group met at the entrance. Xin Yuqing only brought her trusted confidant Lin Wei and a female martial arts master from the Xia family. Dongfang Shang was even more daring, bringing only one of his family's martial saints with him. They exchanged a glance and saw the tension and anticipation in each other's eyes. "Mother-in-law, it seems we're going to have to spend a lot of money again this time," Dongfang Shang greeted with a smile, though there was a hint of pain in his expression. Xin Yuqing straightened her clothes and calmly said, "As long as it's worth it, what's a little bloodshed? Please." Yin Ning had been waiting for a long time and greeted them with a smile as she led them into the villa next door. Inside the living room, Lu Yu, Dongfang Fenghuang, Xiao Qingya, and others were already waiting. "Dad, Mom, you're here. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please have a seat." Lu Yu and his 2 wives got up to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Yuqing and Dongfang Shang became somewhat uneasy, their eyes frequently glancing at Lu Yu. They were clearly eager to know what exactly that 20 trillion yuan worth of goods was. "My dear son-in-law, stop keeping me in suspense." Dongfang Shang rubbed his hands together. "What kind of treasure is it that's so mysterious?" Chapter 73, The Federation's bigwigs were in an uproar. Lu Yu smiled slightly, but instead of answering directly, he turned to look at the 2 martial saints who were accompanying him. "Seniors, please use your mental power to seal off this villa. I don't want even a trace of its aura to leak out." The 2 martial saints were taken aback and looked at their respective family heads. Seeing Xin Yuqing and Dongfang Sheng nod, the 2 were puzzled, but they still did as instructed. Buzz. 2 powerful mental barriers instantly enveloped the entire villa, isolating it from all external detection. After doing all this, Lu Yu nodded to Yin Ning and rose, "Serve tea." Now that Yin Ning is Lu Yu's wife, she naturally doesn't need to stay in the shop all the time. This is the most suitable occasion for her to appear. Yin Ning and Rose walked up carrying a tray. A pot of tea was placed in front of each person. The teapot is small, with wisps of steam rising from its spout. But just as the teapot lid was lifted, boom! An indescribable, profound Taoist charm, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, instantly filled the living room. Dongfang Shang's smiling face froze instantly. He abruptly stood up, staring intently at the emerald green tea leaves in the teapot, their veins like golden threads, his voice becoming sharp and shrill. This aroma of tea, this spiritual essence. Could this be the legendary enlightenment tea? Xin Yuqing, Lin Wei, and the 2 martial saints were also shaken by this aura, their scalps tingling. They were all well-informed people. Although they had never tasted it, they had all seen descriptions of it in ancient books or auction catalogs. Enlightenment tea. Good heavens! Xin Yuqing exclaimed in shock, her hand trembling as she almost dropped her teacup. "This is enlightenment tea, worth 100 billion per leaf. A priceless treasure." The 2 martial saints were so excited that they trembled all over, their eyes almost popping into the teapot. What do they crave most after being stuck at the martial saint realm for so many years? Isn't it just that fleeting, elusive opportunity for sudden enlightenment? And now, this opportunity is right in front of us. Dongfang Shang and Xin Yuqing understood instantly. So, Xiaoyu had them prepare so much money because she planned to sell them enlightenment tea? And in such a large quantity. "Everyone, please have some tea first. It won't taste good if it gets cold," Lu Yu said with a faint smile, picking up his teacup. Everyone then seemed to wake up from a dream. Dongfang Shang picked up the teacup with trembling hands, as if holding a rare treasure, and carefully took a sip. The tea went down my throat. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in my mind. A warm yet immense energy instantly washed over his entire body, cleansing his meridians and bones, and a profound and mysterious realization welled up in his heart. Cool. Lin Wei's cultivation level is the lowest, only at the late stage of martial grandmaster. After taking a sip of tea, her aura surged instantly, and she broke through to the next level on the spot. Click. The sound of the bottleneck cracking rang out. Lin Wei's body shone brightly, and she broke through from the late stage of martial grandmaster to the peak of martial grandmaster. I broke through? Lin Wei looked at her hands in disbelief. Next was Xin Yuqing. This strong woman is usually busy with business and neglects her cultivation, so her cultivation level has remained at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm for many years. At this moment, under the influence of the enlightenment tea, that solid barrier instantly crumbled. Boom! An aura belonging to a martial king powerhouse erupted from her body. Martial king realm. I actually became a martial king? Xin Yuqing's eyes welled up with tears of excitement, and she seemed to have become 10 years younger. Dongfang Shang and the two martial saints, both of whom possessed high cultivation levels, naturally could not break through on the spot, but their faces were ruddy and their eyes were gleaming. Dongfang Shang felt that the bottleneck he was stuck at the peak of the martial king realm had loosened considerably. The two old martial saints also felt that their cultivation, which had not been touched for many years, was loosening. Fine tea. Absolutely the finest tea. Dongfang Shang couldn't help but exclaim, wishing he could swallow his tongue. Song Yu and Yin Ning, who were standing nearby, also took the opportunity to each swallow a martial sect breakthrough pill, which, combined with the spiritual essence of the enlightenment tea, helped them achieve their breakthrough. In a short while, the two women's auras surged, and they both broke through to the early stage of martial grandmaster. In an instant, spiritual energy surged within the villa, and bursts of breakthrough light appeared one after another. While Dongfang Shang and Xin Yuqing were still immersed in the shock, Lu Yu suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, there are also two seniors. He said to Dongfang Fenghuang and Xiao Qingya, go and invite those two female martial saints, Dongfang Fei and Xiao Lingyan, over here. Those two female martial saints were elders of the Dongfang and Xiao families, respectively. They were secretly protecting Lu Yu's family on the orders of their families, so Lu Yu naturally wouldn't show favoritism to either of them. Not long after, Dongfang Fei and Xiao Lingyan, two middle-aged beauties, then arrived at the villa. After meeting their respective family heads, Lu Yu asked Rose to brew enlightenment tea for them as well. This is enlightenment tea? The two female martial saints reacted exactly like Dongfang Shang and Xin Yuqing before them, their shock followed by ecstasy. After finishing their tea, everyone stared eagerly at Lu Yu. Lu Yu put down his teacup, looked around at everyone, and slowly began to speak. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. This time, I'm going to supply each of your families with 400 pieces of enlightenment tea. As for the price, let's go with a friendly price, 50 billion star coins per piece. In the future, we may supply it once every year or two, irregularly. After he finished speaking, the living room fell into a deathly silence. Then came heavy breathing. 400 pieces. 50 billion per piece. Dongfang Shang and Xin Yuqing exchanged a glance, both seeing the raging fire burning in each other's eyes. Cheap. Incredibly cheap. Let alone 50 billion. Such a divine item, if placed on the market, even if it costs 100 billion or more per piece, there would be plenty of martial saints and martial emperors waving their money to buy it. What does 400 pieces mean? This is enough to transform a family. Their families certainly couldn't use it all up themselves. That would mean there would be no money left to trade with Lu Yu. He kept 100 pieces for his own use, to cultivate his core disciples and senior executives. The rest can be put into operation. This isn't just about making money, it's a powerful weapon for gaining control of the narrative. Imagine if those federal congressmen, martial saints, or even martial emperors wanted to buy enlightenment tea from them to break through their bottlenecks. Then we'll have to see how the Dongfang and Xia families feel. At that point, who would dare to trip them up? Who would dare to disrespect them? This enlightenment tea is the ticket to the pinnacle of federal power. My dear son-in-law. Your father-in-law will remember this kindness. Dongfang Shang was so excited that he stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yu. Xiaoyu, Mom doesn't have much to say. From now on, the Xia family will be your strongest support. Xin Yuqing was so excited that she was incoherent. The transaction went incredibly smoothly. The two companies each transferred 20 trillion star coins and took away the jade box filled with enlightenment tea. Looking at the long string of zeros in his account, Liu felt a sense of satisfaction. However, money is now just a number to Liu. Before leaving, Liu also supplied them with other goods needed by the two families, such as spirit sugarcane, spirit rice, and martial arts spirit tea. Dongfang Shang and Xing Yuqing, along with their men, left cautiously yet joyfully, as if carrying a time bomb. The two beautiful martial arts masters, Dongfang Fei and Xia Lingyan, also rose to take their leave and return to continue fulfilling their protective duties. In their eyes as they looked at Liu, there was not only gratitude, but also a deep sense of awe. This young man is truly defying the heavens. Both female martial arts masters were elders from their maternal families, and both had husbands and children. Liu, of course, wouldn't have any other thoughts. A few days later, a shocking piece of news, like a superstorm, instantly swept through the entire Galactic Federation's circle of powerful figures. Summer Group and Oriental Group are secretly selling Enlightenment tea. Although the quantity is extremely limited, only 100 pieces have been released to the market, a pre-arranged scarcity marketing strategy by both companies. But the price of each piece was driven up to an astronomical 100 billion star coins. Moreover, one must have sufficient influence and connections to be qualified to make a purchase. This caused those martial kings, martial saints, and even martial emperors who were usually in seclusion and rarely seen to finally become restless. What? The Enlightenment tea has appeared? Quick! Prepare generous gifts and head to the Xia family. I've been stuck at the peak of martial saint for 200 years. This Enlightenment tea is my only hope. Anyone who dares to take it from me, I'll annihilate them. Contact Dongfang Shang. Tell him I'm willing to give up 2 resource planets in exchange for 2 pieces of Enlightenment tea. In no time, the thresholds of the Xia and Dongfang families were practically worn down by the crowds. Even some smaller imperial clans below the top 10 imperial clans, as well as those wandering martial saints and martial emperors, all came to the two families in person. For a martial emperor level expert, a small amount of Enlightenment tea might have limited effect. However, using it to cultivate the next generation of the family and to create more martial saints for the family is an absolute strategic resource. For a time, the prestige of the Dongfang family and the Xia family reached its peak. The entire Galactic Federation was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy and upheaval because of this small tea leaf. Meanwhile, Liu, the mastermind behind all of this, was lying on the sofa in his own villa, drinking Enlightenment tea and playing with his 2 sons, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Chapter 74: Suo Qingtian's Madness, the Powerful Crystal Clan Federation. Just as the thresholds of the Xia family and the Dongfang family were about to be worn down, and the entire Galactic Federation was in a frenzy because of the Enlightenment tea. Beyond the distant stars lies a planet shrouded in metal and biochemical fumes, M144, the home planet of the bioengineered humans. The surface of this planet is covered with towering metal chimneys and massive biochemical factories, and green acid rain washes over the ground year after year. The atmosphere at the top hall of the headquarters of the bioengineered human group, a black metal fortress thousands of stories high, was oppressively suffocating. Lord Star-Lord Zhao Boizhu was crying and complaining. At this moment, his face was full of hatred and dejection, and he no longer had any of the former prestige of the Zhao family head. Our Zhao family imperial clan has completely lost all its voice in the federal parliament under the joint suppression of the Xia and Dongfang families. Those opportunistic bastards. For a few pieces of Enlightenment tea, they actually joined forces to impeach my Zhao family. Zhao Boizhu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. More than 20 of my Zhao family's seats in parliament have been removed, leaving only 2 or 3. And they have also had their various powers restricted. Even those old fogies within the family pushed all the blame onto me and removed me from my position as head of the family. Now I have nowhere else to turn but to rely on you, Star-Lord. Seated at the head of the hall was a towering figure, at least 3 meters tall. He was shirtless, his skin a strange bluish-gray, with countless intricate alloy wires inserted into his back and chest, connecting to the massive energy tank on his back. This is the supreme ruler of the bioengineered human race, a peak martial emperor, Suo Qingtian. Suo Qingtian, bald and white-bearded, with a pair of electronic eyes flashing a cold red light, looked down at Zhao Boizhu as if he were looking at a stray dog. Standing beside Zhao Boizhu was the cyborg martial saint, Suo Gang. I have already reported Brother Zhao's situation to the Star-Lord. Suo Gang crossed his arms and said in a hoarse voice, I know what that old fellow Zhao Ding is thinking. He doesn't want to go head-to-head with the Xia family and the Dongfang family anymore, for fear of dragging the Zhao family down completely. The reason we sent Zhao Boizhu here is simply to use the power of our cyborgs to resolve this crisis. Humph, that old fox Zhao Ding. Sua Qingtian snorted coldly, his voice like the scraping of metal. However, the alliance between the Xia family and the Dongfang family, coupled with the opportunity of the Enlightenment tea that has drawn in various forces, is indeed terrifying. He tapped the handrail lightly, making a dull thud, each tap seeming to strike Zhaobuju's heart. If we allow that newly emerging prodigy, Lu Yu, to grow unchecked, it could indeed pose a huge obstacle to our race's grand plan to unify the Milky Way. Especially this kid, he actually managed to produce such a heaven-defying opportunity as the Enlightenment tea. When the words Enlightenment tea were mentioned, the red light in Sua Qingtian's eyes suddenly intensified, revealing a greedy and eager expression. Although cyborgs emphasize mechanical advancement, they can become stronger by constantly replacing their engines with more advanced ones. But a powerful engine also needs a powerful spirit and body as its carrier. The body is easy to deal with, either improving martial arts cultivation or changing the body is fine. Mental strength is very difficult to improve. Many powerful cyborgs suffer mental breakdowns, go insane, or even experience mental death when replacing their engines with high-level ones because their mental strength is insufficient. Enlightenment tea, a divine substance that can elevate one's spiritual realm and help one attain enlightenment, is simply the perfect patch for cyborgs. If we can obtain the Enlightenment tea, the success rate of our clan's plan to mass-produce martial saints, or even martial emperors, will increase by at least 30%. Sua Qingtian said in a deep voice. Unfortunately, both the Xia family and the Dongfang family have refused our Sua family's offer to purchase the Enlightenment tea. They are simply ungrateful. Lord Star Lord. Zhaobuju quickly looked up and offered a suggestion. Although Lu Yu is quite powerful, the people around him are his weakness. I propose we cooperate deeply with the Bloodblade organization to plan the kidnapping of Lu Yu's wife. Or we could simply wipe out his home planet, Azure Star, and force him to submit. A cyborg martial saint also said, that's right. Find a way to lure Lu Yu out of the city and ambush him in the wilderness. Madness. Sua Qingtian slammed his hand on the armrest, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire area. Zhaobuju was so shocked that his blood surged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you think the Xia family and the Dongfang family are fools? Sua Qingtian stood up, his massive body casting a shadow. Lu Yu is now the patron saint of those two families. They must have already sent martial saint-level experts to protect him. As for taking down Azure Star? How could a genius like Lu Yu care about a small rural place? Besides, the space-time wormhole is guarded by the Federation army. Sending a large force there would definitely alert them. He paced around the hall with his hands behind his back, each step leaving deep footprints on the floor. It seems necessary to let those old guys in the Federation know. The strength of my bioengineered human race has become powerful enough to shock the entire Federation. Before he could finish speaking, Sua Qingtian clapped his hands suddenly. Buzz! Buzz! The space on both sides of the hall suddenly distorted, and two tall figures wrapped in black cloaks appeared out of thin air. As the cloak slipped down, two terrifying cyborg bodies were revealed. They were two old men, and although their faces were withered, the aura emanating from their bodies was in no way inferior to that of Sua Qingtian. This is Sua Zhentian and Senior Sua Weitian? Sua Gang, standing to the side, nearly popped his eyes out and exclaimed in shock, They passed away 100 years ago, didn't they? These two are legends among the cyborgs, with even more seniority than Sua Qingtian. Ha ha ha. To pass away peacefully? The old man on the left, named Sua Zhentian, let out a raspy laugh. That's for outsiders. The two of us have long since replaced our old bodies with the 6th-generation bioengines and have been in seclusion for 100 years. We are now at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. 3 peak Martial Emperors. Zhaobuju was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his body covered in cold sweat. This power is enough to sweep away any top imperial clan, and can even confront the Xia family and the Dongfang family head-on. Nephew Zhao. Looking at the shocked Zhaobuju, Sua Qingtian's lips curled into a cruel smile. Do you think we cyborgs can overthrow the federal government? Zhaobuju swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, the three of you are incredibly powerful, far surpassing any single imperial clan. However, the federal government has a deep foundation, including not only the 10 imperial clans, but also those old monsters in the military, and numerous rogue martial emperors. At least you're not completely terrified. Sua Qingtian sneered. Even with the Bloodblade organization, we're still far from enough with just our cyborgs. But, what if we added them too? As he spoke, Sua Qingtian picked up a strangely shaped communicator and entered a series of complex interstellar coordinates. Wow! A huge holographic projection unfolded in the center of the hall. In the scene, a dazzling sea of stars appears against the backdrop of a vast cosmic city, or a colossal palace floats deep within the nebula. Immediately afterwards, the camera zoomed in, and a tall and terrifying figure filled the entire screen. It was a life form made entirely of blue crystals. His features were sharply defined, as if cut from diamonds, and his eyes burned with two dark blue flames. The aura he exuded made Zhao Boju's soul tremble even through the screen. This is a powerful alien race known in the universe, the Crystal Race. The towering crystal being before me is definitely stronger than Suo Qingtian. Brother Qingtian, what's wrong? If it's not something important that disturbs my cultivation, you know the consequences. The voice of this powerful crystal clan member seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, carrying an air of superior indifference. Facing this person, Suo Qingtian's attitude became somewhat respectful, and he said with a wicked smile, "Brother Jingwu, how have you been? I have some really great news for you this time." "Oh?" Jingwu's deep blue eyes flickered slightly. "A large quantity of enlightenment tea has appeared in the Galactic Federation." Suo Qingtian made a startling statement. "Moreover, as far as I know, the source is a kid named Lu Yu." "What?" On the other side of the screen, Jingwu suddenly leaned closer to the camera, his crystalline face revealing anthropomorphic greed and madness. "A large amount of enlightenment tea? Are you sure?" "It's absolutely true, there are probably several thousand pieces." Suo Qingtian pressed his advantage. "Brother Jingwu, I hope to cooperate with you. If your Crystal Federation sends troops, I will also raise troops in response. We can work together from within and without to take over Galaxy City and rebuild order. At that time, most of the Enlightenment Tea will be yours, and the territory of the Galactic Federation will be mine. How about it?" Silence. A deathly silence. A few seconds later, an incomparably greedy and tyrannical thought was transmitted wildly through the communication signal, making the air in the hall seem to freeze. "Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment Tea." Jingwu Wudi let out a chilling burst of maniacal laughter. "Suo Qingtian, you want to start a war with the Galactic Federation? To completely control the Milky Way? Very well. Very well. Our Crystal Federation has stayed in this sea of stars for too long. We're just missing a reason to march into the Milky Way. I will convene the Federal Supreme Council immediately." Jingwu's voice became shrill with excitement. "A tiny human federation is not worthy of possessing so many top-grade spiritual teas. These enlightenment teas all belong to our Jing clan." In the scene, a large number of powerful members of the Crystal Clan can be seen flying around in the Crystal Palace, as if the entire Crystal Clan civilization is in an uproar because of this news. That was the covetousness of a lower civilization by a higher federation, a naked desire for plunder. The communication was disconnected. Suo Qingtian gazed in the direction of the Milky Way Universe City, his arms outstretched as if he had embraced the entire galaxy. "Ha ha ha. The old federation should be dismantled. We, the cyborg race, will surely unify the entire Milky Way and stand at the pinnacle of the galaxy." Zhao Boju knelt on the ground, trembling all over, but still forced himself to shout, "Congratulations, Star Lord! Congratulations, Star Lord!" In truth, he was filled with fear deep inside. We've let a wolf into our house. If a terrifying entity like the Crystal Federation were to descend, would there still be any living beings left in the Milky Way? But he dared not say that he had no way out, in order to avenge his son and regain his lost power. Suo Qingtian turned around, his satisfied gaze landing on Zhao Boju. "Nephew Zhao, you have rendered meritorious service in gathering intelligence this time." Zhao Boju was overjoyed and was about to express his gratitude. But then Suo Qingtian calmly instructed Suo Gang beside him, "Take Zhao Xianxia downstairs, perform surgery on him, and replace his body with our 5th-generation bioengine." "What?" Zhao Boju was struck dumb, and he looked up abruptly. "No. Lord Star. I don't want to be a cyborg. The 5th-generation bioengine is indeed at the level of a martial arts master. But after the transplant, a large part of the body will be removed, and a control chip will be implanted in the brain, turning the person into a monster. Moreover, it is said that in order to make room and energy for the engine, the cyborg must have its reproductive system removed. I still want to have a son to carry on the family line. Please, Star Lord, have mercy." Zhao Boju kowtowed frantically, his forehead bleeding from the effort. Suo Qingtian seemed to see through his thoughts, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, my dear nephew, only low-end engines can't reproduce. We'll replace it with a special engine that can preserve your reproductive function. This is a blessing that many people would beg for, so don't be ungrateful." No. I don't want to. I'm human. I don't want to become a bio-monster. Zhao Boizhou continued to resist desperately and turned to run away. He knew that once the engine was switched, his mind would be completely controlled by Sua Qingtian, turning him into a walking corpse-like puppet. Humph, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Sua Qingtian gave Sua Gang a wink. Sua Gang sneered, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Zhao Boizhou, a large hand gripping his neck tightly like an iron clamp. Brother Zhao, from the moment you arrived on the home planet of the bioengineered humans, your life no longer belongs to you. Just accept the transformation obediently. Becoming our great bio-warrior will be the honor of your life. No. Let me go. Lu Yu. It's all your fault. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Amidst Zhao Boizhou's desperate screams, he was dragged by Sua Gang like a dead dog into the deep operating room. What awaits him is a terrifying biochemical modification. Chapter 75 Galactic Crisis, Arms Deal with the Military. On the other side, in the Galactic Universe City, Lu Yu has been having a very pleasant time these past few days. During the day, he would accompany his wives shopping and farming, and at night he would continue his baby-making plan. Not only did his cultivation levels steadily improve, but he also lived a very comfortable life. However, this calm did not last long. That afternoon, Lu Yu was changing his second son Lu Changqing's diaper in the villa garden. Suddenly, the system in my mind, which hadn't issued a warning in a long time, sounded a piercing alarm. Ding! Critical warning! The Galactic Federation is facing an imminent catastrophic crisis. Lu Yu's hand trembled, and he almost stuck the diaper to his son's face. He quickly handed the child to Xia Qingya and Lili, who were standing nearby, and walked to the side, solemnly opening the system interface. Crisis warning: the Crystal Clan Federation, deep in the universe, has been seduced by the cyborg race and has assembled a Crystal Clan army of tens of millions of Martial King-level warriors, along with numerous Martial Saints and Martial Emperors. Objective: destroy the Galactic Federation and seize the host's Enlightenment Tea. Expected arrival time: 6 months from now. Host, please prepare for your escape as soon as possible, or help the Galactic Federation overcome this crisis. Holy crap! Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded when he saw the string of large red characters. The Crystal Clan Federation? A legion of tens of millions of martial kings? Is this some kind of joke? As a former top student at Jiangnan Academy, he was naturally aware of the existence of the Crystal Clan Federation. That's an advanced civilization millions of light years away from the Milky Way. Their overall strength is far superior to that of the Galactic Federation. Tens of millions of martial kings. Although the Galactic Federation has a large population, the number of Martial King-level experts, including the garrison troops and scattered natives on various inhabited planets, is at most a little over 1 million. This is a tenfold difference in troop strength. Moreover, the other side also has many Martial Saints and Martial Emperors. If there are so many Martial Kings, one can only imagine how many Martial Emperors there are, at least over 100. With this lineup, sweeping through the galaxy would be a piece of cake. It must be that bastard Zhao Boizhou. Lu Yu's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Apart from the guy who sided with the cyborg, no one else would reveal to the cyborg the relationship between the Enlightenment Tea and themselves. Previously, the Xia family and the Dongfang family had joined forces to put pressure on the council, which passed a resolution banning cyborgs from entering the city. Lu Yu also heard that Zhao Boizhou had been expelled from the Zhao family imperial clan and had now left Universe City. Xia Qingya, Angel Lingxi, and the other women looked at Lu Yu with some doubt and worry, but none of them came up to disturb his thoughts. 6 months, only 6 months. Lu Yu paced back and forth in the garden, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Through interstellar wormholes, a distance of millions of light years can indeed be covered in just 6 months. When a massive army invades, what will the Galactic Federation use to stop them? Escape? Lu Yu glanced at the group of women who were playing with the children, and then thought of his hometown, Galaxy Universe City, and his old home, Azure Star. If they flee, they have a home space, so even if a martial god descends, he can't do anything to their family. But if he did that, all the foundation he had built in the Cosmic City, including the Blue Star and the entire human civilization, would be reduced to ashes. Even if we summon Queen Azue as a late-stage martial emperor, she would probably be no match for so many Crystal Clan martial emperors. Lu Yu's brain was working at lightning speed. We must break this deadlock. Since individual military force cannot reverse the course of the war, the only option is to enhance the war potential of the entire Federation. Arm the Federal Army. A glint flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as he conceived a crazy plan. If the equipment level of the Federation army can be upgraded by several levels, with the advantage of fighting on home soil, it may not be impossible for them to have a chance to clash with the Crystal Clan army. Besides the Enlightenment Tea, Lu Yu also has his biggest trump card, the All Heavens Mall. Lu Yu opened the system and entered the All Heavens Mall. During this period of free time, he collected many high-end shops. One of them left a deep impression on him. Lu Yu skillfully opened his favorites and clicked on a shop called X's Little Shop. This is a store for gold members. The shop owner, X, is not only a gold member, but also a powerful martial emperor of the mechanical race. A dazzling list of products popped up instantly, leaving Lu Yu overwhelmed. S-Class Gene Agent, priced at 300 million star coins, comes with a syringe. Note, one injection increases the probability of increasing life strength by 10-30 points, but there will be some side effects. It is limited to use by martial masters and above it is not recommended for high aptitude prodigies. King of Martial Arts Level Combat Mech, price, 5 billion. Note, this is a full-body exoskeleton armor equipped with a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. Ordinary martial artists can unleash the combat power of a martial king by wearing it. Martial Saint Level Destroyer Mech, price, 100 billion. Note, strategic level weapon. A martial king level expert wearing this weapon can directly confront a martial saint. A formation of 10 of these weapons can pose a threat to a martial emperor. S-Class Starship, price, 500 billion. Equipped with a planet-destroying cannon, capable of destroying an asteroid with a single shot. 4th generation machine god engine, 5th generation machine god engine. There is even the chilling, god-slaying bullet, a single target weapon designed to kill martial emperor level experts. One shot is all it takes to kill, leaving them either dead or crippled. Looking at these astonishing parameters, Lu Yu's heart raced. That's incredible. The technology of the machine race is at least 1,000 years ahead of the Galactic Federation. Especially that martial king level mecha, which only requires a martial master to operate. What does the Galactic Federation lack most? High-end combat power. But the Federation has never lacked martial arts masters. They're plentiful in the military and among freelancers. If we could purchase 100,000 king-level mechs and build a mech legion. In addition, there are hundreds of martial saint mechs, along with S-Class warships. Lu Yu's breathing became rapid. Is this the power of paying players? As long as the money is there, the Crystal Clan is nothing. Although they are all expensive. However, he's not doing charity work. Lu Yu could easily resell these weapons to the federal government. Just a small token, a middleman fee will suffice. It can save the Federation, make some money from the price difference, and incidentally elevate one's status to a level that no one dares to mess with. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Perhaps the federal government can't handle that much either, they might not have enough money. Besides the Zhao family, there are 9 other imperial clans, smaller imperial clans, and independent martial artists. If all the money in the entire Federation is added together, it will definitely be an enormous sum of money. Of course, this needs to be done by equipping the military first, and then supplying it to various factions and individual players. As for Lu Yu personally, the more than 60 trillion yuan I made from selling Enlightenment Tea last time is still lying untouched in my account. Including what I earned before. The Lu Yu couple alone possess a vast fortune worth trillions. However, I have no connections with high-ranking military officials. If I were to take it out rashly, I could easily be arrested and dissected as a spy from another federation. Lu Yu stroked his chin. We need to find a middleman of sufficient influence. The Xia family and the Dongfang family. Both old men are top figures in the Federation, especially Dongfang Wudi, who is also an honorary speaker. Having made up his mind, Lu Yu immediately took action. He first teleported all his wives into his home and told Dongfang Fenghuang, Xiao Qingya, and others about the impending invasion by the Crystal Clan. Upon hearing this, the women's pretty faces turned pale, and they were so shocked by the news that they couldn't recover for a long time. How is this possible? Xiao Qingya said incredulously, how could the Crystal Clan Federation suddenly launch a war? Nothing is impossible. Lu Yu said in a deep voice, the news is true, and I already have a countermeasure. Under Lu Yu's reassurance and guidance, the women quickly calmed down. Dongfang Fenghuang immediately contacted her grandfather, Dongfang Wudi. Xiao Qingya also contacted her grandfather, Xiao Qiancheng. An hour later, in Lu Yu's spacious living room, 2 terrifying pressures descended out of nowhere. A spatial fluctuation flashed by, and Dongfang Wudi and Xiao Qiancheng, two old martial emperors whose mere stomp could shake the Federation, rushed over in a great hurry. Grandson-in-law. What terrible thing has happened? As soon as Dongfang Wudi entered, he asked in a loud voice. The two took their seats, accompanied by Lu Yu, Xin Yuqing, Dongfang Shang, and others. Xin Yuqing and Dongfang Shang had already arrived. Lu Yu didn't rush to talk about the matter, but first asked Dongfang Fenghuang and Yin Ning to brew enlightenment tea for everyone. The fragrant aroma of tea helped the two elderly men relax a little. Grandson-in-law, it's rare for you to invite us two old folks over. You didn't just come here to drink enlightenment tea, did you? Xia Qianqing picked up his teacup, took a sip, and asked with a smile. Dongfang Wudi patted his chest and said, Grandson-in-law, no matter what trouble your Lu family is in, or who is the fool who offended you, just say the word. As long as they don't cause a major disaster, I, your grandfather, will back you up. Lu Yu felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at his two protective grandfathers-in-law. He put down his teacup and said seriously, I don't have any personal troubles. However, I recently obtained a batch of very high-end weapons through some special channels. I'd like to ask you two grandfathers to make an introduction. I'd like to trade this batch of weapons to the federal military. The Crystal Clan's invasion was far too significant, and Lu Yu couldn't explain how he had received the news. It needs to be revealed step by step. Arming the military first would be the same. Oh? Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qianqing exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. Grandson-in-law, you want to become an arms dealer? Dongfang Wudi chuckled, this line of work is not easy. The military is very picky and they won't look down on ordinary people. Xia Qianqing nodded and said, yes, Xiaoyu, our Federation military has its own arsenal, and the equipment level is not bad. They have already developed the Martial Grandmaster level mecha. Unless you can come up with something that's better than their current equipment. The two of them clearly didn't take it too seriously. In their view, although Lu Yu could obtain magical spiritual plants and enlightenment tea, weapons were a product of technological advancement, completely different from spiritual plants. Lu Yu smiled slightly, offering no explanation, and calmly recited a string of names. A Martial King level exoskeleton combat mech can be controlled by any martial master. 10 Martial Saint level destruction mechs can fight against a not too strong Martial Emperor. Even, the S-Class Star Destroyer warship has a god-slaying missile capable of dealing with Martial Emperor-level experts. Of course, there are also the 4th and 5th generation machine god engines suitable for use by cyborgs and artificial humans. Cough cough. Dongfang Shang, who was drinking enlightenment tea, almost spat out his tea. He swallowed it quickly and coughed repeatedly. WH. What? With a crack, the empty teacup in Dongfang Wudi's hand was crushed to pieces. He abruptly stood up, staring intently at Lu Yu, a terrifying glint flashing in his aged eyes. Grandson-in-law, you say it again? Martial Saint level mecha? God-slaying bullet? Xia Qianqing also stood up abruptly, breathing rapidly. Xiaoyu, you said you have a mecha that allows a martial master to unleash the power of a martial king? And a weapon that can threaten a martial emperor? Once we get to headquarters, there's no joking in the military. You can't just say things like that. This is outrageous. If this is true, the Federation's military strength will increase several times over. No, more than 10 times. Looking at his two grandfathers-in-law, who were so shocked they lost their composure, and his parents-in-law, who were standing by in disbelief, he was stunned. Lu Yu nodded calmly, absolutely true. In fact, if the military can afford the price, I can supply as much as I have. A deathly silence. The two old emperors' chests heaved violently. They knew all too well what this meant. Good. 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 Dongfang Wudi exclaimed good 3 times, his face flushed with excitement. If we truly possess such divine weapons, what are we to fear from alien races? What are we to fear from those rats hiding in the gutter? He made a decisive move, waving his hand. Leave this to me. I'll personally report to the speaker right away. Xia Qianqing nodded emphatically. This matter is of utmost importance, and we must go directly to the Supreme Commander. Dongfang Wudi is an honorary speaker and has a close personal relationship with Du Xingbang, the current speaker of the Federation and commander-in-chief of the military. After finishing the last sip of tea, Dongfang Wudi flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Xia Qianqing stayed behind to accompany Lu Yu, but the way he looked at Lu Yu had completely changed. This isn't just a grandson-in-law, he's practically the savior of the Federation. Less than 10 minutes had passed. The void in the living room suddenly began to fluctuate violently. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Besides the returning Dongfang Wudi, there was also an elderly man dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, tall and with a refined yet dignified appearance. Although the old man had concealed his aura, the righteous spirit he possessed, cultivated over a long period of holding a high position, still inspired awe in everyone. It was none other than Du Xingbang, the Speaker of the Galactic Federation Council and the Supreme Commander of the Federation Army. A peak martial emperor whose aura is even stronger than Dongfang Wudi's. Speaker. Xia Qianqing quickly stood up and bowed. Dongfang Shang and Xing Yuqing were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. Lu Yu and the women rose to greet him, saying neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Greetings, Commander." Du Xingbang, with his sharp eyes, looked Lu Yu up and down, and a gentle smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. "Ha, little Lu, I've heard so much about you." Du Xingbang stepped forward and patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. "You are the #1 genius of our Galactic Federation, the hope for the future of our Federation. No need for formalities. I heard from Brother Dongfang that you have a large quantity of high-end military equipment that you want to trade to our government?" When it came to serious matters, Du Xingbang's tone was gentle, but his eyes became unusually sharp. "The government is a bit tight on funds right now, but if it's good stuff, we'll sell everything we own to buy it. But I hope you can give us a discount." This federal commander did not doubt whether Lu Yu could produce such high-end military equipment. He immediately started to plead poverty and bargain with Lu Yu, showing no airs whatsoever. Lu Yu secretly praised him, thinking, "This is truly a grand vision." "Don't worry, sir." Lu Yu smiled and said, "I, Lu Yu, am also a member of the Federation, so of course I have to help the country become stronger. I guarantee high quality at low prices, and I will not cheat anyone, young or old. How about we have some tea first, then go directly to your military base to deliver and inspect the goods?" "Great. That's awesome." Du Xingbang laughed. Yin Ning served a cup of enlightenment tea at the opportune moment. Du Xingbang took a sip, his eyes immediately lit up, and he exclaimed repeatedly, "This is the enlightenment tea that's been making headlines lately? It truly lives up to its reputation. It's a fine product." However, at his level, a small amount of enlightenment tea is just a taste. To break through to a higher level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The cup of tea was finished. Du Xingbang put down his teacup and looked at Lu Yu impatiently. "Little Lu, shall we go now?" "Let's go, I'll take Phoenix and the other two with me." Lu Yu nodded. Then Du Xingbang enveloped Lu Yu, Medusa, Angel Lingxi, and Dongfang Fenghuang with a vast amount of yuan power, and then took Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qianqing with him, heading directly into the void. The next moment, everyone disappeared. Target Top Secret Federal Supreme Command Base. An arms deal that will completely change the fate of the Galactic Federation is about to begin. Chapter 76 Military Base, Weapons that make female special forces scream. A moment later, Speaker Du, accompanied by Lu Yu and others, arrived at the entrance of a military base in the suburbs. The soldiers on guard duty saluted Speaker Du and Dongfang Wudi. As the group walked in, the scene before them instantly changed. The desolate suburban scenery has disappeared, replaced by a colossal steel behemoth with a futuristic, science fiction-like appearance. This is a top-secret federal military base hidden within a folded space. Looking out, a huge metal dome covers the sky, and countless floating lighthouses illuminate the entire base as if it were daytime. On the distant helipad, the Federation's most advanced Thunder-class warships were parked, while on the even larger training ground, numerous mechs were engaged in high-intensity combat training. This is the Sky Shield Base 1, the core defense line protecting the space city. Commander Du Xingbang, with his hands behind his back and a hint of military pride in his voice, introduced the group to Lu Yu and the others. The entire base utilizes the space-folding technology found in ancient ruins, and its actual area is more than 100 times larger than it appears from the outside. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers who were training. It must be said that the quality of the federal soldiers is extremely high. On the training ground, shouts of battle filled the air. Teams of soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor were carrying out a weighted sprint. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and each step they took made a dull thud on the alloy ground. Meanwhile, in the mecha training area on the other side, dozens of towering martial grandmaster-level mechas were engaged in fierce combat. This is the most powerful individual soldier equipment currently being mass-produced by the Federation, although it seems somewhat cumbersome to Lu Yu. But to ordinary people, the sparks that erupt from each collision of steel represent destructive power. "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, Speaker Dongfang." The generals and officers they encountered along the way all stopped and gave a standard military salute when they saw Du Xingbang and Dongfang Wudi. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, but when they looked at Du Xingbang, their eyes were filled with fervent worship. Du Xingbang smiled and nodded in return, saying, "Comrades, you've worked hard." Dongfang Wudi nodded frequently. As the honorary chairman, he also enjoyed extremely high prestige in the military. Of course, the eyes of these military bigwigs inevitably fell on Lu Yu in the end. Several high-ranking military officers, bearing the rank of general, looked at the young man following behind the two big shots, their hearts filled with turmoil. That's Lu Yu? The newly famous #1 prodigy? The commander actually brought him in, and even his family. What kind of treatment is this? I heard he has enlightenment tea. Could it be that the commander is after this? The generals exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. If we could trade a batch of enlightenment tea to the military, those powerful individuals in the military who are stuck in a bottleneck period would be in luck. Lu Yu keenly sensed the emotions around him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Enlightenment tea? That's definitely going to be given. After all, the army is the last line of defense for the Federation. However, that was the grand finale. The main task now is to completely re-equip this army. Soon, the group arrived at the headquarters building located at the core of the base. Inside the spacious and bright conference room, huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the entire base. Everyone took their seats. A female secretary general with the rank of major general at the headquarters nimbly served hot tea to everyone and handed a special edition of Huazi cigarettes to several men. "Xiao Lu, have a taste. This is a special supply from the military region, you can't buy it outside." Du Xingbang smiled and lit a cigarette. As he exhaled smoke, his imposing aura lessened, and he became more approachable. Lu Yu accepted it with a smile, without being polite. Dongfang Fenghuang understood immediately. With a flick of her wrist, she took out an exquisite jade box, took out the enlightenment tea leaves, and put them into everyone's cups. 1 piece per person. Instantly, the aroma of tea filled the air, and the air in the entire conference room seemed to thicken, filled with a spiritual atmosphere. Excellent tea. The generals accompanying him stared wide-eyed at the aroma of the tea in their cups, their Adam's apples bobbing involuntarily. While everyone was enjoying their tea, Lu Yu had a sudden thought and opened the interface of the All Heavens Mall. He directly opened the chat window of Gold Member X. "Lu Yu, Boss X, are you there? I need to trade a large quantity of goods with you now. The first batch is worth at least trillions. You should have enough stock, right?" As a gold member, Lu Yu's information has priority and will be forcibly displayed in the other party's mind. The reply came almost instantly. "X, wow. We've finally welcomed a big customer who's a gold member. Greetings, human friend. Our shop is backed by the entire mechanical civilization, with armories in multiple star systems working day and night to ensure ample supply. Even if you wanted to buy an entire interstellar fleet, I could ship it out immediately." X's tone revealed barely concealed excitement. It's important to know that in the Zhutian Mall, lower-level members cannot search for the stores of higher-level members. As for gold members, the platform doesn't have many right now. Most of the other gold members are Martial Emperor-level experts, and they don't think much of the conventional weapons that X sells. For a big client like Lu Yu, who has both money and huge demand, he is simply the god of wealth that X has been dreaming of. Lu Yu looked at the other party's reply and had a sudden inspiration. "Lu Yu, Mr. X, since I'm buying so much at once, could you give me a discount or something? After all, we'll be doing this as a long-term business." X, well, that's not allowed according to the rules. But since you're such a generous first customer, I'll give you a 10% discount. This is already my bottom line, after all, my goods are all high quality and have high production costs. 10% off. Lu Yu was overjoyed. This is a business worth trillions of dollars, so a 10% discount can save you a lot of money. Lu Yu, deal. The two reached an agreement. Axe also said that if Lu Yu had top-tier treasures such as star-up pills, star cores, void particles, and enlightenment tea, he could trade with him at a discount on star coins. After all, he was collecting these top-tier treasures. Lu Yu checked the shop owner's message at X's shop and found that they were indeed buying this. Shop owner's message: our shop sells high-quality, affordable mechanical items. We also buy top-tier treasures such as star-up pills, star cores, void particles, and enlightenment tea at high prices. Lu Yu, I do have some enlightenment tea. How did you acquire it? Anyway, Lu Yu and his wife won't need more than 800 pieces of enlightenment tea for the time being, they'll have more next year. Using some enlightenment tea to make friends with this mechanical emperor wouldn't be a bad idea. X, what? You actually have enlightenment tea? The mechanical emperor on the other end seemed to have been struck by an electric current, recovering at an astonishing speed. Excellent. I've been stuck in a bottleneck for centuries, and I desperately need this kind of treasure that can boost mental computing power. One enlightenment tea, and I'll give you a discount of 100 billion star coins. Take as many as you have. Lu Yu pondered. At 100 billion per piece, this price is indeed very fair. Lu Yu, then I'll trade you 100 pieces first. Great. That's wonderful. Human brother, let's add each other as friends. Be sure to contact me first if you find anything good like this in the future. The two quickly added each other as friends and settled the details. Without hesitation, Lu Yu placed an order for a batch of samples. Lu Yu, first, give me 10 vials of S-grade gene serum, 10 Marshal King level battlesuits, and 10 Marshal Saint level battlesuits as samples. The rest will be traded later. No problem, shipped instantly. The transaction is complete. Lu Yu didn't pick up the goods for the time being. He put down his teacup and glanced at the bigwigs present. Sir, now that we're here, I'd like to bring out a batch of samples and have the military experts and soldiers examine their quality. Du Xingbang put down his cigarette butt, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Good. I've been wanting to see just how powerful this military equipment, which you so highly praise, really is. Let's go to the testing grounds. 10 minutes later. The group arrived at a fully enclosed, high-intensity testing ground located underground. The area is constructed entirely of a special alloy capable of withstanding nuclear explosions, making it strong enough to withstand the aftershocks of a battle at the level of a Marshal Saint. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Yu waved his hand. Whoosh! A flash of light. 10 silver white metal boxes and 20 uniquely designed mechs appeared out of thin air in the center of the arena. Hiss! Upon seeing this equipment, the generals present all gasped in shock. Those 10 Marshal King level mechs were all streamlined in matte black, with a height of only about 3 meters. Compared to the bulky mechs that were 7 or 8 meters tall in the Federation's current service, they appeared extremely sleek and powerful. Each piece of armor has a perfectly seamless seam, exuding a cold, murderous beauty. The 10 Marshal Saint level mechs were even more awe-inspiring. They stand 5 meters tall, their bodies a fiery red, with thrusters on their backs resembling angel wings, and wielding high-energy particle lightsabers that emit a ghostly blue light. Just by standing there quietly, a suffocating sense of oppression immediately comes over you. This is a high-level mech? Dongfang Wudi's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but step forward to stroke the cold surface of the armor. This craftsmanship, this material, is several times stronger than the most advanced alloy in our Federation. Xia Qiancheng was also shocked. Moreover, this design concept is entirely designed for killing, without a single unnecessary embellishment. Even the onlookers, including Dongfang Fenghuan, Angel Lingxi, and Medusa, had their beautiful eyes sparkling at this moment. This kind of violent aesthetics from a technological perspective is also a completely new visual shock for them. Lu Yu walked to the 10 silver boxes, opened one of them, and revealed a dark blue potion inside. This is an S-class gene serum. Lu Yu said, there are human-written instructions on it. It can only be used by martial artists above the martial grandmaster level. After injection, it can greatly enhance vitality and even directly break through bottlenecks. However, it should be noted that geniuses with an aptitude of 3.5 stars or higher should use this with caution, as it may affect their future potential ceiling. But for warriors with average aptitude, this is a miraculous medicine that can defy fate. Upon hearing this, Du Xingban's breathing became rapid. The Federal Army has no shortage of veterans who are stuck in a bottleneck period, with mediocre qualifications but dare to fight and fight. If this medicine really is so effective, what about these two mechs? Du Xingbang asked, pointing to the steel behemoths. The black one is at the Marshal King level. Anyone at the Marshal Master level can control it and unleash the combat power of a Marshal King. Lu Yu's words were always shocking. The red ones are Marshal Saint level, controlled by Marshal King level experts, capable of fighting Marshal Saints. The entire room fell silent. A few seconds later, Du Xingbang suddenly turned around and roared at the female secretary behind him, "Go! Call the Fire Phoenix Special Forces over here. Have Qi Lin lead the team. Now!" Yes. The female secretary general rushed out. Not long after, a series of hurried and orderly footsteps approached. 30 female soldiers, dressed in tight-fitting combat uniforms and looking heroic, ran into the test field in formation. The female officer in the lead immediately caught Lu Yu's attention. She has neat, medium-length hair and exquisite features, possessing both the gentleness of an Eastern woman and the fortitude of a soldier. Her specially designed combat uniform accentuated her tall and slender figure, especially her long, straight legs, which exuded explosive power. Lu Yu couldn't help but use his appraisal skill on her. Du Qilin, Commander Du's youngest daughter, 38 years old, peak martial king cultivation, 99 points for looks, 96 points overall, for star aptitude, meets the host's criteria for a spouse. Currently the captain of the Federal Women's Special Forces team, her teammates generally call her Qilin, or Captain Qilin. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. So she's the commander's daughter, no wonder she has such an outstanding presence. And this name? Qilin? Lu Yu couldn't help but take a second look. This scene was captured by Dongfang Wudi and Xiao Qiansheng, who had been observing him. The two old foxes exchanged a glance and secretly communicated. Hey, it seems the speaker is planning to use his honey trap. Qilin is a well-known aloof military beauty with very high standards, but she's barely qualified to be our grandson-in-law. Dongfang Fenghuang greeted the newcomer with a smile. Senior Qilin, it's been a long time. Qilin stopped in her tracks, her gaze sweeping over Dongfang Fenghuang. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Phoenix, it's been a long time. It seems the rumors are true, you and Xiao Qingya really did marry the same person. As she spoke, she turned to look at Lu Yu, nodded slightly, and her eyes held a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. This must be Lord Lu Yu. I've long admired your name. The voice was clear and melodious, yet carried an air of cold indifference that kept people at a distance. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Hello, Captain Qilin, it's a pleasure to meet you." After exchanging pleasantries, Du Xingbang immediately ordered the testing to begin. The 30 female soldiers were divided into 3 groups. The first group of 10 female members, all at the early stage of the martial sect realm, received S-level gene therapy under the supervision of military doctors. Only 5 minutes had passed. Ah! A female team member suddenly let out a long roar, her aura surged, and she broke through to the mid-stage of Martial Grandmaster on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a series of breakthroughs were felt. All 10 team members experienced a significant increase in strength, with 3 of them even breaking through to a minor realm. The remaining 7 also experienced a surge in vitality, their complexions becoming rosy, and they felt as if their bodies were filled with explosive power. Reporting, sir. I feel that our strength is several times greater than before, a female team member reported excitedly. Du Xingbang's hands were trembling, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Next came the mecha testing. 10 female team members, all at the Martial Master level, donned black Martial King level mechs. With the roar of engines starting, 10 mechs rushed towards the firing range. Boom! 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 The laser cannons on their shoulders fired in unison, instantly vaporizing the alloy target in the distance. They then drew their high-frequency vibrating blades and engaged in close combat with the 10 late-stage Martial King male warriors who were serving as sparring partners. The result was quite surprising. The female warriors, who should have been crushed, actually managed to force the male warriors, who were at the late stage of the Martial King realm, to retreat in defeat thanks to the terrifying power and defensive capabilities of their mechs. This power output is terrifying. It's even stronger than a real Martial King. A male Martial King who had been knocked away got up from the ground, looking horrified. The final highlight was the testing of the Martial Saint level mecha. Johnny Ta personally took part in the performance. She boarded a red martial arts mech, and as the hatch closed, the mech's eyes lit up with a captivating red light. Buzz. The thrusters on the back of the mech spewed out blue flames, instantly breaking the sound barrier and leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Her opponent was a veteran mid-stage Martial Saint from the military. "Excuse me, General." Du Qilin's voice came through a loudspeaker. The next moment, the lightsaber in the red mech's hand grew to 100 meters long and slashed down with a world-destroying force. Clang! The Martial Saint General swung his sword to block, but felt an overwhelming force strike him, and he was sent flying, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. So fast! Such power! General Wu Sheng steadied himself, his eyes filled with shock. This mech's enhancement has increased my combat power by at least 10 times. If it were a life or death battle, I'm afraid I wouldn't last 5 moves. Test complete. The entire test site fell into a deathly silence, which was then followed by thunderous applause and cheers. The female Special Forces soldiers stroked their mechs, admiring them with eyes full of admiration. With this equipment, their Fire Phoenix Special Forces will definitely become the Federation's sharpest blade. Du Qilin jumped out of the mecha, took off her helmet, and tossed her hair. She walked quickly to Lu Yu, her usually aloof and pretty face now filled with excitement and admiration, and even a hint of shyness. Mr. Lu Yu, these mechs are too powerful. Chapter 77 Speaker, bye. Qi-Lin's Mission Military Flower. Du Qilin looked at Lu Yu with bright, sparkling eyes. With these, we will no longer have to risk our lives to face the tide of alien beasts, or even alien races. At that moment, her opinion of this man, who was rumored to be somewhat of a womanizer, completely changed. He is a hero for being able to bring out such groundbreaking equipment and save the lives of countless soldiers. What's wrong with being a bit of a womanizer? It's normal for the strong to have some privileges. Du Xingbang was so excited that his face turned red. He grabbed Lu Yu's hand and said, "Little Lu, we want all of this equipment. Name your price." Lu Yu smiled slightly and announced the price he had already decided on. S-grade medicine, 310 million per tube. A Martial King level mecha costs 5.5 billion each. A Martial Saint level mecha costs 110 billion each. Compared to the purchase price from X, Lu Yu only added a tiny service fee to this price. But to Du Xingbang and others, this was practically a steal. Keep in mind that the Federation would spend over $1 billion to build a single ordinary Martial Grandmaster mech. And this mech that allows Martial Masters to defeat Martial Kings only costs 5.5 billion? It's practically charity work. Buy it. Sign the contract immediately. Du Xingbang waved his hand, his voice filled with pride. 100,000 tubes of S-grade potions, please. 20,000 Martial King level mechs. 500 Martial Saint level mechs. The Secretary General quickly calculated the total price. Reporting to the commander, the total: 196 trillion star coins. Upon hearing the figure, Du Xingbang's eyelids twitched, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Pay. Deduct it from the special military budget. If it's not enough, I'll find a way to borrow it." Lu Yu didn't hesitate and started taking out goods directly from his storage ring, actually the system space. Soon, the warehouse was filled with mountains of supplies. Looking at this equipment, enough to multiply the Federation's military strength several times over, Du Xingbang was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he tightly grasped Lu Yu's hand. "Lu Yu, you are a hero of the Federation. History will remember your name." The transaction was completed, and the atmosphere became incredibly harmonious. Du Xingbang was in a great mood and casually asked, "Little Lu, since you even have this kind of mecha, then, do you have anything even more exciting? Like that giant thing that can roam freely in space?" He was just joking. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yu nodded and said seriously, "Yes. S-class Star Destroyer battleship, equipped with Star Destroyer cannon, capable of annihilating a martial emperor and destroying an asteroid with a single shot. Priced at 510 billion per ship. There are also 4th and 5th generation machine god engines, which can replace the clothes of androids or bioengineered humans, instantly giving them the combat power of Martial King or Martial Saint." "Ha?" Du Xingbang's smile froze on his face. Du Qilin, Dongfang Wudi, and the others also turned their heads sharply, their necks cracking. An S-class Star Destroyer battleship? How much does it cost?" Du Xingbang asked in a trembling voice. 510 billion, enough to kill Emperor Wu with a single shot. Lu Yu calmly repeated. "I want to see it. I want to see the goods." Du Xingbang practically shouted it out. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the vast wasteland outside the base. Lu Yu contacted X again and placed an order for an S-class Star Destroyer. Rumble. The sky suddenly darkened. A colossal warship, thousands of meters long and jet black, slowly descended upon the wasteland like a moving steel mountain. The menacing cannon muzzle, the heavy armor, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it made everyone present feel insignificant. This is a Star Destroyer?" Du Qilin gazed up at the behemoth, her eyes filled with fascination. As a military enthusiast, this was simply her dream ship. "Shall we go up and give it a try?" Lu Yu extended an invitation. The group boarded the ship. The warship's interior is equipped with a fully automated intelligent control system, and it is thoughtfully provided with Chinese instruction manuals. Du Qilin volunteered to serve as the temporary captain and led a group of elite female soldiers into the cockpit. "Start the engine." Buzz. The warship shuddered slightly, then transformed into a streak of light, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of space. This speed is more than 10 times faster than the fastest warship currently in service with the Federation. Soon, they arrived near an abandoned, desolate planet located in the asteroid belt. Target locked. Star Destroyer cannon charging. Du Qilin's voice trembled with excitement. She pressed the launch button. A thick, dark red beam of light shot out from the warship's main cannon, instantly traversing a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. Boom! There was no sound in space, but an indelible, intense light was left on everyone's retinas. The barren asteroid, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, disintegrated and vaporized instantly under the bombardment of the beam of light, eventually turning into dust in the universe. Not even a trace was left. This power. Dongfang Wudi stared at the screen, his throat dry. It really can kill a martial emperor. If it hits, death is certain. Du Xingbang stared intently at the screen, his eyes burning with intense passion. With this thing, no matter what kind of strange beasts, monsters, or alien races dare to invade my federation, I'll blast them all to pieces with one cannon shot. Buy. We absolutely have to buy it. Back on the ground, Du Xingbang roared with bloodshot eyes, give me 10. And give me a batch of those machine god engines too. There are also androids in the military. Another tens of trillions of yuan have been poured in. Once all the transactions were completed, the female secretary general, holding the bill, walked up to Du Xingbang with a bitter expression. Commander, our national treasury is empty. We can't even pay next month's military salaries. Looking at the empty account balance, Du Xingbang deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped into his chair. That's it, we're out of money? He turned to look at Lu Yu, then at the newly purchased treasures, his face filled with pain and helplessness. I've spent all my money, but the stuff is really good. Dongfang Wudi and Xiao Qianqing looked at each other, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Actually, they were also envious of those medicines and mechs. Especially those S-grade gene potions, although they are not suitable for geniuses of 3.5 stars or higher. But how many geniuses in the world possess a rating of 3.5 stars or higher? This powerful potion is a miracle drug for the backbone of the family. Seeing this, Lu Yu smiled. Speaker, actually, this money is very easy to earn. Lu Yu pointed to the medicines and mechs. The military has taken the lion's share, but the potential of the civilian population is immeasurable. Why not open some up to the public? Those imperial families, aristocratic clans, and wealthy independent martial artists all have plenty of spare money. The government can act as a middleman and sell to them at a higher price. For example, an S-grade potion can sell for 350 million, and a Martial King level mecha for 6 billion. In this way, we can both replenish the national treasury and strengthen the armed forces of the people. At this point, Lu Yu's expression turned serious. Speaker, to be frank, I have received reliable intelligence that the Milky Way galaxy may soon face an unprecedented alien invasion crisis. It's not just the surrounding lower-level civilizations, but possibly even more advanced beings. Therefore, it is better to keep military power among the people than to keep wealth among them. Arming the entire federation is the right way. What? Some alien federations will come to invade in the future? Upon hearing this, Du Xingbang, Dongfang Wudi, and Xiao Qianqing's expressions turned serious. Lu Yu kept it a secret for now, without directly stating that it was the Advanced Civilization Crystal Clan Federation. Speaker Du and Dongfang Wudi, among others, began to speculate. Around the Milky Way, there are several civilizations that are no less powerful than the Milky Way itself. Some are extraterrestrial, and others are alien races. Those extraterrestrial civilizations have always coveted the Milky Way. However, none of them could have guessed that it was an advanced civilization millions of light-years away, the Crystal Federation. Speaker Du gave Lu Yu a deep look, noticing his mysterious demeanor. After a moment's consideration, he nodded emphatically, all right. We'll do it your way. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Xiao Lu, you are not only a prodigy, but also a strategist with a broad perspective. After the business was over, Du Xingbang's mood improved. He glanced at Du Qilin, Lu Yu's daughter, who was standing to the side, her gaze never leaving Lu Yu, and a thought struck him. Ahem, well, the transaction is complete, but I have official business to attend to. Du Xingbang stood up and said to Qilin, Qilin, you've been training hard lately, I'll give you a few days off. It's rare for Xiao Lu and the others to come to the base. As the host and someone their age, why don't you show them around and let them catch up? As he spoke, he secretly transmitted his voice to his daughter. Daughter, this Lu Yu is a golden catch and a pillar of the Federation's future. You're not getting any younger, it's time to think about your personal life. And look, if we get on his good side, won't we be able to get a better price on weapons in the future? And we need to get our hands on the Enlightenment tea too. This is a political mission your father gave you, and you must complete it. Shi Lin blushed slightly, but did not refute. Yes, father. She was indeed full of curiosity and admiration for Lu Yu. Shi Lin walked confidently to Lu Yu and gestured for him to enter. Mr. Lu, Phoenix, and the two older sisters, if you don't mind, I'd like to show you around our war history museum. 2 days later. A public announcement from the federal government instantly set off an explosion across the entire galactic network. Special announcement from the federal government, in response to the increasingly severe interstellar security situation and to enhance the martial spirit of the entire population, the government has decided to publicly sell a batch of strategic-level military equipment. S-grade gene enhancement potion, price, 350 million per vial. Efficacy, significantly increases vitality and helps break through bottlenecks limited to Martial Grandmaster and above. Martial King level individual combat armor, price, 6 billion per unit. Effect, Martial Masters wearing this armor can fight against Martial Kings. The announcement also included detailed test videos and data. At this moment, the entire Federation was in an uproar. Countless martial artists stuck at their bottleneck stage trembled with excitement as they read the description of the potion. Holy crap! Really? 1 injection and I can break through? I've been stuck at the early stage of Martial Grandmaster for 10 years. 350 million? It's expensive, but it's money to save our lives. We'll sell everything we own to buy it. OMG. That mecha is so cool. If I had the money, I could become a Martial King too? Bye. I don't want my house, I don't want my car, I just want that mecha. A long queue formed in front of the official sales point in the central square of the Universe City. Countless wealthy individuals and martial artists waved their banknotes and went on a buying spree. In just half a day, the first batch of medicines and mechs released to the market were sold out. The Federal Treasury's funds rebounded at a rocket-like speed, even becoming more abundant than before. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu, who was in the villa, smiled. The first step of the plan was successful. The next step is to use these funds and resources to enhance your and your family's capabilities to the point where you can cope with any crisis. And, that crystal race. Since you've come here to die, don't blame me for turning you into experience points. Chapter 78 The Power of the God-Slaying Sniper Rifle. One-shot headshots the Beast King. The Zhao family, an imperial clan. The once bustling Zhao family manor is now shrouded in gloom and despair. Inside the council hall, a group of Zhao family elders sat around the conference table, their faces looking as if they had just swallowed several dead flies. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. An elder suddenly smashed his teacup to pieces. The federal government is trying to drive the Zhao family to its death. Why are other imperial families, and even those nouveau riche individuals, allowed to buy S-grade potions and Martial King mechs, but we, the Zhao family, are the only ones prohibited from purchasing them? Just because that damned Zhao Boizhu had an affair with a cyborg? That was his personal behavior, why should his entire family be implicated? Another elder sighed deeply, his face full of bitterness. Third brother, save your energy. Who outside doesn't know that this is a scheme orchestrated by the Xia family and the Dongfan family? And then there's Lu Yu. The entire council is currying favor with them right now. Who dares to speak up for us at this critical juncture? How hateful. Someone roared with red eyes. I just got news that even the small families that used to depend on us have now bought Martial King mechs and are hunting beasts like crazy in the wilderness to make money, and their strength is increasing by leaps and bounds. And the members of our Zhao family are pointed at and gossiped about whenever they go out, and they are even turned away when they try to buy things at high prices on the black market. The old patriarch has gone into seclusion, and we are now leaderless. Are we just going to watch the Zhao family decline? The hall was deathly silent. A feeling called despair spread through the hearts of these once high-ranking figures. They coveted the S-class potions and mechs that could change their family's fate, but could only watch others revel from behind a screen. In stark contrast to the Zhao family's miserable plight, the desolate star continent outside the cosmic city was bustling with activity. Beyond the galaxy city lies an even more vast and desolate starland wilderness teeming with strange beasts and monsters. Beyond the star continent lies the universe and starry sky. A spaceship pierced the sky and hovered thousands of meters above the desolate ground. The hatch opened, and several figures filed out, standing high in the clouds. The woman at the head of the group was dressed in a camouflage bodysuit that accentuated her stunning S-shaped curves. Her neat, medium-length hair fluttered in the wind. She was none other than Shi Lin, the federal military beauty and captain of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Beside her, Lu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed. Surrounded by three stunning beauties, Eastern Phoenix, Angel Lingxi, and Medusa, they formed a beautiful sight. Shilin said that there was nothing fun in the Universe City, so she brought Lu Yu and the others here. Lu Yu, look down there. Shilin pointed to the vast, boundless wilderness of the star continent below, her usually cool and aloof face now flushed with excitement. With the weapons supplied by you and our military, all the warriors in the entire Universe City are like they've been injected with chicken blood. In addition to trading S-class potions and Martial King level mechs with Lu Yu, the military also took the opportunity to clear out its own military inventory. They sold them to the public in exchange for large amounts of star coins. Lu Yu looked in the direction she was pointing. Below, amidst the desolate jungles and ruined cities, countless squads of martial artists were engaged in fierce battles with hordes of alien beasts. In the past, such hunting operations were often accompanied by extremely high casualty rates, and martial artists were mostly very cautious. But now, the style has completely changed. Boom! 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 A 5-person team is hunting a group of Lord-level armored rhinoceroses known for their defense. In the past, this small team, equipped only with Martial Grandmaster-level personnel, would have had to take a detour when encountering this group of armored rhinoceros lords. But now, at the very front of the group, a burly man dressed in black, Martial King-level mech, wielding a massive alloy shield, actually managed to withstand the charge of several rhinoceros lords. Ha ha! That's awesome! The power system of this mech is absolutely amazing. The burly man laughed wildly, and the mecha unleashed a powerful punch, sending the two armored rhinoceros lords, each weighing several tons, flying. The teammates behind seized the opportunity to focus fire, their laser guns and combat skills intertwining to instantly reap the prey. Similar scenes are playing out in various parts of the wilderness. Some were wielding new Gauss rifles and firing at harpies, while others were piloting mechs and engaging in hand-to-hand combat with fire beasts. Even in a swamp, Lu Yu saw a small team that was originally in dire straits, but because the captain injected an S-level potion at the last minute, they instantly broke through the bottleneck and killed the group of petrified lizards that were attacking them. This is the power of technology and martial arts. Shilin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Yu, you've not only made money, you've also enhanced the fighting power of the entire human race. Lu Yu smiled without saying a word, concealing his merits and fame. Standing to the side, Dongfang Fenghuang took Lu Yu's arm and proudly raised her chin. Sister Qilin, this is nothing. You'll find out later that my Xiaoyu is capable of anything. Angel Lingxi and Medusa also looked proud. Watching them fight so intensely, I'm itching to join in. Shilin is a complete military enthusiast, she can't resist watching battles. With a flick of her wrist, she took out several extravagantly designed heavy sniper rifles from her storage ring and distributed them to everyone. This is the military's latest Thor 3 sniper rifle, with AI-assisted aiming and a range of 20 kilometers. Although its destructive power is only equivalent to a peak Martial Grandmaster's strike, it's still barely enough to put up a fight. This is a new type of military weapon from the Federal Army, so Qilin was naturally very proud. Qilin skillfully pulled back the bolt, the crisp metallic clang sharpening her eyes. Shall we go hunting? Let's see who kills the most. Okay. Lu Yu readily agreed. Medusa and Angel Lingxi were also somewhat eager to try. They were used to using combat skills and cold weapons, so these high-tech firearms were very novel to them. Bang! Qilin fired first. 20 kilometers away, a Lord-level Shadow Panther that was about to ambush a human squad suddenly had its head explode into a spray of blood, and it collapsed to the ground howling in agony. Excellent marksmanship! Lu Yu exclaimed. Everyone raised their guns and fired. Although this gun can kill a Lord monster with a single shot, it takes dozens of bullets to completely kill a tough-skinned beast king. But in the hands of these masters, every shot hits a vital point, making them extremely efficient. They didn't care about the prey. The corpses of the slain lords and beast kings were all given to the scavenging squads of warriors on the ground. Oh my god! Who's helping us? On the ground, a small team of independent warriors, who were almost surrounded by the pig-headed army, stared in disbelief at the pig-headed lords falling one after another in the distance. The captain looked up at the sky and vaguely saw several heroic figures. It's Goddess Qilin. And Miss Dongfeng. And that guy, oh my god, it's Boss Lu Yu. Thank you so much, Goddess and God, for saving my life. The martial artists were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, and they all waved to the sky in gratitude. High in the sky. After a series of shots, Qilin had killed quite a few strange beasts, but a hint of dissatisfaction was evident in her expression. This gun is still too weak. It's difficult to even fight a beast king, let alone a beast saint. Shilin pursed her lips and patted the Thor 3 in her hand with some disdain. Seeing this, Luyu's lips curled up slightly. Since Sister Qilin likes playing with guns so much, I happen to have a few better sniper rifles here. I wonder if you dare to try them out. Oh? Qilin's eyes lit up instantly, like a cat smelling fish, and she moved right up to Luyu. Xiaoyu, quickly take it out and let your sister see. How good is it? Without wasting any words, Luyu directly opened the shop of his friend X in the All Heavens Mall. Purchase 5 Godslayer sniper rifles. Include a quantity of electromagnetic sniper ammunition and Godslayer ammunition. A flash of light. 5 heavy sniper rifles with a futuristic design and a dark gold sheen appeared before the crowd. This sniper rifle is over a meter long, with complex energy circuits engraved on the barrel, and the magazine area emanates chilling psionic energy fluctuations. Just by sitting there, it exudes a chilling aura of killing intent. This Godslayer sniper rifle costs 80 billion at X's place, an electromagnetic sniper bullet costs 2 million, and a Godslayer bullet costs 2 billion. Of course, Liu gets a 10% discount on anything he buys from X. Because the God-slaying sniper rifle is too terrifying, Liu has not yet made a deal with the military. What kind of gun is this? As a firearms expert, Qilin immediately recognized the gun's extraordinary nature. Her hands trembled as she stroked the gun. Its cold, heavy texture made every pore on her body open up. It's called the God-slaying sniper rifle. Luyu explained casually, using spirit crystals as the basic energy source, it fires spirit energy bullets in normal mode with a range of 50 kilometers. It can fire indefinitely and instantly kill the Beast King. If loaded with a specially designed electromagnetic sniper bullet, it has a range of 100 kilometers, produces no radiation upon explosion, and can kill a Beast Saint Martial Saint. If it's loaded with the most powerful God-slaying bullet. Luyu paused, his voice deepening, with a range of 300 kilometers, it can severely injure or even kill Beast Kings and Martial Emperors. What? This time, not only Qilin's beautiful eyes widened in shock, but even Dongfang Fengwan, Medusa, and Lingxi were stunned. Du Shuemin, a powerful martial emperor who was secretly protecting everyone in the void, was the cousin of Speaker Du and also Du Qilin's uncle. Upon hearing this, he almost lost his breath and revealed his true form. Kill the martial emperor? A single soldier rifle could actually kill Emperor Wu? This completely overturned his understanding of martial arts. A god-slaying gun costs over 80 billion, an electromagnetic bullet costs over 2 million, and a god-slaying bullet costs over 2 billion. The price Luyu quoted made everyone gasp in shock. A single bullet worth over 2 billion? This shot didn't just fire a bullet, it fired a mountain of gold. Wow! It's so beautiful. It's practically a work of art. Qilin didn't care about the price at all. She picked up the heavy god-slaying sniper rifle, rubbed it against her face with obvious affection, and her eyes were full of infatuation. Xiaoyu, let's give it a try. We absolutely have to try. The monsters here are too weak, let's go to the alien beast planet. Good. Luyu nodded. He also wanted to see just how powerful this legendary mechanical weapon really was. The group boarded the interstellar warship, activated the warp drive, and instantly disappeared from their original location. Du Shuemin, the dignified martial emperor, could only smile wryly and conceal himself, hitching a ride inside the energy shield layer of the warship's hull. He had to witness the power of this gun firsthand. It was a matter of federal defense. A moment later, the warship landed on a dangerous planet called Bull Star. This planet is 10 times larger than Earth, has extremely strong gravity, and is covered with towering trees and jagged mountains. As soon as they landed, deafening roars of beasts echoed from afar. In the sky, flocks of iron-winged griffins blotted out the sun. On the ground, towering bull demons patrolled their territory. This is a true monster paradise, where beast kings are as common as dogs and beast saints roam everywhere. Let's do it here. Luyu distributed ammunition to the women. Qilin couldn't wait to set up her Godslayer sniper rifle and lock onto a firebird that was breathing in the sunlight and moonlight on the mountaintop through the smartscope. This is a powerful demonic creature at the early stage of Beast Saint. Distance 75 kilometers, wind speed level 3, correction complete. Qilin took a deep breath, her eyes instantly turning icy cold, and her finger gently pulled the trigger. It is loaded with electromagnetic sniper bullets. Buzz boom. There was no explosion like traditional gunpowder, only a muffled electromagnetic pulse sound. A blue-purple electromagnetic beam shot out from the muzzle in an instant, reaching extreme speed and covering a distance of 75 kilometers in almost a split second. Mountain peaks in the distance. The firebird didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry. Its body, along with the mountain peak beneath its feet, was instantly engulfed by a terrifying ball of blue-purple lightning. When the light faded, the mountain peak had disappeared. As for that flame bird, a beast saint-level creature, it had already been reduced to dust. Hiss. In the shadows, Du Shuemin fiercely plucked out several of his own beard hairs. Instantly kill the beast saint? And it's 75 kilometers away? This means that as long as there is a squad equipped with this kind of gun, even a martial emperor like him could be caught off guard and lose if he doesn't defend with all his might. That's amazing. That's so awesome. Shilin blushed with excitement, and jumped up and down a few times while holding the gun, like a little girl who had received her favorite toy. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Luyu, Dongfang Fengwan, Medusa, and Lingxi joined the fray, and the five of them, each with their own gun, unleashed a bloody storm on this desolate land. A beast saint-level mantis monster? Sliced in two with a single shot. A minotaur at the peak of the beast saint realm? 2 shots blasted him to pieces. The power of the god-slaying sniper rifle turned these normally domineering, overlord-level monsters into vulnerable targets. Just as everyone was getting into the swing of things and preparing to call it a day. Roar. A deafening roar came from the depths of the earth. The entire planet seemed to tremble, the earth cracked, and a majestic mountain suddenly exploded. A terrifying behemoth, over a kilometer in size, emerged from the dust. It looks very much like a Tyrannosaurus rex, but its whole body is covered with thick black and gold scales, and its back is covered with sharp bone spurs. A terrifying, suffocating pressure instantly swept across a radius of 1,000 miles. It's Black Gold Tyrannomon. Early stage of Beast Emperor. Comparable to Martial Emperor. Qilin's expression changed, but the fighting spirit in her eyes intensified. Everyone be careful. Switch to god-slaying bullets. The black gold Tyrannosaurus was clearly enraged by the commotion. Its enormous body possessed incredible speed. With a push of its hind legs, it instantly broke through dozens of times the speed of sound, charging towards the crowd with a world-destroying momentum. Wherever it passed, visible cracks appeared in the space. Not good. Du Shuemin, who was hiding in the shadows, was shocked and was about to rush to the rescue. But Luyu remained calm in the face of danger and shouted, "Scatter! Focus fire on its eyes and joints." The 5 people instantly transformed into streaks of light and dispersed. Qilin knelt in mid-air, her sniper rifle steady as a mountain, a god-slaying bullet worth 2 billion already loaded. "Get down, right in front of me." Bang! A dark red, god-slaying bullet shot out from the muzzle. The speed of this god-slaying bullet far exceeded that of the electromagnetic bullet. It carried a terrifying energy that seemed capable of piercing the sky and accurately struck the black gold Tyrannosaurus beast's right knee joint. Put! Those black gold scales, which even nuclear bombs couldn't penetrate, were as fragile as paper in front of the god-slaying bullet. Blood splattered everywhere. The black gold Tyrannosaurus beast let out a miserable cry as its thick, pillar-like right leg was blown in half. Its massive body lost its balance and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. It crashed into and destroyed a small hill. Strike while the iron is hot. Kill him. Luyu, Dongfang Fengwan, Medusa, and Lingxi pulled the trigger simultaneously. For god-slaying bullets were fired, targeting the Tyrannomon's left leg, wings, and abdomen respectively. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out, and the black gold Tyrannomon was instantly riddled with holes, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. Although it was tenacious and still struggling to get up, it was already seriously injured and dying. "Leave the final blow to me." Qilin took a deep breath, cocked the gun again, and locked the muzzle onto the Tyrannosaurus's enormous head. "Goodbye, big guys." The god-slaying bullet flashed past like a dark red beam of light. The head of the black gold Tyrannomon exploded with a bang. A beast king comparable to a martial emperor was hunted down by 5 people using 5 sniper rifles in less than 10 seconds. The wind stopped. Only the strong smell of blood filled the air. Du Shuemin stared blankly at the enormous corpse, as if struck by lightning, speechless for a long time. Even a dignified martial emperor like himself had to put in some effort to deal with this Tyrannosaurus beast. But these younger ones. Is this the power of combining technology and martial arts? Du Shuemin murmured to himself, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. Chapter 79 Sister Qilin, then I won't be polite. The warships are returning to port. The enormous corpse of the Beast King had been dismembered and packed into the warship's space compression chamber. Of course, there were also some beast corpses at the level of beast saint. The women were still immersed in the thrilling battle they had just fought, and their excitement had not yet subsided. Angel Lingxi secretly transmitted her thoughts to Lu Yu. Brother Yu, this sniper rifle is amazing. If our Angel Federation had this, dealing with the Demon Legion would be so much easier. Could you? Angels and servants possess the ability to communicate telepathically with their husbands or masters. Lu Yu understood immediately. He knew that Angel Star was currently only a silver member and could not find stores for gold members, so he could not buy this kind of product. Lu Yu plans to resell X's powerful weaponry to Angel Stars to arm the Angel Federation. That way, the Angel Sisters will have more time to come and keep me company. Right now, Lu Yu is with Du Qilin and doesn't have time to make a deal with Angel Star. The Angel Federation is not in crisis for the time being. Don't worry, I'll trade a batch with Sister Fanqing in a couple of days, exclusively for your Angel Federation. Lingxi was overjoyed by Lu Yu's reply and couldn't resist stealing a kiss on his cheek. On the other side, inside a dark underground palace on the home planet of the bioengineered humans, Star Lord Sua Gang rushed in and reported to Sua Qingtian, who was sitting on the throne. According to our scouts, Lu Yu, along with the speaker's daughter Du Qilin, Medusa, and others, have appeared in the Star Continent wilderness. They have now headed to the Bull Star. Our spies suspect that Qilin is accompanied by a martial emperor-level expert, so they dare not follow her. Lu Yu has finally left the city? Zhao Boizhu, who had just undergone the modification surgery and become a cyborg, shouted loudly upon hearing this. Go and capture Lu Yu and the others alive. I want to see him suffer torture before he dies. Sua Qingtian's electronic eyes were flashing, clearly assessing the feasibility of kidnapping Lu Yu and his group. He certainly wouldn't kill Lu Yu before obtaining Lu Yu's enlightenment tea. Star Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhao Boizhu, his face contorted with resentment, urged, while they're out, let's send men to intercept and kill them. As long as we capture Lu Yu, the enlightenment tea will be ours. Shut up. You idiot. Sua Qingtian glanced at him coldly. Qilin is Du Xingbang's daughter. Given Lu Yu's importance, how could she not have a martial emperor protecting her? Perhaps this is a trap set by Du Xingbang to lure the enemy. Moreover, the Federation military is actually selling martial king level matches, so they must have even more powerful trump cards up their sleeves. If we act rashly, our home planet of bioengineered humans will be besieged and annihilated by the Galactic Federation's army. Sua Qingtian closed his eyes again, concealing the apprehension in them. When the Crystal Clan army arrives in 6 months, that will be the time for us to settle accounts. If we alert the enemy now, it will only ruin everything. Although Zhao Boizhu was unwilling, he could only obsequiously agree, while in his heart he cursed Sua Qingtian's ancestors for 18 generations. This old biochemical scumbag is afraid of this and that he'll never amount to anything. On the interstellar warship on its return journey, Qilin clung to the god-slaying sniper rifle, refusing to let go, as if she were holding her own child. She turned her head, her large eyes looking at Lu Yu, and suddenly switched to a sweet, coquettish tone, even adding a hint of pleading. Xiao Yu, no, brother Yu. The cry of brother Yu nearly made Dongfang Fenghuang spit out his tea, and Medusa and Lingxi also got goosebumps. Is this still the aloof and fierce female soldier? Qilin ignored him and moved closer to Lu Yu, nuzzling him with her shoulder. Why don't you sell a batch of these guns to our military? Okay? If you agree, I'll be your girlfriend. After saying this, Qilin's face turned as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were unusually firm. In fact, she had long been attracted to this mysterious, powerful, and handsome man. Today's joint battle, and the shock brought by this sniper rifle, became the last straw that broke her composure. Instead of being hesitant, take the initiative. This is the style of female soldiers. Angel Lingxi muttered from the side, TCH, you just wanted to be my brother Yu's girlfriend, didn't you? You're using buying a gun as an excuse. Lu Yu's heart fluttered as he looked at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his. Good. Lu Yu smiled slightly, reached out and put his arm around Qilin's slender waist, and said domineeringly. Since Qilin has said so, of course I, Lu Yu, agree. From now on, you are my girlfriend. Although Qilin is older than Dongfang Fenghuang, compared to Dongfang Fenghuang and Xia Qingya, she has a youthful and beautiful appearance, as well as the mature and capable temperament of a female military officer. Furthermore, a martial artist's age is irrelevant. One should only consider their cultivation level and appearance. You could indeed call her Qilin. Real? Overjoyed, Qilin, in her excitement, actually cupped Lu Yu's face and kissed him passionately in front of everyone. Pop! The crisp sound echoed inside the cabin. Lu Yu didn't hold back, grabbing the back of her head and deepening the kiss. Du Shuemin, who was secretly watching this scene, was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. It's done! It's done! Now my commander-in-chief can rest easy. With this connection, neither the God-slaying spear nor the Enlightenment Tea can escape. Back at Sky Shield 1 base. When Lu Yu, with his arm around Qi Lin's shoulder, swaggered into the headquarters, the soldiers along the way were heartbroken. Their goddess captain has really been snatched away by this commoner prodigy. Inside the headquarters office. After listening to Du Shuemin's report, especially the detail of one shot to the head of the Beast King, Du Xingbang jumped up from his chair. A god-slaying sniper rifle? Over 80 billion for one? An electromagnetic bullet can kill a martial saint? A god-slaying bullet can kill a martial emperor? Commander Du's eyes were shining, as if he could see the Federation army sweeping across the stars. Lu Yu's offer was 81 billion for a god-slaying gun, 2.1 million for an electromagnetic bullet, and 2.1 billion for a god-slaying bullet. Buy! We absolutely have to buy it. Du Xingbang waved his hand, his voice filled with heroic spirit. Lu Yu, we'll take these guns. 2,000 of them. 5 million electromagnetic bullets. God-slaying bullets. 30,000 of them. The female Secretary General standing to the side was pressing the calculator so hard it was practically smoking. Commander, this is another astronomical figure. No money? If you don't have money, then sell S-class potions. Sell mechs. Sell the military's own weaponry. Du Xingban, his eyes red, said, resell those S-grade potions and Martial King mechs we bought earlier at a higher price to those nobles and conglomerates. The money will come from the people. Then we can use that money to buy guns. Thus, another arms deal worth trillions of dollars was concluded in the midst of casual conversation. Lu Yu made a fortune, and Du Xingbang obtained the divine artifact he had always dreamed of. Everyone was happy. After the transaction was completed, Du Xingbang looked at his daughter, who was sitting obediently next to Lu Yu, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. He secretly transmitted his voice to Qilin, daughter, well done. But the mission isn't over yet. Your current task is to completely subdue Lu Yu. Only when you have a real relationship with him, preferably after you've registered your marriage, will I allow you to return and lead the troops. Also, you need to find a way to get more of that Enlightenment Tea for your father. When Qilin heard her father's voice transmission, her pretty face turned red. She glared at her father reproachfully, but her heart was filled with sweet joy. Anyway, she quite liked the mission. Xiao Yu, how about I come to your house tonight? Once outside the base, Qilin took Lu Yu's arm, her eyes carrying a hint of suggestion. Lu Yu understood immediately, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Of course, my bed, oh no, my house is very big. That evening, at Lu Yu's villa. After a lavish celebratory banquet, the women returned to their respective rooms. Qilin, however, dawdled and stayed until the very end. She changed out of her military uniform and put on a silk nightgown that Dongfang Fenghuang had prepared for her. The smooth silk clung to her perfect curves, and her long, slender legs gleamed like ivory under the light. Xiao Yu. Qilin sat on the sofa, her face flushed, her voice barely audible. You said you'd teach me how to maintain that god-slaying spear. Looking at the usually heroic and valiant woman in front of him, who was now infinitely shy, Lu Yu felt a surge of passion in his heart. He walked over and gently picked her up. Maintaining a gun is such a delicate task, of course we should go back to the room and teach you slowly. Qilin wrapped her arms around his neck and breathed sweetly into his ear. So, little Yu, do you want to sleep in your sister's room tonight? Lu Yu licked his lips, his eyes full of aggression. Since Sister Qilin has so kindly invited me, then I won't stand on ceremony. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. The moonlight outside the window is gentle, and the room is filled with the warmth of spring. And Lu Yu's family has gained another powerful helper. Meanwhile, the Federation's preparations for the Crystal Clan's invasion 6 months later quietly began under the cover of this night's tenderness and passion. Chapter 80: An Astounding Reward. The Angel Queen's Arms Frenzy. The next morning. On the large bed, Lu Yu opened his eyes, with Qilin clinging to him like an octopus beside him. This usually dashing female officer now sleeps peacefully, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing a rare sense of fragility. The system's voice rang out the moment Lu Yu woke up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have become partners with Qilin. System rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, the host and their partner Qilin each gain plus 100 HP. Reward 2, Enlightenment tea leaves plus 300. Reward 3, plus 10 acres of spirit farmland in your homestead. As the system notification sounded, an indescribable surge of immense energy poured into their bodies. Boom! This energy was pure and immense, instantly breaking through the meridian barriers within the two individuals' bodies. Luyu felt a crisp sound in his dantian, and the bottleneck of his peak martial grandmaster level shattered instantly. Martial King Realm, initial stage. Success! Meanwhile, Qilin, standing beside him, was making an even more astonishing commotion. She was already at the peak of the Martial King Realm, and now, under the infusion of this life energy, a terrifying pressure that made people's hearts tremble instantly erupted from her body. That's the aura of a martial saint. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged back wildly. If the system hadn't intervened in time and lowered an invisible barrier to suppress this breakthrough aura within the room, it would have been impossible. This room, and perhaps even the entire villa, will likely be leveled to the ground in an instant by this shockwave. Qilin suddenly opened her eyes, and two beams of light shot out from her beautiful eyes. She sat up in shock, looking at her hands and feeling the surging power within her, her voice trembling. Xiao Yu. I broke through? I became a martial saint? Overnight, he crossed insurmountable barriers and became a martial saint. This was simply unbelievable to her. Luyu also sat up, feeling the surging power within his body, and nodded with a smile. I've also broken through to Martial King. It seems we've been cultivating together and complementing each other, accumulating strength for a powerful breakthrough. Oh my god. Qilin covered her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep love as she looked at Luyu. She guessed that it wasn't just a matter of accumulating knowledge and experience before unleashing it, but rather a miraculous opportunity brought to her by Luyu. Alright, let's get dressed first, everyone's waiting. Luyu gently pinched her nose. Qilin then realized that she was completely naked, her pretty face flushed red, and she quickly grabbed her clothes. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Luyu's mind again, a reward for his personal breakthrough. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the early stage of Martial King. You are one step closer to becoming a martial god. Reward distribution. 1. Your home space has doubled. 2. Spiritual fields plus 20 mu. 3. Enlightenment tea leaves plus 1,000 pieces. 4. Zhutian Mall member points plus 2,000. Luyu was overjoyed. We made a fortune this time. Wudao Tea's inventory has skyrocketed, it's a hard currency. With more membership points accumulated, I'm one step closer to the privileges of a diamond member. The increase in spirit fields means that more spirit plants can be planted and more resources can be produced. After they finished washing up, Qilin changed into a figure-flattering loungewear outfit, took Luyu's arm, and walked down the stairs with a beaming smile. In the living room on the first floor, Songyu, Xia Qingya, Dongfang Fengwang, Angel Lingxi, Medusa and other women had been waiting for a long time. Sensing the renewed and powerful aura emanating from the two, the women all gathered around them. Congratulations, my husband, on breaking through to the Martial King realm. Congratulations, Sister Qilin, on attaining the Martial Saint realm. Dongfang Fenghuang stepped forward, took Qilin's hand, and smiled with a mixture of envy and teasing. Sister Qilin, now you are truly the #1 expert in our Lu family. If we are ever bullied in the future, we will have to rely on you to protect us. The angel Lingxi, standing to the side, pouted and muttered, I'm pretty powerful too, okay? Even though I'm at the peak of Martial King, I'm not afraid of the early stage of Martial Saint. However, she glanced at Qilin and remembered that Luyu had said Qilin was also a prodigy with 4-star aptitude. If it were a battle between equals, I should be able to easily defeat them with the overwhelming power of my angelic combat skills. Now that they've reached a whole new level, I'm afraid I really can't beat them. Alright, we're all family. Qilin was in a great mood at this moment, completely abandoning her usual aloof military officer demeanor, and smiled as she ruffled Lingxi's hair. Lingxi is also very strong. Angel Lingxi looks like a girl next door, so Qilin calls her little sister. The family enjoyed a happy breakfast together. Luyu looked at the women and said, come on, I'll take you somewhere. Sister Qilin hasn't been there yet. As the group arrived on the 3rd floor, Luyu had a sudden thought. A beam of light enveloped the women, including Dongfang Fenghuang, Medusa, Lingxi, Qilin, and Rose, who were not with their children. The next moment, everyone vanished into thin air and reappeared in the home space. This is? Qilin, who was entering for the first time, was instantly stunned by the scene before her. Here, the sky is azure, and the air is filled with an intense, pervasive spiritual energy. In the distant spiritual fields, spiritual rice, spiritual potatoes, spiritual sugarcane, and other spiritual plants are growing vigorously. Inside the space, there is also a large forest of spirit tea trees. As a martial arts master, Qilin possesses extremely strong mental perception. According to Qilin's observation, in addition to the king of spirit mushrooms and the martial arts spirit tea tree, in the center of the tea grove, there actually grows a legendary enlightenment tea tree. At this time, the enlightenment tea tree, after being upgraded by the system and nourished by spiritual energy, has grown to more than 3 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves. Each tender leaf is covered with mysterious patterns, as if they contain the ultimate truths of the universe. She could even see the spiritual energy field surrounding the enlightenment tea tree. So, those enlightenment teas and spiritual plants were all grown here? Qilin turned to look at Lu Yu, her eyes practically overflowing with admiration. Xiaoyu, you actually possess this legendary spatial planting talent? This isn't farming, this is a mass production miracle. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, this is also my biggest secret. From now on, this will be our logistics base. Qilin took a deep breath to calm her excited emotions and immediately stepped into the role of a good wife. Xiaoyu, since the production volume is so high, could the military also supply some enlightenment tea? She said somewhat embarrassedly, my dad did have that idea before. Those old generals in the military and the elite special forces really need this. Sure. Lu Yu said without hesitation, I was planning to give it to them anyway. How about this, I'll give the military a share of 600 pieces, and the price will be the same as the Xia family and the Dongfang family, 50 billion per piece. In addition, I will also offer some discounts on the next batch of arms deals. Lu Yu waved his hand and said, the S-level gene serum will be reduced to 300 million per tube, the Martial King level mecha to 5 billion, the Martial Sate level mecha to 100 billion, the God-slaying sniper rifle to 80 billion, the electromagnetic bullet to 2 million, and the God-slaying bullet to 2 billion. This is a real discount. This is already the price of weapons in the X store. What Lu Yu earned was merely the 10% discount that Ix gave him. But for the military, this would undoubtedly save an astronomical amount of military spending, meaning that more divisions could be equipped. Xiaoyu, you're so kind. Qilin was so excited that, in front of all the women, she threw herself into Lu Yu's arms and gave him a kiss. This not only saves the military money, but also gives her, the middleman, face. Afterwards, Lu Yu led the women to cultivate all 30 acres of newly added spirit fields and planted spirit rice, spirit potatoes, and spirit sugarcane. Seeing Qilin, the dignified martial saint and Federation goddess, rolling up her trousers and farming in the field, Lu Yu felt a great sense of accomplishment. After finishing planting, everyone was teleported out. Lu Yu then led Qilin and Angel Ling Shi straight to the Sky Shield Base number 1. Sky Shield 1 Base, Headquarters. Father-in-law. As soon as Lu Yu saw Du Xingbang, he immediately changed his way of addressing him, calling him that smoothly and naturally. Du Xingbang, who was reviewing documents, suddenly trembled. He looked up and saw his radiant daughter, whose martial arts aura was surging, and Lu Yu with a smile on his face. His old face immediately broke into a wide grin. Good son-in-law. Du Xingbang strode over, patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, and then looked at his daughter. Qilin, you've broken through to Martial Saint? Yes, father, I just broke through this morning. Qilin's pretty face flushed slightly. Du Xingbang, being an experienced man, understood the ins and outs of the matter. He immediately gave his daughter a well-done look and transmitted his voice. Good daughter, I'll give you more time off for your honeymoon. Don't rush back to your unit. Keep this kid happy. Next comes the transaction process. When Lu Yu took out 600 pieces of enlightenment tea, Du Xingbang was so excited that his hands trembled. With this tea, those old guys and young men in the military who are stuck at a bottleneck finally have hope. Du Xingbang carefully put away the tea leaves, grinning from ear to ear. Little Lu, you are truly the Federation's lucky star. With these resources, plus those new equipment, let's see who dares to invade. After the transaction was completed, Lu Yu declined Du Xingbang's invitation to lunch and returned to the villa with Qilin and Ling Shi. In the afternoon, the sunlight was lazy. While the women watched TV and played cards in the living room, Lu Yu went to the study alone and opened the All Heavens Mall. He clicked on Angel Star's profile picture. Lu Yu, Sister Fanqing, are you there? How's the battle going lately? Within seconds, Fanqing's reply arrived. Angel Stars, little Yu. I was just looking for you. Thanks to your spiritual plants and enlightenment tea, our Angel Legion strength has greatly increased. We've already driven the Demon Legion, Succubi, and Void creatures out of the Angel Federation's core starfield. Angel stars, but those guys are too annoying. Although they were driven back, their main force was unharmed, especially those top-tier experts, who keep coming to harass the border. Our Angel Galaxy is over 10,000 light-years in diameter. Our defenses are too long, making it difficult to completely eradicate them. Queen Asui also dares not easily lead her army into their abyssal lair. Luyu looked at the text on the screen and understood. The Angel Federation is in a similar situation to the Galactic Federation, being more inclined to maintain the status quo than to make progress. Luyu, so, do you want to launch a counterattack? To storm their lair and wipe out their entire base? Angel stars, I want it. I dream about it. But my strength doesn't allow it. Unless I have a super weapon that can destroy their defenses. Luyu, what a coincidence, I happen to have a batch of high-tech equipment from the mechanical race here, specifically designed to deal with any kind of resistance. Subsequently, Luyu sent over the parameters of equipment such as the Martial King level mecha, the Martial Saint level mecha, the Star Destroyer, and the God-slaying sniper rifle. Another universe, the City of Angels, the Queen's Palace. Inside the magnificent hall, Angel Star sat on the steps, staring at the holographic screen before him, completely stunned. What's wrong, Fanqing? What sweet nothings did that little guy say this time? On the throne, Angel Chaser, clad in silver armor and a red royal robe, was casually crossing his legs, crunching away on a bag of spirit potato chips. Your Majesty, please see for yourself. Fanqing swallowed and projected the data onto the center of the hall. Puff. Shui had just taken a sip of spiritual cola when she spat it out, turning it into a cloud of mist. She suddenly stood up and stared intently at the screen. Godslayer sniper rifle, capable of severely injuring or even killing Martial Emperor level experts. Star Destroyer battleship, capable of obliterating an asteroid with a single shot. This is real? Shui's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. With this, will those old devils still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Buy. We must buy. Buy as many as you can. Shui paced back and forth in front of the throne, her long, slender legs dazzling onlookers. Fanqing, tell Luyu that money is not a problem. Our Angel Federation has accumulated tens of thousands of years of resources, plus our previous trade with him, and now we're so poor that all we have left is money and resources. Chapter 81, Massive Exchange of Spirit Crystals, Crystal Clan Army presses in. Angel Stars smiled helplessly at her queen's naive and unworldly demeanor, then replied to Luyu. Angel Stars, little you, the queen said, buy. We want the best. Luyu, alright. As for the price, we'll sell it to you at the original price for the mechanical race. Of course, since Luyu and Ix bought the goods at a 10% discount, they also made a profit of 10% off. Angel Star expressed her gratitude, and Queen Azue also had Star record a voice message to personally thank Luyu. It must be said that this Angel Queen's voice is a magnetic, mature female voice, which is very pleasant to listen to. Moments later, an astonishing transaction of over 300 trillion star coins was completed. Large quantities of S-Class gene serums, King-Class mechs, Saint-Class mechs, God-slaying sniper rifles, electromagnetic bullets, God-slaying bullets, as well as 4th and 5th generation mech God engines and Star Destroyer warships, were continuously transferred to Angel City through the All Heavens Mall. After receiving the goods, Angel Chase and Starlight couldn't sit still any longer and immediately summoned a large group of high-ranking female angels dressed in miniskirts and armor. Sisters! Come here, all of you. It's time to try out the new equipment. A group of beautiful female angels excitedly surrounded them. They first tested the gene serum and the mecha, and the feeling of their power surging made all the angels gasp in amazement. Subsequently, Azue personally piloted an S-Class Star Destroyer, leading a group of high-ranking officials to a nearby desolate planet overrun by alien beasts. Boom! One planet destroying cannon shot, and that planet was instantly reduced to half its original size. Immediately afterwards, Azue picked up the God-slaying sniper rifle and killed a starry sky beast at the peak of the Beast Saint realm with a single shot. That's incredible! It's a miracle! Queen Azue stroked the still-hot gun barrel, turned around, looked at the group of dumbfounded older angels behind her, and arrogantly raised her chin. Let me tell you, all these divine weapons and artifacts were obtained for us by Fanqing. Now, I appoint Fanqing as the left wing guard. Does anyone have any objections? The angels looked at the stars, their eyes filled with nothing but admiration, no longer showing any resentment. No objections. Sister Fanqing is awesome. Sister Fanqing is amazing. A dozen veteran angels at the Martial Emperor level, along with a large number of angels at the Martial King and Martial Saint levels, shouted in unison. Angel Star stood aside, her love for Lu Yu growing even stronger. Little Yu, you are truly my lucky star. Let's return our focus to the Galactic Federation. Having secured the arms supply for the angels, Lu Yu didn't rest. Through Qilin, he revealed a more precise piece of intelligence to Du Xingban. In just over 5 months, the Crystal Clan Federation's army would be invading. Upon receiving this news at the Sky Shield base, Du Xingban's expression instantly turned extremely solemn. It's the Crystal Clan, that advanced civilization? Du Xingban took a deep drag on his cigarette. No wonder Lu Yu proposed that everyone should be a soldier. It turns out the opponent is such a behemoth. Pass on my order. The entire army is placed on level 1 combat readiness. All leave is cancelled. However, a new problem arose during the preparation process. A few days later, Qilin found Lu Yu with a worried look on her face. Xiao Yu, something's wrong. Qilin sat on Lu Yu's lap and sighed. Those new mechs, warships, and especially the God-slaying gun, all require a lot of spirit crystals. But our Federation's spirit crystal reserves are seriously insufficient. In the past, we would go to the branch of the Martial God Universe Company, which is more than 2 million light-years away, to exchange for 1 spirit crystal. The exchange rate was usually 102 million star coins for 1 spirit crystal, and sometimes it was 103 million. But now that the Crystal Clan army is pressing in, the journey is long and dangerous, and the fleet dares not travel far at all. Moreover, that company remains absolutely neutral and will not deliver goods to our door. As a former top student, Lu Yu naturally knew about the existence of Martial God Universe Company. This Martial God Universe Company is extremely large, and is said to be the strongest superpower in the known universe. It seems that they are the ones who issue star coins. However, this space company doesn't seem keen on interfering in interstellar disputes. It will not interfere with the development process of various interstellar civilizations. It is only responsible for exchanging spirit crystals and star coins for various civilizations. Qilin looked at Lu Yu with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Xiao Yu, you're resourceful. Do you have any way to get spirit crystals? Even if the exchange rate is higher, 110 million for 1 crystal would be fine. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's lips curled up slightly, and he reached out to gently pinch her nose. Don't worry, Sister Qilin, who am I to you? He had noticed it long ago. His friend Axe's shop offered a spirit crystal exchange service at an exchange rate of 1:110 million. 1 spirit crystal equals 110 million star coins. Lu Yu immediately opened the system and contacted X. Lu Yu, old AI, I need your help urgently. I need to exchange star coins for spirit crystals, a large amount. Could you lower the exchange rate? X, no problem, bro. You're my friend, how about I lower the exchange rate to 1:105 million? You know, while star coins are universally accepted throughout the universe, they depreciate quickly. Going all the way to the God of War Company to exchange them would incur exorbitant shipping costs. Axe replied. Lu Yu, what if I trade you another 100 pieces of enlightenment tea? X, alright. Brother, you're too kind. In that case, I won't make money off you. 101 million star coins for 1 spirit crystal. I'll take whatever star coins you have. Lu Yu was overjoyed. The two sides conducted a pleasant transaction. Lu Yu first traded 100 pieces of enlightenment tea to the other party at the previous price. Then, Lu Yu exchanged over 600 trillion star coins for 6 million spirit crystals. Of course, some star coins were left unexchanged. Afterwards, Lu Yu, along with Qilin, Ling Shi, and other women, returned to the Sky Shield base. Father-in-law, I've got the spirit crystals. Lu Yu placed the storage ring containing 3 million spirit crystals in front of Du Xingban. As for the exchange rate, let's use the previous 102 million. I can't let my friend suffer too much. Although Lu Yu made a profit of 0.01 billion, it was a godsend for Du Xingban. Speaker Du only needs to exchange this much. After all, the National Treasury needs to keep some star coins for cash flow. Great. Okay. Du Xingban was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He held Lu Yu's hand tightly and said, Good son-in-law. On behalf of the Federation, I thank you. With these spirit crystals, we have the confidence to fight this battle. The female Secretary General next to him wired money to Lu Yu. Qilin and Dongfang Fenghuang, who were standing to the side, watched this scene with great pride. This is the man they've set their sights on. He can turn the world upside down with a flick of his wrist, and he's worth 1 million soldiers all by himself. After returning home, Liu contacted Angel Star again and found that Angel Star was also short of spirit crystals. So, Liu once again acted as a middleman, supplying a large batch of spirit crystals to the Angel Federation and making another fortune. In the following months, the entire Galactic Federation entered a period of frantic preparation for war. Although the government did not explicitly name the enemy, it spread rumors of foreign invasion and encouraged the entire population to practice martial arts. Xia Qianqing and Dongfang Wudi, those two old foxes, have the keenest sense of smell. They bypassed the government and went directly to Liu, purchasing a large quantity of S-class medicines and mechs in the name of their family. Liu naturally accepted all offers, as they all aimed to strengthen the Federation's combat power. Time flies. Liu spent his days farming, cultivating, and having children with his wives, leading a fulfilling and comfortable life. Until one day 5 months later, a federal deep space probe station located on the edge of the Milky Way suddenly sent back a set of despairing images. In the pitch-black depths of the universe, an unimaginably vast fleet, like a locust swarm, obscured the starry sky. Those were warships made entirely of blue crystals, each radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Wherever they passed, some low-level planetary civilizations along the way were wiped out before they could even react. The Crystal Clan warriors, blotting out the sky, ran to the planetary ruins and wantonly plundered spirit crystals, minerals, treasures, and other valuables. Greed. Brutality. Destruction. This is the Crystal Clan army. Report to the commander. Target confirmed. The main fleet of the Crystal Clan Federation. Number, over 20,000 ships. Estimated force, tens of millions of martial kings. And a large number of high-energy reactions, suspected to be martial emperors. Inside the Sky Shield base, even the intelligence officer's voice trembled. Du Xingbang looked at the breathtaking scene on the big screen, but he felt no fear. Instead, he slowly stood up, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Has it finally arrived? He slammed his hand on the table. Excellent. The Crystal Federation is rich in resources, which is exactly what we need. Pass down the order, full force, attack. In this battle, we will annihilate them and set foot in the depths of the universe. Meanwhile, on the home planet of the bioengineered humans. Ha ha ha. They're here. They've finally arrived. Upon receiving Jingwu's message, Suo Qingtian excitedly jumped up from his throne. He looked down at the assembled cyborg army and waved his hand. Men. The Crystal Clan army has arrived. Our allies have come. Suo Gang. You will lead all the legions of Martial King level and above to join me in meeting up with the Crystal Clan. Yes. Sobang's face was also contorted with ferocious excitement. From this day forward, the era of our cyborgs ruling the galaxy has begun. Both Suo Jintian and Suo Weitian were eager to fight. In the group, Zhao Buju, who had been transformed into a cyborg, had a crazed red light flashing in his electronic eyes. Lu Yu. Du Xingbang. Your death is nigh. Those old bastards from the Zhao family actually dared to abandon me. Once I return with the Crystal Clan army, I will establish a new Zhao Imperial clan. A more powerful Imperial clan, belonging only to me, Zhao Buju. Within the Cosmic City, the various Imperial clans and the common people also received the news. Shocked, the various Imperial clans and countless independent individuals all expressed their willingness to heed the government's call and participate in the war against the alien races. The Zhao family. Zhao Ding, the ancestor who had just broken through to the peak of the Martial Emperor realm and emerged from seclusion, was so angry upon seeing the intelligence that he trembled all over. Damn it! That scoundrel Zhao Buiju actually brought in foreign enemies. He knew, of course, that once his son went to the cyborg homeworld, he would definitely reveal that the Galactic Federation possessed the Enlightenment Tea. Ancestor, what do we do now? An elder asked in a trembling voice. The military and all the major Imperial clans are preparing for war, but our Zhao family is the worst equipped because we've been sidelined. A sinister glint flashed in Zhao Ding's eyes. Humph. Since the Federation is so ruthless, don't blame me for being ruthless. He secretly summoned all the high-ranking members of his family above the martial saint level and said in a low voice, the Crystal Clan is powerful, and the Federation is doomed to defeat. We cannot be buried with the Federation. Contact Zhao Buiju. Tell him that our Zhao family is willing to act as an inside agent. As long as we can preserve our family's foundation, what's wrong with siding with the Crystal Clan? A catastrophe concerning the fate of the Milky Way has erupted in full force at this moment. Chapter 82. The Zhao family took action, and the Zhao family was destroyed. The Crystal Clan army will invade the Milky Way in about 2 or 3 days. The atmosphere in the Galaxy Universe City is tense and oppressive. The sky was overcast. The usually bustling and lively streets are now deserted. Apart from the necessary patrol and security forces, most of the lower-class residents have taken refuge in underground air raid shelters as instructed by the government. Or they may be concentrated in schools and gymnasiums with strong protective shields. At the spaceport outside the city, warships fully loaded with Federation elites, trailing blue flames, resolutely plunged into deep space. That was the main force of the Galactic Army. Commander Du personally led the army to the edge of the galaxy to build the first line of defense. The major imperial clans and aristocratic families, as well as countless independent martial arts masters, kings, and saints who responded to the call, all followed closely behind in their own spaceships. Martial artists below the martial grandmaster level no longer need to participate in interstellar warfare at this level. Only the Zhao family's imperial residence remained closed, with all its formations activated, exuding an eerie stillness. The next day. Has the intelligence been confirmed? Inside the Zhao family's council hall, Zhao Ding, clad in dark gold armor, sat at the head of the table, his cloudy old eyes flashing with a mad light. Below, the elder in charge of intelligence trembled with excitement. Old clan chief, it's absolutely true. That old scoundrel Du Xingban has taken all the main forces of the military and left. The Dongfang family, the Xiao family, the Yi family, the Tianlei martial arts school, apart from the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who stayed behind, everyone with a little fighting ability has gone to the front lines. The current space city is a ghost town. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ding suddenly stood up, his wild laughter echoing throughout the hall. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is truly helping me. He looked around at the pairs of eyes filled with greed and ambition and waved his hand. Do Xingbang and his gang want to be heroes? Then let them die. As long as we defeat Lu Yu, obtain the Enlightenment Tea, and then offer it to the Crystal Clan army as a pledge of allegiance, this cosmic city will belong to our Zhao family from now on. Beside him, a thin, gloomy-faced old man stepped forward. This old man was a mid-stage martial emperor. He was Zhao Lu, the eldest elder of the Zhao family who had recently emerged from seclusion, and a cousin of Zhao Ding. Brother, although Lu Yu is young, he has many tricks up his sleeve, and it seems that those two old geezers, Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng, haven't left either. Zhao Lu licked his chapped lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. However, with us brothers working together, plus so many martial saints from our family, we can overwhelm them. Zhao Ding sneered, Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng? Two old fools who don't know their own mortality. Since they want to be buried with Lu Yu, then so be it. Pass on my order. All experts of the clan at the Martial King realm and above shall be mobilized in full force. Target, Lu Yu Villa on the East City Commercial Street. Capture Lu Yu and his wife alive, the rest, kill without mercy. Yes. Hundreds of Zhao family experts roared in unison, their killing intent soaring to the sky. East City Commercial Street. Since Lu Yu opened his shop, this area has been one of the most bustling parts of the city, but now it is eerily quiet. All the shops had their shutters down, and there wasn't a soul in sight on the street. Only at the end of the street, in front of a sprawling luxury villa, did a few figures stand quietly. Lu Yu remained calm, as if he were not waiting for a life or death battle, but rather for a friend to come over for afternoon tea. Beside him, Qi Lin had changed into a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves. She casually slung the god-slaying sniper rifle over her shoulder, its muzzle gleaming with a chilling light. Oriental Phoenix, Medusa, Angel Lingxi, and Rose were all fully armed and each occupied a favorable position. In front of everyone, the two old men, Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng, were sitting at a tea table that had been temporarily moved in, leisurely sipping the enlightenment tea provided by Lu Yu. Old Xia, do you think Zhao Ding has gone stupid from practicing martial arts? Dongfang Wudi put down his teacup and smacked his lips. Why give up being a proper member of the Federal Imperial Clan and insist on becoming a dog for a foreign race? Xia Qiansheng snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Dog? He doesn't deserve it. The Crystal Clan is such an advanced civilization that they eat people without spitting out the bones. The Zhao family is just offering themselves up as an appetizer. Earlier, Lu Yu had received a system warning. The Zhao family Imperial Clan had secretly contacted Zhao Boju and Suo Qingtian. Zhao Ding planned to lead the Zhao family's elites to launch a surprise attack on Lu Yu's family, kidnap him and his wife, and hand them over to the Crystal Clan as a pledge of allegiance. Therefore, Lu Yu, along with Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng, waited here, preparing to eliminate Zhao Ding and the Zhao Imperial family, this scourge. Song Yu and his mother, Xia Qingya, and her son, and Li Li, Yin Ning, and several other wives with weaker abilities had already been sent into the home space by Lu Yu. The two, Dongfang Wudi and his companion, had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, a loud whooshing sound came from the distant sky. Boom! Hundreds of powerful auras swept over like dark clouds pressing down. The two leading figures were Zhao Ding and Zhao Lu. Behind them stood more than 40 martial saints and hundreds of martial kings, a vast and imposing force that blotted out the sky. Such a force, under normal circumstances, would be enough to sweep away some small civilizations outside the Milky Way. They're here. Lu Yu raised his head slightly, a cold smile curving his lips. Whoosh! 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 The Zhao family landed on the wide street of the commercial district, facing Lu Yu and his group from a distance. Seeing that Lu Yu and the others hadn't run away and were even putting on a waiting for a long time stance, Zhao Ding was taken aback. But he quickly reverted to his arrogant and haughty demeanor. Brother Dongfang, Brother Xia. Zhao Ding stood with his hands behind his back, his cold gaze sweeping over the two old clan leaders. Instead of going to the front lines to die, you're hiding here acting as bodyguards for this brat Lu Yu? What, are your two families planning to be buried with this kid? Dongfang Wudi slowly stood up, dusted off the dust that wasn't on his clothes, and sneered. Zhao Ding, I was originally thinking of leaving you a proper burial out of consideration for our past acquaintance. But now it seems you're determined to become a traitor? A traitor? Zhao Ding laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The victors are kings. History is written by the victors. When the Crystal Clan army tramples the Milky Way, my Zhao family will be the pioneers of a new era. And you will only become dust in the history books. Enough with the nonsense. Zhao Lu, who had been holding back for a while, pointed at Lu Yu and shouted, Lu Yu, hand over all the enlightenment tea, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu sneered. Court death. Two simple words, yet they seemed to pronounce a death sentence. Qilin raised her eyebrows sharply, then suddenly raised her god-slaying sniper rifle, pointing it directly at Zhao Lu. This grandma will kill you right now. Ha ha ha. You're going to kill me, a martial emperor, with a sniper rifle? Zhao Lu looked at the fire poker in Qilin's hand and laughed so hard he almost fell over. Little girl, don't think I won't kill you just because you're Du Xingbang's daughter. Who are you trying to scare with that broken gun? Can this thing even break through my protective aura? Because the Zhao family was ostracized, they knew nothing about the power of the new weapon, the god-slaying spear. In their minds, firearms might be okay against low-level martial artists, but against martial saints and martial emperors? That's just tickling them. Of course, neither Lu Yu nor the military sold the god-slaying sniper rifle, such a deadly weapon, to the major imperial clans or the general public. After all, as the most powerful weapon for individual soldiers, if the god-slaying gun falls into the hands of civilians, it could easily lead to uncontrollable and disastrous consequences. Neither the Dongfang family nor the Xia family has it. In addition, due to its high price, even military personnel only equip themselves with it. Whether it's a broken gun or not, you'll know once you try it, Qilin said coldly. Zhao Ding waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop wasting your breath on a dead man. Why haven't the Blood Blade organization members arrived yet? These useless assassins can't even get through the city gates? According to the plan, the Blood Blade organization should have infiltrated the city long ago to coordinate with them from within. However, with the Zhao family's strength, they are more than capable of taking down Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu scoffed, you're waiting for Blood Blade cyborgs? You're probably going to be disappointed. They should be being used as target practice by the guards at the city gate right now. Impossible. Zhao Ding's expression changed. The main force of the city's garrison has left. How can those remaining ragtag bunch possibly stop the Bloodblade organization? A frog in a well. Lu Yu, too lazy to explain, said to Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng, my two grandfathers-in-law, let's start the war. Without giving it much thought, Zhao Ding also ordered, Elder Zhao Lu and I will deal with Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng. We'll bring 20 martial saints to assist us. The remaining martial saints and martial kings, take down Lu Yu and his wife first. Remember, they must be alive. Kill. Hundreds of Zhao family experts roared and charged forward. Old Xia, let's go up to the sky and fight. Don't destroy this commercial street, we still need to do business in the future. Dongfang Wudi laughed loudly and soared into the sky. That's exactly what I was thinking. Xia Qianqing followed closely behind. Zhao Ding and Zhao Lu exchanged a glance and then led 20 trusted martial saints into the sky. They didn't want to destroy this cosmic city that was about to belong to their Zhao family. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into two parts. High in the sky, the clouds churned, and the aftershocks of the battle between martial emperors caused the void to tremble. On the ground, facing the Zhao family army surging in like a tidal wave, Lu Yu, Qilin, Dongfang Fenghuan, Medusa, Lingxi, and Rose flew directly up to a low altitude of several hundred meters. The Zhao family members also took to the air and rushed towards Lu Yu and his wife. Guys, those women are really hot. A martial saint from the Zhao family charged ahead, his eyes filled with lewd lust as he gazed at the stunningly beautiful faces of Medusa and Lingxi. Once we capture Lu Yu, we'll have some fun with these beauties. Hee, that winged angel is mine. I want that snake woman. The Zhao family's powerful members let out bursts of lewd laughter, as if Lu Yu and the others were lambs to the slaughter. Lu Yu remained expressionless, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a Godslayer sniper rifle appeared. Qilin, Phoenix, Medusa, Lingxi, and Rose all moved in unison, raising their god-slaying spears. Fire! Lu Yu said calmly. Bang! 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 6 muffled electromagnetic pulses sounded almost simultaneously. There was no fire, no smoke. Only 6 blue-purple electromagnetic beams, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly tore through the air. The lewd smiles on the faces of the 6 Zhao family martial saints had not yet frozen. Puff! Their heads instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not only that, the electromagnetic missile, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, exploded after killing 6 martial saints, affecting more than a dozen Zhao family martial kings nearby, who were instantly killed. The wreckage fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Even a tall building collapsed due to the aftershocks. What? Before the remaining Zhao family experts could react, the second volley of fire had already arrived. Bang 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 bang. 6 more martial saints were killed before they could even scream. Their bodies exploded in mid-air, turning into countless pieces of flesh. This is not a fight at all. This is a massacre. What the hell is this? A Zhao family martial saint screamed in terror. He had witnessed one of his cousins being grazed on the shoulder by the blue light, resulting in half of his body being gone. That kind of power is simply not something that a martial saint-level protective true essence can withstand. Scatter! Scatter now! Someone screamed shrilly, their sniper rifle could kill a martial saint. Don't gather together. However, it was too late. Lu Yu and the others hovered in the air, their god-slaying spears like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each flash taking away a life. Qilin has transformed into a battlefield Valkyrie. A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she constantly turned the gun. With each pull of the trigger, a Zhao family martial saint would be blown off the head. The 3rd one. The 4th one. The 5th one. She counted softly, as if she were playing a shooting game. Buildings on the ground collapsed continuously under the bombardment of electromagnetic missiles, billowing smoke and dust. The Zhao family's experts were completely devastated. Their pride and joy in their cultivation level proved as fragile as paper under the cold muzzle of that gun. Run! Someone shouted something, and the Zhao family army, which had been so imposing, scattered like birds and beasts in an instant. Some people crawled underground, some hid in buildings, and others ran back like madmen. Trying to run? Lu Yu sneered, turned his gun, and locked onto the few martial saints who were trying to escape. Bang! 1 shot, 1 kill. In less than 3 minutes. Of the more than 40 martial saints that the Zhao family was so proud of, apart from the 20 who went to heaven with Zhao Ding, the remaining 20-odd were all turned into shattered corpses on the ground. As for those martial kings? The aftershocks and debris from the electromagnetic bomb killed or wounded most of the survivors. The remaining people were terrified and knelt on the ground, trembling, too scared to even run away. After Lu Yu and his wife finished shooting down the Zhao family's martial saint, they continued to use regular psionic bullets to sweep the Zhao family's martial king. The psionic bullets were unleashed as if they were free. This is impossible. A Zhao family martial king, who had lost a leg, sat slumped in a pool of blood, looking at the 6 figures in the air that resembled demons, his eyes filled with despair. The Zhao family is finished. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Zhao Ding and Zhao Lu were leading 20 martial saints to besiege Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng. Although Dongfang Wudi was at the peak of the martial emperor realm and Xia Qiansheng was at the late stage of the martial emperor realm, both were extremely powerful. However, Zhao Ding was also at the peak of the martial emperor realm, while Zhao Lu was at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. In addition, 20 martial saints formed an array to harass them, and the two sides fought fiercely for a time, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng were at a disadvantage. Dongfang Wudi, you won't last long. Zhao Ding forced Dongfang Wudi back with a single palm strike, then sneered, once Lu Yu is captured, let's see if you can still be so tough. However, at that moment, a strong smell of blood, mixed with the scent of dust, wafted up from below. Zhao Ding subconsciously looked down and froze instantly. The commercial street below had already been transformed into a scene of carnage. Limbs and torsos were everywhere, and blood stained the streets. And all of Zhao's high-ranking members and elites were now, not a single one standing? How is this possible? Zhao Ding's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his mind completely blank. How long has it been? Just a few minutes. Hundreds of martial kings and more than 20 martial saints, just like that, gone? Chapter 83, Hunting Down Zhao Ding and Annihilating the Bloodblade Organization. In that moment of distraction. Bang! A muffled gunshot suddenly rang out from below. Zhao Ding felt a chill run down his spine, and a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart. He instinctively tried to dodge, but the dark red beam of light was just too fast. That's the god-slaying bullet. Puff! The beam of light grazed Zhao Ding's cheek, taking away a large chunk of flesh and even blowing off one of his ears. This was only because he reacted extremely quickly and turned his head away instantly. Ah! Zhao Ding screamed, clutching his blood-soaked half-face, and looked down in terror. Lu Yu was holding a gun, smoke rising from the muzzle, staring at him with icy eyes. Old dog, all your disciples and grand-disciples are dead. Go down and join them. Lu Yu's voice, amplified by his true essence, clearly resounded throughout the entire sky. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lu and the dozen or so Zhao family martial saints who were besieging Xia Qiansheng all looked down. Upon seeing this, he was instantly terrified. It's over, it's all over. Looking at the horrific scene below, Zhao Lu felt a chill run through his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Dongfang Wudi killed one of Zhao family martial saints next to Zhao Ding with a single palm strike, and then laughed loudly. Zhao Ding, what do you think of Lu Yu's Godslayer sniper rifle? Can it take you down? Although the Dongfang family did not possess this type of gun, Dongfang Wudi had already learned its name from Lu Yu. This is the god-slaying sniper rifle? A Zhao family martial saint, who had once gone to a branch of the Martial God Universe Company to exchange spirit crystals and had inadvertently heard this name, let out a desperate scream. That's a legendary weapon of the mechanical race. It's said to be able to kill even a martial emperor. I didn't believe it at first. How could Lu Yu and his wife have such a thing? Elder Chief, let's run. The morale of the troops collapsed instantly. Facing two veteran martial emperors, plus those 6 deadly spears below that could fire at any moment, how could they possibly win this battle? Zhao Ding was distraught. If Lu Yu and his wife both have such terrifying sniper rifles, then the military must have them too. At that time, even if the Crystal Clan army descends, how can we possibly win? You think you can run away? Have you asked me first? Xia Qiansheng seized the opportunity, roared, and his whole body shone with golden light as he threw a punch. Boom! Another Zhao family martial saint, who had lost his focus, was directly blasted into a bloody mist by this punch, and bits of flesh splattered all over Zhao Lu's face. Ah! Zhao Lu screamed in fright and turned to run away. Bang! 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 Lu Yu, Qi Lin, and the others below opened fire again. Puff puff puff! Those dozen or so Zhao family martial saints exploded one after another in the air like fireworks. Some were broken in half at the waist, and some had half their bodies shattered. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Ding and Zhao Lu remained in the sky. No! No! Seeing this scene, Zhao Lu completely broke down. He's only just emerged from seclusion. He hasn't even had a chance to fully enjoy the glory of Emperor Wu. Big brother! Help me! Zhao Lu cried out for help to Zhao Ding in a pitiful voice. However, at this moment, Zhao Ding had no time to care about him. The patriarch of the Zhao family was clutching his head, which was missing an ear, his body covered in blood, and his eyes filled with fear and resentment. Lu Yu! Dongfang Wudi! Xia Qiansheng! I, Zhao Ding, will remember this grudge. I will repay it 100-fold in the future. Zhao Ding roared and burned his essence blood, turning into a streak of bloodlight as he fled madly out of the city. He sold Zhao Lu, he sold his entire family, just to save his own life. Big brother? Zhao Lu watched Zhao Ding's departing figure and roared in despair. Bang! His response was Qi Lin's god-slaying bullet. The shot struck Zhao Lu in the chest with perfect accuracy. Boom! Zhao Lu's protective aura shattered like a bubble, and a large hole was shot through his chest. However, the vitality of a martial emperor is extremely strong. Zhao Lu was severely injured and would not die anytime soon. He endured the excruciating pain and prepared to escape. However, the god-slaying bullets fired by Lu Yu, Dongfang Fenghuang, and others also hit him one after another. This powerful figure, at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, didn't even have time to give his last words before his body fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Ding wants to escape? Looking in the direction Zhao Ding fled, Dongfang Wudi shouted to Xia Qiansheng, "Let's chase after them." Good. Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng instantly transformed into streaks of light and gave chase. Lu Yu released an interstellar warship into the sky and took the women aboard to give chase. There's no way around it. Martial Emperor level experts can easily travel at dozens or even hundreds of times the speed of sound, and they can't catch up by flying on their own. Outside the cosmic city, above the desolate starland, Zhao Ding was burning his life force wildly, reaching in extreme speed. But he was fast, and Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng were not slow either. Especially Dongfang Wudi, a veteran martial emperor at the peak, whose speed was even faster than Zhao Ding's when he unleashed his full power. Zhao Ding! Where are you going? With a long roar, Dongfang Wudi appeared in front of Zhao Ding in an instant, and slammed down a massive handprint that blotted out the sky. Get out of here! Zhao Ding roared and threw a punch to meet the attack. Boom! The two collided, and the terrifying shockwave flattened a small hill below. Although Zhao Ding blocked the attack, he was also stopped. After exchanging two blows, the two Xia Qiansheng attacked from behind. He wielded a sword, unleashing streaks of sword light that stretched for over 20 miles, enveloping Zhao Ding within them. Hiss hiss hiss. Zhao Ding instantly sustained dozens of wounds, with blood gushing out. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Ding, disheveled and looking like a madman, was about to drag the weakest Xia Qiansheng down with him. Just then, a spaceship flew in from a distance. Bang! Bang! Two dark red streaks of light arrived in an instant. Lu Yu and his wife have arrived. Lu Yu and Qi Lin, 200 kilometers away, were the first to pull the trigger. Two god-slaying bullets with built-in intelligent trajectory correction sealed off all of Zhao Ding's evasive options. No! Zhao Ding felt the terrifying threat and let out a roar of resentment. Puff! The first bullet hit his right leg. However, it was not completely shattered, which shows how strong the defense of a peak martial emperor is. Puff! The second bullet pierced his abdomen. Ah! Zhao Ding's aura instantly weakened, and he fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Boom! He smashed a deep crater in the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng slowly descended, looking at the old man at the bottom of the pit, who lay there like a dead dog. The once invincible patriarch of the Zhao family has now suffered severe injuries, with his legs broken and his abdomen pierced, leaving him with no chance of escape. Zhao Ding, you've lost, Dongfang Wudi said calmly. Zhao Ding didn't look at Dongfang Wudi and the other two, but instead looked at Lu Yu standing in the sky, his eyes filled with resentment. Lu Yu, the Crystal Clan will not let you go. I'll be waiting for you down there. Bang! Lu Yu didn't bother listening to his nonsense and fired a shot. The god-slaying bullet blew Zhao Ding's head off. After Zhao Ding was severely injured, his defenses dropped drastically, and he could no longer withstand the god-slaying bullet. At this point, all the high-ranking members of the Zhao family imperial clan, except for Zhao Buozhu who became a cyborg, were wiped out. Call! Xia Qiansheng let out a long breath, looking at the gun in Lu Yu's hand with a complicated expression. Young Lu, your god-slaying spear is truly monstrous. Dongfang Wudi agreed, without this gun, it would probably have been much more difficult for us to kill Zhao Ding. Lu Yu smiled and put away the god-slaying spear. Technology changes lives, and it can also change wars. Let's go check out that defensive line over there. When they flew out of the city from this high altitude, they had already spotted the battle on that side of the defensive line. Outside the city gate defense line, a fierce battle is taking place here. Thousands of assassins clad in black bodysuits are frantically charging through the encirclement of the cosmic city's defenders. They are the Bloodblade organization, which has close ties with Suo Qingtian. The leader, shrouded in a blood-red robe and wearing a ferocious mask, was none other than Bloodblade Guildmaster, a peak martial emperor. Beside him was a vice president, Shui Kan, who was in the late stage of Emperor Wu. The wasteland outside the city was a scene of devastation, littered with the corpses of a large number of assassins and a small number of soldiers. Because the Bloodblade organization mobilized its entire force, and its leaders, the Bloodblade Guildmaster and Blood Remnant, were both very strong, the defending army only had 2 generals at the martial emperor level. Therefore, even though the defending troops possessed dozens of god-slaying spears, they were unable to kill Bloodblade Guild leader and Blood Remnant. However, most of the Bloodblade organization's members had already been killed by the defending forces using god-slaying guns and mechs. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Bloodblade Guild leader, who had been slightly injured by a god-slaying bullet, led Blood Remnant and his remaining troops in a disheveled retreat. Charge! We must break through! Bloodblade Guild Master roared. This battle was absolutely terrifying for him. These soldiers, who he usually regarded as ants, were as hard as rocks today. Outside the encirclement, the 2 generals who remained behind were directing 100,000 soldiers in an encirclement and suppression operation. These soldiers were each equipped with a new Gauss rifle, and there were even dozens of god-slaying sniper rifles. This made Bloodblade Guild Master and Blood Remnant hesitant to fly high into the sky, because that would make them easy targets for the god-slaying spear. In addition, the defending forces also had more than 200 Martial King level mechs and dozens of Martial Saint level mechs, which gave them absolute control over the Bloodblade organization. Bang! 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 On a warship, several snipers pulled the triggers of their god-slaying guns. Several god-slaying bullets came whistling through the air, heading straight for Bloodblade Guild leader. Damn it! It's that sniper rifle again. Bloodblade Guild Master dodged awkwardly, avoiding a fatal wound, but still suffered a large scrape on his shoulder. He watched his men fall one after another, his heart filled with terror. These ordinary soldiers, wielding those strange guns, actually managed to threaten him, a peak martial emperor? President! We can't hold on any longer. The vice president, covered in blood, ran over. These guards are too strange. Their mechs are too tough, even our martial saints can't cut them. And there were just too many of those sniper rifles. Our brothers suffered heavy casualties. The Bloodblade Guild leader stared at the corpses strewn across the ground, gritting his teeth. What are those useless Zhao family members doing? Weren't they supposed to be working together from the inside and outside? Just then, a group of people flew rapidly in from the sky. It was Lu Yu, Dongfang Wudi, Xia Qiansheng, and others. The Zhao family? They've already gone to hell to pave the way for you. Lu Yu's icy voice came from the air. When Bloodblade Guild leader looked up, his pupils suddenly contracted. Invincible in the east. Xia Qiansheng. And Lu Yu and his wife wielding the god-slaying sniper rifle. Then look at the strong stench of blood on them, and the deathly silence in the direction of the Zhao family. He understood everything in an instant. The Zhao family is finished. Retreat! Retreat now! Bloodblade Guild leader was also a decisive person. After ordering a retreat, he fled at top speed. Since you're here, don't leave. Dongfang Wudi laughed loudly and pounced on Bloodblade Guild leader. I haven't had enough of fighting yet. Xia Qiansheng then stopped the vice president, Shui Kan. Lu Yu, Jilin, and the others hovered in the air, their god-slaying spears unleashing their power once more. Bang bang bang! With each gunshot, a high-ranking member of the Bloodblade organization was named. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Under the combined attack of the 2 veteran martial emperors and Lu Yu and his wife, coupled with the firepower coverage of the city's defending army. In just 10 minutes, the Bloodblade organization, renowned throughout the galactic underworld, has been completely wiped out. Bloodblade Guild leader, who had been shot several times, had his skull shattered by Dongfang Wudi's palm strike. The vice president, Shui Kan, who was also injured, was pierced through the heart by Xia Qiansheng's 10,000 swords. The remaining assassins were also wiped out by the guards and Lu Yu and his men. We won! This group of ruthless assassins has finally been wiped out. The defenders erupted in deafening cheers. The 2 martial emperor-level generals who remained behind flew over, gave Lu Yu and the others a standard military salute, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you very much, Elder Dongfang and Elder Xia. Thank you, Mr. Lu. One of the generals said excitedly. If it weren't for the equipment provided by Mr. Lu, this defensive line probably wouldn't have been able to hold today. Lu Yu waved his hand. It's all for the Federation. Generals, I'll leave this place to you. Remember to clean up those remnants of the Zhao family. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. The garrison command and the urban management team have been mobilized. Not even a fly from the Zhao family can get out. Liu Yu nodded, then waved his hand. Splash! 50 god-slaying sniper rifles and a large number of ammunition boxes appeared on the city wall. Here are 50 god-slaying guns, 20,000 electromagnetic bullets, and 2,000 god-slaying bullets. They are for you to guard the cosmic city. The two generals stared wide-eyed at the guns and ammunition, and thanked them repeatedly. Gentlemen, it's time for us to set off. Liu Yu looked at Dongfang Wudi, Xia Qiansheng, and the women beside him, including Qi Lin. It was already late, but the eyes of the crowd burned with fierce fighting spirit. Let's go! To the front lines! Kill the Crystal Clan! With a thought, Liu Yu conjured up a 1,000-meter-long S-class star destroyer that appeared out of thin air in the wilderness outside the city, obscuring the stars and moon. The menacing hull exuded a chilling sense of oppression. Get on the ship! The group transformed into streaks of light and flew into the warship. Qilin skillfully sat in the driver's seat, her slender fingers dancing rapidly on the control panel. Engine started. Target, the edge of the Milky Way. Buzz. The warship emitted a deep roar, its stern spewing out blinding blue light as it instantly broke through the atmosphere, transforming into a shooting star and disappearing into the vast universe. Liu Yu sat in the spacious captain's chair, picked up a cup of enlightenment tea, and took a small sip. Looking out the porthole at the deep starry sky, his gaze became incredibly profound. Crystal Clan. Now that you've come, leave your lives behind. This Milky Way galaxy is my hometown, Liu Yu's hometown. Chapter 84, Planet Destroyer Cannons Sweep the Ground, the Crystal Clan Army's Nightmare. The night was as dark as ink, and the Milky Way was dazzling. An S-class star destroyer is traversing the dark universe at faster than light speed, its target the edge of the Milky Way. The aroma of tea wafted through the bridge command room. Liu Yu sat on a leather sofa, opposite the two old clan leaders, Dongfang Wudi and Xia Qiansheng. Excellent tea. Truly excellent tea. Dongfang Wudi held the white porcelain teacup, took a small sip, and felt the Taoist energy surging straight to the top of his head. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Every time I drink this enlightenment tea, I feel that I am 1 inch closer to the legendary Shattering Realm. Xia Qiansheng was also completely captivated. He put down his teacup and sighed, Liu Yu, only you would drink enlightenment tea like water. If it were us, we wouldn't dare to waste it like that. Liu Yu smiled and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the rest cabins at the rear of the warship. There, a powerful aura was rising steadily, as if a sleeping dragon was awakening. This is... Dongfang Wudi raised an eyebrow. Someone is about to break through to the Martial King realm? It's Rose. Liu Yu calmly said, she's been stuck at the peak of Martial Grandmaster for a while now. She just drank some tea and took a breakthrough pill that I gave her. It seems like things are going to fall into place. That little maid from the dragon race? Xia Qiansheng was somewhat surprised. How old is that girl? A Martial King at the age of 20, TSK, such talent has never been seen in the history of our federation. Only you, grandson-in-law, are as monstrous as her. The two elder clan leaders exchanged a glance, both seeing envy in each other's eyes. Liu Yu is not only a prodigy himself, but even his war servants are freaks. In addition, there were those several stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented female confidants. This configuration is practically the template for a chosen one of unparalleled destiny. Boom! Just then, the warship shuddered slightly. A dragon's might permeated through the alloy bulkhead. Although it was mostly blocked by the warship's energy field, one could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from the depths of one's bloodline. A moment later, he calmed down. A hatch opened, and the tall and voluptuous Rose stepped out. She had long silver hair, and her golden vertical pupils still held the excitement of her breakthrough. Her already long and powerful legs were now filled with an explosive sense of power. Master! I've broken through! Rose walked quickly to Liu Yu, her face beaming with undisguised joy. I feel full of power right now, I could punch a building to pieces. Liu Yu smiled and ruffled her hair. Not bad, those resources weren't wasted. When we get to the battlefield later, we can practice on those Crystal Clan members. Rose will definitely tear them to pieces for her master. Rose waved her little fist, her fangs gleaming coldly. At the same time, the atmosphere in the edge of the Milky Way galaxy was frozen solid. The once empty and desolate starry sky is now filled with two massive fleets. One side is the Galactic Federation's hybrid fleet. Thousands of the military's main warships were arranged in a fan shape, with various ships of different imperial clans and independent martial artists behind them. Although it looked somewhat chaotic, the atmosphere of shared hatred against the enemy soared into the sky. And tens of thousands of kilometers away on the opposite side, a massive fleet, entirely crafted from blue crystals, floated silently in the darkness. More than 20,000 crystal warships. They emitted a ghostly blue halo, like a group of ghosts in the deep sea, giving people a cold, suffocating sense of oppression. Inside the luxurious and spacious control hall of the Crystal Clan's command ship, Jingwu sat on the crystal throne, swirling a glass of crimson liquid in his hand, his gaze casually sweeping across the galactic fleet opposite him through the huge holographic screen. Beside him, Suo Qingtian, Zhao Buozhu, and others stood with their hands at their sides. This is the main force of the Galactic Federation that you've been talking about? Jingwu scoffed, his tone filled with undisguised contempt. A bunch of cobbled-together scrap metal, you dare call yourself a fleet? The speaker is right. Zhao Buozhu now wore a fawning expression, and the red light in his electronic eye flashed. The Milky Way is nothing more than a low-level intermediate civilization. Where have they ever seen such a grand spectacle? They're probably so scared they've wet themselves by now. Suo Qingtian echoed, Brother Jing, although Du Xingbang has some tricks up his sleeve, it's all in vain in the face of absolute power. Once you conquer the Milky Way, the Enlightenment Tea will be yours for the taking. When the Enlightenment Tea was mentioned, a greedy glint flashed in Jingwu's eyes. Good. He put down his wine glass and stood up, a terrifying pressure surging through the hall. Once we obtain the Enlightenment Tea, our Crystal Clan will be able to produce a shattering realm expert. At that time, even those advanced civilizations deep within the universe will have to bow down to us. Pass down the order to prepare to make a message. Yes. The Crystal Clan commander, Jinghao, strode forward. He was a burly figure covered in crystal armor, and was also a peak martial emperor. Looking at the data on the screen, he sneered, Speaker, after scanning by the blue crystal AI, there are only 50-odd martial emperors and over 2,000 martial saints on the other side. The rest are all ants. On our side, we have over 300 martial emperors, over 10,000 martial saints, and tens of millions of martial king warriors. Crushing them is like crushing a swarm of bedbugs. A moment later, a massive holographic projection suddenly appeared in the starry sky where the two armies were facing off. The towering phantom of Jingwu, thousands of feet tall, overlooked the galactic fleet. Its voice, amplified by technology, resounded like thunder within every warship. Natives of the Milky Way, listen up. I am Jingwu, the speaker of the Crystal Clan Federation. I've heard you possess the supreme opportunity of enlightenment tea? In this universe, treasures belong to the virtuous. Your weak civilization in the Milky Way galaxy is unworthy of such a divine object. Du Xingbang, as long as you hand over all the enlightenment tea and give us that brat named Luyu to deal with, I can promise that when we take over the Milky Way, I will be gentle with you and will not carry out a massacre. Otherwise, today will be the end of the Galactic Federation. These words were extremely arrogant and a blatant insult, causing the communication channels of the galactic fleet to explode instantly. What a load of bull. You want to steal our things and expect us to kneel down and offer them up? Dream on. Commander Du. Fight them to the death. The soldiers and civilians in the galaxy were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could rush up and tear that blue-skinned monster apart immediately. Du Xingbang stood on the flagship's command platform, his face ashen. He also activated the holographic projection. An elderly man in a crisp military uniform, with white hair but a straight back, appeared in the starry sky, facing Jingwu from afar. Jingwu. This is the territory of the Galactic Federation. Du Xingbang's voice was powerful and resolute, carrying an unyielding and iron-willed air. Whether it's the Enlightenment Tea or Luyu, they are both treasures of my Milky Way. Want them? Then step over the corpses of our Galactic Legion. I cannot comply. If you want war, then let's fight. War. 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 Countless galactic warriors roared in unison, their voices seemingly capable of overturning the entire starry sky. Jingwu's face darkened, the playfulness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling killing intent. They don't know how to be polite. He waved his hand and coldly uttered a single word, kill. Sweep the Milky Way in blood. Leave no one alive. Yes. Jinghao let out a sinister laugh and roared into the communicator, all troops, charge. Open fire. Boom boom boom. 20,000 crystal warships, their engines emitting blinding blue light, surged towards the galactic fleet like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. Commander Du, the enemy has entered within 30,000 kilometers. 25,000 kilometers. Du Xingban watched the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. As the most recent advanced civilization outside the Milky Way, the Crystal Plan civilization was already well known to their ancestors who embarked on their voyages. Du Xingban knew that the Crystal Plan civilization's warships had a range of only over 20,000 kilometers. But his trump card, those 150 S-class Star Destroyer warships, has a range of over 50,000 kilometers. But this trump card cannot be played at the very beginning. You must inflict pain on the enemy and make them feel they have a chance to win in order to lure them into a dead end. Order the Vanguard fleet. Fire. Fight and retreat. Du Xingban calmly gave the order. Boom, boom, boom. On the galactic fleet side, thousands of ordinary interstellar warships opened fire first. Beams of laser light and nuclear missiles ripped through the void and crashed into the Crystal Plan fleet. However, the effectiveness of this conventional weapon, with a range of only 18,000 kilometers, diminishes significantly at that distance. When the projectiles hit the thick crystal shields of the Crystal Plan warships, they only created ripples, making it extremely difficult to penetrate their defenses. Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? On the Crystal Plan's flagship, Crystal Wu looked at his own unscathed warship and laughed so hard he almost fell over. This is the technology of a mid-level civilization? It's not even enough to tickle us. Zhao Buozhu pointed at the big screen and mocked, Du Xingban is really senile. Using these pieces of junk to fight a war? It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Jing Hao scoffed, order all ships to accelerate. Once within 20,000 kilometers of firing range, unleash a barrage of fire. Soon, the Crystal Clan fleet advanced to within 20,000 kilometers. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless thick beams of crystal laser light shot out from the main cannons of the crystal warship. These beams were extremely powerful, instantly tearing apart the energy shield of the galactic Vanguard fleet. Boom! Boom! More than a dozen unmanned warships tasked with luring the enemy were instantly destroyed, turning into dazzling fireballs. Vulnerable! Seeing this, Jingwu's last trace of vigilance vanished, and he waved his hand, all troops, charge! Charge into the heart of the Milky Way, loot everything, kill everyone. The galactic fleet began to collapse. Du Xingban commanded his army, fighting and retreating, appearing unable to withstand the onslaught, and quickly retreated behind a meteorite belt on the outer edge of the Milky Way. Trying to run? No way! The Crystal Clan army, blinded by rage, pursued relentlessly, with over 20,000 warships surging into the asteroid belt. Du Xingban stared intently at the tactical map. When he saw the last Crystal Clan warship enter the encirclement, he slammed his fist on the control panel and roared out the command he had been holding back for so long. Close the door. Beat the dog. All Star Destroyer warships, deactivate cloaking. Launch all missiles. The next moment, the space around the previously empty meteorite belt suddenly distorted. 150 S-class Star Destroyer warships, each a kilometer long and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, appeared like ghosts. Their dark, gaping main gun muzzles were already fully charged, radiating a chilling aura of destruction. Jingwu and the others, who were in the midst of ecstasy, instantly froze on their faces with smiles. An unprecedented sense of fear gripped their hearts instantly. What kind of warship is this? No one answered him. His response was a barrage of star-destroying cannon fire carrying destructive power. Boom! 150 planet-destroying shells converged into a deadly flare, instantly engulfing the vanguard of the Crystal Clan fleet. There was no sound. But in everyone's eyes, the world seemed to have turned crimson. Those once proud crystal shields, under the bombardment of the S-class planet-destroying cannon, were as fragile as soap bubbles, collapsing instantly. Next is the ship's hull. The first hit paralyzed the crystal warship's energy system, and its shields dissipated. The second shot hit, instantly vaporizing the hard crystalline shell and piercing through it, leaving a large, transparent hole. The third shot. Boom! One after another, Crystal Clan warships exploded in mid-air. The Crystal Clan warriors inside, whether ordinary martial kings or powerful martial saints, had absolutely no chance of survival in the face of this terrifying energy capable of shattering asteroids. It turned to dust in an instant. In the first salvo alone, dozens of Crystal Clan warships were reduced to cosmic dust. Numerous Crystal Clan warships suffered heavy damage. The Galactic Legion's second salvo of planet-destroying cannon fire once again descended like the Grim Reaper. No! On the flagship of the Crystal Clan, piercing alarms blared in unison. Countless desperate screams echoed through the communication channel. Commander, report. Ship H-233 has suffered a devastating attack. Its shields shattered instantly. Most of its crew are dead or wounded. Report. The enemy's firepower is too intense. Their range is at least 50,000 kilometers. We can't hit them at all. Left flank fleet suffers heavy damage. Right flank fleet loses more than half its strength. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting. Buzzing sounds. Listening to those dying cries, watching the friendly signals disappearing on the screen. Jingwu's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the throne, his face ashen. S-Class, this is an S-Class Star Destroyer. He screamed hysterically, how is this possible? How could a mid-level civilization in the Milky Way possibly possess strategic weapons that only a super civilization like this has? And there are 150 of them? Even if the Crystal Race were an advanced civilization, they couldn't build a single S-Class Star Destroyer like a super civilization, even with the combined strength of their entire race. So Qingtian and Zhao Buizhu were also terrified, their whole bodies trembling. They finally understood why Du Xingbang had backed down earlier. This is not cowardice. This is leading them to their doom.